Every woman in the world is studying how to push you down every day. And even the billionaire is willing to sleep with you at all costs. Even countless high-cold goddesses are queuing up to kneel and lick you, just because your looks have surpassed the limits of the universe. At this moment, you are immersed in the mirror. In this handsome face that is 185 meters tall and has a more delicate appearance than the first-line popular stars. Suddenly, a strong knocking sound comes from your ear. Bang bang bang. Inside, come out quickly. This is the exclusive dressing room of the King's Exhibition Hall. A cozer with 7 million fans is coming to change makeup. Hurry up and give her a place. Hello, friend inside. I am the exclusive makeup artist for the internet celebrity Si Tongyan. Can you come out and let us decorate the dressing room? Several staff members outside were arguing, asking you to quickly vacate the changing room. And this so-called Si Tongyan is currently a very popular female internet celebrity. Only 18 years old but extremely good-looking. This time at the comic exhibition, Si Tongyan was also invited by the official of the King of Glory game to cosplay as a female character in the game. She not only has a top-notch makeup design team, but also has a high appearance fee. In contrast, you in the mirror are just a cosplayer who came out of nowhere. The gap between you and Si Tongyan is too big. Faced with the constant urging outside the door, you quickly look at yourself in the mirror. You are also wearing a cosplay costume. And you are also cosplaying as Li Daoyao, a hero in the King of Glory game. Although simple, it immediately makes you extremely handsome, making people unable to take their eyes off you at first glance. And now you even feel a bit fortunate. Fortunate that this outfit is simple enough to suppress your terrifying charm value. Knock, knock, knock. Someone is knocking on the door again. Inside, hurry up and come out. If you don't come out soon, I'll start cursing. At this time, you walked towards the door like a knight in a novel, holding a long sword that you carried with you, wearing Li Daoyao's clothes. With a creak, the door opened. Outside, several girls were furious, especially one of the younger girls whose face was puffed up with anger. But the moment you walked out of the door, all the girls outside were dumbfounded. How could there be such a handsome boy in this world? I'm going to die. He's so handsome. The few girls outside just glanced at you and immediately became excited like infatuated fans. As for the girl who was angry before, she had even raised her fist, but when she saw your handsome face, her raised fist instantly drooped down. Her face turned red with shyness, her heart pounding. This boy is so handsome. Oh my god, I will never forget him in my whole life. I'm sorry, I took a long time to do my makeup. And your mouth is slightly upturned. Smiling at the blushing girl with a rosy face in front of me. Can I leave now? Why yes. She couldn't even lift her head in embarrassment, her heart pounding, and she spoke a little stutteringly. And you just smiled and left, leaving behind a group of infatuated fans who couldn't take their eyes off your figure. He's really handsome. I swear he's more handsome than any anime protagonist I've ever seen. In the meantime, these girls rushed into the dressing room. Each one of them is like a nympho, tightly holding the towel you used in the dressing room against their mouths, licking it while breathing heavily, as if they want to absorb all your scent into their stomachs. And now you have left the dressing room and come to the exhibition hall, where there are cosplay girls everywhere. Everywhere you look, there are slender legs in white stockings. Such a pleasing scene also makes you stunned for a moment. At the same time, a mechanical voice came into your head. Mission announcement, host, please stand on the stage in the center of the exhibition hall for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the mission reward will be given. You frowned, thinking to yourself that there are so many people in the exhibition hall. Why did they make me stand in the center of the stage? Is it intentional to make me the focus? But in order to receive the system reward, you had to follow the requirements of the system task and slowly walk to the center of the stage. In the center of the stage, there was a Yaomei wearing a white silk cosplay costume. This Yaomei is a female anchor with over 1 million fans on the C site. Her name is Zhao Bingling. Because of her sweet appearance, she was invited to the King's Exhibition Hall to cosplay as Yaomei's encounter with the divine deer skin and livestream the comic exhibition to her fans. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind Zhao Bingling. She could clearly feel someone standing behind her, causing the lighting in her live stream room to dim slightly. There is a Yaomei standing in the center of the stage wearing a white silk cosplay costume. This Yaomei is a female anchor with over 1 million fans on the C site. Her name is Zhao Bingling. Because of her sweet appearance, she was invited to the King's Exhibition Hall to cosplay as Yaomei's encounter with the god deer skin, and at the same time, she live-streamed the comic exhibition for her fans. Suddenly, Zhao Bingling could clearly feel someone standing behind her, and the light in her livestream room dimmed slightly. Who is it? So rude. Standing behind the anchor and blocking the light. The anchor quickly asked him to move away. Don't affect us watching the beauty. The barrage in the live broadcast room keeps shouting for Zhao Bingling to drive away the person behind her. Zhao Bingling quickly turned around, aimed the camera at the male cosplayer behind her, And after she saw the appearance of this male cosplayer clearly, Zhao Bingling's mouth opened in surprise. Inside the live broadcast room, millions of viewers also widened their eyes together. Wow, who is this handsome guy? I swear, he is the most handsomely Daoyao I have ever seen. No doubt about it. Millions of people in the live broadcast room were stunned, and the number of barrage messages skyrocketed instantly. Gifts kept pouring in, and the popularity value soared. And all of this is because of your handsome face appearing in front of everyone for the first time. Zhao Bingling was also stunned for a while and didn't react. And you, standing coldly in the center of the stage, waiting for the system task to be completed. And the cosplayers on the stage also held their breath instantly because of your appearance. Then, with a wow, countless girls and younger sisters started screaming. So handsome, this Li Xiaoyao is so handsome that it kills me. Honey, please, sign my name. Handsome guy, I want to give birth to your child. Instantly, all eyes are on you, but you remain silent with a cold face, looking like a cool and handsome guy. Until the 10-second mark. Ding dong, congratulations host, the task is completed. Plus 300 exchange value. Just standing in the center of the stage for 10 seconds. You earn 300 exchange value. The reward is credited to your account. You plan to leave the stage, but Zhao Bingling gathers up her courage and quickly runs over. She aims the camera at your handsome face and shyly asks, "Can you take a photo with me and sign it? You are really handsome, the most handsomely Daoyao I've ever seen." After listening, you couldn't help but frown. "I don't have the time to take photos." Just as you were about to refuse. Ding dong, system prompt, task assigned. Agree to the request of the beautiful girl and make the audience cry with your handsomeness. Task reward, 500 exchange value. With 100 exchange value, you can exchange for the talent perfect hero and make the host even more perfect at showing off. You immediately chose to exchange points for talents without hesitation. And then countless swordsmanship rushed into your mind, instantly experiencing hundreds of sword techniques. Zhao Bingling beside you blushed, as shy as a ripe apple. "Handsome guy, why aren't you saying anything? I want to take a photo with you." You smiled charmingly at the corner of your mouth and said, "Of course, but just taking a photo is boring. Let me show you a special skill." Zhao Bingling was instantly stunned, and countless viewers in the live broadcast room also became excited. Such a handsome guy actually took the initiative to perform a stunt. Could it be that he is going to perform Li Daoyao's sword moves? Swordsmanship is quite difficult to learn. If that's really the case, I can love him to death. Countless people in the live broadcast room are filled with anticipation, especially the girls in the live broadcast room. Their eyes are shining, wishing to lick your handsome face through the phone screen. In the exhibition hall, you are already holding a sword in your right hand, ready to start the performance. At this moment, you are standing in the middle of the stage at the comic exhibition, ready to show off. With a sword sound, you quickly draw the sword from its scabbard, and then your wrist keeps swinging. In just an instant, you present a handsome sword flower to millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. Coupled with your incredibly good-looking and charming face, you are like a true anime protagonist, making all the viewers in the live broadcast room cry with admiration for your handsomeness. In the exhibition hall, there are also many female cosplayers covering their faces, almost crying because of your handsomeness. "He is really handsome, so handsome that I want to date him. Just thinking about such a handsome guy becoming someone else's boyfriend in the future makes my heart ache and I can't even breathe. Handsome, please marry me." Inside the exhibition hall, inside the live broadcast room, countless girls are teary-eyed, almost crying because of your handsomeness. Even Zhao Bingling can't breathe properly because of how handsome you are. Ever since she saw you, her heart has been beating rapidly, with an astonishingly fast heart rate. There was a moment when Zhao Bingling felt like she was going to faint, unable to catch her breath because of your handsomeness. Seeing Zhao Bingling's dazed look and unsteady body, you furrowed your brows and asked, "Miss, are you feeling unwell? Are you running a fever?" After you finished speaking, you reached out and touched her forehead. However, it would have been better if you didn't touch her. The moment your hand touched Zhao Bingling's forehead, she couldn't hold on any longer and fainted with a bang. Zhao Bingling was already in a daze and couldn't catch her breath from Qin Fan's handsome hands, and after Qin Fan's hand touched her, she couldn't hold her head even more. Not only did she pass out, but she even stopped breathing. When Qin Fan saw the situation, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and held her whole body in his arms. Then, Qin Fan put his fingers on top of this Yao Mei cosplayer's mouth and felt her breathing rate. Seeing that Zhao Bingling's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, Qin Fan immediately became a bit flustered. His breathing is almost gone. All disperse. New mission. Save the beauty queen. At such a critical moment, their first reaction was actually not to save people, but to try everything to kiss Qin Fan? Although Qin Fan felt that it wasn't good to massage a girl in front of so many people inside the hall of the Comic-Con, but human life was at stake, so Qin Fan couldn't afford to think that much. All take a step back. I'm going to save someone. The other cosplayer ladies who were onlookers asked. Handsome guy, do you know artificial respiration? Hurry up and give her artificial respiration. Mission reward, 500 exchange value. Then, Shinfan took a deep breath, put his hands together, and began to slowly press against the young girl's chest. I won't be so unlucky, just coming out, and I'm handsome to death? However, even though Shinfan was wearing a mask, he still revealed half of his handsome face, mesmerizing Zhao Bingling's handsome gaze. Shinfan froze for a moment and said, System, how can I save it? I don't know medicine. Help by squeezing the chest? Shinfan was truly flustered. The corners of Shinfan's mouth twitched as he listened, thinking, in a few more minutes, this girl in my arms is going to lose her breath. Exchange value plus 500. Hurry up and carry this girl to the ambulance. Although some people questioned Shinfan for taking advantage of the girl, they were quickly scolded by the crowd and no longer dared to speak. These Koser ladies were truly divine. Shinfan said helplessly. This time, because Shinfan was wearing a mask, his charisma value was suppressed a lot before Zhao Bingling didn't pass out from his handsome again. And this time, Shinfan had learned to be smart. If he wants to take advantage of girls, there are plenty of girls begging to let him take advantage of them. Then, Shinfan stretched out his hand and placed it on top of Zhao Bingling's lips, realizing that her breathing was about to stop. Hiss. Zhao Bingling, in a daze, finally regained her consciousness and her breathing gradually became normal. Where are the showroom staff? Why aren't they coming yet? They were so proactive because they were afraid that Shinfan, a handsome guy, would use another girl's mask and let other girls take advantage of them. Shinfan was really numb this time. However, when she opened her eyes and saw the breathtakingly handsome and exquisite face in front of her, her heart stopped beating with a whoosh. Subsequently, Shinfan quickly resuscitated Zhao Bingling through his massage talent. But how do I feel? It looks weird, like I'm deliberately taking advantage of a girl. However, on the way back, what Shinfan didn't expect was that even with his head lowered and mask on, his back was still so handsome that a large group of girls couldn't move their eyes. At the same time, countless viewers in the live broadcast room also panicked. However, after the staff came over, they were first struck by Shinfan's handsome face for a few seconds before they came over to apologize. Sorry, the medical team is far away and will have to wait for several minutes before they can come over. The system suddenly rang. Is it redeemed? Ding dong. The staff of the exhibition hall hurriedly assisted, making a large group of cosplayers who were watching the scene all step back several steps, making a large empty space for Shinfan. My god, hurry up and call an ambulance. You won't? 386-1666-211. The audience was in a hurry. This was too outrageous. After Shinfan put the mask back on, he continued to give Zhao Bingling a massage. Anchor was actually fainted by someone handsome? Redemption. A few seconds later, Zhao Bingling awoke once again. Afterward, Shinfan gently placed Zhao Bingling's body on the ground and flattened it. Instead, there were so many 17 and 18-year-old beauty cosplayers who ran over in a panic, uncovering the masks they were wearing on their faces and throwing them over with force. It was important to save people. Shinfan hurriedly spent 100 points of exchange value and exchanged the new talent, Massage Master. Does it count as intentional murder if you kill someone with a handsome face? Will I be shot? Seeing that the anchor suddenly fell to the ground and lost his voice, and the camera was also aimed at the ground, countless viewers in the live broadcast room furiously sent out pop-ups. Shinfan shook his head. He genuinely didn't know how to do artificial respiration and had never done it for anyone. I don't know how. Then, with a boom, another large stream of knowledge flooded inside Shinfan's mind, quickly learning a new talent. In no time, Shinfan had a large pile of girls' freshly used masks in front of him, with their body heat still on them. System, consuming 100 exchange value can exchange the talent, Massage Master, which can cure the sick and save people through massage. What's going on? You first do artificial respiration with me once, and then do it for her after you learn it. It was so hard to save her. How did this niece pass out again? Shinfan had no choice but to continue to massage her chest. The pretty girl, on the other hand, was elated and jumped up in excitement. He's using my mask. Whoa whoa, it's like he's indirectly kissing me. So happy. Shinfan said coldly. Yeah, I'll teach you. Shinfan took a look and chose the mask uncovered by the prettiest girl and put it on. Who has a mask? Lend me one, or else she'll see me later and have to pass out from the handsome again. Inside the exhibition hall, someone had already started calling out to the staff. Bastard. You know a hammer. This Easy Kozer is more handsome than a first-tier traffic star. Does he need to take advantage of girls? Along with the urgent voice of the medical team's young lady, Shinfan gradually withdrew from the center of the stage. Although the softness of the young girl's chest made Shinfan a little less comfortable, the massage was still very effective. Shinfan wanted to curse inside his heart. Alright, Alright, the medical team is here. Once again, he was fainted by the handsome. Congratulations to the host. At the same time, the corners of Zhao Bingling's eyes flowed out, not knowing if she heard their conversation. Then, Qin Fan wore a mask all the way and lowered his head, as much as possible to keep his handsome face from being seen, before he left the Comic-Con. But when Qin Fan said this out, surprisingly none of the hundreds of cosplayers present thought he was narcissistic. Crap. If someone else had said out this sentence, he would have been mocked by countless people, saying that he was narcissistic. This is, along the way, there were people holding cell phones, pointing their cameras at his back, taking pictures all the time. SSS. After Qin Fan's first appearance at the Comic-Con, in less than half an hour, the #1 microblogging hot search was put up for him. The #1 micro wrestling hot search was, Super Tier 1 City Comic Show, a super handsome guy that is rare to see in 5,000 years appears. The second of the micro wrestling hot searches was also related to Qin Fan, 20-year-old rich white girl in Mordor. $5 million to buy the contact information of the handsome man at the comic show. Several other short video platforms, such as AB, Douyin, and Blockhand, also had countless videos about Qin Fan appear. It's that one, the one who stayed in the locker room and didn't come out before, the Li Yi cosplayer. It was a pity that countless female netizens made every effort to not find anything about Qin Fan or where he lived. Those girls, on the other hand, were trying to do everything they could to pick out Qin Fan's home address, so that it would be convenient for them to go over and squat, and for them to chase Qin Fan into their hands. This tall building had a total of 50 floors, with 5 households on each floor. In less than an hour, the broadcast volume broke 100 million. Damn. Can we sentence him and lock him up? My wife is also are married to me for more than 10 years. After seeing him, clamored and insisted on selling our house, saying that she was going to go and adopt him. I'm convinced. At first, Si Tongyan was a very disdainful expression, thinking that even if Qin Fan was handsome, it was impossible for him to make someone pass out. Meanwhile, Qin Fan had already followed his memories and went home. Song Zhongyi immediately snatched the phone back and said angrily, "Sister, how can you kiss my future husband? He's the handsome guy I'm eyeing." Poof. At a young age, owning a property worth $100 million, Qin Fan was still in a good mood. Handsome breaking through the sky? Si Tongyan couldn't even care about ladylike manners, and almost snatched Song Zhongyi's cell phone with a snatch. Whoosh. After the end of the comic show, the famous beauty girl Si Tongyan, who had over 7 million fans, finally finished her hard day of shooting at the comic show. After the work, Si Tongyan, dressed in Shishi's Smoke and Rain and Jiangnend costume, sat on the back seat of the sedan while taking out her cell phone, ready to send messages back to her friends. But the problem is that their girlfriends are all attracted to Qin Fan, and they are determined to break up with them and go to Qin Fan, like star fans who have become obsessed with him. Handsome, the host of the King's Showroom? Moreover, Si Tongyan was a famous beauty girl net read. She had seen many handsome men. Even if Qin Fan was handsome, it was impossible for her to be overly moved. But, it seems that in the future, I have to find a way to earn some money. Si Tongyan looked at one of the pop-up news. Her eyebrows furrowed as she said, "Is the entertainment company planning to launch a new traffic star again? The blowing is too much, right? Male compatriots, let's unite." After seeing this handsome guy on the road, remember to call the police to get him in. Otherwise we won't be able to find girlfriends in the future. I can only say that he is too handsome. Even my girlfriend, after seeing his picture, she can't walk, and she is dead set on breaking up with me. For a while, many boys started to be jealous and hate Qin Fan. Then she also took out all the handsome photos of Qin Fan that she had spent a lot of effort to collect and save from the internet today. Rich woman offers $5 million for the contact information of a handsome guy from the Comic-Con? As a result, countless media outlets were out in force, and countless young girls from rich families had bought air tickets and traveled to the super tier 1 cities. Searching around for Qin Fan's traces, there was only 700,000 in cash. Song Zhongyi spoke and quickly took out her cell phone. You don't even know. When he came out of the locker room, even I almost fainted from his good looks. But it's such a cheap costume that set off all the thousands of professional cosplayers at the Comic-Con as clowns, letting him alone steal all the limelight. 386-166-211. It was as if Qin Fan had appeared out of nowhere. All the netizens were trying their best to search for information about Qin Fan from within the only photos and videos available. Si Tongyan thought that this was fake news. It had to be said that Qin Fan was indeed overly handsome, and even a beauty netizen like Si Tongyan was turned into a nymphomaniac by Qin Fan. The contrast between before and after was quite large. Immediately after, even she herself did not notice. Her saliva flowed out, aimed at the photo of Qin Fan. Bark a mouth on the kiss. Shin Fan pondered in his heart. On the internet, the discussion about Shin Fan became even more powerful. What kind of concept is this? It was only by dropping a nuclear bomb on the head of a small day that one could achieve such a horrifying rate of growth in broadcasting. Handsome men appearing in super tier 1 cities? As a result, Si Tong-yen had just unlocked her cell phone screen and was immediately blinded by countless pop-up news frames. And did you guys notice? He's wearing the cheapest costume. Spelling you a set down. Just $150. Such a handsome and sky-high boy. But there was no news at all before. This is too curious. I just came from the Comic-Con. How come I didn't know about this? Just the first time Si Tong-yen saw Shin Fan's picture, she couldn't take her eyes off of it. Si Tong-yen grunted and took her cell phone out as well, then hurriedly looked through the photos about Shin Fan and kissed the cell phone screen. If you sit on your ass, in this super first-tier big city, 700,000 won't even cost you a few years. After riding the elevator to the 30th floor, Shin Fan originally wanted to look at all 5 houses under his name. However, her little assistant Song Zongyi said excitedly, "Sister, this isn't fake news. I saw that handsome guy from the comic show with my own eyes. He's so handsome." The ones with the lowest playback volume had more than 1 million likes. Then, Si Tong-yen was like a nymphomaniac, staring at Shin Fan's picture. Such a handsome boy, but he's not a netizen or a star? Too magical, too rare. Although they admitted that Shin Fan was very handsome, online, many boys were furious. The one with the highest broadcast volume had reached a staggering 100 million. According to the price of 200,000 per square meter, each of the 5 houses under Shin Fan's name was worth $20 million, and the 5 sets together were 100 million, one after another. Let's see Tong-yen look. It was either Shin Fan's handsome face, Shin Fan's back, or Shin Fan's charming look with a mask, and each video had a staggering amount of airplay. Shin Fan's house in this world was a skyscraper that was in the location of a super first-tier big city, the center of the city. And Shin Fan's house was located on the 30th floor, and all the 5 houses on the 30th floor were owned by Shin Fan alone. But he took out his cell phone and looked at the chat logs, only to realize that 4 of the sets had already been rented out. Since they were rented out, it was inconvenient for Shin Fan to go in and look at the house. SSS. However, for sets of houses rented out was quite good, and he could collect tens of thousands of dollars in rent every month. Afterward, Shin Fan quickly went back inside his house. Inside the house, it was a configuration of 3 rooms and 1 hall plus a kitchen and bathroom, large and spacious. Moreover, the computer, TV, and air conditioner were all more than $10,000, and the interior decoration was also very luxurious. Shin Fan was still very satisfied with this house. When Shin Fan laid down on the bed, he quickly called out the system. He wanted to take a look at his current state. Ding dong. The so-called AB platform was actually the largest secondary yuan app in China, with a total of 300 million registered users, most of whom were secondary yuan lovers. 1,000 points of exchange value can be exchanged for 1 billion cash. If Shin Fan didn't take this mission, wouldn't he be a fool? The talent youthfulness forever can make a person stay young forever. But the redemption value is actually 100,000. The number 1 handsome guy on the B station. Handsome and dizzy all over the world. Come and watch. Redemption value, 1100. So handsome? Ding dong. Redeem. Big deal. Shin Fan swiped money for himself to send gifts. Hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars smashed down. Who could compare to him? Regardless of the boys and girls, all of them were convinced by Shin Fan's handsome face and sent out crazy pop-ups. After Shin Fan finished watching, he realized that he still had 1100 redemption value that he didn't use up, so he called out the system. Who is it? The name of the live broadcasting room is so arrogant? Then, after they entered Shin Fan's live broadcast room, they just saw Shin Fan's handsome face and were instantly swooned by it. Because Shin Fan was opening a live broadcast for the first time, the equipment wasn't debugged well, causing the live broadcast room to be black screen all the time. 5,000 years is rare to see. Really lives up to its name. So damn handsome. Everyone point and click to report. The live broadcasting room is on station B. The room number is 66778899. Shin Fan took a look and felt that the talent of this martial arts champion was quite good, allowing him to have a strong physical combat ability, allowing him to increase his self-protection ability by a lot. Gender, male. Talent, Massage Master allows the host to heal the sick and save lives through massage. Among them, many girls were downloading B Station for the first time, specifically to watch Shin Fan's live broadcast, before downloading this software. Talent, Martial Arts Champion allows a person to have the fighting ability of a martial arts champion, easily defeating a dozen or so big men. Redemption value, 1,000. Host, Shin Fan. In an instant, the pop-ups in the live broadcasting room soared with a whoosh. When I'm free, I'll definitely buy a multi-million-dollar sports car and go out to have a good time. Besides, Chin Fan is now handsome and rich. Live PK. Want to win others can be too simple. Just when the crowd was cursing fiercely, Chin Fan's live broadcast equipment was finally debugged. After these people came in, they all still had a look of displeasure on their faces. Ding dong. Chin Fan then gritted his teeth and spent 1,000 redemption value to redeem the martial arts champion's talent. Chin Fan looked at the extra 100 million cash inside his bank card, and his mood was so excited. Chin Fan, 0 fans? A new anchor who just registered? This anchor is a liar. Crap. Ding dong. Suddenly a billionaire. My god. This guy, isn't this guy the Comic Con handsome guy who was on the hot search today? Chin Fan was overjoyed. Right at this moment, the system suddenly sent out a mission. A second before, they were frantically pounding on their keyboards, calling Chin Fan a liar. 38. 6. 166. 211. After the post was sent out, without a moment's effort, there were immediately countless young girls who madly rushed to Chin Fan's live broadcasting room. The name of the live broadcasting room, Chin Fan, is very arrogant. However, when they saw Chin Fan's handsome face clearly, they were all dumbfounded. Ding dong. Hisses. The account in the commercial bank under your name received a cash transfer of 100 million. The current account balance is 100,700,000. Only, the price was expensive as well. The redemption store quickly opened. Today, the comic show that Chin Fan attended was also organized at the expense of AB Company. Chin Fan looked at the most expensive talent for a few moments inside, feeling that he couldn't afford to buy it with his 1,100 redemption points, so he focused on the cheapest thing. Talent immortality. Allows a person to have an infinite lifespan and never die. Exchange value, 500,000. He froze for a few seconds before he started screaming. On the screen, the corners of the mouth of a handsome man with an extremely handsome face rose up, raising a nice arc, with a particularly exquisite and amazingly handsome that could not be described in words, instantly silencing dozens of viewers in the live broadcast room. Chin Fan didn't even think about it and directly took the task next. Charm value, 200. Please ask the host to open a live broadcast on the A.B. platform and defeat 10 consecutive live broadcasts through a live PK. Discovering that 1 point of exchange value could be exchanged for 1 million cash, Chin Fan's eyes went straight. There were even a lot of viewers who were excited to get their hands dirty and rushed to Weibo, Post Bar, Little Sweet Potato, and other forums to post. Comic Con Handsome is live. Afterwards, Chin Fan took another look at the cash exchange ratio. Chin Fan didn't even think about it and directly spent 100 points of redemption value to redeem 100 million cash. Talent, mediocre, can reduce the host's attraction to other species. New mission released. Okay. Talent, perfect chivalry, can make the host skilled in the use of swordsmanship. When the audience came in, they all held their breath and wanted to curse. System, open the exchange store. I want to see which talents I can exchange. Just after opening the broadcast, Chin Fan immediately came in with a dozen or so viewers because the name of the live room was too bullish. A new anchor who dares to be so arrogant? Soon after, Chin Fan opened his computer and registered a live account on top of the A.B. platform. Upon completion of the mission, the host will receive 1,000 points of redemption value. Immediately after, Chin Fan's cell phone also rang ding ding ding. After the audience came in, they were delayed in seeing the live broadcast screen and cursed even more. Underhanded. A few minutes later, Chin Fan quickly registered a new account and opened the anchor privileges. Chin Fan swept a glance. There were still quite a lot of good things inside the store. 1 point of exchange value can be exchanged for 1 million cash? Then I still have 100 redemption value now. Wouldn't I be able to exchange 100 million cash? The talent One Punch Superman allows one to punch through a tank with a single punch, with a redemption value of 50,000. You don't even dare to show your face, but you have the cheek to say that you're handsome all over the world? Crap! The live broadcast screen lit up. System, redemption successful. Chin Fan had just finished registering his account and immediately started the first live broadcast of his life. In this world, there really is such a handsome man? I'm crying my eyes out. Handsome guy, please, can you go out with me? I'm willing to be your licking dog. All of my salary will be given to you, and I'll buy you a house and a car. SSS. Handsome guy, fall in love with me. I'm a rich woman, and I'm young, beautiful. I can give you 100,000 pocket money every month, as long as you can sleep with me once at night. Countless girls inside the live broadcast room were about to smash their keyboards. They couldn't wait to get married with Chin Fan on the spot. They couldn't wait to sleep with Chin Fan the next day. As for Chin Fan, looking at the countless pop-ups in the live broadcast room, he just smiled slightly. Thank you all for visiting my live broadcast room. Next, I'm going to play PK. After saying that, Sheen Fan quickly turned on PK mode. The live PK on the B station is very simple. Left and right. 2 anchors. Whoever's live room sends more gifts. Who will win? Sheen Fan had $100 million in cash inside his card. So naturally, it was impossible for him to lose. Even if no one gave him gifts, he could charge and brush gifts himself. Just 5 seconds into the live broadcast, Sheen Fan's live room fan value began to rise crazily. In an instant, the more than 100,000 fans in Sister Eagle's live room all stared blankly, unable to say a word. However, Sheen Fan, with no reaction at all on his face, didn't even thank the fans and remained focused on playing PK. The Fishing Village Flower has rewarded anchor Sheen Fan with a small TV. Everyone go and watch. Then, after the PK time ended, Sister Eagle's side naturally lost the PK by a huge margin. Sheen Fan's side had received more than $4 million in gifts. Before Sheen Fan could even say anything, Sister Eagle's over 100,000 fans had already frantically rushed inside Sheen Fan's live room and started to brush the pop-up screens. Today is Sister Eagle's first time playing PK. Brothers compete, brush some gifts. Let the opposite side see what is called the first female anchor on B station. In Sister Eagle's live room, more than 100,000 fans kept sending pop-ups, cheering her on. I rushed 10,000. Make sure to let Sister Eagle take down the opposite side. A large group of flower-obsessed fangirls madly charged money and started to brush gifts for Sheen Fan. In the opposite live room, there was a B station Go female anchor with over 1 million fans named Sister Eagle. Inside her live room, many loyal fans were all brushing their pop-ups. Although Sheen Fan had $100 million in cash on him, he was still quite happy in his heart after earning 4 million gifts in just a few minutes of broadcasting. Beijing no. One young woman, handsome man, do you still want the courtyard? As long as you're willing to get me once, I guarantee that the courtyard will be immediately transferred to your name. Surrender. Surrender. Sheen Fan hadn't even started PK yet, and there were already hundreds of rich women throwing money at him. On Sister Eagle's side, more than 100,000 fans and anchors were all silent. All sorts of gifts were given non-stop, and in less than 2 minutes, Sheen Fan had earned more than 200,000 gift money, because inside his live room, at all times, there were fervent female fans frantically brushing gifts for him. However, Sister Eagle's signature photo is beautiful. Every striking message started at $10,000. It would just explode and kill all the female anchors. I charged 5,000. Not for anything else, just so that Sister Eagle would sing another song about a 30-year-old woman after she wins. Sister Eagle took the initiative to suggest, handsome, if I lose, why don't I send you a signature photo? My signature photo is so nice. Then, Sheen Fan was in a good mood, so he thanked his fans a few times in passing. The few rich women, on the other hand, were also excited and their eyes were red. Inside Sheen Fan's live broadcast room, there were dozens of eye-catching messages hanging. Sheen Fan just thanked them so lightly, and in the live broadcast room, countless girls instantly boiled over. The rich woman of Magic City has rewarded anchor Sheen Fan with a skyscraper. Everyone go and watch. If it was any other anchor, after receiving so many gifts, she would have long been excited and in tears. 38, 6, 166, 211. But obviously, Sheen Fan didn't need to brush a penny's worth of gifts tonight. Sister Eagle hadn't even said a word. But her more than 100,000 fans had all surrendered. Because she is abstract, funny, and has a good face value. The viscosity of her fans has always been very high, and the popularity of her live room is often the first on the platform. Not to mention, there are millions of girls and faggots who are madly brushing gifts and sending gifts. After the live PK started, when they got a good look at the handsome face of the man in the opposite live room, he actually thanked his fans? I'm crying my eyes out. Magic City rich woman, anchor. I swiped a year's worth of governor for you. Worth $240,000. Can you sleep with me once? Sister Eagle. Either we'd better go back to playing Go Honestly. Live PK, this track is too voluminous. Regardless of whether it was a welfare anchor that sold color, or a talent anchor that sold talent. Even a big anchor like Sister Eagle, who was perennially #1 in popularity, still couldn't compare to Sheen Fan's popularity. Ah yes. Finally connecting to PK opponents. Wernama. Just started PK. In less than a minute, the opposite side collected more than 2 million gifts. How can we still fight? According to the PK rules, the losing anchors had to be punished or perform a small talent. Crap. The anchor actually reads the pop-ups? I thought he hadn't been reading pop-ups. King's first cyber princess, handsome man. I'll brush you $300,000 and add a wizards. Thank you Magic City rich woman. Fishing Village flower. Capital City young woman. King's little princess and so on for the gifts. Thank you all. the first young woman of the capital, Chin Fan. As long as you reply to one of my private messages, I'll immediately give you a set of 4 courtyards. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Ding dong. There was no need for any overpowering talent, or singing, dancing, or rapping. All Chin Fan needed to do was to turn on the live camera and reveal his exquisite handsome face. In the end, Chin Fan didn't ask for the other party's autograph photo, but let her sing a song about a woman in her 30s. And it ended. The landlady of the imperial capital has rewarded anchor Chin Fan with a governor. Everyone go and watch. I'm also going to send him money and brush his gifts. Woo woo. Tonight, it was actually also the first time Sister Eagle played PK. PK had just started for half a minute and Chin Fan's side had already collected more than 2 million gifts. Magic City rich woman, handsome guy, give me a word. Are you willing to sleep with me or not? I've sent you a private message with my swimsuit photo. My figure is absolutely top. A skyscraper was $100. A small TV was $450. And a governor was $20,000. Sister Eagle, either let's just surrender? I've already charged $1,000, so I'll just swipe the gift later and let Sister Eagle win for once. On weekdays, all of these rich women were like iceberg beauties, ignoring men, with a large group of licking dogs chasing and protecting them around them. Fishing village flower, handsome man, I have a thief's body and I'm rich, so just condescend to yourself and fall in love with me for once. In order to fall in love with you, I've gotten divorced. After the end of the first PK, stick it at the door to ward off evil spirits. It has many uses. The man on the opposite side was too handsome. Even if Chin Fan didn't have makeup, even if Chin Fan just had a plain face, he could be so handsome that he could astonish the world and cry to the gods, and he could kill both men and women, young and old alike. But today, they not only madly gave Chin Fan money to send gifts, but also have been scratching their heads to send private photos to Chin Fan. Crazy pursuit of Chin Fan. The male compatriots in the live broadcast room saw the scene and gnashed their teeth in envy. SSS. So it turns out that being handsome, you can really do whatever you want. I'm so sour. Ooh, if I could be half as handsome as him, I wouldn't even worry about finding a date. So many beautiful women are begging to let him sleep with them, and he's not even moved? My God, how can he be so tolerant? The male viewers were dying of envy. In all fairness, if they were half as handsome as Chin Fan, they would immediately turn into scum and sleep with a girl every day. As for Chin Fan, looking at the millions of young girls in the live broadcast room who were frantically confessing their love, his complexion had always been a very calm look, as if he was not interested in girls. Thank you for the $11,000 gift from Noble V10 Princess Shishir. Good sister, you quickly come over. Look at you, the handsome guy we met at the Comic Con today. He opened a live broadcast. So Chin Fan then flipped through the list of gifts, picking out the girls who had given more than $11,000 in gifts and reading their names one by one. Song Zhongyi just said one sentence and immediately made Si Tong Yan's entire body become excited. Even if Chin Fan wasn't bad with money, he had to have some quality. He couldn't let others spoil so much money for nothing. I want to fall in love with him so much. Ooh, just by looking at him, my body has feelings. Smiling is so charming. My heart is moved. Moreover, Chin Fan had $100 million in cash inside his bank card right now, and the hundreds of thousands or millions of gifts in the area. He truly didn't put it in his heart. But the girls who gave him gifts inside the live broadcast room were just too many and too much. And the first shot was a few $1,000s, tens of thousands of dollars, and there were even a lot of rich women who swiped 300, 000 or 400, 000 in one breath. What kind of girl licks and licks at the handsome guy inside the cell phone screen? Exchange value plus 1,000. After the PK ended, Chin Fan had planned to go off the air directly. On Chin Fan's side, there were hundreds of thousands of girls frantically giving him gifts every minute. Even if each of them only had a few dollars, it would add up to 1 or 2 million. As Si Tong Yan spoke, her eyes began to become mesmerized. There was no way. Chin Fan was too handsome. All these pop-ups sent out were a bit too ambiguous. Thank you, the beautiful maiden Si Tong Yan, for sending a governor worth $20,000. Just like that, the 10 PKs soon ended with Chin Fan's total victory. Inside the bedroom, her good sister Song Zhongyi was hugging her cell phone, lying on the bed and rolling around, and from time to time, she made the sound of bared and her little mouth licked the screen of the cell phone. Douyin, block hand, posting bar, etc. All platform users are crazy posting, discussing Chin Fan's live broadcast. These girls had too much guts when they watched the live broadcast. As Chin Fan received the reward, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing an extremely delicate and charming smile. Thank you for the $30,000 gift from the first widow of the North. Even if Chin Fan could thank a girl in a few seconds, a few hundred girls combined would have to be thanked for more than half an hour. The next few PKs, Chin Fan one were all very simple. Just the girls who gave gifts of $10,000 or more. There were several hundred in total. Even the top virtual anchor Xiao Ran on Station B was no match for Chin Fan. After getting Chin Fan's live room number, Si Tong Yen wasn't even in the mood to wipe her hair clean, so she wet her hair, flopped down on the bed, and entered Chin Fan's live room. 1 minute 1 or 2 million gifts. Who can compare to him? Originally, it took more than half an hour to finish thanking them, but as a result, because there were more and more girls giving gifts, the time Chin Fan spent reading their names and thanking them became longer and longer. Ooh, he's really handsome. 38. 6. 166. 211. Congratulations to the host, completing the mission. Then, even she didn't notice that her lips were getting closer and closer to the cell phone screen, and just like her good girlfriend, she started drooling at Chin Fan's handsome face inside the screen. When Si Tong Yen saw the scene, her eyebrows furrowed. She walked to the edge of the bed with her long legs while saying in disgust, "Fool, what are you mad about? What are you licking at the cell phone for? Do you even know shame?" Si Tong Yen was a bit disgusted that Song Zone E, her good best friend and also her makeup lady when she was cosplaying, was a bit too unreserved, and after less than an hour of live broadcasting, Chin Fan received $10 million worth of gifts with his extremely good-looking handsome face, and this news also quickly made it to the #1 hot search on all major platforms. So even if a large group of rich brush gifts, Chin Fan was not interested in them. Si Tong Yen was so excited that she almost threw out her bath towel and hurriedly jumped on the bed, anxious to die. There were even countless girls who had heard about it and broke into the live broadcast room, drooling and watching Chin Fan's live broadcast. In an instant, the millions of girls inside the live broadcast room were all so handsome by Chin Fan's smiling face that they almost fainted. Just like that, Chin Fan continued to start the live PK broadcast. Even if they encountered a big anchor with millions of fans, they were no match for Chin Fan. Inside a certain room with pink wallpaper, Douyin's 7 million followers net red beauty girl, Si Tong Yen, had just finished her bath and returned to the bedroom wrapped in a wet bath towel. I want him to get me so badly. Moreover, when Chin Fan thanked the girls who had given him gifts before, inside the live broadcasting room, there was a continuous stream of rich women who continued to give him gifts. Even though there were dozens of rich women who threw away thousands of dollars, each smashing tens or hundreds of thousands of gifts, Chin Fan didn't have much of a reaction. If it was any other handsome man, Si Tong Yen, a big netizen with 7 million followers, would definitely not be so excited. The beautiful face also began to slowly become red, like seeing the object of a long-time crush, a heart palpitation. At this moment, Si Tong Yen was like a young girl in love. Then, after Si Tong Yen saw Chin Fan's handsome face in the live broadcast room, her heart almost stopped beating. Thank you for the $20,000 worth of governors sent by the beautiful girl from Jiangnan. What? That Comic-Con handsome guy started a live broadcast? Where is he? Which platform? And how many live rooms? These women had smashed so many gifts, and it was impossible for Chin Fan not to thank them for a word. He's so handsome. Ding dong. Gifts, popularity, number of pop-ups, etc. Chin Fan's side was leading on all fronts, comprehensively beating all the anchors on the B station. Those who didn't know thought they were shopping for kills online. The PK ended and the system rewards arrived, but Chin Fan's handsome face was so exquisite that people couldn't breathe, and just by looking at it for the first time, even just by looking at the photo, Si Tong Yen immediately moved her heart. As long as Chin Fan completed the system mission, he would immediately get 1,000 points of exchange value, which could be exchanged for 10 billion if converted into cash. It was only after Chin Fan finished reading that he remembered who this Si Tong Yen was. During this time, Chin Fan realized that among the girls who gave him gifts, there was actually the name of a very familiar girl. When he was inside the locker room of the Comic-Con today, and was rushed out of the locker room by a large group of little girls, that group of little girls seemed to be the staff under the hands of the big netizen, Si Tong Yen. They were the ones who specialized in making makeup for the big netizen Si Tong Yen. SSS. I didn't expect that this netizen beauty girl also came to see me live. It can't be. She's also enamored with me, right? The corners of Chin Fan's mouth slowly rose, and he kind of wanted to laugh. While inside the pink room, Si Tong Yen heard Chin Fan read out her name and was so excited that she even threw out her bath towel. Ha 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 ha. The handsome guy from Comic-Con read out my name, and he even smiled. He must have remembered me. Si Tong Yen was so excited that she started rolling around on the bed. Song Zoni said sourly, Sister C, even if you're excited, you can't throw away the bath towel. You're now all naked. Yeah. Uncle Chen was shocked beyond belief. Dear Mr. Chin, your bank account has earned 500,000,000 cash, and the current account balance is 600,000. 000. Besides, Fan has a system, and when he goes out and casually completes a task, another few hundred exchange points arrive, and another few 100 million can be exchanged. This money-sucking speed, it was horrible. He wore a black duck tongue cap and a black mask, covering up most of his handsome face. Then, Uncle Chen spent another $10,000 and sent a striking message in Fan's live broadcast. Mr. Sheen, please make sure you take a look at the private message. I want to get in touch with you. Fan glanced at the large black letters on the screen and was slightly disgusted in his heart. For a while, Uncle Chen's face turned green as he was scolded by this group of women. 2 hours earned gifts worth $20 million? System, redemption successful. Especially after he entered Fan's live broadcasting room and saw Fan's exquisite handsome face that was enough to kill men and women, old and young. He made up his mind that he would sign Fan up no matter what, pissed off the Comic-Con handsome boy off the air. But now, Fan, a newcomer anchor, had just started broadcasting for 2 hours and earned $20 million in gifts, allowing the platform to follow suit and enjoy the blessings, earning a $10 million share. These were millions of female users with extremely strong spending power. Even if Uncle Chen was the president of the company, he had to bow his head and apologize to them. Uncle Chen had already seen the amazing money-sucking ability in Fan. The main reason why it was covered so tightly was because Fan didn't want to be mobbed. Hiss hiss hiss. All of our platform's businesses combined have a total revenue of less than $20 million a day. Especially those rich women who had smashed hundreds of thousands of dollars and didn't get Fan's contact information. They were all gritting their teeth in anger and sent all their anger to Uncle Chen. Seeing that they couldn't see Fan's handsome face anymore, countless girls in the live broadcast room immediately became anxious. Uncle Chen, you're so hateful. You compensate my husband. You're a company president, and you're still so fussy in your work. And you've made the handsome man angry enough to go off the air. So what do you want us female viewers to do? Me too. If I really can't, I'll personally fly over on a plane tomorrow and talk to him face to face. At 12:30 p.m., Fan took a shower and went out. Only then did Tong Yen realize that she was naked. Her face swished red to the root of her ears, and she hurriedly wrapped the towel back up with a blushing face. I don't think it's enough to spoil the money. At the same time, every company patrolling the major live room of more than 20 Super Tube has used the fastest speed. The Fan lived too small, collected 20 million gifts of the amazing news, layer by layer reported to the company president Uncle Chen. Subsequently, countless staff members customized the program overnight, constantly sending private messages to Fan, wanting to get in touch with him. Fan, let's exchange another 500 million in cash. Fan looked at another 500 million cash on top of his bank account, which made him sleep beautifully. Now, he had 600 million in cash. So he must go out tomorrow and spoil the money. Although AB was the largest secondary yuan social platform in China, the total revenue for a year was only more than 5 billion. 386-166-211. After washing up and getting inside the quilt, Fan called out the system. But Fan had been busy live streaming and thanking his fans for giving him gifts, so he didn't even read the private messages. System, host, you currently have 1,000 exchange value. The next day, Fan directly slept until high noon, sleeping until he woke up naturally. If he didn't cover his handsome face, he would have been chased and licked by countless girls on the road just after he went out. Uncle Chen, what the hell is wrong with you? If Fan doesn't go live tomorrow, I'll immediately uninstall the software and never use your platform's software in my life. It was mainly because the food on top of the takeaway platform was too cheap. The most expensive seafood was only $1,000 a serving, and there was no telling if it was good or not. But when he went out, Fan still made some preparations. All in all, we must sign him up and not let him leave our platform. Thus, Fan chose to go out. Originally, Fan could have ordered a takeaway and eaten inside his home. Fan was now a rich man with $600 million in savings, and he was not sure if he would not eat more than $100,000 for a meal. At the same time, Uncle Chen also spent $20,000 to give Fan a governor. I'm sorry, please don't uninstall the software. I'll do everything I can to get this handsome guy to turn on the live broadcast tomorrow. System, how much redemption value do I have left now? On the other side, Fan shuffled around a bit after he got off the air. After that, Fan immediately turned off the live broadcast and went off the air. Uncle Chen immediately ordered. Immediately think of every possible way to keep this newbie anchor on our platform. Uncle Chen was in a hurry, so he hurriedly ordered the SuperTubes, utilized the SuperTubes authority, and directly above the big screen of Fan's live broadcast, he forced a line of big words. This newcomer anchor, live broadcasting for 2 hours, earns more money than several thousand employees of our company combined? but Chin Fan just wanted to go out to eat, to go out and spoil his money. Ding! The SMS ringtone rang. Inside the live broadcast room, countless girls stormed out. On average, the revenue was just over $10 million a day. After removing the costs, the daily net profit was only a few million. Inside the live broadcast room, Chin Fan's handsome face immediately disappeared. I thought, this is my live room. You guys forcefully use the super pipe authority in my live room above to type out a line. This is also too impolite, right? Because Chin Fan was in a bad mood. So Chin Fan said with an indifferent look, sorry, I'm going off the air. There's something for another day. I'm not available today. What? A super popular new anchor has suddenly appeared on our platform? Mr. Chin, please take a look at the private message. Our company president has something important to discuss with you. No matter what kind of conditions he offers, you have to stabilize him. After Chin Fan went out wearing a hat and mask, although his back still looked tall and handsome, he still attracted countless girls to take pictures of him with their cell phones. However, because Chin Fan didn't show his face, no girls came up to him to ask for his contact information, and no girls stopped him to pester him. SSS. On the way, it was quite calm, because Chin Fan lived in the most expensive house in the city center. After coming out, he just walked more than 20 meters and found a restaurant with extremely luxurious decoration. Then, Chin Fan went in wearing a mask and said, is there a VIP room? The welcoming young lady respectfully said, yes, the cost of the private room is $1,000. Chin Fan waved his hand, give me a private room, and then give me a copy of all the delicious food inside your store and send it to the private room. After hearing this, the welcoming lady's eyes went straight. Sir, are you sure? A set of consumption like this will cost at least more than $100,000. I'm here to see handsome men and women, not greasy old men. Thank you. Why is the question so tricky? It's a pair of eyes that only belong to handsome men. For this kind of beautiful girl, Chin Fan was sure to come and go. After the meal, these girls all sent Chin Fan to the door with bated breath and reluctance, and even raised their little heads, shyly looking for Chin Fan to ask for prestige. The girls in the live broadcasting room were all energized and excited. This meal is eaten. That is called a Snow White. No. That is called a delicious 6 points white silk girl. So, Lee Shinran no longer think much, hurriedly took the microphone and ran over. I bet 50 cents that he must look ugly. That's why he's wearing a mask with a hat. New mission, pretend to be a bee in Lee Shinran's live broadcasting room. After Chin Fan swiped $500,000, the welcoming young lady almost knelt down for him on the spot. She thought to herself, if she didn't get some program effects, the popularity of the live broadcast room would be in danger. Moreover, these girls were all volunteering. Chin Fan frowned, originally intending to refuse. Inside the live broadcast room, more than 100,000 viewers were all cursing. It made people feel uncomfortable. And one by one, all of them were all long legs. And what was set on top of the long legs was either black silk or white silk. Fishing net stockings, which made Chin Fan have a full addiction. This time, Lee Shinran intended to ask some tricky questions after the opening remarks. And this take the microphone. Responsible for the interview anchor sister, named Lee Shinran, is a block hand above a 700,000 fans of the female net read. Lee Shinran heart a burst of excitement. Thought, this little brother looks quite extroverted. It seems that I can ask a few tricky questions to get the effect of the program. It's only the eyes that look good. The nose and mouth definitely don't look good. The chest of a young girl in her early 20s is really eye-catching. Ding dong. In order for Chin Fan to be able to take one more look at them, not only did they look at Chin Fan with fangirl-like gazes and hand-feed him food, they even deliberately pulled the clothes on their chests. Secretly, down a lot. First question, handsome man, may I ask what's your name? But when he reached the entrance of the neighborhood, the obstruction came. Second question, Mr. Chin Fan, may I ask what kind of work you do? How much is your monthly salary? Can you afford to support your girlfriend? The system released the task. Subsequently, after $500,000 was swiped down, Chin Fan immediately became the top VIP guest inside the restaurant. Chin Fan directly took out his bank card and said, don't BB it, just swipe $500,000. Save what you can't spend and eat next time. Lee Shinran turned her gaze around and soon saw Chin Fan at the entrance of the neighborhood. 38. 6. 166. 211. After adding his friends, Chin Fan also made notes to them according to their face value. No wonder they're wearing hats and masks. They must be ugly. When Chin Fan heard that, there was a mission? Then definitely take it. Thus, Chin Fan quickly raised his eyebrows and said, Lee Shinran, right, alright, I'll accept the interview. If it wasn't for the fact that you're particularly pretty and have a particularly sweet voice, anchor, I would have quit the anchor room a long time ago. Lee Shinran glanced at the pop-up screen and was secretly happy. The audience had already started to quarrel. Very good. The more quarrels, the higher the popularity of the live room. Subsequently, Lee Shinran didn't waste any time and quickly started to engage in program effects, intending to make the live broadcast room more popular. At this moment, Qin Fan was hesitating, thinking about whether to go straight home or go out and spoil his money for a while longer. My name is Qin Fan. Even though he's wearing a hat and mask to hide his face, but even if he only reveals his eyes, he's still very attractive. I told you, he can't be a handsome guy, right? How could a handsome guy not find a girlfriend? At this moment, Lee Shinran was also anxious. After the mask was taken off, for a split second, the dozen or so female waitresses inside the store who had the best service and were the most beautiful looking were all stunned. When Qin Fan heard this question, he couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows and thought, this little girl, she's a bit bad. The reason was also very simple. Many of the boys were getting jealous. Speaking sourly, the male viewers, on the other hand, were sending out pop-ups in jealousy. The netizens inside the live broadcast room all began to mock as well. Suddenly, a sweet-looking, beautiful young girl wearing a JK short skirt walked over, smiling and holding up the microphone. Hello handsome, my name is Lee Shinran. I'm a netizen with 700,000 followers on top of Blockhand. Is it convenient for you to accept an interview? 8 points fishing net stockings young woman. Qin Fan frowned and said, I don't have a job and I don't have a girlfriend. Just him? How can he be a handsome man when he doesn't even dare to show his face? Not only when he ate. There were 5 beautiful young girls serving him. Even the lobster didn't need to be peeled by his own hands. The marvelous young girl inside the VIP room peeled it for him with her own hands and fed it to his mouth. Because Qin Fan had to take off his mask when he ate. Ding dong. Lee Shinran, a 700,000 fan netizen? After eating and drinking, Qin Fan was ready to go home. At the entrance of the neighborhood, there were a few female street netizens carrying cameras and microphones who were interviewing passers-by live. In the live broadcast room, many viewers were in an uproar. When Lee Shinran heard this, she was happy. You're such a big man, but you don't have a job? No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. This little brother looks a bit handsome. At the same time, the audience inside the live broadcast room started sending out pop-ups. 7 points for Miss Black Silk. The more shocked the audience is, the more redemption points will be rewarded. The young lady thought to herself, does this man have a mine inside his home, so capable of spoiling money? Even if he is a rich second generation, he has never seen one more capable of spoiling money than him. Anchor, can you find a better looking girl to interview? You interviewed a dozen. All look so rub. I do not want to see. If you don't get it right, you'll have to lose your powder. Just when Lee Shinran was anxious, the camera boy suddenly patted her shoulder and said, Shinran, you look over there. There's a 1m9 handsome guy. Although he's wearing a hat and mask, but he has a particularly good body. Doesn't even have a job. What a poor guy. Blanking such a tall man. Anchor, let him leave a contact. I can recommend an electronics factory for him to go in and work. SSS. If it's really not possible, it's okay to let him go to a construction site to beat the dust. Such a big man. Not even a job. How dare he go out? The netizens all started sneering. The female viewers all sighed as well, feeling that they had looked away. Lee Shinran looked at the pop-ups inside the live broadcast room more and more. Her heart was happy, thinking, it's still this kind of interview that is fun, can mobilize the audience's emotions, and can make the live broadcast room more popular. Then, Lee Shinran smiled and said, Mr. Qin, a lot of viewers in the live broadcast room sent pop-ups. Let you enter the factory to work and find a job. What do you think? Going into a factory to work? Oh, shame on you. A big man. Where did he get such a thick skin? It wasn't until several seconds later that the crowd in the live broadcast room reacted. Female goblin. Nice guy. Wait until we get to the locker room. You can mess with me any way you want. My god, she has such a good body. If I can just mess with her, wouldn't it be too good? This guy is so fucking handsome. But when Qin Fan revealed his handsome face, all the viewers stared wide-eyed and couldn't say anything. Not to mention, Qin Fan also requires girls to be over 1m7 and have an excellent body. Even the top traffic stars didn't have 1/10 of Qin Fan's good looks. The female audience, especially, instantly struck their keyboards and started outputting. The audience cursed a lot. However, you don't even have a job, and you're still demanding so much from girls? So Lee Shinran is actually an obsessive girl? So proactive after seeing a handsome guy? Qin Fan was indeed handsome like no one else. Then while blushing, she clamped and twisted her legs and let out a whiny clip sound. Good brother, how come you are so handsome? I'm really sorry just now. I spoke a bit wrongly. I apologize to you. Good brother, the height must be more than 1m7. The breasts must be at least C-cup or more. And the weight, if you weigh, can't be more than 60 kilograms. A girl with such good conditions, people can casually find rich second generation with millions of dollars. How can they look at you? Even, there are quite a few girls infatuated with the saliva are coming out to the phone screen above the handsome face. A fierce lick. Crap. Even if it's to give birth to a child, it's not your turn to give birth to him as a female goblin. Isn't this bullshit? The audience felt angry as they watched. When Shin Fan finished saying this, not only was Lee Shinran dumbfounded, even the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Mr. Shin, what kind of girl do you like? Or rather, what kind of girl can be your girlfriend? Then, Lee Shinran asked, Okay, let's switch to the next question. Don't you find a mirror and look at yourself to match? She really couldn't figure out where this man in front of her, who wore a mask and didn't even dare to reveal his face, got such a big bottom? Countless viewers inside the live broadcast room also sent out pop-ups and started personal attacks. Shasta. This time, Lee Shinran's popularity in the live broadcast room had instantly skyrocketed to over 100,000 people. Moreover, the audience's anger towards Shin Fan had reached its peak. Hiss. Crap. Why don't you go die? Even Lee Shinran, who was frowning at this, said irritably, Mr. Shin, don't you think you're too arrogant? You don't even have a job. And you still want to find such an excellent girlfriend. You, 1T be drunk and dizzy, right? You don't give a bride price and you want a dowry of over $800,000? And also want the woman to accompany $1 million luxury car? Dream it. Don't even dare to do that in your dreams. 386-166-211. Lee Shinran was dumbfounded. And Shin Fan's reply was wonderful. He's obviously my long-lost husband. Husband, I love you to death. I'm your long-lost wife. Hurry up and come home with me. I want to give you children. Just when everyone thought that Shin Fan was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, Shin Fan smiled slightly and directly took off his mask and hat. Sisters, point and click to report. Block the number of this female goblin. Lee Shinran had already become like an obsessed woman, completely dazzled by Shin Fan's handsome head. Even forgetting that she was now on the air, she intentionally led the topic to the bride price and dowry above, which is clearly watching the fun and not minding the big deal. As for the dowry, I don't really care, but the dowry she brings over must be over $800,000, and preferably accompanied by $1 million luxury car, so that I can be satisfied. Handsome guy, please fall in love with me. I'll give all my salary to you in the future. Just give me 2 steamed buns to eat every day. The girls inside the live broadcast room, on the other hand, rushed at Lee Shinran and cursed. Even Lee Shinran stood dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide into an O shape. A delicate and handsome face that was enough to charm thousands of girls appeared inside the live broadcast room, and the degree of handsomeness was said to be unique in the world. It's really not blowing to kill both men and women. Also, after living together, she must contract all the housework and obey me. Also, good brother, the clothes you're wearing seem to be a bit out of place. Let me take you to buy clothes? By what right do you seduce my brother? In the live broadcast room, countless teenage girls were frantically poring over each other, as if they were star-chasing fangirls, with an obsessive female look on their faces. A second ago, there were dense pop-ups floating inside the live broadcasting room, all of which were sneering at Shin Fan, and even personal attacks on him. What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Lee Shinran, however, was very happy because there were many pop-ups, and the popularity of the live broadcast room instantly rose by 10,000. And Lee Shinran this time also took a deep breath for a while before barely stabilizing her mind. In the live broadcast room, countless boys watched with straight eyes. Really can blow? Lee Shinran asked with a mischievous intent. A scene that no one expected happened. Shin Fan smiled slightly and said, with my face value, I will never work in a factory in my life. Even if I go to the streets to beg for food, I can ask for tens of thousands of dollars a minute. If a useless man like you can find such a good girlfriend, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you on the spot. Hubby, please, it's my fault that I didn't recognize you just now. Come home with me. I'll be good and obey you. I'll follow you in everything. What are the requirements above looks, bride price, and dowry? The viewers' mouths were all very poisonous, and the pop-ups were so dense that they were close to greeting Shin Fan's account book one by one. The male compatriots' eyes were red with envy. These days, men's and women's viewpoints were very antagonistic, and as long as the bride price and dowry were involved, no matter how Shin Fan answered, he would offend a large number of viewers. You don't even dare to show your face, but you still have the nerve to say that you rely on your face value to eat? Dream on. I hope that my future girlfriend is a very beautiful girl with an excellent body. Lee Shinran then thought of rushing at Shin Fan to give him an output in criticism. helping the viewers to teach Chin Fan a hard lesson and then harvesting a large group of fans. There were countless pop-ups inside the live broadcast room. At the same time, inside Chin Fan's head, a voice rang out. SSS. Ding dong. Congratulations host. Mission completed. The degree of pretense is 90%. Rewarded exchange value, 1000. 1000 redemption value can be exchanged for 1 billion cash. Chin Fan watched the exchange value arrive and was in a great mood. At the end of every month, $10,000 would be transferred to him as a way to pay the rent. Then, the task was also completed. So Chin Fan didn't bother to continue to be interviewed at the entrance of the neighborhood and directly twisted around and left. Ding dong. Moreover, Chin Fan's handsome face was still popular with both men and women, young and old. And even if there were a small number of boys who were jealous of him and attacked him, there would soon be countless female fans who would take the initiative and help him out. Although the clothes are different, the looks are very similar. Chin Fan could only say that it depended on the mood. Ding ding ding. I have to go home. The crowd didn't take a moment to react and realize that Chin Fan was the big handsome guy from above the Comic Con yesterday. Subsequently, a large stream of memories instantly flooded inside Chin Fan's head, injecting countless specialized maintenance knowledge all into his head, allowing him to completely master this talent. However, before leaving, Chin Fan suddenly asked, System, is there a talent in repairing air conditioners inside the store? Li Shinran, like a nymphomaniac, eagerly said, but I don't even have your contact information. You should at least leave me a contact information. So, Li Shinran hurriedly chased up, boom a hold Chin Fan's legs, and never let Chin Fan go back. What? He asked me to go for a checkup? Does it mean that he's willing to sleep with me? Really, if you don't believe me, look at his live broadcast last night. It looks exactly the same. Even if he didn't know how to fix an air conditioner, Chin Fan had to go over and try it out. Talent, Super Tinkerer, can instantly master the repair techniques of all products and fix them like new. It wasn't until he flipped through the chat logs for a while that he realized that this lady is bad-tempered was one of his several tenants. All of them were messages sent to him by Li Shinran. Miss, this. After the people reacted, they also went to the major forums to post. Chin Fan thought for half a day, but he couldn't remember who this girl was. On the other side, Li Shinran sent dozens of messages before receiving a reply from Chin Fan, and immediately the excited people almost jumped up. Redemption. However, Chin Fan didn't even care much about this. He just casually looked at it for a while and had little interest in it. Only after mastering the new talent did Chin Fan take the screwdriver and go out. Landlord, hello, I'm the tenant of 3301. The air conditioner inside our room has a problem. Is it convenient for you to come over and take a look? Apart from paying the rent, the two basically didn't chat a word. After sending this message, Chin Fan immediately set Li Shinran into the message do not disturb mode and threw her aside. He was happy that his handsome face was really useful. Ding! The system suddenly rang. The one who sent the message was a girl. With the name, this lady has a bad temper. She scolded all those who were jealous of him. Moral degeneration. The handsome guy of the Comic Con who was once in 5,000 years actually has such a rotten private life. Chin Fan saw that she was dead set against leaving, so he spent half a minute, opened his cell phone, and added her Wi-Fi friend. Chin Fan turned around with a helpless face. Didn't I say so? Next time for sure. When there's a chance later, I'll get you again. Then, she kept on hee smiling, just like an obsessed girl. After reading these messages, Chin Fan shook his head inside. Alas, this woman is also too active, right? That handsome guy won't really want to sleep with her, right? Ooh, I'm so heartbroken. However, Chin Fan was also a bit happy. Li Shinran hadn't even asked for her contact information, so where would she be willing to let Chin Fan go back? Please ask the host to go to room 3301, help repair the air conditioner, and gain favor with the female tenant. Besides, Chin Fan was so handsome, Li Shinran couldn't wait to get a license with him on the spot. 38. 6. 166. 211. Chin Fan shook his head, too lazy to say so much more. Directly back to the cell, into the elevator. Subsequently, but in 5 minutes, a hot search was immediately arranged. Redemption points, 100. Upon completion of the mission, 1000 redemption value will be rewarded. This is also too much of that. System, there. As for whether he would favor her in the future, so Chin Fan thought, either that or, call out an air conditioner repair master on the internet and go over there for him? Okay, post a new task. After the friends were added, Li Shinran immediately cut Chin Fan loose. Chin Fan wanted to go over to help, but the problem was that he didn't know how to fix air conditioners. Along the way, Chin Fan's cell phone rang non-stop. When Chin Fan was lying down inside his home and brushing the news, someone suddenly sent him a Wi-Fi message. As for the locker room to get you or something, well, next time for sure. After recognizing that this was his female tenant, Shinfan began to hesitate. Lee Shinran, handsome guy, are you free tonight? I've got the room open. Come find me to play. Ah, my god, really? I didn't expect that Lee Shinran was such a shameless woman. I really looked away before. Shocked. The name of the handsome man of the comic show turned out to be called Shinfan. Street interview, comic show handsome guy said. Next time, he must sleep with blockhand female netizen. This is much more popular than a traffic star. If you don't go to fix the air conditioner, you won't be able to earn 1,000 exchange value. Shinfan heard, good guy, not to go cannot. So, Shinfan casually returned a message. He just casually accepted a short street interview. Actually immediately was hung to the first hot search, and 7 or 8 hot searches were arranged for him in a row. Shinfan didn't even think about it and directly exchanged his talent, super repairer. Ding dong. After that, Shinfan directly entered the neighborhood. Casually going out for a stroll could be on the hot search. Ding dong dong. Crap. I suddenly realized that the handsome guy Shinfan just now, isn't he the handsome guy from Comic-Con who was on the hot search yesterday? The viewers inside her live broadcast room, on the other hand, were envious, jealous, and in all kinds of moods, because Lee Shinran was too proactive. Shinfan was even a bit skeptical that she would have an unclean body. There was already a hidden trend of all the people chasing after the star. Lee Shinran's mouth couldn't close with joy and almost fainted with happiness. 1,000 exchange value was $1 billion in cash. You go and do an AIDS test first. Then send me the results and I'll think about it. Moreover, last night, when Shinfan was live broadcasting, he collected 20 million gifts in 2 hours, and the hot search was hanging above Weibo until now. How could Shinfan not expect that these self-media headlines were so exaggerated? Redemption successful. Lee Shinran, good brother. You just need people to come over. No need to bring a condom. I can take medicine. Lee Shinran, hubby, say something. I can do any position. After arriving at the door of room 3301, Shinfan quickly started knocking on the door, and inside the room, 2 beautiful girls were arguing in a whisper. SSS. It was the hottest time of the summer, and the temperature inside was as high as 40 degrees. Without air conditioning, it could heat people up so much that they couldn't sleep. Even if one kept showering, within a few minutes, one would be hot and sweaty. At this moment, Si Yen and Song Zhongyi were both covered in sweat. Even though they were only wearing 3-point swimsuits, they still couldn't stand the heat. At this moment, outside, Shinfan was already knocking on the door. But inside the house, Si Yen kept complaining, good girlfriend, how many times have I told you, don't send messages to the landlord. She had just walked out from inside the bedroom and immediately captured Shinfan's gaze with a large, wonderful, snow-white view of her chest. I really like you so much, please be my husband. But even so, Si Yan's current outfit was still hot and attractive. After saying that, Song Zhongyi wanted to pounce on Shinfan again. Si Yen was afraid that Shinfan would take advantage of her to take less advantage of her. And if it wasn't for the fact that Si Yen was a bit shy, she would have hated to take off all her clothes. Then, because the weather is too hot, after the two put on the clothes, forehead, face, all red, sweating, which opened the door to Shinfan. A few minutes later, the 2 little girls finally changed their 3-point swimsuits into t-shirts for summer. But Song Zhongyi was also helpless. Good sister, the weather is so hot, and our 2 girls don't know how to fix the air conditioner. So if we don't call out to the landlord, we can't call out to the maintenance master outside, right? Before, the reason why Si Yen wore clothes with a lot of fabric was because she was afraid of being taken advantage of by people, afraid of people looking at her a few more times. But, I've regretted it all night, so please forgive me. Si Yen and Song Zhongyi were both a bit impatient, and their tone of voice was also exasperated. There was only very little fabric, revealing a large area of snow white. Besides, what Song Zhongyi said does make sense. Originally, after Si Yen saw that the landlord was Shinfan, the handsome man from the comic show, he regretted it on the spot. How could he not expect that his handsome face was actually so amazing? So you're that big netizen Si Yan's staff? No wonder, it looks so familiar. Then, she had only just gotten a good look at Shinfan's handsome face, and immediately her eyes widened and she almost fainted with regret. Song Zhongyi, on the other hand, also walked to the door with a look of disgust. Shinfan was naturally in a happy mood as he looked at such an eye-pleasing beauty. Hello, my name is Shinfan. Shinfan knocked for several minutes. No one inside said anything. Shinfan was a bit irritated. Is there anyone inside the house? Didn't you say the air conditioner was broken? Calling me over and not opening the door for me. What do you mean? Also, don't call me husband. I'm single. My god, you're that Comic-Con hottie? Hissy, hubby, Woo woo. However, she had only just finished speaking when she saw Chin Fan standing in the doorway. In their opinion, both of them were extremely beautiful beauty girls, and on weekdays, there were more than enough boys pursuing them. Chin Fan was looking dumbfounded, and also let the more beautiful that beautiful girl took the initiative to change the clothes to clothes with less fabric. Song Zongyi painstakingly persuaded her several times before Si-Ton-yen reluctantly agreed. It was able to make the two girls immediately change their faces, although they were both strange men. But the landlord was so rich, the quality must be a little higher than the maintenance master outside, and the threat to the two girls was a little less. Then, Chin Fan teased her a few times before he remembered something. Instead of letting the outside maintenance master in, it would be better to let the landlord in. Handsome guy, how are you? My name is Si-Ton-yen. I'm a 3 million fans net read above Douyin. Not to mention that Si-Ton-yen is also a Douyin 3 million fans of the female net read, usually licked by the fans accustomed to. A little mistemper is also very normal. 386-6166-211. Stop squabbling. When we get dressed, we'll open the door for you. She regretted that she shouldn't have worn such thick clothes and shouldn't have defended Chin Fan as a bad man. After Chin Fan finished speaking, he used a little bit of strength to push out the little girl in his arms. Woo woo. Song Zongyi's eyes turned red. Hubby, how can you talk like this? I know. Yesterday when you were changing clothes in the Comic-Con locker room, I shouldn't have urged you to come out quickly. How are you? Letting the maintenance man outside in is way more dangerous than the landlord. Good guy. Song Zongyi excited her fast-falling tears. Wuxia rushed out, flung into Chin Fan's arms a burst of woo-woo. It was a blessing for the landlord to have the landlord fix the air conditioner for the two beautiful maidens. Moreover, we can put our clothes on for a while and hold on for a while. When he fixes the air conditioner, we won't have to be hot in our clothes. It couldn't be helped. The weather was so hot. It was just impossible to stay up without an air conditioner. Chin Fan frowned and said, "What do you mean? Do I know you?" After opening the door, Si-Ton-yen was still a little bit grumpy, dissatisfied. Keep knocking on the door. Keep knocking on the door. You're so annoying. This handsome face can be too useful. The landlord is a man. The two of us are wearing so little. Letting him come in to fix the air conditioner, isn't it just letting him take advantage of us for nothing? Only then did Chin Fan recognize Song Zongyi. Chin Fan was immediately puzzled. Song Zongyi was a bit embarrassed and her face turned red. No, wasn't the other girl who opened the door just now? Where did she go? I didn't see her for a while and she ran out of sight? So it only took a minute for Si-Ton-yen to run from the doorway to the inside of the bedroom, changing her original t-shirt with more fabric into a revealing dress with very little fabric. Good guy. Chin Fan hurriedly reached out his hand and pressed her head, then lifted her head up and looked at it for a while before Chin Fan reacted. But now, he remembered that just now, it was two girls who opened the door for her together. How come one was suddenly missing? Then, when Chin Fan entered the inside of the house, he realized what was going on. Alright, we're getting dressed. Knock knock knock. As a result, after seeing clearly that it was Chin Fan's, Song Zongyi's mouth opened wide in surprise. Chin Fan had just finished shouting, and an impatient voice soon came out from inside. Then, Chin Fan teased, "Yesterday, when you urged me to come out from inside the locker room, you weren't this well behaved. Ah, as I remember, you had a fierce tone at that time." Even though she was hot and her clothes were almost naked, Si-Ton-yen still didn't want to let a strange man enter her room. At the same time, Song Zongyi also hurriedly came up and said, "My name is Song Zongyi. I'm her good best friend." Si-Ton-yen had a red face and held out her chest, afraid that Chin Fan would think she had small breasts. After saying that, Song Zongyi also glared at Si-Ton-yen with an exasperated look, meaning, "Good best friend? How can you steal my husband from me? Moreover, when did you change your clothes? It doesn't matter if you wear such a sexy dress. You didn't even tell me?" Song Zongyi was dying of anger. "We agreed to work together to prevent perverts. Why did you start welcoming perverts? SSS. Right. Handsome. Do you want ice cream? I'll go get it for you." Si-Ton-yen's eyes were shining brightly, staring at Chin Fan like a nymphomaniac. Chin Fan shook his head and said, "No, let's fix the air conditioner first, or else we're going to die of heat later." He was right. The high temperature of 40 degrees inside the room was indeed dying of heat. Moreover, there was no fan inside Si-Ton-yen's room. It was sweltering like an iron furnace. Chin Fan only came in for a while, and he was sweating profusely. It was only then that Si-Ton-yen reacted to the fact that Chin Fan, a handsome man, had come here to fix the air conditioner, not to cultivate a relationship with her. So, Si-Ton-yen could only smile awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, I almost forgot the main thing. You get busy first. When you finish fixing the air conditioner, I'll treat you to dinner at night." "No way? You are so handsome. Isn't it easy to find a job? How could there be no job? But it was different now. She was instantly on the verge of dying of shame. Even for $1 billion in cash, Chin Fan had to lower his stance and coax her for once. It only took a few minutes to fix the air conditioner, which was too fast. They didn't expect that Chin Fan, the big handsome guy, wasn't just handsome, but his skill in fixing the air conditioner was also so good. So, Chin Fan then raised the corners of his mouth, and in an extremely magnetic voice, he doted on her and said, "Miss Sister, how do you want me to make it up to you?" Si Tong Yen and Song Zoni all looked dumbfounded. Her suspicions were justified. At this moment, Si Tong Yen and Song Zoni also remembered that Chin Fan had opened a live broadcast last night and earned a lot of money, and her face was so red that it was about to drip water. Even the roots of her ears were red. Chin Fan couldn't help but want to laugh after hearing this. Afterwards, he took the screwdriver and quickly stood on top of the table and started to repair the air conditioner. After Chin Fan finished his words, he instantly made these two beautiful girls irrefutable. Then, Chin Fan stretched out his hand and quickly removed the short-circuited wire, cut off the burnt part, and reconnected the wiring. "You didn't even thank me properly last night. I'm angry." As a result, Chin Fan laughed. "I'm not an air conditioner repairer. I'm a hobo with no job." Then, Si Tong Yen clamped and twisted her big long legs, shyly for a while, before she delicately said, "Can you take a more intimate photo with me?" "Fixed it so quickly?" Song Zon-e, this BFF. "I'm looking for a job to make money, but I have so much money inside my card that I can't spend it all." Chin Fan is on a mission. Song Zon-e was drooling with envy beside her, poking her arm at her bestie's waist and whispering, "Such a good opportunity. You have to seize it." A wave of cool air came over the room, causing everyone in the room to be refreshed. Chin Fan casually responded and did not take it seriously. The air conditioner remote control just turned on the cooling mode. The air conditioner soon began to buzz work. The drop. The advice given is also too shameful. "Handsome, how are you so good?" Even ordinary air conditioning repair masters were not as fast as Chin Fan in dealing with faults. But the problem was, Si Tong Yen couldn't say such embarrassing words. This technique was too powerful. As she spoke, Si Tong Yen's little mouth pouted, angry and cute at the same time. In no time, Chin Fan removed the air conditioner shell, and then with his gift of super repairman, he quickly discovered the cause of the air conditioner's failure. Where else do you need to go to work? 38. 6. 166. 211. Song Zoni couldn't help but ask, "Handsome man, what kind of work do you do?" It wouldn't be an air conditioning repair master, right? In the end, Si Tong Yen was still more reserved. After all, Chin Fan is so handsome. There is no lack of women like. Even if Si Tong Yen angry, Chin Fan do not have to apologize, do not have to coax her happy. Si Tong Yen and Song Zoni all froze for a moment. That way, you can stick to him forever. Moreover, Si Tong Yen remembered that last night, she had also spent $20,000 to give Chin Fan a governor. Although she did do it for the sake of Si Tong Yen, it was so that she could let Si Tong Yen take Chin Fan, this big handsome guy, down completely. The reward for the mission was 1,000 points of exchange value, which could be exchanged for $1 billion in cash. After saying that, Si Tong Yen looked at Chin Fan with an expectant face like a pitiful kitten. "Since I have more money than I can spend, why do I still need to look for a job? Why do I still need to be a slave for others? Like a good baby?" Si Tong Yen nodded her head repeatedly and hurriedly followed Chin Fan's words and pressed the air conditioner plug on. Si Tong Yen just slightly fantasized about the scene where Chin Fan made her belly bigger. "Miss C, please press the plug on and turn on the air conditioner to see if it's fixed. Hurry up and let him sleep with you and knock you up. Woo, okay?" And her $20,000, only in exchange for Chin Fan, "Thank you." Si Tong Yen sent the governor, really let her angry. Like Chin Fan, with a glance, he could see which one of the lines was faulty from inside the dense wiring, and he was able to reconnect the wires. "That is, you give me a kiss." When Si Tong Yen heard such a magnetic man's voice, her little heart flutter beat faster. The wires short-circuited. Chin Fan stood on the table, holding the air conditioner casing and said, "You have to make it up to me. Now." After Si Tong Yen remembered what happened last night, she beamed her little mouth and said with dissatisfaction, "Chin Fan, when you were live broadcasting last night, I also put you on a $20,000 governor. It was so much better than the dead mansions, white collars, and coders. That's why Song Zoni asked that." Then, Chin Fan faintly said, "Because I didn't have to look for a job." Then, take the kissing moment and film it. Now, the air conditioner was repaired, but the task was delayed, which meant that Si Tong Yen hadn't truly fallen in love with Chin Fan yet. The system task was to fix the air conditioner and capture the female tenant's favor. These days, There were very few young boys and girls inside the city center who could fix electrical appliances. Shin Fan thought to himself, there were many rich women who gave me gifts last night, and some of them smashed $200,000 of gifts in a few minutes. And didn't I thank them? In the past, Shin Fan definitely would not have taken the trouble to coax Sidong-yen, nor would he have compensated her. Ding dong dong. Ha, a hobo? Shin Fan was right. He really didn't need to look for a job. He had close to $1 billion in cash inside his card. The interest in a year could be tens of millions of dollars, which was higher than other people's lifelong salary. In addition, Shin Fan is so handsome, casually open a live broadcast, can receive tens of millions of gifts. There are countless rich women, girls crying and begging to give him money, give him brush gifts. She was never able to say have a child together or something too shameful. She squirmed for half a day, and eventually only wanted a kissing photo. Shin Fan thought about it and said, yes, SSS. To be able to kiss such a cute beauty like Sidong-yen, Shin Fan was still quite willing. After all, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Besides, kissing wasn't like giving birth to a child. It didn't touch Shin Fan's bottom line. Moreover, as long as he kissed with Sidong-yen, he would be able to complete the mission and earn 1 billion cash worth of exchange points. It was equivalent to one kiss and earning 1 billion cash. No matter who it was, they would definitely agree to this request. At the same time, Shin Fan's kissing photo with Sidong-yen spread throughout the country. If he doesn't find a girlfriend, my wife is going to sell my house to go after him. Ooh. Shin Fan smiled slightly and thought, this niece is too good to take down. Although, after Shin Fan's kissing photos were released, there were still a small number of young women who did not die and came to Shin Fan's city, continuing to fantasize about chasing Shin Fan into their hands. Shin Fan was not interested in her at all. Ooh, how can he be so cold? In no time, the comments section of Sidong-yen's Douyin account was occupied by countless jealous young ladies. Ding-a-ling bell. Shin Fan smiled faintly and left their room after saying that. Then, Sidong-yen, on the other hand, closed her eyes nervously, like a wife waiting for her husband to pamper her body on her wedding night. The corners of her sweet mouth lifted up. She was never expecting that the most handsome boy in the world would actually kiss her. Damnable Sidong-yen, actually stealing my future boyfriend. I'm going to go to Douyin to scold her. Sorry, I'm not such a casual guy. Wife, come back soon. Let's live a good life. Don't go looking for Shin Fan, okay? It's just a pity that, half an hour later, the number of comments had even skyrocketed to a staggering 4 million. There was an old saying that was particularly good. Just as this group of young women and wives got off the airplane and carried their luggage to Shin Fan's city to look for him, the photo she had just taken of Sidong-yen kissing Shin Fan was posted online with a whoosh. This demonic handsome guy finally has a girlfriend. She was truly enamored with Shin Fan's face value, attracted by Shin Fan's handsome appearance, and couldn't wait to give her body to Shin Fan. Song Zongyi's hard heart clenched. The number of comments instantly skyrocketed from over 3,000 to 300,000. In an instant, his wife is clearly me. How can he kiss other bad women without anyone to coax Song Zongyi? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. In less than half an hour, the top 3 hot searches all turned into Shin Fan's lace news. Today, it's the first day of the release of the Immortal Sword movie that our company spent $1 billion on. There were more fans than even Sidong-yen. Shin Fan's name once again rushed to the hot search. Ooh, I'm so lucky. I was actually kissed by such a handsome little brother. I'm going to die. I can't forget him for the rest of my life. Since he has a girlfriend, I can call my wife too. Even if it was less than a second. It still made her eyes red with happiness and her tears couldn't help but fall. Online, countless gay men began to call their wives. If at this time, Sidong-yen, as a good best friend, could coax her, maybe Song Zongyi would soon get better. At the same time, countless gay men on the internet all patted their chests and sighed in relief after seeing Shin Fan and Sidong-yen's kissing photos. Seeing that the task had been completed, Shin Fan was too lazy to continue kissing others. Ding dong. After saying that, Song Zongyi raised her sweet little face, closed her eyes, and put on an appearance of being at the mercy of the king. Ooh, how did my husband cheat on me? A handsome man who is rare to meet in 5,000 years. His girlfriend is actually Douyin netizen Sidong-yen. The duo's sweet kissing photos leaked. Come and watch strongly. System 38 6 166 211. At the same time, inside the conference room of Perfect Star Making Company, a group of entertainment industry practitioners who were professional star makers all had their faces turned ugly. Just like this, without realizing it, Shin Fan had managed to escape a crisis. Although Shin Fan was once again on the hot search and was misunderstood to have a girlfriend. I'm so envious. Ooh. Countless rich women and countless wonderful girls were instantly heartbroken after seeing the kissing photos. Moreover, because of the small number of people The security guards in the neighborhood were able to handle it. Their wives, on the other hand, had long ago bought air tickets and flew to the super first-tier big city where Fan was. Please, kiss me to death. It was a blessing in disguise. He got rid of the embarrassing situation of being madly pursued by countless young women and wives. Even if the neighborhood security guards were able to resist, they couldn't carry so many young women. The wonderful feeling made Si Tongyan's head go boom, almost fainting in happiness. Good guy. Don't believe you look at the first hot search. Fan's kiss photos are released. I'm crying to death. A touch is gone. Si Tongyan really can't help it. Whoosh rushed over, hugged Fan's legs, begged, handsome brother, you also kiss me, okay? I can give you money, but, he doesn't even give me a second. I'm so sad. Whoosh. Wife, come back. Fan already has a girlfriend. Si Tongyan was happy to the extreme, and her soft body was as if she was instantly drained of all her strength, becoming soft and limp, paralyzed inside Fan's embrace. Otherwise, if tens of thousands of married young women came over all at once, frantically pursuing Fan. However, Si Tongyan had just been kissed by Fan, and her head was in a daze until now, still immersed in sweet fantasies. However, Fan was also lucky enough to defuse a crisis. Even if Si Tongyan's 3 million fans were all brain-damaged fans, she couldn't withstand the frantic attacks of tens of millions of just fell out of love ladies. She kept holding her finger in her mouth, drooling and dripping on the ground. This caused Song Zong-yi's mood to drop to the bottom of the ditch. Shocking, a handsome guy from the comic show actually has a girlfriend? In a short while, Si Tongyan's comments section couldn't be controlled, and all of them turned into kindly greet her health girl comments. However, the number of people was already much smaller. After Fan went out, Song Zong-yi's tears of frustration fell. Obviously it only took a second to give me a kiss, so Fan threw Song Zong-yi aside with a gentle push. How about 100,000 once? Their phones all rang, so after Fan agreed, he quickly lowered his head and rushed to kiss Si Tongyan's mouth. It wouldn't cause too much trouble in Fan's life anymore. I'll go too. Together. Reward 1,000 points of exchange value. Meanwhile, Song Zong-yi was beside him and was going crazy with envy. I don't want to wear a cuckold. Please. There was a barf sound. Congratulations to the host. Mission completed. As a result, after smashing $10 million in marketing expenses, you can't even get the number 1 hot search? Or even the second, third, fourth, and fifth hot searches? SSS. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the Immortal Sword movie starring our company's top traffic star, Battle, can't even compare to a wildly popular Netflix hottie? Quickly notify the PR department to spray this Fan to death. Dare to go against our company? We must let him see the power of capital and stink him up. The president of Perfect Star Creation Company sent out a message that no matter what, Fan's reputation must be stigmatized. Even if he used the Water Army to slander and create rumors, he had to scold Fan to the bone. The Water Armies were paid to do their work, and naturally, their fighting strength was extremely strong. Even Si Tongyan and Song Zong-yi were desperately trying to help Fan explain. In the comments section, countless female fans had tears falling down their eyes, feeling that they had been cheated by Fan's feelings. At the same time, there were also quite a few cosplayers who had participated in the Comic-Con with Fan, who also took the initiative to help Fan explain. In particular, inside the comments section of the Weibo for the promotion of the Immortal Sword movie starring Battle Warrior, there were comments about Fan everywhere. On top of the posting bar, Weibo, Small Sweet Potato and other forums, rumor articles about Fan soon began to appear. Then, more and more people who didn't know the truth were wrapped up and deceived by these water armies, gradually turning into Fan's black fans. With this looks, it's better not to be a traffic star. Shame on you. So many people on the internet are calling you a liar, saying that you're a waist cutter, and an ugly one with pee pictures. So hurry up and respond. Even under the post related to Fan's kissing photo with Si Tongyan, there were quite a few water armies frantically brushing comments, frantically attacking Fan's face value and looks as being PD, not Fan's real looks. At first, there were quite a few people who helped Fan speak and fought with that group of water armies. The majority of the male compatriots on the other hand were glad that Fan was an ugly man, so that they could finally get their girlfriends and wives to come back to them. The Public Relations Department of Perfect Star Entertainment, in order to regain popularity and also to save the reputation of Battle, quickly spent a lot of money to buy a large number of water armies, and began to splash Fan with dirty water all over the internet. Even if Battle puts on makeup, pee drawings, plastic surgery, are not as handsome as Fan's face. Looking at the internet, there were countless Fan's relatives, friends, neighbors, classmates, friends, classmates, 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 all said in unison that Chin Fan is a liar. Said Chin Fan is an ugly monster. Chin Fan, you quickly come out and respond. However, the number of people who knew the truth and had actually seen Chin Fan was too few and far between. Regardless of whether Chin Fan had done it intentionally or unintentionally, it had caused a great impact on Perfect Entertainment Star Making Entertainment, causing their promotion and distribution expenses to almost go down the drain. If you keep playing dead, we're going to report you. Now, seeing that many people on the internet said that Chin Fan's photos and videos were all PD, and that the real Chin Fan was an ugly monster, many fans immediately jumped back and started to frantically discredit Chin Fan's comments section. The reason why they hated Chin Fan so much was mainly because Chin Fan's popularity was too high, even higher than their company's main promotional traffic star battle. Just this? This is a first-tier ancient costume traffic star battle? The face value is not even a tenth of Chin Fan's. Your family's battle is really no good. Her face value is completely abused by Chin Fan. All the photos and videos that Chin Fan posted online were of his plain face appearance, and with just his plain face, he was able to make people swoon and be so handsome that they couldn't breathe. As more and more water armies came down, many netizens also began to gradually be brought off their rhythm by them. Everyone don't be led off the rhythm by the water army. Chin Fan is very handsome inside reality. On the B station, Chin Fan's account that was just registered yesterday already had 5 million fans. 386-166-211. I heard that he was cutting waste in Myanmar before, specializing in tricking domestic fans to travel abroad and work for him as cattle and horses. In the comments section, there had been people speaking in Chin Fan's favor. I saw Chin Fan when he attended the Comic-Con. He's really so handsome and handsome. There's no way he's ugly. All in all, Perfect Star Creation Entertainment Company's tactics were very underhanded, and they were simply trying to push Chin Fan to the brink of extinction. If your company has some brains, hurry up and go invite Chin Fan over to be a star. Most of these fans were the face value fans that Chin Fan had danced in during his live broadcast last night. And the reason why they were paying attention to Chin Fan was because they were salivating over Chin Fan's handsome face. All of them began to turn their guns and launch their attacks towards Chin Fan. I have a friend who was the granddaughter of Chin Fan's nephew's aunt next door to Mr. 1. She personally told me that. Absolutely true. Lying to my feelings? You're so hateful. For a while, many netizens couldn't tell the truth. And this group of water armies cooperated with each other, complimented each other, and made up the black information as if it were true. In less than a few hours, the internet was already flooded with millions of negative information about Chin Fan. Moreover, the photos and videos about Chin Fan on the internet, all of them have beauty face on and P drawings. The real world Chin Fan is ugly as hell. This battle warrior, who mainly operated on the track of ancient costume handsome man, mainly acted in male type of rubbish costume dramas, which was used to attract fans and make them throw money at him. Soon, the Roadrunner fans were beaten up and unable to speak. I didn't expect that I'd be cheated by you. Oh. You ugly bastard. Compensate me for my gift money. Moreover, Perfect Star Creation Entertainment Company also gave training to this group of water armies, allowing them to take scripts prepared in advance and cooperate with each other to smear Chin Fan together. Now, Chin Fan has become popular with a cosplay photo of the ancient warrior type Liu, which has stolen most of the traffic from Battle Warrior. How can he compete with so many paid mercenaries? Even if someone helps Chin Fan to explain, soon will be surrounded by water army, scolding until they cannot bear. Delete the post. When Chin Fan was interviewed on the street, I happened to be on the side of the road and saw him. He is very handsome in his real face. He really didn't lie. Or, directly send them money. Let them receive money to be a water army. Do you guys know? The recent hot Comic-Con handsome guy Chin Fan has even broken the law before and squatted in jail. But the problem was, those water armies were all paid off. What they didn't know was that Chin Fan didn't even picture or turn on his beauty face, and he didn't even put on any makeup. Inside the comments section of the movie starring Battle Warrior, there were all such mocking voices. However, there was also Zhao Bingling, the B-Station up who had previously passed out from Chin Fan's handsomeness at the top of the Comic-Con and had been woken up by Chin Fan through a massage, also helping to explain. Moreover, from the very beginning, Perfect Star Creation Entertainment Company didn't believe that Chin Fan was a vegetarian, and didn't believe that in this world, there was such a perfectly handsome man like Chin Fan. Only unfortunately, they were wrong. SSS. They had underestimated Chin Fan's face value and the degree of Chin Fan's handsomeness. Even after smashing heavy money and bribing so many water armies, it was useless. Chin Fan quickly started to fight back. Ding dong. At 2 in the afternoon, Chin Fan was lying down for a nap inside the house when the system suddenly started to release tasks to him. Although Si Tong Yen wasn't too old, having just turned 18, but as a Douyin 3 million netizen, she had long been used to this kind of smearing tactics. Inside Chin Fan's live broadcast screen, there wasn't a hint of a spatial distortion mold. When the time comes, please ask your friends in Nanshan City to come over and spectate. Your special concern up Chin Fan has turned on the live broadcast. The moment Chin Fan turned on the live broadcast, countless young girls' cell phones received message alerts. Whether it's true or not, we'll see offline. Ding ding ding. Chin Fan's live broadcast had just opened, and immediately, countless water armies, fans, black fans, passers-by, melon eaters, and so on, immediately flooded into the live broadcast room. I've also seen Chin Fan in reality. He's a handsome mess, and he's very handsome in his plain face. He doesn't need a picture at all. From the time he woke up from his sleep until now, the live streaming camera had always been aimed at his face. Chin Fan's words were sent over, and Si Tongyen and Song Zongyi were touched and rooted to the core. Mission reward, 1,000 exchange value. However, seeing that Chin Fan was being smeared like this, Song Zongyi subconsciously and still worried about Chin Fan, and wanted to join forces with Si Tongyen to explain to Chin Fan, what's cyber violence? Chin Fan thanked inside the live broadcast. The money inside the hands of female users is fixed and limited. As long as they spend it on Chin Fan, they don't have money to spend on other traffic stars. And as always, Chin Fan's handsome face had charmed thousands of young girls, mesmerizing countless female fans. Just wait, no matter how much money you drop on the water army, I'll make you lose your money. But now, the viewers with a little bit of brains would not continue to scold Chin Fan. Good sister, let's give him some gifts, get a waking message, and help him explain? In the live broadcast room, Chin Fan had already started to prove his innocence. Even when Chin Fan was washing his face and brushing his teeth, he had been live streaming. There must be someone behind this. Please ask the host to open the live broadcast and prove his innocence. So many people attacked me? Rumor mongering about me? Looking at the comments that were all over the internet, everywhere, smearing and attacking him, Chin Fan was instantly infuriated and laughed. This was because they realized that Chin Fan was really keeping the camera on all the time, live streaming his face and hair washing. After saying that, Chin Fan immediately turned on the live broadcast, ready to prove his innocence. On the other hand, Si Tongyen frowned and said, Chin Fan is so handsome, as long as he shows his face, he will soon attract countless female fans, making female fans actively send him gifts and money. All the viewers who had seen the live broadcast of Beauty Face, Fake, and P-Picture knew that the Beauty Face video would produce a strange feeling of space distortion, which could be recognized at a glance. It can't be. It is with those big companies sent into conflict, right? Chin Fan also sent a message to the two of them. Thank you, but don't spend any more money. Your salary for a year is not as much as my interest for a day. Confused, he had no idea what was happening. Detected that the host has suffered from cyber violence. Immediately issue a new mission. I'm Si Tongyen. I've seen Chin Fan with my own eyes. He's really handsome. 38. 6. 166. 211. The name of the live broadcast room is Prove Yourself Innocent. Especially within just a few minutes, Chin Fan revealed both the image of a sleepy beautiful boy and a cold handsome man at the same time, instantly capturing the hearts of countless young girls and making them even more infatuated with Chin Fan. Song Zongyi huffed and puffed. Who wants his money? I want him to be my husband. I don't want his money. That's why she was able to see the truth first and hit the nail on the head. At first, there were people shouting money back. Liar, karma waste of bad people. In the live broadcast room, Si Tongyen and Song Zongyi's eye-catching message hung at the top of the screen. Very conspicuous. When washing his face, it was also determined that Chin Fan hadn't turned on his beauty face at all. And inside the bathroom, everything was normal, without a single bit of beauty effect. In half an hour, I will be driving to Garden Square in the center of Nanshan City. This huge contrast caused countless young girls in the live broadcast room to look straight in the eyes. Although Song Zongyi was envious of Si Tongyen kissing Chin Fan, her heart was sour. Then, when he unlocked the screen of his phone, opened Weibo and swiped the hot search, Chin Fan realized what was going on. But what about Chin Fan? Is this also going to cyber violence me? Inside the live broadcast room, countless people were paying attention to the scene. After saying that, Chin Fan then directly opened the live broadcast and started to pack up his things. After washing his face, Chin Fan quickly turned into an iceberg handsome man with an overwhelming temperament and a cold aura emanating from his body. Chin Fan had only just opened the live broadcast when he realized that these two beautiful girls in the next room had spent money to explain to him. Chin Fan was still quite touched. Sister C, you say, did Chin Fan offend someone? Why is he suddenly being hacked so much? Especially after Chin Fan had washed his face. There was an extra charming sense of contrast. Because he wanted to prove his innocence this time, Chin Fan had been on live broadcast. Is it so hard to take a nap in this summer? Chin Fan was instantly confused. Afterwards, Chin Fan picked up his cell phone and transferred $10,000 to tenant Si Tongyan and tenant Songzoni on his Weixin friends list. Thanks to these two young ladies for helping me explain. Thank you very much. Songzoni was very worried that Chin Fan had gotten into trouble with a very powerful company, and even more worried that Chin Fan had been blocked online. And those traffic stars, the basic disc are all female users. After Songzoni heard this, he was even more worried. Chin Fan is just an ordinary person. Where can he fight the big companies in the entertainment industry? This time, he might really be in trouble. Previously, when Chin Fan had just opened his live broadcast, he was a kind of sleepy-eyed beautiful boy with his hair a little messy. I live in the super first-tier city, Nanshan City. Friends in Nanshan City, you can come over to find me offline and see with your own eyes to see if I'm a handsome man. And Chin Fan's means of proving his innocence was simple. At the same time, Si Tongyan and Songzoni also entered the live broadcasting room with worried faces. Si Tongyan frowned and said, "This Chin Fan, he's really straight." Chin Fan was still napping when he received the mission. That's why I think that Chin Fan being smeared is bound to happen. Sooner or later. Only by stinking up Chin Fan, those traffic stars can stabilize their basics and continue to make big money. Si Tongyan smiled and said, "Of course, soon." The two of them spent $10,000 each and swiped the most expensive eye-catching messages inside Chin Fan's live broadcasting room. So handsome. Ooh. Before washing his hair it was the cute model of a neighboring brother, making me suddenly have the urge to turn into a horny girl big sister. SSS. But after he washed his hair, he instantly regained his icy temperament, making people not dare to get close to, can only look at him from afar. This contrast can be so mesmerizing. Love it. If I can bring him home, I'll be too happy at night. I want to be bullied by him so hard. The girls in the live broadcast room just slightly fantasized about the wonderful life after taking Chin Fan home, and it instantly made them feel something. At the same time, the head of the public relations department of Perfect Star Creation Entertainment Company, Zhang Yimiao, was also staring at Chin Fan's live broadcast room. Zhang Yimiao was a woman who was 30 years old and had never found a suitable man to marry. When it came to this, it was really quite helpless, and even at $100,000 a night, to be honest, the price was on the low side. People who can afford to buy a house for $14 million will not drive a $100,000 car. However, what the security guard did not expect was that Chin Fan was indeed a resident of the surrounding neighborhood. It could be said that all the residents living in the neighborhood were rich people worth tens of millions of dollars. Buddy. As for the flowers and plants inside the square, there were even more. Not only were they eye-pleasing, but the air was also fresh. The first reason was because there were just too many girls who sent private messages to Chin Fan every day. Millions of private messages a day. Where could Chin Fan read them? Even though she was now in a hostile relationship with Chin Fan, she was still mesmerized by Chin Fan's handsome face and her eyes went wide. However, on the other hand, Zhang Yimiao also secretly sent private messages to Chin Fan. Of course, the house prices around the plaza were also ridiculously expensive. A few $100,000, a few million in the area. Where could Chin Fan look at it? And Chin Fan's live broadcast of self-evidence had come to a critical moment. The security guard's temper is quite big. Chin Fan was a bit helpless. It had to be said that Zhang Yimiao was still very vicious. In this city center where every inch of land was gold, it was rare to be able to set aside such a large piece of land to build a large square. In a word, make sure to make him stink. For a while, even Zhang Yimiao, the villainous woman, was almost turned against water by a handsome face of Chin Fan. After saying that, the security guard directly stood in the middle of the road, dead set on preventing Chin Fan from entering the parking lot. Many people in the live broadcast room began to be skeptical. Moreover, the car that Chin Fan drove was too shabby and cheap, completely unlike the luxury cars that the tycoons in the city center drove inside their homes. Now that Chin Fan was driving a 100,000 miscellaneous car into the parking lot, even the security guard of the parking lot couldn't help but spit out a comment. A square meter would have to start at 200,000. The garden parking lot can only park the cars of the residents of the surrounding neighborhoods. And your shitty car looks like it's a poor guy from the suburbs 100 kilometers away. Anchor, you didn't just find a random suburban parking lot to fool us, did you? Then, after regaining his senses, Zhang Yimiao immediately sent orders to the PR department under his command. Continue to throw money at the water army and scold him. There were many rich women who sent messages to Chin Fan, wanting to buy Chin Fan for a night. Only, Chin Fan was not interested in any of them. It's normal that you can't get into the parking lot when you're driving such a cheap used car. Chin Fan had already driven his car to the garden plaza in the city center. The garden square was the most popular place in the city center and the famous landscape of the entire city. You hurry up and get out. Don't let me blow you out. As for $1 million a night, there were a dozen rich women who could afford it. That's why the audience suspected that Chin Fan was lying to them, and suspected that Chin Fan was now in the suburbs, driving a cheap used car and acting with the parking lot security in the suburbs. $100,000 could only be considered a moderately low price, and there were a few thousand rich women who offered this price. In this world, there really is such a handsome man? But he was right. The surrounding area was full of luxury houses. Even a small house of 70 square meters would cost 14 million a set. It was impossible for him to go out with a real estate license with him, right? It was a pity that Chin Fan would definitely not return Zhang Yimiao's message. To be precise, compared to him, Battle is not even a man. 38. 6. 166. 211. When I went to buy a car, I was slightly fooled and immediately became an ingrate and bought a cheap used car. $500,000 a night was only moderately high, and more than 70 rich women had quoted the price. Handsome guy, sister, I'm rich. Are you interested in accompanying me for a night? Another expected reply. Moreover, Chin Fan had more than one house under his name. He had a full 4 houses under his name. But, are you sure this is really a garden square? All of them were left to him by the previous owner's parents. If Chin Fan did a random system mission, he would be rewarded with 1,000 exchange value, which could be exchanged for 1 billion in cash. So where else would Chin Fan need to sell his body? Then, there was also a huge square that covered an area of 2,000 square meters, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people partying together. As for why this car is so broken and so cheap, you only drove for 3 minutes. How can you drive to the city center? The security guard mocked. Just you? With this $100,000 broken car of yours, can you afford a $10 million house in the neighborhood? Don't you have any idea in your heart? If you can afford the neighboring mansions, I'll take off my head and kick it as a ball for you. Even though she was now 90% sure that she could determine that Chin Fan was really a naturally beautiful handsome man, she still had to use every means to smear Chin Fan. The gap is also too big. The price is good. This was because this was a square that was truly devoid of any commercial buildings. Zhang Yimiao hurriedly shook his head and forced his sanity. After Zhang Yimiao secretly sent a message to Chin Fan, she suddenly felt like she was a dozen years younger in an instant. Back to her student days when she was like sending love letters to boys. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the former owner didn't have too much cash on hand, didn't like to go out, and didn't want to spend money on a car. Then, when he testifies against himself offline, send someone with a forged hospital plastic surgery book and go over to bring the beat. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. Zhang Yimiao, who is as old as a wolf and doesn't have a husband, has long been suffocating. How did you shamelessly drive in this $100,000 broken car? Therefore, Zhang Yimiao's private message was destined to go unanswered for the rest of his life. My God, Chin Fan rolled down the window, wearing a mask and sunglasses, and helplessly said, "Let me in. I'm really a resident inside the nearby neighborhood." $200,000 a night was only a medium price, and there were hundreds of rich women who had quoted the price. How about $100,000 a time? One could only say that the previous owner was a deadbeat and didn't know anything about cars. Dude, you're, ugh. Among them, there are several basketball courts and soccer fields, covering several acres of land. Disturbed. Anchor, how are you being taunted by the security guards? Ha ha ha. Concentrate your firepower first and attack him, for sure he has had plastic surgery. Suspecting that Chin Fan had only driven for 3 minutes, it was impossible for him to arrive at the garden plaza in the city center from the suburbs. And, having 2 different styles of handsome images at the same time? This handsome guy, he's so much stronger than the traffic star Battle that our company is heavily cultivating. Women in the entertainment industry, their hearts are really dark. However, soon, Chin Fan began to hit his face. SSS. I'm Chin Fan, the owner of the 33rd floor of Building A. I drove into the parking lot of Garden Plaza and was stopped by the security guard. Yes, all 4 houses on the 33rd floor are mine. You guys deal with this quickly, or I won't pay this year's $200,000 property fee, and I'll complain about your property company. Chin Fan made a phone call and directly called the neighborhood property. The property side of the district has the phone number of the owner, and naturally knows that Chin Fan is a rich man who owns 4 sets of houses. So the first time, the property immediately called the parking lot security. You damn. You are stupid? His car has long been registered. As long as he is allowed to drive a little closer, the parking lot barriers will actively recognize, automatically lift up, and let him in. As a result, you had to stop him outside? And Chin Fan wore a mask and hat, minimizing his face value and not drawing attention to himself, so he was spared a lot of unnecessary harassment. This owner bought 4 houses. Together, they are worth $80 million. What Shin Fan really wanted to show off was actually his handsome face value along with his unrivaled strength. Shin Fan just faintly responded and said no more. Foolish, handsome guy, please, can you give me an autograph? I can hug and lick it all night. Hundreds of nymphomaniac-like voices rang out, and countless paths of nymphomaniac-like women surrounded Shin Fan, leaving him unable to move a bit. Those in their teens, those in their 20s, and those in their 30s, there were all of them in all age groups. My God. For a moment, all the fans were shocked, and it was richer than many rich women in the live broadcast. To be fair, even a first-tier traffic star couldn't do this to the extent of Shin Fan. I remember, when Shin Fan was cosplaying at the Comic-Con, he wore the cheapest cosplay costume that was $200 a set from NCC. Just real estate. Has 4 sets of 20 million mansions? The house is worth 80 million. His card inside the cash is not more? The millions of viewers inside the live broadcast room were also seeing this kind of scene for the first time. Crap. Isn't Shin Fan a poor man? How did he suddenly become so rich? At the same time, hundreds of fans, anchors, and netizens, all drove their cars and came here. Aren't you that? The handsome guy from the Comic-Con who has been particularly hot recently? Even this kind of rich man you dare to offend? Hurry up and crawl. Don't work here anymore. You're fired. Even those successful men who were worth tens of millions of dollars had to exclaim, this dude is too handsome. Afterwards, the first captain hurriedly jogged and said with a smile and a fawning face, I'm sorry, Mr. Shin Fan. I'm really sorry. It's because we didn't do a good job. I've fired the security guards. Look, can you forgive us? The staff on the property side gave the security guard a scolding, and he couldn't even lift his head up. Shin Fan would have seen the countless pop-ups in the live broadcast, but Shin Fan just smiled slightly and didn't explain. Handsome, so handsome. Soon, Shin Fan parked his car and walked into the garden plaza. Just 4 sets of properties alone were worth $80 million. In no time, Shin Fan's side was surrounded by young women. It turns out that those posts on the internet attacking Shin Fan and smearing him are all fake. Just by showing his face, he was able to make the 80-year-old woman throw her crutches and walk as if she were flying. Hiss, where is this handsome man from? And all of these women are rich women and rich white women in the neighborhood who have seen countless handsome men and have high aesthetics to die for. At the same time, the head of the security brigade also hurriedly ran over, and after seeing the parking lot security guards, he went up to give them a scolding. I am a rich woman. My family has a mine. Can you marry me? If I can, I'll go back and get a divorce now. I'll live with you in peace in the future. Aha. 38. 6. 166. 211. Do you still want to do it? My God. I can't believe I'm seeing you here. I always thought he was a poor guy with no money and no job. This face value is also too exquisite. And his body is extremely good. Tall and thin. I want to marry him on the spot. Just as they arrived, they immediately aimed the camera of the live broadcast room at Shin Fan's handsome face. This was because Shin Fan disdained showing off his wealth and felt that showing off wealth was the lowest form of entertainment. It's enough to show how charming Shin Fan's handsome face is. It wasn't until Shin Fan walked to the broad area at the very center of the square that he took off his hat and mask in order to breathe fresh air. As for the women above the square who were above 14 and below 40, they immediately recognized who Shin Fan was. At this moment, many fans were on their way here, and most of the men, women, and children inside the garden square did not recognize who Shin Fan was. Even the old lady who was on crutches a second ago, being assisted by her granddaughter in order to walk tremblingly. After seeing Shin Fan's handsome appearance, she immediately threw away her crutches, and rushed over as if she were flying. Inside the live broadcast room, millions of viewers were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Hiss, ooh-hoo, husband, I'm your long-lost wife. Hurry up and go home with me to get a license and get married. But it's just that so many knowledgeable rich white women are still stalking Shin Fan. Then, if Shin Fan really wasn't good looking, how could he be madly pursued by countless women just after showing his face? Shin Fan had just taken off his hat and mask. Above the square, hundreds of men, women and children all focused their eyes directly on Shin Fan's body. Immediately after, Shin Fan drove directly into the Garden Plaza parking lot, looking for a parking space to go. There were too many specialties, and Shin Fan could show off a lot of things, so he didn't care to show off his wealth. Don't listen to her. I'm richer, and I'm a widow. I don't need a divorce. I can go with you now. Do you have a pit in your brain? The audience inside the live broadcast room was considered completely convinced of Shin Fan's face value. But, who would have thought that Shin Fan is not only stunningly handsome, but also has so much money inside his family? From 80-year-old women to 3-year-old children, all of them were so mesmerized by Shin Fan's handsomeness that they couldn't move their eyes. What a handsome face this must be. The big captain scolded the little security guard, and even fired the guy with a bad head in the first place. The face value was too capable. No one thought that Chin Fan, in addition to being extremely handsome, was actually a hidden rich second generation. Then, inside the live broadcast rooms of countless anchors, all of them resounded with a burst of exclamations. Among them, many of the anchors were big anchors with hundreds of thousands or millions of fans. It's better for me. I'm young. I just turned 18 this year. I'm pretty and rich. It's better to go out with me. Handsome. Give me a kiss, please. No matter whether it was a sword technique or a massage or a super repair talent, every single thing that was taken out could dazzle countless people. Hisses. Too handsome. SSS. So handsome that I want to turn into a woman and live with him. How can there be such a perfect and exquisite handsome face in this world? I, Hikari, am convinced. I, Guanxi, am ashamed of myself. Inside the live broadcast rooms of the major anchors, all the gay men were all convinced. Chin Fan's face value was too capable. After Chin Fan saw this talent, he didn't even think about it and immediately chose to redeem it. No need for makeup, no need for pictures, and even less need for beauty face. And the number of Chin Fan's fans had arrived at a staggering 10 million. Next, please enjoy a recording file. The anchors were watching the fun and couldn't wait for things to get bigger so that they could eat more traffic. So they were leading the rhythm. Because his handsome face trumped all slurs, the person who came was not good. I know that many people suspect that I have a plastic face. Chin Fan didn't say anything, just upturned the corners of his mouth and scanned the growing number of fervent female fans above the square. Zhang Yimiao of Perfect Star Creation Entertainment Company sneered and said, "This plastic surgery certificate is something that I spent a lot of money on to get through to a doctor and have it forged. Even if you haven't gotten plastic surgery, there's no way for you to prove that this document is a fake. Now, let's see how you can still turn the tables." At this moment, Zhang Yimiao, the head of the PR department of Perfect Star Creation Entertainment, also saw it. System, use successful. As for the anchors below, they hurriedly sat inside their respective live broadcast rooms. Soon, Chin Fan received a series of files on top of his cell phone. Chin Fan frowned and searched inside the system for a moment, and soon found a particularly good talent. 1 million. Chin Fan has actually had plastic surgery? Looking around the world, no one could compare to Chin Fan. Note, obtaining this talent requires the immediate consumption of 100 exchange value, and every time it is used afterward, it continues to consume 100 exchange value. It was impossible to pick out a single fault. Isn't this too much better than a traffic star? Of course, Chin Fan's popularity in the live broadcast room was also swish. Swish, 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 swish. Zhang Yimiao felt that she had already won, and had completely characterized Chin Fan as a plastic face. No matter how they posted their pop-ups, no matter how they brought up the tempo, there was no way to slander Chin Fan. Chin Fan was now standing on the tall stage in the center of the square. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers' emotions were also instantly mobilized, and they were furiously sending out pop-ups. He now no longer needed to prove his innocence. My God, this is a black spot. 100,000. The situation is not good. Just such a clean, refined to the extreme handsome face is enough to crush male stars all over the world. Redeem the super detective talent. At the same time, as long as the live broadcast rooms of the anchors who had traveled to the scene and captured Chin Fan's handsome face, their popularity skyrocketed. However, what she didn't know was that Chin Fan had a system. In less than half an hour, it had risen from a few million popularity at the beginning to more than 30 million popularity now. It's like playing a game with a hang-up. It's clearly cheating. Young and old, men and women alike. After Chin Fan finished speaking, he quickly played this recording file externally in the square, using his cell phone at maximum volume. In less than a day's time, Chin Fan changed from a pure passerby with 0 fans to the fastest rising 10 million fans online read on the entire network. Talent, super detective. The water army inside the live broadcasting room would have felt powerless by now. 386-166-211. I hate plastic surgery faces the most. This ability, this scene, no one can beat it. After this certificate of plastic surgery was revealed, the situation was reversed almost instantly. Then, all the surrounding women subconsciously took a step back and made a path for him, allowing him to quickly walk to the top of the stage and confront Chin Fan. Soon, the middle-aged man took out a certificate of cosmetic surgery issued by Nanshan No. 1 Cosmetic Surgery Hospital. At the center of the stage, Chin Fan's eyebrows were already furrowed. The popularity has risen like a rocket taking off. Among them, the text document explains in detail who targeted Chin Fan and planned the smear campaign. 200,000. It was important to realize that less than a day had passed since Chin Fan had started registering his account and opened the live broadcast. At the end, there was also an official seal stamped by the hospital. 500,000. Enough more than 100 security guards with explosion-proof shields were arranged to protect Chin Fan in the center. Lest Chin Fan, the most handsome man in the world, be stripped of his clothes by countless crazy female fans, the middle-aged man shouted at the top of his voice, quickly attracting everyone's attention. Use the super detective talent. If we let the situation go on like this, our company's millions of PR fees will be wasted, and we won't be able to hit the water at all. After identification, Chin Fan did have plastic surgery in our hospital. It says, handsome to the extreme. Offline, a lot of anchors all followed the light, looking at the screen full of pop-ups and countless gifs inside the live room, putting their mouths all crooked with laughter. Dabbing. Ability, every time you spend 100 exchange value, you can immediately collect all the evidence and send it to the host's cell phone. Especially when the water army slandered Chin Fan is not good looking. There would immediately be countless girls rushing at them and cursing them, greeting them with several pages of their account books. This man said that Chin Fan had undergone plastic surgery, and went up to confront Chin Fan with the hospital surgery book. But now, I have proof that I'm not a plastic face. The viewers continued to surround themselves strongly while holding a skeptical attitude. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups from the audience were densely packed and never stopped. If Chin Fan has really had plastic surgery, that would be too abominable. It's going to be reversed again. Buzzing. Plastic surgery faces are indeed quite annoying. The voice file was a complete recording of Zhang Yimiao bribing doctors and getting them to illegally issue false certificates. I have the plastic surgery documents issued by the hospital, proving that he did have plastic surgery. Everyone take a step back on both sides. Let me go up and confront him live. At this moment, the Garden Plaza's security brigade had all been mobilized. Everyone, don't be fooled by him. This is his plastic face. This is a handsome man in the true sense of the word. At this moment, all the viewers thought so, and from the bottom of their hearts, they felt that Chin Fan was truly handsome. Immediately afterward, she made a phone call, and a 40-year-old man with sunglasses and a black mask in the front row of the square quickly shouted out, "Ding dong!" Really? All he needed was a slight smile, and he could immediately make countless women handsome enough to faint on the spot. At the same time, the countless viewers in the live broadcast room also heard it clearly. Dr. Bye from Nanshan No. 1 Plastic Surgery Hospital. How are you? I'm Zhang Yimiao, the head of the PR department of Perfect Star Creation Entertainment. SSS. I've already fulfilled my promise and put 200,000 cash on top of your bank account with the tail number 1104. So please immediately issue a forged surgery book to prove that Chin Fan has had cosmetic surgery in your hospital. Please rest assured that only heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know about this matter. On the square, thousands of onlookers heard Zhang Yimiao's dirty dealings with the plastic surgeon. And inside the live broadcast rooms of the major anchors, tens of millions of viewers also heard it clearly. In the recording, Zhang Yimiao had said that only you and I know about this matter. But now, tens of millions of people had heard it. The whole world is going to know. Uncle Chen watched as the stock price, which had been falling for more than 40 months, finally rose by a large margin, and he was almost moved to tears. Even if you guys like me, please be sensible and not so extreme. Reward, 1,000 exchange points. I also clicked the wrong one. I'll hurry and change it. Does your company have any humanity left? It turned out that the reason for everything was brought about by Chin Fan, the new anchor. Uncle Chen was touched and at the same time urged the staff once again. Speed up the progress. Sign with Chin Fan at all costs. Absolutely not put him on other platforms. A bunch of beasts. I'm an employee of Perfect Star Creation Entertainment. I'll reveal a piece of news. The president of Perfect Star Creation Entertainment has sent word that he wants to put Chin Fan to death. We mustn't miss out on a great opportunity. I swear, this is definitely the voice of that old hag Zhang Yimiao. She's given many interviews. This voice is definitely her. Even if there were any ungrateful and extreme fans who came up to harass Chin Fan, they would be blocked by the human wall formed by dozens of security guards, allowing Chin Fan to walk out with peace of mind. The plastic surgery certificate is definitely fake as well. Such a handsome guy, you all tolerate smearing and rumor mongering? For a while, the audience were all enraged. Ta-da-day. This stock price increase is too exaggerated. Chin Fan's 15 million fans that had skyrocketed. Close to 10 million of them were users of other platforms who never used the B station before. Meanwhile, Uncle Chen, the president of Platform AB, was having a meeting inside his office. Still want to promote the new movie? This will give you 0 bad reviews. The second after, it instantly dropped to 0. 2 points. And this skyrocketing 10 million new users is the key reason for the rise in B station's stock price. It was mainly because this was the city center, and those who could rush over in a short period of time were mostly rich people who lived nearby. In an instant, a complete reversal was realized. Especially your company's artists. Don't even think about making money in this life. Resolutely boycott your company's traffic stars. Wernama. Even though he was surrounded by thousands of fans offline, Shin Fan didn't utter a single word with grievances. Suddenly, the secretary hurriedly barged into the office and eagerly said, "President, our platform has suddenly gained over 10 million new users." As for the movie star battle, who was also the main traffic star promoted by Perfect Star Entertainment, he was greeted by countless netizens who didn't even dare to open the comment section. For a while, Perfect Star Creation's popularity rating fell to the bottom. It was said that it was because Shin Fan was too handsome and stole the female fans of their company's traffic star battle. Subsequently, countless viewers rushed under Perfect Styling Entertainment's Weibo, Little Sweet Potato, and other accounts, opening their mouths with national curses. So even though they especially liked Shin Fan and especially wanted to fall in love with him, they still listened to Shin Fan's words and made way with a face of reluctance so that Shin Fan could go out. Millions of people scored 0 points. How come there's still 0? 2 points? I see Nima. All the water armies, they are all paid by their company. Slandering and rumor mongering about Comic Con dudes. There's not a single good person in your company. And Shin Fan would have already proved his innocence by now. 38. 6. 166. 211. Ding dong. Ah, sorry. I made a mistake when I scored it and ordered a 5. I'll change it to a 0. This old hag. How vicious. With 1,000 exchange points in hand, Shin Fan was too lazy to continue being surrounded like a monkey here. He couldn't even host the meeting anymore and hurriedly organized his manpower to investigate this matter thoroughly. If we can sign him up, our company's share price can go up a whole lot more. To be able to afford it tens of millions of dollars, the quality was not necessarily high, but it certainly wouldn't be exceptionally low like the Village Amma. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ugly bastard, hurry up and quit the circle. A second ago, their company's movie rating was still 7.9 points. Still want to debut? Go into the ground you guys. Not a moment later, Perfect Star Creation Entertainment's new movie became a 0.1, which could be called the lowest rated movie in the entire network. Swish swish swish. So Shin Fan quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone make way. I'm going back." The new movie that Perfect Entertainment had spent a huge amount of money on and had just released had just been in theaters for a day, and it had been hit with millions of 0 rating bad reviews. For a while, many supervisors at the B station were busy, trying to do everything they could to sign with Shin Fan. And Shin Fan, as the most handsome man in the past 5,000 years, naturally gained countless fans. As for Perfect Star Creation Entertainment Company, it also became the scum in the eyes of tens of millions of viewers in just a few minutes. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Ah, Shin Fan, you are truly a benefactor of our platform. It wasn't just the account of star-making entertainment that was cursed. Even their artists and traffic stars were cursed. They had downloaded B-Station as new users purely for the sake of following Shin Fan and watching his live broadcast. Then, after a quick investigation by various departments, Uncle Chen was able to see what was going on. "You guys keep surrounding. I can't get out." The system rewards also arrived. The secretary had just finished reporting, and Uncle Chen was in a hurry. Inside the movie review section, there were still many people wondering, is this what your company's artists look like? 100,000 miles away from Shin Fan. Shin Fan still spoke politely. This recording of Shin Fan's had successfully uncovered the conspiracy of Perfect Star Creation Entertainment Company and was released during the most popular live broadcast, when dozens of million anchors were broadcasting offline. Of course, the more than 100 security guards around were not vegetarians, and those fans, their quality was also high. From the 10 million fans just now, it skyrocketed all the way up to a staggering 15 million before it managed to slow down the speed of the rising fans. From now on, I'll die without contributing a single penny to your company. Shouldn't it be 0.1 cent? The company's stock price also instantly skyrocketed, and in less than an hour, it all went up. It didn't take long for Shin Fan to smoothly walk out from the main center surrounded by the crowd. After returning to the parking lot, he also smoothly drove into the small second-hand broken car and rumbled out. SSS. On the square, several thousand fans watched Shin Fan drive back in the second-hand small broken car, and everyone was dumbfounded. This handsome guy is so rich, with 4 mansions to his name. How did he drive such a cheap used car? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it's true. Could it be that he has a strange fetish? Just likes to drive such a cheap used car? The crowd was all puzzled, unable to guess what Shin Fan was thinking. In fact, Shin Fan also disliked this broken car. But the problem was that this car was not bought by Shin Fan. It was bought by the previous owner. If it was any other man, receiving an invitation from 2 beautiful girls, he would have been impatient and would have turned into a licking dog and rushed up. How can this still be eaten? So, Qin Fan then picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Si Tongyan, is the meal ready? Qin Fan felt a little strange and thought, how come his handsome face is not working well anymore? However, Qin Fan had just taken a step back, and before he could close the door of the room again, the system released the task to him. Afterwards, Si Tongyan glanced at the time and urged, good sister, it's almost 5 o'clock now, hurry up and cook, otherwise, if Qin Fan comes over later and we haven't gotten the meal ready, it will be embarrassing. Song Zoni also nodded her head repeatedly and prepared to cook. This is our first time cooking. 2 beautiful girls feeding you together. You've earned a lot. Good. Ahem. 2 minutes. A second before, Qin Fan was still thinking of sneaking out and pretending that he hadn't been here. Mission release. Inside the kitchen, the black smoke was the thickest. Ding dong. More than $1,000 were spent. And soon an errand boy took the order. After eating it, one would definitely get food poisoning. Song Zon-yi, on the other hand, hurriedly took out her cell phone and started to ask the errand boy to help them go to the supermarket to buy vegetables, soy sauce, and whatnot. At 5 o'clock, several errand boys carried things, one by one, and went upstairs, placing everything they wanted at the door. Talent, Divine Gourmet. Exchange points, 100. So Qin Fan didn't think much about it and directly took out the key from inside his pocket and opened the door to their room. If the two of them demolished the house, Qin Fan wouldn't lose his money? Ha ha ha, you actually agreed? We'll cook here. You must remember to come over for dinner later. 1 minute. Qin Fan stood outside both of their rooms, knocking on the door. So, Qin Fan went back inside his room again, and was also inside the system exchange store, starting to look for a suitable exchange talent. Ding dong ding dong. On top of the photo, her slender figure was snow white and flawless, and there was also a pair of long, rounded legs that mesmerized people to move their eyes. Nice guy. On top of the tablet, there wasn't a single bit of oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar for cooking either. This was Qin Fan's house and it was rented to these 2 girls at a price 2 or 3 times lower than the market price. Always order takeout food. It's broken. But there was a delayed reply from inside the house. Well, just entering the room, the next door Si Tongyan and Song Zoni immediately called him. It's worth $1 billion. Only, after opening the door of the room, Qin Fan instantly had a black eye. But the second after, Qin Fan came back again. Even the errand boy, don't even think about coming in. Qin Fan put his ear on the door, only to hear the sound of bam 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 inside. 10 minutes. 386 166 211. That's it. This time, he was ready to cook, only to realize that there was nothing in the kitchen. Qin Fan didn't even think about it and directly exchanged the Divine Gourmet talent. At around 4 in the afternoon, Qin Fan finally returned home. Of course, Qin Fan was the only exception. When Qin Fan saw the smoke rolling around, he wanted to sneak out on the spot, wanting to pretend he hadn't been there. These two are inside tearing down the house? Characteristics: you can instantly comprehend 1000 God-level food practices and have God-level seasoning recipes to enhance the flavor of all meals to the extreme. This mission, Qin Fan was determined to win. Redeem. Handsome, you haven't eaten, have you? My girlfriends and I are planning to cook. Do you want to come over and try? Si Tongyan and Song Zoni spoke one by one. 1000 exchange points. Quite a lot. Please ask the host to cook a delicious meal for the 2 beautiful girls and capture their mouths. Aha! After saying that, Song Zoni even deliberately sent a picture of her swimsuit. At 6:30 p.m., Qin Fan laid inside the house for 2 hours and swiped the video for quite a while before he felt hungry. On the contrary, Si Tongyan and Song Zoni were the ones licking the dog, always trying to find ways to get Qin Fan's attention. And they didn't even have the heart to shoot the Douyin mini video, always thinking about how to enhance their relationship with Qin Fan. After obtaining the new talent, Qin Fan quickly went inside the kitchen. Even if Qin Fan wanted to change his car, he had to wait until he was free and went to the 4S store. It was only at this time that the 2 beautiful girls remembered that they had never cooked since they moved to this house. Qin Fan pressed the cell phone keyboard and lightly sent over a few words. Cook. When I'm free, I'll naturally go over. That's right, it was a physical blackout. Knock knock. Why is it so hard to stir fry? Always frying into coal. There had been no reply, because he realized that the smoke was so thick inside the house that it was choking people to death. Afterwards, when the 2 of them got the vegetables and tea, rice, oil and salt, they quickly began to bam 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 cooking in the kitchen. Si Tongyan and Song Zoni were chattering and coughing while frying vegetables in the kitchen. However, Si Tongyan and Song Zoni, these 2 beautiful girls are very vigilant and never allow strange men to enter their house. With Qin Fan's handsome face, did he need to be a licking dog? Naturally, there was no need. So much commotion? The errand boy actually wanted to knock on the door and bring the stuff inside the house. Inside the kitchen, Si Tongyen and Song Zoni heard the sound of d footsteps and immediately turned their heads to look over. But when the two of them entered the kitchen hand in hand, they realized that there wasn't a single vegetable in the refrigerator. Choke me to death. Normally, Si Tongyen would return his message in less than a second. These two nieces, wouldn't they be cooking themselves to death of difficult to eat, right? Qin Fan was slightly worried, so he directly got up and went out. Si Tongyen and Song Zoni all jumped up in excitement, rolling around on the bed and laughing non-stop. But Qin Fan was different. As the landlord, it was normal for Qin Fan to have the female tenant's key. Si Tongyen's little face turned white. Afterwards, a large stream of memories instantly surged inside his head, allowing him to comprehend 1,000 practices of godly cuisine and obtain a godly flavoring recipe. Quest reward, 1,000 exchange points. As soon as they saw that it was Qin Fan, the two of them immediately turned red and embarrassed. I'm sorry. We wanted to cook and eat for you, but it's too hard to make the food. SSS. Every time I stir fry, I can't control the fire well, and I always stir fry into coal. Then, I made the kitchen like this. As they spoke, the tops of these two beautiful maidens' faces were all black. It was cute and funny. Then, they even handed Qin Fan a plate of dishes that were as black as coal. This is the green vegetables that we both fried. Is it convenient for you to taste it? The two beautiful maidens all flashed their eyes and looked at Qin Fan. Then, while the two young girls were changing clothes in the next room, Qin Fan had already turned on the range hood and started chopping vegetables with a kitchen knife. At first, the fans' attention was focused on Qin Fan and Si Tongyen's love affair, thinking that they were a couple and were already living together. Si Tongyen was a bit scared and took several steps back. After preparing the ingredients, Qin Fan quickly started to fry the food. Qin Fan graciously waved his hand and said, "You two go out to wash your face and change your clothes. I'll cook." Inside the live broadcast room, many fans were sending pop-ups. In no time, the potatoes, chili peppers, green onions, ginger and garlic were all shredded. And by the way, the pork was also chopped into froth. Too delicious. Si Tongyen also had red eyes and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, Qin Fan. We wanted to make you a good meal. But, more than 900,000 viewers gathered together to watch Qin Fan's live cooking, which was considered a rare scene to meet. With the talent of a divine gourmet, Qin Fan's chopping speed was that fast. Swish swish swish, envious to death. I want to give birth to him. In the live broadcast room, more than 1 million viewers were all posting pop-ups. Song Zoni was just as delicious as she was, so delicious that she couldn't stop. Is Qin Fan's cooking that good? You do the cooking? After one bite, Si Tongyen's eyes narrowed in deliciousness. It's almost making the little girl faint from the deliciousness. Most of the other spectators, on the other hand, were curious. How could the two of them have thought that Qin Fan, this big handsome man, would actually cook? Qin Fan then handed his chopsticks to Si Tongyen and said, "You take the first bite." Ooh, I'm going to cry myself sick. And what was even more shocking was that the shredded potatoes that Qin Fan finished cutting were as thin as a hair. And countless viewers in the live broadcast room looked dumbfounded. On the contrary, Song Zoni, who was braver, gritted her teeth, lifted her chest and came over, saying, "I'll do it." Crap. Song Zoni was on the verge of crying at how difficult it was to eat the food he made. When Qin Fan brought all the food to the living room table, Si Tongyen and Song Zoni just smelled the aroma for a while and were almost mesmerized to death. It was only after their stomachs were all bulging that they were able to finish. Anchor, you also taste a bite. Quick, tell us what it feels like after eating it. Simply the world's most perfect husband. Si Tongyen naturally wouldn't let down the audience's expectations. Not to mention, she had also long wanted to eat Qin Fan's hand-cooked meal. It was only at this time that the viewers in the live broadcast room realized that Qin Fan was not living with Si Tongyen, and there was another girl inside the room, especially with that happy, sweet, and comfortable to the core look on her face. One could tell just by looking at her that the meal was especially delicious. I didn't realize that not only is he handsome, but his cooking skills are also so great. It didn't take long before Qin Fan's meal was ready. Then, after taking a bite, in less than half a second, Song Zoni pinched his neck and spit it out. So, Si Tongyen picked up her chopsticks and carefully caught a little bit of scrambled egg with tomato. Si Tongyen's delicious mouth couldn't stop eating, one bite at a time. 386, 166, 211. Stir-fried potatoes with chili peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried small crispy meat, steamed king crab, plus a pot of red bean and wolfberry porridge. The standard 4 dishes in one soup, although this dish was fried by her own hands. However, where could she eat it? After saying that, Before Qin Fan and Si Tongyan could stop her, Song Zhongyi immediately closed her eyes and took a bite of the black dish. Song Zhongyi's mouth was watering with hunger, and she couldn't wait to extend her chopsticks and take a bite of the small crispy meat. Hopefully, Qin Fan could taste the food that the two of them had made with their own hands. The audience was so envious and jealous that they wanted to shed tears. Ha! My god! It smells so good! Si Tongyan was currently wearing a blue Shisher Smoke and Rain in the South of the River cosplay costume, revealing her beautiful body in all its splendor. However, given that what the two of them had made was really too unpalatable, they only slightly excused themselves from Qin Fan for a while, and then quickly lowered their heads and hurriedly went to wash their faces and change their clothes. It's so hard to eat. Looks like I still have a chance to chase after Qin Fan. Si Tongyan and Song Zhongyi were all dumbfounded. But Qin Fan looked at the black coal-like thing inside the plate. How could he dare to eat it inside his stomach? Vomit vomit. This handsome guy from the comic show is actually Si Tongyan's boyfriend? I've fallen out of love. But what Qin Fan didn't notice was that behind him, Si Tongyan had already washed her face and changed her clothes. The popularity of the live broadcasting room, too, was getting higher and higher. It was slim, snow white, and had a hazy sexiness. Of course, Si Tongyan also had a careful way of dressing like this, deliberately dressing herself up in order to attract Qin Fan's attention, in order to increase Qin Fan's favorability towards her. At the same time, Si Tongyan also opened a live broadcast. Then, with a bite, Song Zhongyi only felt that her body was going to become soft, as if she was going to become soft, delicious to the extreme. But not a moment later, the audience's attention shifted. A portion of the female audience started to rejoice, thinking that they still had a chance, thinking that Qin Fan and Si Tongyan were not a live-in couple. Relieved. From a few thousand popularity at the beginning, it gradually rose to over 900,000 popularity. Woo woo, the viewers were starting to urge, asking Si Tongyan to hurry up and taste Qin Fan's handiwork and hurry up and explain it to them. Qin Fan and Si Tongyan are already living together? It was because they realized that Qin Fan's knife skills were just too good. Swish swish swish, the speed of cutting vegetables flew. It's fine. Have they all started cooking for her? But today, the two of them had eaten 4 plates of vegetables and 6 bowls of soup. Fortunately, Qin Fan and Si Tongyan are not living together as a duo. In the past, the two of them couldn't even finish a plate of dishes with their little tummies combined. Even without makeup or cumbersome jewelry, it still made her look especially good. If my husband had half the knife skills he has, I wouldn't even fight with my husband every day. Ugh, my god, he's so good at chopping vegetables? Hiss, definitely the best fried eggs with tomatoes I've ever seen. It seems that Qin Fan's handiwork is really good and his cooking is delicious to the extreme. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for the two beautiful girls to give up their figures and desperately eat so many bowls of rice. SSS. Qin Fan. This handsome man can be too awesome. Too perfect. Hubby, ooh, please take me away too. I so want to be your wife. Even if it's to be your junior, junior 4, junior 5. The girls in the live streaming room started to commit nymphomania again. On Qin Fan's side, the task was also completed. Ding dong. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host. Exchange points plus 1,000. Ding dong. It didn't take long for Qin Fan to find the relevant memories. Qin Fan, are you still alive? Hurry up and come out. However, what one didn't expect was that Zhou Hangchen wasn't willingly treating the bill. As for the table of dishes, Qin Fan wouldn't wash them. It was also unknown just how much they could gain by desperately flattering Zhou Hangchen. However, just as the many doglegs were frantically attacking Qin Fan, of course, even if Qin Fan didn't redeem these two top talents, he would still be able to exchange his redemption points for billions of cash and live in style for the rest of his life. Qin Fan had just sent a message inside his high school group, and swish, 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 and soon countless students started replying to him. Qin Fan frowned and started searching for his former owner's memories. There was a time when Zhou Hangchen blocked Zhao Bingling at the milk tea store and wouldn't let her go home. Only, even though he dropped out of high school in his first year of high school, he was still pulled inside the high school classmate group by his classmates. It was a bit of a surprise. Even Qin Fan, too, was a bit strange. Originally, Qin Fan did not want to get involved in this matter. Hurry up. Don't affect so many of our classmates because of your stink alone. It's better to choose a date. How about tonight? You hurry up and give a definite word. Are you coming tonight? Blue Sky Restaurant? It's expensive there. Even if it's AA, everyone has to spend $1,000, right? Brother Fu, you can finally open your mouth. We are waiting for you this sentence. Well, after all, That was all the former owner's grudge, and it had nothing to do with the current. Crossed over Chin Fan. Chin Fan is 18 years old this year. The former owner is 16 years old. Dropped out of high school in the first year of high school. Do not go on. Every day at home is a dead house. Zhou Hangcheng sent a message. That is. Moreover, he did not even go to college in the country after the high school entrance exam, and he plans to study abroad. This night, Chin Fan slept beautifully. My mom probably won't give me so much money. And, inside the group began to send messages. This sleep, Chin Fan slept so comfortably. As soon as Zhou Hangcheng opened his mouth, dozens of students inside the group were all excited. Without a job or income, they naturally didn't want to spend so much money on parties and meals. Not to mention that even if they graduated from high school, they were still a group of students, and still had to go to college. Although there was still a big gap between the 100,000 exchange points eternal face and the 500,000 exchange points immortality. Chin Fan believed that as long as he was given some time, he would definitely be able to exchange these two top talents. He already had several talents now, and he already had 4,000 to 5,000 redemption points. Their family also bought 2 houses in the Garden Plaza in the city center. They are especially rich, so he mentioned Chin Fan's name by name, and also the classmates inside the group together ate Chin Fan, calling him out. It just so happened that the former owner passed by and became a hero, fighting with Zhou Hangcheng. There are also some news that Chin Fan did not expect. New mission, attend the class reunion and hit Zhou Hangcheng in the face. Zhou Hangcheng chased after her, and deliberately dyed yellow hair and bought ghost fire, making the director of instruction criticize her every day. It turns out that in his first year of high school, Zhou Hangcheng fell in love with a pretty girl named Zhao Bingling in his class. Brother Fu said, if you don't come, he will only advance half of the meal money tonight. He picked up his cell phone and looked at it. 38. 6. 166. 211. The reason for dropping out of school was also very simple, because his parents had died. He was disheartened, and he had inherited a large amount of assets, so naturally he didn't want to go to school to continue his studies. By the time he woke up from his sleep, it was already more than 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day. The system suddenly released a quest. The harder the degree of face punching, the more redemption points will be rewarded. It's hard to believe that he has a grudge against me. You drop out, dog. You wouldn't be working in a factory, right? Inside the group, a lot of the lapdogs were helping Zhou Hangcheng to aid Chin Fan. He had a purpose. Is Chin Fan coming to this gathering? It's that little white boy who dropped out of high school and never spoke again. Although the former owner was also injured quite badly, he still beat Zhou Hangcheng into a piggy face. I'm here. I'm not dead. Don't hate me. Everyone has graduated from high school and gotten into the college of their choice. When are we going to come out for a get-together? When the summer vacation ends and college starts, we'll never see each other again. Inside the high school group, many students were a bit hesitant. Hurry up and come out. With another 1,000 redemption points in hand, Chin Fan was satisfied and quickly found an excuse to go back. Up to 5,000 redemption points can be rewarded. Ooh, he's casting his life too well. Even if it was 2 beautiful girls, Chin Fan was too lazy to serve them. And today, many people inside the group were chatting. This meal is my treat tonight. Everyone just come over for dinner. No need to bring money. In addition to Si Tan Yen and Song Zhongyi, the 2 beautiful girls, there were more than 50 good morning and are you up? Handsome messages. High school classmates group. Inside the class. Those dog legs. The speech is really hard to hear. Chin Fan had just opened his eyes when his cell phone messages kept ringing. Brother Fu is looking for you. Say something quickly. However, Zhou Hangcheng had been chasing after Zhao Bingling for several months, but he hadn't been able to catch up with her. Nice guy. Although their families were all quite good, but a meal would cost $1,000. They truly couldn't afford it. More than once, he had brought social thugs to bully Chin Fan, and even if Chin Fan dropped out of school, he was not relieved of his hatred. But, it is said that Zhou Hangcheng's parents are both B station executives. Their income is very high. I'm afraid that they can earn $2 to $3 million a year. By then, it will really be immortality. Tonight, at the Blue Sky restaurant on Linjiang Road, everyone will see you there. Ding dong ding dong. What is this guy looking for me for? Don't play dead. If you piss off Brother Fu, who's going to pay for our meal tonight? Inside the group, the students were thankful and envious, all with mixed emotions. As for Chin Fan, he had been silently observing in the group, watching this group of kids discussing the dinner party. Chin Fan did not say a word. Just when the crowd was hesitating, suddenly, a rich second generation called Zhou Hangcheng inside the group opened his mouth. No one would have thought that Zhou Hangcheng, a rich brother, would be so interested in a classmate who dropped out of school a long time ago. Chin Fan's eyes went straight. No, At the high school gathering, Zhou Hangcheng tried to bully Qin again, rewarding up to 5,000 exchange points? Then I definitely have to humiliate Zhou Hangcheng, this rich brother, tonight. So, Qin accepted the mission without even thinking about it. After that, Zhou Hangcheng held a grudge against Qin. Inside the group, Zhao Bingling suddenly sent a message. Qin, how come you have the same name as that Comic Con handsome guy who's been very hot lately? SSS. Qin, you have the same name and the same city as the comic show handsome guy. You shouldn't live in the city center as well? Zhao Bingling's suspicion was well-founded. It was because Qin was handsome when he dropped out of high school in his first year. Moreover, Qin face shape and height were also very similar to the Comic-Con handsome boy. Soon, the two of them added wizards. Qin also continued to say blandly, as long as I can make it before 5 p.m., I can give you another 20,000. Gu Ying was hesitating when suddenly, Qin chose and finally chose the chief shadow assassin inside the COS assassin Wu 67. Qin looked calm and faintly replied a message in the group. At night, I will definitely be there. Qin nodded his head and said faintly, add me as a prestige friend. I'll transfer the money to you. Gu Ying collected the money and smiled. Guest, our side is usually 3 days later. We can rush out the cos clothes. Look, is it convenient for you to come over 3 days later to get the clothes? In Qin's opinion, he would definitely go to the party at night. However, when they turned over the group photo from the first year of high school, they immediately began to question it. Qin would have to wear it tonight. Where could he wait that long? So, Qin directly said, I have to get this cosplay costume before 5 p.m. So give us a word, can you make it this afternoon? Especially since Qin had the same name as the handsome guy from the comic show and also lived in the same city, the possibility was even higher. Gu Ying forced down the excitement in her heart and said excitedly, yes, before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I will definitely be able to make the costumes you need, and I will definitely raise the quality to the extreme. Zhao Bingling, you must have recognized the wrong person. Zhou Hangcheng was holding a bellyful of fire, ready to bring a few punks to severely clean up Qin during the party. Plus, boys in high school develop and change quickly. Aha. Money, not a problem. Ha ha ha. Yeah, especially the temperament. The degree of enhancement was very much. It made Zhou Hangcheng so inferior that he didn't dare to look at him. Qin thought to himself, this aesthetic of the former owner is too low grade, isn't it? So rich that he doesn't even bother to buy 2 sets of more handsome clothes? No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. It was the first time she had met such a generous and well-spoken guest. It's too good at spoiling money. Soon, the classmates came to the conclusion that Qin was definitely not a Comic Con handsome man. As for the classmates mocking him for not being a Comic Con handsome, Qin was too lazy to explain to them, raising to the kind of level that, as soon as he showed his face, he could immediately kill Zhou Hangcheng in seconds to the dregs. Qin had dropped out of school for 2 or 3 years, and it wasn't impossible for him to go from a school grass-level handsome guy to a super tier 1 traffic star general handsome guy. Gu Ying couldn't close her mouth. Surprised and happy. After choosing a good cos clothes, Qin quickly called the Nanshan Guofeng cos store. The reason why cost this role, mainly because this chief shadow assassin is really too handsome. Black trench coat plus purple shadow assassin suit. Waist also wear a sacred sword, magic knife 1000 blades. Although Qin was very handsome in his first year of high school, Qin's face value in his first year of high school was at most more than 80 points. And it's far worse than the Comic-Con handsome boys. Qin, you give a quick word. It's horrible. King, LOL, sword net love and so on. A lot of costumes of game characters. Coming to the party at night or not? The face, silhouette, and body of the handsome guy from the comic show. All aspects of the face hang Qin. It's impossible for the two of them to be the same person. However, in order to better hit Zhou Hangcheng in the face, Qin decided that he would wear a very handsome set of clothes to raise his face value and temperament, all to an incomparable level. Gu Ying instantly felt a bit embarrassed. 38. 6. 166. 211. It was already past 10 in the morning, and there were only 7 hours until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. For example, Hyuga, Sasuke, Rurusu, Tapered Zero, Kichijo, Kiriya Kazuto, and so on. At the same time, many high school classmates inside the group were also shocked by what Zhao Bingling said, and hurriedly turned over the group photo from the first year of high school. Qin transferred another $20,000. Money is not a problem? After the boss's wife, Gu Ying, heard this, her mouth couldn't close happily, and she smiled and said, guest, the top of the line costume plus props total $19,000. Are you sure? You want to buy the most expensive one? 3 days? No way. Too slow. just for such a set of costumes. To wave your hand and smash out 40,000, or even $60,000? That would be too difficult. The first thing was the clothing aspect. Chin Fan had to dress up properly. Inside the closet were all ordinary clothes that cost $200 or $300 apiece. And there were even high school uniforms that cost more than $100 apiece. Although his face value was extremely high, even if he went over naked, he could make people pass out. 7. This is the way to hit the face harder. As I said, money is not a problem. However, Chin Fan rummaged through the closet with a bit of regret. Before 5 in the afternoon, even if an ordinary boy wore this costume, he could immediately raise his face value by several notches. Zhou Hangchang would also breathe a sigh of relief this time and said, I knew that Chin Fan, this little white boy, would definitely not be able to get ahead. How can Chin Fan, a school dropout and useless person, be the handsome Comic Con hottie who swoons the world with his handsomeness? After Chin Fan transferred the $19,000, he sent over all of his height, weight, size, and so on. After all, he wanted to complete the system task and hit Zhou Hangcheng in the face. After Gu Yingying heard this, she was so happy that she almost fainted with laughter. Aha! Together with the $19,000 he had transferred before, Chin Fan had transferred close to $40,000. 7 hours to rush out an exquisite, restored cosplay costume? When Chin Fan opened his mouth, it was in the tone of a rich second generation. Chin Fan spat out a few sentences, then quickly looked for the nearest COS clothing store on the internet and used his cell phone to browse the COS clothing inside the store. For everything else, Chin Fan was too lazy to care. Subsequently, Chin Fan was also starting to make preparations in order to better, thoroughly, and ruthlessly punch Zhou Hangcheng in the face. Hiss. That's right, Chin Fan definitely can't be the Comic Con handsome boy. Is this a rich second generation in the true sense of the word? With so much money slammed down, the effect must be remarkable. Although she could already tell that Chin Fan was rich, what she didn't expect was that Chin Fan was simply a loser. And after a boy like Chin Fan, who was handsome to the extreme, wore this purple shadow assassin costume, his face value could even kill countless people. After saying that, Chin Fan stopped returning messages. As for the costumes of anime characters, there were many of them. Hello, I would like to buy a costume of Chief Shadow Assassin 7. Chin Fan just faintly answered and said no more. Subsequently, when Chin Fan had settled on a costume and hadn't even rested for a while, his cell phone dinged again. SSS. Hello, is this Chin Fan? I'm Chun, the chairman of Station B. Is it convenient to have a chat with you? On the other side of the phone, Uncle Chen said with an apprehensive voice. He had asked his company's executives to contact Chin Fan for more than 10 hours without getting a reply from him. Now, Uncle Chen had personally stepped in. What he wanted was to make sure to take Chin Fan down, sign a contract, and make Chin Fan the exclusive anchor of B Station. Only in this way could the stock of B Station continue to rise, and could Uncle Chen's stock inside his hand become more valuable and worth more. It's very nice to see. A few short sentences. Domineering. $80 million a year signing fee. What do you think? Yi Xinxin saw that she couldn't persuade him, so she didn't continue to persuade him. Uncle Chen went down in 3 or 2 sentences and finalized the plan. Although Uncle Chen's heart was thinking, you can't even get $80 million? Why do you have such a big appetite? But on the surface, Uncle Chen's attitude was still very humble. He didn't dare to put harsh words at all, let alone humiliate Chin Fan. He could only coax Chin Fan. On the other hand, inside a residential building near the Blue Sky restaurant, Zhao Bingling was changing her clothes inside the house. Zhao Bingling smiled faintly and said, whatever you say. Anyway, I don't want to make myself regret it. And at the party tonight, I must be the most shining girl. He could make $1 billion doing a random task. Where was the need to work for someone else as an anchor? Yi Xinxin really couldn't figure it out and didn't understand why Zhao Bingling was wasting her time on clothes. At the banquet, let's talk about this slowly. How about it? This dress of yours looks good. While the B Station executive Zhou Jiangwo beside him asked, Mr. Chen, are we still going to set up a banquet at the Blue Sky restaurant at night? It seems like this Chin won't be coming over. Until now, I thought that Chin Fan was just a school dropout deadbeat. Surely he couldn't be the Comic-Con hottie that's been on fire on the hot searches lately. But I swear, I've fallen in love with him. If it was someone else shouting like that, Uncle Chen would have gotten mad. Not only did Uncle Chen personally go to the Blue Sky restaurant, even the many executives of the company put on suits and went together. Chin Fan smiled and said, $80 million? Sorry, I can't look at this small amount of money. After she put on her white dress, she even raised the corners of her mouth and twirled her body, making the hem of her dress float with her. This time, Uncle Chen personally called Chin Fan with great sincerity. I've come to be the chairman of the board for you. So Uncle Chen could only be helpless at this point, and continued respectfully, Xin Fan. Ah, it's like this. Zhao Bingling changed into a white dress while saying, because my intuition tells me that the Xin Fan who dropped out of high school is definitely the handsome guy from the Comic-Con who saved me on top of the Comic-Con before. Mr. Xin, I sincerely want to sign with you. With a mere $80 million in cash, Xin Fan was genuinely unable to look at it. Zhou Jianjun, as a B-Station executive, naturally chose to execute the plan. Uncle Chen was anxious. Don't hang up the phone. 80 million if it's not enough. We can still discuss it again. The purpose is also very simple. Little Chen? Until now, Uncle Chen is not dead-hearted. Still want to continue to sign with Xin Fan. Xin Fan is clearly not interested in money, and is only interested in the position of chairman of the board of B-Station. Coupled with her pure, pretty face, it was not too much to call her a pure ceiling-level beauty girl. While Xin Fan heard it, he said lightly, Little Chen of Station B, right? What are you looking for me for? Xin, you know, even though I only met with that Comic-Con hottie once, our Station B wants to sign a live broadcast contract with you. We want to sign you up. However, what no one had expected was that B-Station executive Zhou Jianjun and Li Zuilian's son Zhou Hangcheng had already offended Xin Fan. If you are really sincere and want to dig me over, why don't you give up the position of chairman? Time soon came to evening. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was a sky-high price of $80 million a year, which was considered a top salary in the live broadcast industry. If Xin Fan is the Comic-Con handsome guy, I'll definitely have to pick the prettiest clothes in order to get him to look at me one more time. Besides, even if you have more fans and are more handsome, you're not qualified to be the chairman of the board. 38. 6. 166. 211. If he really didn't come, send the photos and videos to the B-Station and push them to him, so that he can see our sincerity and move him. Why waste time picking out clothes? Uncle Chen completely couldn't understand Xin Fan. She was picking out the prettiest clothes inside her closet while chatting with her best friend Yi Xin. Xin Fan just casually live-streamed for a few hours and managed to skyrocket the number of B-Station users by more than 10 million. And also made B-Station's stock price skyrocket a lot as well. Yi Xin still insisted on her point of view. Uncle Chen was numb as he listened. The price Uncle Chen gave was still quite high. Even if you go over there with a veiled face and in your high school uniform, you can charm those male classmates to death. Ever since he became the chairman of the board, how could anyone dare to call him Little Chen? Even his own father wouldn't dare to call him that. After saying that, Xin Fan was going to hang up the phone. You're not even impressed with $80 million a year? Even her good girlfriend, Yi Xin, couldn't help but look dumbfounded. It was a pity that Xin Fan was not interested at all. Yi Xin sat on the bed and said helplessly, besides, you're a big up with millions of fans on the B-Station. A big netizen. Good girlfriend. Isn't it just a class reunion? Do you have to spend so long picking out clothes? What would I do if I let you be the chairman? It's not even an exaggeration to say that Xin Fan is the benefactor of B-Station. But Xin Fan was different. Xin Fan was ridiculously handsome. After saying that, Zhao Bingling had already changed her white dress. How about this? Tonight, I will host a banquet for you at the most luxurious blue sky restaurant in Nanshan City. Uncle Chen said with a dark face, not only do you have to host a banquet, but you also have to wait for him at the entrance of the restaurant. Alright. Moreover, Zhou Hangcheng had spent money to find a few social thugs and was planning to beat up Xin Fan violently during the party at night. Xin Fan said indifferently, Xiao Chen, let me tell you bluntly, even if he doesn't come, we have to make our sincerity full. Set up a banquet. But, in order to completely take down Xin Fan, so that the stock price of B-Station will continue to rise and glow with a second spring. Kind of looking down on Xin Fan, a boy who dropped out of high school in his first year. This guy, why is his temper so strange? If you don't have anything else, I will hang up the phone. The murmur of voices came, and Uncle Chen was dumbfounded. Let alone $80 million. Even if it's $800 million, I can't even look at it. Uncle Chen's face turned green after hearing this. My God. Subsequently, the B-Station crowd quickly began to get busy. It was about the company's stock price. He couldn't do it without being humble. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Xin Fan had already arrived at the Nanshan Guofengka's clothing store a few kilometers away. When the boss's wife, Gu Yingying, saw Xin Fan, her eyes went straight. SSS. My God, aren't you the one, the handsome guy from the comic show that's been particularly hot lately? Surprisingly, it's you, hubby. Whoa, I'm your long-lost wife. Gu Yingying was almost like a nymphomaniac as she swooped over with a whoosh. The pure purple Chief Shadow Assassin cosplay costume. The patterns and lines on it were all exceptionally exquisite. Not long after, he walked to the entrance of the Blue Sky restaurant. Could it be that he really isn't a Comic-Con handsome? It looked exceptionally handsome. It wasn't like he was breaking the law. Handsome Gu Yingying's eyes were filled with little stars. Gu Yingying, the big sister, suddenly sent him so many underage prohibited pictures, making him numb, especially the fabric. It was especially soft, and once he touched it, he knew that it was a high-grade product. After saying that, Qin Fan was going to leave the COS clothing store and prepare to go to the class reunion. It was not until Qin Fan had changed into the Chief Shadow Assassin's COS clothes and draped his black trench coat over it, and continuously shouted "Boss Lady" several times, that Gu Yingying came back to her senses. Regarding these messages, Qin Fan just glanced at them and took his cell phone back. If it wasn't for Qin Fan's quick reaction, he ducked to the side, or else he would have been pounced on by her to take advantage of her. Zhao Bingling's eyes were darkened and lost. Then, he was numb. Sorry, just now almost fainted by your handsome. The classmate group. A lot of Zhou Hongqing's lapdogs kept ate Qin Fan, and they kept mocking Qin Fan, saying that he was a dead otaku. At the same moment, when you earn money later, come back to ask me out. Inside the Wi-Fi message, all of them were pictures sent to him by Gu Yingying. Standing at the door all the time isn't an option, because he was too lazy to explain. Why hasn't he come over yet? The dead house is so goose-hearted, talking without talking. We've ordered our food. Why haven't you come yet? She was hell-bent on finding out if that dead otaku who dropped out of high school in her first year of high school was the handsome guy who saved her at the Comic-Con or not, and if he was the perfect male god she had been longing for or not. Qin Fan, where have you been? After saying that, Qin Fan pushed open the store door in a very dashing manner and went out. There's a sex addiction, isn't she? Subsequently, after the drop sound, Qin Fan transferred another $20,000 to Gu Yingying. Qin Fan said with disdain, I'm so handsome, and getting you for one night is only worth the cost of a set of clothes? You're looking down on me too much. Alright, the final payment has arrived. I'm leaving. Qin Fan thought about it, but he still set up a no disturb for Gu Yingying, lest his cell phone keep ding dong 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 ringing non-stop. Qin Fan put his cell phone away and continued walking. Qin Fan was very satisfied, and casually pulled the magic blade Thousand Blades out of its sheath. While dealing with the male students next to him, he kept an eye on the news inside the group, because this big sister's figure was really good. Her chest was full of material, and her legs were also white. Damn it, I must hook him up. Buzzing. As for whether what they said would hurt Qin Fan, they never thought about it. At the very least, $100 million. After saying that, Gu Yingying quickly started sending messages to Qin Fan. Gu Yingying's face was full of reluctance as she took a few steps back, before she brought over an exquisite cosplay costume. Forget about it. Set up a disturbance-free bar. Let's leave her alone for now. Outside, Qin Fan was walking on the road, and was almost at the Blue Sky restaurant. 38. 6. 166. 211. The reason why this group of lapdogs are doing this is just like courting Zhou Hangchang, appearing that they are in the same camp as Zhou Hangchang, so that Zhou Hangchang, the rich brother, can take care of them a bit in the future. If he never comes, are we going to stand at the door all night? And not talking in the group either. Moreover, the blade material had glow-in-the-dark powder added inside, and the darker the light was, the more conspicuous the purple shimmer on top of the magic knife Thousand Blades became. This knife is good. As for why he didn't just delete Gu Yingying, the reason was also very simple. As a result, his cell phone kept ringing ding dong ding dong. Mr. Chen, I don't think Qin Fan will come over. Gu Yingying's face turned red. Don't, handsome. At the same time, Zhao Bingling and her best friend were already sitting inside the restaurant's VIP room. It had to be said that the magic blade Thousand Blades was very meticulously made. You're not afraid, are you? This woman. Really? Qin Fan was now on the street, inside the VIP room. The crowd was all a bit disheartened. But, she was obviously much older than Qin Fan, and she was already 25 years old this year. Yet, she was still mesmerized by Qin Fan, a handsome 18-year-old, and couldn't move her eyes. Okay. If he deleted her, where would Qin Fan go to look at so many free and delivered photos in the future? Besides, it was just a look. After freezing for a while, she stomped her foot in exasperation, and exasperatedly said, Bad brother, sister, I'm pouring tens of thousands of dollars into you to let you sleep, and you're not even sleeping? In addition to that, there was a black cloak, and a replica version of a purple longsword, magic blade Thousand Blades. Boss lady, you don't have a seizure. Good brother. Just promise your sister, I want to be broken by you tonight. As a result, before he could walk out the door, he was pulled by Gu Yingying's coat. Such a handsome man, it's too hard for me not to let him get it once. Qin Fan took his cell phone out and unlocked the screen. As he spoke, Gu Yingying's eyes became mesmerized, and they were beginning to fantasize about how comfortable the two of them would be at night inside an erotic hotel. The executives opened their mouths, urging the chairman to go back to the restaurant to dine, not to wait for someone at the door. Outside the door of the restaurant, Uncle Chen with a group of company executives waited at the door for more than an hour, but did not see Qin Fan come over. Qin Fan helplessly pressed his hand on her head and said, "I'm in a hurry to go to the class reunion, so hurry up and help me bring the cosplay costume over. I'm in a hurry." Gu Yingying's face was red, and she was shy, and pressed, "I'll return the money to you, and give you the clothes. Can you go out with me? Even if it's just for one night." Even with clothes on, there was only a pitiful 3 dots of fabric that barely covered the private parts. "Are you stupid? Does that mean he really isn't going to come over tonight?" The countless noisy, fawning, and arguing voices were all lost on her. The shard patterns on the blade were all done in a lifelike manner, looking exactly the same as inside the anime. Only Gu Yingying was left frozen in place. She had dreamed too early. So shameless? Either that, let's go back? Qin Fan waved his magic blade 1,000 blades, and very dashingly salvaged a sword flower in the air before closing the blade and sheathing it in one fell swoop. A lot of it was Gu Yingying being shirtless. "Hurry up and come over, or else Brother Fu won't be happy later." Uncle Chen's face was also ugly this time. He had been standing at the door for over an hour and his legs were numb. Qin Fan's delay in coming over made Uncle Chen feel bad in his heart. SSS. Moreover, Uncle Chen had also been calling Qin Fan. As a result, every time he called, it was "The user you are calling is in the middle of a call." This was clearly pulling his phone into the blacklist. Uncle Chen's face darkened. Either that or, "Let's not wait?" Someone suggested. "Well, if you can find a boy who was better looking, richer and more promising than me, I'll rip my head off on the spot and kick it for you as a ball." Just as Uncle Chen began to beat a retreat, not far from the intersection, a handsome cosplayer suddenly appeared that people couldn't take their eyes off of. "He's actually really Qin Fan? My God, a chairman of a listed company, personally gave him a toast. Can he still not give me face and chat with me for a few moments?" Who would have thought that Qin Fan had come over for a class reunion? Several other executives also walked up and greeted Qin Fan warmly with smiling faces. Dressed in a purple shadow assassin cosplay costume, he also wore a black cape and a purple longsword around his waist. On the first floor hall, sitting 7 or 8 social gangsters, eating lobster, chatting, waiting for Zhou Hengqing's order. All of them were scoundrels recruited by Zhou Hengqing at his expense, waiting to help Zhou Hengqing take out his anger and beat up Qin Fan tonight. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Hiss, since he's willing to come over to our dinner, it means that he's still interested in our company's live broadcast contract. Isn't this that Comic-Con handsome Qin Fan? What on earth is he thinking?" In an instant, all the students were all conquered. "Who is this handsome guy? Is he also our high school classmate? How come I don't remember having such a handsome classmate?" I'm putting my words here today. Only unfortunately, they were too happy too early. He's actually here. At this moment, many boys were frantically flattering Zhou Hengqing and frantically bashing Qin Fan. "With my conditions, it's your honor to even look at you. You don't even want a sky-high live broadcast contract of $80 million a year? I recognize it." Many of the gold-worshipping women inside the class began to flash stars in their eyes. No one would have thought that the dead otaku who had dropped out of school for 3 years was really the Comic-Con hottie who had been on the hot search every day recently. Zhou Hengqing had a mocking look on his face as he said, "Not interested in me? Oh, in terms of background, money, and face value, is there a single person in our class, or even our school, who compares to me?" After saying this, Zhou Hengqing snapped his cup and dropped it on the ground, splashing tea everywhere. For a moment, Uncle Chen, Zhou Jianjun, Li Tsuelian, and the other executives of Station B were all dumbfounded. Hisses. Yi Xinxin's body shrank in fear, not daring to say anything. "Zhao Bingling, don't give your face away. It's higher than my parents' combined salary. Brother Zhou, when you earn big money in the future, don't forget Brother Mia." The many executives were all overjoyed, simply treating Qin Fan as the savior of their company. "Mr. Chen, we have hope this time. Mr. Qin, hello. Can you guys not be so self-centered?" The many executives were all filled with righteous indignation, selling their efforts to flatter Uncle Chen while secretly accusing Qin Fan of being bad. He also continued, "As long as you're willing to be my girlfriend, I'll pay you at least $30,000 a month." Along the way, there were people holding cell phone cameras, snapping at him, just as Zhou Hengqing was aggressively bullying the 2 little girls. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. "Crap. 38. 6. 166. 211. The boys had fawning smiles written all over their faces as they frantically flattered Zhou Hengqing. Uncle Chen stretched out his hand and tried to shake Qin Fan's hand and said with a big smile, I didn't expect you to actually accept my invitation. Since you're here, let's hurry up and go upstairs and talk about the contract while eating. Brother Zhou, in my opinion, Qin Fan will definitely not dare to come over today. Crap. Knock knock. As Zhou Hangcheng spoke, he also intentionally revealed the Versace name watch on his wrist that cost more than $10,000. So handsome, they thought Qin Fan had come over to talk to them about the live broadcast contract. Now that he had graduated from high school and there was no teacher or school supervision, Zhou Hangcheng became even more unscrupulous. Mr. Chen, let's hurry up and welcome him. Zhao Bingling, on the other hand, frowned and didn't say anything. Uncle Chen was also overjoyed and couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he took 3 steps and hurriedly walked over to greet Qin Fan. Zhou Hangcheng was not a good person. Otherwise he wouldn't have made a move on Zhao Bingling in his first year of high school. Zhou Jianjun and Li Tzuilian couple also immediately walked over to Qin Fan's side, squeezing smiles and rubbing their hands together to greet him. Tisk. Just one look at the appearance could make one's eyes glisten with handsomeness. The imposing manner. Qin Fan frowned and said, "When did I agree to your invitation?" After saying that, Uncle Chen quickly arranged for a company executive to follow Qin Fan over. This kid, he really doesn't know what he's doing. He's a loser who dropped out of school. How can he compare to you? Yes, you'll be a foreign student studying overseas in the future. You're much better than Qin Fan. $30,000 a month? Then, as the crowd was wondering, Qin Fan pushed open the door and came in. Everyone turned their eyes to the door, wondering who was knocking outside. After that, with a big push, Qin Fan directly pushed Uncle Chen and the others who were in the way all to the side. Bing Ling, I've been chasing you for 3 years. Can you give me a word on whether or not you're willing to be my girlfriend? Isn't this the handsome guy from Comic-Con who's been particularly hot recently? Zhao Bingling, however, was cold. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Not to mention, Qin Fan's face value was as high as 200. Casually raising his eyebrows could make countless women on the road pass out. The students inside the room were all stunned. Moreover, Qin Fan had come over this time, and he was specially wearing a costume, raising his level of handsomeness to the extreme. I just don't believe it. Mr. Chen is at least the chairman of B Station. All make way. Don't delay my business. Brother Fu, can you consider me? $30,000 a month. I'll be your mistress. Even if he's so handsome, he can't not give face to Mr. Chen. A handsome purple cosplay costume, together with the magic sword Thousand Blades worn on his waist, and his exquisite, handsome to unrivaled perfect face. Then, without looking back, he entered the restaurant and walked towards the second floor 222 VIP room that his high school classmates had booked. And inside the 222 VIP room on the second floor, there were already more than 40 high school classmates seated. Zhou Hangcheng was enjoying the crowd's barbs while raising his cup and aiming it at Zhao Bingling next to him. Oh my god. I came over this time to attend a class reunion here. Just a few moments after he came in, there were several girls who were fainted by his handsomeness. Heads tilted and fainted. SSS. It wasn't until several female classmates next to her pressed her chest several times that these girls woke up. After waking up, their first words were, "Qin Fan. I'm your fan. I've liked you for a few days. If I had known that you were our high school classmate, I should have looked for you to confess. Woo woo, Qin Fan. Can you marry me? I don't mind being a junior. Even if it's a junior 4, a junior 5, a junior 6. It's him who saved me from waking up during the Comic-Con. At that time, he even pressed my chest." In the last sentence, Uncle Chen had used the honorific word you, which showed how much he valued Qin Fan, and how important Qin Fan was to B Station. You're just a dropout waste who didn't even finish his first year of high school. How can you compare to me, a foreign student? The only requirement is that it can only be broadcasted live on our B Station. Isn't he that Uncle Chen from Station B? And then, the drinking was so sharp. As soon as Qin Fan opened his mouth, he made the smell of smoke in the room become even more intense. The lapdogs had only just finished mocking. Uncle Chen finished and drank it all on the spot. Mr. Qin, I toast you. Inside the group of young people, Uncle Chen's photos, emoticons, and terrier pictures were widely circulated. So as soon as Qin Fan came in, Zhao Bingling hurriedly stood up and waved. "Qin Fan, do you still remember me? I'm Zhao Bingling. You saved me when you participated in the Comic-Con Yao." The students inside the room were all stunned. Then, as soon as he sat down here, he immediately looked like a big 100-watt light bulb, blinding Zhou Hangcheng's eyes. It's exactly the same as the photo on the internet. If you think that $80 million a year is too little, is it okay if we at Station B give you a $90 million live broadcast contract for a year? Even Zhao Bingling's eyes lit up, recognizing Qin Fan. But don't you brag here either. Then the live broadcast met Qin Fan. So Uncle Chen just came in and the students recognized him. Afterward, Qin Fan faintly said towards the door. Little Chen, come in. It's more than $2 million a year in salary. Zhou Hangchang, on the other hand, was so stunned that he couldn't say a word. Qin Fan, I admit that you are very handsome. Little Chen. Qin Fan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and drank a cup of tea instead of wine. TSK TSK. TSK. Now well, hearing someone inside calling his name, Uncle Chen immediately straightened his suit and tie and started knocking on the door to greet him, setting Zhou Hangchang off like a clown. So it's you. Since that day, Qin Fan's figure and face were all deeply imprinted inside Zhao Bingling's head. She had been fainted by Qin Fan, and was resuscitated by Qin Fan by massaging her chest. The more than 20 female students present were all charmed to death by Qin Fan. Qin Fan smiled faintly and directly walked over and sat on the seat between Zhao Bingling and Zhou Hangchang. Immediately after that, the few dog legs under Zhou Hangchang's hand also opened their mouths. Qin Fan raised his eyebrows and immediately recognized her. My god, what to compare with Qin Fan? However, just as Zhou Hangchang lowered his head, wanting to be a shrunken head turtle, Qin Fan smiled and pulled him out. And Zhou Hangchang's parents, even if they were B Station executives, only had 1 or 2 million in salary a year. Inside the VIP room, all the students were so shocked that they couldn't say a word, all with their mouths wide open in disbelief. Qin Fan scoffed, do you believe that I can get your parents laid off with a single phone call? Qin Fan could already earn $80 or $90 million a year? This gap was also too big. Outside the door, the faces of the many executives at Station B turned green. 386, 166, 211. She could never forget Qin Fan in her life. Now, does what you said still count? In fact, Uncle Chen had been waiting outside for half a day. Hisses. When I came in just now, didn't you say that as long as someone is more handsome than you, richer than you, and more promising than you? He wanted to go in and give Qin Fan a toast, but he hadn't been able to find an opportunity. Will you just rip your head off and let people kick it as a ball? Speaking of this, Zhao Bingling's ear roots were red. Shy to the extreme. Whenever you want to get up, just broadcast it live. Saying this, Zhao Bingling's face turned red. His mom and dad had to work continuously for 8 or 9 decades to top Qin Fan's 1 year's signing fee for live broadcasting. Mr. Qin, I'm the chairman of Station B. Is it convenient for me to go in? Zhou Hangchang stretched his neck and said angrily. Of course it counts, but even if you're more handsome than me, can you still be richer and more promising than me? They had only just graduated from high school. Neither of them had gone to college yet. Neither of them had earned any money yet. A glass of white wine. Look, can you? And my mom and dad. But they're executives at B Station Company. Inside the VIP room, Zhou Hangchang was still deadbeat, saying, Qin Fan, you're pretty good at acting? Did you even find a group actor, and let someone pretend to be the president of B Station? Zhou Hangchang didn't say anything, but after he brought out his parents, Qin Fan immediately laughed. So he stood up and pointed at Qin Fan, cursing, what do you mean, my treat, not yours? How can you have the cheek to come over for dinner? Even Zhou Hangchang, this time, did not dare to say anything. You're blowing it. That day, she was officially invited by the king to go to the Comic-Con above to live broadcast in cosplay Yao Mei. Zhou Hangchang was angry and anxious. Moreover, Qin Fan was also several notches more handsome than him, and as soon as Qin Fan sat down here, all the gazes in the room instantly focused on Qin Fan alone. Zhao Bingling was also surprised. Uncle Chen is the chairman of a listed company. Why did he come here? Zhou Hangchang's face turned green with anger. Qin Fan could tell at a glance that the dude was in a hurry. You're a dropout deadbeat. You can make Fu's mom and dad get laid off? Moreover, during the live broadcast, there are no special requirements for you. In less than a second, the sound of knocking on the door sounded outside. Bullshit. You think you're the president of B Station? Uncle Chen's face also darkened for a moment, but he quickly changed into a smiling face again, pushed open the door, and went in with his wine glass raised. What are you laughing at? Zhou Hangchang was furious, so naturally he had to ruthlessly retrieve his face. Subsequently, under the crowd of spectators, Uncle Chen carried his wine glass, took 3 steps and quickly trotted to Qin Fan's side. That, Mr. Qin, it's still the matter of the live broadcast contract. There could be a fight at any time. So Qin Fan mocked. What? Wasn't it you who kept yelling inside the group for me to come over? Now that I've come over, how do you have the nerve to lick your face and ask me? After a glass of wine, Uncle Chen rubbed his hands together and didn't even have a stool to talk about business. You fucking. Zhou Hangchengdu laughed in anger. Qin Fan had a sneer on his face and didn't even bother replying to him. Or he could not see that Zhao Bingling was extremely favorable to Qin Fan. Little Chen the live broadcast contract, I can consider it. But the prerequisite is to fire this Joe Hunching's mom and dad. SSS. His mom and dad are B station executives, and he has a grudge against me. Little Chen, do you know what I mean? Chin Fan finished speaking and looked at Uncle Chen with a teasing face. How could Uncle Chen not understand what Chin Fan meant? Chin Fan was clearly using the opportunity to take revenge, wanting to make Joe Hunching's parents laid off and unemployed. If someone else made this kind of request, Uncle Chen would definitely not agree. But Chin Fan is different. The only way to go to a good university was to spend money to go abroad. As for his own academic performance, it was even less impressive. Joe Hangcheng cried a lot. The so-called 2 houses in the city are all bought with loans. Inside the VIP room, 4 dozen high school graduates just graduated from the students. Herd outside the door continued to kill like a wailing pig. The mood is all very complex. The secretary immediately agreed to go out to find someone. However, it is useless to cry. Joe Hangcheng knew very well that the conditions inside his family were not at all as impressive as he had blown them up to be. Zhou Jianjun, Li Suelian, you two have been dismissed. Go find personnel to go through the exit formalities. But they didn't expect that this loser inside the family would mess with anyone, but actually mess with Chin Fan's head. This is not looking for death? Until now, there are still more than 20 million loans have not been paid back. Uncle Chen heard. Eyeballs drip turn. Soon have an answer. Inside the restaurant, the atmosphere was gloomy. To put it bluntly, Chin Fan's earning power alone was more terrifying than the entire B station's thousands of employees combined. Uncle Chen was a smart man and quickly figured out which was more important. They also knew very well that this loser of their family was very indisputable and capable of causing trouble. Chin Fan's business value was too great. It's our fault for failing to educate our son to be a good man and letting him offend Mr. Chin. I'm really sorry, but the two of them together were not as important as Chin Fan alone. Zhou Jianjun took his leather shoes and rushed at Joe Hunching's face. Up, down, left, right, and on. But studying abroad costs a lot of money. And if Joe Hunching's parents were fired, they wouldn't have the money to send him to study abroad. Chin Fan, the big handsome guy who is hot on the internet. Where is a loser like Joe Hangcheng who has accomplished nothing to bully him? Zhou Jianjun and Li Suelian knew very well that as long as Chin Fan threatened with a contract, Uncle Chen was certain to expel the two of them. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to college in China. The main reason was that with his lousy grades, it was a struggle to go to a junior college in China. Sorry, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Want them, or me? After saying that, Uncle Chen immediately called the personnel department, and in just half a minute, he finished all the processes and dismissed Zhou Jianjun and Li Suelian. What's more, as long as Chin Fan is signed off, the stock price of Station B will immediately skyrocket. Zhou Hunching's academic performance was terrible. As for the group of lapdogs who had been kissing his ass before, this time they all kept their mouths shut and didn't dare to say anything. Afterwards, he directly gave a word to the secretary under his hand. You go out and ask this Zhou Hangcheng, which pair of executives in our company's son, have them both come over to see me immediately. Don't fight. As long as their family has the slightest involvement with B Station, there's no way I'll sign a live broadcast contract with you. Chin Fan smiled faintly and said, I'm not interested in money. No matter how much they pleaded for Uncle Chen, it was useless, and they were soon pulled, dragged, and thrown out by the security guards. So after the two of them came in, they immediately accompanied them with smiling faces and kept apologizing. 38. 6. 166. 211. Snap. The words landed. Chin Fan will no longer nonsense. Pick up a cup of tea. Sip drink up. After the 3 members of the family were all kicked out, Zhou Jianjun and Li Suelian were furious. You choose yourself. A few minutes ago, Zhou Hangcheng was still dejected, mocking and threatening to give Chin Fan some color. Pain. It hurts. If 1 million isn't enough, 2 million will do. Hardly even smacking Joe Hunching's face into a pig's head was not enough to relieve his hatred. Not only that, as long as their family stays on the B Station, I won't be broadcasting on the B Station in the future. Of course, Zhou Hangcheng, the loser, was also thrown out the door. After saying that, these two even hurriedly brought their wine cups up and raised them. How about this? Our couple will punish ourselves with a cup of wine, and then compensate Mr. Chin with $1 million as moral damages. Is that okay? Dad, Mom, stop fighting. After saying that, the two of them immediately downed a glass of white wine. Leather shoes, belts, all of them rushed at Zhou Hunching's face and smacked it. Before Zhou Jianjun and Li Suelian came in, they already knew from the secretary's mouth how big of a crime their son had committed. After hearing this, Uncle Chen turned his gaze to Chin Fan and inquired, Mr. Chin, what do you think? Should we forgive them? Zhou Hongqing's wailing continued. Yes, Douyin, block hand. Weibo, small sweet potato, etc. There are many platforms. I can go anywhere. I just won't go to your B station. But now, Zhou Hangqing saw that B station Uncle Chen had to serve and flatter Qin Fan. He immediately panicked. Although Zhou Jianjun and Li Tzuilian in the B station for many years have been dry on the executive position. Soon enough, a husband and wife mixed doubles began to play outside the door. Ah, no, there is no need to go through the exit formalities. I'll personally call the personnel and ask them to mail the dismissal documents inside your home. You don't want to come to work in the company in the future. We're not familiar with each other. For a moment, Zhou Jianjun and Li Tzuilian were all dumbfounded. How could they not expect that Zhou Hangqing, this loser, actually caused them to lose even their $1 million a year jobs? Even the 2 houses that his parents bought with a loan had to be broken, and they all had to be repossessed by the bank. Seeing that Zhou Hangqing's parents were going to be fired, where would those lapdogs continue to kiss his ass? They can't wait to sever their friendship with him. If firing 2 executives could get Qin Fan signed, it would be too good a deal. So Uncle Chen didn't even use up 10 seconds. It only took him 3 seconds to make a decision right away. I'll fire both of them right here. Zhou Hangqing's face would be white with worry this time, pale and bloodless, and his body was trembling. He couldn't even say a word. His teeth were all about to be clenched. His throat was burning hot and painful, and he still didn't dare to say anything. As for Zhou Hangqing, his face was pale. He didn't even dare to raise his head, and all of his previous appearance had disappeared. Not long after, Zhou Hangqing's parents came to the restaurant VIP room inside. He just broadcast live 2 or 3 times, and was able to add 15 million new users to the B station, and also collected more than 20 million gifts. After saying that, Qin Fan spread his 2 hands and said, "Little Chen, I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it." No one expected that the rich brother Zhou Hangqing in their eyes, in the blink of an eye, was cleaned up so miserably by Qin Fan. For a while, everyone didn't dare to look directly at Qin Fan. Even if they sneaked a glance at him, they were especially afraid. SSS. Bing Ling, I didn't expect Qin Fan, this handsome guy from the comic show, to be so powerful. In less than a few minutes, he cleaned up Zhou Hangqing, and even made both of his parents lose their jobs. Yi Xinxin whispered to her girlfriend. Inside her voice, it was filled with admiration for Qin Fan. A handsome, rich, and powerful boy like Qin Fan would naturally attract all the girls' favorites. And even a scummy girl like Yi Xinxin had fallen in love with Qin Fan in the blink of an eye. No longer did she have the heart to taunt Qin Fan. As for Zhao Bingling, the corners of her mouth rose and she said happily, "I knew it. Qin Fan is definitely the handsome guy at the Comic-Con. Worthy of being the boy I'm looking at. He's just awesome." Only, this VIP room was filled with high school classmates, not suitable for contract negotiations. If a different boy had sent a message like this, he would have been blackballed by the girls long ago. In other words, if Qin Fan had broadcasted 31 hours in a month on Douyin, he would have to broadcast 32 hours in a month on B Station. The reason why it was so calm was mainly because Qin Fan had a lot of money in his hand, and he said he'll pamper me when he's free? It's not really AA, is it? Where can I get it? I don't care. Crap. I fay go to sleep. If other anchors saw such a contract, I'm afraid they could be envious for 3 days and nights and not be able to sleep. The 2 long legs also couldn't help but start twisting around and settle down. Ooh, so happy. But what about Qin Fan? When Qin Fan saw this message, he just faintly returned a few words. No. Doesn't it mean that he's really interested in me? On the 2nd floor, in VIP room 666, Uncle Chen and Qin Fan had already signed the contract. He actually called out to me, "Consort? A $120 million a year live broadcast contract for only 30 hours a month." It was too shameful. The other executives were also laughing so hard that they couldn't close their mouths, grinning all the time, clapping their hands and popping champagne to celebrate. Zhou Hangqing is gone, and so is Qin Fan? That's all. The executives of B Station led by Uncle Chen, however, were overjoyed. Doing that thing, the treatment given by B Station is still very good. While the 2 little girls were secretly talking, Qin Fan had already started talking business with Uncle Chen. Let everyone know that Qin Fan, a handsome guy from Comic-Con who was rare to see in thousands of years, has been taken by our B Station. The group of high school students who had just graduated immediately didn't have the heart to enjoy the feast. Uncle Chen was as happy as a child. His face was numb with laughter. Zhao Bingling and Yi Xinxin were very smart, and seeing that the situation was not right, they immediately lowered their heads, held hands, and slipped away. They were all blocked by the restaurant security guards inside the house. "Do not pay, do not want to go." Uncle Chen said, "Immediately send this matter to the publicity department. Increase publicity." More than 9 o'clock in the evening, Qin Fan finally returned home. ready to brush the video, play the game, and go to bed. Good girlfriend, you don't really think that you can chase him, right? He is a handsome guy at the Comic-Con. There are many girls chasing him. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. Tens of millions or more than that. Where is your turn? When she turned her head and glanced inside her best friend's comforter, her face instantly turned red. Shin Fan, do you want to come to my comforter and sleep together? I bought a very sexy underwear today. On the bed, her good girlfriend Song Zomi was swiping the video inside the comforter. And above the gift split, it was also 73 open. Make sure to be on the front page of all the major media in less than an hour. But Shin Fan, after signing the contract, his complexion was still plain as usual. 38. 6. 166. 211. The next morning, Si Tong Yen was in high spirits, brushing her teeth and playing a little song, in a good mood. Others, however, were not so lucky. In the next room, Shin Fan also woke up from his sleep. In your words, why do you sound like he is your boyfriend? Shin Fan was 70%, and Station B was 30%. But after Si Tong Yen saw this news, she was so happy that her eyes curved into a crescent moon. In the future, those who want to see him live, can come to our B station. Ha ha ha. Song Zoni red face, thought, good sister, I'm not asleep yet, you at least wait for me to fall asleep. Then that because she found that the good girlfriend Si Tong Yen actually inside the quilt. Song Zongi, on the other hand, was wearing a pair of dark circles under her eyes, and hadn't slept well all night. Yi Xinshin was right. There were too many girls who liked Shin Fan. Even if Zhao Bingling was very pretty, it was still hard to chase Shin Fan. Zhao Bingling clenched her small fists and said, anyway, I must chase him down, then hug him and stick to him every day. Suddenly, Song Zomi realized that the bed had been creaking all the time. I want to be favored by him early. I want to be pressed by him on the bed and bullied hard. Another king crab, another lobster sea cucumber. Even if it's AA, it must be $700 or $800 each. Only, the lifetime of other platforms can't be more than this side of the B station. Shin Fan nodded and didn't say much, and soon left the VIP room with Uncle Chen. Ding dong. Yi Xinshin was speechless and said, if I remember correctly, Shin Fan's relationship with you seems to be quite ordinary, right? What was in front of them was how to equalize the sky-high bill of this meal, which was up to more than 30,000 yuan. After the two of them went out, the 40 or so high school classmates inside the VIP room were all dumbfounded. Si Tong Yen, the Douyin 3 million net red girl, was inside the nest with a red face and sent such a message to Shin Fan. That was why he was so calm. That tone of Shin Fan's reply to the message was especially middle-aged. There was no laughter at all. If Si Tong Yan's fans knew about this, I'm afraid they would have to faint on the spot with envy. The most important point was that even if Shin Fan had signed a contract with the B station, he could still continue to broadcast live on platforms like Douyin and Block Hand. It's too Douyin. It was easy. The number of users, the company's stock price, net profit, and so on, it's all going to take off. On average, an hour a day of live streaming would be fine. Congratulations host, mission accomplished. Hiss, when I'm free one day, I'll go over and pamper you. There were a few $100 million in cash on the bank account alone, and one could still do the mission at any time and exchange a few $100 million in cash with exchange points at any time. A mere $100 million. Shin Fan was truly not looking at it. Then who's going to pay for our dinner gathering this time? Thus, Uncle Chen proposed. Mr. Shin, why don't we either change to a private room and talk about the contract? It's not very convenient with so many people here. But what Shin Fan didn't expect was that he had just finished washing up and had just laid down on the bed when he soon received a WeChat message. They had no choice but to call their parents and ask them to call money, or drive over personally, to fish them back. However, Shin Fan didn't wake up naturally. Shin Fan was woken up by the system. Si Tong Yen just slightly fantasized about the scene of the two of them in bed, and she had a feeling. Successfully punched Zhou Hangcheng in the face. Degree of punching A. Mission reward, 5,000 exchange value. SSS. Shin Fan immediately smiled when he heard this news. 5,000 exchange value? TSK. That's quite a lot. It tops the previous 5 missions, and it's worth 5 billion in cash. It's too good a deal. $200,000 an hour. Do you think it's acceptable? Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Shin? I'm a staff member of the King officials. My name is Lu Shiyu, and I would like to invite you to the King Game exclusive comic show that we're organizing today. Shin Fan, on the other hand, was lying down inside the house, figuring out what to do today. Ding bell. It was too much of a relief. After all, Shin Fan could receive 10 million gifts for a random live broadcast. Lu Shiyu nervously answered. However, Shin Fan was also a bit curious. System. Logically, It should be right to give me a mission reward right after the face punching ended last night. However, my position within the program is relatively low, and 200,000 per hour is the highest price I can fight for. Don't worry, I definitely won't be angry. Afterward, she placed the takeout at Shin Fan's door and hid behind the dumpster to sneak a peek. Shin Fan glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar phone number. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Not many people seem to know my phone number, right? Why are there strangers calling all of a sudden? It wasn't even very good at lying to people, because Joe Hunching's parents beat him up all night. Shin Fan said indifferently, let's not talk about the appearance fee. I want to ask, where did you get my phone number? Who told you about it? After Shin Fan hung up the phone, he quickly called Si Tongyen with a Wi-Fi voice. At this moment, Shin Fan was curious about where this young lady named Lu Shiyu got his cell phone number from. Lu Shiyu had been speaking in a thin voice, obviously with an understated look. Mr. Shin, can you not ask this? Good. Hello sir, your takeout. Yesterday's face punching was so vigorous, it really wasn't in vain. System, the reason is simple. Only when Shin Fan hung up did she dare to put her phone down. Ding dong. Shin Fan was overjoyed. The way she said this, she looked like a girl who had just entered society not long ago, at most 22 years old, just graduated from college. My god, just as Shin Fan was thinking about going out shopping and buying something, the phone suddenly rang. Just tell me straight, who the hell told you my phone number? But there was no way around it. Even if she knew the price was a little low, she still had to try. The mission wasn't completely over until after his parents stopped the beatings and got him to the ICU. The delivery man, an aunt in her 30s, was quite polite and rang the doorbell. Her heart was beating faster and she was almost breathless with excitement. Shin Fan's phone number, in addition to a few relatives. No one knows. Can I not tell you? What else do you say? Handsome dizzy me? More than thousands of times more handsome than those stars. It wasn't until several minutes later that she collapsed to the floor, covering her chest and able to breathe normally. If it gets any higher, I won't be able to do anything. So fucking handsome. Almost made my old lady wet with handsome. Even if more people knew about it, Shin Fan's big deal would be to change his number. 386-166-211. Then, she didn't dare to hang up the phone. However, her voice was a bit nervous, and she was worried that Shin Fan would not be able to get away with the $200,000 per hour fee. It's not a big deal. This is not bullshit. Waiting for a few minutes later, Shin Fan opened the door and came out to get takeout. Tut tut tut. She only took one look and was so handsome that her head was spinning. Shin Fan couldn't help but sigh. This system is so strict. Shin Fan listened and understood. Excuse me, is it convenient for you to come over and cosplay the game character? After washing up, the takeout that Shin Fan ordered was also delivered to the door. However, Shin Fan also mourned for Joe Hangcheng in his heart for a second, thinking, this kid, he's actually been beaten and hospitalized in the intensive care unit? Really? Lu Shiyu for a while, before embarrassedly said, in fact, it is Si Tongyen told me. Isn't she renting an apartment at your place? Then, she's also coming to our Comic-Con today. So, actually, it was just a phone number. So Shin Fan really wouldn't be angry. Outside, many commuters were walking and driving to work. What about earning 5 billion cash worth of exchange points? The killing power of Shin Fan's handsome face was just too strong. The female takeout clerk's face darkened after hearing this. Thinking, is this man stupid? After hearing this, Shin Fan smiled and said, I'll think about it and call you back later. Shin Fan faintly said, okay, I know, put the door and go. I will go out to get it later. Afraid of handsome dizzy you. Although she had a lot of distribution tasks at hand, she just wanted to know, where in the world did this customer get such a big face, to actually say that he could make someone dizzy with handsomeness? How come you delayed until now to tell me that the task is complete before giving me a reward? The female delivery clerk was walking unsteadily, trembling, and hadn't slowed down for a long time. Subsequently, when Shin Fan finished eating inside the house, the time was almost 8 in the morning. Shin Fan was a bit puzzled, and thought that something was wrong with the system, delaying the rewards for so long. After all, Shin Fan had registered his B-Station Live account with his cell phone number. It didn't stop until a second before. Where could one look at this small amount of money? Of course, Uncle Chen knew. Shin Fan was quite puzzled, but still answered the phone. A face value of up to 200 points really isn't blowing. Behind the dumpster, the female takeout clerk's eyes went wide. Lu Shiyu was so nervous that she stuttered in her speech. I. Shin Fan couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Why are you stumbling over your words like a temp? And you can't even lie. Of course, there is an appearance fee. As it turned out, One had to wait until Zhou Hangqing's parents had finished their fight before evaluating exactly how many points the degree of face punching was before settling the mission rewards. I'd like to see how handsome you are. Ha ha ha. All morning, Qin Fan was overjoyed. This young lady, who couldn't even lie, actually thought of begging Qin Fan for a bit so that he wouldn't pursue the matter. She then told me your phone number, hoping that I can represent the king's official and invite you. Qin Fan was quite good-tempered. Even if Qin Fan only revealed a side face, he was still stunningly handsome. The young lady's voice was crunchy and quite nice. Not long after, Si Tongyan's voice rang out. Handsome man, did the sun come out of the west today? You will actually take the initiative to call me? I'm so happy. Si Tongyan had already dragged her girlfriends and brought several makeup girls into the comic show. SSS. When Qin Fan's call came over, Si Tongyan didn't even have the heart to put on her makeup and was happy as a child inside the dressing room holding her cell phone. Handsome guy, did you miss me? Ha ha ha. If you miss me, I'll open a video for you and change clothes for you to see. Okay? Si Tongyan's face was red, shy and excited. She was like a little fangirl right now, and she couldn't wait to let Qin Fan see all of her body. Of course, she didn't have a fetish for exposing her body. She was just simply overwhelmed by Qin Fan's handsome and couldn't wait to give her body to Qin Fan and let him be her boyfriend. Tell her that I'm not going to the Comic-Con today. Si Tongyan said sorry several times in a row, worried that Qin Fan would be angry with her. So, can you go out with me? Si Tongyan could only admit to lowering her head, holding her fingers, and apologizing in a fidgety manner. I'm sorry, I just want you to attend the Comic-Con with me so that I can do cosplay with you. However, Zhao Bingling still had no feelings for Qin Fan. Right, after Zhao Bingling finished speaking, her face was already as red as a ripe apple, almost dripping out water, shy to the extreme. She had thought that Lu Xiyu wouldn't betray her and give her up, but she didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. This time, the phone call was actually from Zhao Bingling, who had been fainted by Qin Fan at the top of the last comic show. Si Tongyan was furious and kept complaining about Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu had no choice but to apologize. Sorry, good girlfriend, when you're done, I'll treat you to hot pot tonight, okay? Don't be angry. Next time, I definitely won't do that. Sorry. Another strange number. Qin Fan suddenly thought of the main thing and said, you gave my cell phone number to someone else, right? But unfortunately, it was now broad daylight. That's why Qin Fan refused in order to protect her. It's not suitable to engage in this during the daytime. When we're free at night, the two of us will open a video. How could you sell me out? Damn it! If it was nighttime, Qin Fan would have definitely agreed. At 9 in the morning, Si Tongyan wore a costume at the Comic-Con and cosplayed the Shisher's Supreme Beauty Ride Cart Ballad skin inside the King's game. This time, Qin Fan really misunderstood Si Tongyan. It was only last night, after she realized that Qin Fan was her senior classmate, that she desperately looked up her classmates' records and found the confession letter that Qin Fan had left for her 2 years ago. After saying that, Qin Fan hung up the phone. This is more or less the same. Also, please tell that Lu Xiyu. But who would have thought that inside this fairy's head, she had actually been holding the same thoughts as a demented girl. Although, you've already dropped out of school for 2 years. Since he hadn't received any system quests, Qin Fan was too lazy to get up and go out to play. Hello, may I ask if you are Qin Fan? I'm Zhao Bingling. Sidong Yen was so busy at the Comic-Con that she didn't have time to tell other girls about his phone number. However, Qin Fan was quite good-tempered and faintly said, alright, no need to apologize, just pay attention next time. She still thought she could pull Qin Fan to the Comic-Con and get close. Evening? Good. But, I suddenly feel like I like you a bit now. Of course, as long as Si Tongyan didn't take the initiative to say it, no one would know. This contrast, it was also too big. Qin Fan frowned and thought for a while before remembering who the other party was. Only then did Si Tongyan feel slightly better. 38. 6. 166. 211. Qin Fan frowned and thought, it should be the classmate book that the former owner wrote for her, right? Just when Qin Fan was lying all close to falling asleep, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Qin Fan asked, ringing bell. This. Excuse me, are these real? Cos photos were also taken by countless photography enthusiasts. Only, when she was in high school, Zhao Bingling had never cared about Qin Fan because she was so good looking that there were especially many boys chasing after her, and she received especially many love letters. The otaku at the Comic-Con were still starstruck, treating her like a fairy. Where did you get my cell phone number? The gorgeous silver cosplay outfit set her off like a fairy, and combined with her pretty face, she gained countless favorable comments at the comic show. On top of the senior year classmate record, you said that you like me a lot, will like me for life, and can promise me all the requests. However, Si Tongyan's gaze, had been looking a little lost. Ah, the classmate book from the first year of high school? You bad woman. You've caused me so much misery. Si Tong Yen is now the dream goddess of countless geeks. Ah, belonging to the kind of fairy that can only be viewed from afar and cannot be played with profanely. Above the classmate record, in addition to the cell phone number, there wouldn't be other things written, right? Qin Fan was pondering what was written on the top of the classmate record when Zhao Bingling took several deep breaths and finally gathered her courage and opened her mouth. Si Tong Yan's eyes narrowed with happiness, thinking, at night, she can make sure to get the sexiest set of lingerie, and charm Qin Fan fiercely. Si Tong Yan was dumbfounded. Qin Fan frowned, skeptical. Who is it this time? It couldn't be that Si Tong Yan told someone else my phone number again, could it? Zhao Bingling nervously replied, I found your cell phone number from inside the classmate directory from the first year of high school. This Zhao Bingling, meanwhile, was also Qin Fan's high school classmate. Even if Qin Fan was quite handsome at that time, he had once fought with Zhou Hangqing for her. Zhao Bingling had just made the call and immediately started talking nervously. Zhao Bingling? Si Tong Yan was a bit sad. Ugh. As a result, now it's not good. Not only did Qin Fan not come to the Comic-Con, he even became a little cold in his attitude towards her. Moreover, Si Tong Yan is still inside the dressing room of the comic show. In case there is a pinhole camera inside, it will be a big trouble, and it will have a big impact on Si Tong Yan's reputation. Besides, Qin Fan is so handsome. Si Tong Yan is not willing to tell other girls Qin Fan's contact information, so as not to let her have one more competitor. Si Tong Yan couldn't help but sigh. He remembered that he was not very close to this Zhao Bingling, and had never given the other party a cell phone number, mainly because she has been thinking about Qin Fan. Thinking about when she can open a video with Qin Fan at night to let Qin Fan watch her change clothes. Inside the comic show, countless onlookers of the male compatriots if they knew what she was thinking now. It is estimated that all will be her angry fainted. However, she still gave Lu Shiyu a phone call. Shiyu, Qin Fan said he's not coming to the comic show. Definitely, he would have a beautiful feast on the beauty of a beautiful maiden changing her clothes. Meanwhile, Qin Fan would have already eaten breakfast, lying in bed and brushing up on anime for almost an hour. Until now, after learning that Qin Fan was the handsome guy at the Comic-Con, and that he was amazingly handsome, Zhao Bingling began to really like and be infatuated with Qin Fan. SSS. To put it in the simplest terms, it is. What Zhao Bingling likes is Qin Fan's handsome face. That's all. The so-called senior classmates, the so-called classmate records and so on are all just excuses. What she liked was Qin Fan's unrivaled handsome face. That's all. Qin Fan was also very clear about this, so he asked very directly, since you like me, then what did you do in your first year of high school? You didn't confess to me 2 years ago, and now that I've become so handsome, you only want to get up and date me? Aren't you thinking too beautifully? New mission, take private photos of Zhao Bingling. After saying that, Qin Fan already felt like he was about to die of embarrassment. Qin Fan saw that the scolding was almost over, and he had already helped the dog-licking former owner to get out of breath. Before slowing down his tone and faintly said, if you are craving for my body, I can give you a chance. This time, it was Qin Fan's turn to speak nervously. Zhao Bingling, are you free today? However, the punishment for failing the mission was also horrible, directly deducting 7,000 exchange points, which was like emptying all the exchange points Qin Fan had on him. The chances that you can compete fairly with other girls and chase me together. Zhao Bingling's sixth sense told her that Qin Fan had suddenly become a bit strange. Of course, I won't let you be a model for nothing. Very reasonable, right? Even if she was inexperienced, she wanted to be a licking dog for once and chase Qin Fan to her hand. Not to mention, Qin Fan continued to add a few words. Zhao Bingling, you just admit it, and let me be her master? Shibboleth. Speaking of the Shibboleth command, Zhao Bingling was already unable to speak clearly in her shy words, stammering for fear of being thought that she was a girl who was not reserved. Qin Fan just saw a few words down. Instantly Zhao Bingling dry silence. After all, Qin Fan was so handsome that it made her heart tremble and move. I'm suddenly interested in photography lately. I want to take a set of private photos for you. Can you be my model? Even she herself had to admit that what Qin Fan said was the truth. Qin Fan, on the other hand, was taken aback at the moment that, a second ago, he had said that Zhao Bingling had craved his body. Why do I feel that it's a bit perverted? This sin was too big, wasn't it? Zhao Bingling began to hesitate. The mission reward was fine. There were 7,000 exchange points worth 7 billion cash. Qin Fan said several sentences in a row, mocking Zhao Bingling to death. You teach me how to be a licking dog? At least he didn't pull Zhao Bingling black, nor did he completely cut ties with her. She was on the verge of fainting from shyness, because Zhao Bingling was just too well behaved. It caused Qin Fan to be a bit embarrassed. But, you're cheap. Although, Zhao Bingling had already decided to pursue Qin Fan and was willing to let Qin Fan be her master. System, directly obliterate and prevent resurrection. As a result, the second after that, he was about to take private photos of Zhao Bingling. Ding dong. He even felt that he looked like a badass right now. After hearing this, Qin Fan was dumbfounded. His face burned terribly. Being a licking dog or something, Zhao Bingling was not experienced at all. Mission reward, 7,000 exchange points. She even said succinctly that she was greedy for her body and cheap. You're just greedy for my body. Even more, there were still 1,000 exchange points owed to the system. He had to take sexy private photos of Zhao Bingling, and I've never let a boy see my underwear. This was too beastly. The system suddenly sent out a quest. Qin Fan felt that he was still quite good. Just when Qin Fan was thinking about whether he should explain to her and not be her master. 38. 6. 166. 211. To actually turn such a beautiful, good-looking good girl into a strange and weird girl. Zhao Bingling's shy face turned red, and she shyly said, "Can it be a few days? I'm a little embarrassed right now." Zhao Bingling was really shy. After the shooting is over, it has to be pasted on the bedside of the bedroom for a week. So obedient? However, she really couldn't let go of Qin Fan. Instantly, Zhao Bingling put her head down, her face so ashamed that she couldn't even speak. Well, that's probably it. I'm free. What's wrong? But because Qin Fan was exceptionally handsome, Zhao Bingling still answered obediently. Crap. After Zhao Bingling finished speaking, she was already too shy to raise her head. As a result, Qin Fan was now going to take private photos of her. This girl is actually so proactive? Qin Fan was reborn once with great difficulty, so he definitely didn't want to die and be erased. That's why she wanted to have a relationship with Qin Fan. I also don't have the experience of being a licking dog. I'll get into a relationship with you when you catch up with me. As long as Zhao Bingling was willing to pursue him sincerely, Qin Fan was still willing to give her a chance to be a licking dog for once. You're not into me at all. Mission failed, 7,000 exchange points deducted. Crap. Or simply, you're giving me direct orders to be my master. That's right. Every word Qin Fan said was the truth. This was also too shameful. I can give you money or take you out to play. Then, no matter what orders you issue, I'm willing to do it. Either that, or this, it has to be really sexy private photos. So, he had no choice now. Even if it's a particularly astringent order, I'll do it. Besides, Zhao Bingling was busy with her studies in high school, and busy shooting costs and being an internet star. So where did she have time to fall in love? It was only to take on the mission. So, Zhao Bingling hesitated for a long time, and finally nervously spoke out, nervously saying, "Qin Fan, I admit, it's me who is bad. I shouldn't have craved your body, but I do like you so much." Zhao Bingling had always been a good girl, so well behaved? Obviously, Zhao Bingling was also surprised. Alright, she was indeed craving Qin Fan's body. Qin Fan said apprehensively, "System, what if I don't have enough redemption points to deduct?" She had not yet adapted to her new identity, nor had she completely accepted Qin Fan as her master. Qin Fan organized his language for a while before saying with a bit of embarrassment, "It's like this. I kind of can't accept it. All along, it was the boys who took the initiative to chase her and lick her. Where had she ever chased anyone else? That is to say." So she just finished speaking, and hurriedly and shyly added, "However, let me say one thing. I'm not a bad woman, and I've never been in love." She had never even talked to a boyfriend, so naturally she couldn't coax a man or chase a man. She was a single parent, and since she was a child, only her mom had ever seen her when she was wearing lingerie. No boy had ever seen her body, nor had any male creature ever seen her in lingerie. SSS. But now, Qin Fan actually took private photos of her. Zhao Bingling definitely couldn't accept it. Qin Fan, on the other hand, was even more anxious. If the mission was not completed, Qin Fan would have to die on the spot. So Qin Fan could only speak kindly and coax her. "Zhao Bingling, please, promise me." The driver master person was dumbfounded. It's okay. Where do you live? I'll take a taxi over to you right now. I'm already at your door. Come open it. Good girl. Without saying a word, Qin Fan was about to go downstairs and take a taxi on the spot. Although Zhao Bingling hadn't managed to get the most satisfactory and beautiful clothes yet, but Qin Fan was already at the door, so she naturally didn't have time to continue picking out clothes. Ding bell. What was the important thing now? Of course it was taking private photos. When Qin Fan finished taking private photos of Zhao Bingling, he could use a color printer to print out the photos himself. "Master, go to Guangpu neighborhood. Hurry up." The driver rambled on and on. Qin Fan paid the $10,000 fare straight away. She wanted to pick the prettiest set of clothes to give Qin Fan the best impression. Time was life. And he didn't want to delay a single second in order to accomplish his mission. Don't BB, I swept 10,000. You pull full speed for me. If something happens, it's on me. And the attitude became extremely respectful. This is $10,000. Only, what she didn't know was that actually Qin Fan didn't care what she wore at all. Guaranteed to use the fastest speed and send it over to you. Qin Fan was going to say something like, don't wear clothes, you'll have to take them off later. It's too much trouble. Enter. Come in. Wernama. Pretty boy. I'm sorry, it was my bad attitude just now. I apologize to you. You can finally promise. Guangpu District. Building B. No. 1. 4th floor. Room 404. Zhao Bingling said nervously. So fast? It's less than half an hour. Before you came over? Wait for me obediently at home. Don't run around. After Zhao Bingling saw Qin Fan, she was a bit lost in thought and stuttered a bit in her speech. There was no way. Qin Fan was too handsome. So he then simply held back, didn't say anything, and waited. Qin Fan had already arrived at the door of room 404 and started to call Zhao Bingling. Now, just cooperate with me. Soon, Qin Fan got into a cab. There was too much money. Qin Fan waved his hand, indicating that the matter of saving people was not important. Qin Fan was about to come over, and she had changed several sets of clothes in a row, none of which were very satisfactory. As long as you are willing to cooperate and willing to let me take private photos of you, I will give you as much money as you want. After arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, Qin Fan hurriedly got out of the car and ran towards Building B. Building 1. The plan was set to actually have a boy come inside her house and take private photos of her. Just call me when you come over. I'll open the door for you then. I'll lose a lot of money if I cut up the car. $1 million, $10 million, $1 billion. $1 billion will do. Okay. Wait for me for a few minutes. I'll get dressed and come out right away to open the door for you. There was only one thing that Qin Fan was thinking about. Only a supremely handsome man like Qin Fan could make Zhao Bingling let go of her reserve and cooperate with her full of shyness. Besides, this trip is only $100 at most. 38. 6. 166. 211. Then, posted inside the bedroom. Zhao Bingling was nervously changing her clothes. Moreover, it would be too shameful to have her say the address in person. After he went in later, he just needed to take the pictures as soon as possible, and then he could complete the task. However, when the words came to his lips, Qin Fan suddenly felt that it seemed too roguish if he said so. After all, Zhao Bingling was still too young, just turned 18, just graduated from high school. Her social experience was too shallow. On the other hand, Qin Fan had already tucked in his cell phone and hurried downstairs. Qin Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly swept the code and swept $10,000 over. Then, she shyly pulled her finger while shyly saying, a few days ago on top of the Comic-Con. Thank you for saving me. Anyway, good sister, just listen to me for once. Half an hour at most. A taxi will arrive soon. After the money was in place, this driving speed of the driver's master was really not to be underestimated. And didn't you also say, let me be your master? My parents went to work and came home late. Zhao Bingling said shyly. My family lives in Guangpu neighborhood. Building B. No. 1. 4th floor. Room 404. In order to hurry up and complete the task earlier, Qin Fan didn't even buy a camera. Just a half-hour drive and a sweep of $10,000? The driver master thought to himself, if you give me so much money, not to mention speeding up, you'll have no problem asking me to kneel down and kowtow to you and call out to grandpa. Anyway, even if she puts on her clothes, she'll have to take them off later. Qin Fan's mood had slowed down a lot by the time he reached the door. I'll take the speed to the max here. Alright. There was no way. The money given was too on point. Even though the driver master didn't even see Qin Fan's proper face, he still shouted pretty boy at him. Whoosh. When we were at the Comic-Con before, wasn't Zhao Bingling fainted by Qin Fan's handsome face? Qin Fan faintly said, the driver master is faster, so I came very quickly. If it was any other boy, he would have been blackballed by Zhao Bingling long ago. Good. Qin Fan's string of good words immediately made her unable to top it. After saying this, Zhao Bingling's face blushed to the extreme. Qin Fan spoke continuously for a long time before Zhao Bingling was coaxed into a daze and agreed. One was because there was no camera at home, and the other was because buying a camera was too troublesome and too much of a delay. Qin Fan directly placed an order online and bought a set of color printers for cleaning photos. If he met someone with poor mental capacity, it was not impossible for him to be stunned by Qin Fan on the spot. After Zhao Bingling finished, she hurriedly chose a white dress and started to dress. After waiting for just 3 minutes, Zhao Bingling was soon wearing a white dress and came over to open the door. At a glance. Not to mention Zhao Bingling, all the other girls had to freeze for a moment before they could come to their senses. Xin Fan urged a sentence. The driver master was a bit impatient and said, "It's very congested here in the city center. You can't drive too fast." She had never experienced this kind of thing before. Of course, Xin Fan's handsome face was also important. As for how to wash it out after shooting it, it was also very simple. After Xin Fan finished, he went straight downstairs and took a taxi. So Xin Fan then simply planned to use his cell phone to take private photos of Zhao Bingling. The original half-hour drive only took 15 minutes to get Xin Fan there. "I'll be right over." Like a lapdog. After entering the house, Zhao Bingling quickly closed the door. It was too unreserved. Immediately take private photos of her and hurry up afterward. Zhao Bingling was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Xin Fan had come over to take private photos of her. But, Xin Fan was in too much of a hurry, right? SSS. Xin Fan had only just entered the door. He was already rushing her to take off her clothes? Zhao Bingling's face turned red with shame as she stammered. "Xin Fan, this isn't too good, is it? How can you let a girl take off her clothes just after meeting her?" As she said that, Zhao Bingling felt that her face was burning so much that the roots of her ears were red. The two long legs also felt a bit strange and couldn't help but clip together. Xin Fan held up his cell phone, turned on the camera, pointed it at her face, and urged, "Hurry up, hurry up. Finish filming early and finish early. Aren't you shy? Let's hurry up and finish filming. Then you can put rest without being shy." Zhao Bingling was dumbfounded and froze. She felt that Xin Fan seemed a bit strange today. This handsome face was exquisite to the point of being impeccable. She wanted to block the underwear on her body, but she realized that she couldn't do it with two hands. "Please, cooperate, okay?" Even if she wanted to go out with Xin Fan, even if she wanted Xin Fan to be her master and bully her. When Xin Fan finished speaking, Zhao Bingling was instantly dumbfounded. What? Still have to change clothes and continue filming? For example. But there was no way. Subsequently, after coaxing Zhao Bingling into doing so, she quickly returned to her bedroom with a red face. But when Zhao Bingling started to shyly unbutton her buttons and slowly faded the white dress on her body, Xin Fan took his cell phone and said, "Change your school uniform again and let me take 20 more pictures." Then, with a red face, she started to take off her clothes. Good. It didn't seem like a big loss. Zhao Bingling blushed and finally convinced herself. Go on. At first, Xin Fan's attention was all focused on taking the private photos, thinking to hurry up and finish the photos for her to complete the task earlier. Because Xin Fan was too handsome, she was now only wearing underwear and did not dare to stand up at all for fear that Xin Fan would stare at certain parts of her all the time. The young girl had one hand nervously blocking her chest and one hand shyly covering between her legs, which could be called the most wonderful scene in the world. Sorry, I'll shoot it here. I'll shoot it right here. If she blocked the back, the front would again be glimpsed by Xin Fan. Shouldn't. Although it was a bit astringent just thinking about it, it was all that could be done in order to accomplish the task. She kept urging her to take off her clothes. Zhao Bingling hurriedly waved her hand. No, I won't look. It's too shameful. Taking Zhao Bingling's front, side, and back, all of them were photographed. Half an hour at most. Definitely shoot it all. Didn't you already shoot it? During this time, Zhao Bingling's small hands kept looking restless. Afterward, she raised her head and whispered in a shy and well-behaved voice, "You have to promise that after you finish filming these, you won't bully me anymore." In fact, Zhao Bingling originally had a very pure look, and was still a very well-behaved character, belonging to the ceiling of a good girl. Even the handsome man with millions of likes above Douyin and with his beauty face pulled to the extreme was not as handsome as 1/10,000th of Xin Fan. Xin Fan even forgot to take pictures, kept swallowing his throat, staring at the young girl's fair and beautiful body, unable to move his eyes. After the photo shoot, "I'll take you out to play. Whatever you want to buy, I'll buy it for you, okay?" Zhao Bingling kept covering her body and stood with her face burning. It couldn't bear to continue taking private photos of her. Now that she was wearing the school uniform that only adolescent girls had, her pure charm was even stronger. Xin Fan could only nod his head. "Okay, I thought it was already over. But I didn't expect to have to shoot so much more. Besides, I shoot quickly." Xin Fan walked over with his cell phone, wanting Zhao Bingling to check it, lest he say that he had photographed sensitive parts. Zhao Bingling was hesitant. Her face was so blushing that she didn't dare to raise her head. However, she was only worried for a second and quickly relieved herself. She still couldn't overcome her inner reserve and still couldn't let go. 38. 6. 166. 211. Although the stripping was slow and reserved, it was still very attractive. Xin Fan's eyes instantly widened. Xin Fan coaxed for half a day, It wasn't that she didn't want Qin Fan to take advantage of her, but mainly, she was shy. Zhao Bingling already regretted it a little. If she could be bullied by such a handsome boy, well, the school uniform is quite good. It looks like you are more pure. Until Zhao Bingling's shy voice rang out. Only then did Qin Fan come back to his senses and hurriedly opened his cell phone camera, aiming it at the body of this innocent, shy to the extreme beauty maiden, snapping and snapping continuously. Even Qin Fan was a bit intolerant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to post a few random videos and have a million fans. Very innocent, very well behaved. Qin Fan is going to be beastly later, isn't he? Zhao Bingling was suddenly a bit worried. Since Zhao Bingling didn't check, then forget it. It wasn't until several minutes had passed that Qin Fan finished taking pictures. She thought that Qin Fan would be able to take a good picture in 2 snaps. I'm done. Qin Fan nodded and boasted. She had taken many deep breaths when she changed just now, and her face wasn't so red now. It was much better. Wearing a school uniform and showing her underwear or something. Qin Fan felt like a bad uncle who lied to a little girl. It was weird. So Qin Fan was planning to take more pictures. Although, she was still wearing her 3-point white underwear. She always felt that being photographed by a boy like this was even more humiliating than wearing a bathing suit. However, her 2 small hands, she still couldn't help but nervously pull them together, fingers crossed and tightly clasped together. Qin Fan, why don't you take a picture? After the school uniform shot, put on Yao Yao's costume and take another 20 shots, especially for boys. The attraction was too strong. If you block the front, the profanity in the back is going to be photographed. It didn't take long for the sound of rustling clothes to come from inside the bedroom. It wasn't until she took several deep breaths in a row that she finally pushed her reserve side down. What's with the, again? Let Zhao Bingling change her clothes more and pose a little more privately. The young girl's face had been red all the time. It was too shameful. This should be considered a private photo, right? Zhao Bingling had already squatted down in shame. But Qin Fan agreed to that. Zhao Bingling came out from inside the bedroom wearing a high school girl's school uniform that was mainly white and supplemented by blue. But it couldn't be helped. Qin Fan had never taken a private photo of anyone before. What was taken just now was Zhao Bingling's underwear photo. Even if he took 20 of them, Qin Fan didn't know if this one counted as a private photo. Qin Fan could only continue to coax her. Be good. Anyway, we've already taken 20 pictures. Wouldn't it be the same if we took 20 or 40 more? Especially when Zhao Bingling removed her dress and her pretty body was only wrapped in underwear. But who had thought that Qin Fan would look dumbfounded? A total of 20 shots. Do you want to take a look? While taking pictures, Qin Fan also kept turning in circles. The mission had to continue. Qin Fan could only be cheeky and said, "You take off your school uniform pants." SSS. Ha! Zhao Bingling had managed to suppress the redness on her face. But as a result, now, Qin Fan's sentence instantly made her little face turn red once again. Why did you take off your pants? I just put them on. And, wasn't it you who told me to put my school uniform on? Why are you taking them off again? Zhao Bingling was all a bit aggrieved. Qin Fan spread his 2 hands. What are you thinking? Moreover, do you think, with my face value, I need to take a sneak peek? Qin Fan had this mouth. She was now shy, aggrieved, and wanted to cry. Her eyes were red. Qin Fan said that with a bottomless voice, because Qin Fan quickly pointed his cell phone camera at her and said, "Later, I'll shoot from the bottom to the top, so remember to cooperate." But, this is not right. Snapped. Qin Fan couldn't help it. How did he know if these shots he was taking now counted as photos? And he didn't know if he could complete the task. So, he could only be cheeky and continue. And after the last set of shots, "I'll accompany you out to play. What do you want to play? What do you want to buy? What do you want? I'll give it to you, okay? Is this a sneak peek for me? Okay, I'll cooperate with you for a bit. For the sake of art, please." Zhao Bingling was instantly petrified. Is this still taking pictures? Qin Fan was a bit embarrassed. Thirdly, Qin Fan only let Zhao Bingling take off half of her pants and left half of them on. Very conscientious. Sha. Cooperate. It's the last few minutes. Only. Zhao Bingling was so shy that she was about to cry out. So, it could only continue. Even she herself couldn't find strong, refutable words to refute Qin Fan. And it was the kind of underhanded thing that only a very bad big man above the Comic-Con would do. How could Qin Fan, this handsome man, be like this? Zhao Bingling's eyebrows wrinkled so tightly as she said, "Qin Fan, how can you be like this? Did you see very strange videos on the internet? Want to learn from them?" Qin Fan hurriedly explained, "Good sister, I want to take a picture of you." She always felt bullied. This is so strange. She had never heard of this kind of shooting technique before. Besides, we're doing it for art. Fine. It seemed like the fluttering kind of happiness that comes from being complimented by a boy crush. Who could top this? First, Qin Fan and Zhao Bingling were classmates of the same age group, and were not considered weird uncles. There was no way. She was too well behaved. Although Zhao Bingling still felt that something was wrong. But, she just couldn't say it. Couldn't understand it. Are you unhappy? Qin Fan's eyes lit up. This costume suits you so well. It looks so well behaved. Qin Fan just kept waiting inside the living room, waiting for her to come out. Zhao Bingling was not yet experienced in the world and was embarrassed to reject Qin Fan. You can't shoot girls like this. Qin Fan continued to coax her. It'll be quick. It'll be quick. Cooperate. Having a good girl cooperate and take pictures could be too impactful. This time, she changed into Yao's costume, and there was jewelry shaking around all the time, so a lot of noise came out. She felt like her head was going to go down. 38. 6. 166. 211. She was just so aggravated. Alas. Qin Fan sighed. Think about it. Don't be unhappy. Zhao Bingling's face turned even redder after hearing that she only took off half of her pants. Even though she had now sensed that Qin Fan was bullying her, she still couldn't say anything to refuse. Even if she felt strange and weird, even if she was especially and particularly shy, she finally agreed to Qin Fan's request. Thanks. Think about it. With this face value of mine, if I learn to take pictures, the pictures I take in the future will be works of art. Zhao Bingling was still wearing her school uniform now, dressed as a good girl. Zhao Bingling furrowed her eyebrows and thought about it. It seemed like it was indeed the case. Of course, it wasn't good enough to only coax people. It was really good at coaxing people. And look, above the beach and inside the swimming pool, aren't many girls wearing 3-point swimsuits? During this time, Qin Fan also made Zhao Bingling change her position several times. Qin Fan gave a fierce shot. I'm filming you brightly. This. Secondly, Qin Fan's face value was extremely high and handsome, so even if he saw Zhao Bingling's underwear, it wasn't considered taking advantage of her. However, Zhao Bingling quickly became sweet not to come out. Zhao Bingling was very patient, explaining to Qin Fan that this was wrong, not a private photo. So, he could only take as many as he could. Qin Fan was different. You are wearing more than them. What is there to be shy about? It felt a bit sweet. Ha! Qin Fan walked over and tried to coax her for a while. With Qin Fan's face value, there was really no need for a sneak peek. Until a few minutes later, Zhao Bingling came out of the bedroom wearing a Meet the Divine Dear Yao exclusive costume. She is handsome, good at coaxing people, and will also give people examples to understand the love and reason, and then pull on the word art. What do you think I am? After Zhao Bingling went back to her bedroom, she started to change her clothes again. It was not easy to finish filming, so Zhao Bingling was able to put her school uniform back on, and then squatted in the corner with a very aggrieved look. The front, the back, the left side, the right side, all directions all came once. And more importantly, Qin Fan was worried that after this shoot, the next time he looked for Zhao Bingling, she wouldn't cooperate with him. Zhao Bingling blushed and said thanks. Plus, Qin Fan kept urging, I promise, after I finish taking the last set of Yao's photos, I won't take any more, okay? Obviously that one. Sneak peek ah. Zhao Bingling squatted in the corner of the wall. Her head gently touched the wall, aggrieved and whispered It wasn't until a few minutes later that Qin Fan finished taking pictures. Zhao Bingling's voice was small, but she still agreed. Moreover, as long as she saw Qin Fan's exquisite and mesmerizingly handsome face, she couldn't let go of her heart, couldn't convince herself, couldn't let herself refuse such a handsome little brother. There was also the need for this handsome face of his to go along with it. Zhao Bingling lowered her head and spoke so quietly. For a moment, she suddenly felt a little happy in her heart. Just stand still. It's quick. SSS. Okay. Zhao Bingling really wouldn't be able to refuse someone, so she had to shyly agree. Then, Qin Fan quickly took his cell phone and got down on the ground, crawling under her skirt little by little. Crawling, Qin Fan suddenly tilted his head and said, Excuse me, can you lift up your skirt a little bit? Otherwise, I'm afraid that your skirt will block the light and I won't be able to take a clear shot. You want me to lift up my skirt? This. Zhao Bingling's face was all red and especially shy. Good. Look, are you going inside my house with me? Either this way. Qin Fan coaxed a few sentences. Don't you cry. You shoot well? And I also said that you can go back to my house with me, didn't I? Zhao Bingling had to shyly agree. From a good girl who had never touched a boy, she turned into a girl who let herself be photographed and revealed many shameful poses. It was as if he was really doing it for the sake of art. Qin Fan nodded and said, It's about taking pictures of your bottom. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have imagined that she would also have today. Ah no, it's a new shooting technique. Shin Fan directly brought over a pen and paper and wrote his detailed home address on the paper. Shin Fan said this, righteousness bin, a gentleman's appearance. As a result, she also want to let her own initiative to lift up the skirt? Shin Fan said responsibly, I really didn't lie to you. I'm sure I'll pay to fulfill my promise to play with you after I'm done. Slightly upward glance. Immediately can see only belong to the girl's pure white bottom pants. Let life out of infinite reverie. After he took the photos, he still had to go back and use the color printer to print them out and paste them inside the bedroom before he could be considered to have completely completed his task. Shin Fan tilted his head up and realized that his head had completely drilled into the hem of the young girl's skirt. During this time, Shin Fan had also been directing. Spread your legs a little more. Good. Shin Fan took his cell phone and snapped away. Shin Fan first turned on all the lights inside the living room to make the light as brighter as possible. Shin Fan scratched the cell phone screen with his hand, looking at the just photographed, bottom-up teenage girl's bottoms, and said, still missing the last 10, revealing the pure white, tiny fabric inside that people couldn't take their eyes off of. The pictures were taken continuously. Reveal a little more. Then, the bottom of the skirt of the Yao Yao cosplay she was wearing opened up as well. Then, Shin Fan started looking for a new way to play again. Shin Fan asked seriously. Then, Shin Fan found some newspapers and spread them on the ground. Shin Fan scratched the screen of his cell phone and counted that he had taken more than 60 pictures before he was satisfied and said, it's over. Shin Fan walked back and forth around her, and finally walked to her front side, took the cell phone camera, aimed it at her, and said, you spread your two legs apart a little. Zhao Bingling blushed to the point that she didn't dare to raise her head once she remembered this, and even more so, she didn't dare to meet Shin Fan's eyes. Zhao Bingling was instantly petrified and froze for a long time before she blushed and shyly said, but if I spread my legs apart, my bottoms are going to be exposed. Ah, that would be too shameful. Okay. She had never let anyone see her bottoms, and this time, for Shin Fan's sake, not only did she act like a bad girl, she revealed so many shameful poses. Zhao Bingling put down her skirt and covered her face with her hands shyly as she said, can we finish? Yes, that's it. I'll tell you my home address, so you can come over and find me anytime, okay? So, he was anxious to go back. She was embarrassed enough to let Shin Fan get on the ground and take pictures of the bottom of her skirt. Shin Fan's eyes lit up. You sit on top of the newspaper first. Only after coming out did he realize that Zhao Bingling's face was already as red as a fever. Shy to the extreme. 38. 6. 166. 211. Zhao Bingling was about to die of shyness, thinking, why isn't it over yet? In the end, she went soft. What she experienced today was too magical. Shin Fan hurriedly coaxed. I didn't lie to you. I really have something urgent to go back. Alright. Shin Fan took a full 10 shots before he was satisfied. Although it only lifted up a little bit, it was already enough. Okay, I'll spread my legs a little. No, good sister, just cooperate. Lift your skirt. It's quick. Or should I come back for you later, when I'm done? Afterwards, her face flushed red as she stretched out her two small white hands and shyly lifted up her skirt. And she also said, I'll come find you later after I change my clothes and put on my makeup. Zhao Bingling, on the other hand, was a bit reluctant. How come you're going back so soon? Didn't you just say that you'll accompany me out to play after the shoot? How can you be like this? Moreover, she also realized that between her legs, it seemed like she had a feeling. Shin Fan started to command. Right. But, Zhao Bingling said but for half a day. But she couldn't be ruthless enough to reject Shin Fan. Surely it would be comfortable, right? Shin Fan suddenly had a bold idea. As Shin Fan spoke, he drilled out from under Zhao Bingling's skirt. Shin Fan scratched the screen, and after looking at the photos, he said, I have to go back for a trip. Well, busy with some things, about an hour. Thinking about it, Zhao Bingling's eyes were red and she wanted to cry. Afterward, he shook his head and hurriedly shook the unclean thoughts aside, hurrying to do the right thing. Still want to continue filming? Shin Fan coaxed. The last 10. It'll be quick. Just a few minutes. So shameful. But she still had to cooperate and spread her legs apart. Shin Fan quickly increased his speed, and with a whoosh he climbed under her skirt. But now, Shin Fan was going to leave just after the shoot. This was too much bullying for her. Okay. Snap. If you can go up to the top of the white fabric above and kiss it. It took a full dozen shots before it was over. But it was just a thought. Didn't dare to actually kiss it. Okay, I'm coming out. Zhao Bingling answered obediently and hurriedly bent over, sitting obediently on the ground. To have such a simple, well-behaved, and obedient beautiful maiden make such an astringent gesture. It was too rare. Alright. Zhao Bingling's heart softened a bit and agreed. Moreover, it took her a lot of effort to convince herself to cooperate with Qin Fan for so long and let him take so many shameful pictures. Zhao Bingling was dying of aggravation. After Zhao Bingling finished taking the pictures, she always felt that her head was a bit dizzy. If you don't spread your legs apart, how else can you take the picture? Ha! Zhao Bingling's red face was dying of shame. It would turn into this. The bad girl who took the initiative to spread her legs and reveal her bottoms of her own accord. You can be sure to answer my call later. Zhao Bingling was still pulling Qin Fan's arm as she spoke, as if she was afraid that Qin Fan would run away. SSS. Definitely pick up your call. Qin Fan said definitely twice in a row before Zhao Bingling let go. Afterward, Qin Fan also quickly went out. He had to hurry and take a taxi home to get his business done first. Zhao Bingling, on the other hand, stayed alone inside the house, thinking a lot inside her head before she finally stood up and went to take a shower. As for why she took a shower, it was too rude. As for Zhao Bingling, she also sent a message to Qin Fan. It was necessary to take a shower and change clothes before going out to play with Qin Fan. Directly connected to the computer, all the blending was done. Plus, Qin Fan was so handsome and perfect, and was always pursued by countless women. When Zhao Bingling took a shower, Qin Fan was already in a cab. How can you be such a scum? The phone call was not answered and the message was not returned. It was too heartless. After putting on her makeup, Zhao Bingling had wanted to call Qin Fan and have him come over to her, especially for an adolescent girl like Zhao Bingling, who had just turned 18. It would be easier for her to think carelessly. If I get tonight and look at these pictures, how can I sleep? But Qin Fan tipped just $1,000, and the store owner naturally served with special care. It is well known. After having money, this day is really comfortable. Qin Fan took the tape, and from time to time, he gnawed down a section of the tape with his teeth, and then put all these photos inside his bedroom. As a result, Zhao Bingling made several calls to Qin Fan, but Qin Fan didn't answer. Even Qin Fan couldn't help but swallow his throat when he looked at them. On the other hand, after Qin Fan took the tape and plastered all 60-odd private photos of Zhao Bingling all over her bedroom, she only thought to get up and pull out her cell phone. This was because she realized that she had actually come to feel when she was being photographed in her private photos by Qin Fan just now. This guy, how can he be like this? 10 minutes later, when Qin Fan rode the elevator up the stairs, he found two Chinese men in their 40s, already squatting in front of his house. It was also very sad. Girls are all very sensitive and prone to messing around with their thoughts. Buzz off. These photos were too tantalizing, and on top of them, Zhao Bingling had always had that shy, well-behaved, good girl look that people couldn't help but want to bully. Next to it, there was also a brand new big box, and at a glance, it was clear that it contained a color printing machine. Enough more than 60 pictures were pasted down, and the whole bedroom was full of them. On the spot, he patted his chest and said, "Immediately delivered to your doorstep." It must have slagged her off. Qin Fan waved at them and quickly opened the door to the room. One was more tantalizing than the other. The ones sent were also particularly numerous. And on top of the photos, Zhao Bingling was all in that kind of very shameful position. Qin Fan was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I'm going to find him. This color printer wasn't expensive. The market price was only over $2,000. For a moment, Zhao Bingling felt that she was hurt by Qin Fan. Afterwards, Qin Fan unlocked the door and soon began to connect his cell phone to the top of the computer, and began to print the private photos of the beautiful maiden that he had just taken. Is it possible that some other woman has approached him? Could it be that I'm just one of the small fry inside his fish pond? No matter what the final result was, she wanted Qin Fan to give her an explanation. As a result, Qin Fan called over an extra $1,000, and the color printer boss immediately lost his temper. The bottom was wet. Taking advantage of me so much. Don't even return my messages? Also don't answer the phone. 38. 6. 166. 211. So, Zhao Bingling could only think about it more and more. And the more she thought about it, the more worried she became. It was very aggravating. Qin Fan hummed and waved his hand, quickly letting the two of them out. The middle-aged man was still talking and teaching very sweetly. Zhao Bingling reddened her eyes and wiped her tears as she got dressed and moved. Among them, Si Tongyan and Song Zhongyi were all like licking dogs, sending him the usual handsome "you are good, have you eaten, are you tired," and other messages. After all, she was a girl. How could she go inside Qin Fan's house? Qin Fan just unlocked his cell phone screen and was immediately dumbfounded. Either it was the kind of photos that were similar to underskirt sneak peeks, revealing bottoms, or photos of Zhao Bingling sitting on the floor, spreading her legs apart and revealing her private parts. It was like a toy that had been played with and thrown on the ground. If I look again, I won't be able to help it. Even to the end, Zhao Bingling felt that Qin Fan must have gone to find another woman. No, can't look anymore, because he realized that there were already many messages waiting for him on his phone. Come in. Zhao Bingling had spent close to an hour posting those photos the whole time when Zhao Bingling had already washed her body and had also changed her clothes long ago. Crap. However, Qin Fan didn't reply to her messages, nor did he answer her calls. If at this time, Qin Fan could return her message in time, she might feel better and wouldn't be thinking nonsense. In the cab, Qin Fan also gave a call to the boss who sold color printers in the city, urging them to hurry up. Zhao Bingling was thinking that if she really found out that Qin Fan was now with another woman, she was going to make a big scene, and then it was, worrying about Qin Fan being abducted by other bad women. Thinking of this, Zhao Bingling's tears fell. The head of the bed, the end of the bed, the walls, the closet, and other places were all plastered. The printer was constantly working. Mr. Qin, when you want to print something, just directly plug in the phone connection cable, turn the picture on, and select print. It was only 5 or 6 minutes before the color printer was loaded. Qin Fan hurriedly shook his head and came out from inside the bedroom. The owner of the color printer was originally very upset, thinking that even if Qin Fan bought his color printer, he couldn't act like a grandpa and keep rushing it, whether it is a car ride or to buy something. As long as the money is given to the right place, you can definitely enjoy the most intimate, respectful and comfortable service. Just like this, Zhao Bingling went downstairs to take a taxi and quickly went to Qin Fan's neighborhood, looking for someone. Why is he ignoring me? She had already put her most private appearance in front of Qin Fan, and had been cooperating with him, striking so many humiliating poses. Even if Zhao Bingling herself didn't want to think nonsense, she couldn't help but worry. Even if she didn't answer the phone, she didn't even return her messages. Zhao Bingling was almost furious. Even if she ended up arguing, she still wanted an explanation. The more Zhao Bingling thought about it, the more angry she became, the more aggrieved she felt. At first, Zhao Bingling was mostly very gentle in tone. One color photo after another was quickly printed out. At a glance, there were Zhao Bingling's private photos everywhere. Damn it. The reason was also simple. Even just looking at these photos could give one an impulse, the urge to press Zhao Bingling hard on the bed. As a result, Qin Fan was good, and as soon as he came home, he ignored people. Are you done with your work? When are you coming over to see me? SSS. I've changed my clothes. I've put on my makeup. Can I still go out with you? At first, Zhao Bingling's tone had been gentle and expectant. However, because Qin Fan never returned her messages or answered her calls, Zhao Bingling's tone became more and more anxious. You opened the door a little. Zhao Bingling, as a genius beauty girl whose college entrance exam scores were good enough to get into 985, where would she be fooled by this kind of fake words? Qin Fan was a bit anxious, and in his haste, he even started talking nonsense. But, speaking of which, Zhao Bingling's fists were clenched in anger. Qin Fan suddenly remembered a big thing. So Qin Fan explained with great effort. I'm really not a scum. Even his hands began to shake. Qin Fan thought to himself, Zhao Bingling came so quickly? Qin Fan was inside the house, looking at the message Zhao Bingling sent him, and the person was numb. It showed that Qin Fan was indeed a good man and didn't lead a bad woman inside the house. Qin Fan was quite good-tempered and didn't think much about it, saying lightly, it's fine. It's been an hour. What are you doing? Well, it can be relieved. Then, she wiped her tears, raised her head, raised a nice smile and said, Qin Fan, sorry, I misunderstood you. On top of the photo, what was printed could be the bottom of Zhao Bingling's skirt, her pure white bottoms, and the photo of her half-stripped school uniform. Zhao Bingling pouted her small mouth and continued, yesterday, your kissing photo with the big netizen Si Tanyan was on the hot search, and today, you took advantage of me so much, and you're still saying you're not a scum? Whether she drinks or not, the tea must be poured. I remember. I took a shower today. Ding dong. Qin Fan was a bit confused. Plus, Qin Fan was acting so anxious and uneasy, clearly looking like there must be a ghost inside the bedroom. Qin Fan sighed and hurriedly went out to open the door for her. For a while, the young girl's alarm bells were ringing loudly. When Zhao Bingling spoke, her eyes were red, and her voice carried a crying tone. Zhao Bingling was a girl who did what she said she would do, and since she had made up her mind to go find Qin Fan, she would definitely go. She was determined that Qin Fan had another woman. Hey, there were even no slippers of other women at the door. Qin Fan hurriedly waved his hand. Good sister, what are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of scum? But, Zhao Bingling was still well behaved. I'll pour you a cup of tea. As a result, do you have another woman? Someone came. If this was seen by her, shall she not treat Qin Fan as a pervert on the spot? Qin Fan would be so anxious that he could be said to be sweating. Good. Zhao Bingling's phrase like instantly silenced Qin Fan. I thought you went home to find another woman to date. I'm going in. Zhao Bingling looked like a little detective for half a day and made sure that Qin Fan had not hooked up with another woman before her heart finally settled down. Zhao Bingling frowned. Looking at Qin Fan's trembling and sweaty appearance, she subconsciously thought that Qin Fan was sick and started to worry. I'll go back to the bedroom first. After knowing that she had misunderstood Qin Fan, she immediately began to apologize seriously. What are you doing, Agu? At the same time, Zhao Bingling's voice came from outside the door. Qin Fan was wondering how to reply to her message when the doorbell outside rang. Why is she so impatient? It's only been an hour since I haven't gotten back to her. And she's already starting to mess with her mind, and it's even coming to me? Outside the door, Zhao Bingling's eyes were red with tears. I'm going to look for you. 38. 6. 166. 211. So Qin Fan quickly went over to the water dispenser to get paper cups and pour tea. As for Zhao Bingling, after she entered the living room, she kept looking around inside the living room. Zhao Bingling, on the other hand, sniffed like a cat for a long time, and only after making sure that Qin Fan's body did not have any other woman's odor. Did she stop crying? Oof. LOL. My great aunt is here. Bad. What was great aunt? She did know. It was a girl's physiological period. Although he did kiss Sidong Yen, but he really wasn't a scumbag. The suspicion in Zhao Bingling's heart became even worse. The doorbell rang non-stop. Zhao Bingling nodded and said, then open the bedroom door and let me go in to take a look. Besides, Qin Fan had never slept with a woman until now. And acting so flustered? That what? Qin Fan couldn't say the words. Scum. Messages aren't returned and phone calls aren't answered? Come in. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. There was also only a water glass on top of the table. On the other side, Zhao Bingling was sitting on the sofa, the inside of her tiny head full of question marks. So when Qin Fan quickly closed the bedroom door after a few seconds, Zhao Bingling immediately interrogated aggressively. Qin Fan, why did you close the bedroom door? Just as Zhao Bingling had just let go of her hanging heart, and had just focused all her attention on the bent, handsome Qin Fan who was fetching water. Qin Fan couldn't figure out or guess Zhao Bingling's little mind for a moment. What the hell is a great aunt? Do boys have physiological periods too? Why have you been ignoring me? There were no women's clothes on top of the sofa. As the male host, Qin Fan definitely had to pour Zhao Bingling a cup of tea to mean something. It didn't take long for her to arrive inside Qin Fan's neighborhood by car. The bedroom door was left open. Qin Fan was only focused on opening the door for Zhao Bingling just now. He didn't have the time to think much about it and didn't have the time to close the bedroom door. Even if there was a bit of misunderstanding between the two, Qin Fan felt that it would be fine as long as it was explained clearly. Wasn't this a lie? Qin Fan, are you not feeling well? Ding dong. What to do? Where's the scumbag with a child's body? It's still all printed out in color, Qin Fan said while leading Zhao Bingling inside the living room. It had nothing to do with the word scumbag at all. Qin Fan, I know you're inside. Now, when Qin Fan was receiving water, he could see dozens of Zhao Bingling's private photos posted inside the bedroom at a glance. And she even jogged all the way to Qin Fan's door. The two of them hadn't been separated for long. So why was this girl acting so impatient? Moreover, what has Zhao Bingling been sniffing on him? Can't even catch the water. It's a courtesy. She just saw Qin Fan, immediately pounced on him, and then like a kitten, sniffed incessantly in his arms. After all, she had just taken someone's private photos, so she couldn't keep them from entering the door. Is it a woman hidden inside the bedroom? Don't want me to see? Crap. Well, after saying that, Qin Fan hurriedly put the water cup on the table. With the speed of 100 meters sprint, whoosh rushed to the bedroom door. I suspect that there are other girls hiding inside your bedroom. As long as you open the door and let me in to take a look, I'll believe you. SSS. After Zhao Bingling finished speaking, she sat directly beside Qin Fan. Her eyes stared straight at Qin Fan, wanting to see the clues from within Qin Fan's eyes. Qin Fan's eyes, on the other hand, kept fluttering and did not dare to meet her eyes, appearing a bit vain. I knew it. You must be hiding a woman. Zhao Bingling's eyes reddened and she cried with a wow. It wasn't clear if she was really aggrieved or if she was acting on purpose, but in short, the tears were pouring down. It was just like it was raining. No, when has Qin Fan ever seen this kind of scene? Just by looking down and seeing that the bedroom was full of her private photos, her face turned red with a swish. How did it suddenly become a bridge spanning thousands of years of history? And, after Qin Fan pulled Zhao Bingling from inside the bedroom to the living room, he didn't stop. Inside the head, all of them are the figures of philosophers from thousands of years ago. If it was an ordinary boy, He would definitely not be able to find a suitable excuse at this moment, and he would definitely not be able to convince Zhao Bingling, and would only be treated as a pervert by Zhao Bingling. Qin Fan was the same. The picture of her pure white bottom that she had taken by lifting the hem of her skirt and from the bottom of her skirt upwards had made her so ashamed that she was close to fainting on the spot. However, it was the first time she had heard of such a pervert like Qin Fan, who was so perverted that he printed out private photos of girls and posted them all over the bedroom. And it was also the first time Zhao Bingling had seen it. Really? Although she had also heard that there were so many perverts with strange fetishes in the world. Plato, Aristotle, Heraclitus, etc. Even if you talk back. You're asking me back? Running out of words? Ha! So Qin Fan simply pulled her from inside the living room to outside the front door again in one breath. Qin Fan hesitated for a moment, and his head began to spin sharply, looking for an excuse. Qin Fan took advantage of the situation and immediately pulled Zhao Bingling's small hand and forcefully pulled her out from inside the bedroom. As long as one was a man, one's heart would be soft. It wasn't until Zhao Bingling's mouth was a bit mute that she reluctantly said, "Why can't you tear it off? Just do it." Accompanied by the sound of Bam locking the door, Qin Fan came up with a rhetorical question, which directly dried Zhao Bingling out. "And, it's also posted inside your bedroom?" Zhao Bingling didn't even know what to say. "Here, tear it down." Qin Fan also kept returning. No, he would like to tear it down, but the problem was, the task was, to stick it inside the bedroom for a week. Alright, and with that, his tone of voice became more and more courageous. She was dying to think that Qin Fan would actually do such a thing with her private photos. Alright, don't cry, tear it down. No way. Qin Fan coaxed helplessly. "Can't I open the door for you?" And, Qin Fan nodded, full of literary flavor. "But didn't I also tell you? Especially those. It's through this bridge that I can have a spiritual stirring with the philosophers of thousands of years ago." And so, Zhao Bingling kept talking. Qin Fan was really quite helpless. He really didn't want Zhao Bingling to see the dozens of colorful photos inside the bedroom, not to mention that the colorful photos printed on top of them were all Zhao Bingling's private photos. Zhao Bingling let go of Qin Fan's palm and pointed at the bedroom door, saying, "Open the door and let me in. Tear it down." Qin Fan could only helplessly pull out the key and cackled, opening the bedroom door. 38. 6. 166. 211. Zhao Bingling's eyebrows were furrowed and she couldn't care less about being shy. She huffed. "What you posted is my picture." So Qin Fan could only refuse. "No, you can't tear it off," fearing that this niece would react, and also fearing that she would regret it. Where was the weirdness? These art-filled private photos are not shameful, vulgar photos, but a bridge that spans thousands of years of history. White, beautiful, and pure for infinite imagination. How do I feel? Zhao Bingling thought to herself, are my private photos that amazing? But there was no way. Speaking here, Zhao Bingling suddenly reddened her face again, and her voice became much shyer. "Moreover, the posting is still my private photos. It's very shameful." Zhao Bingling was ashamed to the extreme. She didn't expect that Qin Fan would dare to talk back, still didn't want to tear it down. A well-behaved, innocent beauty girl was sitting on the sofa, crying with pear blossoms. Her eyes were almost swollen from crying. Qin Fan quickly came up with excuses and acted righteously. Qin Fan stood on the moral high ground, full of righteousness and condescension, and gave Zhao Bingling an output, especially those photos showing pure white bottoms and white breasts. Qin Fan was really worried that Zhao Bingling would faint after seeing them. "Just one look at your private photos and I'll immediately be immersed in the artistic atmosphere." At this moment, the young girl's tiny mind was greatly shaken. "And you, to destroy this bridge, don't you feel ashamed?" Zhao Bingling instantly stopped crying. Tear it down." The duo was like a repeater, repeating it hard for 10 minutes. The beautiful young girl in her youth was like a tiny wife who caught an adulterer, pulling Qin Fan's hand and dragging him hard to the bedroom door. Zhao Bingling still felt strange in her heart. "No." This time, Zhao Bingling kept covering her eyes in addition to her shame and said, "You quickly tear down these photos. The others are not important." As Qin Fan spoke, he also purposely closed his eyes, making an appearance that he was already completely immersed in the smoldering of the artwork. But Qin Fan was different. It was impossible not to open the door. The two of them took hands and all stood outside the gate. It made Zhao Bingling's head confused and unable to react. "How can you print out my photo?" Aha! The moment the bedroom door opened, the private photos plastered all over the wall, bedside, and above the closet instantly shocked Zhao Bingling. "In my eyes, your private photos are the most beautiful artwork in the world." For a moment, Zhao Bingling was dumbfounded by his words. This niece was too persistent. "How can you look like this? This had just been pasted on for less than 2 hours. How could it be torn off? If it was torn off, Wouldn't Qin Fan have lost all his previous efforts? Why do you have to tear these pictures down? Qin Fan was a bit helpless. Then, however, because Qin Fan stood too high, it was literature again. Another philosophy. Another thousands of years of spiritual agitation, which has this kind of boya. Even though there were still 2 lines of teardrops hanging on her face, her body stood up with a whoosh. I am in pursuit of art. Alright. Qin Fan saw that the door of the house was already locked before he let go of his hand and said with a smile, where do you want to go and play? I'll accompany you. SSS. Well, Zhao Bingling felt disoriented until now. It always felt like something wasn't right. She opened her mouth and wanted to say, tear down my private photos but when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed back helplessly, because she realized that Qin Fan had already locked the door. While pulling her, he went downstairs, took a taxi, and went out to play. She herself couldn't say what was going on. This old granny is also too capable of rambling. Qin Fan's words were like a spring breeze, especially his auntie, which instantly made the grandmother's mouth widen with smiles. Although there were a lot of people watching them on the road, Qin Fan was very thick-skinned and had long gotten used to it, so he didn't care at all about other people's spectators. Even though Qin Fan only showed half of his side face when he was holding hands, he still mesmerized Zhao Bingling to the point that she couldn't take her eyes off of him. Unconsciously, her small hand became tighter and tighter. Qin Fan had a burst of joy. At first, Zhao Bingling was still listless and her mind was full of the private photos. What is lost is that Qin Fan doesn't really seem to treat her as his wife. Zhao Bingling was now embarrassed, shy, and at a loss for words. She couldn't even stand still. It's not the same. On the contrary, it was Zhao Bingling, who kept her head down and her face red, especially unused to being surrounded by so many people. However, she was slightly lost in her heart. Even if she was photographed and videoed, Qin Fan didn't react much. A grandmother in her 60s who was holding a rope and walking a large orange cat came over and nagged a few words. How long have you two been married? Soon, the duo walked to the entrance of the neighborhood. Of course, besides jealousy, there were also those who idly came over to nag. Zhao Bingling's small face turned red, and she was suddenly too shy to speak. Well, the important thing was, next, where were the two of them going to play? Where are you planning to go? It was too shameful. She even still had her first kiss. Where would she get pregnant with Qin Fan's baby? However, as she held hands for longer and longer, Zhao Bingling's thoughts slowly began to shift. It's not like they were familiar with each other, and they even came up to say so many strange words. However, although she looked cute and pretty, she had become very timid because she wasn't wearing her Comic-Con cos outfit. While feeling the soft sensation of the uniquely beautiful maiden's small hand, Zhao Bingling instantly froze. On the road, the grandpas and Amazons who were walking their dogs and cats inside the neighborhood all couldn't help but cast envious gazes when they saw this handsome, beautiful young couple. When it came to this, Zhao Bingling was dying of shame. When I was young, if I was as handsome as him, I wouldn't have to find a tigress. Alas, even the older grandparents had to admit that Qin Fan was indeed very handsome. Qin Fan smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you realize that she was happier when you called her aunt?" Qin Fan said indifferently, "If we don't talk about you doing the maternity test, just based on that rambling energy of the old granny, can she let us go so quickly?" Zhao Bingling was a bit listless and said, "Let's go out and play first. Besides, I'm not wearing a cosplay costume today." Zhao Bingling's face was flushed and she whispered, "Being photographed above the Comic-Con is a normal thing, and a lot of people above the Comic-Con are wearing costumes, so it won't be so awkward if everyone gets photographed together." The two of them weren't on good terms yet, they just had a more ambiguous relationship. Qin Fan, on the other hand, smiled slightly and said at the grandmother, "Auntie, my wife has been pregnant for a long time, and I'm preparing to take her for a maternity checkup." 38. 6. 166. 211. Qin Fan took her small hand and stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, saying, "Didn't I tell you when I took the picture before? As long as you cooperate with the photo shoot, I'll promise to play with you. This young man is so handsome. You make the call." "Okay." Seeing that they didn't say anything, the old woman continued to ask, "What? Did you forget about the wedding day? It would be nice if they could actually get married." She hadn't really expected that a light sentence of address could have so much magic power. Although Qin Fan couldn't figure out what was going on either, it didn't matter. Zhao Bingling was now wearing a pink dress that looked cute and cuddly. "It's now 1 o'clock at noon, and I can accompany you until 12 o'clock at night." Of course, thinking to himself, he finally coaxed this ninny into it. But this is the road, not a comic convention. It always feels weird to suddenly be photographed. "Why are you weird?" While looking at the road, she peeked at Qin Fan's handsome face. Her heart felt like there was a deer in the headlights. Nervous and happy, Afterward, Qin Fan quickly took Xiao Bingling's small hand. You young people, you must respond to the national policy and have 2 more children, so that we can make our country stronger. Taking the elevator, he went downstairs again and walked all the way to the entrance of the district. And you know, I don't lack money. Now she couldn't even enter the living room, let alone Qin Fan's bedroom. It's good to be young. The two never let go of their palms, always holding them tightly together. Seems like it. The duo held hands and walked for not long before Xiao Bingling finally couldn't help but shyly ask, Qin Fan, how do you call her auntie? She's so old. It's only right to call her grandma? Although the two of them weren't even a couple right now, Xiao Bingling just especially wanted to be Qin Fan's wife. I'll chat with you again when I'm free someday. Is that okay? Xiao Bingling nodded her little head, understanding. But it doesn't matter if you forget. She only knew that when Qin Fan called her wife, she was especially sweet and happy in her heart. Besides, she and Qin Fan were not a couple. The duo kept holding hands and kept walking. But immediately afterward, Xiao Bingling had a red face and asked, also, how can you say that I am your wife? And also say something like, I'm pregnant with your child. She hadn't even had a boyfriend. So where would she get married to someone? After Qin Fan finished speaking, he briefly loosened Xiao Bingling's small hand, letting her make a choice of which place to go and play. Fear that Qin Fan dumped her is full of reluctance. This young man, really good at talking. Hurry up and go. Hurry up and go. Remember to take good care of your wife. The old granny held the big orange cat and gave them a way out, letting them go. All of them shifted above Qin Fan's handsome face. Handsome to the point of making people jealous. Anything you want to play, anything you want to buy, I promise you. Seeing that she kept her head down, Qin Fan curiously said, you're at least an internet celebrity, with so many fans, and you've participated in so many comic fairs. Shouldn't you have gotten used to being surrounded by people a long time ago? The moment she let go of her hand, Xiao Bingling was suddenly a bit reluctant. Then, she quickly stretched out her small hand again and drilled into Qin Fan's broad palm. SSS. Qin Fan had originally planned to take out his cell phone to see if anyone had sent him a message. As a result, Xiao Bingling suddenly drilled her small hand inside his palm. So Qin Fan had to take hold of her small hand again. Qin Fan thought to himself, this niece, why does she like holding hands so much? Xiao Bingling snickered, feeling Qin Fan's body temperature coming from her small hand, while shaking her small head, saying, it's noon now. Either, let's go find a place to eat first. That's fine. Qin Fan took a look at how many people were lining up and immediately frowned and said, or let's just change the restaurant? This store is doing too good business. I don't really want to queue up. As a result, the second afterward, Pan Jinlian ran faster than anyone else. Aren't you afraid that a Shiman Chang will suddenly appear and abduct your wife? But it's fine. Didn't the boss's wife, Pan Jinlian, say that she only likes inner beauty and doesn't like superficial handsome men? Qin Fan was indifferent. No matter what Xiao Bingling said, he was willing to accompany her. Hisses. Xiao Bingling had started begging, so where else would he have the heart to refuse? Xiao Bingling pulled Qin Fan's arm, shook it, and begged pitifully, I heard that the hot pot in this restaurant is delicious, so just stay with me. Wait a minute. The audience was stunned. Don't. You have to tell my sister your cell phone number. My sister wants to go to your room at night to look for you to refresh your physiological knowledge. The store owner's name was Wu Delang, short and fat, and he used to sell baked goods. At this moment, all the viewers in the live broadcast room looked dumbfounded. Inside the store, sitting one customer after another, business was surprisingly good. After the camera turned around and focused on Pan Jilian's face, all the viewers were dumbfounded. At the same time, there were quite a few enthusiastic viewers posting pop-ups. Moreover, Pan Jinlian kept twisting her legs, clamping her voice, and whining, handsome boy, you've come to eat in our store too? Sister is in a good mood today, so I'll give you a free bill. What about saying that you only value inner beauty? Boss lady, you're also too burnt. You two are truly divine. Exactly like the ancient Wu Delang and Pan Jinlian. And he's been doing live broadcasts for so long. His face has long been as thick as a city wall. And the audience didn't just say that today. They mentioned Simon Ching every day when they watched the live broadcast. Wu Delang has long been accustomed to it. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly skyrocketed. The male viewers, on the other hand, were feeling inferior and jealous at the same time. Families, our store's business is really good. Immediately afterward, while Wu Delang and Pan Jinlian were doing the live broadcast, it didn't take long for Qin Fan and Xiao Bingling to get to the front of the line. After earning money from selling burnt cakes, he opened a hot pot restaurant, and he also posted videos every day, dressing up like a clown and relying on selling ugliness to attract popularity. Even if she meets a big handsome guy, she won't be moved. His wife, on the other hand, is as beautiful as a flower, tall and thin, especially large breasts, but also especially burned. Known as the contemporary Pan Jinlian, the audience is not too big to watch, so the speech is also particularly excessive. Wu Delang, you look like this bee, not afraid of your wife and other men ran away? Really? The audience expressed their skepticism. Pan Jinlian winks like silk, are almost pulling down her chest protector. Proper burnt chicken look. Outside the store's door, there were also a dozen or so customers lined up, waiting to go in and eat hot pot. Pissed me off. Countless female viewers were so excited that their hearts were about to jump out, and they couldn't wait to lick at the top of the screen, at Qin Fan's handsome face. To be more specific, her big white rabbit, which couldn't be held with one hand at all, and had to be held with two hands to be able to hold it, was very majestic. Aren't you even afraid that your husband will get angry? 38. 6. 166. 211. I'm not blowing it. But then, sister has a request. Qin Fan had to agree. At the same time, the owner, Wu Delang, was stunned. She almost whoosha jumped from the counter above the past, with the fastest speed rushed to the front of Qin Fan, but also like a roast chicken. Her chest clothes are pulled down a lot, for fear that Qin Fan cannot see her chest. In the live broadcast room, many male viewers brushed their pop-ups and strongly requested Pan Jinlian to drive Qin Fan out. Let the boss's wife drive Qin Fan out, and help our male viewers to get rid of their anger. Because these two had an especially large number of fans above Douyin, business inside the store was extraordinarily red hot. Every time he shows his face, the girls are as if they're on hormones. It's too crazy. 10 minutes later, Qin Fan and Zhao Bingling arrived at the entrance of the Grand Corridor Hot Pot restaurant in a car, all a bit surprised. This. To put it simply, it was one for two. I can hear what you're playing at from thousands of miles away. He actually came here to eat? Soon, the two of them took a cab and went directly to a relatively famous net red restaurant in the neighborhood, the Grand Corridor Hot Pot restaurant. Isn't this the Comic-Con handsome guy who has been particularly hot lately? Meanwhile, the owner of the Hot Pot restaurant, Wu Delang, and the owner's wife, Pan Jinlian, were holding up a camera and doing a live broadcast. Okay, Wu Delang and Pan Jinlian were all smiling and earning money. The result, and inside their live broadcast room, there were more than 10,000 viewers watching the live broadcast while brushing gifts for them. Where did such a handsome demon come from? Then, Qin Fan's exquisite handsome face was also captured by the camera and appeared inside the live broadcast room. Boss's wife, you're so pretty. How did you fall for this short and fat deadweight? It's not my face value that my wife looks at, it's my inner self. Pan Jinlian also kept chiming in, saying, that's right. Even if someone is much more handsome than my husband, I won't be moved. I'm not a shallow woman. You also want to have children with Qin Fan too much, right? My wife is not that shallow. Speaking of which, this Grand Corridor Hot Pot restaurant was still very famous in the area. A second ago, Pan Jinlian had said that she only liked inner beauty, not handsome men. When Wu Delang said this, he was so proud. What's the situation? Why did my wife run away with someone? There are still a lot of people lined up outside. Wu Delang said in a neutral voice. Although I'm ugly, but I have a beautiful soul. Qin Fan's handsome face just entered the live broadcast room. More than 10,000 viewers inside the live broadcast room all to inhale a breath of cold air. My god, it's this Qin Fan guy again. And to be honest, Pan Jinlian's breasts were really big. Look guys, it's noon and the store is full of guests. So the two of them stood behind the line and honestly started lining up. Moreover, my wife said that she was going to cram her physiological knowledge with another man at night? This Nima, this can be tolerated? For a while, Wu Delang felt like his head was turning green. SSS. Soon, Wu Delang angrily walked over and glared. Dude, what do you mean? Hitting on my wife, right? Qin Fan could really be said to be, right now, a head full of black lines. He didn't do anything. He didn't even say a single word. Obviously, it was this boss lady Pan Jinlian who took the initiative to run over and take the initiative to get a fever. So what the hell does it have to do with Qin Fan? Besides, Qin Fan had such a beautiful and well-behaved young 18-year-old beauty girl like Zhao Bingling by his side. Where else could he look at Pan Jinlian, a 30-year-old middle-aged man's wife who was like a tiger? Qin Fan forced down his anger and said, Boss, I advise you to use your brain. I haven't said a word since I entered the store. Seeing that Pan Jinlian has been feverish and has been picking at her chest to give benefits to Qin Fan, Wu Dagong was furious and muffled. Wife, you first go back inside the kitchen to calm down a bit. Let me say a few words to this handsome man. In the live broadcast room, more than 10,000 viewers were all shocked. The live broadcast audience was shocked to the extreme. But what he didn't expect was that Pan Jinlian directly rolled her eyes at him, knowing that it was his wife who was indiscreet. It was his wife who was too burnt. Various moods were intertwined, making it difficult for him. Let's go eat somewhere else. This boss's wife. I don't like it. As a result, Qin Fan, this man, actually had no interest in her at all. After his wife left, he would then blow Qin Fan out. Moreover, it was the kind of physical, bodily love for Qin Fan. Wu Dalong was like a licking dog, slightly coaxed by Pan Jinlian for a few sentences, immediately subsided. Although Wu Dalong is ugly, but he can earn money. This is simply an insult. However, Wu Dalang's face was even uglier at this moment. She couldn't wait to strip herself naked on the spot and ruthlessly fall back on Qin Fan. Qin Fan raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a handsome smile that was enough to charm thousands of young girls, and said, "Since you don't like it, then we'll just change to another one." There is nothing wrong with what Qin Fan said. Good. In front of more than 10,000 people in the live broadcast room, saying that you want to divorce him? Pan Jinlian now didn't even put Wu Dalang in her eyes. She now only had Qin Fan as a handsome man in her eyes. The crowd in the live broadcast room said, "This matter, it's really not Qin Fan's problem." Pan Jinlian, on the other hand, had an ugly face. No need to wear it? In the live broadcast room, countless viewers also nodded their heads. Pan Jinlian saw that she couldn't sleep with Qin Fan, so she could only take a step back and make up with her husband again. Ever since she saw Qin Fan, an extremely handsome man, she instantly fell in love with him. For the sake of getting it on with Qin Fan, this handsome guy, she even gave up her husband? Where else would she listen to her own ugly man? Pan Jinlian even rushed at Qin Fan in front of her husband, Wu Dalang, and said, "Good brother, sister can be rich. There are more than $6 million inside the bank card." The kind of burning energy that Pan Jinlian had when she spoke was almost overflowing out of the screen. Moreover, the money earned by Wu Dalang could all be deposited into Pan Jinlian's bank card, just like an ATM machine. Then, to the bowl of blackened potion, he drank it all in one go. "But the boss's wife's breasts are so big. I'm so impressed," Pan Jinlian said as she brought the bowl of medicinal water and said, "Big corridor, it's time to take your medicine." Although she knew that Qin Fan would definitely not abandon her for a 30-year-old woman, his wife was on the verge of sticking her breasts to Qin Fan's face. Any husband would be furious when he saw such a thing. Qin Fan naturally spoiled her. As the words landed, Qin Fan pulled Zhao Bingling's small hand and walked away. "I said that I would listen to you all today. Can you blame me?" If she got divorced, Pan Jinlian really wouldn't be able to find a receiver as honest as Wu Dalang, even if it was only for a few hours. Even if it was just to compensate her for helping with the private photos, Qin Fan still acted like he was doing everything. 38. 6. 166. 211. Hubby, don't be angry. You're not in good health. Don't make yourself angry. Okay. Who am I to listen to you? After Qin Fan finished his words, everyone inside the hot pot restaurant gave him a thumbs up. From now on, whenever you want to get me, I'll go over to you and let you bully my sister ruthlessly. Okay? Wu Dalang had thought that he would play up his manly prowess and let his wife go back to the kitchen to calm down. This Wu Dalang, really hopeless. The green hat was almost on his head, but as a result, the green hat suddenly fell off again the second after? I originally thought that all these women were just talking about it online, but I didn't realize that Pan Jinlian actually came for real. Wu Dalang's mood was that of a complex, angry, suffocated, and grateful. However, she was just a bit unhappy, and Wu Dalang, in fact, understood this. She had already taken the initiative to such an extent that she had almost stripped off her entire upper body. "Good," Qin Fan said without even looking back. "You're a male bar. Okay, husband, I was just joking with you." Even more so, she didn't like the fact that Pan Jinlian was madly hooking up with Qin Fan in front of so many people. It's true that he didn't hook up with Pan Jinlian. Zhao Bingling, the beautiful maiden who had been obediently standing behind Qin Fan, suddenly quietly pulled Qin Fan's arm. Zhao Bingling's happy eyes curved into a crescent moon, and her face revealed a pair of nice dimples. Disliking this roasted chicken-like boss lady, it's Pan Jinlian herself who was too burnt, frantically falling back and frantically peeling her breast protection downwards. He knew his wife was a burnt chicken, but what he didn't know was that his wife was actually burnt to this extent. Crap, the boss's wife burns it like this? As for Zhao Bingling, this beautiful girl, stars immediately started to appear inside her eyes, and she tilted her little face up with a face of adoration as she looked at Qin Fan. "As long as you promise to get one night with me, I promise, divorce my husband immediately." The live broadcast audience was still sober enough to understand the situation at a glance. Wu Dalang was now in the same situation. Moreover, begging to be gotten by another man once? This was also too outrageous. You have to know that Zhao Bingling also likes Qin Fan very much. Zhao Bingling whispered. She didn't want to see other women pestering Qin Fan. So now, she wanted to change places to eat, not wanting to continue seeing this boss's wife. This green hat worn by Wu Delang was higher than a skyscraper. At this moment, just as the crowd was shocked, saying that they had never seen this scene since they were young. Subsequently, after the duo finished speaking, they quickly twisted around and went out. It's your wife, she herself, who doesn't abide by her womanhood. Had to ask for my contact information, and wanted to get a room with me at night. And she was the kind of like that belonged uniquely to a young girl. A very simple and sincere like. Crap. Pan Jinlian rushed out in a hurry and shouted. What about me? Boss Wu Delang's face was also darkened to the extreme. An ugly face that was almost blackened into coal. However, even if Wu Delang knew this, he was still unwilling. His wife almost cuckolded him, and he can endure it? Truly a 1,000-year-old Wangba, too capable of holding back. SSS. Zhao Bingling pulled Qin Fan's hand, and after leaving the hot pot restaurant, she directly went to a small store 20 meters away from the side, to eat. This store was selling beef ramen, at $14 a bowl. It wasn't too expensive, but the beef inside was pitifully small. 4 words, few and far between. Of course, there are advantages. Anti-beef noodle seller was a 40-year-old northwestern woman named Liang Qingsha, with a big bladder and waist, flinging the noodles with a tiger-like grip. Ahem. Zhao Bingling was truly shocked. Zhao Bingling was greatly shocked. Qin Fan spread his 2 hands. It's not that I don't want to give you an autograph. It's mainly because I don't have any paper with a pen. Is this okay? And it was over and over again. They waited until 6 o'clock in the afternoon before they got tired of playing. His face value was a whole lot higher out than even a first-tier traffic star. Within minutes, the beef noodles were ready, but she searched for half a day, but couldn't find a pen and paper, so she had to hurry and run back again, awkwardly saying, I'm really sorry, I didn't find any paper with a pen. Well, it's true that you will encounter a lot of strange things. Zhao Bingling nodded and calmly said, then it will be 2 bowls of beef noodles, with an extra $30 of beef per bowl. Liang Qingsha was excited and hurried back to the kitchen to get a pen. This Liang Qingsha's strength was really big, flinging the noodles with a banging sound. A few tens of dollars of beef. She really didn't care. She only hoped that Qin Fan would be full and eat well. But, for a moment, she forgot to put the beef noodles on top of the table and kept standing dumbfounded. Sorry, I was a bit lost in thought just now. After Zhao Bingling pulled Qin Fan into the store, she went straight to the kitchen window and asked, Auntie, for a little more money, can you add some beef? If Qin Fan did not agree to waive the bill, the boss's wife was going to be sad. The advantage was that the beef noodles tasted good, and there were quite a lot of noodles to fill people up. Liang Qingsha was excited. Qin Fan nodded and did not deny it. Alright. Liang Qingsha smiled awkwardly, then, took out a plate of chili powder, said, you use this chili powder. Give me a handprint. Let me keep it as a souvenir, okay? He is so handsome. Every day he has to be handsome to fate a few girls. Meeting this kind of thing is almost used to it. Handsome to the contrary later. Who doesn't still like handsome guys? Liang Qingsha took a look at Zhao Bingling and said, as long as the money is in place, not to mention adding a little bit of beef, there's no problem throwing the whole cow into the bowl. After Liang Qingsha carried the 2 bowls of beef noodles and walked over to Qin Fan and Zhao Bingling, she just took a look at Qin Fan and immediately stared at him. Stunned, Liang Qingsha thanked him repeatedly. Where was there a trace of the Northwest lady's demeanor left? This Liang Qingsha was busy making beef noodles every day and didn't surf the internet much to swipe videos. So naturally, she didn't know that there was such a handsome guy like Qin Fan in the world, who could be called a demon. However, every time she encountered so many girls lining up to get a photo and autograph from Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling couldn't help but be jealous again, and her little mouth pouted for a long time. Movie theaters, amusement parks, haunted houses and so on, playing so many items that only young couples would play together. So, Qin Fan then faintly said, alright, take a pen and go. Sign one for you. Although Qin Fan didn't care about the dozens of dollars of meal money, but he also knew that if he didn't sign, maybe this Liang Qingsha would stay here for a long time. Not only did Qin Fan freeze for a moment, inside the beef store, all the guests were also dumbfounded. Qin Fan waved his hand and said, alright, flash aside, don't affect our meal. As long as you sign for me, you don't have to pay for this meal. It's on me. Is that weird? And it wasn't like Zhao Bingling was poor. She could earn tens of thousands of dollars in appearance fees just by attending a random Comic-Con event. Thank you, little handsome. This dress I must really hide it and leave it to my daughter. When my daughter gets married, let her wear this dress to get married. 38. 6. 166. 211. Liang Qingxia answered and said no more, continuing to fling the noodles. There were less than 2 taels of marinated beef in it, and it was brought over. After finishing this bowl of beef noodles and coming out, Zhao Bingling was on the street, saying in a depressed manner, I just can't figure it out. Xin Fan, why do you always encounter such strange things? And this operation? Zhao Bingling was even more wide-eyed, the inside of her tiny head filled with question marks. Okay, but when you thought about it, it was normal. Wernama. Zhao Bingling sighed and said, it's bad. Xin Fan has made someone handsome again. As the two of them held hands and played together, Zhao Bingling's little face was raised in a smile the whole time. Very happy. Especially when it was an extremely handsome man like Xin Fan, who was exquisite to the core, flawless, and killed both men and women. It was even more appealing. For the next few hours, Xin Fan had been accompanying Zhao Bingling and playing around. The reason why they added some beef was mainly because Zhao Bingling wanted Xin Fan to eat more meat. If he only ate noodles, it would look too pathetic. Good. Liang Qingxia rubbed her hands awkwardly and said, I'm really sorry, little handsome boy. I've never really seen a man as handsome as you. At this moment, the only idiom that Liang Qingxia could think of inside her head that was suitable to describe Xin Fan's face value was, the difference between Xin Fan and a traffic star was that a traffic star only had hundreds of thousands of brainwashed fans. All people have the desire to love beauty. As long as it was a girl, as long as she liked handsome men, she was destined to fall in love with Xin Fan. Every time Xin Fan went to dinner, the boss's wife would take the initiative to waive the bill. Those who didn't know thought that she was one of those ancient feudal little women who had 3 obediences and 4 virtues and honored men. Although Zhao Bingling was also beautiful, cute, well-behaved, and liked, Liang Qingxia hurriedly apologized, and after quickly placing the beef noodles on the table, her eyes couldn't move away, and she kept staring at Xin Fan dead on, like a hungry tiger that met a delicious food. It sounded strange. Liang Qingxia's shocked eyes went straight as she stared at Xin Fan dead on, her mouth watering. Why are you so handsome? My God. What then? Bam bam bam. Xin Fan deliberately coughed loudly a few times before Liang Qingxia came back to her senses. But isn't it just inviting? Xin Fan smiled faintly and said, when your face value reaches a point like mine, you'll understand. Ha! But she had never met anything so outrageous before. Xin Fan said helplessly, what are you doing? And was being begged. Ah! But Xin Fan was indifferent, and soon pressed his thumb inside the chili powder and pressed a red handprint into Liang Qingxia's clothes. Xin Fan wasn't bragging. It was true. But Xin Fan had tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions of brainwashed fans. After Zhao Bingling watched all of this, 2 words were written all over her small face, shock. Liang Qingxia was so grateful that she was on the verge of fainting with excitement. Everything was pretty normal up to here. Shocked to the core. Let's put it this way. Can you sign this for me? Aha. Together, the two of them filled their stomachs with a small daytime cuisine at a commercial plaza in the center of the city. While eating the little day cuisine, the neon boss lady even said dorky keys several times at Xin Fan, throwing more winks than she could count. SSS. If it wasn't for Zhao Bingling's pouting lips, I'm afraid that the neon boss lady might have hugged and kissed Xin Fan. After the two of them ate and drank their fill and left the little daybreak restaurant, Xin Fan asked, what does dull ski mean? Xin Fan really didn't understand. Zhao Bingling explained, it means like you on the neon side, and that boss lady, really doesn't know shame. The young girl was exasperated and very jealous. Instead of being caught up, it would be better to wait honestly now. Xin Fan nodded. So that's how it is. Isn't this the Comic-Con handsome boy? Zhao Bingling subconsciously felt bad when she heard the voice and saw Li Xinran waving at her side. Zhao Bingling frowned and said uncomfortably, Xin Fan, did you just peek at that long-legged female anchor? But, otherwise, there have been so many girls coming over to harass you that I don't feel comfortable. Actually, Xin Fan had quite a good impression of that neon boss lady. Even if he looked at it, he couldn't admit it. Wasn't the one who was rumored to be with him before the netizen girl? Si Tong Yen? Li Xinran smiled and said, it's different. After finishing their meal, the two of them continued shopping for a while in the commercial street. Of course, this was all just thinking about it. Racer anchor, Li Xinran. Xin Fan denied it on the spot. Xin Fan said indifferently, yesterday or the day before yesterday. I remember, didn't I give an interview? I promise. This interview is very fun. Although Zhao Bingling didn't really want the other girls to touch Xin Fan, but there was no way. She had little strength and ran slowly. Even if she pulled Xin Fan all the way, she couldn't run away from that 1.7 to 3-legged Li Xinran. Xin Fan smiled, and in his heart, he understood how she thought. For the time being, Xin Fan did not have that chance to fight for his country's honor for the time being. Of course, This wasn't exactly a lie on Qin Fan's part. Alright. Just as they were holding hands and walking to the intersection of the commercial street, they met an acquaintance. Even though Qin Fan would be wearing a mask, he was still recognized by the countless viewers inside Li Xinran's live broadcast. Zhao Bingling immediately became nervous and whispered, "Qin Fan, is she calling out for you?" This time it's... Zhao Bingling was worried beyond belief. It wasn't long before Li Xinran ran over with gusto, with a microphone inside her hand. It had been strolling until 7:30 in the evening. Even though Qin Fan was wearing a black mask, he was still recognized by Li Xinran. Qin Fan felt that it was a bit taut. Qin Fan faintly said, "It's fine. Wait for her to come over and see how many meanings she has." She felt that Li Xinran was definitely rushing towards Qin Fan. Qin Fan hurriedly nodded his head. In the evening, at 6:30, Zhao Bingling secretly went to buy a black mask and handed it to Qin Fan. After all, Zhao Bingling, the little jealous woman, was staring too closely. Qin Fan was puzzled. Although, there were still a lot of girls secretly photographing him. As long as one was a man, he would not be able to move his eyes when he saw such a sexy, enchanting and charming long-legged young lady. But what one didn't expect was that even though Li Xinran was currently doing a live broadcast and doing a street interview, she still recognized Qin Fan at a glance. If Zhao Bingling wasn't watching from the side, if Qin Fan had gone over to eat the cuisine alone, Qin Fan really wouldn't have minded getting a few kisses from that neon boss lady. Where else could he hook up with other women? Then, at night, he would press that neon boss underneath his body and make her scream nuclear flat little life a few times. 38. 6. 166. 211. But in reality, what Qin Fan thought in his heart was, those vulgar men, how can they compare to me? I'm much more vulgar than them. Zhao Bingling firmly said, wear a mask. It could only be described as well-meaning lies. At the same time, the photographer aimed the camera at Qin Fan's handsome face. Qin Fan didn't say anything, but held Zhao Bingling's small hand and raised the palms of the two tightly held hands. Afterward, Zhao Bingling pulled Qin Fan's hand tightly, wanting to walk faster and leave the commercial street. Today, change the mode. It was only then that the two of them slowly rode the commercial street's elevator and descended to the first floor, ready to leave the commercial street. But because there had been so many girls coming over to shyly ask Qin Fan for a photo, Zhao Bingling gradually became a bit uncomfortable. Although he felt that Li Xinran's current navel-gazing outfit with the quipped small short skirt was indeed very attractive. But the problem was that Qin Fan was now accompanying Zhao Bingling to come out to play. What for? Li Xinran had just run a few dozen meters, and was now bent over, panting heavily, but was still very excited as she held up the microphone and said, Qin Fan, why are you here? Did you come to find me on purpose? Zhao Bingling said she was uneasy, but she was actually jealous. I think so. After all, the neon boss lady had a good figure and was pretty. Behind her, there was also a photographer following her, but in order to make her happy, Qin Fan still cooperated and put the mask on. I don't have one. Exposed navel dress. Cheapy small short skirt. As expected, after Zhao Bingling was tricked, she immediately grunted and said, I knew that you are not such a vulgar man. Aha! Li Xinran had a face of surprise, desperately waving her hand. Even her job of street interviews could not be bothered. Li Xinran, however, rolled her eyes as if she didn't know, pretended not to see Qin Fan holding hands with Zhao Bingling, and also deliberately didn't ask what their relationship was. Zhao Bingling immediately revealed her dimples, and happily raised her hand high, swearing sovereignty. Just like this, Zhao Bingling's little face began to show her dimples again. Otherwise, it would definitely have to make Zhao Bingling angry. Crap! Qin Fan raised his eyebrows and said, what do you think? Moreover, it was still so enthusiastic and burning. Handsome guy, handsome brother, I'm here. Station B's million internet celebrity Zhao Bingling, known as the good girl ceiling? Moreover, after Qin Fan saw Li Xinran's thievishly short little short skirt, he also gave a slight hardening of respect. Moreover, Zhao Bingling was still hot in her dress and attire, but because Qin Fan was wearing a mask, his charm was diminished, and there was also Zhao Bingling, the little jealous girl holding her hand by her side. Even if there were girls who were attracted to Qin Fan, they didn't dare to just come up and ask for contact information or a photo. After all, only Qin Fan this kind of handsome to the extreme of the man, only worthy of the word handsome. Li Xinran is a tall girl of 1.72 m, 6 or 7 centimeters taller than Zhao Bingling. Li Xinran held up the microphone and said, handsome, is it convenient to accept the street interview? Happy to hold hands and go shopping. Otherwise, Zhao Bingling wouldn't be jealous to the skies? Of course, all of this was just thinking about it and couldn't be said out loud. Not seeing him for a day, he changed girlfriends again? After putting on the mask, instantly, Qin Fan's charm diminished a lot. My god, anchor, Hurry up with the interview. I can't wait. SSS. The live broadcast audience was going crazy with excitement. Shin Fan's popularity was ridiculously high right now, and they couldn't wait to watch more live broadcasts about Shin Fan, especially the girls inside the live broadcast room. No matter if they were under 18 or over 18, all of them were holding their cell phone screens, ready to start licking at any time, even through the cell phone screen. As long as they could lick Shin Fan's handsome face, it would make countless girls happy and unable to sleep for a night. Shin Fan originally did not want to accept Lee Shinran's street interview. After all, it was too much of a waste of time. He still had to accompany Zhao Bingling for shopping, so he didn't have time. System, new mission, she thought to herself. Shin Fan, this handsome guy, wouldn't really just want my money, right? Couldn't really have no interest in my body at all, right? Lee Shinran admitted that she did like Shin Fan and was enamored with his face value. There's still this good thing? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room soared wildly. Could it be that Shin Fan and Zhao Bingling aren't a couple? I'm afraid that after the kiss later, you won't have the money to pay the bill. Such a big beauty for him to kiss, and he's not even happy about it? Crap. And so, the live broadcast audience was also dumbfounded. After Shin Fan finished speaking, everyone present froze for a moment. Meanwhile, Lee Shinran couldn't wait and hurriedly stretched her face to Shin Fan's mouth, pointing at her own pretty face and said, "Handsome guy, kiss me quickly, I can't wait." The more pop-ups the audience sends, the more bonus redemption points they get? That would be too cost-effective. There were even countless viewers frantically accusing Shin Fan, saying that Shin Fan was a scum. Yay! The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were sent non-stop, and the viewers' emotions and curiosity were all mobilized. The viewers instantly raised their spirits. Ding dong! Shin Fan, on the other hand, would be thinking this time, based on the number of pop-ups in the live broadcast room, decide how many exchange points will be rewarded for the final reward. Next to him, Zhao Bingling was already nervous and was clenching her small fists, almost crying out in aggravation. Kiss as many times as you want. I love it. The gay men in the live broadcast room were crying with envy. I have one more question. Knowing what kind of question could mobilize the audience's emotions and make the popularity higher, Lee Shinran was so proactive that it was shocking. Actually thinking about the money inside a beautiful woman's bank card? I can only say that. Soon, the interview officially began. Lee Shinran's face was red with excitement, and she immediately rejoiced. If it's another man, it's definitely impossible to let him kiss me. Last time, Lee Shinran was still just a block-hand anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans. Now, she was already a big anchor with 1,200,000 fans. Lee Shinran looked flustered and was already a bit impatient. The corners of Shin Fan's mouth instantly lifted up after hearing this. Specifically, for every 100 pop-ups, award 1 redemption point. But, Shin Fan smiled faintly and said, naturally, it had to be said that Lee Shinran was very good at making program effects. Handsome guy, can we start the interview now? Or maybe, Shin Fan is a scumbag and is going to cheat on his girlfriend in front of her? If you find it acceptable, then I'm going to start kissing you. She was very fond of Shin Fan, and was on the verge of treating him as her dream lover, so how could she possibly be willing to let another girl kiss her? Shin Fan smiled and said, then I'll kiss you for 150 times, and by then, not only do you have to give me all the money you have on you, but also, you have to owe me $400,000. However, if she was kissed by Shin Fan for more than 100 times and bankrupted her, handsome boy, you must not agree. For a while, Lee Shinran spoke with a bit of a stutter, worried, and scared. I only have $1,100,000. It turns out that she is not only dressed in a more sexy way, the heart is actually the same as her appearance. So sexy, so active, so horny. 38. 6. 166. 211. There is a task. And inside the live broadcast room, there were already a lot of viewers who started to send out pop-ups in excitement. And it's giving me $10,000 for a kiss? Shin Fan isn't really going to kiss her, is he? If Shin Fan was kissed by another girl, Zhao Bingling would have to cry to death in aggravation. Shin Fan asked carefully. She herself hadn't even kissed Shin Fan yet. Shin Fan believed that with his face value and eloquence, he could definitely make the number of pop-ups in the live broadcast room skyrocket, thus earning a lot of redemption points. Lee Shinran, the host, as well as Shin Fan, the person who accepted the interview, all performed extremely outrageously. Too attractive, too talkative. Accept the interview. If you don't have any money, then I suggest you run through all the online loans such as chanting flowers, borrowing chants, citation cards, and so on. Get enough money, and pay me back. If I kissed you, would you really pay me, and give me $10,000 after the kiss? She was never going to be able to accept this. What does Shin Fan mean by this? At the same time, Lee Shinran was also a bit confused. Please, I also want a kiss. Chin Fan, can you let me have this good opportunity? Woo woo. But if it's you, the girls in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, were jealous. Lee Shinran was overjoyed. Okay, please, don't kiss her. Mission reward, exchange points. Seducing my brother again. You know, the last time she interviewed Chin Fan, it made her gain hundreds of thousands of fans. Chin Fan, on the other hand, smiled slightly and said, Lee Shinran, it's better to trouble you to wait a little longer. Even if she couldn't take advantage of Chin Fan, she could still make her fans skyrocket and her income increase. But, isn't Chin Fan holding hands with Zhao Bingling right now? Lee Shinran took the microphone and said, Chin Fan, if I give you $10,000, would you be willing to give me a kiss? $10,000 for kissing Lee Shinran? Whether Chin Fan said yes or no, it was boring, and it didn't set off the audience's emotions or make the number of pop-ups soar. This street interview could be too exciting. Chin Fan narrowed his eyes and asked, Lee Shinran, are you serious about this question? Chin Fan's task was to mobilize the audience's emotions as much as possible so that they would post more pop-ups. Therefore, Chin Fan couldn't answer yes or no. He had to answer as innovatively as possible, so that he could get more pop-ups and more exchange points. Lee Shinran then is also too burnt. Demon Girl. At the end of this interview, it was possible to become an anchor with 2 million followers yet. That is, how much money do you have on you in total? He shouldn't really have to kiss many times to kiss all the money inside Lee Shinran's pocket, right? To actually be able to kiss Lee Shinran? After Zhao Bingling heard this question, she instantly became so nervous. Hiss. Lee Shinran was so happy that she almost jumped up, thinking that she could finally interview Chin Fan. Chin Fan hadn't even answered the question yet, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast room started to soar like crazy. Handsome boy, please kiss me to death. Lee Shinran could be said to have made a lot of money across the board. When Chin Fan finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Online, offline, countless viewers were all dumbfounded. SSS. Crap. This is the first time I've heard that a kiss on the face can bankrupt someone. Kissing bankruptcy is not enough, but letting someone borrow money, borrow online loans? Too beastly. But I like it. Anchor, now the pressure is on your side. Let's see what you say. Even if you send me one, I'll have to lick it for a year. The ones Lee Shinran sent to Chin Fan before were all 3-point underwear photos? Lee Shinran was again being urged by the audience and being taunted offline. Where could she top it? What's the situation? Even if Lee Shinran hadn't answered Chin Fan yet, Zhao Bingling didn't care. All of them urged Lee Shinran to quickly agree to Chin Fan's request. It had always been Lee Shinran who had molested and bullied others. Where had she been bullied by others? Her face was hot and spicy, as red as if she had a high fever. The smile on her small face opened up like a rose, laughing badly. Ha! But now, Zhao Bingling was dying of laughter. 500 sheets? Hiss. Before, Zhao Bingling had been so aggrieved and pitiful to the point of heartache that she was on the verge of shedding tears. Lee Shinran lowered her head and started apologizing. I'm sorry, I couldn't afford to play. I lost. Very angry. At this moment, there were only two words in everyone's mind. Chin Fan, how can you keep flirting with Lee Shinran? After all, the price is too high. It seems that Chin Fan, this handsome guy, is not only handsome, but also has a great brain. Awesome. Hikari, am convinced. To actually be able to backhand Lee Shinran into admitting defeat and apologizing, it's truly divine. For a moment, Lee Shinran was even a bit scared. Lee Shinran struggled for half a day, but eventually gave up. Zhao Bingling had even begun eating melon seeds and watching the fun. Not only did she fail to bully Chin Fan, she was even forced to apologize as Chin Fan turned the tables on her. I'm sorry, I think, I'm not too willing to take out that much money. I'm going to cry with envy. Dumbfounded. At the same time, there were countless male compatriots who were envious. Chin Fan revealed a sneer, clearly intending to torture and bully Lee Shinran. I have a feeling it's true. Just this burning energy of Lee Shinran. What she sent to Chin Fan must be very sexy pictures. Since you lost, you have to accept the punishment. Because she knew that Lee Shinran, this bad woman, was definitely not willing to dump her family to let Chin Fan kiss so many times. After Chin Fan finished speaking, Lee Shinran's face swished and turned red. Chin Fan, let's go. The audience pop-ups kept sending out. All of them didn't expect that Chin Fan would actually turn the situation around so quickly, making this live broadcast a series of twists and turns. Last street interview. After you added me as a friend, didn't you send me more than 500 photos? Although, Lee Shinran did burn. All of them were clear to see. However, Lee Shinran wasn't burnt to the extent of sending 18x photos to random people. One must know that Lee Shinran was always known for her thick skin. After Lee Shinran finished her last interview and added Chin Fan's friend, What kind of photos did she send him? 500. All you need to do is wear even less than what's on top of those photos and resend me another 500 photos. She simply couldn't see through Chin Fan, and couldn't guess what Chin Fan was thinking inside his heart, and was even more worried that Chin Fan would put forward particularly torturous conditions. For example, running a lap naked. How have they ever seen such a scene? It's not easy for them to get a better understanding of the situation, so naturally they are trying their best to fan the flames, and the pop-ups are all over the screen, densely packed, especially Lee Shinran's hardcore fans, all shocked. And today, Lee Shinran is uncharacteristic. 386-166-211. At this time, the pressure was also coming to Lee Shinran's side. How about this? If you promise me one request, I'll forgive you. How about it? Zhao Bingling was now annoyed. Next to her, Zhao Bingling didn't know where to get a plastic stool, and had already started to sit on top of the stool, barking a lot of melon seeds. Isn't that like not wearing clothes? The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked. Chin Fan told her to send out another 500 and that she had to wear even less? This was too rare. So Chin Fan is the expert. I misunderstood him before. I thought he was intentionally thinking about Lee Shinran's money, but I didn't expect that he was actually forcing Lee Shinran to admit defeat and apologize. However, that wasn't the end of it. Zhao Bingling didn't even have the heart to get high on melon seeds, and used her milk-drinking strength to pull Chin Fan's hand hard and force him away. That shall not be licked for 500 years. Lee Shinran looked hesitant, again wanting to let Chin Fan kiss her, but also can't afford to dump her family's money. Moreover, she doesn't want to carry hundreds of thousands of online loans for a few minutes of pleasure. Zhao Bingling on the other hand, this time, her little face was taut and upset. Although Lee Shinran loved to post sexy photos, there was still a big difference between being sexy and not wearing clothes. And inside the live broadcast room, countless viewers were frantically sending out pop-ups. Chin Fan smiled, very jealous. It wasn't until a few minutes later, when Zhao Bingling pulled Chin Fan to a deserted alley, that she strained her little face and questioned. Outrageous. Of course, there were quite a few people who cursed Chin Fan as a beast, constantly hitting their keyboards and outputting frantically at Chin Fan. After Lee Shinran admitted defeat, Chin Fan did not intend to let her go. 500 photos of Lee Shinran's naked body. At the same time, Zhao Bingling came back to her senses. I'm very uncomfortable. As for my conditions, it's simple. The countless viewers in the live broadcast room were all puzzled and sent out pop-ups to ask, does it mean I'm jealous? Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were also soaring wildly. No wonder, Lee Shinran was now blushing so red that she didn't dare to raise her head. She was 10,000 times not wanting Chin Fan to kiss another girl. Chin Fan nodded and complimented. That's more or less the same. Count yourself as a loser. Lee Shinran was so nervous that she could hardly speak, and was hesitant to say yes. Anchor, hurry up and agree to him. Is it too much to lose? The male audience were envious. She could only muster up the courage and agreed stiffly. Chin Fan, go ahead. What do you want me to do? A light apology is too insincere. Fight it out. Love to watch the fun. It was the first time they had seen Lee Shinran apologize to someone else. Admirable. Admirable. The live broadcast audience was thrilled. I, Guanxi, am also convinced. At the same time, even Zhao Bingling spat out melon shells and mocked. Letting you hook up with my husband? Serves you right. Because the more exchange points Chin Fan earned as well. Seeing her like this, where else would the live broadcast audience not guess what was happening? After all, watching a funeral was not a big deal. The pop-ups from the viewers were so many. Only, the more pop-ups they sent, the happier Chin Fan was. Zhao Bingling was like a little vinegar jar, straining her little face and talking non-stop. And what about Chin Fan? SSS. Chin Fan just stretched out his hand and rushed to her little head and rubbed it vigorously for a while. Only after rubbing her hair into a mess did Chin Fan smile and say, what, you also want to be like her and send me 500 pictures without clothes? No way. Zhao Bingling's face turned red in a swish and pouted. I'm not such a frivolous girl. Ah yes. Chin Fan repeatedly said yes. In fact, what Chin Fan thought in his heart was, when he took private photos of her, she was much more frivolous than Lee Shinran. Zhao Bingling's small face bulged and she huffed. You have to delete her friends. You can't look at her kind of photos. Of course, Zhao Bingling knew this. Zhao Bingling lowered her head as she apologized. Her face flushed and burning. Black silk, white silk, and fishing net stockings were also changed back and forth. Since Chin Fan and Lee Shinran added their friends, Chin Fan had not sent a single word, not even a single punctuation mark to Lee Shinran. Lee Shinran, on the other hand, had been frantically sending messages to Chin Fan for 2 consecutive days. Lee Shinran had sent so many messages, so many sexy photos, and Chin Fan hadn't even sent a single word back? It was the first time the male lead used the female lead's body, and then rubbed the female lead's what's-it. Zhao Bingling said with a bit of reluctance. I don't want to go home. I want to hang out with you for a while longer. Qin Fan rationalized. If I delete her, no one will send me sexy pictures. She lowered her head and had been very nervous about Qin Fan's chats with Li Xinran. Li Xinran sent him dozens or hundreds of sexy photos every day. If Qin Fan deleted her, wouldn't he have nothing to look at in the future? So Qin Fan strongly disagreed. Or, continue shopping for a while longer? Wanting him to delete Li Xinran's friend? How could that be possible? Although Zhao Bingling grunted on her lips, showing a gambling look of I'm not going to look. In reality, her little head had long since come to Qin Fan's side. She felt that Qin Fan didn't care about her too much when he refused to agree to even this small request of hers. Anyway, I'm very jealous. After Qin Fan finished speaking, he immediately stared at Zhao Bingling's small face with a burning gaze, waiting for her to reply. You told me to delete her, and you're not willing to send me sexy photos on her behalf. For a while, Zhao Bingling's mood was so low that she didn't even have the strength to speak. It was more attractive than even a 3-point swimsuit. At the same time, Zhao Bingling began to squirm and apologized. I'm sorry, Qin Fan. I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry. That posture. Qin Fan also had a soft heart and couldn't bear to see Zhao Bingling being sad all the time, so he quickly pulled out his cell phone and unlocked it. After all, he and Zhao Bingling were not a couple, but just ambiguous friends. Qin Fan was too lazy to say a word back. Li Xinran, handsome guy, I've got a room. Coming? Zhao Bingling was not yet qualified to order him or interfere in his personal life. Qin Fan looked at the time and realized that it was almost 8 p.m. So he said, it's getting late. Do you want to go home? Qin Fan said, sure. No. Zhao Bingling's face was flushed and shy to the extreme. After all, Qin Fan was really not interested in sleeping with her. And Qin Fan felt that Li Xinran did not seem like a good woman. Too active. Too burnt. She would die of shame. Inside the movie, there was a plot. A neon aspect of a romance movie. Not a moment later, Qin Fan tapped the screen of his cell phone and flipped to his chat record with Li Xinran. Swish swish swish. One sentence after another of ambiguous, showy, almost prayerful mating chats. Those who didn't know, thought Li Xinran was a sex addict. As for replying to her messages, if you don't believe me, I'll show you the chat logs. Qin Fan waved his hand and said graciously, it's fine. It's good that the misunderstanding is lifted. If he had said it, Zhao Bingling would have had to clench her fists and hammer him. It was a pity that Qin Fan all just looked at it and silently imprinted Li Xinran's sexy photos inside his head. 38. 6. 166. 211. Why? Unless, she already regretted that she had just been jealous. Maid outfits, swimsuit outfits, lingerie, erotic, and so on. All kinds of fascinating and tantalizing outfits were available. And in addition to these text chats, there were 400 to 500 sexy photos of Li Xinran. Qin Fan refused on the spot. Zhao Bingling suddenly wanted to watch a movie. She was already shy to death just by cooperating with Qin Fan to take some private photos. How could she send Qin Fan undressed photos every day? Then I'll just have to keep her. The story of the male and female main characters swapping bodies and saving the girls. The two of them then went to watch a movie together. The movie they watched was not the latest release, but Your Name from several years ago. Of course, Qin Fan just thought about it, but did not dare to say it. Oof. I'm just taking a look at Li Xinran as a welfare G. That's why Zhao Bingling kept shaking her little head desperately, never agreeing. Qin Fan nodded and didn't say much, directly pulling her little hand. He went shopping. The main reason was that she could sit while watching the movie, not having to walk and being able to rest for a while. So Qin Fan bought her a cup of milk tea and let her drink it while thinking about what to play later. This is too tolerable. If Li Xinran has a disease in her body, then wouldn't it be a big loss? That's why Qin Fan had always been just passing through the eyes, definitely not raising his gun, keeping his head down. He didn't say anything. Either way, let's go watch a movie? Isn't this killing her? The top of the chat log showed. Zhao Bingling was a bit aggravated. Only, she was still a little unhappy, upset, a little jealous, and didn't want Qin Fan to look at other women's sexy photos every day. Good. Right. I swiped your video again tonight. Staring at your handsome face for a long time. I feel like I'm about to be unruly. After reading the chat records, Zhao Bingling was finally sure that Qin Fan was not a scum. Seeing her so aggrieved, Qin Fan had to coax her. Don't feel bad. There was even a moment when Zhao Bingling felt that Qin Fan was a good man, not a scum. Handsome guy, I have feelings, please, say something back to me. Li Xinran had really gone through a lot of effort and wore a lot of clothes in order to be able to make Qin Fan have sexual interest in her. Qin Fan himself didn't care. What time to go home was fine. He was the only one in his house anyway. said shopping. In fact, shopping not a moment. Zhao Bingling is tired, cannot walk. After doing so, she infected Qinfan. That was all. You sent me? Qinfan spread his two hands. That can't be helped. Never had the idea of sleeping with her. There was really nothing wrong with what Qinfan said. Zhao Bingling's little face instantly turned red, and she even hurriedly covered her eyes with her little hands, leaving only a little gap to continue peeking. Qinfan was generous, and cheekily commented, "If the two of us switched bodies with each other, I'm much more perverted than that male lead. SSS. Ah, exactly. How perverted?" Although Zhao Bingling was shy, she couldn't help her curiosity and asked. Qinfan righteously said, "If the two of us swapped bodies, I would definitely take a hard bath." And then, Qinfan pointed at Zhao Bingling's breasts, then the deep side of her thighs, and said, "Especially these two places of yours, I will definitely wash them very carefully." You. Zhao Bingling's face became as red as a burning cloud. Of course, Qinfan didn't even say anything. "So it's not that I'm not affectionate," Qinfan said. "I'm too busy today. Sorry. The words you said yesterday, do they still count? Tomorrow? It's not good to say. I'll go over to you tomorrow and apologize to you, okay?" Qinfan spoke a bit rudely, but he was also very straightforward. "Why haven't you returned my messages for a day? Mention Polaris or something." Only after Qinfan took a taxi home did he see that Zhao Bingling had sent him many messages. "If your love interest is a swimsuit, then I can talk to you for a day and a night. Why don't you have any love interest at all?" Qinfan was not ashamed, but honored. Okay. Zhao Bingling would be helpless this time. She felt that Qinfan's words were perfunctory, and it was obvious that he didn't want to accompany her. Zhao Bingling's father's name was Zhao Jianxiong, an engineer in his 40s, wearing black glasses and a country face, with a very serious and rigid look. "Then, if tomorrow, do you have any clothes you want to see? I'll wear it for you to see." Si Tongyan grunted for a while before subsiding, and then shyly said, "By the way, didn't you say yesterday that you want to play video with me tonight and take a bath together?" The main reason was that he didn't know if he would have a mission tomorrow, so he just couldn't decide if he would have the time tomorrow. The duo's focus was never in the same direction. Qinfan only returned two words. "I'm sorry, my dad is a bit over the top. Don't be angry." Zhao Bingling was greatly disappointed after hearing this and said, "Why are you only interested in swimsuits?" At 11:30 in the evening, when Qinfan had finished washing up and was ready to go to bed, Sidong Yen suddenly started making video calls to him. When he looked up, he could see so many stars. The North Star didn't have that kind of interest. Zhao Bingling was holding her hand, walking along, when she suddenly raised her head, pointed at a very bright star in the sky and said, "Qinfan, did you know? That brightest star is the North Star. That must be." After saying that, Si Tongyan also purposely took out the white bathrobe that she secretly bought today and hooked up. After the bath later, live wearing the bathrobe for you to see you. When she watched the movie just now, she was moved to tears by the plot of the movie, and when she saw the heroine being smashed to death by a meteorite, she cried so much that she didn't recover her emotions until now. Zhao Jianxiong still didn't feel good about him. Zhao Jianxiong's face darkened on the spot. Qinfan still doesn't have a very high favorability towards her. As for Polaris, Qinfan was so good-tempered that he didn't refute a single word and directly smiled and said, "Then I'm leaving." Lao dang. Even if Qinfan is a handsome thief, well, so he wouldn't have much interest in Polaris. Good. Qinfan faintly said, "If your love interest is Polaris, then we definitely can't talk together." Then, Qinfan went to wash up. Qinfan lay on the bed and directly answered the video call. Zhao Bingling was obviously a bit lost. Zhao Jianxiong blackened his face and with a slight force, he pushed Zhao Bingling inside the building. 38. 6. 166. 211. Zhao Bingling was very lost and felt that Qinfan's cultural level was also too low. When they arrived downstairs, Qinfan was also ready to go back. "If it counts, I'll go to the bathroom now." When the movie was finished more than an hour later, the two of them held hands and slowly came out of the private theater. Qinfan stroked his chin and said, "I dropped out of high school in my first year of high school, so if you ask me about the North Star, where would I understand?" Zhao Bingling was a bit reluctant to leave, pulling Qinfan's hand, saying, "Can you continue to accompany me tomorrow? All I know is that if I take a taxi back to my house from here, it will probably cost more than $70. Take 765 steps in the direction of the North Star, and you'll be inside my house." But, on the street, Zhao Bingling's eyes were a little red. Qinfan didn't agree, nor did he refuse. Then, Zhao Jianxiong also said at Qinfan with a bad look on his face, "Don't come to harass my daughter in the future. The two of you are not in the same world. My daughter is going to go to a major university in the future. Do you understand?" Qin Fan was instantly speechless, especially when he saw Qin Fan's long flowing hair and a prodigal appearance. Zhao Jianxiong subconsciously thought of Qin Fan as an unprofessional punk. Just as Zhao Bingling's eyes were red and she was hesitant to let go of her hand. Her dad smoked a cigarette and came over from the parking lot side. The summer night sky was still beautiful. Zhao Bingling reddened her face and whispered, "If you do that, I'm going to have to take a shower too. And then I'm going to have to take the scissors and castrate you." She thought that she had already taken Qin Fan down after a tiring day today. Qin Fan did not cry. Qin Fan even thought, how come it didn't rain a few more meteorites, smash a few more small days to death? When Zhao Bingling sent these messages, her face was so red that the roots of her ears were flushed. Seeing her daughter standing downstairs with a strange man, still holding hands, she shyly stammered for half a day. And in the end, she just scolded, "You are indeed so perverted. Like is like. Just say it directly." I said, "Polaris, just want to use this to express my feelings for you." So he just continued to lie on the bed and said, "Go ahead and take a shower. I'll be watching. It's the two of us that have different affections." He thought to himself, why is this ninny so cruel? If you castrate me, don't you have no use for me? What about you? How far is it from your house? How far is it? Can it put on a bathing suit for me to see? Even if I bathe naked with you, I can still sit upright and talk about it. I hope Qin Fan can also say something a bit more literary. Daughter, hurry home. For a while, Zhao Bingling's eyes were red and she wanted to cry. Understood. Then she just turned around and walked away. Qin Fan felt it was unlikely. Swimsuit. It was not necessary. He didn't like all the bending and twisting literature and stuff. He liked it simple and straightforward. Qin Fan finished and summarized. However, the two of them had been holding hands the entire time, and neither of them let go. Zhao Bingling would have quite an air of a literary girl this time. Looking at Qin Fan with a burning gaze, she couldn't talk past Qin Fan. The two of them were talking and soon walked downstairs to Zhao Bingling's home neighborhood. The result now seems. Qin Fan is indifferent. Do not look at it for nothing. Zhou Jianxiong heard the word Lao Dang and his face turned green with anger. Si Tongyan face a happy, immediately sneaked on tiptoe, went to the bathroom, afraid to wake up her girlfriend Song Zongi. But, SSS, when she arrived at the bathroom, she realized that inside the video call, Qin Fan was actually still lying on the bed, not moving at all. Si Tongyan immediately got a little angry. What about you? Why don't you go to the bathroom? Qin Fan was puzzled. Why did I go to the bathroom? Wasn't it you yourself who had to live stream the bath for me to see? It's not. Si Tongyan was almost speechless and said, what I'm saying is, the two of us are bathing together watching each other. She didn't have the fetish of exposing her body she was trying to see the body of Qin Fan, a handsome guy, so she convinced herself to make a videotape call to Qin Fan. Isn't Si Tongyan looking for him to make a video call? Looking for him to look at each other and take a bath together? Just to seek excitement? Since she was seeking excitement, wouldn't it be better for her to simply go on Hnet and watch a little video? Although, she has been acting a bit indiscreet and not reserved lately. Isn't it just that he didn't video bathe with her? Just with his handsome face, there were countless pretty girls falling over at any time. Let me ask you, even if I video bathe with you, can I get anything out of it? Nothing, right? It's not the same. To be precise, I'm doing this for the sake of seeing your body, for the sake of increasing my feelings with you. But because Sidon Yen was particularly good-looking and endearing when she cried, Qin Fan eventually softened his heart. When the time came, it could exhaust Qin Fan to death. You directly watch Hnet for a while. You can't even use it for half an hour to solve your physiological needs. What do you think? Am I right? From a rational point of view, the solution Qin Fan gave was the most practical and time-saving. And it was good for both of them. Ugh, I'll wash it. You see, even if Sidon Yen reddened her eyes and aggravated herself for half a day, it was useless. However, Qin Fan seriously thought about it and still didn't agree in order to have a good night's sleep. This can also cry out? What the hell? Qin Fan's next sentence was actually, if you don't let me watch it, then I'll hang up the phone I'm still anxious to watch the anime. Si Tongyan The main reason was that Qin Fan had accompanied Si Tongyan for a day of shopping during the day today, and his legs were numb from walking. Si Tongyan was silent for a long time before she lightly bit her shell teeth and said unwillingly, Qin Fan, you're wrong. I'm not looking for excitement. The same is to find excitement. The same is to gain pleasure in the eyes. However, Si Tongyan, as a net red girl with 3 million fans in Douyin, there were countless boys who liked her, had crushes on her, and pursued her, and it was never the other boys who were madly showing affection to her. Where has she ever taken the initiative to show affection to others? Not to mention, she also planned to show her body to Qin Fan this time. Si Tongyan said sadly, I've hinted and expressed you so many times. I'm willing to let you take advantage of me. How can you be so cruel? You're not even willing to take a bath together. And the most important point is, if Chin Fan wants to take advantage of girls, he has the opportunity anytime, anywhere. But now, Chin Fan was even lying on the bed without moving, just wanting to watch her take a bath, without undressing himself. But until the end, Si Tong-yen couldn't hold back and didn't want to hang up the phone. Why bother serving Si Tong-yen? Although it was said that Si Tong-yen's feelings were sincere and she did like him very much, he also did not expect that Si Tong-yen, this niece's mind was so sensitive. Where did so many things come from? Chin Fan said in a serious tone. Let's be calm and serious. Don't be so emotional, and don't move and cry. Where has she seen Chin Fan so difficult to chase boys? But it really wasn't possible today. This time, it was Chin Fan's turn to be silent. As Chin Fan said some great words of reasoning, Si Tong-yen was instantly silent. Chin Fan, slightly disgusted, continued. Moreover, take a bath, play a video. In case you have a feeling, you must not get 2 or 3 hours? Chin Fan acted so coldly, instantly making Si Tong-yen a little disheartened. Isn't watching HNet much less troublesome than making a video call? 38. 6. 166. 211. This is the first time in her life. Other men don't have this opportunity. Only Chin Fan alone has this opportunity. After saying that, Chin Fan paused a little and added, if you don't even have a H site, then I can do a good deed and send you one. Either that, or just hang up the phone. The result. Chin Fan, are you not interested in me at all? To be honest, if it was any other day, Chin Fan probably immediately took off his clothes and took a shower while talking to Si Tong-yen on the phone. Si Tong-yen gambled. If you don't go to take a bath, I won't go either. Either. Another day. Either. You wash and I'll watch. If he were a different person, Chin Fan would have directly cursed. Si Tong-yen gritted her teeth and was angry for half a day. And in her heart, she had almost cursed Chin Fan for 300 sentences. Well, it was so hard to go back home. It was so hard to rest for a while. Where did he want to get up? And one thing that Chin Fan was very clear about was that if he really video bathed with Si Tong-yen, this niece could definitely bathe for hours. However, from a sentimental point of view, Si Tong-yen was still unwilling to accept it. Even if the little video on the internet is exciting, what does it have to do with me? I'm tired today. I need to sleep. If you're just looking for excitement, I suggest you find an HNet to look at and touch. Didn't scold her. I don't want to look at those little videos. I just want to look at you. I just want to do that kind of exciting things with you. Si Tong-yen was almost mad. Then didn't she lose a lot of money? She had never seen a man as hard-hearted as Chin Fan, so cold and indifferent to her. Good. When she said this, Si Tong-yen's eyes turned red. In the whole world, only Chin Fan's handsome face could make Si Tong-yen, a netizen girl with 3 million followers, be moved by it. Chin Fan just wouldn't get up. Chin Fan couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. You choose yourself. You. Although it was said that Chin Fan spoke bluntly and was very upsetting. However, all of her lack of reserve was only visible to Chin Fan, and it was only in front of Chin Fan that she acted so indiscreetly and proactively. If it was any other man, he would have long been blackmailed and deleted by her. Where would he have said so much? In the end, Si Tong-yen still chose A. In addition to getting a little bit of forbidden excitement, can there be any tangible benefits? He was of this nature. No one could control him. Chin Fan nodded and said yes. And Si Tong-yen was instantly delighted, thinking that Chin Fan was going to video bathe with her. At the end of the day, Si Tong-yen's face was already red, but it was undeniable that what Chin Fan said was the truth. However, there was no video bathing with her either. She was aggrieved to death in her heart. Although Si Tong-yen was very uncomfortable in her heart, she was not willing to give up such a good opportunity and did not want to hang up the phone like this with nothing to show for it. Even if Chin Fan didn't get up, she endured it. What she thought was, when I put into the bathroom and take off my clothes, can you still endure it? SSS. Have to hook your interest. Si Tong-yen was playing a small scheme in her heart, planning beautifully. Chin Fan nodded. Of course. Good. Soon, Si Tong-yen started to take off her clothes. Rustling sounds kept coming. Inside the video, Si Tong-yen deliberately aimed her cell phone view at the hanger, not letting Chin Fan directly see her beautiful body. After waking up tomorrow, it will be good to watch the recorded video directly. Until Si Tong-yen poked her head over and glanced at the cell phone screen, she realized that Chin Fan had long since fallen asleep. But when she glanced at the screen again, she saw Chin Fan's long, mesmerizing eyelashes after he closed his eyes, as well as his handsome face that had charmed thousands of girls. Either that or she was on her side, revealing some of her better body inside the screen, so that Chin Fan could have a good time. Meanwhile, Chin Fan was not able to hold back and laughed. The next day when he woke up from his sleep, Chin Fan was shocked. How could one steal a kiss from Chin Fan while he was sleeping? This was also too shameful. Of course, the only drawback that Si-Tong-yen admitted was that although she was very good looking, she was still a little bit worse compared to Chin Fan. While Si-Tong-yen was washing her hair, she sneakily stretched her long legs inside the screen to hook up with Chin Fan. Si-Tong-yen thought too much. Clicking on the video recorded last night, she slowly appreciated it. She wouldn't have watched me all night, right? In terms of face value, even a self-absorbed and beautiful black long straight beauty girl like Si-Tong-yen still bowed down to Chin Fan. She had only just started bathing for a few minutes when Chin Fan was huffing and puffing. Moreover, she would also look at Chin Fan's sleeping face from time to time, with her hands resting on her chin, committing nymphomania for a while. Though, the young girl's intimate apparel was indeed wonderful, and it did draw one's imagination. So you're this handsome even when you sleep? Moreover, not only did she suppress her fire, she even looked at Chin Fan's sleeping face and became a bit mesmerized. Deliberately, she only revealed it for a little while, wanting to make Chin Fan's heart itch inside, wanting to make Chin Fan unable to resist begging her. At first, everything was normal. Si-Tong-yen had been shy and refused to expose her entire body. Just as Chin Fan was yawning, inside the video, Si-Tong-yen washed her hair and suddenly revealed her wet little face, saying, "Chin Fan, you didn't videotape it, did you?" Sometimes she complained that Chin Fan slept too much. Sometimes she complained that Chin Fan was too indifferent to her. It wasn't until 3 or 4 in the morning, when she was really sleepy and her eyelids were fighting, that her head lulled and she slept through. On the other hand, Chin Fan was lying under the covers, leaning his cell phone on the pillow, yawning while admiring the young girl's hanger. Hiss, only a pity. I'm still in the shower. As for how she fiddled with her body inside the video, and how she revealed her teenage girl posture of refusal and shyness, it had nothing to do with Chin Fan anymore. However, what she didn't expect was that on the other side of the phone, Chin Fan didn't make a sound at all. Chin Fan hurriedly picked up his cell phone. Fortunately, his cell phone had been plugged into the charger last night, and even after playing the video all night, it still had a full charge. The video started recording after Si-Tong-yen entered the bathroom and reminded Chin Fan not to record the video. Video recording? No. Chin Fan looked at the red exclamation mark of the cell phone's memory alarm, and in his heart, he rather sighed. It won't be recorded for the whole night, right? Then, seeing that Chin Fan was asleep, Si-Tong-yen's movements became much bolder. Subsequently, Chin Fan turned on the cell phone's screen recording function and directly started recording the screen. She never hung up the video call and kept staring at Chin Fan's exquisite, sleeping handsome face on top of her cell phone. The young girl just kept holding her chin and kept spitting. The young girl tossed and turned in her bed, giggling all the time, and every time she snickered, she had to cover her mouth and lower her voice, lest she suddenly wake Chin Fan up. Tops, pants, chest protectors, bottoms and so on. Unfortunately, even if Chin Fan was sleeping to death, Si-Tong-yen was still having a great time watching. 38. 6. 166. 211. Because of recording the video for the whole night, Chin Fan's cell phone memory was directly filled up. Afterwards, Chin Fan hurriedly turned over the cell phone video, but every time, she flickered away. All of it was all expressed as the young girl's beautiful body was exposed to the air. What Si-Tong-yen was thinking was that even if Chin Fan begged her, she would still torture Chin Fan a little bit, seducing him to the point of not being able to walk. Inside the subsequent time, Chin Fan became more and more sleepy. Even if he revealed it, he only showed a little bit of his arm. Then, talking and talking, Si-Tong-yen also slowly got sleepy. Si-Tong-yen originally wanted to curse, wanted to ruthlessly scold Chin Fan for a few sentences. What she thought was, anyway, Chin Fan had already slept to death. Even if she wore clothes, no one could see it. Only then did Si-Tong-yen feel relieved and continued to wash her hair. In short, it was all about Chin Fan. She felt the most perfect, no problems at all. This night, Si-Tong-yen didn't fall asleep until a long time ago. I can't figure it out. Si-Tong-yen actually didn't hang up the phone all night? She didn't even wear any bottoms and directly put her bathrobe over her body. But looking at it, Chin Fan became a little sleepy. After Si-Tong-yen kissed up, it was only then that he realized that she had gone a bit overboard. If only I could sleep with you, every night. So she simply put her cell phone casually on top of the shelf and started wearing a white bathrobe naked. He was tired today. As long as she saw Chin Fan's exquisite and handsome face, even if she had the greatest amount of fire, Si-Tong-yen couldn't let it out. How can you sleep? Si-Tong-yen was instantly furious and gritted her teeth, especially when she placed her clothes. Her white, slender arms could still be seen inside the video, which could make countless men mesmerized. Until more than half an hour later, Si-Tong-yen washed almost, while taking a towel to wipe the water droplets on her body. She said daintily, "Chin Fan, if you beg me, I can let you watch me put on my clothes. Qin Fan was slightly refreshed and shook his head. In this way, even if Qin Fan fell asleep, it didn't matter. Unconsciously, Sitong Yan's eyes were starting to become misty, but what she didn't know was that everything was captured on the screen. Sitong Yan's face turned red. Her mouth, too, was getting closer and closer, and she finally pressed it on top of the screen and barked a kiss at Qin Fan's sleeping face. You say, if I chase you, can I chase you into my hands? Inside the video, Qin Fan could only see the clothes on top of the hanger keep getting more and more. Moreover, Qin Fan's side was recording with his cell phone on. Inside the screen, Qin Fan was lying on his back on the bed, not even a pillow, and sleeping to death. I feel like I'm quite good looking too. Why are you always so indifferent to me? Sitong Yan was out of temper at once. If it wasn't for Sitong Yan reminding him of a sentence, he almost forgot that he could videotape it. But later on, Sitong Yan became much bolder, not only revealing her long legs, but also flashing her body sideways in front of the screen from time to time. Wait until the end. SSS. After Sitong Yan found Qin Fan asleep, she was angry, and anxious with a look that almost made Qin Fan laugh. Then, when Qin Fan saw, after Sitong Yan realized that he had fallen asleep, he completely let himself go and changed his clothes inside the screen naked, which immediately made Qin Fan shocked. Crap. This body is also too white. Hiss. The disconnected sound came over, and Uncle Chen's person went numb. However, Su Qingyi, the immodest secretary, came up with a decent solution. Boss, I think we can start with the friends around Qin Fan. Ding bell. Send invitations to those few female netizens and ask them to come over for the Comic-Con. In other words, inside Uncle Chen's eyes, Qin Fan's commercial value was more than twice that of a top traffic star. Uncle Chen's face darkened, just as Uncle Chen was pacing around, thinking, how could he invite Qin Fan over for the Comic-Con to complement the publicity efforts of Station B? $5 million a day? How's that? When Uncle Chen heard this, he immediately slapped his thigh and quipped, good idea. So Qin Fan gave a veto on the spot. Little Chen, I'm happy that you're giving me such a high appearance fee, but I'm really not interested in being a dog or working for someone else. But Qin Fan was good, even if he didn't give him face. He even hung up his phone and didn't even let him say more. After washing up, the takeout ordered was also sent over. I will try it. After all, this way she can share more money. The relevant departments were also quick to go out, and soon contacted Sitong Yan, Zhao Bingling, Li Xinran and others. Qin Fan took a look and picked up. On the other side of the phone, Uncle Chen's voice came out. Qin Fan, tomorrow our company has a large-scale comic exhibition. Is it convenient for you to come over and participate in it? Cooperate with our company's promotional activities. Especially when she changed her clothes, the top bounced around, especially attracting people's attention. Uncle Chen was able to offer Qin Fan a price of $5 million, which was already a very high treatment. It was nothing more than a red face. The point was, even if Qin Fan hit his face, he didn't dare to have a temper and could only hold his breath and think of another way. He now had more than $1 billion of cash inside his card, and the interest for a year was more than $40 million. So where could he look at this small amount of money? Not to mention the fact that Qin Fan could exchange several $100 million in cash just by doing a random task. It was mainly because Sitong Yan's breasts were slightly bigger, while Zhao Bingling's breasts were a bit too small. Beautiful indeed. After looking at it, Qin Fan made the best evaluation of Sitong Yan's body. Most of the time, it was Sitong Yan's broken thoughts, always spitting out what Qin Fan was not, always fantasizing about how to chase Qin Fan into his hands. This will be arranged. Qin Fan was shocked. As long as Qin Fan also attends the Comic-Con, I'll be given an extra 200,000 extra appearance fees? Soon, Uncle Chen arranged this down. Qin Fan was watching TV inside the living room and eating breakfast when his cell phone suddenly rang. He was at least the president of A. B. No matter who met him, they had to give him face. Even the hottest super tier 1 traffic star on the whole internet now. The appearance fee for one day is only more than $2 million. It was enough to watch it several times before it was satisfied, knowing what a man's soft spot is. In this way, won't they desperately try to persuade Qin Fan to attend the Comic-Con? So this Comic-Con, just open it yourself. I don't have the time, nor do I have that interest. And to be a lackey to someone else for a day for this $5 million? Isn't that bullshit? So, from the sensory point of view, or Sitong Yan accounted for the advantage of a little more to attract the attention of the boys. It was even more difficult to look at this $5 million. 386-166-211. If we only talk about the figure, in Qin Fan's heart, Sitong Yan is even more beautiful than Zhao Bingling. With a mere $5 million, Qin Fan really couldn't look at it. Sister C. Hurry up and get up. The legs were long, round, and fleshy, thin where they should be, and fleshy where they should be. After Chin Fan finished watching Si Tongyan's crucial dressing video, there was nothing to see in the later videos. It had to be said that Su Chingy, the black silk short skirt girl, still had quite a brain. Running around naked and wearing clothes inside the video? The guts are too big, right? Wasn't she afraid that I would suddenly wake up? The B station sent you an invitation, inviting you to attend the Comic-Con tomorrow, and the appearance fee given is very high. Of course, the appearance fee will definitely not be less. Then when she answered the phone, she quickly furrowed her brows. The condition is that only if Chin Fan also participates in the Comic-Con can they each be given an extra $200,000 in appearance fees. Although Chin Fan wasn't interested in money, it was impossible for those scandalous girlfriends around Chin Fan to not be interested in money. This was too much of a slap in his face. Inside the office, Uncle Chen's personal secretary, Su Chingy, walked over. Si Tongyan this time is still not awake, is confused in the dream inside the wedding with Chin Fan. Suddenly was good girlfriend Song Zongyi shaking body, shouting up. However, Uncle Chen directly gave a high price, 5 million a comic show. Su Chingy above wearing a deep V navel. The bottom is a super short skirt plus black silk. The foot also stepped on the high heels, walking twisted waist, with a water snake. Then, after watching Si Tongyan change clothes, Chin Fan is still not satisfied. The video back to pull back. Slow play again. How could he have thought that Si Tongyan would actually play so big? After watching the video, Chin Fan got up and started washing up. Chin Fan had a lot of emotions in his heart. Chin Fan directly chose to fast forward, but at a condition when signing a contract with them. Si Tongyan was shaken for half a day and finally woke up from inside a beautiful dream. Buns, soy milk, a very simple breakfast. Good sister, get up and answer the phone. Chin Fan's eyes went straight as he watched. After saying that, Chin Fan directly hung up the phone. Invite all of Chin Fan's several recent scandalous girlfriends, Si Tongyan, Zhao Bingling, Li Xinran, and so on, over to the Comic-Con. Hiss. Otherwise, it was impossible for Uncle Chen to offer Chin Fan such a high price. She was both Si Tongyan's good best friend and her agent. So naturally, she was very hopeful that Si Tongyan would participate in a few more comic fairs and earn more money. However, it was undeniable that Si Tongyan's body was indeed white, not a proper secretary at first glance. Toot toot. If it was any other million pink or 10 million pink webcam, the appearance fee would be between 10,000 and 300,000 at most. Only after fast forwarding until Si Tongyan's eyes fought and she fell asleep did Chin Fan turn off the video. Si Tongyan was soon heartbroken. She had originally planned to give Chin Fan a call right away and ask him to attend the Comic-Con with her. But then it suddenly occurred to her that she had just woken up. Her makeup was not done, and her face was not washed. So in case Chin Fan wanted to open a video with her and saw her in this sleepy look, wouldn't he be less favorable to her? SSS. Therefore, Si Tongyan did not call immediately, but hurriedly got up and washed. She planned to wait until she finished washing up, and then go directly to Chin Fan's room to find Chin Fan to discuss this matter. At the same time, Zhao Bingling also received an invitation from B Station. The appearance fee given to her by B Station was slightly lower than that of Si Tongyan. After all, Si Tongyan was adoring 3 million fans. Zhao Bingling only had 1 million fans on B Station. The gap was relatively big. The difference between the two is relatively large. Therefore, the appearance fee of 200,000 yuan plus 200,000 yuan extra bonus for Si Tongyan to Zhao Bingling is 100,000 appearance fee plus 200,000 extra bonus. It said that COS is the best plastic surgery for girls. Put on COS clothes and makeup. Shall we not mesmerize him to death? Her good best friend Song Zongyi was also dumbfounded and unable to speak. The smile on Si Tongyan's face immediately froze. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have sent Chin Fan uninterrupted good mornings, good afternoons, good nights and whatnot every day, as enthusiastic as a licking dog. However, Zhao Bingling felt that if she was the one who personally came to the door and went to invite Chin Fan, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. She felt that her relationship with Chin Fan was still relatively good. After all, they went out together yesterday and had so much fun. She hurriedly went forward and pulled Zhao Bingling's small hand. Then while pulling her, she said, "Where does the person you are looking for live? Sister can help you lead the way." Si Tongyan chose, and finally chose another cosplay costume of Shi Sure. You have to know that Chin Fan's handsome face had already taken down Si Tongyan and her best friend Song Zongyi. Then inside the elevator came out a lovely Yao Yao wearing the Meet the Divine Deer cosplay costume. Just like a beautiful girl, which charmed Si Tongyan on the spot. Although Si Tongyan is also a girl, but she also liked pretty girls. This was also too solid. Moreover, when Chin Fan came to Zhao Bingling's house to take private photos, He also urged her to put on Yao Yao's cos clothes. After changing her clothes and also putting on her makeup, Si Tongyan quickly went out the door and was ready to go knock on Xin Fan's door. Of course, if she went to find Xin Fan, she had to dress up beautifully. After Zhao Bingling woke up, she rummaged around inside the closet for a long time, but she couldn't find any suitable and satisfactory clothes. She always felt that she was missing a bit of temperament. He's my boyfriend. Zhao Bingling felt that Xin Fan must really like her cos Yao Yao, otherwise he wouldn't have kept letting her wear this dress. The most beautiful ride cart ballad. This cosplay costume was mainly silver and white, very flattering and gorgeous. After wearing it, not only could it outline Si Tongyan's perfect figure, it could also look like she was extraordinary and very gorgeous. Zhao Bingling raised the corners of her mouth, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, and smiled. Yeah, Xin Fan accompanied me for a day yesterday. It wasn't until 11 or 12 at night, after sending me home, that the two of us parted ways. After she put on her makeup and went out, she quickly took a taxi to Xin Fan's neighborhood. Okay then. Si Tongyan was overjoyed. The words landed on the ground. Afterward, Si Tongyan quickly started picking out a suitable Shishir cosplay costume. Thus, Zhao Bingling thought about it for a while, and ended up putting on Yao Yao's Meet the Divine Deer costume. And, by the way, put on makeup. This was too solid. Moreover, Xin Fan is still your boyfriend? Good idea. After Song Zongyi finished speaking, Sitoyan's eyes immediately lit up. 38. 6. 166. 211. How could the two of them not expect that this well-behaved and cute to the extreme Yao Yao cosplayer in front of them was actually here to look for Xin Fan? She even said that Xin Fan was her boyfriend? Then, she directly rushed over to Zhao Bingling, squinting her eyes and smiling. Little sister, are you also a resident of this neighborhood? Are you here to look for someone? Or are you lost? Again, after searching for a long time, she couldn't find the most suitable and eye-catching one. Even Si Tongyan, a girl, was just as mesmerized that she couldn't take her eyes off. Si Tongyan hadn't even knocked on the door yet when the elevator stopped with a ding-dong sound. Good guy. After Si Tongyan saw the lovely Yao Yao, she even forgot Xin Fan, the handsome guy, to one side. Although in the end, when she went home, she was scolded a few times by her dad. Back then, when Xin Fan and Zhao Bingling met for the first time at the Comic-Con, she was wearing this Meet the Divine Deer costume. Thinking about it, her eyes ended up resting on Yao's Meet the Divine Deer costume. That's why Zhao Bingling was also smiling happily now, saying, I'm here to find someone. Miss, you're pretty too. This. At the same time, Si Tongyan was also rummaging around inside the bedroom, looking for pretty clothes. After changing clothes, Si Tongyan's happy eyes narrowed, thinking, this time, surely I can take Xin Fan down, right? Especially Zhao Bingling's current Yao Yao cos, perfectly highlighting what a good girl's ceiling was, emphasizing her cute temperament to the extreme. Si Tongyan's eyes were on fire, and she was getting jealous. Si Tongyan wanted to eat someone. Just as Si Tongyan was in a state of distress, her best friend Song Zongyi suddenly made a suggestion. Either that, or you should wear Shishir's costume to find Xin Fan? Ta-da-day. Only, Li Xinran had been slow to call Xin Fan after receiving this invitation because she hadn't sent Xin Fan a picture without clothes after losing yesterday. As a result, Zhao Bingling looked at the young lady in front of her who was dressed in a flashy cos outfit, and seeing that the other party was also cosplaying a game character inside the king, she instantly developed some good feelings. I'm here to find Xin Fan. Zhao Bingling nodded her head obediently while pointing at the door of Xin Fan's room, saying, here, it's there. And Zhao Bingling was more optimistic. How could they not expect that Xin Fan, this big handsome guy, was actually taken down by this cute ceiling-level Yao Yao cosplayer in front of them? Previously when Si Tongyan attended the Comic-Con, she wore the Shishir Smoky Jiangnan cosplay costume. Although it was also very good-looking, it was ultimately missing a bit of flamboyance, some temperament. She's so cute. As for Blockhand anchor Li Xinran, it was 120,000 appearance fee plus 200,000 extra bonus. These two women were dying to sneak inside Xin Fan's quilt at night, dying to sleep with him every day. But now, their hearts were breaking. She thought to herself, no wonder Xin Fan didn't really reply to her messages all day yesterday. So he went out on a date with this little cutie Yao Yao? Damn scummy guy. Moreover, what made Si Tongyan even more annoyed was that after Xin Fan went out on a date and returned home, he actually made a video call with her and watched her take a shower? This is too beastly, isn't it? The scum of the scum. SSS. Must give him the lower cut. Let him never want to scourge a little girl again in the future. Si Tongyan thought with hatred. Meanwhile, Zhao Bingling's little face was written with question marks. She had only casually said a few words, and then realized that this gorgeous she-shirt cosplayer young lady in front of her had suddenly become so angry, even revealing an aura of wanting to eat people? What in the world was going on? Zhao Bingling couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. None of this mattered. What was important was that Si Tongyan took Zhao Bingling's hand and quickly walked to Qin Fan's room door and started knocking on it. One was the cold and icy Si Tongyan who was determined to kill the scum with her hands. Qin Fan, did you really video bathe with her last night? After the phrase crap, it was immediately followed by a wonama. Although the two of them had already attended many comic conventions and seen many big scenes, even if you're an animal, you can't sneak a peek at the bottom of the skirt of such a cute little sister, right? Song Zongi didn't dare to lag behind and trotted over. What's all this Along with the knock on the door, Qin Fan's response also resounded from inside the house. Just this, you had to make a video call with me last night and watch me shower? How can you be such a scum? The two of them saw that Qin Fan's bedroom had a wall full of artwork pasted all over it, all of which were private photos of Zhao Bingling's various shy looks and underskirt photos. Qin Fan stretched out his right hand and made an appearance of inviting him in. Okay, crap, it was said that 3 women are a drama, and with their 3 girls, there was even more drama. Qin Fan thought to himself, I'm still a virgin, how did I become a scum? Si Tongyan didn't give Qin Fan a chance to explain, and continued to output madly. You ignored me for the whole day yesterday. So you went to hook up with a cute little sister? You're really great. Can you raise fish? Then, Si Tongyan came up with a sentence of scum, directly drying Qin Fan out of his mind. But what made Qin Fan puzzled was, please, finally, Si Tongyan, don't always call me a scummy guy. Which scummy guy have you fucking seen is a virgin? Although he had a lot of peach blossom luck, but that was all girls desperately sticking up to him. But like Qin Fan, the bedroom is full of girls' underskirt, private photos of things they really have not seen once. Si Tongyan and Song Zongi were instantly dumbfounded. Both of them even began to doubt life and wonder if they were dreaming. Secondly, Zhao Bingling is already 18 years old and is my high school classmate, and the price I paid for taking private photos of her was that I accompanied her for a whole day yesterday. Qin Fan couldn't figure it out. Zhao Bingling was silly and asked, come in and talk about it. There's no rush. Then, Qin Fan first stretched out his hand and held down Song Zongi to prevent her from calling the police. Qin Fan gave her an okay sign, indicating that there was absolutely no problem. Zhao Bingling was the last one to enter, but Zhao Bingling was also the worst, because in their impression, Qin Fan didn't seem like such a pervert. Qin Fan raised his eyebrows and didn't explain right away. Instead, he took a few steps back and let them enter the house first. What the hell does it have to do with him? If it wasn't for the girls like Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, Song Zongi, Li Xinran, and so on, who were desperately trying to backstab him, would he have taken advantage of others? To take a step back, even if Qin Fan took advantage of them, they didn't lose out, did they? The main thing is that she does not have the physiological knowledge in this area, and has never seen boys and girls bathing when playing video. Qin Fan said, while wearing slippers, came over to open the door. Qin Fan this will close the door, also saw what they are doing. One was Zhao Bingling who was superficially well behaved, but in reality, she was dark. Zhao Bingling was standing on the side, her face full of questions. On the right side, was the cold and icy Si Tongyan who was wearing the flashy Shisher to May multiplied carp balladcos costume. 386-166-211. Ugh, causing her to, for a moment, not react, making her subconsciously feel that it was fake. Si Tongyan spoke, all but dying of anger. Damn it! Qin Fan practically exerted all his strength and leapt to the bedroom door with a whoosh. Only then did Qin Fan begin to slowly explain. You guys listen to me. Then with all his strength, he closed the bedroom door with a bang, and locked the bedroom key, pulling it out before Qin Fan felt relieved. With a cold face, Si Tongyan grunted and went in. Si Tongyan frowned and quickly walked to Qin Fan's bedroom door. Qin Fan, you are so perverted. First of all, I'm not in a relationship with anyone. I don't have a girlfriend, and I'm not anyone's boyfriend. After Song Zongi finished speaking, she even took her cell phone out and was ready to call the police. Looking at her like this, she was really planning to send Qin Fan in to step on the sewing machine. Even if you raise fish, you still hide it from me, and you want to throw me inside your fish pond together? These two beautiful girls, one with a lovely ceiling and one with an iceberg beauty look, were both beautiful and eye-catching. How could she have thought that Qin Fan was actually so scummy? After Zhao Bingling went in, she took advantage of Qin Fan's opportunity to close the security door. Zhao Bingling directly opened the bedroom door. When did you two meet? How come I don't know? Song Zongi, on the other hand, sighed and said, Qin Fan, if you like this kind of underskirt photo, you tell me. Ah, and I'll still not send it to you? Scumbag. Knock knock. For a while, these two girls all froze. Song Zoni also followed and went in, but when she passed by Chin Fan, she whispered, "Chin Fan, next time when the video bathing call out to me, I can come along. Wait a moment, I'll be right out." You'll sit through the bottom of the jail cell like this. This was all too shocking to her three views. At this moment, her good girlfriend Song Zoni was also shocked. "You hit the video bath with Chin Fan last night?" Si Tong Yen bit her lips and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a beast." Chin Fan was truly convinced. After opening it, Zhao Bingling even deliberately coughed a few times at Si Tong Yen and Song Zoni, signaling them to come over for a moment. "Why didn't you bring me along?" Song Zoni's first reaction was not to scold Chin Fan for being a scum, but rather a heartbreaking regret. Regretting that she slept too early last night and didn't manage to catch up with Chin Fan and take a video bath together. Chin Fan was truly convinced by the few of them. Zhao Bingling stepped forward, smiling, was about to explain. The result of the division. Tong Yen directly pulled her to the back, went up viciously, began to fight with Chin Fan. Chin Fan really can't hold back. As a result, the moment he opened the door, Chin Fan froze for a moment. On his left, there was the lovely Zhao Bingling wearing the Yao Yao meets the Divine Deer cosplay costume. "You're so awesome." The body hadn't been spoiled by Chin Fan, and the money inside their pockets hadn't been reduced, and they had even been made happy for a long time because Chin Fan had chatted with them. In other words, whether it was materially or spiritually or physically, Chin Fan did not apologize to any of the girls. SSS. Finally, let me summarize. Chin Fan said with a serious look, "If any of you don't want me to take advantage of you and don't want to be with me, you can tell me clearly. As long as you guys clearly say that you don't want to be with me or be taken advantage of by me, I guarantee that we will never cross paths in this life. Delete, pull black, and never see each other again." After Chin Fan said this, the atmosphere inside the room became a bit heavy. Although Si Tong Yen wanted to continue to scold Chin Fan for being a scum, but she did not want to flip out with Chin Fan. After all, she still liked Chin Fan's handsome face. So in the end, Si Tong Yen could only sigh and not say anything. After saying that, Zhao Bingling even clenched her fists, indicating that she must have this confidence. The three girls hugged Chin Fan and tossed him around for a while, and also gave away a lot of benefits to Chin Fan's delight. However, when compared to Si Tong Yen like this, it immediately seemed too much less. When Si Tong Yen finished, she looked at Chin Fan with an expectant face, but even if she was so tolerant and generous, Chin Fan couldn't see her, not letting her be the first wife? This was even more rare. Chin Fan, on the other hand, frowned and said, "The B station staff approached you?" In particular, Song Zoni was also in favor of Chin Fan looking for a junior wife. Meanwhile, Zhao Bingling couldn't sit still when she saw that someone was stealing her boyfriend from her. Si Tong Yan's words were too lethal. Next to her, Zhao Bingling frowned and said, "Si Tong Yan, how much is the appearance fee that B station gave you? So, it's better to like me." Song Zoni, on the other hand, her eyes darted around, and found that Zhao Bingling and Si Tong Yan were all silent. She touched her chin and thought for a while, then suddenly opened her mouth with a smile. Okay, don't argue, there's a need to be so serious. Chin Fan, my chest." Well, after saying that, Song Zoni also took the initiative to stick to Chin Fan's side. Her head was almost leaning on top of his chest. Even Chin Fan had to admit that Si Tong Yan's breasts were indeed a bit more substantial. "And I also know that you also like me a lot, otherwise you wouldn't have posted my private photos inside your bedroom." It made her feel very unfulfilled. Put it on the street. There could be a lot of men coming up to her for contact information as well. Even if Chin Fan's bedroom was filled with Zhao Bingling's private photos, Si Tong Yan did not give up. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that they slowly stopped. 200,000 what's wrong? At least it could be considered a good-looking girl. If others didn't speak, then she definitely didn't speak either. She wasn't going to be the one to stand out. Although it was true that she wasn't as good-looking as Zhao Bingling and Si Tong Yan, she wasn't bad either. Song Zoni was so angry that she wanted to curse. Si Tong Yan couldn't stop laughing. "Who made you have so few fans? I have 2 million more fans than you." Although it didn't match Chin Fan's face value, it was definitely considered a little beauty. "Chin Fan, I still like you a lot." Zhao Bingling sighed, a little helpless. Even if she knew that the probability of Song Zoni taking Chin Fan down wasn't high, she didn't want to take this risk. Song Zoni, who was standing next to her, then lowered her head and took a look at her own breasts, and then took a look at the breasts of Zhao Bingling and Si Tong Yan. Then she gestured with her hands and said, "If we are looking at the breasts, I feel that I am a little bit bigger than the two of you put together. Even if you take advantage of me, I don't mind." Zhao Bingling, on the other hand, flickered her eyes and waited for the others to speak. After all, You don't want your future child to not be able to eat milk, right? 38. 6. 166. 211. This really pissed her off. Ready to call Uncle Chen. At the same time, she also deliberately mentioned a private photo, in order to be angry with Si Yen. So that Si Yen no difficult to retreat. Zhao Bingling immediately small face a black, said, actually give you 200,000. B-Station only give me 100,000 appearance fee, and also give me added a condition. As long as Qin Fan participate in the Comic Con, will give me 200,000 more prize money. Directly started personal attacks. Alas, if you participate in the Comic Con, B will give me an extra 200,000 bonus. After saying that, Qin Fan directly took out his cell phone. Si Yen also quickly came over, walked to Qin Fan's side, grabbed Qin Fan's other arm, clamped it on her chest, and began to shake it. Although she felt that the 100,000 appearance fee was already a lot higher than all the previous Comic Con appearance fees. After saying that, Song Zhongyi also intentionally pulled her neckline's chest protector down a lot, revealing a large portion of snow-white skin, which was on the verge of exposing the two large white rabbits. Si Yen didn't think much about it and directly replied back, yeah, don't be in a hurry. I'll give him a call. Help you guys scold him a few times. Let him allow Deng burst some gold coins. Especially when she spoke. She also held Qin Fan's arm in front of her chest and shook it around. She didn't want to give Qin Fan up to other women. It was even a bit of an inferiority complex. Si Yen puffed out her chest and said proudly, I'm an internet beauty queen. Even if you have 10 or 8 girlfriends, I won't say anything. As long as you can find time to accompany me. Qin Fan turned his head and averted his eyes, forcing himself not to look at her chest before he returned. You're not pretty enough. You can only be a junior wife at most. At the same time, Zhao Bingling's little face was a little dark. Her figure really couldn't compare to Si Yen. This was her eternal pain. That soft, elastic feeling was something that Zhao Bingling, a flat-chested woman, could never give. Thus, Zhao Bingling quickly raised the corners of her mouth and smiled slightly, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth as she tightly hugged Qin Fan's arm now. Although there are a bit too many girls around you, I believe that I can take you down sooner or later. But what she didn't expect was that Si Yen would not intend to back down this time. But right at this moment, Qin Fan suddenly spoke up. This Xiao Chen is also too bad at doing things. Why is the appearance fee for you guys so low? Qin Fan, do you want to go to the comic show organized by B-Station tomorrow? After stopping, the 3 women and 1 man all sat on top of the sofa in the living room and finally started talking about business. Although Zhao Bingling was very dark and always had small plans in her quirky heart, once it came to Qin Fan's feelings, Zhao Bingling immediately couldn't sit still. Song Zhongyi's eyes narrowed and smiled. No matter what other people think. Anyway, I will definitely continue to like Qin Fan. So, I will continue to work hard and continue to chase you. Will definitely chase you to your hand. Isn't it much bigger than a certain little bitty's boobs? If you're looking for a girlfriend in the future, it's better to consider me more. In fact, Qin Fan understood in his heart and knew why Uncle Chen invited Si Yen and Zhao Bingling to participate in the Comic Con. And also knew why Uncle Chen added an extra 200,000 bonus to these two. Wasn't it just to get Zhao Bingling and Si Yen to come over and persuade him to participate in the B-Station comic show? SSS. Now, since Zhao Bingling and Si Yen have all come over to persuade him, Qin Fan will naturally follow them and participate in the comic show. After all, Zhao Bingling and Si Yen are so cute and pretty. Qin Fan can refuse Uncle Chen, but he certainly can't keep refusing 2 beautiful girls. If he made them cry, it would be hard to coax them. Moreover, Qin Fan's performance just now is still a little bit of slag. If the 2 of them can't even get the 200,000 bonus, Qin Fan will have a guilty conscience. So tomorrow's comic show, Qin Fan will definitely accompany these 2 beautiful girls to participate together. However, before attending the comic show, Qin Fan had to give Uncle Chen a call. But since Qin Fan had said so, then he had no choice but to do so. Qin Fan, you're so handsome. Now it was good. Qin Fan directly started calling him Old Deng. But now, with Qin Fan, they no longer had to look at other people's faces. Qin Fan saw that the matter was almost done. So he hung up the phone. As soon as Uncle Chen heard that Qin Fan was going to Douyin, he immediately became anxious. Not, Zhao Bingling and Si Yen were from the bottom of their hearts, thinking that Qin Fan was very powerful. Qin Fan laughed and said, if you don't raise the appearance fee for the 2 of them, then I'm going to go to Douyin. So that Douyin can organize a comic show and I'll go over there and give them a big one. On the other side of the phone, Uncle Chen frowned. Remember, it's after taxes. Don't get the money then and still have to pay back taxes. Just one phone call, and it was worth $2 to $3 million? Uncle Chen was truly numb. These two beautiful girls all brightened their eyes and looked at him with a face of adoration. And get a 12-meter giant for him to chop? Chin Fan grimaced and just said, "Old dang. Don't think I don't know what kind of shit you've done." He hadn't yet made it clear to Chin Fan what role he was going to let him cosplay tomorrow. It was the most handsome and charming man in the world. A handsome face that could even double the share price of B Station. Uncle Chen originally thought that it was a bit of a struggle for Chin Fan, a 1 meter 9 man, to cut a 12-meter giant. Let this old den pop some more gold coins. It's definitely possible. Uncle Chen's face turned a little green after hearing this. Ellen? The two of them were each paid 200,000 appearance fees plus 200,000 bonuses before, totaling 700,000. Right? Hey, don't. Chin Fan hung up this phone too fast, right? Jingling. Chin Fan took a breath and directly increased the appearance fee for Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan from 200,000 before tax to 1.2 million, and it was still 1.2 million after tax. Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan were so happy that their eyes were about to turn into crescent moons. After all, Uncle Chen had spent a small $10 million in order to invite Chin Fan to the Comic-Con. Otherwise it was too cheap for him. Alan from Attack on Titan? Earlier, when Chin Fan called him Little Chen, he couldn't hold back a bit. Uncle Chen had to call Chin Fan again. After Chin Fan finished, he directly turned his body and looked at Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan and asked. Little Chen said that he would add an extra $500,000 bonus for each of you two. What do you two think? Instead, it was the others who were looking at their faces. If it was anyone else, Uncle Chen would have already flung his face. Chin Fan saw that the two of them were so happy, and only then did he revert to Uncle Chen and said, "Okay, just do what you said. 38,6,166,211. Okay." But there was no way. This was Chin Fan. After saying that, Chin Fan hung up the phone. It was tantamount to letting Station B take out an extra $2 to $3 million. Uncle Chen was careful and asked, "I meant to ask, what cosplayer are you planning to put out for the Comic-Con tomorrow?" Chin Fan answered the phone and said with a bit of impatience, "What? Want to change my 5 million appearance fee to 5 million after tax as well? Now. Immediately. Right away. Chin Fan. You're great." It didn't take long for the call to go through. This name calling, why is it getting harder and harder to hear? When the time comes, you guys prepare a 12-meter tall giant, and when I get to the top of the Comic-Con, I'll give you a big one. Uncle Chen's face was excited. Chin Fan, you finally called me. Did you finally agree to participate in the Comic-Con? He could only say politely, Chin Fan, it's not that I don't want to raise the appearance fee for the two of them. The main thing is that 200,000 appearance fee is already very high, and raising the appearance fee rashly will spoil the market. 100,000 before tax became 1.2 million after tax. Even if they spent a few $100,000 more to temporarily pile up a 12-meter giant like a snowman, it wouldn't be considered extravagant. This could be too awesome, Alan. It is. Well, it topped their previous months of advertising revenue. Chin Fan pushed very hard. Hurry up and explode the gold coins and raise the appearance fees for Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan to $500,000. Forget it, let the people below get one and try it out. Then add another $500,000. That's 1.2 million each. In case he pissed off Chin Fan and forced him to go to Douyin to participate in the Comic-Con, then they would lose a lot of money at Station B. In the past, they had always had to look at other people's faces when they participated in comic shows for those tens of thousands of dollars. How many meanings? So Uncle Chen quickly conceded. How about this? I'll talk to the secretary and immediately add an extra $500,000 in bonuses for Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan. Even though the appearance fee is still $200,000, they're getting more money in their hands. How about that? So even though Uncle Chen had suffered a big loss, he could only pinch his nose and admit it. Alright, I know. 1.2 million after tax. I'll talk to the staff and let them re-sign the contract and go through the accounts. Moreover, there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to talk back. On the other side, after Chin Fan finished his phone call, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan had completely turned into little fangirls. Jingling. In the past, our appearance fees were tens of thousands of dollars before tax. But with one phone call, you let us get $1.2 million, and it's still after tax. You're too good. Just to pay the tax alone, you have to pay almost half. However, Chin Fan made such a phone call, directly drying Uncle Chen people numb. Whether it was for the company's market value, or for the sake of other, Uncle Chen had no qualification, and no backbone to turn the tables with Chin Fan, and didn't even dare to say a hard word. Originally, what was given to Si Tongyan was 200,000 appearance fee before tax. What was given to Zhao Bingling was 100,000 $200,000 appearance fee before tax. If Chin Fan participated in the comic show, the two of them added an extra $200,000 bonus, also before tax. To get the money, the two of them had to pay the tax by themselves. Wait, where could they have thought that Chin Fan would make them earn an extra $500,000 with a random phone call? On the other side of the phone, Uncle Chen was numb. So, Uncle Chen quickly arranged for his staff to pile up the giants. Chin Fan suddenly hung up the phone, causing Uncle Chen to be dumbfounded. Even if Chin Fan was talking about playing, Uncle Chen didn't dare to bet on it. He had to give them more money and serve them nicely. This feeling can be too comfortable. SSS. Finally, Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, Song Zongyi, the girls were all stabilized by Chin Fan and did not argue anymore. Think about it. Chin Fan made a phone call and directly let Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan get an extra $2 million in appearance fees. Can they not be happy? Girls are also human beings and like money. As long as the money was in place, even if there were differences between them, they would temporarily tolerate it for the sake of the money. Ding bell. It didn't take long for the B station staff to start calling Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan separately, inviting them to the company to sign a new contract. It was because he realized that this lad Chin Fan was simply a demon. Su Qingyi went down with a few words and arranged things clearly. 10 minutes later, it was finally time to arrive at the entrance of Station B's company. The driver's master was an uncle in his mid to late 40s, and when he saw Chin Fan, a man, leading three beautiful girls out to the car, the uncle couldn't help but exclaim, "Young man, these sisters of yours are really pretty." If Chin Fan drove a broken used car to the B station, wouldn't it be a pure disgrace? He didn't want to disgrace himself. One handsome guy, 3 wives? It was perfect. Good. In case the B station staff played tricks on the contract, Chin Fan could also step in time to do the two of them a favor. Handsome and shocking. Chin Fan reluctantly agreed. Speaking of this, Sidon Yen clenched her fists and demonstratively waved them a few times. Chin Fan, how are we going to get there? I don't know if the previous owner had a pit in his brain, giving the secondary holster anchor a reward of more than $100,000 didn't hurt, but when he bought a car, he had a pain in the ass, and bought a broken second-hand car. At the same time, Uncle Chen also gave Chin Fan a call. Little Chin, are you free now? I want to talk to you about the Comic Con tomorrow. If you have time, is it convenient for you to come to our company? I'll wait for you in the office. Ha, crap. And they're all the kind of beautiful girls with their own characteristics? This kid's peach blossom luck was so strong. And Si Tongyan was also not willing to show weakness and immediately blurted out, "I'm the wife of Chin Fan." After thinking for half a day, Chin Fan could only hold out 2 words. Low profile. These few beautiful girls did not see that Chin Fan was making it up and lying to them. However, when he turned his head to look at Chin Fan's handsome face, he quickly relieved himself and was not jealous. I guarantee that I can make them eat their words. Zhao Bingling, on the other hand, said thoughtfully, "Chin Fan, I remember, don't you have a car? Either way, why don't you drive us there? What's more, how can driving be as convenient as taking a taxi?" Thus, Chin Fan quickly made a decision. Take a taxi. The corners of Chin Fan's mouth twitched for a long time, thinking, how do I know what the previous owner was thinking? Alright, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan were both very clear about this matter, so they didn't have any complaints and nodded their heads very obediently. Ha, hiss. Chin Fan sat in the passenger seat and let out an ah, not knowing how to explain. Zhao Bingling, who was sitting in the back row, however, couldn't help herself and reminded in a low voice, "Uncle, I'm not his sister. I'm his fiancée." After Chin Fan hung up the phone with Uncle Chen, soon after, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan and Song Zongyi, they were all ready. Chin Fan gave a direct rejection. Zhao Bingling blushed and said sweetly, "Okay, thank you." Subsequently, these few beautiful girls chattered and kept talking. It wasn't that he didn't want to drive. It was mainly because his car was too broken. It was ready to go at any time. The 3 young girls, Si Tongyan, Song Zongyi, and Zhao Bingling all looked like curious babies, not to mention the 3 girlfriends. 38, 6, 166, 211. With Chin Fan's handsome face, 365 girlfriends a year is not a problem. After arriving outside, Chin Fan quickly stopped a cab. 3 women and 1 man all got into the car and drove towards the direction of the B station company. In fact, Chin Fan originally did not want to go, but Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan had to go to Station B to sign a new contract, so Chin Fan could just go there with them. At the door, the secretary, Su Qingyi, wearing a deep V garter belt as well as black silk stockings, had been waiting for a long time. His 3 views were going to be shattered. Even a first-tier traffic star with P-pictures, makeup, beauty and plastic surgery could not compare to Chin Fan's 1/10,000th of handsome. Xin Fan's words were not bragging, he really had this ability. The car kept driving. So, the two of them asked curiously, Xin Fan, aren't you rich? Why don't you buy a nice car? Too much admiration for you. Isn't it awkward to drive a used car? Ah, well, I didn't expect you to be so low-key. Xin Fan had only just gotten out of the car with a few sisters when Su Qingyi immediately greeted her with a smile. Mr. Xin Fan, Mr. Chen has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. If I were as rich as you, I would have bought a Ferrari a long time ago. He. If the driver uncle could have had Xin Fan's looks when he was young, honestly, he would have played bigger and played wilder than Xin Fan. Ha? I'm driving? Better forget it. Go out and take a taxi? The face was too delicate. Zhao Bingling nodded and said no more. The driver uncle was dying of jealousy. He pinched his arm so hard that he almost screamed out in pain, thinking, this isn't a dream for me either. How could I encounter such a thing in broad daylight? As for MS, Si Tongyan, MS, Zhao, and the other lady, you guys just go directly to office 107 on the first floor to sign the contract. Rumble. The driver uncle people were numb. They thought that Xin Fan was particularly low-key and didn't want to attract attention. Si Tongyan and Song Zhongyi, on the other hand, suddenly remembered that when Xin Fan went to the Garden Plaza a few days ago to prove his innocence, it seemed like he was driving a second-hand small broken car. They thought, Xin Fan is obviously so rich, why would he drive such a shabby second-hand car? The only person that Uncle Chen wanted to see was Xin Fan. Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan were just gifts. They couldn't get into Uncle Chen's eyes, so Xin Fan was the only one who could talk to Uncle Chen. Si Tongyan and Song Zhongyi both focused their eyes on Xin Fan, asking him how to get there. Si Tongyan grunted and said, Xin Fan, I'm warning you, don't ever hook up with a girl again, or else. Xin Fan did give them a few words of advice. If the B station staff bullies you, remember to call me. The driver uncle instantly widened his eyes. After all, a used Alto was too much of a drop in price. Xin Fan, on the other hand, quickly walked at the front and arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. The driver uncle was directly shocked. Xin Fan laughed and thought, you are not my girlfriend. You can still control me? However, Xin Fan just thought about it and didn't say it, lest he upset Sidong Yen. SSS. Mr. Xin, please follow me, Su Qingyi said while leading the way in front. With his hands in his pockets, Xin Fan followed at the back unhurriedly. On the way, Su Qingyi's eyes kept drifting towards Xin Fan from time to time, obviously wanting to strike up a conversation with him. When she saw how slowly Xin Fan was walking, she also deliberately slowed down her pace and walked side by side with Xin Fan. While walking, she also whispered, Mr. Xin, your handsome face is so rare. May I be allowed to take the liberty of asking a question? Xin Fan said indifferently. Ask. Xin Fan didn't have the slightest intention of shaking hands and directly rolled his eyes and said, who are you calling Xiao Qin? Don't. After saying that, when Uncle Chen nodded, Su Qingyi immediately lowered her head, sank her face, and exited the door. After saying that, Su Qingyi even put her index finger inside her mouth and made a sucking appearance. Uncle Chen's person was numb. Only then did Xin Fan ease his expression and said, that's more or less the same. All in all, please respect yourself. I don't mind mentioning this to little Chen and asking him to fire you. Su Qingyi pondered for a moment, thinking, it was not easy for her to meet a handsome guy like Xin Fan who had an extremely high face value and an excellent body. If she didn't seize the opportunity, she wouldn't be able to sleep if she wanted to in the future. Why is he so uninterested? Then, the scene inside the office was amazing. Xin Fan just took a look at her and was a bit tense. This kind of woman might have eaten many men. On the surface, Xin Fan still acted calm. Big sister, I'm young, I can't understand what you're saying. But what Xin Fan didn't expect was that Su Qingyi's face skin was so thick. Su Qingyi's words were true. She did know a lot of positions, and she did know how to make men more comfortable. Going out was always targeted by obsessive girls. A few minutes later, Xin Fan was finally in Uncle Chen's office. It couldn't be a gay man, right? Otherwise. Alright, little Chen, what are you looking for me for? Speak quickly. Then, her tone also became more tantalizing. Little brother, my meaning is already obvious. How about it? Any interest? Su Qingyi covered her mouth and smiled, her charming eyes like silk, saying, first, I'm afraid you're sick. Second, I don't like driving a used car. And third, I don't want to squeeze the bus with others. If you don't want Xiao Chen to know about this, I advise you to be peaceful and don't hook up with me again. This guy, it would be so exciting to take him down. This scene, if the staff inside the company saw it, they would probably be shocked and their eyes would fall out. Xin Fan waited impatiently and urged, hurry up and lead the way. I still have business to attend to. But the problem was that Su Qingyi was obviously not an innocent woman. Besides, if she had a disease on her, wouldn't Qin Fan lose a lot of money? The first time he crossed the border, he contracted AIDS? Then it would really be the first time to die before the master, and make the hero's tears fill his lapel. Of course, Qin Fan would definitely not say it. Qin Fan was all a bit depressed. Su Qingyi froze slightly, thinking, she has already acted so obviously. Hasn't Qin Fan read her mind yet? Should she be a bit more direct? Even if she was green in the face, Qin Fan had no intention of coaxing her. Su Qingyi went in and reported, Mr. Chen, Mr. Qin is here. 38. 6. 166. 211. Qin Fan took a sip of tea, revealing a look of surprise. If you don't say anything, I'm leaving. Su Qingyi, with a dark face, answered and continued to lead the way. Mr. Qin, I wonder if you want to work as a secretary. Is it because I'm too handsome? Or is it because she's too short of men? Qin, Mr. Qin, I can be a lot of ooh. How has she ever been humiliated like this? She had gone through all the trouble of hooking up with Qin Fan, but as a result, Qin Fan didn't appreciate it, and actually wanted to report her? As long as Qin Fan lowered his head a little, his eyes could immediately probe down from her chest and see a large piece of snow-white beauty. She also continued to throw winks and seductively said, how about we only enter the body, not the soul? I guarantee that as long as you take it from me, the night will definitely make you comfortable and drift away. Where could Qin Fan play with her? After Qin Fan finished speaking, he spread his two hands and let her choose. Su Qingyi's complexion changed, and she never said anything. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fan quickly had an extremely high opinion of Su Qingyi roast chicken. This female secretary, not too serious. Qin Fan, the outsider, sat on the chair with his feet on the other chair, and Uncle Chen, the president, could only stand awkwardly. If Su Qingyi was an innocent girl, she would have just been staring at her, and Qin Fan might have interacted with her for a few moments to take advantage of each other. To be on the safe side, Qin Fan was dead set against it. Sorry, I don't have any thoughts of falling in love lately. Just, after Qin Fan finished speaking, he directly threw Su Qingyi's hand aside with force. However, Su Qingyi's heart was marking down this account, thinking viciously, one day, I will definitely tie this damn handsome guy to the bed and sit him to death. Little Chen, why don't you say anything? At first glance, he was a burnt chicken. Not to mention, Qin Fan had just turned 18, and there was still a hint of childishness on his face. As the words landed, she also deliberately stretched out her soft little hand and reached out to the position of Qin Fan's collar, pretending to straighten Qin Fan's collar, but in reality, she was deliberately exposing the beauty of her chest to Qin Fan's eyes. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi's little heart immediately stirred. It doesn't matter if you don't fall in love. I am truly not interested in you at all. Physically, mentally, and not interested in you at all. What Qin Fan wanted was to try to be a bit more euphemistic and address her, so as not to make the situation too rigid. In theory, as the president's secretary, she should have a lot of power in her hands. Su Qingyi's face was green for a while, white for a while, and she didn't get her breath back for a long time. After saying that, Qin Fan directly sat on Uncle Chen's office chair, poured all the dragon well tea inside his teacup into the trash can, and then poured a new cup of tea for himself. Su Qingyi pulled Qin Fan's hand and placed it on top of her long black silk legs, touching them from top to bottom. Missy, just don't keep hitting on me. If she wanted to play with a handsome guy, wouldn't she just say hello to the people down below and get her hands on an Edison handsome guy? As for hitting on me like this, I'm really not interested in buses. Qin Fan saw that she couldn't refuse it to death, so she had to tear her face off bluntly. Still wanting Uncle Chen to fire her? Uncle Chen hung a smile on his face and enthusiastically walked over, wanting to shake hands with Qin Fan. Little Qin, I'll say it, can't I say it? Uncle Chen was also helpless, so he had to stand and start talking in a return for work kind of way. Let's not talk about the Comic-Con for now. Let's start with a digression. If I give you some shares, would you be willing to work as my secretary? SSS. Put. Qin Fan just drank a mouthful of water, and sprayed all over Uncle Chen. The black suit on Uncle Chen's body got wet and he looked embarrassed. Qin Fan wiped his mouth and said in shock, why did you let me fuck your secretary again? Again? What do you mean? Uncle Chen was puzzled. He thought to himself, I didn't disclose this news to anyone else either. Why did Qin Fan say the word again? Nothing. Uncle Chen's calculations were still quite good. You don't need to worry about any work matters either. You just need to accompany me to a few important meetings once in a while to help me earn some face. Su Qingyi's brows furrowed, but she still managed to squeeze out a smile and said, Congratulations. The higher the number of likes, the more redemption value is rewarded. This feeling of hitting one's face was still very refreshing. Redemption? Ding dong. Uncle Chen waved his hand and kicked Su Qingyi out. It was tantamount to making her lose an advantage, and she would naturally feel a loss in her heart. Besides, didn't Uncle Chen say so? Xin Fan only needed to put up a name and accompany him to have a few meals with important clients. Not long ago, she had even tempted Xin Fan by asking him to work as a secretary. Trying to get Xin Fan to join the B station and become a part of it. Uncle Chen was very uptight, and in a few words, he arranged this matter in a clear way, so that Xin Fan could make a big splash. But Xin Fan didn't care about that much. Stood up, walked next to Uncle Chen, patted his shoulder, and said in relief, "Your proposal is good. Seeing as you are sincerely begging me, I will reluctantly agree to you. What's the difference between showing off all the time and relying on your face for hot searches, and being a white boy? Xin Fan doesn't want to be a mascot like a traffic star. He prefers a tougher, more handsome image." Although the word agent was added, but in terms of status, Xin Fan's status was much higher than Su Qingyi. Xin Fan nodded his head, expressing his understanding. "I understand all of this." When the time came, Xin Fan could justifiably retort, "I'm the acting secretary of a listed company." "What are you?" "I'm not trying to be famous. I'm just afraid that people won't know. You know what I mean? Through your excessive face value, I believe that this Comic-Con will definitely be a huge success, and it will definitely skyrocket the number of users on B-Station by a lot." But the problem was, he didn't want to keep showing off his looks. "I'm sorry, little Chen. I must cost Alan tomorrow, without having to work, getting a fortune for nothing, and gaining a reputation. A fool wouldn't want it." "So," Xin Fan quickly said with a smile, "Little Chen, you know your stuff. Even if you graduate from a prestigious university, don't you still have to beg your grandpa and grandma and come to work under me?" At that time, even if he gave Xin Fan some shares, Uncle Chen would not lose. Up to the sky. Uncle Chen is a bit embarrassed. He is at least the president of a listed company, always being called by Xin Fan as Little Chen. Always not used to it. Or do you work for him as a secretary? I'll have to find out. Secretary Su Qingyi raised black silk long legs into the office, put Xin Fan's acting secretary license plate, handed him. "So," Uncle Chen quickly and happily said, "I'll arrange for someone to make a license plate, so that you can be our company's acting secretary. And then there's also the release of company documents, so that the company's thousands of employees all know in this matter." Xin Fan said smilingly, "All right, Secretary Su, you go out. By the way, the acting secretary's license plate, remember to send it to my home." A little bit of shares in the district earned Xin Fan. The great God, that would be too good a deal. So this position of acting secretary? Xin Fan was still quite moved. 38. 6. 166. 211. The main thing is, Xin Fan doesn't know what Uncle Chen means by acting secretary. Is it to be his secretary? With this name, Xin Fan will have something to brag about when he goes out to a party or something in the future. Originally, Xin Fan was still a bit hesitant, but after the system mission came out, Xin Fan immediately made up his mind. That is, tomorrow's Comic-Con. It was only 10 minutes before Xin Fan's work license was ready. Xin Fan's expression was serious and his tone did not allow for rejection. Xin Fan's eyebrows furrowed. Xin Fan stroked his chin and also began to think seriously. 211? This time they were going to talk about the main event. Please ask the host to attend the Comic-Con tomorrow and cause Alan's character to win praise from the entire network. Secretary Su, we'll be colleagues from now on. Take care of us. At this moment, Su Qingyi's complexion was very complicated. She didn't expect Xin Fan to work as a secretary so quickly, and it was a real secretary. 985? Uncle Chen continued. Previously, you were planning to cause attacking giants Alan, but I think, this character is not handsome enough to highlight your facial features. Look at it. Can you change to a different anime character? Change it to a more handsome one? At most, you can award 5,000 exchange value. Uncle Chen was thinking this way. Xin Fan, this comic show, it's mainly focused on the secondary yuan. I hope you can cast a well-known anime character to match our company's publicity. Su Qingyi will not be able to lure Xin Fan through her position as a secretary in the future. After saying that, Xin Fan's mouth was crooked with laughter. Even if Xin Fan didn't do anything, as long as the news of Xin Fan joining B Station was released, it would instantly cause their company's stock price to skyrocket. This was what Uncle Chen had planned. Although he himself knows that his face value is the biggest selling point, Uncle Chen paused for a moment and organized his language before saying, "It's like this, Xin Fan, you also know that you have this face value. As long as you stand there, you can immediately become the focus of the whole scene." Uncle Chen's thinking can be too beautiful. Xin Fan couldn't close his mouth with a smile. As soon as Xin Fan took a look at his expression, he knew that there was a misunderstanding. If it's convenient, buy another hot search and publicize it. Afterward, inside the office, the sound of Chin Fan's conversation with Uncle Chen continued to ring out. Moreover, in the future, it would be much simpler for Uncle Chen to pull investment, as long as he told those rich women that they could have dinner with Chin Fan if they invested in B Station. He would immediately get a large group of rich women to invest and kiss their asses, making the share price of B Station rise further. Of course Uncle Chen was happy too. Just then, the system suddenly sent out a mission. To be honest, although Chin Fan didn't lack money, the position of acting secretary of Station B wasn't less attractive to him. What I want is to give you a share of the shares and make you the acting secretary of our company. In the future, if others taunted him again, saying that he hadn't gone to college or that he was a deadbeat otaku who had dropped out of high school in his freshman year. As for the hot search, definitely buy it, and buy it right now immediately right away. Buy the #1 hot search directly. Definitely costs Alan, but then you won't be able to utilize your face value advantage, right? Alas. Forget it. Seeing that he was so tough, Uncle Chen could only sigh and agree. Alright, then I'll listen to you. SSS. Later on, I'll notify all the departments to buy hot searches and circulars to warm up your Comic-Con character for tomorrow in advance. However, buying hot searches and sending out circulars requires publicity photos. Is it convenient for you to cooperate now? Cos Allen. Take a few photos with the video, use it for publicity. Uncle Chen's request was reasonable, and Chin Fan did not refuse. It's possible. You arrange it. I can Cos Allen and take publicity photos now. Chin Fan quickly agreed. Afterward, Uncle Chen immediately made a call and asked the staff to get the costumes ready. In addition, makeup artists, photographers, props artists, and other professionals were arranged to go to the shooting location, ready to start the publicity week shoot. Seeing her complicated look, Chin Fan couldn't help but ask, "What? Do you know me?" Talent, sharpening iron like clay, consuming 100 exchange points. The sharpening iron like clay talent can be activated for 60 minutes, which can greatly strengthen the weapon in the host's hand and easily cut through any material. When the young lady first saw Chin Fan, she immediately froze for a moment, and her face showed a lot of complicated emotions such as fascination, loss, regret, and sadness. Chin Fan had quite a lot of talents now, and they were all very useful ones. The makeup artist is a pretty young lady around 22 years old, 1 m 6'9" in height, with bangs and a goose egg face, a childish and freshly entered society look. Spend 100 exchange points to obtain this talent. Talent, sharpening iron like mud. Very quickly, Chin Fan found a good talent to use. Secondly, it was because Chin Fan's long, pitch black hair was too outstanding, and it also fit the image of the blackened Alan Yeager very well. Talent, famous sword division, passive talent. When the host encounters a certain death crisis, he will automatically consume 1,000 redemption points to be resurrected in place and avoid a death crisis. Chin Fan immediately redeemed it. First, because Chin Fan's height is too high, a full 1.9 m, simply cannot cost Junior Allen. Famous sword division, passive talent. When the host encounters a certain death crisis, automatically consume 1,000 redemption points. Can be resurrected in situ, to avoid death crisis. Chin Fan nodded his head, indicating that he could remember. Chin Fan then called out the system and asked, "How come I only have so few redemption points left?" To put it simply, as long as that talent was turned on, even if Chin Fan was holding a kitchen knife, he could easily cut an armored car in half. I see. In addition, Chin Fan also found another useful talent. Talent, master massage, heal the sick and save people through massage. Talent, martial arts champion, the host has the fighting ability of a martial arts champion. Fighting 1 against 10. Face value, 200. Sharpening iron like clay, consume 100 exchange points to activate the sharpening iron like clay talent for 60 minutes, which can greatly strengthen the weapon in the host's hand and easily cut through any material. Light as a swallow, consume 100 redemption points to activate the light as a swallow talent for 60 minutes. After opening, the host's jumping ability will be greatly improved, and can easily jump from the first floor to the third floor. The young lady nodded her head, and then while applying Chin Fan's makeup, she said sadly, "Do you still remember a while ago? A young lady from the King's project team called you and invited you to participate in the King's exclusive comic show?" Chin Fan remembered that the young lady who called him seemed to be called Lu Shiyu, who was a good friend of Si Tongyen, and got Chin Fan's phone number from Si Tongyen. Redemption. Chin Fan only recalled this matter for a little while. It was tantamount to having an additional life-saving skill. After hearing this, Chin Fan could only nod awkwardly to show that he knew this talent was still quite important, meaning that as long as Chin Fan still had redemption points on him, he could never be run over by a dump truck, fall to his death from a building, or be assassinated to death. Right. Finally, Shin Fan also redeemed a very important talent. 38. 6. 166. 211. Redemption. Within a few minutes, Shin Fan had changed into the classic costume from the Attack on Titan anime and Alan Yeager's classic costume. The investigative core. Talent, perfect chivalry. Host is skilled in the use of swordsmanship. Talent, super detective. Every time you spend 100 exchange value, you can immediately collect all the evidence and send it to the host's cell phone above. Talent, light as a swallow. Consume 100 redemption points to open the light as a swallow talent for 60 minutes. After opening, the host's jumping ability will be greatly improved. Can easily jump from the first floor to the third floor. After the redemption, Shin Fan took a look at his current physical condition. Talent, famous sword division. In addition, Shin Fan looked at the only 2,900 redemption points left and was a bit puzzled, under the impression that he still had several thousands of redemption points left. Exchange points, 2,900. With this talent, Shin Fan could easily jump on giants several meters tall even without Alan's three-dimensional maneuvering device. This talent can be exchanged for 100 exchange points. Shin Fan immediately chose to redeem it. Talent, mediocre, reduces the host's attraction to other species. Redemption. Thinking of this, Shin Fan suddenly realized, it's hard to. After arranging all this, Uncle Chen even personally led the way for Shin Fan and took him to the shooting location. System, don't you have any B numbers in your heart? Let's change clothes first. Moreover, your reward of 7,000 exchange points for taking private photos of Zhao Bingling has not been issued yet. You need to wait until the bedroom has been posted for 7 days before the reward can be issued. Subsequently, after Shin Fan had redeemed his talent, Uncle Chen also brought him to the green screen room, ready to start the shooting process. However, what Shin Fan cost was not the teenage Alan Yeager, but the adult, blackened Alan Yeager, whom, among the talents, perfect chivalry, famous swordsman, light as a swallow, and sharpening iron like clay could be used to cos Alan and perfectly recreate this anime character. After putting on the costume, the next step was to put on makeup. Uncle Chen inquired. Spend 100 exchange points to obtain this talent. After having this talent, Shin Fan was much more at ease and didn't have to worry about falling from the sky and dying when Cos Alan chopped the giant. It was a match made in heaven. Talent, as light as a swallow. How many billions of cash have you changed? In order to better complete the mission, in order to better present the character of Alan, he directly searched the system exchange store, wanting to exchange a few suitable talents. Shin Fan felt slightly guilty in his heart after hearing this. The makeup artist young lady sadly said, I am Lu Shiyu. Because you refused to participate in the King Comic Con, the head of the project team directly kicked me out. I contacted my acquaintances before I entered the B station and came to the B station to be a makeup artist. He also did not expect that he casually said, let this beautiful young lady in front of him lost her job. Lu Shiyu sighed, forget it. Forget it. In fact, I don't blame you. The head of the King's comic show program was already looking at me in the wrong way. Even without this, she will kick me out sooner or later. SSS. Alright. Shin Fan nodded his head in understanding. Afterwards, the makeup continued. Actually, putting makeup on Shin Fan was a particularly easy thing to do. It was because Shin Fan's features were too perfect and his skin was too delicate. There was simply no need to put on a ton of foundation or cover up any pimples or anything like that like the other netizens. Your task is to film my movements coherently. The camera should always follow my figure. Understand? The photographers were in awe, and the cameras in their hands were not idle, snapping non-stop. In order to take the best publicity photos, Uncle Chen had arranged a total of 3 top cameramen this time. After the makeup was finished, Shin Fan quickly stood up, ready to appear. Just the action of playing with the knife alone, more than 70 photos and a dozen small videos were taken. Therefore, Lu Shiyu's choice was to give Shin Fan a pair of black eyes. Uncle Chen and the others all stood at the entrance of the company, puzzled. At the same time, some of the staff from Station B had all secretly started to feel the fish, following far behind, in order to see Shin Fan's handsome face. It wasn't until Shin Fan had turned around at the entrance for several minutes that he selected the best way to pretend. At this moment, Shin Fan was holding his long hair, wearing the cloak of the investigation corps, with a stereo maneuvering device on his waist, and holding dual swords in his hands, just frowning slightly, which immediately made the photographer excited. Simply put, it couldn't be too handsome. The reason for the makeup was mainly so that Shin Fan could better emphasize Alan Yeager's melancholy temperament. Shin Fan walked around, searching for the most suitable spot to pretend. Even looking at Shin Fan for just a second could make the female staff of Station be excited for days. Okay, haven't seen you for a while. How did Shin Fan instantly change his appearance? On one side, there was the fountain, green belt, and street lights at the entrance. Are the photographers all ready? the photography team said one after another. Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, Song Zhongyi, and the girls also followed behind, holding their cell phones all the time, taking sneak peeks at Qinfan. Not enough. The staff member of the props team also hurriedly ran over and flopped, almost kneeling in front of Qinfan, picking at Qinfan's pants and said, "Big brother, this three-dimensional motorized device you're carrying around your waist is a prop, not a real one." The photographer's eyes were dumbfounded, and if it wasn't for Uncle Chen kicking them, they almost forgot to continue taking pictures of Qinfan. If they had to find a reference, it was like the skin of a 3 or 4-year-old child star's face, watery and full of luster. Subsequently, when Qinfan got tired of playing with the double blades, he was ready to give them a big one. The crowd couldn't see or guess what Qinfan wanted to do. Then, he wore the investigative Korkos clothes, with a stereo maneuvering device on his waist, holding the double knives, and raised his right hand and right knife, pointing at the company building and said, "Later, I'll use the stereo maneuvering device to shoot out the hook lock, and jump onto the building's third-floor glass window, and then." Understood rather. But the question is, how are you going to jump on top of the third-floor glass that's over 10 meters high? It had to be with a bit of melancholy, full of vicissitudes, so as to make Qinfan's looks more compatible with the Alan Yeager people. Then a few dark shadows were added to Qinfan's face to make the melancholic aura on his face a little more obvious. Qinfan stood in the open area between the Station B company building and the large trees on the green belt, and asked towards the cameraman behind him. "The camera has been filming too." The 3 cameramen in the camera crew all stared wide-eyed and shivered. That's what it feels like. Originally, Uncle Chen was still thinking of having the cameraman teach Qinfan how to pose, but now it seems that there is no need for the cameraman to teach at all. As long as Qinfan wears this cos outfit and stands there, his temperament will immediately appear. 3/8, 6, 166, 211. For a while, Uncle Chen and the others were all dumbfounded. Qinfan lifted the knife again and pointed at the 4-meter-high red tree inside the green belt on the left side and said, "After I jumped to the window of a 3-story building, I reversed and bounced to the top of this big tree." Qinfan shook his head and said indifferently, "I want to play a big game." Ready. Because of his perfect chivalry talent, Qinfan played with swords like a champ. The investigative Korkos clothes, along with the melancholic temperament, and long pitch-black hair, as well as the 3-dimensional maneuvering device on his waist, and the dual swords in his hands. Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, and Song Zhongyi, who had heard the news, were also dumbfounded. Qinfan nodded his head. After Qinfan finished, he turned to look at the camera crew. After having this pair of dark circles under his eyes, Qinfan's image immediately became much more melancholic. Zhao Bingling and the girls were all taken aback, not expecting Qinfan to change his image so quickly. Qinfan's face was perfect. His skin was exquisite to the extreme, flawless, and there was no need to cover it up. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of this skillfulness in playing with knives, no one in the world could compare to Qinfan, and Qinfan's posture was constantly changing. Then take this 4-meter-tall red tree. As a giant, lift the knife and chop it into pieces. Xiao Chen, let's go outside and shoot. The space in the house is too small to play. Qinfan smilingly proposed. To say that a blow-by-blow is true is not an exaggeration at all. The camera is always on. In the end, it also tied Qinfan's shawl-length hair into a single ponytail and pulled it together. Snapping. Photo after photo was taken. However, the photographers' cameras and camcorders were not idle for a while, and they kept rushing at Qinfan to take pictures and videos, not stopping at all times, afraid of missing any second of Qinfan's handsome moments. And then, how to jump from the third-floor glass to the top of the 4-meter-high mangrove tree more than 10 meters away. The double knives kept flipping in his hands, just like playing with pens when he was a student, easy and comfortable. On one side, there was the skyscraper of Station B that was dozens of meters high. It's perfect. All right. A few minutes later, Qinfan brought Uncle Chen and the others to the entrance of the Station B building. Although you can shoot the hook lock and retrieve it, the problem is that the hook lock force is too small. It's impossible to drag you from flat ground to the third floor like the anime. This transformation is too shocking. So, Uncle Chen took the photographer, makeup artist, the props team and so on, all followed Qinfan out. The photographers all couldn't figure this out. The perfect combination of clothes, makeup, and props was a perfect character that came out of the anime. Uncle Chen was puzzled. Too little space in the house? That's impossible, right? The several hundred square meters of space. Isn't it enough for you to set up POS? Although Uncle Chen was full of confusion, but after all, Qinfan was the main character of the day, so he could only obey him. Even with a veiled face, he could kill thousands of handsome men and women. Yes, yes, yes. Not to mention, You want to jump from the third floor glass to the top of the mangrove tree more than 10 meters away? Big brother, please, don't seek death, okay? Even if you don't want to live. I don't want to go to jail. SSS. The staff member of the props team was truly afraid. He was afraid that Chin Fan wouldn't be able to think for a moment and mess around. In case Chin Fan fell to his death, even if the people in the props team didn't have to bear the legal responsibility, they definitely wouldn't be able to keep their jobs. They didn't want to lose their jobs at a young age. Besides, where was Chin Fan playing cosplay like this? To jump from a 10-meter high building to a distant tree without moving? What is this if not looking for death? Even Uncle Chen was a bit flustered and hurriedly came over to advise. Chin Fan, don't think about it. The photographers were cool to the core. Immediately afterward, before the crowd could react to what was going on, and Chin Fan actually wanted to engage in this inside reality. But soon, she shook her head and laughed at herself. Wake up, you don't deserve him. This time, however, instead of using the ropes of the three-dimensional maneuvering device, he used his talent of being as light as a swallow to fly straight and stabbing towards the top of the 4-meter-high mangrove tree in the distance. Afterwards, after they all took several steps back, Chin Fan directly smiled slightly and asked the camera crew, "Is the camera on?" For a moment, everyone looked dumbfounded. If he was my boyfriend, how good would it be? But you mustn't think about it. How can you hack it? So, in general, it was impossible to make the actual combat ability of the three-dimensional maneuvering device inside the anime. Hubby, you'll wear this outfit to sleep with me at night. Why don't I? If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many onlookers beside them, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan would have wanted to jump on Chin Fan and give him a couple of French wet kisses. The three photographers from the photography team, on the other hand, were all excited and kept replaying the images from just now. This. And the twin swords in his hands began to swing. So Chin Fan simply said directly, Xiao Chen, Zhao Bingling, and Si Tongyan, you all take a few steps back first. It's even more awesome than special effects. We're taking publicity photos. Miso. The hook lock of the three-dimensional maneuvering device shot out with a whoosh, and hooked onto the iron guardrail of the air conditioner on the third floor with a ding. But even if he explained, no one would believe him. It's impossible. But when he retrieved it, he couldn't imitate the setting in the anime at all. It can. Wow. Zhao Bingling and the girls all retreated a few steps back, giving Chin Fan a large space, and at the same time, they couldn't help but advise Chin Fan a few more times. Swish swish swish, don't you play so big. But Chin Fan was different. Chin Fan's left thumb also pressed the button down. It could be called the most exciting experience of shooting since they had been in the business. It's not a posthumous photo shoot. The public relations officer of the props team was almost dumbfounded. This was all too subversive to his three views. After all, the set of movements he had designed was so outrageous that even if it was a character within the Attack on Titan anime, only Alan Yeager, as well as Hyuga, Mikasa, and so on, a few of the stronger fighting anime characters could do it. The speed of the twin swords was so fast that it only left a trail of residual shadows. Chin Fan nodded. Then holding the twin swords, his right thumb suddenly pressed the button of the three-dimensional maneuvering device on his waist down. You're a few years older than him, and you're not as good looking as him, so where would he look at you? No wonder the props team, camera crew, and Uncle Chen were worried about him. Amazing. When it shot out, it was almost exactly the same as inside the anime. It was awesome. 38. 6. 166. 211. With a whoosh, Chin Fan's body flew out once again. Now, it was definitely impossible to explain, and it would be difficult to convince them to believe in themselves in a short period of time. The knife hasn't opened its edge yet. Is the three-dimensional maneuvering device I designed that awesome? Uncle Chen felt his teeth trembling as he raised his arm and took a bite with trembling teeth before realizing that he wasn't dreaming. Until Chin Fan landed steadily on the ground with his double knives in hand, the 4-meter-high red tree had also disappeared, and its trunk, branches, and leaves were sliced into countless fragments by him and scattered all over the ground. Although others felt that he was looking for death and playing with his life, Chin Fan himself knew clearly that he really wasn't looking for death. Song Zongi, on the other hand, was even better, and directly sent a message to Chin Fan, handsome man, you are really handsome to me today. As long as you kiss me while wearing this costume, I will give you as a little 3, 4, 5. Little 100 are no problem. Uncle Chen was also afraid that Chin Fan had just signed a contract with the B station and was killed. It is indeed a bit outrageous. The staff member of the props team was even more shocked. His eyes were wide open and he muttered continuously under his breath. What's the situation? Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, Song Zoni and the girls were even more nervous. Their hands were sweating, and they couldn't wait to hug Chin Fan's legs and tell him to think about it. Good. The staff of the props team couldn't close their mouths. Were Nama and Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, Song Zoni and the others. They had a face of infatuation. The little stars inside their eyes were about to jump out. Their eyes kept pestering Qin Fan's body. Qin Fan had the talent of being as light as a swallow, and when it was turned on, the entire person immediately became as light as a piece of paper. It was too shocking. He was really seeing the images from the anime with his own eyes. According to the props team's design, the hook lock of the three-dimensional maneuvering device only had two functions: shooting out and retracting. He was very bottomless. Qin Fan was a bit helpless. This image, no one would dare to believe it if it was put on the internet, because the force of the three-dimensional maneuvering device inside reality to retrieve the rope was too small. It was not enough to yank the human body away. At most it could only yank away the weight of a book. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Lu Shiyu fantasized a little. Tree branches, trunks, and leaves kept falling with the light of the blade. Like a snowflake, the photographer subconsciously returned. Qin Fan leaped up, and after jumping along the rope to the third-floor air conditioner guardrail position, his entire body was stuck to the wall. Then with one hand, he retracted the hook lock back inside the three-dimensional maneuvering device, and exerted force on the soles of his feet once again. Uncle Chen and the others also continuously rubbed their eyes for several moments, unable to believe that the scene in front of them was real. Please. Swords and shadows flashed continuously. At the same time, Lu Shiyu from the makeup team couldn't help but feel an infinite good feeling rising in her heart as she looked at Qin Fan's handsome figure holding the dual swords from afar. Following the rope of the three-dimensional maneuvering device, he flew to the hook lock position on the third floor with a whoosh. For a moment, everyone down below was dumbfounded. Ha! With a little bit of force on the soles of his feet, the whole person flew out with a whoosh. Okay. The rope began to retract. Moreover, Qin Fan's soles of his feet were still exerting force. Ooh, so cool. Qin Fan's body all but burrowed inside the dense foliage. It's open. Be realistic. Lu Shiyu. It's already wonderful to be able to look at him from afar. SSS. Props team. Props team. Where's the head of the props team? Come here. I have something to ask him. Uncle Chen's forehead was sweating. He wasn't nervous. He was shocked. He was too shocked. His first thought was not why is Qin Fan so good. Rather, it was why are the props designed by the props team so powerful? Uncle Chen was dumbfounded when he heard. Ha, the three-dimensional maneuvering device designed by the props team is a pose? I'm curious. Ha, Wu Junji was puzzled. I don't know. It wasn't that the three-dimensional maneuvering device was too powerful at all, but that Qin Fan's bouncing power was too strong. As a result, Qin Fan, an iron-straight man, actually dared to dislike her for not being pretty enough? It's mainly because it's not easy to explain. Song Zongyi's little hand had just been put over, and was immediately slapped down by Qin Fan. Uncle Chen couldn't figure it out. Alright, in that case, wouldn't Qin Fan's body be spoiled by other girls? Absolutely not. And Si Tongyan, this will also have a red face, whispered. Qin Fan, if you can't help it, I can help you at night. Of course, I'm not a colorful girl. I just don't want to make it hard for you, so I reluctantly help you. You don't look as good as the two of them. You line up at the back. Wait for the two of them to finish pinching me before you can take your turn. Uncle Chen couldn't help it. Couldn't figure it out. Couldn't ask. The props team didn't know anything when asked. Not useful at all. It's not necessary to pinch the legs. Uncle Chen was admiring and complaining. Qin Fan joked. At night, pinching other places is fine. Uncle Chen was furious in his heart. But Qin Fan didn't say anything, so he couldn't do anything about it. Wu Junji was equally dumbfounded. I don't know. The double knives designed by our props team are not bladed. I also wonder how Qin Fan took a blunt knife that was not bladed and cut the tree trunk like that, waiting for her to finish spoiling Qin Fan before it was the other girl's turn. How dare you hide this? After Song Zongyi finished speaking, she immediately placed her hand on the position of Qin Fan's pants waistband. Her face flushed red. Song Zongyi gritted her teeth in anger, wanting to curse. With such a powerful technique, why didn't you say so earlier? Song Zongyi was on the verge of fainting from anger. Hiss. He thought about finding Qin Fan and asking for clarification. So Uncle Chen had to trot and hurry to find Qin Fan. That is, how did you fly around in the sky? And how did you cut the tree like that with a blunt knife with an unopened blade? That good? Qin Fan instantly came into the spirit and said smilingly, then you remember to come to my house to find me at night. What Zhao Bingling was thinking was that even if she wanted to spoil Qin Fan's body, she would have to be the first one to do so. It was too low-key. Next to him, Zhao Bingling frowned, still not listening and not understanding what the few of them were saying. So, it wouldn't be possible to tell him the truth. The three-dimensional maneuvering device we designed is a complete showpiece. It's simply impossible to achieve Qin Fan's level of performance, and it's also impossible to perfectly reproduce the functions inside the anime, serving Qin Fan comfortably. Song Zong-yi, however, covered her mouth and snickered. I do understand. Qin Fan, don't you just want me to pinch you there? That's fine. Zhao Bingling squinted and curved her eyes, smilingly shouting, are you tired? Let me pinch your legs? Soon, the head of the props team, a 35-year-old middle-aged man, Wu Junji, ran over and said nervously, Mr. Chen, you're looking for me? Good, hubby. 38. 6. 166. 211. With a red face, Si Tong-yen agreed, but even if Zhao Bingling didn't understand, she couldn't possibly let other girls go to Qin Fan's room at night. Uncle Chen frowned and asked again, then how did your props team design the double knives to be so sharp? Even tree trunks can be chopped into powder. Aha! Uncle Chen rubbed his hands together with a fawning face. Can you tell us how you managed to do that sequence of movements just now? And how did Qin Fan do that? Flying around in the sky? Then, Zhao Bingling stepped forward, dragged Si Tong-yen behind her, and said with a huff, at night, I'm also going to go inside your house. Qin Fan said in a very serious manner. Qin Fan spread his two hands. I don't know. Other than Qin Fan, there had never been any man who could get such active favor from her. While Qin Fan and Uncle Chen were staring wide-eyed, Zhao Bingling, Si Tong-yen, Song Zong-yi, a few beautiful girls, also ran over. As it turned out, it was Uncle Chen who was overthinking. But, while pounding Qin Fan's back and pinching his legs, there were also those who served him tea in water. Qin Fan smiled, did not explain, after all, it is still outside. There are a lot of people. If Qin Fan said too clearly, it will be treated as a hooligan. How dare you let her queue up and wait for Zhao Bingling and Si Tong-yen to finish pinching before it was her turn? It's too hateful, isn't it? The result. The admiration is that the props team designed a three-dimensional maneuvering device that is so powerful to the extreme that it can actually drag people to the sky. And it can actually behave exactly like the inside of the anime. Of course, it wasn't that Qin Fan didn't want to explain. Pinching other places? What do you mean? Seeing a few beautiful girls running over, Uncle Chen hurriedly stood up straight, thinking, they're not here to ask for my autograph, right? The complaint was that the people in the props team actually hid it from him? After designing such an excellent prop, they didn't even tell him? It's obvious that they don't want to tell me. Moreover, as the president of Station B, Qin Fan had to give him face and explain it to him, right? This scene was beyond his understanding. With a serious face, Uncle Chen asked, how is the three-dimensional maneuvering device you designed so powerful? It can actually really drag people to the sky? Qin Fan The result. Wu Junji didn't dare to be arrogant in the slightest and didn't dare to steal the credit. Moreover, Qin Fan and Uncle Chen were not superior and subordinate, so there was no need to look at his face. Which person looked at him? Qin Fan couldn't tell the other party that he had a system, could he? If he really told Uncle Chen about this, with Uncle Chen's businessman character, in less than 2 days, he would let the whole world know about this, and know that Qin Fan has a system. These few beautiful girls all looked like nymphomaniacs with little stars in their eyes. Even Uncle Chen had to look at Qin Fan's face to act. After all, Qin Fan's face value was related to the B Station stock price. Therefore, even if Uncle Chen was choked by Qin Fan, he had no choice but to hold it in his heart. Zhao Bingling froze for a moment, not understanding. It was actually true that people could fly to the sky? This was too much of an exaggeration. Zhao Bingling, Si Tong-yen, and Song Zongyi's eyes were all fixed on Qin Fan, and none of them looked squarely at Uncle Chen, much less greeted him. Uncle Chen was genuinely curious and couldn't understand how to think about it. She had just graduated from high school, and she really didn't know much about these male and female matters. Uncle Chen's face darkened, thinking, you flew around by yourself and chopped half a day. How could you not know anything? Including the head of the props team, Wu Junji, who was now also confused. Mr. Chen, I don't know. Okay, fine, no problem. Qin Fan agreed on the spot. His cheek was comparable to a city wall. Where would he refuse two beautiful girls sleeping with him together? SSS. Not to mention, Qin Fan's physical quality was extremely good. Not to mention the two beautiful girls. Even if it is 3:30, Qin Fan can also give them a night to clean up their obedience. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. And I'm going to be able to do it. Zhao Bingling and Si Tong-yen, Song Zongyi, a few beautiful girls jealous of each other. The photographers of the photography team has just taken photos, video, all ready to transfer into the computer, made into publicity photos, publicity video. Uncle Chen also came over and said, Qin Fan, let's go back to the office first. right? The photography team is ready to get your publicity photos and publicity videos done, and then let you see the effect. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can ask them to make it again. Very cool. The so-called Mongolian upper single, a famous netizen, once berated Uncle Chen in the comment section, and with just one sentence, he greeted Uncle Chen's household account book. Every time he arrived at a department, Fan just showed up and immediately welcomed countless cheers. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Fan, I'm your fan. In the end, it was Uncle Chen who slapped the table and said, "This video is perfect. There's no need to add any special effects. Just send it out directly and use it as a promotional video." Propaganda team, you guys prepare to buy hot searches and buy this video to the #1 hot search. But then again, Fan actually wanted to visit the B station. On top of the publicity photo, Fan was draped in an investigation corps cape, with a three-dimensional maneuvering device on his waist, and also holding dual swords. His handsomeness was unmatched. Don't. You'd better call me Xiao Chen. Our special effects team didn't do any special effects. Fan. They were full of praise for Fan's cosplay ability. After all, he didn't have this opportunity at all before. And the staff of the special effects team, at this time, added, Hubby, look at me. Especially with Fan's long hair, as well as his makeup, melancholy and handsome temperament, he almost charmed the publicity team's young lady into gasping for air. It had to be said that Uncle Chen, this person, was still very good at doing business, and anyone, any item, would be utilized by him to the utmost. Fan had originally planned to leave directly and go home with Xiao Bingling and Si Tong Yin and the girls to study the male and female body structure. In fact, he was only trying to let all the employees of Station B know that Fan, a handsome man who was rare to come across in thousands of years, had joined them at Station B in order to boost the confidence of the employees and make them work harder. Uncle Chen rubbed his hands together and said, "You see, you are already the acting secretary of our B station. It's not easy for you to come to the B station once. I will personally take you and visit in our company, right? Both conducive, so that all of our company's employees can get to know you." Uncle Chen's words were still quite level. Fan's bouncing power was too strong, and his sword skills were too shocking. After that, it was a pleasant B station visit session. Thinking so, Fan quickly agreed with a smile. "Alright, little Chen, you lead the way in front." Uncle Chen was still very concerned about the Comic-Con promotion. After all, this could be related to the B station's traffic and stock. Fan. Afterwards, the crowd quickly went back to the office. All the movements were played out by Fan with his physical strength. Fan said indifferently, "Since I can't call you little Chen, I'll call you Mongolia upper single from now on." If Fan called him Mongolian top single, how could Uncle Chen still be the boss in the company in the future? He would lose all his face. In comparison, the name Little Chen was much more normal. A perfect replica of Alan Yeager from the anime. 386-166-211. Uncle Chen nodded and began to take Fan on a tour of the B station. The entire video was done in one go, without any special effects applied. Therefore, Uncle Chen was helpless and forced to accept the name Little Chen. Even though he was already more than twice Fan's age, he was still called Little Chen by Fan. Okay, the gap between the two people's status was evident. "Handsome guy, give me an autograph, please." However, Uncle Chen stopped Fan. "It'll give you another experience of visiting a listed company. What do you think?" There were two lines written on the top of the work sign. Comic-Con handsome. Especially this sequence of Fan's movements was so coherent that it could almost be compared to a few of the most handsome scenes within anime. Crap. Led by Uncle Chen, the president of Station B, he led Fan to department after department, acting secretary of Station B. Inside the video, Fan's performance was completely beyond the limits of what a human being could do, and it was said to have refreshed everyone's 3 views. Plus, Fan was the B station acting secretary, so he definitely had to show his face in front of his coworkers and brush up his impression, lest someone say that he was bragging about not being the B station acting secretary in the future. On the way, Uncle Chen whispered, "Fan, I am at least the president of the company. Can you not always call me Xiao Chen? Give me some face, okay?" Good. After Uncle Chen finished speaking, his colleagues in the publicity team immediately agreed and began to act. After Fan used the three-dimensional maneuvering device to shoot out a hook lock, leapt up from the flat ground, flew up to the 3rd floor glass, and then relied on his leg strength, bounced up to the top of a tree more than 10 meters away, and swung his double knives, chopping a whole 12-meter-high mangrove tree. After the special effects team finished speaking, inside the entire office, dozens of staff members all fell silent. Fan and Uncle Chen, as well as the dozen or so executives of the B station were all satisfied after looking at the publicity photos. And on Chin Fan's neck, there was also an additional license plate. Uncle Chen people were numb. At the same time, it also allows the employees to participate in the publicity for free, publicizing the fact that Chin Fan has joined B station, as a way to pull up the stock price and the market value of the company. This temperament, this long hair, this face value, invincible. Just a few dozen publicity photos. The various departments of B station and a dozen executives were all impressed. Next, there was nothing left for Chin Fan. Also, remember to add one sentence to the hot search phrase. Tomorrow's Comic-Con, Chin Fan will definitely appear. In about 10 minutes, the photography team, publicity team, and special effects team swarmed, and quickly made Chin Fan's publicity photos and publicity videos. All of them. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but mainly because they couldn't. It was too shocking. Including Uncle Chen, everyone was dumbfounded. Chin Fan nodded. Naturally there was no second thoughts. After Uncle Chen finished talking about Chin Fan joining Station B and becoming the acting secretary in front of everyone, Uncle Chen had originally thought of bringing Chin Fan and moving on to the next department. However, because there were too many fans, and many people were crying for Chin Fan to give them autographs, Chin Fan really couldn't just walk away. SSS. If he didn't sign the autographs, it would make the fans sad. So, with the attitude of I'm here now, Chin Fan asked Uncle Chen for a box of red sealing clay for fingerprinting. Afterwards, Chin Fan pressed his thumb into the red sealing clay and dyed it with color. As long as they came to him for autographs, they all came and gave them handprints directly on their clothes as a souvenir. Uncle Chen looked at this scene. People are numb. He had seen celebrities signing autographs for their fans, but he had never seen one like Chin Fan, who gave fans handprints on their clothes. Looking forward to tomorrow's live broadcast of the Comic-Con, he could see Chin Fan using the three-dimensional maneuvering device once again, flying into the sky, and making a handsome double-blade slash. The publicity team looked at the millions of publicity fees above the account and hesitated for half a day before making a decision. Return the publicity fees to the finance department. On Mr. Chen's side, I'll go and report to him. And on the internet, countless netizens were already drooling with excitement. My husband is out of COS photos again, and it's still Alan's? Too handsome. My god. When Chin Fan visited the B station and went around giving people handprints to keep as souvenirs. Online, Chin Fan's Alan COS video had already exploded with heat. It could be said that the co-workers of the B station's publicity team didn't even have time to buy a hot search, and the heat instantly started to soar when they just sent out Chin Fan's cosplay photos a second before. Chin Fan's Alan is also too handsome. How did he manage to fly over 10 meters high to the glass in one go? Who can explain? Just like this, Station B saved a large amount of publicity costs. Uncle Chen awkwardly said, actually, there are even more perverted ones, such as Beast Mother, Love Kuan, King Billy, and whatnot. After posting the photo, she also bit her lip and knocked a paragraph. And those fans working on the B station were passionate and perverted. And the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth hot searches were all about Chin Fan's hot search phrases. Hubby, ooh, I have a new picture to lick. Bear with me. Previously, the black fans had deliberately attacked Chin Fan for being a gigolo and a useless face. With strength, he conquered everyone. In the end, after she finished taking a whole bunch of photos that made her feel ashamed of herself, she closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and finally sent all the photos over to Chin Fan's cell phone. Then, after carefully cleaning her body, she picked up her cell phone and snapped and snapped. At the same time, Blockhand anchor Lee Shinran also swiped these hot searches, handsome to the point of being impeccable. Hot search number 4, the three-dimensional motorized device was really made? It's too amazing. But, it's too strange, right? Uncle Chen stood by with an embarrassed face. However, the only thing all the netizens didn't question was, what a pervert. Almost all of the new users, while cursing Little Chen is a real dog, handily registered their B station accounts. This company, it was truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. The millions of dollars Uncle Chen allocated to them for publicity expenses, they haven't even used a dime yet. And Chin Fan has already dominated the top 5 hot searches. Hot search number 3, Alan Yeager came into reality. But now what? After Chin Fan performed a set of handsome, mind-blowing double blade chop, replicating with strength the moves that only anime characters could do, no one could denigrate Chin Fan or call him a bimbo anymore. Seeing Chin Fan's name once again on the hot search and instantly igniting the entire internet, Lee Shinran's emotions were complicated to the extreme. Chin Fan, I owe you a photo and sent it to you. There was even a lanky man in women's clothing, and he didn't know what kind of position he was doing at the B station, wearing such a perverted outfit. 38. 6. 166. 211. Is it special effects? How come it doesn't look like special effects at all to me? Shin Fan twisted his head to look at Uncle Chen and said, "Why does your company have everyone?" 10,000 grass mud horses flew by in Shin Fan's heart, and he kicked him out. This is the first time I've sent such a private photo to a guy. Shin Fan was too handsome to the extreme. And this time, Shin Fan didn't capture the hearts of the netizens through his face value, but through his unrivaled strength, through his extremely smooth bouncing ability, and his gorgeous double knife chop that was so handsome that it flew. Also, what kind of sword is he holding? How did he manage to chop an entire large tree into powder in the blink of an eye? Hot search number 1, this is the perfect cos. Unlimited reproduction of anime characters. Hot search number 2, the number 1 Alan in the national costume. At the same time, there were countless people filled with anticipation. Also, starting today, all fans who follow Shin Fan will automatically get a one-day B-Station Big membership. Good. After Uncle Chan bought these few hot searches, the number of newly registered users on Station B instantly began to skyrocket. She walked inside the bathroom, pursed her lips, and slowly removed her clothes. Then when they uploaded Shin Fan's cos video, they didn't even need to spend money on buying hot searches, and it was directly rushed to the number 1 hot search by countless netizens. At this moment, even the black people on the internet who had been looking at Shin Fan with displeasure and had been cursing Shin Fan for harming their wives, goddesses, and girlfriends' souls, would not be able to curse at this moment. Shin Fan was really convinced. In order to be able to see the live broadcast of the Comic-Con tomorrow, to be able to see Shin Fan at the top of the Comic-Con, once again cost the most handsome Alan Yeager. Some people, let Shin Fan give them a handprint on their clothes. The netizens were clamoring. Even Douyin, the Blockhand side did the same. All without spending any money. The heat immediately topped the charts. Hot search number 5, tomorrow, Shin Fan will cosplay Alan Yeager and participate in the B-Station Summer Comic Show. At the same time, Uncle Chen also gave the publicity team the latest instruction. Buy a hot search. Just say, for tomorrow's comic show, only Station B can broadcast live. Other platforms are prohibited from broadcasting live. Or else, sue them. The colleagues of the B-Station publicity group saw the netizens being so forceful. They didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. After this female lanky man came over, he directly pouted his buttocks and said, "Is it okay to press it here?" There were also people who asked Shin Fan to press a handprint on their face. Shin Fan's movements were just too handsome. All kinds of doubts filled their heads. They couldn't figure out at all how Shin Fan managed to fly around. And even more so, how could those 2 double knives in Shin Fan's hands be so sharp? Practically described as sharpening iron like mud. Especially when she saw, inside the video, Shin Fan's handsome to unrivaled face value, as well as smooth to silky smooth double knife chop later. Lee Shinran's heart finally made a decision. Although it was said that pressing handprints was much faster than signing. I know that I have always acted unlike a proper woman, but, in reality, there really is no man who has ever touched my body. Can you be responsible for me after you look at my pictures? SSS. Buzz. After Shin Fan visited the B-Station, he had planned to go to the restroom. As a result, just after entering the restroom, his cell phone began to buzz incessantly. Shin Fan took out his cell phone, unlocked the screen, and after looking at the photos Lee Shinran sent him, his eyes went straight. Good guy. Shin Fan is really unexpected. Lee Shinran really sent him hundreds of photos of the naked body, and obviously she just finished the bath. In the bathroom inside the shot. Positive. Side. Back. Standing. Lying. Etc. All kinds of poses. The face do not want it? Lee Shinran nestled a bellyful of fire, gasping, "Shin Fan, do you think that I can't satisfy you as a girl?" Although the two of them did not have too deep feelings, but if Lee Shinran's skills were indeed exceptionally good, it was also true that she could completely satisfy Shin Fan's needs physically and spiritually. Subsequently, his fingers slid continuously on top of the cell phone screen, replying to Lee Shinran's message. "Shin Fan, don't you think you're even more excessive? Let me, a girl, go to the hospital to do this kind of examination." Her body had been seen by Shin Fan. Where could she let Shin Fan get off lightly? Where was the sense of forcing someone to be responsible? Shin Fan was definitely not going to do a losing deal. Secondly, you have to prove that you are indeed a chick. Where was the responsibility to come over? It's very simple. In all fairness, Lee Shinran was indeed very pretty. Shin Fan had thought of looking at it a few more times to have a good time. Besides, Shin Fan didn't have any feelings with Lee Shinran. If you have to be responsible for someone else's body after looking at it, there are too many women that those old men who have read countless movies have to be responsible for. Moreover, Shin Fan is very uncomfortable with second-hand cars and buses, and if Lee Shinran can't prove that it's her first time, then it's basically impossible for Shin Fan to get a room with her. Li Shinran was furious and tensed her little face and questioned. You've seen all of my body. Why don't you take responsibility for me? Ha! Qin Fan waved his hand repeatedly and said, it's not that I don't trust you, I just believe in science more. After all, without the checklist, there's no way for me to tell if you're a virgin or not, and there's no way for me to tell if you're infected or not, Qin Fan said in a commanding tone. First, you have to prove that you don't have that disease on you, Li Shinran said seriously. As long as you are responsible for me and stay with me, it's fine. Try. No. She must let Qin Fan be responsible today before she can do so. Li Shinran was furious. Even if she was not in charge, she did not want to hang up the phone. Li Shinran gritted her teeth and said, then if I can fulfill you? With you? He did feel that Li Shinran could not satisfy him alone. After hearing this, Qin Fan could only sigh and said, what exactly do you want? Even if Qin Fan wanted to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, he couldn't just say it so directly, could he? There was reasoning and evidence. Qin Fan was instantly energized. Are you sure? Can you satisfy me physically and spiritually? Qin Fan stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and replied, then when I'm with you, can you not delay me from finding other girls? Wait until Li Shinran finished sending the pictures and let Qin Fan take responsibility for her after looking at her body. Of course, there are prerequisites. The result, the premise is, Li Shinran directly started to play tricks. Good. Qin Fan went on in a few words, and he left Li Shinran with no temper at all. Ha? You still dare to ask me? Qin Fan nodded and answered naturally. Li Shinran was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a scummy man, but she had genuinely never seen such a scummy man as Qin Fan. Do I have to be responsible for you if I look at your naked body? 38. 6. 166. 211. At this moment, even Li Shinran had to admit that Qin Fan was too strict. Regardless of logic or physical health, all of them were impeccable. Then, after the 2 of us get the checklist, we'll get a room. Qin Fan was still very strict. Qin Fan was a proper straight man, saying whatever came to his mind, not even thinking about what Li Shinran would think when she saw it. Aha, because I'm also a virgin, and I haven't contracted a disease. You have time to go to the hospital and do a checkup. Qin Fan was not a wimp, and directly took her call. What are you doing? I always have to be responsible for my own health, right? She felt that Qin Fan was going overboard. If you think it's unfair, then, I can also go to the hospital for a checkup. However, it was such a schoolflower level beauty that was so proactive and sent so many private photos to Qin Fan, which was too exciting. Qin Fan decided to give her a chance. Even if he had to bang a few less girls, he definitely couldn't get sick. Then Qin Fan definitely didn't mind spending some time with her. When she was a student, Li Shinran was definitely qualified to be selected to choose the schoolflower. Li Shinran would already be furious this time. She didn't even have time to put on her clothes. She was naked and frantically calling Qin Fan inside the bathroom. Can't hang up. That would be too much of a loss. It's better to be lacking than to be in the wrong place. Qin Fan's eyebrows instantly furrowed. Is it too much for me to clean myself up and then ask my other half to be as clean as me? A look of princess disease, forcing someone to be responsible for her. Li Shinran's small face tightened. Although she was indeed a virgin and did not have any infected diseases, but Qin Fan making her go to the hospital for a checkup and a certificate still made her feel humiliated. But even if I look at your pictures, I won't be responsible for you. Qin Fan, no matter how reasonable you are, I have no care. I am just being unreasonable. I just want you to be responsible. Just watch it. Li Shinran's face turned red, and she was extremely ashamed in her heart. However, she finally gathered her courage and said, I can. Li Shinran was already a bit annoyed. Besides, it was Li Shinran who took the initiative to send the photo to Qin Fan, and Qin Fan didn't force her. Qin Fan said calmly, is there anything else? I'll hang up if there's nothing. Qin Fan was right. Hello. Qin Fan was still very strict with his other half. It simply made Qin Fan look dumbfounded. Qin Fan faintly said, is it excessive? I don't think it's excessive. Just because you looked at her body, you have to put your whole life on the line? The way you say this, it's too unreasonable. I admit, you do have a good figure, and your body is beautiful and good-looking. At this moment, Li Shinran felt speechless after hearing so many demands from Qin Fan. You don't believe me? Tall, with a good body, and a particularly materialized chest. Then I've watched so many small movies. Do I have to be responsible for dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of neon third-grade movie actresses? If it wasn't Qin Fan's first time, then he definitely wasn't qualified to ask Li Shinran to be her first time. Nor was he qualified to ask Li Shinran to go to the hospital for so many checkups. But the problem was that Qin Fan really had never played with a woman before. He was a virgin, and he wanted a virgin. Was it too much? SSS. Not excessive at all. What's more, Chin Fan's face value was still so high and handsome. He had height if he wanted height, face value if he wanted face value, money if he wanted money, and abs if he wanted abs. Even if Chin Fan had a room with Lee Shinran, it would still be Lee Shinran taking advantage of the situation. Lee Shinran seriously thought about it, and it was indeed this truth. Thus, although Lee Shinran still felt that it was a bit shameful to go to the hospital for this kind of checkup, but in order to make Chin Fan responsible for her, and also in order to take Chin Fan, a handsome man, down, she finally agreed. Alright, I'll go to the hospital later to do the checkup, Lee Shinran said shyly and firmly. When I'm done with the checkup, you must not forget what you said today. You must remember to go out with me. So thoughtful? That's a must. But I heard Mr. Chen say that if I were to be your exclusive customer service, I would have to satisfy your physical needs. Just now, I drank too much water and wanted to go to the restroom, but I didn't have that chance. When she saw the tense look on Chin Fan's face, her little brain immediately began to spin rapidly. Right now, Chin Fan was too lazy to think that much. Chin Fan patted his chest and assured. Chin Fan tentatively asked, "Did you hear anything?" After saying that, Su Qingyi even stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Therefore, Chin Fan did not need to consider Zhao Bingling's thoughts at all. As for whether or not she wanted to get a room after the checkup, Chin Fan's idea was to put it off as long as he could. Just by looking at hundreds of her private photos, he had to be responsible for her? Otherwise, why do you have a nervous face? It's hard not to. Hardly. She heard me talking to Lee Shinran on the phone just now? It's that realistic. Chin Fan took a look and after recognizing who the black silk woman was, his face darkened. Isn't this Secretary Su Qingyi Su? Uncle Chen suddenly remembered something and said, "Right. I'm usually busy. I can't reply to your messages anytime, anywhere. Either I'd better arrange an exclusive customer service for you, right? Specialize in contacting you and meeting all your needs. It's not like you're going to be missing an arm or a leg. It's so hard to serve." Zhao Bingling desperately shook her head, her little head almost swaying. But, she pondered, did Chin Fan just do something unspeakable inside the restroom? Chin Fan was never one to ride the bus, so, she just had to hold back and follow Chin Fan all the way, intending to hold back until after she got home and then go to the restroom, like a witch who wanted to eat men. Uncle Chen thought about it and felt that Chin Fan had already taken promotional photos and videos, and had also visited the company, so there was really no reason to continue to keep Chin Fan around. Chin Fan immediately smiled. Can physical needs be satisfied as well? Zhao Bingling had wanted to explain clearly to Chin Fan, saying that she had not eavesdropped. She came to the restroom to go to the toilet. Chin Fan nodded and agreed with a smile. Uncle Chen then said, "It's alright, you can go back if you want to." She wanted to tell Chin Fan, but, since she wasn't jealous, it meant that she really didn't eavesdrop. Even if they got a room, they didn't necessarily really do it. However, it was good that Lee Shinran had now been stabilized by Chin Fan for the time being. Anyway, that was all a matter for later. After Chin Fan came out of the restroom, he found that Zhao Bingling had actually been standing outside the restroom. Zhao Bingling was just being euphemistic, all feeling like she was about to die of shame. However, it was only when she was halfway there that Zhao Bingling remembered. It was only after hanging up the phone that Chin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes? Thinking to himself, this woman, Lee Shinran, is really troublesome. 38. 6. 166. 211. Alright, let's leave the troublesome things in the future to our future selves to worry about. She thought that Chin Fan was asking if she had heard Chin Fan doing that weird thing in the restroom. Chin Fan's impression of Su Qingyi wasn't very good, mainly because Su Qingyi was acting too much like a bus. Chin Fan glanced at Zhao Bingling, not commenting. Zhao Bingling had a red face and lowered her head, allowing Chin Fan to hold her little hand and go out. After a few minutes, Uncle Chen quickly led a long-legged black silk girl over. But, okay, it was really impossible to drag it out and get a room. However, Zhao Bingling secretly pinched him and whispered, "If you dare to let other women fulfill your physical needs, you're dead. Not to mention that even if you really do it, only God knows if you're responsible or not." Uncle Chen froze for a moment and awkwardly said, "If she doesn't mind, she can naturally satisfy you." Taking a step back, even if he really did it with Lee Shinran, it was no big deal. Seeing Uncle Chen again, Chin Fan was polite. "Little Chen, is there anything else? If there's nothing, I'll go home soon." The two hung up the phone. He was a big man. Could he still let a woman eat him? Chin Fan was dumbfounded, thinking, I didn't do anything. Chin Fan, you just now wouldn't have done that kind of thing inside the restroom, right? Chin Fan saw that she kept shaking her head, and it didn't seem like she had overheard herself talking to Lee Shinran on the phone. If Zhao Bingling had heard Qin Fan's voice on the phone, she definitely wouldn't have this expression now, and would definitely be fiercely jealous. Zhao Bingling now only felt that it was a little hard for her to hold it in. To put it bluntly, in the end, Qin Fan and Zhao Bingling were only in an ambiguous relationship, not even male and female friends, so where was she qualified to care about Qin Fan so much? Ah, good. Su Qingyi squinted her eyes and smiled. What's wrong, little handsome? You don't seem to be very satisfied with me, ah? Phew. But she had only just walked to the door of the restroom and hadn't even entered the women's restroom yet when she was pulled out by Qin Fan holding her hand. Immediately, Zhao Bingling's alarm bells went off. Her hands hugged Qin Fan's waist, and she tightly stuck to Qin Fan's body, swearing her sovereignty. Actually inside the restroom. Doing that thing? Thinking of this, Zhao Bingling's small mouth was open. Very shocked. Qin Fan immediately looked tight. You wouldn't have been eavesdropping outside just now, right? She felt ashamed again. He had comforted himself inside the toilet? Even if Qin Fan was now rooming with other girls, it had nothing to do with Zhao Bingling at all. Zhao Bingling was dumbfounded, thinking, I just came over. How could I have been eavesdropping all the time? Besides, how could I be so perverted? How could I eavesdrop on boys going to the restroom? No, didn't hear anything. Qin Fan would have a bottom in his heart this time, pulling Zhao Bingling's small hand, directly saying, let's go. It's time to go home. This, I think I'm still quite acceptable. Therefore, Qin Fan's mindset was always optimistic. Su Qingyi glanced at her and grunted, tablet like little ninny, don't be jealous here. My figure is much better than yours. After saying that, Su Qingyi even purposely puffed out her chest as a sort of body blow to Zhao Bingling. SSS. Big boobs. Zhao Bingling held back her anger and cursed in a low voice. She didn't have any good feelings towards Su Qingyi as a secretary, and after being taunted by the other party for a few more sentences, she naturally had an even worse impression of her. Afterward, Zhao Bingling even pulled Qin Fan's arm and shook it while begging, Qin Fan, don't let her be your exclusive customer service, okay? I hate her so much. Okay. Qin Fan agreed in one bite. So Uncle Chen thought that it would be best if Qin Fan himself had a suitable candidate so that he wouldn't have to keep changing people. Lu Shiyu said miserably, then you're saying that you won't let me continue working in the makeup team. Uncle Chen's face was full of smiles as he stretched out his hand, subconsciously wanting to shake Lu Shiyu's hand. After all, from now on, Lu Shiyu is Qin Fan's exclusive customer service. Lu Shiyu was on the verge of crying. Don't fire me, okay? I've just been fired. I've just come to your company. If I'm fired again, I won't even be able to pay my rent. Su Qingyi was dumbfounded. Uncle Chen wanted to reach out, but didn't dare to do so he could only tuck his hand inside his pants pocket and awkwardly said, You're Lu Shiyu, from the makeup team, just joined our company a few days ago, right? Then, Qin Fan casually said, the girl who did my makeup before is very good, seems to be called Lu Shiyu, let her be my exclusive customer service. Qin Fan thought about it and quickly remembered that the girl who did his makeup before was quite good. Uncle Chen people are numb, obviously can hear. Qin Fan, this means that he dislikes the low salary given. Well, moreover, your salary will also increase. Soon after, Qin Fan waved his hand towards Uncle Chen. Little Chen, you change someone for me. I don't have any good feelings towards Secretary Su. 6,000 a month. Lu Shiyu replied honestly. Uncle Chen didn't mind changing Qin Fan's customer service, but he was worried that even if he changed the new customer service, Qin Fan wouldn't be able to look at it. If Lu Shiyu was fired, wouldn't it be the same as going against Qin Fan? Uncle Chen immediately smiled. Then let's increase it to 8,000 a month. After coming over, she saw Mr. Chen, Qin Fan, Su Qingyi, etc. Many company executives were present, and suddenly her little face tightened. While Uncle Chen turned back to peek at Qin Fan's expression to see if Qin Fan was angry, he turned back and comforted. I mean, you're going to be promoted, and you're going to be Qin Fan's exclusive customer service in the future. 8,000 was quite a lot. Instead, she was going to be promoted. Lu Shiyu had a nervous face. Until now she didn't know what was going on, nor did she know why Mr. Chen called her over. Uncle Chen's hand had just reached out, and before he could shake hands with Lu Shiyu, his big hand was quickly clutched by Qin Fan. Even Uncle Chang, the chairman of the board, had to be polite to her. However, seeing that Lu Shiyu was going to kneel down, Uncle Chen's legs went soft in fear. If Lu Shiyu knelt down, wouldn't he have to follow suit? Otherwise, Qin Fan wouldn't scold him to death? Later on, it was Su Qingyi who said with a black face, very unwillingly, Mr. Chen, Lu Shiyu is the girl who just entered the makeup team and put on Qin Fan's makeup. That's fine. Even if it was General Manager Chen, it wouldn't work. Uncle Chen froze for a moment. then considered for a while before nodding his head and saying, "It's fine." And Qin Fan is the benefactor of the soaring stock price of B Station, which means that Lu Shiyu will soon be holding Qin Fan's thigh in takeoff. Lu Shiyu thought sadly, "I'm not going to be fired again because I've offended someone, am I?" She had just been fired by the King Comic Show project team, and it was not easy for her to get into the B Station through connections and the back door, but she had not yet worked for a few days, and if she was kicked out again, she would not even be able to pay her rent. However, he did not dare to be angry. After all, Qin Fan's handsome face is too important to their company. Therefore, Uncle Chen could only hold his breath, compensate for the smile, and said, "Okay, I'll change it later." When Uncle Chen mentioned wage increase, Lu Shiyu immediately stopped her tears and stopped crying. It would be too troublesome to keep changing it all the time. Mr. Chen, where did he dare to make Lu Shiyu kneel down? Uncle Chen pondered for a while and said, "What was your original salary?" Hiss. 38. 6. 166. 211. Little Chen since I'm working as Qin Fan's exclusive customer service, naturally I can't continue to work in the makeup team. The person was quite pretty and well behaved, and she was also Si Tongyan's BFF, so there was a lot of common language in communication. So Uncle Chen gritted his teeth and directly added a 0. I mean, Uncle Chen's face turned green. "I didn't say to fire you either. But, Qin Fan do you have a suitable candidate?" Of course, before helping her up, Uncle Chen also used his extremely fast hands to put white gloves on his hands, lest Qin Fan talk about him again. "I'm afraid that you won't like what I recommended for you." 8,000? Lu Shiyu was instantly excited. Lu Shiyu wiped her eyes and said, "How much higher?" However, she thought Uncle Chen was going to fire her, thinking that she wouldn't be able to pay her rent next month. Lu Shiyu's eyes reddened, her legs softened, and she almost knelt down on the spot for Uncle Chen, begging him not to fire her. In fact, Qin Fan also quite hated Suqingyi. Although Suqingyi was very sexy in her little black silk short skirt, she was acting too much like a bus. Lu Shiyu was on the verge of crying after Uncle Chen said this. Uncle Chen frowned and thought for half a day, but he couldn't remember who this Lu Shiyu was. It seemed to be called something like Lu Shiyu. Afterwards, Uncle Chen quickly arranged for someone to call over Lu Shiyu. How could he dare to fire Lu Shiyu? A few minutes later, Lu Shiyu carried the carry bag for makeup and came over, and Uncle Chen's next sentence made her almost cry. Qin Fan nodded his head, which loosened his hand and let him go over to greet Lu Shiyu. Thankfully, Lu Shiyu didn't get kicked or expelled this time. That being said, what Qin Fan actually thought in his heart was that Lu Shiyu was going to be his exclusive customer service. If she shook hands with other men all day long, Qin Fan would be uncomfortable. So many company employees and executives were watching. Qin Fan talking like this made him lose face. Qin Fan grunted twice beside him and said, 8,000 a month. Dogs don't do it. This. Qin Fan had always disliked buses, and naturally he disliked Suqingyi. How could he have the guts to do that? Uncle Chen was dying of embarrassment. 80,000 a month. Uncle Chen then remembered who Lu Shiyu was. Qin Fan said smilingly, "Your habit of shaking hands with random people isn't good. You need to change. Right. Miss Lu, you, don't work in the makeup team in the future." So Uncle Chen hurriedly extended his hand and helped Lu Shiyu up. It was a good thing to have a raise in salary. Lu Shiyu? I'll have the personnel department re-sign your contract now, as long as you nod your head. From now on, you'll be Qin Fan's exclusive customer service, with a monthly salary of $80,000. SSS. 80,000 a month. Truly quite a lot. A year counted down to a small million. Even a genius who graduated from Qingbei would only get this price. Lu Shiyu was on the verge of fainting with excitement after hearing this. She was just an ordinary female college student who graduated from the University of Film and Television. How could she get such a high salary? However, she knew very well that it was all due to Qin Fan that she was able to get where she was today. If it wasn't for Qin Fan naming her as the exclusive customer service, she wouldn't be able to get such a high monthly salary in her life. Thus, Lu Shiyu turned towards Qin Fan and threw over a look of gratitude. Go sign the contract. Dad? Zhao Bingling could really be a little jealous. Not moving at all. Thinking to herself, why can't this Qin Fan person understand polite words at all? He actually really wants me to drive him home. This is also too torturous. When Qin Fan saw her eyes red, he immediately regretted it and could not wait to give himself two big mouths. Thinking, why is my mouth so cheap? Don't cry first. I don't mean that. Want to send me? Fine. You drive later and directly send Zhao Bingling and I all home. Qin Fan spread his hands and said, what's it got to do with me if you're jealous? We're not a couple. Don't cry. I truly feel that you are much better than her. I won't like her even if I like you. Qin Fan waved his hand. let Lu Shiyu quickly go to sign the contract. Early to sign this high-salary contract. In order to rest assured he didn't wait for Uncle Chen, but waited for another Uncle Zhao. Mainly because Qin Fan is too handsome. Such a delicate handsome face in front of the eyes. Even if Qin Fan does not apologize, Zhao Bingling will be angry after a while. Lu Shiyu thanked her full of gratitude before following Su Qingyi to the personnel department to sign the contract. However, Qin Fan was not polite with him at all. Qin Fan, you have to be honest in the future. You can't be too close to that Lu Shiyu, otherwise I'll get jealous. Zhao Bingling subconsciously started to feel weak after seeing that middle-aged man. Didn't the internet often break news? Catching a thief, only to find out that the thief was a beautiful girl. He was a bit taut. Qin Fan just casually coaxed her a few times and she subsided. 2 minutes. Because Qin Fan was so handsome, that's why she endured her little temper again and again. Beautiful women would also be favored. Don't you cry Although Qin Fan wasn't very good at coaxing people or talking, even if he was coaxing people, the words he said were full of straight men. The netizens in the comments section all began to sympathize with the beautiful thief as well, saying that even if she stole something, she must have had another reason. Uncle Chen breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, finally serving this little ancestor comfortably. Qin Fan you two wait here for a while, I'll go get the car. He's so handsome, can't you put up with it? In short, this world is never fair and just. The owner took a look at the thief as a beautiful girl, and immediately smiled and didn't get angry. There was no way. Handsome men were just so favored. A few days ago, when Qin Fan sent Zhao Bingling home, he met Zhao Jianxiang downstairs of her house. Qin Fan in the future, if you have something, just look for her directly. If there is an emergency, you can also look for me. As long as I see it, I will definitely call you back immediately. He was just being polite. He didn't want to genuinely send Qin Fan back. Afterward, Uncle Chen took the car keys and, with a dark face, accompanied Qin Fan out with Zhao Bingling. In the last few days, she had been very ambiguous and intimate with Qin Fan, and she thought she could be Qin Fan's girlfriend. Qin Fan nodded and agreed. Actually, what I mean is that Lu Shiyu is not as good looking as you and not as cute as you. There is absolutely no need for you to be jealous of her. That's fine. As for why they didn't send Si Tongyan and Song Zhani? 38. 6. 166. 211. Are you going back? However, even though Uncle Chen was very uncomfortable in his heart, he still didn't dare to get angry and could only endure it. Uncle Chen nodded and drove off. Qin Fan said indifferently, there's nothing else for the time being. As a result, Qin Fan's current sentence directly put her into the ice house. 1 minute. Besides, I definitely can't look at her, can I? By the time Qin Fan had coaxed Zhao Bingling, they had also walked to the company's entrance. Zhao Bingling was even starting to feel aggrieved, thinking, she had let Qin Fan take so many private photos and posted them inside Qin Fan's bedroom. As a result, Qin Fan was now talking so hard. Okay, thank you, handsome. Uncle Chen rubbed his hands and said, you see, do you have any other requests? As long as it's something I can arrange, I've definitely arranged it for you. Having the chairman of a listed company drive him home? Qin Fan's words were not polite at all. Zhao Bingling's eyes reddened and she almost cried out. Uncle Chen had now resigned himself to his fate and had already entered the role of driver, planning to go to the parking lot to bring the car over and send Qin Fan home. Zhao Bingling was instantly dumbfounded. I have to say, Uncle Chen is still quite good at what he does, and has gone to great lengths to keep Qin Fan in their company. This would be a wonderful expression on Uncle Chen's face. Zhao Bingling was now thinking this. Aha! Qin Fan's hands were busy, holding Zhao Bingling's shoulders with both hands, and started coaxing, because Qin Fan had just visited the B-Station company. Si Tongyan and Song Zhoni had long since taken a taxi home. It was too hot, and the two of them went back to take a shower. Qin Fan naturally said, yeah, go ahead little Chen. This time, the same was true. Uncle Chen was in a thief's mood and said, either way, I'll give you a ride? In fact, it wasn't just handsome men who would be favored. Not even daring to hold his hand, he hurriedly shrunk his small hand back. Instead, Qin Fan and Zhao Bingling held hands and stood at the entrance of the building, waiting for Uncle Chen to drive the car over. He even had to squeeze out a smile and said, all right, I'll accompany you out and drive you back. Qin Fan and Zhao Bingling held hands and were discussing whether they wanted to play together in the evening when a middle-aged man with a country face wearing a plaid shirt and glasses came over with a dark face. Handsome and pretty, always very advantageous. On the way, Zhao Bingling kept whispering to Qin Fan, good, and that middle-aged man was naturally Zhao Bingling's father, Zhao Jianxiong. Uncle Chen was watching from the side full of emotion, thinking, this kid Qin Fan, Peach Blossom luck is really good she's so pretty, why are you still bothering with her? Although Zhao Bingling's eyes were still a little red, she had already taken the initiative to stick her head on Qin Fan's shoulder, and her little hand was secretly holding Qin Fan's palm. However, Zhao Bingling still accepted his apology. At that time, Zhao Jianxiong had a very bad impression of Qin Fan, and even said unpleasant things, telling Qin Fan not to delay his daughter's future. Now, as they met once again, Zhao Jianxiong's attitude was still very bad. Bingling, come here, SSS. Wow. Zhao Bingling answered sheepishly and obediently went over. Afterward, Zhao Jianxiong rushed at Zhao Bingling, pointing and cursing. You'll be a college student at a major university in the future. What do you have to say to a dropout punk? Don't look at him, he's just a factory boy. You, don't hang out with this kind of no future, no background. It will ruin you. Zhao Jianxiong spoke extremely harshly. Not to mention Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling's own daughter couldn't stand to hear it. Ha! Zhao Jianxiong's face was ugly. Zhao Jianxiong stretched out his hand and pointed at Qin Fan for a long time. Furious. So, Uncle Chen thought twice, but still took the cigarette, then took out the lighter from inside his pocket and lit it. Dad, can you speak nicely? Qin Fan is not as bad as you say. He spent $1 million on a luxury car and was actually asked, what miscellaneous car? Qin Fan said this. Lao Dang. Let me be clear with you. Not only did he dislike the poor and love the rich, but he also looked down on Qin Fan's ability, thinking that not only was Qin Fan not successful now, he couldn't possibly be successful in the future. Qin Fan laughed and said, although it didn't matter in the past, but in the future, it might matter, because he suddenly saw that the watch Uncle Chen was wearing on his wrist was exactly the same as the watch worn by Zhao Jianxiong's top boss. As a result, Bingling, go back together. Zhao Jianxiong struggled hard for half a day, but he couldn't get his hand free, and had been firmly clamped down by Qin Fan. But Qin Fan handed Uncle Chen a cigarette, and Uncle Chen suddenly learned to smoke? Qin Fan beckoned his hand. Little brat, with your no-good look, you dare to threaten me? Zhao Jianxiong said with an ugly face. This kid can't even afford to buy a car, and he has to sit in someone else's hitchhiking car. You, as for the cigarette Zhao Jianxiong handed him, Uncle Chen where can still smoke it, directly gave a slap away. This car, the only drawback is that the styling looks a little bit earthy. $1 million price of bid look up, can be said to be a domestic car inside. No one can beat the existence of this car. Configuration all pull full. The most bullish thing is that it can turn around in place, and it has the top assisted driving function, which is very friendly to Uncle Chen, who is not very good at driving and is particularly rich. Uncle Chen was a bit taut. What's more, this cigarette was still handed to him by Zhao Jianxiong, who had just been slapped to the ground by him. However, after Qin Fan said these words, Zhao Bingling's face instantly turned red. Zhao Jianxiong had to ask how much the car cost before he could determine if Uncle Chen was rich through the price of the car. His palm was just raised, but he was soon clutched by Qin Fan's arm. Zhao Jianxiong, on the other hand, was frowning and squinting his eyes, staring at Uncle Chen's license plate and car tag for a long time. Lao Dang. Cursing is cursing, but don't hit people. It was at this time that Uncle Chen finally drove his luxury car over. Zhao Jianxiong started cursing again. Zhao Jianxiong looked at it for half a day, but didn't recognize what type of car it was. So he took out a cigarette, handed it over, and asked, Dude, which factory did you get this car from? How much is it? Vacheron Constantin Heritage. $200,000 to start. He tilted his neck and said angrily, Get off me, it's none of your business if I discipline my own daughter. However, he couldn't refrain from picking it up for fear of making Qin Fan angry. He usually smoked more than $90 of Huazi. Where has he ever smoked this kind of cheap cigarettes that cost more than $10? Qin Fan will be greeting Zhao Bingling, calling her over to the car. Zhao Jianxiong's speech was as unpleasant as ever. 386-166-211. At this moment, after Uncle Chen drove the car over, he even rolled the window down and poked his head out. Curious, what's going on? Zhao Jianxiong's veins were bulging with anger, but he didn't dare to lose his temper. If you dare to hit her today, next year's today will be when your grandchildren are full moon. Do you believe it? Zhao Bingling wanted to explain clearly to her dad, but there was no way. Zhao Jianxiong simply wouldn't let her speak. Uncle Chen exhaled a smoke ring and said, Just learned it. Zhao Jianxiong was looking dumbfounded from the side. I thought you didn't smoke? Qin Fan said with a mischievous look. Uncle Chen man was numb. In fact, he had long been looking at this old deng in a bad light, and if it wasn't for the fact that the other party was Zhao Bingling's father, Qin Fan would have already given him a slap in the face. Zhao Bingling wanted to go over, but was stopped by Zhao Jianxiong, so he didn't dare to offend Uncle Chen. So he had to take his temper out on Qin Fan. He's cheeky and unproductive. You can't learn from him. Qin Fan, on the other hand, got up the cigarettes on the ground and stuffed them back into Uncle Chen's hand, saying, "Smoke it, it's a shame to throw it away." Zhao Bingling couldn't even help but start talking back. Zhao Jianxiong looked embarrassed, and stopped trying to make friends. Zhao Bingling was originally worried about Qin Fan, and was also worried about Qin Fan fighting with her father. "Your daughter likes me, and I quite like her too." Zhao Bingling had only just graduated from high school. Where did she hear this kind of love talk? Her face instantly flushed red. He handed Uncle Chen a cigarette, so Uncle Chen said he didn't smoke. On the other hand, Zhao Jianxiong's face was as black as coal. His face was extremely ugly. "Sorry, I don't smoke." As for Uncle Chen, this would be true. The man was numb. Qin Fan lazily returned. "Whether or not you have any talent, it's not for an old den like you to say." After all, Uncle Chen just came over awe. For an old engineer like Zhao Jianxiong who never read the news, it was indeed a bit too strange. "I'll take you back later. Don't interact with him." Although looking up at this car, it did look quite expensive. Zhao Jianxiong's eyes glared and immediately raised his palm, wanting to hit someone. Wasn't this bullshit? Obviously. Not giving him face but the car label. Unable to do anything, Zhao Bingling had to apologize to Qin Fan with a look full of apologies. Moreover, it is necessary to get her pregnant. Uncle Chen really didn't see what kind of relationship Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling, and that middle-aged man in his 40s had, and he didn't know that they were quarreling. Uncle Chen was already extremely well cultivated when he was able to hold back his fire and didn't beat Zhao Jianxiong to death on the spot. Uncle Chen said without a good breath. This time, Qin Fan picked up the cigarette again and stuffed it to him. To be able to afford a $200,000 watch, naturally a rich person, is Zhao Jianxiong cannot afford to offend. Today next year, let her father hold his grandson? Doesn't this mean that Qin Fan is going to sleep with her? Although he was arguing with someone, others always sounded like something was wrong. Qin Fan first waved his hand towards Zhao Bingling, saying that it was fine. Then, he rushed towards Zhao Jianxiong, saying, "Old dang, you can look down on my cheek, but you can't say that I'm not talented. SSS. What's the matter? Is it hard for me to look away?" Zhao Jianxiong looked at Qin Fan with contempt, not taking what Qin Fan said seriously. Although Qin Fan was good-tempered, however, there was a limit to his good temper. After being told by Zhao Jianxiong that he had no talent, Qin Fan naturally wanted to fight for it and hit him in the face once. Thus, Qin Fan took out the Station B license plate that he had just gotten today. "Lao dang. This thing, do you recognize it?" Qin Fan pointed to the words Acting Secretary of Station B on the license plate and let Zhao Jianxiong look at it. That's not good, is it? Her dad was always busy with engineering matters and never read the news, especially news on the internet. Even if he didn't fire Zhao Jianxiong, he had to make him suffer a bit. But now, where was Zhao Bingling to find Qin Fan? Her father kept staring and she couldn't even leave the house. Zhao Jianxiong returned. Greenleaf Group, the one that deals with real estate. This led to Zhao Jianxiong getting into such big trouble without even realizing it. Qin Fan had thought that as long as he showed this work license, Zhao Jianxiong would think that he was capable, think that he was the acting secretary of a listed company, and think highly of him. "Alright, then you can move over." Even, Zhao Jianxiong frowned and said, "Who cares who he is? It's not like he's my leader. Can he still clean me up?" Lu Shiyu was now Qin Fan's exclusive customer service, and her salary had skyrocketed from 6,000 a month to 80,000 a month, and she was grateful to Qin Fan. What people didn't expect was that Zhao Jianxiong, a middle-aged man in his 40s, actually didn't even know what B Station was. Uncle Chen immediately said, "Which company are you from?" Zhao Bingling was helpless. Lu Shiyu was quite embarrassed. In addition to thanking her, Lu Shiyu also introduced her personal situation in detail. Uncle Chen gritted his teeth and held his breath, thinking that in a few days, he must find the Greenleaf Group's boss for a meal and a drink, and talk to the other party properly. Don't. Lu Shiyu hesitated for a while before she said in embarrassment, "I live farther away. Even if I take a taxi over there, it will take more than half an hour. Be normal. Don't use so many honorifics." Simply treating Qin Fan as a benefactor. Originally, Zhao Bingling was planning to go inside Qin Fan's house tonight to figure out with Qin Fan, Sit On Yen, and Song Zongi what exactly Qin Fan was going to make them pinch at night. Afterwards, Qin Fan started sending messages back to the others. All of them said exactly the same thing. "Vanama," Qin Fan casually said while eating the jelly. "I'm just asking you in passing. Where do you live? It's not far from my house. If it's too far from my house, you can move over and live with me. Mr. Qin. Hello. In addition to makeup, Lu Shiyu could also cook, stir-fry, tutor children in their homework, and so on. For example, her height, weight, age, hobbies, and how many awards she had won and skills she had mastered from elementary school until now. Just thank you and other words of thanks were sent in thousands of words. Chin Fan sort of gave the order. After reading Chin Fan's license plate, he said mockingly, "What kind of pheasant company? Never heard of it." But this Zhao Jianxiong, it was obvious that he was just an ordinary middle-aged man. Where was he qualified to humiliate Uncle Chen? Zhao Bingling looked at them getting farther and farther away. Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. You're a college student in the future. You have a bright future. Don't harm yourself. Uncle Chen no longer said more, stepped on the gas and drove directly, sending Chin Fan home. In the evening, after Zhao Bingling went home, she sent a message to Chin Fan. "Chin Fan, I'm sorry, my dad has always been like this. I'm really sorry." A pheasant company? Zhao Jianxiong was not panicked at all. After all, he had been working in Green Leaf Group for more than 10 years. He had long been a small supervisor, and was really not afraid of others retaliating against him. 38. 6. 166. 211. Can I get shot even if I'm lying down? Uncle Chen is numb. Otherwise, where would Uncle Chen swallow this breath? Alright, little Chen. Moreover, this niece would also cook. On the other hand, Uncle Chen, the president of Station B, was green in the face. Zhao Jianxiong bitterly persuaded his daughter. Besides, Lu Shiyu and Si Tongyan were still bosom friends, so if she moved over, she could have someone to talk to, and it wouldn't be bad for herself. Chin Fan finished reading the message and returned only one word. It's not really an arrangement, but Zhao Bingling only felt that he was very annoying, even if the tube is wide, but also help. As a result, crap. Uncle Chen blackened his face and said, "What's your name again?" "Xing. It's really bad luck to meet this kind of father as a father. After moving over, it'll be easier to help me with work and stuff. Instead, it's you, daughter. In the future, don't hang out with that kind of unsavory guy." Chin Fan was instantly speechless. Zhao Jianxiong, right? You wait. Lu Shiyu received the phone call. Her tone was respectful to the extreme. A mouthful of a mister. A mouthful of a you. Making Chin Fan a bit uncomfortable. Lu Shiyu was now his exclusive secretary, and living a little closer to him would definitely do no harm. But what he didn't know was that although ordinary people couldn't retaliate against him, there were too many ways for a multi-billion-dollar listed company chairman like Uncle Chen to clean up a small supervisor of a real estate company. This request from Chin Fan was still reasonable. Chin Fan frowned and said, "If you continue to be so polite, I'll let Xiao Chen change." It was fine for Chin Fan to taunt him and humiliate him. After all, he couldn't afford to offend Chin Fan. She hated to use all the beautiful words she had learned over the past 20 years, all on Chin Fan. Chin Fan said indifferently, "What's wrong with that? Big deal. I'll compensate the tenants with some more money. If there was a rainstorm one day and she couldn't order takeout, it would be nice to have her come over and cook." Chin Fan urged, "Let's go. I'm in a hurry to go home." Chin Fan took a sip of Coke and said, "I'll see if I can kick one of the tenants out tomorrow and get you a room just for you." The miscellaneous skills were quite a lot to master. "Dad, do you really not know who you just offended? Good. Anyway, you should pack up your things tomorrow and be ready to move." However, she continued to speak carefully. "Chin Fan, do you have anything to arrange for me?" After reading the message, Chin Fan quickly called Lu Shiyu. "Hello." Lu Shiyu was ferocious by Chin Fan before she hurriedly switched her tone, which became much more normal. The first thing that returned was Lu Shiyu's message. Although Lu Shiyu felt embarrassed and was worried that the rent was too expensive, however, she dared not offend Chin Fan even more. So, after hesitating for a long time, she could only obediently say, "Alright, I'll pack my bags tomorrow and go over to look for you. SSS. Okay." Chin Fan answered and hung up the phone. After settling the matter of Lu Shiyu, next, it was Li Xinran's turn. Li Xinran had already gone to the hospital this afternoon to finish her checkups. She went to a private hospital, which was more expensive, but the speed of diagnosis was also extremely fast. In less than 2 hours, her body check is clear, but also sent the inspection report to her. After Li Xinran got the inspection report, she also sent it to Chin Fan at the first time. The checklist showed that Li Xinran was healthy and was indeed a virgin. Li Xinran took a deep breath and said, "Can I please ask you for something? Why should you feel ashamed? I'm curious." It instantly made Li Xinran freeze. After hearing this, Li Xinran was anxious. Can a fan be the same as a girlfriend? After that, Li Xinran stopped talking and kept thinking about life. Chin Fan retorted, "Aren't you also playing with your fans' feelings when you set up a persona, pose for photos, work on scripts, and hire actors online?" Li Xinran almost laughed at Chin Fan's anger as she gritted her teeth and said, "I mean, aren't you a bit too scummy? It's even if you play with my feelings, But you actually had the audacity to tell me that you asked out other girls. Don't you even feel ashamed? Li Shinran asked with great anticipation. Although Qin Fan's logic was meticulous, Li Shinran was still annoyed after hearing it. She even wanted to tear the checklist on the spot. Qin Fan, don't you think you're a bit too shameless? I know, you want to scold me very much, but before doing so, you have to look at yourself to see if you're clean or not, don't you? Theoretically speaking, Qin Fan's set of words was very strict. She could not find any reason that could refute Qin Fan's set of sayings. Don't you think that it's the same for you? Qin Fan said indifferently. I also feel that you need to calm down. What Qin Fan guaranteed was nothing more than the chance to get a room together after she finished her examination. Even if I play with your feelings, don't you also play with the feelings of your fans? Qin Fan's logic had always been meticulous, and on the premise that he hadn't fallen for Li Shinran at all, it was impossible for him to give the other party a guarantee that he would go out with her. She felt that Qin Fan was tricking her. I think that I need to calm down for a while. The truth is, I don't like sweet tofu brain. Feeling puzzled, Li Shinran said, what do you mean you don't like to drink sweet tofu brain? Does it have anything to do with me? Pause. In fact, Qin Fan did not want to put a hat on Li Shinran, but mainly Li Shinran first put a hat on him, saying that he had problems with his three views, and Qin Fan's rebuttal back now could only be regarded as self-defense. Secondly, your current behavior is no different from those extreme star-chasing brainwashed fans. Li Shinran took a deep breath and said, I want to hear the truth. What I promised you before was to get a room with you after you finished your examination. Qin Fan explained seriously and solemnly. I've never lied to you, have I? There are 10,000 ways I could have lied to you, but I didn't lie to you, so why should I feel ashamed? Li Shinran hesitated for a moment before saying, can you promise me that during this period of time when I'm calm, you won't sleep with other girls? Although she still felt that Qin Fan was a scum until now, Qin Fan's honesty was also a fact, and it was also a fact that he didn't lie to her. Qin Fan, I think you have problems with your three views. Brain-damaged fans can play money and offer their bodies to their idols. But even if we are not a couple, I still didn't lie to you, but told you quite frankly that I asked out other girls. Yeah, does it have anything to do with you? You're not as good looking as me, aren't you? Not today. Tonight I've asked out another girl. You'll have to get in line. You'll get your turn tomorrow. These words of Qin Fan could be said to be right in the center of the bullseye. But I'm not talking about that. After hearing this, Li Shinran was first stunned. Then she quickly revealed a puzzled look and asked, not tonight? Who did you ask out tonight? Didn't you say that you would be willing to go out with me as long as I finish my checkup? How can you ask out other girls? 38. 6. 166. 211. Li Shinran was in deep thought. The most important point is that we're not a couple right now. Don't think so. Li Shinran's teeth itched with anger and she wanted to curse. Are you sick? Before she met Qin Fan, she had never acted so extreme, and she had never pursued a boy so passionately. Does this, you want to hear the truth, or a lie? After meeting Qin Fan, she had indeed become much more fervent. Impeccable. Li Shinran was all angry and laughed, scolding, you toyed with the feelings of so many girls, and you still dare to say that you have no problem with your three views? Just as Qin Fan said, she was now like an extreme brainwashed fan chasing a star. Her IQ was dropping like crazy, and she couldn't wait to give Qin Fan all of her body. Qin Fan stroked his chin and did not answer her question directly. It wasn't until 10 minutes later, when Li Shinran had completely figured it out, that she said very calmly, Qin Fan, I think, I suddenly don't like you that much anymore. Ever since I met you, a lot of my behaviors have been extreme, becoming completely unlike a normal person. That's all. Li Shinran was getting a bit angry as she spoke. Qin Fan said seriously, I didn't lie to you, did I? In the end, Li Shinran could only start personal attacks, saying that Qin Fan had problems with his three views. Qin Fan said calmly, first of all, I've never made a guarantee that I'll go out with you after you've had your checkup. Li Shinran was going crazy with anger. She had gone inside the hospital to do these humiliating tests so that she could date Qin Fan. She was beginning to wonder if she had turned into a love brain. I'm sure, I'm not lying. Qin Fan, now you're relieved, right? Can we date now? Tonight? Can I come to you? Qin Fan corrected her mistake very seriously and said, first of all, you are not my girlfriend. Even though Li Shinran was now on fire, she still couldn't refute it. Qin Fan directly called her back. When she didn't say anything, Qin Fan was too lazy to continue stimulating her, so he didn't open his mouth either. It's you chasing me, not me chasing you, isn't it? Good, good, good. You didn't lie to me. But, why did it become like this? Li Shinran's tone was as icy as her complexion. Qin Fan retorted on the spot. I don't think there's a problem with my three views. But now, After she had finished the examination with great difficulty, Xin Fan even lightly said, "I didn't lie to you," and then he could ask other girls to sleep with him with impunity? This was too much. Xin Fan thought seriously before replying. "I shouldn't be sick. I'm very healthy," Xin Fan said casually. "If you are confused about this, you can go ahead and flip through the chat logs," Xin Fan said very seriously. Xin Fan told her very bluntly. Tonight, Si Tongyen was going to come over to Xin Fan and exchange physical hygiene with him, so Li Xinran could only schedule it for tomorrow. However, Xin Fan spread his two hands and said, "You are not my girlfriend. What I eat, drink and do, does it have anything to do with you? You're minding too much. SSS. Li Xinran was so infuriated that she couldn't speak, although she had known for a long time that she couldn't speak to Xin Fan. However, Xin Fan's straight man-like way of speaking still hurt her pride. Li Xinran kept patting her chest and slowed down for a while before she eased up and said, "Xin Fan, actually, I still like you, although I want to calm down for a while, but after I calm down, I will still come to you and continue to pursue you. Now, it's so hard to go to Xin Fan's room. How can you throw me aside? How can you eat alone?" However, she didn't think about it that much. The priority was to climb into Xin Fan's bed earlier. Xin Fan said indifferently, "You can pull black if you want to. Delete me if you want to. I don't care." Originally, she had come to find Xin Fan to study physiological hygiene. "Xin Fan, I've already taken a bath la. Can I go over to you now?" This. Si Tongyen nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, 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 next time for sure." Xin Fan turned around, glanced at the white pajama-clad Si Tongyen, and then glanced at the various private photos on the bedroom wall, before returning. "I also think it's quite perverted. But," Xin Fan said indifferently, "the question is, does Si Tongyen mind?" When Li Xinran spoke, her tone became a bit expectant. She expected Xin Fan to promise her. In fact, Li Xinran had known that Xin Fan would reject her request, but after actually being rejected by Xin Fan, she still could not control it and was a little sad. Song Zongyi couldn't stand being begged by her, so he had to agree to her. Go go go. Find your little boyfriend for a date. Even if he wasn't free tomorrow, he still had to say he was free. He couldn't let his daughter be aggrieved. Why not? However, even if she endured the shame and did the checkup, she couldn't chase Xin Fan into her hands. Of course, this was all for later. Fine. Si Tongyen tensed her little face and said, "Xin Fan, why are you so perverted? I definitely mind." Si Tongyen was a bit puzzled, feeling as if Xin Fan was not in a very good mood. It looked strange. Xin Fan said indifferently, "There's no reason." While Li Xinran was holding her breath and calling her dad to whine, Xin Fan had already finished his shower and started talking to Si Tongyen on the phone. Don't look at her promise so painfully now. If she really waited until next time, she would definitely still be reluctant to share her boyfriend with her best friend. Where would Si Tongyen be willing to share her boyfriend with her best friend? Alright. I wouldn't mind if you guys came over together. Moreover, I'm on the same front as you, and the two of us always deal with Zhao Bingling together. She thought that Xin Fan could notice that she was unhappy, and thought that Xin Fan would come over to coax her. After Si Tongyen stabilized her best friend, she quickly went to knock on Xin Fan's door like a kitten, especially if it was a handsome man like Xin Fan. Si Tongyen was even more reluctant to share. Li Xinran was a bit of a gambler, wanting to use the method of pulling black and deleting contact information to make Xin Fan's heart soften. But after she entered Xin Fan's bedroom, her little face immediately became taut. Should we delete each other and pull black? Because inside Xin Fan's bedroom, it was plastered with Zhao Bingling's private photos. She had waited for a day, just to wait until the evening, to go inside Xin Fan's room and study physiological hygiene together. Afterwards, locking the door of the room, Xin Fan quickly entered the bedroom and went to play with his cell phone while lying on the bed. What's wrong? Instead, she was also hung up by Xin Fan, not even getting a promise. She had already endured the shame of going to the hospital for that kind of checkup in order to be able to chase after Xin Fan today. Si Tongyen kept shaking her arm and begged, "Good girlfriend, please, please, please." "No good." Song Zongyi tensed her little face and said, "Yen Bao, don't think that I don't know what you went to find Xin Fan for. The two of you are definitely not doing anything good." For a while, Li Xinran was aggravated. 38. 6. 166. 211. Suddenly, she felt that she was a bit sorry for Li Xinran. Si Tongyen tensed his little face and kept quiet, but when he really waited for him to ask out another girl, he suddenly felt a little guilty in his heart. Although she was very reluctant to see Zhao Bingling's private photos posted inside Xin Fan's room, but Xin Fan didn't allow it to be torn. She couldn't do anything about it. Li Xinran gambled. Hang it up. Song Zongyi was very upset and felt that Si Tongyen was not righteous and was going to kick her. Her good best friend. to the side to eat alone. And Qin Fan was not in a very good mood. The bottom of the skirt, the bottom of the pants and whatnot. On the other side of the phone, Li Xinran was so angry that her tears fell. Si Tongyan was deflated. Looking at the room full of other girls' private photos, Si Tongyan's mood instantly lowered. Although Qin Fan had just spoken with vigor when he debated with Li Xinran. Okay. However, Qin Fan gave a direct rejection. No way. As a result, Si Tongyan then quickly entered Qin Fan's bedroom. Qin Fan said very bluntly, I understand what you mean, but I have absolutely no idea of keeping my body for you, because you are not my girlfriend and I don't particularly like you. Good. Daughter you can be too. Filial. Song Zoni also did not forget to exhort. Si Tongyan rolled up her pajama sleeves and wanted to tear down all the private photos on the bedroom wall. Only unfortunately, it was useless. It was mainly because Qin Fan had just had a fight with Li Xinran, which kind of affected his mood. Next to her good girlfriend Song Zoni also said excitedly, Qin Fan, I also want to go over to you. After all, this was Qin Fan's room. Knock knock. After saying that, Qin Fan left her 2 seconds. Si Tongyan's long hair was draped over her shoulders and her face was flushed, so she hurriedly coaxed Song Zoni, saying, Good girlfriend, be good and play with your cell phone at home, okay? At the same time as the knock sounded, Qin Fan opened the door and let Si Tongyan in. But now, she no longer had that interest. Li Xinran directly said, Dad, why don't you drive a dump truck tomorrow and help me run Qin Fan over? Li Yanye immediately became taut. Li Yanye was still very concerned about his daughter, and immediately heard that Li Xinran was aggrieved, and spoke in an aggrieved manner. Qin Fan nodded and directly hung up the phone. Let me help you tear down these photos? So I don't want you to sleep with other girls, you know what I mean? She was lost. However, Yen Bao, you have to promise me that you'll take me there next time. I also want to take advantage of Qin Fan. Li Xinran gritted her teeth and called her dad. Dad, are you free tomorrow? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Si Tongyan was annoyed. It was only a pity, she thought to herself. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely strangle Qin Fan to death. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. But she waited for half a day and Qin Fan didn't respond at all. Si Tongyan then became very uncomfortable. Qin Fan, why don't you coax me? SSS. Alas. Qin Fan sighed. My own mood is not good. Where do I have the heart to coax you? Are you in a bad mood too? Si Tongyan instantly became curious. Although she was still haunted by the private photos of Zhao Bingling inside the house, she was even more curious that Qin Fan, a handsome man who was rare to come across in thousands of years, would actually be upset as well? This was too rare. Thus, Si Tongyan climbed onto the bed and stuck to Qin Fan's side, and with the look of a curious baby, she asked, Can you tell me about it? I'm very curious. Qin Fan was shocked. Qin Fan sighed. I also have something difficult to tell you. But since Si Tongyan was still sleeping, Qin Fan had to gently get out of bed and go to the restroom. Instead of painstakingly pretending to be a decent person, it would be better to be a scumbag. I know. After all, he couldn't be sure what mission the system would send in the future. Wet the bed last night? Thankfully, there was still bedding inside the cabinet, close to the water. However, her body told her that she loved and was infatuated with Qin Fan's handsome face. Then he was really clueless and would definitely hurt the girl's feelings. Si Tongyan looked at the 2 lines of teeth marks on Qin Fan's arm. Her head was running out of steam. Thinking, I've bitten so hard, how can he not be in pain? No, even if I'm not the last, I want to be the first girl to crave his body. Her small hands sneakily lifted the bedding. Then, like a little milk cat, her body burrowed inside Qin Fan's bedding. Poof. She then tensed her little face and lay on the bed, not saying a word. However, he seriously thought about it. There was no way he could be a pure virgin. Si Tongyan thought about it all night and figured it out. Let it be. Si Tongyan buried her head inside the pillow and muttered, Freeze to death you scum. She only felt that Qin Fan was a scum. Then, she lifted Qin Fan's arm up and asked, Does it hurt? All people had the heart to love beauty. However, after what happened today, Qin Fan had begun to feel that he was indeed a scumbag. Although I don't have any good feelings for that Li Xinran, but after hearing you say that, I even sympathize with her a bit. Qin Fan looked at the disheveled young girl inside his comforter and fell into deep thought. Si Tongyan quickly threw Qin Fan's arm to the side and then started talking. Qin Fan, don't be such a scum in the future, okay? Otherwise more and more girls will be hurt by you. Qin Fan thought seriously and said, 2 boats is a bit less. With a bite, Si Tongyan was a bit demoralized, because there was a system. The next day, it was more than 7 in the morning. In fact, Qin Fan had also thought about being a more innocent virgin. That's not true. maybe one day, the system would send him a quest to hook up with another strange girl. Shinfan directly shook his head and said, turning back is impossible to turn back. I also have my difficulties. Scum to the extreme. When Shinfan finished speaking, Si Tonyan tensed her little face and said, I take back my previous comments about you. Ha, what difficulties can you have? But Si Tonyan didn't know. Ding bell. Si Tonyan said happily, you're going to return to your prodigal son? Shinfan nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Moreover, facing this unrepentant attitude of Shinfan, Si Tonyan was also a bit angry. Of course, she also studied the girl's body. It rolled up to her alone. Meanwhile, Si Tonyan was also tossing and turning and hadn't slept well all night. Shinfan answered honestly, it doesn't hurt. If the next task is hooking up with other girls and not completing the task, you have to die. 38. 6. 166. 211. In the end, Shinfan had figured it out. She just craved Shinfan's body. Her conscience told her that she had to stay away from irresponsible scum like Shinfan. The only bad thing about the system was that you couldn't even fathom what his next mission would be. By the way, she had also rolled away the only piece of bedding on the bed. You're not just a pervert. You're a scumbag. While hugging Shinfan's body, she rubbed around. Shinfan was helpless. Si Tonyan couldn't figure it out at once. Ugh. It was more than 3 in the morning. Shinfan was asleep, and Si Tonyan was still awake. Si Tonyan didn't believe it at all and grunted. You're hard to tell is that you want to have your foot in 2 boats? She felt that Shinfan, with this looks and this face value, it's not a problem to find any kind of girlfriend, so how could there be a difficult situation? Si Tonyan really couldn't figure it out. Shinfan truly thought so. He subconsciously wanted to give Song Zongi a call and ask her if Si Tonyan had the habit of wetting the bed. Si Tonyan felt angry even listening to it, and she was furious. She grabbed Shinfan's arm, opened her mouth, and owed a bite. Therefore, there was no way for Shinfan to maintain his pure love persona. He could only turn into a scum. Too scummy. The system or whatever was his eternal secret. Shinfan got off the bed, went inside the cabinet and carried another bedding, put it on the bed and covered his body. Then, this ninny. So, Shinfan simply couldn't make a promise to any girl right now, because he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to be single-minded and only good to one person for the rest of his life. After thinking about it for the whole night, Shinfan sighed and couldn't say anything. Si Tonyan was in a rage, and there was no way for him to continue to reason with the other party, much less pull away the bedding she was wrapped in. Even if he wanted to return to the prodigal son, he didn't have that chance. After entering the restroom, Shinfan called Song Zongi while washing up. I'm getting angry just listening to it. Of course, none of this mattered. I should have many ambiguous objects in the future. Not to mention 200 could be more than that. Shinfan thought about it and felt that there was nothing to hide. So he talked about what had just happened. Forget about being a scumbag. Shinfan was a bit speechless. Even if you're angry, don't roll away my futon. You rolled away. What do I cover? It was basically a complete retelling of how he and Li Shinran had quarreled. How can you be such a scum? Even if there were a lot of girls competing with her. She admitted it. Okay. 10 minutes later. It wasn't fair to Zhao Bingling, Si Tonyan, Li Shinran, Song Zongi, etc. And it wasn't fair to many girls. Rubbing around wasn't enough. She even reached out, using her hands, and started to sneak around and study the boy's body. Sleep. This night, both of them slept uncomfortably. Even if he didn't want to, there was nothing that could be done about it. After Si Tonyan figured it out, her small hands quickly began to be unruly. The phone was soon connected. Song Zongi would still be yawning inside the comforter this time, and said in a daze, Handsome, why did you miss me so early? I'm so sleepy. SSS. I know you're sleepy, but don't get sleepy first. Let me ask you something. Shinfan asked very seriously. Does Si Tonyan have the habit of wetting the bed? After Song Zongi heard this, the look on her face quickly changed. At first, she was sleepy and almost fell asleep. But now, Song Zongi instantly came to the spirit, excitedly gossiped. Yenbao never wet the bed. It would not be. You get her too much last night, right? Thanks for the compliment. The old American netizens commented. Let him come to our old America to brush the dishes. Double his salary. Just leave me enough food for 3 people. The corner of Shinfan's mouth twitched, sighed, and said, Forget it. Listen to you. You're right. You really shouldn't waste food. Shinfan finally figured it out. What followed was a boring time playing with his cell phone. Shinfan brushed the online news for a while. The hot searches on various platforms basically all had something to do with him. The first 10 hot searches, 7 or 8 of them were about him attending the Comic-Con today. Shinfan didn't think that much. and didn't notice that Lu Shiyu's color was a bit off, but took out his cell phone, ready to order takeout. Afterward, Fan called Song Zongi again. Have you eaten yet? I'm going to order takeout. For you, Sit On Yen. All of them? Fan was completely helpless. Even if he couldn't finish eating, it didn't matter. At the same time, Fan also saw that there were many bloggers carrying comments from the extranet, trying to understand what happened to the water stains on the bed. Of course, if you have special circumstances, you can also go over a little later. Song Zongi asked rhetorically. Don't you have any idea in your heart if you are a scum? Fan said casually. Then, at 8 o'clock or so, Lu Shiyu took a taxi over and ran to Fan's door, knocking softly on the door. Fan frowned and glanced at her. Fan made a video call to Lu Shiyu. Of course, Fan didn't return the order, but added 2 lines inside the takeout notes. There was more money anyway. Fan nodded. Okay, I won't order your takeout. Then, in addition, Fan also realized that the number of his B-Station fans had already exceeded 40 million. After hanging up the phone, Fan washed up and quickly went back to his bedroom. How is it possible? She thought to herself, how could Fan, this handsome guy, be so perverted? Have you eaten? Lu Shiyu took deep breaths and tried to make her tone as calm as possible. I got up at around 6 in the morning and ate a pancake, buns, milk, soy milk, pancake nuts and whatnot. All the same came in one serving. And Song Zongi was right. In a way, Fan was indeed a scum. Neon netizens commented, this little brother is so handsome. If he comes to Neon to be a cowboy, he should be able to earn a lot of money in one night, right? Fan was a very serious person. Since he had promised Uncle Chen, he would definitely go to the top of the Comic-Con and perform well. Lu Shiyu said carefully. She thought that Fan was in a bad mood today and didn't want to attend the Comic-Con, doesn't it? He waited for Fan to finish this before going to the living room. Alright, I've eaten. If you see sanitation workers on the road, give them some. 38. 6. 166. 211. Sans netizens commented, can he ride a motorcycle? It looks like he's a bit skinny. Even if he's handsome, he's not as physically fit as our Sandmen. Lu Shiyu immediately tensed up. Her small hands didn't know where to put them appropriately, and she nervously said, I'm sorry, I seem to have said something wrong? Fan immediately denied. The two of us didn't do anything last night. We slept honestly. This girl, she's not honest at night. Fan responded in disbelief. Then, Fan stood by the bed, looking at the beautiful girl with messy hair on the bed, as well as the bottom pants that were half removed between her legs, and her small hands that had nowhere to rest. That must be. Song Zongi instantly skimmed her mouth and said, do you think I believe it? Fan said no more and directly hung up the phone. I think that even if you take a few hours off from work, Mr. Chen won't find trouble with you. Yeah, but Lu Shiyu suddenly said, don't order so much, right? Otherwise it'll be a waste if you can't finish it. Fan sighed and said helplessly, do I look like such a casual man? I'm not a stallion. How can I meet one and sleep with one? Alas, it was discovered that above the extranet, there were also quite a few people who started to pay attention to Fan and comment on him. After the phone was connected, Fan's handsome face soon appeared inside the screen. Lu Shiyu, what time does today's Comic-Con start? What time are we going over? Fan calmly said after hearing this. 10 o'clock, right? Okay, wait until 9. I'll call you. Fan went out and opened the door for her, letting her into the living room. If Lu Shiyu hadn't eaten as well, Fan wouldn't mind ordering one for her. That to know. The Sticks netizen commented, this handsome guy looks like he's from our Stick country, so I suggest doing a genetic check on him to see if there's any of our Stick blood inside his genes. On the other side of the phone, Lu Shiyu had also just washed up. Her hair was still a little wet, and she had a nervous face. According to the requirements, we can have to be there at 10 in the morning. Since the explanation was not clear, then simply don't explain. Ha da. Even if he was still a virgin until now, Lu Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm already prepared, so I can go over to you now. Is it hard? Fan already had a girlfriend? Immediately afterward, Lu Shiyu also saw so many shameful private photos posted on Fan's bedroom wall, making her face red. Or, if you're free, just take a taxi over here, and we'll take a taxi to the Comic-Con together later. Fan stood beside the bed, thinking for a moment, then picked up the bedding and helped Tong Yen cover up the bedding. Song Zongi smiled and said, handsome, buy an expensive ooh. I know you're rich. In less than a week, 40 million followers had risen. This speed was no one's fault. Good. After she entered the living room, she suddenly realized that Fan's bedroom door seemed to have forgotten to close it. And on Fan's bedroom bed, there was actually a long-haired girl lying on the bed. One was to prevent her from getting naked, and the other was to prevent her from catching a cold. It was the first time that Lu Shiyu came inside Qin Fan's home, and she was still nervous in her heart. Only, Qin Fan hung up the phone and directly started ordering takeout. Lu Shiyu whispered, "I didn't expect that you are quite good-tempered and nice, except for being a bit perverted." After adding the note, Qin Fan was able to start waiting for the takeout with peace of mind. Gauls netizens commented, "Worthy of being one of the 4 great evil arts of East Asia, the P's are also too ruthless. In reality, if he can look half as good as he does in this photo, I can even kneel down and kowtow to him." There were also a lot of comments from netizens from other countries, basically all centered around Qin Fan's face value, and arguing about it. SSS. After the domestic blogger carried these foreign net comments over, the heat was also high, and there were even more than 100,000 comments replying underneath. Why does Neon like having handsome men as cowboys so much? It's really a worldly trend. But can anyone recommend a Neon cowboy store? I'm planning on traveling to Neon next month. Do the sticks like stealing so much? Stealing festivals and handbox is fine. But fucking stealing dudes? Do you want a face? Old America is also a bit interesting. Actually let such a handsome man go over to scrub dishes? He doesn't really think that scrubbing dishes is dignified. Does he? The Gauls are also a bit of a problem. Always think that others picture one person's blood book. Let Comic-Con handsome go to a trip to Gaul. Let the Gauls give him a live kowtow. Domestic netizens are always very much in the accidental net comments, very concerned about how foreigners look at them. Okay, boo-hoo-hoo. Of course, she was also worried about being late, about going too late, contract breach, and about paying out a ton of money. Opening her eyes and looking at her good girlfriend with a pillow, who was going to continue hitting her. Sit-on Yen directly shouted, "What are you doing?" After the takeout was in place, Qin Fan gave Song Zoni a call. "Come over for dinner." As for who to send it to, Qin Fan wouldn't have to worry about it. "Missy." The takeout boy said thank you and quickly carried a large pile of takeout downstairs. Song Zoni happily answered. And then she came over wearing an orange-colored dress and a pill head tied up. Song Zoni's little mouth really can't spit out ivory. It was only then that Si Tong Yen remembered that she still had to attend the Comic-Con today. Whatever. If there is an opportunity in the future, how about going to a foreign country to cut leaks? With his current face value, if he went to a foreign country, wouldn't he kill a large group of old white men? All kinds of business contracts signed all over. At least shall not make $1 billion? And then cultivate some foreign brain-damaged fans. Let them give money to the country. Build houses for the poor in the country. Wouldn't it be a big profit? Ha! Of course, this was all for later. Qin Fan sighed. What are you thinking about? I said that she and I really didn't do anything last night. We didn't even touch hands. Qin Fan seriously recalled. It seems that he really has not seen this anime. However, Qin Fan would be indifferent at this point and said, "No need to rush. Eat before we leave. I'll give Xiao Chun a call. Nothing will happen." Qin Fan was still very mindful of loving food. By the time she finished washing her hair and brushing her teeth, it was already half an hour later. Where's Yen Bao? Song Zoni is also a genius. After entering the bedroom, seeing that her best friend was still sleeping, she picked up a pillow and started to bam 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 at Sidong Yan's head. And the contract is signed $1,200,000. A careless will have to compensate a lot of money. So, Qin Fan transferred $200 to the delivery boy. Help me to bring out the extra takeout. Give it to the people on the street. No matter to whom. Can. As long as don't waste it. Looking at the comments below, Qin Fan suddenly had a bold idea. With so many things, the three of them, him, Sidong Yen and Song Zoni, couldn't eat them all. Now, looking at the breakfast for a dozen people, Qin Fan suddenly furrowed his brows. Qin Fan, Lu Shiyu, and Song Zoni, all three of them had eaten their fill and looked at Sidong Yen together. Although he was an emotional scum, he also had a conscience. Qin Fan nodded, then spoke. What anime? Either that, why don't we leave now? I'll take some buns and eat them on the way. Song Zoni smiled and said, aren't we going to the Comic-Con today? Yen Bo is cosplaying Yukino Yukishita, and I'm cosplaying Yubihama Yuki. Song Zoni looked puzzled. Why don't I believe it? If there was an opportunity in the future, one could indeed try it out. Of course, Qin Fan was quite concerned. It's not possible that you really did it all night, right? 38. 6. 166. 211. Yes, Uncle Chin didn't dare to not give Qin Fan face at all. Song Zoni thought for a while, put her breakfast down, and went to look for her best friend inside the bedroom. Song Zoni had some regrets, feeling that Qin Fan didn't look like a die-hard otaku at all, and actually hadn't even seen such a good-looking romance anime. After putting on his clothes, He also hurriedly went to the restroom to wash up and solve his physical hygiene. Speaking was also too straight. Si Yen was full of apologies. Sorry, I overslept. As a result, she was suddenly slammed, and she was about to faint with anger. Fan just casually said a dozen words, and over the phone, Uncle Chen immediately patted his chest and made a guarantee. It doesn't matter if it's late type, as long as you can come today. Song Zoni then remembered. Good girlfriend, where to go? It's already 9 o'clock. Why don't you get up and eat? Fan pointed to the bedroom and said, she's still sleeping. However, what made Fan a little surprised was that the takeout clerk actually didn't give most of the takeout to the street sweepers cleaners as he requested. Siton Yen was still quite embarrassed and didn't want to delay everyone. Thinking of this, Siton Yen also did not dare to continue to sleep. Hurriedly climbed up, dressed. Song Zoni face helpless. This is 9 o'clock. We'll soon go to the comic show. Why are you still sleeping? Aren't you afraid of contract breach? At this point, Fan picked up his cell phone and made a call to Uncle Chen. Lu Shiyu was listening to the blush on the side. She didn't even dare to look this way, her hands covering her ears, afraid that her pure heart would be polluted. Yeah. Hiss. Even a live broadcast on the extranet could make a lot of money. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the takeout was delivered to the doorstep. Really? Ugh. Song Zoni said in a depressed voice, my youthful love story is really problematic. Haven't you seen it? But just as they were planning to eat, Song Zoni picked up the bun and suddenly remembered something. Si Yen froze for a moment, although she knew that Fan and Mr. Chen had a good relationship. But, to what extent? She was not sure. Si Yen was having a beautiful dream, and inside the dream, she was about to have a baby with Fan. Although it didn't hurt, it could definitely wake people up. Fan looked at her in this orange dress and couldn't help but ask, is this Ka's outfit for you? Fan was too lazy to explain to her, took the bun and ate it one bite at a time. Fan seriously thought about it and felt that this plan was still very feasible, so he replied back, indeed, I haven't seen it. Song Zoni was taken aback and said, we're going to the Comic-Con at 10 o'clock, and there's only an hour left now. Hasn't she gotten up yet? Fan, you two went too far last night, didn't you? As long as it was a request made by Fan. Uncle Chen basically responded to any request. There was no way around it. Fan's face, it was indeed too handsome. SSS. By the time Yen finished her breakfast, it was already 9:40 in the morning. Fan, Yen, Song Zoni, and Lu Shiyu, the several people slowly went downstairs, ready to depart. When they arrived downstairs, Song Zoni suddenly asked, Fan, I remember, don't you have a car? Why don't you drive your car? Fan froze for a moment, a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to drive, it was mainly because his second-hand auto was too embarrassing to drive out. Fan looked at the scene in front of him, and in a trance, he felt somewhat familiar. Recommending a friend's book. Hurry up and come out. Of course, Su Qingyi, as Uncle Chen's secretary, ordinary costs were definitely not qualified for her to receive. When it was, a few of the lapdogs under Yen kept knocking on the door and kept urging him to hurry up and come out. But after Fan came out, the lapdogs under Yen's command didn't say anything. All of them were stunned by his handsome face. Hubby, I love you to death. I want to give you children. But, a man and 3 women rode in an online car and drove to the Comic-Con location in less than half an hour. Okay, unlike in the past. Now, Fan turned out to be the most hated person before. She came over this time, mainly to receive Fan. Su Qingyi looked huffy, but she still craved Fan's body and said, even if it's a bus, if you drive it home, doesn't it become a private car? Subsequently, the people arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, and soon got on the internet car. She really couldn't figure out how she still couldn't get Fan even though she was already so proactive. Alright, cut the crap, take me to the changing room. I have to change my clothes. While Yen was pulling Song Zoni's small hand, she followed a few other B-station staff and went to her exclusive dressing room to change clothes. Su Qingyi made a wink, and soon there was a female staff member in her 20s who walked to the door of the changing room and started knocking on the door with a thud. Su Qingyi's eyes turned, suddenly bent down, put her breasts next to Fan's palm, and said with charming eyes like water, next time you have something on your mind, you can tell your sister. My sister can accompany you at night and listen to you talk about your heart. The staff's tone was a bit fierce. Su Qingyi bristled and didn't say anything more. It was understandable for a girl to like him. After all, his own handsome face was just excessively handsome. Fan remembered that at that time, it seemed like Song Zoni even almost fainted from his handsomeness. The fabric on her body was so little that the swimsuit had to be inferior compared to her. I also don't know what the previous owner was thinking. buying a second-hand alto that the dog didn't even want. Shin Fan. I'm your fan, can you give me an autograph? Shin Fan was never expecting that he already had so many brainwashed fans. The corners of Shin Fan's mouth twitched a few times as he said, I'm not Nan-tung. The dozen or so B station staff, led by Su Chingy, all stood respectfully at the entrance of the Comic-Con hall, waiting for them. Shin Fan frowned and spoke towards Su Chingy. Tell this group of people under your hand to be honest, don't rush people. Only, inside the locker room, there was a little girl who was changing her clothes. Shin Fan shook his head and said regretfully, I don't like to bare my soul on the bus, can you understand what I mean? Shin Fan laughed and said, even if it's a private car, I don't like second-hand ones, I only like brand new ones, fresh from the factory. Song Zonyi nodded in understanding. Shin Fan did not look away and said indifferently, I had a bit of a preoccupation last night and didn't sleep well. The online car was booked by Shin Fan half an hour in advance and added $300 to the driver, making the driver happy. Shin Fan, do you like male women? I want to snap with you. Inside, the little girl who was changing her clothes said pitifully, wait for me to put my skirt on and I'll be right out. Sorry. 38. 6. 166. 211. Su Chingy said with a look of surprise, this is your exclusive dressing room, and it's being occupied by someone, and you won't let us rush her? Can the person inside please hurry up? It's not even if it's ugly and broken. The key is, the engine is still faulty. The other staff behind her were the ones used to receive Si Tong Yen. Previously, when he had just crossed over, he was also inside the locker room, occupying it for a long time. Most importantly, Su Chingy's breasts were particularly large, and her person was particularly burnt, making her perfect for cozying up to anime characters like Jarl Bead, and her allure was full. As Su Chingy walked, she snickered, little handsome, did you hear that? A lot of men like you too. Do you want to take a picture with them? Take a picture? Of course, Shin Fan couldn't say any of these words explicitly. Saying them would make him look retarded. Lu Shiyu, as Shin Fan's exclusive customer service, naturally followed Shin Fan at all times, not moving an inch. Why would there be a large group of non-tom liking him? Afterward, escorted by a large group of security guards, they quickly arrived at the locker room. Also, then Shin Fan said, driving is not very convenient. Taking a taxi is more comfortable. And if you take a taxi, you don't have to find a parking lot. You can just get out of the car and go. It's very convenient. The group of lapdogs under him kept knocking hard on the door, looking noisy. Excuse me, you. On the way Su Chingy led Shin Fan to the dressing room. There were already quite a few cosplayers entering. Handsome guy, let's give a contact. I've swiped a lot of gifts for your live stream. This is the exclusive dressing room of the comic show, not your bedroom. Don't keep delaying time inside. He was mocking Su Chingy for being a bus. After the crowd got off the bus, there were already people waiting to greet them. If they drove the broken car out, they might have to park on the main road if the engine stalled at some point. Su Chingy also cosplayed an anime character today, cosplaying Yael Bead from the Overlord anime. Shin Fan waved his hand, too lazy to continue talking nonsense with her. Seeing that Shin Fan had already entered, along the way, even though there were security guards following to maintain vigilance, there were still a lot of brainwashed fans selling their lives and hissing. Su Chingy was furious. Handsome guy, after not seeing you for a day, why do you look so haggard? The dark circles under your eyes are comparable to pandas. It was then hard for him to be taught. Now, it was time to come back to the familiar Comic-Con locker room. Su Chingy grunted twice, pouted her lips, and led Shin Fan to the dressing room. There was also a part of the crowd that had come over specifically to see Shin Fan. Su Chingy came in style, her big white rabbits in front of her chest shaking around, as if they were about to jump out. Although most of the cosplayers were not very reproducible, there was no need to question their love for the second dimension and anime characters. Of course, there were also many people who didn't wear cosclothes and simply came to the Comic-Con to join in the fun and see the little brothers and sisters. Forget it. Su Chingy, on the other hand, had her arms wrapped around her chest with a look of watching the fun. The staff fiercely continued to urge. In the year 2024, together we will remember the snooty green and green years. SSS. So what if I'm occupied? Shin Fan said with a look of disgust. It's not because you have too few dressing rooms set up at the Comic-Con. This. Su Chingy froze. She had always thought before that comic show dressing rooms were specially set up for big cosplayers and big netizens, and that small cosplayers were not qualified to use them at all. Even if they temporarily borrowed the locker room, they deserved to be scolded and kicked out. Even if her face value was beautiful, after wearing cheap cosclothes, from the temperament, she would lose to others. A head of blonde hair was extremely bright, and her face value was relatively high. Placed inside the school, She would have to be a school flower to say the least. Shin Fan. You're so handsome. She was wearing an investigative core outfit, obviously cozying up to the anime Attack on Titan as well, recommending a friend's book. Su Chingy didn't dare to offend Shin Fan, so she had to apologize repeatedly. Then she beckoned the staff under her hand and criticized. Didn't you hear what Shin Fan said? Don't be such snobs. And don't rush the cosplayers inside. Honestly, wait outside and don't knock on the door. Bai Yi's eyes were on the verge of flashing stars inside. A face of adoration. A middle schooler looking little girl walked out. Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyin were obvious examples. She was curious. How could there be such a nice boy in this world that actually helped her out? That boy. Wasn't he afraid of offending people? After the little girl lifted her head up, she immediately froze. The character she was cosplaying was a well-known female character from Attack on Titan, Hysteria. Su Chingy sighed and said, his name is Shin Fan. Search online. He's very famous recently. Okay. What she was thinking was that even if these little cosplayers turned pink to black, it couldn't possibly affect the company's stock price. Now, because of her snobbish behavior, being ferociously scolded by Shin Fan, Su Chingy was suddenly a little less accustomed to it. The little girl finally lifted her head up after hearing this. After all, the commercial value and influence of a small cosplayer was far less than that of a big cosplayer. Shin Fan, on the other hand, smoothly touched her head and said, sit outside for a while, wait for me to come out. I'll have a good chat with you. If you serve him well, you won't lack money to spend in your life. But soon, she said a little shyly, Shin Fan, you seem a little too handsome. Not to mention, after she came out, she was surrounded by a large group of staff, because she didn't expect that the boy in front of her actually looked so good. Inside the Comic-Con, compared to the other cos characters with flashy clothes, her cheap, over $200 set of investigative core cos clothes looked rather shabby. Bai Yi whispered. She was a bit afraid of this big sister in front of her. After waiting for 10 minutes, Shin Fan came out from the dressing room with Lu Shiyu wearing a cos outfit of the investigation corps. However, it was her first time to see Shin Fan in reality, so she couldn't decide whether Shin Fan was a comic book show hottie or not. This little girl Bai Yi. If she also embraced Shin Fan's thighs, this life is designated not lack of money to spend. Su Chingy said this is true. Only, the little schoolgirl lowered her head and held her fingers, not daring to speak. Shin Fan sank his face and urged, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Bai Yi quickly ran over happily. Su Chingy placed her right hand on Bai Yi's shoulder and said with jealousy and envy, do you know who that boy was just now? Although Su Chingy also cosplayed anime characters, Bai Yi was just terrified of her, thinking that she didn't look like a good person. After all, she was just a little middle school girl. Her face was exquisite to the limit. Flawless, even if it was a plain face. It was so much more handsome than the male protagonist inside the manga. Sanba. 6. 166. 211. Then, taking a few pictures with Shin Fan, when she returned to school, she could show off to her best girlfriends for a long time. Ugh. The reason she nodded her head was just to match Su Chingy, just to show that she was smart and that she understood. Moreover, she was too nervous and shy just now. She didn't dare to meet Shin Fan's eyes at all. She didn't even take a close look at Shin Fan's handsome face, so she was even more unsure. The staff member lowered her head and didn't say anything. Later, let's both take out cos photos together, and send them to you after shooting, so that after you go back to school, you can brag about it with your girlfriends. The Alan inside the anime is not as handsome as you. I seem to know, and I seem to not know. How does she know so much about adult things? By the way, the character I cosplayed was also from Attack on Titan. It was very simple, and very fitting for her age group. After saying that, Shin Fan then went inside the dressing room. Bai Yi's only thought right now was that Shin Fan was very handsome and treated her very well. She would have to thank him later. What Shin Fan despised the most in his life was snobbish things. Just such a small Comic-Con locker room could make them play tricks. Wasn't this a clear bullying? Bai Yi only had so many thoughts. Sorry. Bai Yi was a bit nervous and stuttered her words. A few minutes later, the door to the locker room opened. He'll be cozying up and taking pictures with you later, so make the most of it. She was not listening at all, nor did she think about hugging Shin Fan's thigh, let alone taking advantage of the opportunity to make money. Just because she was on good terms with Shin Fan, she earned more than $1 million more in appearance fees. You're not very good at cosplaying, ooh. Bai Yi nodded her head repeatedly. However, in reality, Bai Yi didn't understand what Su Chingy was saying at all. If you ever attend a comic convention in the future, you'll just report my name directly. The little girl was at a loss for words and lowered her head, apologizing pitifully. I'm sorry, I didn't know that this locker room was yours. I'm sorry. Shin Fan. on the other hand, glanced at Su Qingyi, then walked to the side of the little girl and bent down to comfort her. Don't listen to that busty woman's nonsense. What she said is similar to farting. It's not useful at all. So she never considered what the ordinary cosplayers thought, and never thought that her snobbish behavior was obnoxious. As far as Qin Fan's handsome face was concerned, as well as Qin Fan's huge business value now, as long as they were on good terms with Qin Fan, without exception, they all took off. Su Qingyi wrapped her hands around her chest and faintly said, "It's fine if you know you're wrong. Don't be like this next time." But in reality, the little girl, on the other hand, was restless and full of anticipation. Waiting outside, Su Qingyi walked to her side, and asked a bit jealously, "What's your name? If anyone doesn't let you use the locker room, you call me, and as long as I'm free, I'll immediately go over and clean them up, take it out on you." As for whether or not these little cosplayers would lose their confidence in the second dimension after being scolded, and whether or not they would turn pink to black because of it, Su Qingyi never cared. Although she felt that Qin Fan looked familiar, and she also felt that Qin Fan resembled the handsome guy from the comic show who had been on the hot search recently. In the year 2024, together we will remember the snooze green and green years. SSS by EE was a pure secondary yuan, and her requirements for cosplaying characters were still very strict. Even if Qin Fan was very handsome and had an exceptionally high face value, she still felt that Qin Fan's reduction was not quite enough and was not quite suitable for the role of Alan. Qin Fan smiled and rubbed her head, saying, "I know, that's why when I take the cos photos later, I'll try to turn sideways and only show half of my side face, so that I can lower my face value and try to cosplay a little bit more reductively." That's good. IEE was happy. But, Qin Fan's words turned and said, "Since you're pursuing perfect cos, it wouldn't be appropriate for the two of us to make a cosplay movie together." Qin Fan laughed after hearing this. "Sorry, Secretary Su, take this little girl to change her clothes." What Qin Fan didn't expect was that the staff of Station B was very unfavorable to him, but he didn't realize that he was your online dating partner. "It's fine," Qin Fan said faintly towards Su Qingyi. As a result, unexpectedly, this cone-faced woman's husband, but also in the B Station work? Moreover, the position was quite high? On the other side of the phone, as soon as Uncle Chen heard that it was Qin Fan's request, he immediately agreed, "Yes, I'll notify the relevant departments and abolish this rule." The cell phone was on external playback, and everyone present heard it clearly, especially the female staff member who had been holding a belly full of anger because she had knocked on the door and was scolded by Qin Fan had been trying to find trouble with Qin Fan. Fired just for throwing a look at Qin Fan? Qin Fan could see her constriction and could guess that she was relatively poor for a junior high school girl. Since Bai Yi pursued rigor, Qin Fan also became much more rigorous. Bai Yi looked formal and said with some overwhelm, "I only have this one costume. No white princess dress." Lu Shiyu naturally didn't dare to be slow, and immediately took out her cell phone and made a call to Uncle Chen. "I am now cozying up to the black and Alan Yeager. The counterpart should be the white princess dress." Queen-like hysteria. The cone-faced woman looked unsightly, grimacing and not moving. The cone-faced woman hurriedly said, "Secretary Su, how can you fire me? My husband is the vice minister of our company's public relations department. Even if you don't give me face, you still have to give my husband face, right?" Su Qingyi immediately took Bai Yi's small hand and honestly went to the changing room to change her clothes. He could tell that this snarky female staff member was deliberately looking for trouble from him. The cone-faced woman's face was ugly and she couldn't speak. "Yeah, either you roll or she crawls. Take your pick." The tapered-faced woman's cell phone rang. She had only just connected her cell phone, and on the other side of the phone, immediately came out her husband's furious voice, "You fucking." So Su Qingyi, in order to keep her position as a secretary, had to send all her anger to the cone-faced woman. "You've been fired. Go find the personnel to settle your salary." "Good." Ha! The knocking, snarky-looking, cone-faced female staff member, who had knocked on the door, said with a cold look, "According to the regulations, non-invited guests are not eligible to use our company's cosplay costumes, nor are they eligible to use our company's makeup artists." So, Qin Fan lazily asked, "Are you sure your company has this rule?" Although she loved cos, her family conditions were not very good, and it was difficult enough for her to convince her parents to give her $200 to buy cos costumes. Qin Fan was not interested in how the cone-faced woman's husband scolded her. Su Qingyi thought to herself, "I didn't even say anything, I just watched the fun, and all the battle can be brought to me? This is too unlucky, isn't it?" After Qin Fan said this, Su Qingyi's face turned green. He had just recruited Qin Fan to Station B, and in less than a day, he fired several people inside the company? Qin Fan faintly said, "Now, there is no such rule anymore. Immediately take her to put on makeup and change her clothes." know what I mean? 38. 6. 166. 211. Fan smiled and said towards the cone-faced woman, "Do you have any relatives working at Station B? I promise to send your whole family home immediately." The tapered-faced woman was dumbfounded. She thought to herself, "I've been working at Station B for so many years. There must be hard work without merit." However, even if Uncle Chen was upset, he didn't dare to offend Fan. After all, Fan only spent 2 days. Let the B Station market value rose more than $1 billion. Ha! So, Fan then turned towards the B Station staff under Su Qingyi's hand and said, "Do you have the appropriate cosplay costumes over there? Change a set for her. And by the way, give her a more perfect makeup." "No problem, right, Tinkerbell?" Fan laughed when he saw her throw off her face, recommending a book. However, even if Su Qingyi was harboring fire in her heart, she didn't dare to fling her face at Fan. One of them, or the Vice Minister of the Public Relations Department? This was too disturbing. Obviously, she is still holding fire in her heart, and she is deliberately throwing her face to Fan. This is too much of an offense. She's a mean woman with a chin as sharp as a cone, and she dares to throw her face at Fan? Isn't this bullshit? Do you hear me? Fan nodded and spoke towards Lu Shiyu. "Call Xiao Chen and tell him to scrap this rule." Secretary Su. The cone-faced woman's face turned green. How could she have imagined that just throwing a look at Fan would lead to her husband, all being fired? Even if she knew that she was more suited to cosplaying the princess dress looking hysteria, she couldn't afford to buy a cosplay costume. After all, she was clearly aware of how important Fan was to B Station's stock price. As the acting secretary of B Station, and at the same time a handsome man who had used his own power and pulled up the market value of B Station, it was definitely not too much to ask for a small request from Fan. It was too unfair, wasn't it? Thus, Uncle Chen reluctantly agreed. "Okay, I'll inform the personnel department of the dismissal," Fan said on the spot. "Lu Shiyu, call little Chen again and fire her husband as well. The school flower reported you for online dating." Without saying a word, Lu Shiyu immediately called Uncle Chen. On the other side of the phone, Uncle Chen's person was numb. The cone-faced woman said in a mean tone, "Article 38 of the company's Comic-Con code stipulates that non-invited guests are not allowed to use our company's cosclothes. The so-called rule was just an excuse." Okay, but, when Fan heard this, he was instantly happy. Since she was looking for trouble from Fan, then don't blame Fan for slapping her face. Compared to Fan, a mere vice minister of public relations was truly not a big shot. Originally, Fan didn't want to clean her up, but since she gave her face away, then don't blame Fan for not being polite. Fan said coldly towards Su Qingyi, "She seems to be looking at me with displeasure." Okay. You're now cosplaying as Hysteria from the investigative core period. It's a bit of a violation to pair up with me. If Fan called Mr. Chen would definitely agree to Fan's request and fire Su Qingyi. SSS. The makeup artist and the staff of the props team also hurriedly arranged the costumes and props to go. Everyone was honest, and no one dared to throw their faces at Fan anymore. As for Bai Yi, the little junior high school student, she was also served by them clearly. All the staff had to smile and talk to her in a nice manner for fear of offending her, and even more so for fear of offending Fan. The costumes, props, and makeup were all made especially good for her. Waiting for 10 minutes later, Bai Yi had a beautiful blonde hair, wearing a white princess dress from the dressing room inside out. Everyone present stared wide-eyed. From posting rumors, to live streaming with goods, it only took less than 2 hours. It's a good thing that he's self-aware and has always had his face on the side, and by only looking at the side face, the cost reproduction is much higher. First of all, Fan turned his face into a melancholic scowl as much as possible, so that he could more closely resemble the blackened Alan Yeager. As for Bai Yi, she was also gradually getting into the mood. At first, Bai Yi was still afraid of being surrounded by so many people and being photographed by so many people. However, when she lowered her head and saw this expensive, extremely well-fabricated, extremely silky princess dress on her body, a worried look surfaced on her small face. If I ruin this dress, will I lose a lot of money? If I don't have money to pay for them, will I not be able to go home? But, who is that little sister next to him? "'Cause it seems like Hysteria in a princess dress?" Fan asked towards Su Qingyi while being surrounded and photographed. "This little girl, too pretty. Families, Fan is too much of a no-no. I'm going to start a live broadcast later, so help me out with some likes. Families, this blonde little sister is so pretty. Her little face is so cute. I want to pinch her." Su Qingyi glanced at the time on her cell phone and replied, "It starts at 2 in the afternoon. It's only 11 in the morning. There's no rush. The face is also thief pretty and cute." Bai Yi was a little more relieved. "'Cause Alan, on the contrary, will look a bit out of place because it's too handsome. This speed can be too fast. It was a black material post about Chin-fan. After entering the hall of the comic show, Chin-fan also began to gradually enter the cos state. Sisters, in detail. As a result, he not only didn't know how to repent, he even bullied people, and dismissed me, and my husband, all from work. It was mainly because the black material about Chin-fan was just too little now. At the same time, when Chin-fan was inside the Comic-Con taking pictures with people and signing autographs for them, on top of the small sweet potatoes, an extremely hot post suddenly appeared. As for those brainwashed fans, Chin-fan didn't pay attention to any of them. The so-called event was the highlight of Chin-fan utilizing the three-dimensional maneuvering device and chopping up the giant. The tapered-faced woman's name was Lee Kiki, and she and her husband had held their fire after being kicked out of the company by Chin-fan. However, Bai Yi was nervous and pulled Chin-fan's arm, whispering, "Brother Chin-fan, so many people are staring at me. I'm a little scared." Lee Kiki first showed her work documents, indicating that she was indeed an AB staff member. "I'm an AB staff member. I just can't watch anymore. I'm going to expose his ugly face." She had only just arrived home, and immediately posted on top of Little Sweet Potato and began to smear Chin-fan. The person who posted was no one else but the cone-faced woman who had just been kicked out by Chin-fan. But I didn't realize that I was your online love object. Her previous body of cheap cos clothing is too dragging, too delayed her face value. If earlier to wear a princess dress, earlier to find a better makeup artist, she has long been a net red. Okay, worthy of being a Comic-Con handsome boy, the side face is so handsome. There was even a part of brain-damaged fans that cried and shouted to rush up, wanting to take a photo with Chin-fan, wanting to hold Chin-fan's thighs. On the way, there had been so many fangirls attending the comic show, who were so handsome by Chin-fan's side face. Slowly, Bai Yi finally got used to being photographed. Chin-fan couldn't help but boast, "I'll clean him up for you." 38. 6. 166. 211. It's okay. Secondly, when others disliked him for taking pictures, Chin-fan tried his best to turn his body sideways, carrying the knife, only revealing half of his side face. Although I admit, Chin-fan is very handsome, but he's too beastly. He doesn't even let go of junior high school girls. This little girl is indeed pretty. However, without exception, they were all stopped by the security guards, so I stepped forward and scolded him a few times. "When will the event start?" Netizens were curious. "Then, please come out of the Comic-Con. She fits the princess dress so well." Her temperament instantly comes up. The crowd of onlookers all let out exclamations, and their eyes were fixed on Bai Yi's body, unable to move away. Chin-fan laughed when he heard this, touching her head and dotingly said, "Don't worry, even if you spoil this dress, no one will dare to find you to pay for it." Bai Yi was worried that she couldn't afford to pay for this expensive outfit even if she was sold. Chin-fan kept a somber look for these enthusiastic fans, restoring the cosplayer as much as possible. Then, she showed pictures of her sneak peek of Chin-fan, proving that she did have material in her hand and did have contact with Chin-fan. The praises were endless, and the sound of snapping photos continued. Even Chin-fan was quite satisfied with Bai Yi after changing her makeup. After hearing this, Bai Yi's little face instantly became happy, tightly pulling Chin-fan's palm and following him inside the comic show hall. This post of Lee Kuku's was just sent out and immediately attracted countless people to click in. "Really, I swear on a dirt bike. I saw it with my own eyes." Chin-fan pulled the junior high school little sister into the locker room, plotting against her. But because Chin-fan had been pulling her little hand, it gave her a great sense of security. Chin-fan's words were quite infectious and reassuring. After the netizens no longer suspected her identity, Lee Kiki soon began to ruthlessly pound on her keyboard and started to create rumors. The netizens took a look and realized that someone had said that Chin-fan was a beast. Immediately, they burned with gossip and clicked in to watch. Chin-fan comforted, "Mainly because you're too pretty. Don't be afraid. They have no malice." Chin-fan nodded and said no more. Recommended a book. Can I tolerate this? Definitely not. Only a sideways face would allow him to cosplay more in character. It had to be said that Lee Kiki was also a human spirit. Families, who gets it? The Comic-Con hottie is actually a bottom-headed guy. The only pity is that the one he cosplayed is actually Alan. It would have been better if he cosplayed other anime dudes, cosplaying a more handsome dudes, in order to utilize his facial features. Otherwise, if he showed his front face, it would look too handsome for the character. The schoolgirl reported you for online dating. It shouldn't be a slander or rumor, right? He's actually a beast, not even sparing underage junior high school girls. How did Chin-fan hook up with the little sister? Any proof? Almost half of the people who came to the Comic-Con today came here for that handsome scene. SSS. While Lee Kiki was frantically smearing and attacking Chin-fan at Little Sweet Potato, Chin-fan was hard at work inside the Comic-Con. It couldn't be helped. There were too many fans. Thousands and thousands of fans were packed into a ball. And even though there were security guards and staff members pulling a cordon and maintaining order, it still looked chaotic and noisy. Moreover, there were many brainwashed fans who kept crying and shouting, "Hubby, please, take a picture with me. I sold my family's house in order to see you. Please marry me. I have no way back." I get annoyed when I see them. The point is, Chin-fan's fans are still happy after receiving this handprint, thinking it's very memorable. However, because the number of fans was just too many, if they took a group photo of each of them, Chin-fan would have to sit here for days at least before he could finish taking a group photo of them. However, even if they wanted to imitate Chin-fan's actions, they couldn't. Signing was more memorable, but it took too much time. Su Chingy's face was ugly after hearing this. Even if they kept crying and shouting that they were Chin-fan's true fans, it was useless. At the same time, Uncle Chen came over with a few advertisers. The 6 cell phone advertisers had an expectant look on their faces, hoping to get Chin-fan to advertise for them. At 1:30 p.m., seeing that there was still half an hour left before the show's main event would begin, Chin-fan finally had time to rest and didn't have to continue pressing handprints on the fans. After pressing them, he directly replaced them with the next batch of fans. Okay. Next, the speed was fast. A dozen or so fans stood in a row, and Chin-fan stretched out his fingers, snapping and snapping all the time to press their handprints. Instead of signing autographs, he switched to handprinting. Moreover, he also knew that after Chin-fan's video of this comic show was sent out, it was sure to be on the first of the hot searches, and at that time, their company could also follow the face, which was very cost-effective. Even though Chin-fan was very knowledgeable, he was disgusted by this group of brainwashed fans. After signing for more than half an hour, Chin-fan's hands were sore, and when he realized that there were still thousands of fans lined up behind him, he directly changed his plan. The main reason was that Chin-fan's face value was too high, and the fan stickiness was too strong. The level of brain damage of this group of extreme fans was simply refreshing. This is too amazing. However, Chin-fan's speech had always been blunt and hard to hear. However, in order to save time, and also so that more fans could meet Chin-fan, the group photo session was cancelled, and there were only signatures. What Chin-fan hated the most was brain-damaged fans. Even if these brain-damaged fans were willing to willingly give him money and gifts, he was too lazy to ask for them. After gabbing about it, if Chin-fan's win rating is victimized, the stock price of B Station will also be affected. At most 2 or 3 hours, you can give all the fans one person to press a handprint. This is a listed company. 6 cell phone advertiser. Even if they were excited after seeing Chin-fan, they wouldn't act too out of character. No matter how much money they spent, it has nothing to do with me. That traffic star who wasn't as handsome as Chin-fan could have thousands of brain-damaged fans. And a handsome guy like Chin-fan who had an unbelievable face value would only have more and more outrageous brain-damaged fans. 386-166-211. But if they were replaced with handprints, it would be much faster. The 6 cell phone advertisers had no choice but to slink away. In this way, the fingerprinting session lasted until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Chingy was still quite considerate of Chin-fan. After all, Chin-fan was now also the acting secretary of the B Station, and was considered to be on the same front as her. Say there's a traffic star having a concert, and then a few thousand female fans wearing wedding dresses and borrowing flowers, going to attend the star's concert? But she wasn't qualified to talk back to Chin-fan, so she could only blacken her face and go to the chief of the security brigade who was maintaining order. So Su Chingy tried to persuade Chin-fan not to drive away the brainwashed fans. The netizens and cosplayers in the surrounding booths were dumbfounded when they saw Chin-fan's amazing maneuvers. After Chin-fan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and said, "Don't you think this affects the cause effect? Crawl. Secretary Su, notify downstairs and have the security guards blow out all those extreme brainwashed fans, either by pressing on the photos, or on their clothes and faces." Pressing a handprint was just a second or two, and you could press 30 or 40 a minute. So in an hour, it would be more than 2,000. Anyway, I only have one request. Either get rid of this group of brainwashed fans, or get rid of you. Your choice. If I get rid of them, I'm afraid it will make them turn pink to black. Handsome, I also want to marry you. I don't even want my husband anymore. I just got divorced and came over to you. The 6 cell phone advertiser said. Chin-fan our company's request is very simple. As long as you take out our company's newest cell phone after chopping down the giant. Take a selfie. Say cell phone. I only use 6 cell phone. The advertisement fee is $1 million. Do you think it's okay? At least, there weren't as many cries. Not to mention the handprints. Even if Chin-fan spat on the ground, There could be perverted fans who would collect his spit and put it inside their homes for offerings. I've lived for so many years. The first time I've seen handprints for fans. Extremely efficient. Uncle Chen rubbed his hands and said, "There are a few friends from listed companies here who want to talk to you about advertising cooperation. Look, is it convenient?" The other netizens were stunned. Even if it was 6 seconds a signature, 1 minute could only sign for 10 fans, and 1 hour could only sign for 600 fans. With at least 6,000 fans lined up behind him, Shin Fan would have to sign for 10 hours before he could finish signing. After half an hour, he threw out hundreds of brainwashed fans one after another, and the comic show became much quieter. The behavior of the fans was really hard to understand after their face value broke through the limit. Soon, the security chief sent out more than 20 strong young security guards to force the group of crying and shouting extreme brainwashed fans to throw them out. Before that, there wasn't just a news story. Next, it was the very normal autograph and photo session. Su Qingyi hesitantly said, "But, they are all your true fans in order to see you. They spent thousands and thousands of dollars to buy air tickets, booked hotels, and came over specifically to look for you to take a photo." Shin Fan was very disdainful of this. "I hate brainwashed fans, especially extreme brainwashed fans." After Uncle Chen finished speaking, he even pulled the few people next to him over and introduced them. "Shin Fan. It's like this. There's this kind of operation." The remaining fans were basically more sensible. Even if they liked Shin Fan a lot, they expressed it in a very subtle way. Next, Uncle Chen pushed over a round-faced female advertiser and introduced, "This is a famous mobile game advertiser that also wants to talk about cooperation with you." The round-faced woman said, "Our company is willing to give you $2 million in advertising fees. After you're done chopping up the giants, shout Yuan Shen, activate, and that's it, okay? SSS. Crawl." Shin Fan was simple and straightforward, directly letting her go. Then, another advertiser changed and said, "Shin Fan. Our company is willing to pay $5 million for you to shout out spell CC. $0 purchase for cell phones. Is that okay? Crawl." Shin Fan was succinct. On the other side, Shin Fan held the young girl in his arms and took a deep breath after continuously jumping to the top of the giant's head. Uncle Chen, Su Qingyi, Lu Shiyu, Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, and so on, all looked on with nervous faces. "There's a little girl in his arms today. It's affecting his play. This Nima, is this still a human being? But, how did I hear that Shin Fan doesn't seem to have a girlfriend?" Below, a large group of Kas, as well as the audience inside the various netizen live rooms, were all dumbfounded. Everything was ready. Uncle Chen looked embarrassed. "Shin Fan, how can you do this to the advertisers? They are all your future gold masters. Moreover, it's just a matter of shouting an advertisement line to make a few $1 million. You don't even agree to that?" She had never experienced this feeling in her life, being noticed by 10,000 people, and also being frantically photographed and videotaped by countless cameras. Shin Fan actually really did it? There was a ding-dong sound, because Shin Fan was holding Bai Yi in his arms this time. Even though he had turned on his talent of being as light as a swallow, it still greatly affected his jumping ability. Zhao Bingling said to the viewers in the live broadcasting room while eating candies, "Shin Fan is my future husband. He's much more powerful than you think." Zhao Bingling glanced at Si Tongyan with great displeasure, her little face bulging with anger. Bai Yi had dyed blonde hair and was wearing a white princess dress. Cause hysteria, pulling on Shin Fan's coat. "I didn't see it wrong, did I?" At this moment, Shin Fan was holding dual swords, cosplaying Alan Yeager, standing at the bottom of the giant's feet. Shin Fan cursed and didn't bother to continue to bother with him. Next to him, Si Tongyan came over and said a few words. "Zhao Bingling, why are you so thick-skinned? Does Shin Fan know that he is your husband? I feel like, how is it you're wishful thinking?" Rumble. Dust flew into the air, choking people's eyes. "Anchor, are you sure this is a Comic-Con live broadcast, and not a sci-fi or special effects movie? Relying only on a rope, leaping up in a single bound, Miso jumping to the head of a giant as tall as a 5-story building?" Zhao Bingling similarly opened the live broadcast room this time, as she was also a B-station anchor, and only B-station anchors could live broadcast this Comic-Con. When Shin Fan's body landed steadily on the ground from a high altitude, all the spectators, cosplayers, photographers and so on, more than 10,000 people, all ran to the square outside. All around, there were tens of thousands of other spectators, cosplayers, netizens, and so on, who also raised their spirits with a look of anticipation. And what Shin Fan was aiming at was the topmost, 15-meter high position of the giant. The blade flashed with such speed that even the high-speed camera couldn't capture it clearly. On the premise that he could not manage to jump 15 meters at once, he changed his stance. This time, Xin Fan only jumped about 3 meters per jump. Today, Zhao Bingling was cosplaying as Birdie Eureka from the Love Even for a Middle-Aged Disease anime, dressed up in a very cute outfit and with a lollipop inside her mouth. The 3 meter, 6 meter, 9 meter, 12 meter, and 15 meter positions of the Qixingxi giant statue were all set up with hooks, specifically for Xin Fan's hook lock to be used as attraction. Uncle Chen looked at the scene in front of him, his hands clenched in excitement, thinking, this time, it's really a big profit. Along with the camera crew's start, soon, the three-dimensional motorized device on Xin Fan's waist was activated. My cosplay of Alan Yeager would have been a bit less appropriate, not perfectly restoring the anime character. He jumped higher yesterday than today. Si Tonyan laughed and said no more. Bai Yi closed her eyes and her hands tightly encircled Xin Fan's neck. Xin Fan directly gave a stinky scolding. 38. 6. 166. 211. Ooh, I didn't realize that the anchor already had a boyfriend. Hooklock shot out. Of course, switching the double knife to a single handheld knife. If it wasn't for hugging a little girl, he could have performed better today. And inside the eyes of the spectators, Xin Fan's saber technique had become so fast that it had turned into a series of stumps. Inside Zhao Bingling's tone, there was a hidden sense of pride. The hooklock was successfully connected to the top of the hook. After 6 jumps in a row, Xin Fan finally jumped down the rope to the top of the 15-meter-high giant. She had already treated Xin Fan as her husband. Along with the extremely fast sword technique and Xin Fan's talent of cutting iron like mud, the 15-meter giant statue made of clay was like brittle paper, shattering into countless powders. The spectators were envious, jealous, and skeptical, suspecting that Xin Fan was not Zhao Bingling's husband. Zhao Bingling grunted twice and didn't say anything. Brother Xin Fan, can I come along too? Uncle Chen awkwardly lost his smile and didn't say anything. Xin Fan smiled and rubbed her head, saying, if you're scared, just close your eyes. I'll hold you later. Don't worry. He kept jumping upwards along the giant statue while using the force of the rope retraction to increase his speed. By the time it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the main event of the Comic-Con had finally arrived. Bai Yi responded obediently and then closed her eyes. And the anchor boyfriend is so handsome. I'm envious. It was a full 15 meters tall. A perfect reproduction of the Qixingxi giant inside the anime. Just like this, in less than 5 minutes, the 7 or 8 advertisers that Uncle Chen brought over were all blown away by Xin Fan. Inside the live broadcast rooms of the various Comic-Con anchors, the number of pop-ups was so high that it was about to explode. And with that, Xin Fan's body leapt up. Xin Fan glanced at him and said in disgust, Little Chen. Even though I'm shameless, I realized that you seem to be even more shameless than I am. Anchor, you're not dreaming, are you? Buzzing. Good. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups from the audience also came one after another. You shut up. Swish swish swish. Xin Fan was originally holding 2 knives, but in order to hold Bai Yi, he simply threw one of the knives on the ground with a bang. Subsequently, Xin Fan adopted the princess embrace method, using his left hand to hold Bai Yi in his arms, his right hand holding a knife, ready to engage in. With his left hand holding his sister and his right hand holding the knife, Xin Fan wielded his knife skills to the extreme. In the center of the plaza, the staff of Station B mobilized manpower, spent a lot of money, and spent a day and a night to make the giant statue ready. The 15-meter-tall Qixing species giant statue collapsed with a bang. As a result, you're still letting me make black money? Can you use your brain? What money can be earned and what money can't be earned? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Bai Yi would be very nervous and excited. Although he had already seen Xin Fan's knife skills and jumping power yesterday, but today he witnessed it once again, and also saw Xin Fan chopping up a 15-meter-high giant statue with a knife. Uncle Chen, even with his eyes closed, could guess that today's hot searches on all the major platforms were going to be taken over by their B station. The market value of the company is going to skyrocket again. SSS. After spending less than $10 million, we have gained at least 40 million new users, and we have also gained several days of exposure to the top 3 hot searches on the entire network. Uncle Chen had really made a fortune this time. It could be said that anyone in the world could scold Xin Fan, but only Uncle Chen was not qualified to scold him, because Xin Fan had really brought their company huge traffic, huge earnings, and also made their company's stock price continue to soar. It was not too much to say that Xin Fan was the nobleman in Uncle Chen's life. Therefore, even if Xin Fan repeatedly put forward all kinds of strange requests, Uncle Chen would not refuse, no matter if it was to fire the staff, fire the executives, or give the cosplayer a pay raise. Uncle Chen was the first to satisfy Xin Fan. It is also because Uncle Chen is very cooperative, very respectful of Xin Fan. Xin Fan will give him face, join their company, as an acting secretary, to participate in the Comic-Con cos, and spared no effort. the cause character restored to the extreme. But even if they limit the flow, it's useless. What Chin Fan did with this was a proper double standard. All of the requests that Chin Fan made, Su Qingyi had no way to refuse. Even if many of the requests were unreasonable and easy to get scolded, Su Qingyi had no way to refuse. She could only implement them. In the comments section, there would immediately be enthusiastic netizens replying to them. Chin Fan had signed a contract with AB, and could only go to the AB platform to watch Chin Fan's live broadcast. After Chin Fan finished shooting the small video with Si Tongyan, Zhao Bingling started to cry out pitifully again. "Hubby, come over here for a bit and help me increase my popularity." But people are with a smile, said good words, came over to ask for a photo. Chin Fan is also embarrassed to reject them. So, they took a photo with them one by one. However, as more and more netizens came over to take a photo, Chin Fan also began to increase the conditions. Even if he was scolded, Chin Fan recognized it. Vibe Hot Search, the strongest cosplayer at Nanshan Comic Show Handsome Man. Chin Fan directly pulled Si Tongyan over, pulled her small hand, and said, "You are the exception. It's no problem how many pictures you want to take with me, even if it means letting me cooperate with you and shoot a few small videos." And after B Station signed Chin Fan up, it only took 2 or 3 days to add more than 60 million new users. This request is too much, isn't it? Then, when the users of the major platforms posted asking where they could see Chin Fan's Comic-Con livestream, he was just double standard. What could he do? You have to know that the usual active users of the B Station only totaled more than 60 million. "I'm on a live stream. A lot of viewers want to see you, so come over for a bit." Being a villain was much easier than being a hypocrite. After Chin Fan sent out this request, he immediately made the netizens of Douyin and Block Hand very dissatisfied. "Still want to morally kidnap? I'm sorry, I have no quality. It's just double standard. Aren't you a double standard?" Many netizens from Douyin and Block Hand were very dissatisfied and kept yelling, "If you have an opinion, you hold it in." But what Uncle Chen didn't expect was that 40 million new users wasn't the limit at all. It was just the beginning. Someone started cursing again. Chin Fan was in a good mood, so he took a picture with them and let them rub some traffic. After the video shooting was over, it was quickly posted online. Su Qingyi as a secretary was on the verge of becoming Chin Fan's lapdog. Douyin Hot Search, comic exhibition Handsome Man Chin Fan perfectly reduces anime scenes. It was tantamount to directly doubling the number of active users on Station B. It's okay. The group of Douyin, Block Hand, and Little Sweet Potato netizens who were spectating were furious and their faces turned green. "Chin Fan, this is too double standard of you, isn't it?" Chin Fan's heat was too high. 38.6.166.211. At the same time, Si Tongyan also came over wearing Yukino Yukoshita's cosplay costume. As Uncle Chen listened to the reports from the staff under his hand, and the stock rubbing off on him as it soared wildly, Uncle Chen couldn't close his mouth with laughter. "Actually letting people go through the back door?" Si Tongyan said with a smile. "But first, I'm the one who only has 3 million followers of Douyin, so I don't meet the conditions for a group photo. Want a face? Live with me for a while, okay? Why is it that B Station anchors can take a photo with you as long as they have 500,000 fans, and other platforms have to have 5 million fans to take a photo with you?" After hearing this, Chin Fan smiled and said to them, "I'm a double standard. What's up? Any comments?" After saying that, Chin Fan directly shouted towards Su Qingyi, "Blast those cursing bastards out of here. Don't let them participate in the Comic-Con." At the same time, after Chin Fan took a photo with Si Tongyan, he also cooperated and took several small videos with Si Tongyan, so that Si Tongyan could send them out and raise the fans. After Chin Fan's Comic-Con video was released, in just 1 hour, it added more than 20 million new users to the B Station. Afterwards, Su Qingyi instructed the security chief to arrange for more than 20 young and strong security guards to directly blow out all the noisy and cursing netizens. After hearing this, Chin Fan laughed and said, "I'm sorry, I am indeed shameless. I'm a double standard. What's up? Good." Although many of the netizens who came over to take pictures together, Chin Fan couldn't recognize who they were. Besides, this group of netizens who came over and begged to take a photo together were no different from a group of beggars. All of them came over to rub traffic. "Chin Fan, take a picture with me." If Chin Fan was in a bad mood, he could directly kick them into the sky. The anchors on Station B, on the other hand, had very low requirements. Subsequently, countless netizens flooded into Station B, causing the number of new users on Station B to skyrocket once again. Meanwhile, Chin Fan was also very busy. The various platforms' hot searches were all butchered by Chin Fan's name. Even though the major platforms pressed the heat and limited the flow as much as possible, not wanting Chin Fan to be on the top of their hot searches as much as possible. Moreover, not only am I double standard, I also like to bully people a lot. We're on good terms, so we can go through the back door. Chin Fan had never wanted to be a decent person. Whichever platform was limiting the flow, the users of that platform were going to start cursing the platform for having a problem and not letting them look at dudes. The major platforms had no choice but to see that they couldn't suppress the hot searches before they completely let go, allowing Chin Fan's name to occupy their platform's hot searches. As long as the number of fans exceeded 500,000, they could take a photo with Chin Fan. For platforms such as Douyin, Blockhand, Weibo, Little Sweet Potato, and so on, one had to have a fan base of 5 million or more to qualify to take a photo with Chin Fan. Blockhand Hot Search, Chin Fan, the strongest cosplayer ever, the pinnacle of face value in talent. After Chin Fan finished the video of chopping the giant, he didn't leave the comic show immediately, but continued inside the hall of the comic show, and started to take pictures with the netizens from various platforms. Uncle Chen had thought that after signing Chin Fan up, he would be able to add 40 million new users to their platform and that would already be the limit. At the same time, the hot searches of the various platforms were all occupied by Chin Fan's name. When did I become your husband? How come I didn't know? Chin Fan was dumbfounded. SSS. Please the name or whatever. It doesn't matter. Come over and help me quickly. Zhao Bingling kept begging, like a pitiful kitten. Alright. Chin Fan couldn't resist her constant begging, so he walked over and went live with her. Then, Chin Fan's handsome face which had just entered inside Zhao Bingling's live broadcast screen, the audience inside the live broadcast room instantly began to get excited. Hiss. Chin Fan froze for a while before replying. When I'm free, I'll go over and take a look. Even if it's not a couple, it's almost the same. Chin Fan is so handsome. Ooh, lick the screen. In the time that followed, Chin Fan answered many more questions from rich women. Zhao Bingling, on the other hand, was holding her spare cell phone, looking at the background income of her live broadcast room, and was dying of laughter. Sorry. After Chin Fan finished answering the questions of the netizens in the live broadcasting room, he turned his head and realized that Zhao Bingling was laughing like a fool, so he couldn't help but say in confusion, "What's wrong with you, laughing so happily?" At the same time, the little junior high school girl by EE finally ran back and pulled Chin Fan's arm, saying, "Brother Chin Fan, I'm going home. If there's a Comic-Con in the future, can I attend it with you? Either signing autographs, fingerprinting, or taking pictures with people," she said. Thinking about it, Zhao Bingling was about to faint with laughter. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Comic-Con finally ended. Chin Fan was stunned and said, "I went down on underage little girls, how come I didn't know?" Chin Fan looked at Zhao Bingling before he started to answer the pretty little widow's question. "Sorry, I don't want to add your contact information." Moreover, many of the big netizens were plastic surgery faces, buses, and Chin Fan genuinely couldn't muster any interest in them. Then what else? For those who want to watch my live broadcast, pay attention to Zhao Bingling by the way. Thank you all. Handsome guy, can I ask, do you usually go to the restroom? Seriously, as long as Chin Fan's handsome face was placed there, he didn't even need to speak to attract countless viewers to frantically post pop-ups. Now that he was rubbing some traffic by her, it was considered as returning the favor of her private photos. Chin Fan was really exhausted. Sure, too tired. Zhao Bingling's eyes widened after seeing this striking message. It was too torturous. Chin Fan was really tired after this day. After all, Zhao Bingling had also helped Chin Fan. Afterwards, another rich woman named 18-year-old vicious stepmother swiped $20,000 of governor and asked a question. Chin Fan, there is a post on Little Sweet Potato that is particularly hot, saying that you have preyed on underage girls. What do you think about it? Chin Fan looked at this eye-catching message and was slightly embarrassed. Aren't you talking nonsense? I am also a human being. How can I not go to the toilet? Ha! Zhao Bingling kept laughing and lit up her spare cell phone's live streaming income, allowing Chin Fan to take a look. At the same time, Zhao Bingling hurriedly changed the name of her live room. Then, she kept giving Chin Fan a wink and kept shaking her head. The meaning was obvious. She didn't agree. Comic-Con handsome Chin Fan's exclusive live streaming room. Although it was said that Zhao Bingling doing this belonged to a typical rubbing of traffic, this traffic could be too strong. Afterwards, a rich woman named Pretty Little Widow sent an eye-catching message of $10,000. Handsome guy, can I add your contact information? I'm good at everything. I can definitely make you comfortable. 38,6,166,211. Everything Chin Fan did was to pull popularity for Zhao Bingling, to make her fans become more numerous, so that she could earn more money in the future by taking commercial orders. Looking into his heart, Chin Fan still preferred plain-faced beauties, and liked Zhao Bingling and Sidong Yin, who were pure, natural, and innocent beauty girls. However, Qin Fan only had one thing to say about this. Zhao Bingling just casually rubbed a little bit of Qin Fan's traffic and earned such a big favor. In the future, if she could rub traffic often, maybe, she could also become a top netizen with 10 million fans. Everyone help to point your attention. I will often appear in Zhao Bingling's live broadcast in the future. The anchor actually really knows Qin Fan, and has such a good relationship with Qin Fan? Qin Fan even thought, with such thick makeup powder on their faces, don't they even feel distorted? If he kissed them, one kiss would be full of the flavor of makeup. Subsequently, Qin Fan helped Zhao Bingling live broadcast for another 10 minutes, and helped her earn more than 400,000, giving her a gift income of 1 million after she had gathered enough. Before Qin Fan returned the live broadcasting phone back to Zhao Bingling, letting her live broadcast on her own. A few days ago, when Qin Fan took private photos of her, she was extremely cooperative. Zhao Bingling was touched to the point that her eyes were red. Qin Fan, on the other hand, continued to take photos with the Up on the B station with more than 500,000 fans, as well as the netizens with more than 5 million fans on Douyin and Blockhand. Zhao Bingling hugged her cell phone and said happily, "This is $540,000. It's higher than my parents' salary for 2 years. Can't I be happy for a while?" During this time, there were many beautiful netizens who wanted Qin Fan's contact information. Qin Fan nodded and said no more. The reason why he rejected their friend applications was mainly because Qin Fan felt that they were too vulgar. This day by day, it's so torturous. Qin Fan even really came over? My god. Anchor, you're so powerful. Qin Fan rubbed her little head, already treating her like a little sister. Qin Fan had only been live inside her live room for 10 minutes, and had brought her $540,000 in gifts and bounty income, and had also made her number of fans soar from 1 million to 2 million in an instant. The hands didn't even stop. Changed. Qin Fan looked at the $540,000 gift income on it and said, "That's it? Only $540,000, and you're so happy?" Among them, dozens of eye-catching messages of $10,000 apiece were posted. By the way, everyone can ask any questions as well. I'll try my best to answer you. Not to mention, the makeup and foundation on their faces were thicker than a city wall. And inside the live broadcast room, there were also many rich women starting to send gifts. Even if the number of fans of a beauty queen like Zhao Bingling was a little less, Qin Fan was willing to be with this kind of purely natural beauty queen rather than with that group of plastic surgery faces. When the comic show ended, Qin Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Fan thought so and did so, and even took the initiative, interacting with the fans and viewers inside Zhao Bingling's live broadcasting room. That's true, but Qin Fan didn't have a problem with it even if he was rubbed off on her traffic. The little rich woman of Magic City posted a striking message of $10,000. The rich woman's 18-year-old vicious stepmother continued to leave a message saying, "Don't you know? The small sweet potatoes are all over the place. The heat is high, very high, and there are a lot of people together to smear you, attack you. You are not going to go over to see?" However, before the little girl left, Qin Fan planned to give her a gift. To be precise, it was a big gift. SSS, Secretary Su, come over here. Qin Fan beckoned and called Su Qingyi over. Su Qingyi was puzzled. What's wrong? Qin Fan said indifferently. There's a matter that I want to give you instructions on. Okay. Su Qingyi nodded, and the two big white rabbits in front of her chest shook twice. Qin Fan looked at her face and said without looking away, "My appearance fee for this Comic-Con is $5 million after tax, right?" Of course. Su Qingyi's face was full of incredulity as she asked, "Are you sure? Anyway, large transfers are troublesome. Where to mention it? Normally, when Bai Yi bought a cosplay costume that cost more than $200, she would have to be heartbroken for half a day, and she would have to save up for several weeks." Qin Fan nodded and said that cash was fine. At least it could be given directly to Bai Yi. Of course it's heavy. After hearing this, Qin Fan smacked his lips and said nothing. Su Qingyi glanced at Qin Fan, wanting to taunt Qin Fan for not seeing things, but then held back, explaining, "The bank card bound to her Weixin account is not her own. It's her parents, and it's her who signed the contract with us, not her parents. Besides, in this world, who doesn't like money?" Generally speaking, comic show appearance fees were transferred to the corresponding cosplayers by way of bank transfer. Qin Fan, are you sure you want to share 2 million with her? Also, the remaining 3 million, are you sure you want to donate all of it? Qin Fan was very casual, although Bai Yi was also a girl, but Su Qingyi's breasts were really too big, making Bai Yi a little girl, a little shy. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Her little face that she used with force was suffocating red as she said, "Why are these 2 suitcases so heavy?" Qin Fan asked from the side. Can't it be transferred directly to the top of her Weixin account? Or, transfer it to the top of her Weixin-bound parents' bank card? Su Qingyi pointed at the suitcase and said, "Here, 2 million in cash. In place." In other words, a mere $2 million. Xin Fan really couldn't look at it. Cut the crap. After Su Qingyi arranged for it to go down, it wasn't long before the staff carried 2 suitcases and came over. After Bai Yi walked over, she made a lot of effort, but she couldn't even lift up the 2 suitcases, especially because her chest is as smooth as an airport. It makes Su Qingyi's big-breasted woman look down on her. If you really throw 2 million in cash on your face, not to mention a few polite words, you cannot hold his thighs licked, is already quite self-respect. Even Su Qingyi, the president's secretary, saw 2 million in cash, will not be able to resist the heartbeat. Not to mention the white this junior high school girl. She was just a junior high school student from an ordinary family, and her parents' salary combined was less than $10,000 a month. Xin Fan smiled and touched her little blonde head, dotingly said, "I have a lot of money inside my card. 2 million only, not as much as my 1-year interest. It's fine." Su Qingyi hesitated for a moment and inquired one last time. She couldn't help but add, "Let me remind you, if you really donate it and share it out, you won't be able to get it back later." After Xin Fan finished these words, Su Qingyi, Bai Yi, Lu Shiyu and the others were all dumbfounded. This is a bit difficult. As for Bai Yi's after-tax 2 million appearance fee, it was a bit more difficult to deal with. "Little girl, do you have a bank card? If it's transferred to her parents' bank card, it's just as likely to block her parents' bank card." Su Qingyi, as the president's secretary, knew quite a lot. Xin Fan gave her a disgusted look and said, "Have I not made myself clear enough?" Xin Fan's 3 million in cash was quickly donated to the charity department of B Station, which was specifically used to give charity to the children in the poor mountainous areas. Now, Xin Fan threw her $2 million with a wave of his hand. It would be strange for her not to be moved. 386, 166, 211. Then, the remaining 3 million, help me donate it directly to the mountain children. However, the only thing Bai Yi could be sure of was that Xin Fan's savings were at least $1 billion or more. Bai Yi was only 15 years old this year. In her 3rd year of junior high school, her height was less than 1 meter 6, and her weight was calculated to be less than 75 pounds, even with her clothes. Give cash directly. No bank card. After Bai Yi was lectured a few times, she looked embarrassed and restrained. Her hands didn't know where to put them. As for Bai Yi to get the money after, whether to choose to deposit to the bank inside, or choose to put in the home, or to hand over to the parents, it is not Xin Fan to worry about the matter. Bai Yi looked at Xin Fan's bank account above, a series of 000000000. I can't say that Bai Yi is a gold digger, mainly because she is too poor. In the end, it was Su Qingyi who came up with a solution. With your thin arms and legs, you only weigh more than 70 pounds. If you transfer the money to her prestige account, it will easily cause an anti-money laundering investigation and block her prestige account. Su Qingyi felt a little tricky, but Bai Yi was only in middle school and didn't even have a bank card, so there would be no way to transfer money to her. Bai Yi hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she was still forced by Xin Fan to press her shoulder forcefully and let her take the money. "It's okay." After Su Qingyi finished speaking, she even took a slightly disgusted look at Bai Yi's small body. Station B still had quite a lot of cash reserves, and a mere 2 million could be taken out very quickly. No way. Only after being scolded by Xin Fan did Su Qingyi honestly follow his request and arrange it down. Bai Yi, on the other hand, nervously pulled Xin Fan's arm and said, "Brother Xin Fan, I can't ask you for so much money. I didn't do anything. I can't ask for this money." The suitcase opened and was filled with brand new bills. However, anyone would not have thought that Xin Fan, who had worked hard for a busy day and earned 5 million with great difficulty, would actually have to share 2 million with Bai Yi, and to donate all the remaining 3 million? Hiss. Bai Yi lowered her head, trying her best not to peek at Su Qingyi's breasts before she said in a formal manner, "I don't have a bank card." Su Qingyi nodded. "Right, hurry up." Bai Yi, on the other hand, was a bit nervous, wanting this money and worrying about bringing trouble to her parents, so she stayed torn. After saying that, Xin Fan also opened his cell phone, letting Bai Yi take a look at his account balance. Not a moment later, a few staff members from Station B hurriedly ran over and re-signed the contract with Bai Yi and Xin Fan. With Bai Yi and Xin Fan, Su Qingyi said, 2 million cash must add up to 50 pounds. She felt like her eyes were going blurry and she couldn't even count it. Was this person out of his mind? The crowd all looked shocked. Even if there was only $1 billion in deposits, Xin Fan's interest for a year could be $30 to $40 million. Su Qingyi bent over, exposing a large portion of her chest, and looked for Bai Yi to ask. Luckily, at this time, Qin Fan stood out again. I'll hold it for you, and just send it home for you directly. SSS. As the saying goes, a good man does what he wants and sends the Buddha to the west. Anyway, Qin Fan would be idle, so he simply helped Bai Yi again and helped her send the money home directly. Bai Yi was touched. Brother Qin Fan, you are so good to me. That's a must. Qin Fan patted his chest. I'm treating you like my own sister. When Bai Yi heard the words dear sister, for some reason, she instantly became a little less happy. This made Zhao Jianxiong, the father, feel very uncomfortable in his heart, worrying that his daughter would be seduced by Qin Fan's unprofessional school dropouts. Why do I feel that he's talking in a weird way? On the other hand, Lu Shiyu was confused. A divorced rich woman? Where is it? How come I didn't see it? Then, when Qin Fan was about to walk up to him, Zhao Jianxiong began to speak in a conspiratorial manner. However, just as the three of them were being escorted by the security guards and were about to leave the Comic-Con hall, at the entrance of the Comic-Con, they encountered an old acquaintance. But the security guards wouldn't talk nonsense to him, they directly held his arms and legs, and within 2 minutes, they dragged him out. She thought to herself, do I look that old? Now that Qin Fan was giving the orders, this group of security guards naturally wouldn't have a second thought. Now, after Zhao Jianxiong saw Qin Fan at the entrance and saw a big and two beautiful women beside him, his impression of Qin Fan immediately became worse. You can really have something. Comic show handsome guy actually has a wife and daughter? There are pictures and videos. Qin Fan was in a soothing mood as he carried his suitcase and continued to send Bai Yi home. Swish swish swish. Zhao Jianxiong yelled in a conspiratorial manner, and he didn't know how much of a feud he had with Qin Fan. I don't care which woman you hook up with in the future. Anyway, you can't hook up with my daughter, or else, I'll spell out this old life to get you killed. So, in the time that followed, Bai Yi's mood was complicated. Zhao Jianxiong's words were said with great vigor. Lu Shiyu instantly didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Haven't seen you for a few days, you've hooked up with a rich woman? These ones who play with self-media can do anything for the sake of traffic. Lu Shiyu followed behind. Looking at the small expression on Bai Yi's face, the corner of Lu Shiyu's mouth kept twitching, thinking, this little girl, the visitor is not good. Actually also look at Qin Fan? Really? The group of security guards beside Qin Fan were specially arranged by the station to protect him from being harassed by extreme fans. What do you guys want? It would be strange if Bai Yi could be happy, much quieter, and a divorced, rich woman with a daughter who's already in middle school. Old dang. At the entrance, a lot of fans were stopped by the security guards, wanting to take pictures with Qin Fan. Does he have a grudge against Qin Fan? Lu Shiyu, on the other hand, frowned inside, thinking, Qin Fan, this is too much of a lack of martial virtues. Of course, the fans, passers-by, and various self-media netizens who were watching from the side, after watching this scene, not only took photos and videos, but also posted them online at the first time. Alas, Lu Shiyu secretly sighed, but didn't reveal Bai Yi's small mind. Breaking news, comic show dude snatch a teenage girl with a 40-year-old man. The reason is actually, speaking was also too hard to hear. Lu Shiyu subconsciously rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white arms, intending to give this old denizen a taste of his own medicine. Zhao Jianxiong, as Zhao Bingling's father, had recently been very attentive to his daughter. Zhao Jianxiong sneered and said, you're a mouthful of old dang. Don't you also have a problem with me? Don't let this kind of dangerous person stay here. It's easy to scare the kids. Young man, I don't think you're worthy of my daughter. It's as simple as that. After all, Qin Fan was tall, handsome and rich, and he was so nice and gentle to her. The headlines came up one by one outrageous. To put it bluntly, 38, 6, 166, 211. Shocker, Comic-Con handsome boy actually beats up his father-in-law? 40-year-old man with tears of anger. Comic-Con handsome boy actually worked as a gigolo and got together with a second marriage rich woman. Young man. It could be said that Qin Fan was the perfect boyfriend in the eyes of little girls. Who is this old dang? So in the past few days, Zhao Jianxiong would immediately come out to look for his daughter whenever he had the time, picking up and dropping off Zhao Bingling whenever he could. On the way home with Lu Shiyu to send Bai Yi, Qin Fan sat inside the cab and watched this piece of news. In no time, 7 or 8 young and strong security guards rushed over and surrounded Zhao Jianxiong. Zhao Jianxiong gave a scolding, and Qin Fan's face immediately became a bit embarrassed. Zhao Jianxiong sank her face, not yet understanding what was going on, but then she suddenly remembered that Qin Fan, a handsome man, was still beside her. Afterward, Qin Fan planned to carry the suitcase and send Bai Yi home. It could be said that if Qin Fan was uncomfortable, A casual remark could get them laid off. Ha! Throw him out. This is comfortable. So Lu Shiyu quickly took her sleeves back again. She also thanked Qin Fan for doing her a favor. Thanked Qin Fan for sending her so much money. And then lost a little. Not quite wanting to be Qin Fan's own sister. This was a very big blow to Lu Shiyu. A virgin. If it was an ordinary person, she would have been intimidated by him a long time ago. If she fought with Zhao Jianxiong, wouldn't it ruin the image of a lady? Qin Fan helped her carry the 2 suitcases, but he didn't think about it that much. Ha! Qin Fan carried the suitcases and faintly said, "Who are you?" It was only at this time that Qin Fan realized that Zhao Jianxiong, the old dang, had come over. However, Qin Fan, the perfect boyfriend, actually treat her as her own sister. When they heard Zhao Jianxiong was talking about Qin Fan, they all froze for a moment. After all, she is only Qin Fan's little follower. How can she manage so much? The main reason is that Qin Fan, the long-haired, not very honest, not very competitive punk, has been following Zhao Bingling. She was happy that she had been treated as a rich woman for the first time in her 24 years of life. She had to maintain a ladylike image. This old dang. Meanwhile, Qin Fan, with a very unhappy face, rushed to Zhao Jianxiong and said, "Old dang, you seem to have a problem with me, finding trouble with me again and again." The angry thing was, she didn't even have a boyfriend. Where was she divorced? And even more embarrassing for her was that Zhao Jianxiong didn't just think of her as a divorced rich woman. He also thought of Bai Yi as her daughter. But Qin Fan was different. Subconsciously, she was also somewhat fond of Qin Fan. At least, one had to maintain the image of a lady in front of Qin Fan. The crowd all looked puzzled. Qin Fan directly said to the security guards around him, "Did you hear that? He's going to get me killed." Bai Yi poked her arm and reminded her in a low voice, "Sister, the divorced rich woman he's talking about is you all." Zhao Jianxiong. His mood could only be described in 4 words. Tension. SSS. To be honest, these self-media are really invincible nowadays, and they can do anything for the sake of traffic. Qin Fan had only quarreled with Zhao Jianxiong for a few moments, and then this group of unscrupulous self-media had made up countless rumors. Qin Fan was really convinced by them. Bai Yi looked at these negative news about Qin Fan on the internet. Her little face was full of guilt. "I'm sorry, brother Qin Fan, I've caused you trouble. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have encountered so much trouble." As she said that, the little girl's eyes were red and she almost shed tears. Qin Fan reached out his hand and habitually rubbed her little head. "Comforting. This thing doesn't blame you. It's those unscrupulous self-media that don't have the quality. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, even if I'm scolded a few times by these media, it's fine." Bai Yi didn't think about that much and kept walking and jumping, her mood happy to the extreme. Qin Fan hemmed and hawed and said no more, rubbing Bai Yi's head and accompanying her to be happy together. On Bai Yi's side of the family, the 3 rooms and 1 hall only cost $5,000 a month in rent, which was indeed considered quite cheap. It belonged to the suburban location of a first-tier city. Bai Yi covered her little head shyly while raising her smile and said happily, "With so much money, my parents will definitely be very happy. Their yearly salary is only $80,000 to $90,000. $2 million is as much as their salary for 20 to 30 years. Lu Shiyu, on the other hand, grunted from the side and said, "I knew it. This kind of junior high school girl never goes out without a key." Qin Fan began to command. Bai Yi rummaged through all her pockets and couldn't find the key, and her little face quickly showed that she was about to cry. "What should I do? I don't have the key." In the words of the security guard, $3,000 a month. What is the point of fighting for your life? Sitting inside the security booth and playing with your cell phone does not smell good? In this way, Bai Yi easily took Qin Fan and Lu Shiyu into the neighborhood. Qin Fan was slightly surprised. Downstairs, there are several small advertisements posted on the poles: room for rent, 3 rooms and 1 hall, $5,000 a month. However, the word cow was not shouted by Bai Yi, nor was it shouted by Lu Shiyu. The security guard of the neighborhood where Bai Yi lives is an old man in his 60s. It was even more impossible. Lu Shiyu lowered her head and realized that there was indeed a wire under her feet, and after handing it to Qin Fan quickly began to perform his amazing talent. To put it simply, the downtown neighborhood where Qin Fan lived, the property security guards were all young men in their early 20s. Next to Bai Xinghua, there was also a woman in her 40s named Bai Yingxiu, who was Bai Yi's adult mother. Bad. Lu Shiyu was sitting in the passenger seat of the cab, listening to Qin Fan talking to Bai Yi. Lu Shiyu had a rather complicated mood. She thought to herself, when will I be able to have such good luck as Bai Yi, and also bring back a few $1 million to my parents? Bai Yi was suddenly dumbfounded. From the Manfrotto, sitting in a cab for more than 40 minutes, before driving to the door of Bai Yi's neighborhood. We're about to arrive at your house. So be happy. You've become a little rich girl. $2 million to bring back. Your parents must be happy. After all, the rent in his downtown neighborhood was very expensive. Under normal circumstances, a month's rent would have to start at 20,000. Fan rubbed her little head, once again messing up her hair, before he opened his mouth and comforted. It's okay, I can unlock the door. After Bai Yi led Fan and Lu Shiyu up to the 5th floor, she pointed to room 502 and said, "This is my home." Lu Shiyu did not hate the rich. She just felt that Fan this kind of rich people, a little bit out of the ordinary people. Many people a month's salary is not $5,000. Fan actually think that 5,000 a month's rent is cheap? It's really outrageous. Is the rent over here so cheap? Lu Shiyu looked like she was gloating, watching the joke from the side, only to see that after he inserted the wire into the lock hole, he stabbed madly on the left and right sides. Rather, it was shouted by a middle-aged man in his 40s who had just opened and was inside the door. Although the money was a handout from Fan. However, Bai Yi still felt so happy. Brother Fan, this is the place. Then, the door to the room slowly opened. As Fan spoke, he rubbed the blonde hair on Bai Yi's head and messed it up. It was time to show true skill. Although Bai Yi's family was also a household in a first-tier city, her home was far from the city center. 38. 6. 166. 211. It doesn't affect me much. Bai Yi's face was tense, and after feeling through all her pockets, she couldn't find the key. After Bai Yi, Fan, and Lu Shiyu arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, the security guard had been sitting inside the security booth playing with his cell phone, not even interested in looking at them. Fan nodded and placed the suitcase at the door, saying, "Did you bring the key?" Fan was not expecting that there was actually someone inside the house. Only by encountering a strange landlord like Fan could he pick up a bargain and enjoy a rent of $10,000 a month. Cow! If she was given a pair of wings, she was afraid that she could fly happily right now. As a result, it was too early to go, and she had forgotten to bring her keys. Fan laughed and didn't continue. It's fine. Moreover, in terms of property, there was a big gap compared to the downtown neighborhood property. Now, being reminded by Fan so much, Bai Yi just remembered that she actually didn't take the key. This is good. All three of us will have to squat at the door. Fan put away the wire and turned back towards Bai Yi and Lu Shiyu and asked, "Bull or not? 2 million ah." Not a moment later, I heard a click sound. The door lock opened. Even in her wildest dreams, she had never thought that she could actually earn $2 million after going to a comic show today. The house prices over here were also relatively low, more than 4 or 5 times lower than those in the city center. Fan, you're showing off your wealth a bit with the talent of a super repairman. Not to mention lockpicking, even a bank safe can be opened for you. He. Someone shouted bull. As for the identity check? Ha, the key? And that middle-aged man was none other than Bai Yi's father, Bai Xinghua. Rumble. She left the house at 6 o'clock this morning and took the subway to go to the Comic-Con. Then, after turning left and right inside this shabby neighborhood, he turned half a day before he turned to the downstairs of her house. If he had known that there was someone in the house, he would have stabbed the lock hole. At this moment, the scene was very awkward. Lu Shiyu, pick up that wire under your feet and hand it to me. As early as a few days ago, when Fan went to repair the air conditioner for Sidongyan, he exchanged his super repairer talent, and this time, seeing that Bai Yi didn't have her key with her, Fan thought that it was finally his turn to act tough. Lu Shiyu grunted and said, "Is 5,000 a month still cheap? I've shared a room with someone before, and at 2,000 a month, I feel so expensive. Wouldn't it be fine to just knock on the door?" Bai Yi looked embarrassed to the extreme, lowered her head and didn't even dare to raise it. Lu Shiyu, on the other hand, covered her eyes and didn't have the face to look at this scene. SSS. Fan turned around and looked at the middle-aged couple in their 40s inside the house, rubbing his hands a little awkwardly, saying, "Sorry, I didn't notice that there was someone in the house." Bai Xinghua snapped his hands and said, "Young man, criminal I just heard a movement at the door." Not a moment later, "You poked my door open? Really criminal you?" Bai Xinghua smiled skinlessly and said in a conspiratorial manner, while his wife Bai Inxia was holding a cell phone, dialed the alarm. 110? Someone wants to burglarize the house. Is it convenient to come over? Don't call the police. Until several minutes later. As long as he was in the detention center, even if he had the system, it would be hard to get out. So Fan hurriedly explained, "Wait a moment I'll take a call. My daughter is calling." Bai Xinghua also said daughter came to the phone in a very serious way. Lu Shiyu hurriedly covered her mouth. not daring to continue laughing. Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu only then reacted to the fact that this blonde beautiful girl in front of them was indeed the precious daughter that they had raised for more than 10 years. Lu Shiyu, on the other hand, whispered to Qin Fan, "Qin Fan, you can't learn from him in the future. Smoking is harmful to your health. You don't want to smoke. You child, why are you talking nonsense?" Bai Yi came in a ferocious manner in front of Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu. "Dad, Mom, do you two have problems with your eyes?" Qin Fan didn't mind having a cigarette, but the problem was that there were 3 women in the room, so where could he smoke in front of them? Daughter Plus, the makeup artist had also done a set of exquisite makeup on Bai Yi, covering up the tear moles at the corners of her eyes. Yesterday, Bai Yi was still a good girl with a sky blue junior high school uniform and black hair. Bai Yi was being hugged by the 2 of them. Her little mouth was almost pouting to the sky, where she was willing to speak. Bai Yi this time also knew that she couldn't continue to keep her head down and be a shrunken turtle, so she raised her head and shouted towards Bai Xinghua, "Dad, you don't even recognize me? I am Yi." But now, looking at Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu, the 2 parents, who couldn't even recognize their own daughters, Qin Fan finally believed that online. "I'm not a thief, nor did I come over to rob. I'm your daughter's friend." He was speechless. After watching this scene, Qin Fan quickly defined Bai Xinghua. Bai Yingxiu gently patted her, but Bai Yingxiu's eyes, however, were slanted and coldly squinted at Bai Xinghua. However, Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu also had words. Qin Fan was sitting with Lu Shiyu, while Bai Yingxiu was pulling Bai Yi's hand and sitting directly opposite Qin Fan. Therefore, Qin Fan immediately put on a decent demeanor and waved his hand repeatedly at Bai Xinghua, indicating that he didn't smoke. Good guy. After not seeing her for a day, Bai Yi had turned into a beautiful young girl with long blonde hair, and she was also wearing a white princess dress that was expensive to the extreme. No wonder the internet always said that cosplay was the best medical beauty for girls. Just this set of princess dress could be comparable to Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu's salary for 2 or 3 months. "You dyed your hair. You also have to give us both a word. And, where did you get the money to buy such an expensive dress?" Qin Fan was anxious and kept explaining. It wasn't that they had bad eyes. It was mainly because Bai Yi had changed too much. The 2 of them looked at the 3 of them, Qin Fan, Lu Shiyu, and Bai Yi for half a day, but they didn't recognize where their daughter was. Ding bell. Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu spared several circles around Bai Yi, but they didn't recognize that this was their own daughter that they had raised for more than 10 years. 386-166-211. Bai Xinghua heard the familiar voice of his daughter, then walked to the door a little puzzled, turned around Bai Yi, for a long time did not dare to recognize each other, while Bai Xinghua took the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Qin Fan and Lu Shiyu each. The phone call was connected. This is also too outrageous. Although he was handsome, but even if he was handsome, he was still afraid of the iron fist of the police uncle. After Qin Fan and Lu Shiyu all entered the house, soon after, Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu husband and wife arranged for the 2 of them to sit on the living room sofa. With this long hair, Qin Fan could easily be taken for a gangster anywhere. To be honest, Lu Shiyu couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shiyu, on the other hand, stood on her tiptoes, her mouth aimed at Qin Fan's ear, and whispered, "They finally recognized their daughters. Otherwise I would have died of embarrassment." Qin Fan glanced at her and said, "Stop smiling. If you smile again, your little tiger teeth will be exposed." Qin Fan glanced at her and said, "If they don't recognize Bai Yi, I'm going to be sent to the police station by them." She didn't dare to laugh, but Qin Fan didn't hold back and laughed. "Actually, I lied to you. You don't have little tiger teeth. I didn't expect that this person is a wife and daughter slave." Qin Fan was in a hurry. Qin Fan skimmed her, thinking, "You send it Hua? Wouldn't really think. You are my girlfriend, right?" Bai Yi held her cell phone and stood in front of Bai Xinghua. Her little face was almost taut. At the same time, Bai Yi said fiercely, "Dad, if you smoke again, next year today I should go to your grave." However, Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu were all confused. Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu were happy and puzzled, hugging their daughter and asking questions. In the past, Qin Fan thought that cosplay was just a change of clothes and a bit of makeup, so how could it be possible that her own parents could not recognize her? Lu Shiyu was so angry that her fists were clenched and she wanted to hit someone. Previously, Qin Fan had always scoffed when he saw that cosplay can make people unrecognizable to their own parents on the internet. Qin Fan, Lu Shiyu, right? Thank you for sending my daughter home. I'm really sorry for misunderstanding you just now. Bai Xinghua could only take back the cigarette in embarrassment. However, Qin Fan was even more speechless. Bai Yi was clearly standing right in front of them, and they, the pair of parents, actually couldn't recognize her? After Bai Xinghua finished, he also felt out a pack of cigarettes from inside his pocket and handed one to Qin Fan, saying, "Young man, have one? I'm more embarrassed than you are." Bai Yi sighed, took out her cell phone, and gave Bai Xinghua a call. Only then did Bai Xinghua stop and didn't continue to surround Bai Yi, especially when Bai Xinghua, the father, even snapped. "Who are you kidding? My daughter is only in junior high school. How can you know you this kind of nondescript gangster?" The changes that cosplay brings to girls are almost comparable to plastic surgery. From the hair, to the clothes, to the makeup, all became completely different from before. Of course, Qin Fan would just spit out a sentence in his heart and would definitely not say it. He was not that unqualified. SSS. Meanwhile, Bai Yingxiu was looking at the two of them with a smile, as if she was looking at a young couple, and said cheerfully, "You two have a good relationship. How old are you? When are you planning to get married?" Ah, Lu Shiyu was instantly flushed red by Bai Yingxiu's sudden urge to get married. Qin Fan, on the other hand, returned indifferently. "I'll get engaged next month. I'll have a baby next year. And the year after that, I'll have twins." "Young man, promising." Bai Xinghua instantly gave a thumbs up towards Qin Fan after hearing this. "This little girl with white clothes and blonde hair, isn't she our family's Yi?" Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu were so excited after watching the video. Bai Yi was not in a good mood and did not want to hear her parents keep misunderstanding that Qin Fan and Lu Shiyu were a young couple. Shocked. Comic-Con handsome man embracing blonde maiden. Perfectly restored anime scene. After clicking on the video of Qin Fan holding Bai Yi in his arms and using the three-dimensional maneuvering device to cut down the giant soon began to play. When the suitcase was opened, the two of them were dumbfounded. The result, because Qin Fan knew that it would be too troublesome to explain. Now, Qin Fan heard the two of them playing Douyin and immediately clicked on the Douyin software. Bai Yingxiu, on the other hand, was agitated while questioning her daughter in a not-so-good tone, saying, "Did you do something illegal? How else could you have gotten so much money?" Bai Xinghua let out an ah and said doubtfully, "How much is the appearance fee? A few $100s? As for packing it into a suitcase?" The reason why they didn't brush the video today was mainly because they had just gotten off work and returned home, and they hadn't had time to cook yet, so they would have time to brush the video only after dinner. Because Bai Yi she didn't have a bank card, so it was me and Lu Shiyu who helped and sent it back to her. The two of them weren't quite the same as Zhao Bingling's father, Zhao Jianxiong, and what has to be admitted is that inside the video, Qin Fan acted too handsome, like he had light power, whooshing and swishing and flying more than 10 meters high, and while holding the beautiful maiden, holding the knife with one hand. The knife flashed. That was called a handsome. Bai Yingxiu rushed at Bai Yi's back and chattered. It can be said that Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu have never seen so much money in their lives, and in all seriousness, Bai Yi is considered to be dragging her feet. If Qin Fan didn't have to hold Bai Yi, his stance could become more flexible and handsome. Bai Yingxiu, on the other hand, pulled Bai Yi's small hand and asked, "Is what they're saying true or false?" Hiss. Even if the two of them, from the moment they first got married, hadn't eaten or drank anything, saved all their wages, and saved up, they still couldn't save enough for $2 million. Stack after stack. All of them were brand new banknotes. Bai Yingxiu was a little happy to say, the money must not be much. It should be loaded with some souvenirs and other small gifts, right? The old couple were all overjoyed to see their daughter on the Douyin hot list for the first time. When their excitement passed, Qin Fan explained to them, this video not only made it to the no. 1 spot on the Douyin hot list, it also made it to the no. 1 spot on the hot list of many other platforms. Afterward, Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu chatted with Qin Fan for a few more words, and soon began to enter the main topic. Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu watched the video several times in a row, and even took out their own cell phones, flipped to the Douyin hot list, and went up to comment on several items. After that, Qin Fan directly pushed the 2 suitcases to Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu respectively. After Qin Fan finished, he directly pulled out his cell phone, and also asked the two of them, "Do you usually play Douyin? Uncle, auntie, you two check the cache. If there's no problem, Lu Shiyu and I will go back." With high video traffic, the appearance fee is naturally high. Bai Xinghua responded tastelessly. Then, together with Bai Yingxiu, opened the suitcase. 38. 6. 166. 211. Zhao Jianxiong wasn't interested in anything on the internet at all, and never played Douyin or anything. After coming back to his senses, Bai Xinghua's speech became stuttering. Qin Fan, are you sure? This is my daughter's Comic-Con appearance fee? How come it's so much? This can't be right? If it wasn't for the fact that it was now a society with the rule of law, Bai Xinghua almost took Qin Fan as a human trafficker. He also thought that Qin Fan was going to spend so much money to buy her daughter away. It was higher than both of their combined. 20 years of salary. And if he didn't go along with Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu's words, there was no telling how long the two of them would have to interrogate this child. For a while, Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu all stared with wide eyes and open mouths, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Yeah, it would be better to simply be misunderstood by them as a young couple, which was simple and convenient. Qin Fan brought over the two suitcases and placed them on the living room table, saying, "Uncle, Auntie, this is Bai Yi's appearance fee for the Comic Con today." It wasn't until Bai Yi reached out her hand and waved it in front of her parents' eyes that the two of them came back to their senses. The suitcase was full of $100 bills, red and bright, almost blinding them both. "This $2 million is your daughter's appearance fee." Qin Fan laughed and did not explain. Afterward, Bai Yingxiu and Bai Xinghua, excited and nervous, focused their eyes on Qin Fan and asked, "What's going on? Can you tell us about it? The two of us are still always posting videos on top of Douyin, even though no one is watching. Please watch the VCR play." But Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu were both more fashionable, and they always had to brush short videos for a while before going to bed at night. "Is this video made by special effects? It's so cool." This time, after being ferociously scolded by her mom, Bai Yi instantly tightened her little face and flung her hands to the bedroom. Then in front of the two of them, let them watch the first video of the Douyin hot list. Bai Xinghua and Bai Xinghua all talked about it. "So, Bai Yi, this will look listless," said. "It's true. You two hurry to take the money away and save it." Bai Xinghua face puzzled. "Appearance fee? My daughter has participated in several comic exhibitions. Never heard of the appearance fee. A full 2 million. Bai Yi's mood this time was a little less happy, mainly because her parents had treated Qin Fan and Lu Shiyu as a young couple, making her heart very uncomfortable. "It's okay." Qin Fan was pinched by her and did not intend to explain. According to the normal process, Bai Yi would at most get a few tens of thousands of dollars in appearance fees. Although these words were all made up by Qin Fan. After all, the main character inside the video was Qin Fan, not Bai Yi. Only Qin Fan, a great benefactor, would take the initiative to give Bai Yi a share of $2 million in appearance fees. Of course, Qin Fan will not tell the truth. SSS. After all, Qin Fan truly regarded Bai Yi as his little sister. That's why he made up a well-intentioned lie and sent Bai Yi's parents $2 million to improve their living conditions. Moreover, with Bai Xinghua's daughter's slave situation, after receiving the money, it was definitely impossible to treat Bai Yi poorly. As expected, Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu quickly accepted Qin Fan's argument, and the two old men were all very happy, saying thank you all the time. Only Lu Shiyu, with a complicated expression, looked at Qin Fan's handsome face, looking like she was about to say something. Soon, Bai Yingxiu packed her bags and went back to her mother's house to show off. He kindly stayed at home and wanted to do something for his daughter. The grandfather just smiled and greeted them and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" The result, Bai Yingxiu, these 40 years to live. Living can be too suffocating. Okay, but as a qualified daughter slave, Bai Xinghua's first task is still to fill his daughter's stomach and not let her starve. Qin Fan saw inside the video. Bai Yi had a tangled, struggling look on her face, and thought she was being bullied, so he subconsciously said that he would help her out. "My daughter is too competitive today. Hurry up and share it with us." Although Bai Xinghua also wanted to go out and get together with his friends for a meal, brag about it, and properly show off how great his daughter was. When they finished sending Qin Fan and came back, they met a grandpa from the same neighborhood downstairs. As for Bai Xinghua, the daughter slave, he stayed at home, rubbing his hands together, asking, "Daughter, what do you want to eat? Dad personally cooks and makes you a delicious meal. You're so pretty today." Inside the video, Bai Yi had blonde hair and was still wearing the expensive white princess dress from the daytime, so it was blushing and shy. "My girlfriends and the girls all want your contact information. Look, the best in the world. Just send us the handsome guy. Big deal. We'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, okay?" Especially the group of relatives in her mother's family. Every New Year's festival, always have to say a few words about her, saying that she married a useless man, saying that her life is not good. "Who bullied you?" You say. The girlfriends either threatened or lured, and used all kinds of methods. "Otherwise we can go to your house tomorrow to tickle your creaky nest." Although she herself is not good, although her husband is also not good, but she gave birth to a good daughter. She went back this time. She had to take the video that was #1 on the Douyin hot list and slap it in the faces of those relatives. Bai Xinghua, Bai Yingxiu, Bai Yi, all came out and sent Qin Fan and Lu Shiyu to the entrance of the neighborhood. This, everyone had to say. "How did you know my daughter was on the hot search?" This, Bai Xinghua can only helplessly agreed. And then he treasured his private money for many years, took out a large part of it, and transferred more than $6,000 to his daughter. Baingxiu with a serious face said, I have to go back to my mother's home. With your grandparents, and you uncle, aunt and so on all the relatives. Said properly. However, Bai Yi was a bit reluctant. She was afraid that if she was not careful, her mouth would kiss the top of the screen. Bai Yi was torn for a long time, and finally, she decided to give Qin Fan a call to seek his opinion. In the evening, Bai Yi opened a video with her best girlfriends from the same junior high school and the same class. When the call was made, Qin Fan had just returned to the neighborhood with Lu Xiyu. Bai Yi hesitated for a long time before saying, Qin Fan won't let me tell his contact information to others. So, this group of junior high school girls like handsome boys the most. I didn't ask either, he thought. Qin Fan walked while answering the phone. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Brother Qin Fan, it's this. 38. 6. 166. 211. As soon as Qin Fan's friend's location was mentioned, they were so excited that they were about to jump up from their beds. One by one, all of them were clamoring and begging, letting Bai Yi send Qin Fan's contact information to them. Bai Xinghua immediately pulled out his cell phone and flipped out the video, excitedly saying, How did you know that my daughter was on the Douyin hot list? Moncler outlet store were confused. Moreover, she felt that these girls inside the class were quite good looking. What if she let them add Qin Fan's friends and abduct him? Bai Yi admitted that she was very petty. This princess dress of yours, it just looks so expensive. Since she was a child, and then now at the age of 40, she had never been looked up to. She also liked Qin Fan. Bai Yi said with a look of disgust, Dad, your cooking is too awful. I'd better order takeout. She also had to show off to them that her daughter had brought back $2 million for her. Where to? You always like to hold your finger when you cheat. I can tell. Now, Baingxiu could finally go back to her mother's house with a straight back. By the time Qin Fan and Lu Xiyu came out of Bai Yi's house, it was already 7:30 p.m. Baingxiu, on the other hand, didn't even have time to eat, and directly transferred $9,000 to Bai Yi, saying, you can order a takeout later. Mom has to go out. Bai Xinghua can be described as a sad face. Bai Xinghua, this horse's ass, patted above the horse's leg. It can't be that Qin Fan gave it to you, right? Then do you want any gifts? Dad went out to buy it for you. But, Bai Yi was still disgusted. Your vision. There's a generation gap with me. I don't like a lot of the gifts I bought. You'd better just give me money. I'll go out and buy it myself later. However, even if others said she was petty, she didn't want to give Qin Fan's contact information to other girls. As a result, Bai Yi was good and kept disliking him. Hurry up and hand over the contact information of the handsome guy from the comic show. Liar. Right. Did you add the Comic Con handsome guy's friend yet? Bai Yi was still quite happy after collecting the money. Ding bell. After Bai Yi collected the money, she was ready to call her girlfriends and classmates to show off. Unable to do anything about it, Bai Xinghua had to take his cell phone and go out. But after going out, Bai Xinghua was soon in a good mood. I have to let them all see and hear, so that I can export my anger. But when she saw her dad walking around inside the house, she began to resent it again. Dad, can you go out and play mahjong? I want to talk to my classmates on the phone. You're at home. I'm too embarrassed to chat with them. Bai Yi's little face blushed, because when playing the video, Qin Fan's handsome face was too close to the screen, and also too close to Bai Yi. What to do? Bai Xinghua gritted her teeth, planning to hemorrhage money. When her girlfriends saw her in this outfit, their envy was turning into starry eyes. Even the stray dogs inside the neighborhood had to be carried by his neck and watch the video for a while. I'll definitely help you out. Bai Yi hurriedly waved her hands. No one is bullying me. How about this? Qin Fan directly said. You pull a group. Directly pull them, and me, all in. SSS. Although I won't add their friends, if I'm free, I'll say a few words in the group to make them happy. That'll make you look good in front of your friends, right? How do you feel? It had to be said that Qin Fan had always been very kind to Bai Yi. This little girl, as long as it was something Bai Yi begged for, Qin Fan would basically fulfill her. Bai Yi was touched after hearing this. Her eyes were red and on the verge of tears. Brother Qin Fan, you are too good to me. I don't know how to thank you. This group is Qin Fan's exclusive fan group. In the future, anyone who wants to enter the group must seek my consent. However, after thinking for a moment, he reminded again. After you finish building the group, let Lu Xiyu be the group master. Having her be the group leader will help you avoid a lot of trouble. As long as I don't agree, no one is allowed to pull anyone into the group. Moreover, anyone who causes trouble inside the group will also be kicked out by me. Many of these junior high school girls were star-chasing fans, and had a natural, habitual fear of agents. thinking that agents were all very high and mighty, and couldn't be easily offended. Why should I listen to you? Moreover, Fan didn't just send out a red packet. Wasn't the reason why they had entered the group so that they could get a few more handsome selfies of Fan? Who are you? Master, I want to be your dog. Woof woof woof. Why is this rule of yours so outrageous? Within a few minutes, there were 21 people inside the group. Even if Fan added some more tasks to her, she did it very seriously without a single complaint. Immediately afterward, seeing that the inside of the group had quieted down, Fan only took his cell phone and snapped a few selfies. Lu Shiyu, on the other hand, indifferently sent out his sentence. I'm Fan's manager. I have the right to do this. Whoever disagrees can quit the group now. Definitely have to be thoughtful, because she suddenly realized that Fan, this scummy guy, could actually run people's affairs. For example, when you don't want someone to be in the group, you can find an excuse and say that Sister Lu Shiyu doesn't agree to it. In this way, your classmates won't hold a grudge against you and you won't be at odds with your classmates. What do you think? In this way, their anger couldn't be sent to Bai Yi's head. There were a total of 21 people inside the group, and Fan directly sent out a red packet of $200. He sent out a dozen of them in a row. Now, the handsome photo got, and is the first-hand handsome photo. The little girls are all happy. Cannot wait for the first time to send a circle of friends, show off a good. If Fan hadn't asked her to come over by name, Lu Shiyu, a fresh graduate of the film academy, would have been able to get such a good job. It was like a nuclear bomb exploding, instantly agitating all the silent little girls. So handsome, I'm going to set it as wallpaper. He. But now, with Lu Shiyu as the group leader, there wouldn't be this problem. Soon, Bai Yi had the group built. Of course, Lu Shiyu would never forget one thing. After building the group, Bai Yi also pulled her closest female classmates, as well as her best girlfriends who had played together since childhood, as well as her cousins who were on good terms with her, all inside the group. This is the group Bai Yi built. We are all her good friends. Why don't you let us pull people in? Fan, as an adult, considered things more thoughtfully. So even though Lu Shiyu felt that Fan was a scumbag, she still worked very seriously. In fact, Bai Yi was also worried about this problem. Worried that in the future, some classmates she didn't like or didn't know would ask her to please and beg to enter the group. Inside the group, these little girls who had just entered the group were originally all very happy, wanting to pull their girlfriends, friends, and even boyfriends, into the group. That is, the reason why she could get the current job with a monthly salary of 80,000 was all because of Fan's charity. 386-166-211. I see. Hiss. After Lu Shiyu threw out the name of broker, the group of rowdy little girls inside the group immediately shut up and didn't dare to say anything. However, after Lu Shiyu's rule was sent out, it meant that all the girls in the group couldn't pull anyone in, causing these girls to be very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyu looked slightly surprised after hearing this decision of Fan from the side, saying, Fan, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Fan waved his hand casually, indicating that it was fine. After a few selfies were sent out, there was a big splash. Fan didn't stop Lu Shiyu's fox-fake tiger approach. When the time comes, when she encounters annoying people adding to the group, Bai Yi will be able to find an excuse and tell them that it's Lu Shiyu, the big sister, who doesn't agree with. Lu Shiyu nodded and her impression of Fan became a little better. After all, Lu Shiyu was also calming down these little girls, so she deliberately said this. The position of agent was actually made up by Lu Shiyu herself, just to sound lofty and to be able to calm down these little girls inside the group. Moreover, her approach was very effective. At this time, Fan was also silently watching this scene inside the group. Therefore, they didn't dare to continue to make trouble, nor did they dare to continue to talk back, for fear that Lu Shiyu would kick them out. Fan took his cell phone, entered the payment password, and directly began to send out red packets inside the group. It's okay. Each red packet was for $200, and it was averaged. Lu Shiyu's tone was harsher, with an unquestionable look. The little girls all exploded as if they were all excited and started babbling. After hearing this, Bai Yi was even more moved. Yes, this is good. The girls were all in an uproar, clamoring, insisting that Lu Shiyu give them an explanation. But now, after Bai Yi's incident, Lu Shiyu's impression of Fan had changed greatly. Fan faintly said, I truly treat Bai Yi as my sister. I don't want her to be bullied. Sent to the group. Previously, Lu Shiyu had always felt that Fan was a scumbag and felt that Fan was irresponsible for flirting with several girls at the same time. So handsome. However, what made them even happier was yet to come. Being able to help by EE avoid so many troublesome things. Sheen fan. I'm your fan, look at me. In reality, Lu Shiyu was merely a lapdog of Sheen fan. Even if Bai EE agrees, it's useless. If Bai EE was the group leader and didn't allow these people to enter the group, it would be easy to get into conflicts with her classmates, and it would be easy to hold a grudge. Surprisingly, she would also give others a favor, instead of taking advantage of people at every turn. This is too rare. After pulling people in, Bai EE quickly transferred the position of group leader to Lu Shiyu. There was no need to fight for luck. As long as you clicked to receive a red packet, you would immediately receive $200. A dozen red envelopes were sent out, and all the girls inside the group were overjoyed. SSS. Especially when they finished receiving a dozen red envelopes and realized that they had received a total of more than $2,000. All of them couldn't close their mouths happily. Then, this group of little girls, with one screen name after another, began to send messages in the group. Mian, thank you for the red packet from Comic Con handsome. Love you yo. Obedient little cute, handsome guy. I love you to death. Want to marry you so much. 15-year-old vicious stepmother. Sheen fan. I've liked you for a long time. Thanks for the red packets. Wahahaha. Demon princess, handsome man. I want to give you a baby. Today can be said to be the happiest day in the lives of these little girls. In just a few minutes, they had grabbed more than $2,000, which was more than their pocket money for the previous half a year. As long as you guys are good to her, I will continue to send red packets inside the group in the future. This made her embarrassed. At the entrance of the neighborhood, after Sheen fan put his phone away, he was ready to enter the neighborhood and go home. Even if they took this money and bought milk tea, it would still be enough for them to drink milk tea for several months. After all, even if they reported it to the police, it's impossible to let this group of paparazzi who stole the photos go to jail. Okay. When the time comes, I will definitely thank you guys. Even if she didn't agree, what was the point? Would she dare to talk back to Sheen fan? Of course, if she is bullied in the future, I hope you guys will help her out. Lu Shiyu sighed and reminded, didn't you tell me yesterday that you want me to return the house and come live on your side? Even if they didn't buy a cell phone, it would still allow them to buy so many pretty and nice little dresses. Sheen fan also remembered only now that he had to find a room for Lu Shiyu. As for Sheen fan, after sending out the red packets, he quickly said something by voice. According to yesterday's agreement, Sheen fan said that he would arrange a room for Lu Shiyu, so that she could live a little closer, so that she could better serve as Sheen fan's lapdog. These little girls were all Bai EE's good girlfriends, and they spoke more bluntly than one another, and Bai EE just listened for a while, and it almost shamed her to death. But it's too late now. It's not very convenient to kick out the tenants. Turning a blind eye would look weak. Soon, Sheen fan saw several people in the distance wearing duck caps and masks and carrying professional cameras. After saying that, Lu Shiyu stretched out her hand and pointed to a location dozens of meters away from the entrance of the neighborhood. Sheen fan followed her finger and looked over. As for the group of paparazzi, they could not enter this neighborhood without a real estate license. You still want to enter the neighborhood? Dream on, handsome. Just don't worry, we will definitely treat her very, very well in the future. Those who didn't see it, wouldn't it be more? All in all, Sheen fan's dozen red envelopes were sent down, immediately turning all of the nearly 20 little girls inside the group into his die-hard fans. As long as they took a photo, within a few minutes, they would immediately send the photo online to earn traffic. As for the small conflicts they had with Lu Shiyu before, they had all forgotten about it. However, Sheen fan had only just lifted his leg when Lu Shiyu came to his side and whispered, Sheen fan, it seems like there are paparazzi outside the neighborhood secretly filming you. Do you want to call the police? She was still young. Where did she want to sleep with Sheen fan? Moreover, there were too many of them. Just the ones they could see were as many as a dozen. I've already checked out of the house and brought my luggage here. Bai EE is my little sister. I hope that you guys will treat her better when you're inside the school. They were carrying cameras, so they couldn't beat the young and strong senior security guards who started at $7,000 a month. The price of housing in this neighborhood was extremely high, and the security was extremely well done. Blaming Sheen fan for being irresponsible, he had forgotten all about her. After Sheen fan finished, Lu Shiyu was also helpless. 38. 6. 166. 211. It was obvious that this group of people were paparazzi. Sheen fan froze for a moment, not reacting and not understanding what Lu Shiyu wanted. Inside the group, all the little girls sent messages in a hurry. Definitely don't dare. When Sheen fan changed his clothes and came out from inside the bedroom, Lu Shiyu hurriedly stood up and asked, Sheen fan, what about me? After returning home, Sheen fan threw his clothes and shoes aside, changed into casual clothes, and wore a pair of slippers. 10 minutes later, Qin Fan returned home with Lu Shiyu, with more than $2,000 in their hands. Even if they had big troubles before, they would have forgotten all about it by now, not to mention a group of paparazzi. For a while, the little girls inside the group all started to discuss how to spend the money. Qin Fan pondered slightly for a moment before saying, I was originally planning to kick out a few tenants and have the tenants give up the house for you to live in. Lu Shiyu said quietly. She was getting a bit sultry. It's either that or this. And after Qin Fan gave his middle finger, he didn't bother to continue ignoring them. Not to mention, many of these little girls were still using the broken cell phones that their parents had eliminated. The group of paparazzi's faces turned green. EE is my good girlfriend. Even if I don't pay, I'll still help her. After saying this, Qin Fan quickly put his cell phone back inside his pocket. Qin Fan is so rich, you definitely won't lack money to spend in the future. He. On the other hand, Lu Shiyu was sitting inside the living room awkwardly, a little embarrassed. Moreover, Qin Fan is still so handsome. In the future, if you take the initiative, you might even be able to sleep with him. Qin Fan pondered for a moment, and finally, stretching out his middle finger, he made an international friendly gesture, giving the middle finger towards the group of paparazzi who were secretly taking pictures. Qin Fan thought about it and did not call the police. Even if she liked Qin Fan, she only stayed in the spirit of liking. Where would she think about the body? The level of moral quality of this group of people was extremely low, and for the sake of money, they were able to do any bottomless and nasty thing. Only, what Qin Fan didn't expect was that this day came too fast as well. How about you make do in my house for one night tonight, and tomorrow during the day, I'll kick out the tenants and arrange a special house for you? To be honest, Qin Fan had been famous for several days. After the $2,000 arrived, they were immediately able to throw away their old cell phones and buy a very nice new one. But now, it was only after Lu Shiyu entered the room that she realized that there were actually no clothes or shoes for women inside Qin Fan's house, and there was no room specifically made out for her. It had also long been thought that he would be followed and secretly photographed. Therefore, Lu Shiyu had no choice but to accept this arrangement helplessly. How did you get so lucky that you actually became Qin Fan's sister? That is, people who specialized in relying on sneaking photos of celebrities and internet celebrities so as to make personal gains. However, one could certainly not turn a blind eye to it either. The damage was not great, but the insult was extremely high. Even if a delivery person came in, they would have to be questioned several times before being let in. What am I going to do tonight? Where to stay? At the same time, there were quite a few girls who secretly sent messages to Bai Yi, expressing their envy. We'll definitely protect her in the future. But, because Qin Fan's reputation as a scum was too loud, Lu Shiyu was a virgin and didn't want her reputation to be ruined by Qin Fan, so she wanted to sleep somewhere else. SSS. It's not very appropriate for a lone man or woman. Either I'd better give Yen Bao a call. I'll go sleep inside her room tonight, Lu Shiyu said with a face of embarrassment. She was going to marry someone in the future, although Qin Fan was particularly handsome. But, in case Qin Fan got beastly at night and took her, that wouldn't she lose a lot of money? Moreover, Lu Shiyu had also seen that Qin Fan was a scum in the past few days. Even if Qin Fan slept with her, there was no way he would marry her, so she would not be too willing to sleep inside Qin Fan's house. Okay, Qin Fan's only interest in Lu Shiyu was to make her do more work. Sister Shiyu, now that you're Qin Fan's little follower, has he ever made any particularly excessive demands on you? It's hard to believe that Qin Fan is really a pervert like what Si Tongyan and the others said. Big morning. More than 6 o'clock in the morning. After Lu Shiyu woke up, she opened the window and was greeted by a large share of fresh air, making her whole person like a spring breeze. Lu Shiyu hurriedly replied, I just got up. What's wrong? Is there any arrangement? This night, Lu Shiyu still slept quite happily. For example, immediately afterward, Lu Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly called Si Tongyan. Lu Shiyu refused in a hurry and said, I can go over to you right now. It was more comfortable to sleep in than the house that Lu Shiyu had shared before. What's even more damnable is that Qin Fan is interested in other girls' underskirts, but only not mine and Yen Bao's. Pissed us off. However, it turned out that what Lu Shiyu thought was indeed a bit redundant. With such a comparison, Lu Shiyu was dying of shame. Although the one that Si Tongyan arranged for her was the second bedroom, but the bedding, sheets, and whatnot, were all new, and it could be too comfortable to sleep in. And Lu Shiyu graduated from college and didn't even earn a few dollars. Qin Fan told me last night that he wanted me to move over and live next to him so that it's convenient for work. Although Lu Shiyu thought that Qin Fan was very handsome, but the only thing that was absolutely not allowed was to get into bed. Qin Fan said indifferently, help me mop the floor and clean the room. After hearing this, Lu Shiyu was almost fainted. After getting up, Lu Shiyu quickly went to the bathroom to wash up. More importantly, the green area of this neighborhood was high and the air was fresh. And just as she was addressing her personal physiological needs, ding 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 ding, even if it's a Comic-Con, there's no such thing as waking up this early to make preparations. Lu Shiyu was quite embarrassed, not really wanting to cause trouble for others. Like, letting you sleep with them or something? I did hear today that Qin Fan is looking for a secretary. Only the kind that can fulfill his need for victory. But it's perverted. Song Zongyi nodded his head repeatedly and agreed. Yes, 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 it's so damnable. Doing work? What kind of work? Lu Shiyu could only be silent and speechless. She suddenly felt that these few girls around Qin Fan didn't seem to be normal. They were all a bit perverted. Qin Fan's phone call came. Si Tongyan was very annoyed. Exasperated. You don't even know. All the ones posted inside his bedroom are the kind of very perverted photos. The little girls' underskirt photos. It's too hateful. Her monthly salary of $80,000. Come over to serve Qin Fan. Actually to Qin Fan cleaning? Tidying up the room? This is too strange. Si Tongyan and Song Zongyi all held their heads in their hands and asked with great interest. Lu Shiyu said pitifully. Lu Shiyu was a bit puzzled. Thinking, why did Qin Fan suddenly call her this early in the morning? Qin Fan was surrounded by many beautiful girls. How could he be interested in her? However, Si Tongyan and Song Zongyi had been deliberately steering the conversation towards Qin Fan. When she saw her best friend in trouble, she definitely wanted to lend a helping hand and give her a hand. 38. 6. 166. 211. Awake yet? Definitely perverted. Good. At this moment, after Lu Shiyu moved over, it was natural for her to chat with the duo of Si Tongyan and Song Zongyi, deliberately calling her and harassing her while she was in the bathroom? The facts proved. Lu Shiyu was a bit confused. Lu Shiyu had overthought it. Song Zongyi said this. Although Qin Fan was perverted, he wasn't perverted to that extent. She really couldn't figure out what kind of work could be done when it was only after 6 in the morning. So even if it was 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, Lu Shiyu didn't dare to slack off. As long as Qin Fan had any command, she had to fulfill it immediately. Of course, except for sleeping with him. However, Si Tongyan didn't think so much. She quickly agreed, it's just a one-night stay. It's a small thing. Where are you now? I'll go over to pick you up? Lu Shiyu hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I wasn't kicked out by the landlord. I returned the house myself. Si Tongyan no longer said more. Quickly opened the door and picked up Lu Shiyu. Why? But I came back too late today. I didn't have time to arrange a room. So I can only go to your house to borrow a night. As for the master bedroom, it was Si Tongyan who lived alone. On the other side of the phone, Qin Fan had all washed up and was standing inside the living room pouring tea. Si Tongyan was only 18 years old and had already earned a couple $1 million. Qin Fan didn't think that much, nodded and quickly agreed. After washing up, she took care of her physical needs again. For a while, Lu Shiyu couldn't tell whether Qin Fan was more perverted or the two of them. Yen Bao, is it okay if I sleep with you at night? I don't have a place to stay tonight. Her current status was Qin Fan's little follower, with a salary of $80,000 a month. She didn't dare to offend Qin Fan casually. After hearing this, Lu Shiyu looked a little embarrassed. Is Qin Fan so perverted? After Lu Shiyu went over, Si Tongyan only spent a few minutes to bring out a set of bedding for her, letting her stay inside the second bedroom. After Lu Shiyu lifted her pants in a panic and came out from inside the bathroom and answered the phone, Qin Fan's voice soon rang out. There was still a difference between her and a little girl under the age of 20 like Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, and Song Zongyi. The reason could be because Qin Fan was too handsome? In the other second bedroom, it was Song Zongyi who lived there. They were both girls, and there were many topics they could talk about. Qin Fan directly said, since you're up, hurry up and wash up and come over to work for me. Actually, she was a few years older than Si Tongyan. Si Tongyan would have already finished her bath and was lying on the bed playing with her cell phone, when she suddenly received a call from her good girlfriend. She was a bit surprised. You don't have a place to stay? What's going on? It's not because you don't have the money to pay the rent, and you've been evicted by the landlord, right? Either way, can I lend you some money? Si Tongyan had just earned $1,200,000 today, and had already turned into a little rich woman. No need to pick me up. I'm just inside Qin Fan's room. But even though it was strange, Lu Shiyu didn't dare to talk back, and honestly returned. Okay, I'll go over right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shiyu didn't even have time to eat breakfast, and hurriedly ran inside Qin Fan's room. SSS. What made Lu Shiyu a little surprised was that Qin Fan had ordered takeout in the morning. Moreover, even her share was ordered. Let's eat first. Shin Fan sat inside the living room, holding a bun and drinking kanji, eating one bite after another. Lu Shiyu looked at the takeout on the table and was somewhat touched. You even ordered takeout for me? Then what else? Shin Fan said casually. If I let you work, it's impossible to let you go hungry, right? Even if it's hundreds of thousands, millions, it's possible. Shin Fan, on the other hand, continued to order takeout and ate inside the living room with Lu Shiyu, the little lapdog, specializing you to pay me as a lapdog. During this time, Si Yen and Song Zoni also came over to help. Lu Shiyu suddenly felt as if she had been moved for a bit in vain. Yesterday, at the B station, she also thought for a moment that she was going to be fired, and almost knelt down for others in order to keep her job. It was only today that she truly saw the light of day, because she was a bit annoyed. Lu Shiyu was a bit cute when she ate her bun. Ever since Lu Shiyu graduated from college and entered society, she had never been so happy as she was today. At 12 noon, because Si Yen had to go home to meet her parents, she didn't stay to eat together and pulled Song Zongyi's little hand to quickly leave the place. Ding! Shin Fan casually transferred $100,000 to Lu Shiyu. Of course, what Lu Shiyu didn't expect was that Shin Fan just casually said it and didn't put it on his mind at all. Lu Shiyu suddenly froze. What the fuck? It was all the garbage left behind by the previous owner. She had thought that a salary of $80,000 a month was already the pinnacle of her life, but after she really joined the workforce, she realized that all her dreams could not be realized. Shin Fan commanded with a condescending attitude. When she was in middle school and high school, she used to have so many dreams. If she had been in college, no boy would have dared to command her in such a condescending manner, making her, a pretty girl, do so much work, all cleaned up by her. Ha, am I cute? But what she didn't expect was that $80,000 a month was just the beginning. For a moment, Lu Shiyu suddenly felt a little happy. What are you, treating the second bedroom like a trash can? Moreover, Lu Shiyu was 169 tall, and was considered a taller girl. Inside the bedroom, inside the living room, many things that couldn't be used were all thrown out by Shin Fan. But the second after. But there is no way. Lu Shiyu wiped her tears while tilting her face, revealing a nice smile. I'm fine. I'm just too happy. Above the small face was a vicious expression. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 secondary bedrooms, and $80,000 a month for a highly paid dogleg. Her current status was also not a college student anymore, but Shin Fan's lapdog. It was even if she, a high achiever who graduated from a film university, couldn't make a movie, but she actually had to clean someone's room? At the mention of working, Lu Shiyu was instantly unmoved and even a bit annoyed. Shin Fan had also been cleaning the room. This extra 100,000 is what I'll give you as a salary. When Lu Shiyu saw the transfer message, she was dumbfounded. One must know that when she used to play tennis inside the university, there were so many people who stayed away from her for fear of being beaten half to death by one of her tennis balls. Lu Shiyu even more than $6,000 a month job. It is difficult to find the cleaner the home, the better the mood. This saying is really not blown out of proportion. But the truth, after eating, looking at the clean and dry living room, bedroom, kitchen and bathroom, Shin Fan's mood is still very comfortable. He dreamed that when he grew up in the future, he would make lots and lots of money, travel to many places, and buy all his favorite things at home. Shin Fan suddenly smiled. Why are you so cute when you eat? 38. 6. 166. 211. Being complimented by the handsome man, she felt happy in her heart. With each bite, she could not wait to treat the bun as Shin Fan and bite him to death. And before, in just one day, her life had seen such a big change. It took until 12 noon to clean the inside of the house. Even her self-respect, it was worthless. It made Lu Shiyu suddenly have a feeling that, inside a female novel, she had met a boss. They were all surprised when they saw so much garbage thrown out inside Shin Fan's 2 secondary bedrooms. Shin Fan, I didn't expect you, a handsome man, to have so much garbage inside your home. Shin Fan, what are you? In fact, after the stuff is thrown out, then clean and mop all over the inside and outside of the house. Understand? She had already graduated. Shin Fan said this. Also, for a while, her eyes were a little red, especially the kind of messy express boxes, all thrown to the door by Shin Fan. A second ago, she was touched and felt that Shin Fan was also too warm-hearted. Shin Fan saw that she ate almost, directly said, work to go. The 2-second bedroom inside the cardboard boxes and so on, all thrown out. Otherwise the second bedroom has not been able to live. She could only honestly agree now, and then followed Shin Fan's order to painstakingly clean the room. She had grown up so much, but it was the first time she had met someone else who said she was cute. She had never imagined that she would be associated with the word cute. Previously, when she was in the King's comic show project team, Even though she had been lowly and aggrieved, it was useless, and she was still fired by the female leader. Seeing her with a vicious look on her face, she was still biting the bun very hard. Of course, if you serve me happily in the future, I will definitely give you more money. With a better mood, Qin Fan naturally became more generous. Qin Fan was a bit worried when he saw tears glistening inside her eyes and said, "Why are you suddenly shedding tears?" This was not a university. It was society. But obviously, she was overthinking it. As long as she kept following Qin Fan, as long as she kept working as a little follower for Qin Fan, her money would definitely increase in the future. Of course, Qin Fan wasn't idle either. Before graduation, she was dead set on never imagining that her future job direction would actually be this. Lu Shiyu was very uncomfortable in her heart. Qin Fan finished eating the buns, squinted his eyes, and glanced at her. How could he have imagined that the house was so messy? Of course, Qin Fan could only spit out a few sentences in his heart. He definitely couldn't say it. If he did, it would be bad. After all, as you know, this thing called money, I have plenty of it. Then, Qin Fan also spent a lot of money, shouted out 7 or 8 errands, and let the errand boy help throw the garbage round after round. In order to keep this job, even if Lu Shiyu had more suitors in college, it was useless. Qin Fan was helpless after hearing this. Suddenly, he wanted to cry. Qin Fan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Your $80,000 salary is given to you by B Station. Not me. It's fine. It's fine. Lu Shiyu was a little nervous. She thought Qin Fan was going to pay her to sleep with her, seeing that she was hopeful of realizing her childhood dream. It was also at this time that she suddenly felt that Qin Fan didn't seem so detestable anymore. SSS. I'm sorry, Qin Fan, Lu Shiyu said with a bit of guilt. I'm sorry. I always thought that you were a scum before. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. It's fine. Qin Fan waved his hand casually, indicating that it was fine. Afterward, Qin Fan also smiled and said, "It's normal that you think I'm a scumbag. It shows that you're a normal person. But it's okay, I quite like the name scum. Besides, even if I'm treated like a scumbag, I have nothing to lose, right?" Lu Shiyu was a more traditional girl. She cared about her reputation, so she wouldn't really want to live with Qin Fan. Qin Fan hadn't even finished speaking when Lu Shiyu quickly started shaking her head. Qin Fan's complexion became a bit unsightly this time. The real estate certificate of room 304 is here with me. How can you have the nerve to say it's your house? 1. Isn't the second bedroom cleaned up? You can live in the second bedroom later. The gas tank woman was like a shrew and instantly started cursing. Even if she was treated like a scum, she didn't care. Hurry up and get out. I was going to give you a 20,000 yuan subsidy. Since you're so shameless, the subsidy won't be given. Hurry up and get out. Don't force me to do it. Qin Fan sat on the living room sofa, sipping tea, and slowly said, "About where you live at night. I'll give you 2 choices." However, the tenant of room 303 was a young lad, and when he heard that Qin Fan was going to take the house back, the lad was a bit uncomfortable at first, feeling that it was too sudden, and that he didn't have the time to move or find the next suitable house. In response, Qin Fan only had one sentence: moving costs. I'll wrap it all up for you, and directly let the movers come over to help you move. The advantage is that it's closer to me, able to be on call and help me at any time. If you didn't know better, you'd think you saw an enlarged and thicker gas can. That's amazing. As long as he was happy living on his own, that was all that mattered. This time, the call was to the tenants of the other 2 houses. In fact, Qin Fan had already looked away now and no longer cared about people calling him a scum. When the young man in room 303 saw that Qin Fan had offered such generous conditions, he didn't continue to insist, and quickly agreed to Qin Fan's request to quit the house. I am the landlord, Qin Fan. Qin Fan had always been a soft eater. Even if she and Qin Fan each slept in a room, it was easy to ruin her reputation. I can be responsible for your rent for the first 2 months after you move, and you are now an internet celebrity. If I live with you, I won't be able to get married in the future, and I'm sure that the paparazzi will post it on the internet, saying that I'm living with you. But what Qin Fan didn't expect is that the tenant of this 304 is actually his relative. Only after taking out the real estate license did Qin Fan confirm that he was not mistaken. Qin Fan took a look at the woman, who was really a bit hot looking. Haven't you heard the saying? Women are big and boys are the same. It's normal to not recognize them after not seeing them for a year, Qin Fan said with a flat face. No. A lone male and female can't live together. Good. Lu Shiyu froze for a moment, half a day without saying anything. Room 304 was indeed a house in his name, left to him by his parents. The phone call just went through, and a fawning middle-aged woman's voice could be heard coming from over there. Specifically, it was a distant, No more distant relative who couldn't even be related to him by 8 poles. However, I can help you out with the moving expenses, and I can also provide you with a $20,000 subsidy. As long as you're willing to agree, I can credit you the money now. 38. 6. 166. 211. Ha! From a distance, it looked like a complete iron barrel. Shin Fan finished and waited for her to respond. With a height of 1 meter 5, her weight could actually be around 180 pounds. Subsequently, after the two of them casually chatted a few more times, Shin Fan quickly began to cut to the chase. Thus, Shin Fan frowned and hurriedly went back inside the room and took out the real estate license. In addition, Shin Fan also compensated the young man in room 303 with $20,000, which was considered as his subsidy for renting an apartment in the future. Since this gas tank woman lied to him, don't blame him for not being polite. Goo, isn't this the great nephew Shin Fan? What's going on? It's summer and you want to deliver watermelons to our house? Wait for a while. I'll go over and open the door for you. No problem? Subsequently, Shin Fan directly contacted the moving company by phone, and with a price that was more than 3 times the market price, he had the moving company come over within half an hour. For a while, Shin Fan thought he had gotten himself wrong. Just like that, room 303 was considered recovered. However, after hearing this, the woman with the gas tank was not happy. Why do you let our family move out? This is our family's house. Among them, Shin Fan himself lived in one set. Si Tong Yen and Song Zongyi rented one set. And who the other 2 tenants were, Shin Fan was not clear for the time being. The intention was to give the 304 tenants some money, some compensation, so that they could return the house as well. A big question mark instantly floated up on Shin Fan's head, because she realized that Shin Fan's mindset was really too good and optimistic. As the words landed, the door to room 304 quickly opened. Miss Liu. At this moment, the gas tank-like woman rubbed her hands together while rushing at Shin Fan in doubt. Are you? Not only was he willing to contract the moving expenses, but he also provided the tenant with a $20,000 subsidy. Looking around the world, there weren't many landlords like him. What Shin Fan didn't expect was that after this gas tank woman saw him, she wasn't mesmerized by his handsome face, but backed up several steps and said with a defensive face, "You're Shin Fan? I remember seeing you last year. Last year at that time, you didn't look this good. UXX. Shin Fan's expression was flat. After saying this, Shin Fan quickly cut to the chase. It's like this. I'm planning to take the house back. You guys will have to move out today. Subsequently, Shin Fan didn't waste any time and directly picked up his cell phone and started contacting the tenants. So, the first option definitely didn't work. Lu Shiyu quickly agreed. It would be too hard to live for others all the time. Although this gas tank-like woman was really hot-looking, Shin Fan didn't mock her and spoke normally. Seeing this, Shin Fan had no choice but to propose a second option. Alright, then I'll contact the tenants now and ask them to let the house out and clean it up for you to live in. In all fairness, Shin Fan, the landlord, was already very kind. Next, it was room 304. Shin Fan took the phone and called the tenant of room 304. There were a total of 4 houses under Shin Fan's name, all in the same building and on the same floor. A scumbag is a scumbag. Out came a round woman. The cursing was so ugly. Put it on the internet, all will be blocked kind. Extremely unpleasant. SSS. And when this shrew scolded the street, room 304 soon came out a thin bamboo pole-like man. Seeing this, the thin bamboo pole man immediately came over and handed Shin Fan a cigarette. Great nephew, we are all relatives. Why make such an ugly scene? Besides, your family has so many houses, you can't finish living alone. And when you were little, I even hugged you. We've all been living in 304 for several years now, and we haven't paid a penny of rent. If we're kicked out, where are we going to live in the future? The thin bamboo pole man began to play the emotional card. However, it was better if he didn't play it, but after he played the emotional card, Shin Fan was instantly happy. As soon as he looked at the dress of this group of gangsters, he knew that they were definitely not good people. But what one didn't expect was that even if the thin bamboo pole man answered differently than his wife, he still didn't escape. They looked at the photo, and then looked at the gas tank woman and the thin bamboo pole man at the door of room 304. Half an hour later, there were soon a dozen or so punks with sticks and rogues who came over. Shin Fan laughed and said, "What are you going to do about your property? Don't like bean juice? Okay, beat it to death." The punk didn't really care if she liked bean juice or not. He just wanted an excuse to beat someone up. If you beat someone half to death, $200,000 to start. In a word, as long as the money was there, anything would be fine. That's the thing. You property guys take a look and see what to do. Ah Long provided a bank account, and Shin Fan quickly called the money over. The thin bamboo pole man was so scared that his legs went soft, shivering. I like it. I like it. Difficult to do. So, Chin Fan thought about it and felt that, still, he had to go the illegal way. Not a moment later, the staff from the property came over. Chin Fan said casually, just say, do you know any? Send me the contact information. Money is not a problem. By the way, Uncle Chen also reminded, this person is called Along, specializing in this kind of unseemly things, but the asking price is rather high. You talk to him yourself. Afterwards, Chin Fan also told the people from the moving company to arrange for a few more workers to come over, so that they could get ready and pack up room 304 later. This matter, relying on the formal way, would definitely not be solved in a short period of time. It was the first time that Chin Fan felt that this group of gangsters and scoundrels who were dyed with miscellaneous hair and not doing their jobs looked so smooth. After hitting the money, Ah Long said with great dedication, half an hour at most, you'll be waiting to pack up your house, and even if they were to go to jail, they could still pay for those thugs to be scapegoats. The words landed. More than a dozen punks swarmed up, beat that gas tank woman all over her face, couldn't even crawl up. This time, got the property side of the people are very upset. Good guy. On the other side of the phone, Along is sitting in the bath center, while touching the big white legs of the girl, while laughing. That depends on what you need. As long as no one gets killed, even if the fight is strong, it can be suppressed. This matter, it was settled. An older woman in her 50s from the property company went over to the gas tank woman and said a few words, wanting them to move out earlier so as not to cause too much embarrassment. But his wife said she didn't like bean juice, and she was immediately beaten into a vegetable. Chin Fan could afford to wait for only half an hour. The only legal way was to sue, but the prosecution process would take at least 2 or 3 years. Ha, ta-da-da. The property ama said with great displeasure. By the way, 4 or 5 security guards came over, all young and strong. Of course, I don't take human life cases, I have a bottom line. And this group of gangsters and scoundrels, after arriving at the door, also did not say anything, and directly took out the photos. 38. 6. 166. 211. He was also afraid of being beaten. As for where to throw the things inside room 304 after throwing them out, Chin Fan laughed, find a big truck and throw it to the garbage factory. Having lived inside my house for several years, not a penny of rent has been given? The property lady was helpless. I'm afraid we can only call the police for this matter, but even if the police come over, I feel that it will be very difficult to do so. The gas tank woman's legs shivered in fear. Trembling, I don't like bean juice. I've never drunk that in my life. The property lady held her breath and said, this shrew is so disgusting. It doesn't even make sense to reason with her. Like a shrew in the village. Gas tank like shrew. Give her a paralyzing beating. Really? Brainwashed. Now seeing that Chin Fan had a need in this area, Uncle Chen naturally didn't have any nonsense and immediately pushed a contact information to Chin Fan. Thinking of this, Chin Fan directly gave Uncle Chen a phone call. Xiao Chen, do you have any acquaintances? The road to mix, the darker the better. Chin Fan listened to the offer and looked at the doorway of room 304. The woman who had been cursing at the gas tank, and quickly made a decision in his heart. Okay. And Chin Fan was too lazy to do anything with them, and directly gave a call to the property, letting the people from the property come over to clean them up. Chin Fan would be determined to clean them up this time, although he had never drank bean juice in his life, although he didn't even know what bean juice was. Even if he called the police had no way to force them out. When Uncle Chen answered the phone, he thought he had an ear problem and said in confusion, you're looking for people from the road? What do you want? Aha! If you paralyze someone, 2 million to start. How dare he say the same thing as his wife, letting these two shameless ones live for another 2 or 3 years. Chin Fan would be sickened by them. Chin Fan spent 2 minutes to make things clear. I've been so nice to you guys, and you still fucking dare to curse me? However, what the property lady didn't expect was that the gas tank woman didn't give her any face at all, rushing at her and cursing her, not to mention spitting several mouthfuls of spit towards her face. Yes. I'll send it to you right now. Just after the phone call, Chin Fan went straight to the point. Help me pack up a few people. How much? Want to pack up people chant. This family is shameless, occupying your house. No one can take them. Let's have a $2.5 million package. After beating the gas tank woman, the gangster carried the thin bamboo pole man again and asked, do you like to drink bean juice? Uncle Chen had been in society for so many years, and had even become the president of a listed company, so he had long since gotten his head around black and white. Long, right? Mainly because now is a society of law and order. You can't hit people. If it was put in more than 10 years ago, would have already beaten them half to death. Chin Fan nodded and said no more. After hanging up Uncle Chen's phone, Chin Fan quickly made a call to Along. Men like skinny bamboo poles, just beat them half to death. Although the gas tank woman was a shrew, she also knew that she was afraid. The leader of the gangster, carrying a stick, arrogantly walked over and asked, "Dead fat guy, do you like to drink bean juice?" The gangster raised his stick and cursed, "You don't even drink bean juice? Beat him to death." A dozen or so punks swarmed over and beat him again. SSS. The thin bamboo pole man was beaten half to death, and he realized that it wasn't even a matter of whether he drank bean juice or not. This group of punks was obviously found by Chin Fan to clean him up. Now, the thin bamboo pole man and the gas canister woman were all beaten half dead, but not finished. A dozen punks even beat and kicked, but also to lift them up. Thrown out. As for the pots and pans inside room 304, they were also thrown out. Not a single one was left behind. Soon, the people from the moving company began to move. In an afternoon's time, the inside of the house price was cleaned up, while Chin Fan was busy cleaning the room. On the other side, a few relatives came to Zhao Bingling's house. It must have been Chin Fan's long-haired, handsome to the death punk Ah. In other words, the gas tank woman had received this beating for nothing. Not only could she not ask for compensation, but she was also paralyzed, and she would never want to live a good life in this life. Ha! Haven't I emphasized to you many times? No making friends with that no-good punk. After hearing this, Zhu Yonghu took several consecutive puffs of his cigarette before letting out a long sigh. The more Zhao Jianxiong spoke, the angrier he got. So he simply threw all the cigarettes on the ground and stomped on them fiercely. He had already vaguely guessed something. Guessed who Zhao Bingling's boyfriend was. The only use he had for his cell phone was to use it to call his co-workers, as well as to buy meals and things. Zhao Bingling's uncle, Zhu Yonghu, and aunt, Yi Zhuangqi, were guests in her home. The words landed on the ground, and she went out without looking back. Simply like a frog in the bottom of the well. Has never seen the world. Especially when you hear Zhao Jianxiong said that his daughter, after the monthly salary of at least 20,000 or 20,000 inch, Zhu Yonghu cannot hold back. Zhu Yonghu was really about to tense up, because the money is in place. So this blackguard brother is also very strong. No matter how many years, he recognized. Let my daughter fall in love with him? This is not a clear case of spoiling people. After the house was cleaned up, the door locks were also changed to ensure safety, lest the gaspot woman secretly hide the key. Although he knew that Zhao Jianxiong didn't go online much, what he didn't expect was that Zhao Jianxiong's misunderstanding was also too big. You are a key university student in the future. It's too much better than that dropout waste. You two are not in the same world at all. Why can't you figure it out? Zhao Jianxiong's face would look very bad this time. Yesterday, Chin Fan had helped Zhao Bingling earn more than $1 million by showing up at her live broadcast and helping her broadcast for an hour. You wait, I'll call Bingling out and ask. One person took all the black pots. Why are you just not listening? The two of them first put their things on the table, then sat on the living room sofa, and said in disbelief, "Old Zhao, your daughter has found a good match, and you don't even know about it? She's leaving home. The news is also too closed." Zhu Yonghu ruthlessly smoked a large mouthful of cigarettes until his cigarette butt was on fire. Then he extinguished the cigarette, took out his cell phone, and explained. And the more he cursed, the more Zhu Yonghu felt that there was something wrong with him. The cash that Along gave him. On the other hand, he hid it and left it to his parents. He felt that he had just misjudged Zhao Jianxiong, but the truth was, even if the gas tank woman had hidden the key, she didn't have the ability to come back and find things. I disagree. 38. 6. 166. 211. Zhao Bingling was only 18 years old. When had she ever suffered such an offense? Zhao Jianxiong was confused by their congratulations and wondered, "What's the situation? My family has no happy events. So what are you congratulating me for?" Zhu Yonghu and Yi Zhuangqi were all taken aback. These two came with a box of milk and a box of wine. Even the local media in Nanshan City had begun to report on this matter. "Old Zhao Ah, you know that little white boy that Bingling talked about? How much money does he have? You actually said that he didn't have any good." I'm a little unable to speak. Zhu Yonghu and Yi Zhuangqi are all confused. My daughter is a good student in a major university. After graduating from college, at least not a monthly salary of 1 or 2 million? Letting her marry that white boy who dropped out of high school? Isn't that helping the poor? As soon as he thought of Chin Fan, Zhao Jianxiong had a gloomy face and was in a very unhappy mood. Feeling that Chin Fan, the unproductive little white boy, had cheated his precious daughter away. Afterwards, he waited until Zhao Bingling flashed her big eyes and came out from inside the bedroom. Other than that, he didn't even bother to use his cell phone. That kid, he dropped out of school in his first year of high school and didn't attend the college entrance exam. No future at all. She and that handsome boy are on the news today. especially famous. You as a father. Why look confused? Zhao Jianxiong wasn't outside the bottom of the well. To be precise, he was a fucking primitive. The group of punks sent by Along. Their hands were more ruthless than one another, and they directly paralyzed the gas tank woman. This matter has long been rumored, on the hot search several times, and Zhu Yonghu, this when the uncle, is a face of puzzlement. As a result, Zhao Jianxiong, who is the father, actually knows nothing? Doesn't he usually play with his cell phone? Zhu Yonghu and Yi Zhuangqi were all confused and couldn't understand what was going on. On the other hand, Aunt Yi Wanshui hurriedly chased out, afraid that Zhao Bingling would meet with an accident. I want to cry. Zhao Jianxiong, the rigid, traditional father, began a series of scoldings. Moreover, Zhao Jianxiong would still look down on people this time, saying, he's a school dropout punk. How much money can he have? A few $100s at the end of the day. Less than a day's salary for me. The only thing that is impossible is to lose money. Zhu Yonghu handed Zhao Jianxiong a cigarette while smoking one himself and said, Old Zhao, how can you scold your own daughter like this? I seek. She didn't do anything wrong, right? She's not wrong? How could she not be right? But what they didn't expect was that Zhao Jianxiong really didn't play with his cell phone much. And after the fight, the punk didn't run away, and arranged for a brother who took the blame and went straight to turn himself in. Zhao Jianxiong immediately started to get mad. Say it. What's going on? This buddy is carrying hundreds of thousands of loans. Has long been a black household. Zhao Jianxiong's cursing can be very powerful. Simply put Qin Fan down to nothing. She held back her tears, wiped them, and cursed. Sick. Zhao Jianxiong took a big drag on his cigarette, grimaced, and scolded. You don't even know how unproductive that young man she's looking at is. She had only just come out of the bedroom when she was scolded by her father, and in front of her uncle and aunt. In an instant, Zhao Bingling's eyes turned red. Old Zhao, the unproductive little white boy that you've always despised in your mouth. He has 4 sets of real estate in his name. Moreover, they are all houses in the city center, adding up to at least $40 to $50 million. SSS. In addition, he signed a contract with a listed company, and his salary for a year is $120 million after tax. Also, he casually made over $10 million from 1 or 2 live broadcasts. For attending a comic show, he got $5 million in appearance fees, and was on dozens of hot searches in a row. You're saying he's not competitive and that he has no future? You don't even take a look. What are you yourself? Zhu Yonghu wanted to curse his mother as he spoke. He truly felt that Zhao Jianxiong had no brains. If he could get Zhao Bingling to fall in love with Qin Fan, it would be a great opportunity. Just rubbing some traffic would be a lot of silver. Staying in a hotel? Definitely not. Oh, what the 3 of them thought in their hearts was that they had finally sent Zhao Bingling to Qin Fan's side. It had to be said that it was still Zhu Yonghu, the old greaseball, who was more considerate. That earning speed was simply comparable to a money printing machine. Wang Jingran's family has 3 generations living together. Wang Jingran herself has to sleep with her sister. Where is the extra bed for her to sleep? As for the other girlfriends, the family also has big and small problems, not suitable for the past. Listening to Zhu Yonghu bite a millions, tens of millions, or even 100 million. Even if Zhao Jianxiong, no matter how rigid, but also a little moved, because she did not know which girlfriend's home to go. Zhu Yonghu politely introduced himself. To be precise, I am Zhao Bingling's uncle. Zhu Yonghu was a bit embarrassed and couldn't tell the truth for fear that Qin Fan would get angry. This, old Zhao, can you have some brains? On the other side of the phone, Qin Fan was having dinner with Lu Shiyu inside the living room. On the street, Zhao Bingling was walking aimlessly by herself with red eyes. Yi Xinxin's mom was in a second marriage, and the family was very unhappy, so there was no way she would agree to let her go over and stay for a few days. Hurry up and call your daughter. Let her have a good relationship with someone else. Yi Xinxin's family? If your daughter-in-law can chase him down, your whole family won't have to worry about food or drink for several lifetimes. What should we do? Call the police? Even if the city's news lied to you, then this block of hands, Douyin, Weibo, etc., the hot searches all over the internet can still lie to you? She had just been mean to her father for a few moments, and her heart was so sad that she didn't want to go home. As a result, then, a phone call went over, and the mistake is extremely outrageous. All his life, he had thought about letting his daughter, Zhao Bingling, study well and find a good job in the future to earn more money. Maybe, your daughter has gone to find Qin Fan now, and also expressed her opposition several times? Isn't this properly brainwashed? Hurry up, it's not too late to regret. She was going to call her best friend and go stay inside her best friend's house for a few days. Zhao Jianxiong rubbed his hands together and asked, what you said is true. At the same time, Aunt Yi Wanshui hurriedly ran back and anxiously said, I didn't find anyone. Bingling ran too fast. Zhao Bingling was now angry in her head. Where would she answer his calls? The more calls Zhao Jianxiong made, the more annoyed Zhao Bingling became. As a result, lazy with Zhao Jianxiong this kind of primitive explanation. Communication. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhu Yonghu was related to their family, he wouldn't bother with this matter. Zhu Yonghu stretched out his hand and stopped him, saying, "You must not call the police." On the other side of the phone, after Zhu Yonghu hung up the phone, Zhao Jianxiong, Zhu Yonghu, and Yi Zhuangqi all sighed in relief in unison. So, he pondered for a while, before politely saying, "Bingling, this child and her father quarreled, ran away from home. What I want is, if she went to look for you, trouble you to take her in for a period of time, and when she and her father have all died down, and then let her come back." Zhu Yonghu thought to himself, "Old Zhao, this is also too fucking brainwashed." Zhao Jianxiong held his cell phone, looked at it for a long time, and finally realized that he was wrong. As for going to live inside Qin Fan's house for a few days, however, he was a little confused at the same time. "Why are you calling me?" It's hard to believe that something happened to Zhao Bingling? Qin Fan nodded and understood. "No way. Even if I can lie to you, can the official news in our city still lie to you?" 38. 6. 166. 211. There are extremely promising dudes and potentials who earn millions or even tens of millions of dollars a month, and they were given up by him? Moreover, he was also scolded by him? Definitely. We are at least relatives. Can I still lie to you? Zhao Bingling had never stayed in a hotel before, and she didn't bring her ID card with her when she came out. She didn't even know if the hotel would let her stay in without it. Zhao Bingling had never thought about it that way. "I'm Zhu Yonghu. Wang Jingran's house?" Moreover, what he considered even more thoughtfully was that he also had Zhao Jianxiong take out Zhao Bingling's classmate record. From the top of the classmate book, he found Qin Fan's contact information. Okay. However, after Zhao Bingling took out his cell phone, he began to hesitate again. He covered his chest and shivered for a long time, but he didn't get his strength back. In the end, it was Zhu Yonghu who couldn't stand it and took the bottle of medicine on his table and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhu Yonghu, black face, keep urging. If you don't get pregnant, it will be a bad thing. A lot of money will be made. After all, she and Qin Fan were not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. If you call the police now, it would be too embarrassing for the police to come to the door and arrest them. What was the result? Zhao Jianxiong, this old uneducated dang, could even give up such a good opportunity? Zhao Jianxiong regretted having a heart attack. Now, Zhao Jianxiong was dumbfounded. At the end of the day, Zhu Yonghu wanted to reach out his hand and try to strangle Zhao Jianxiong. Zhao Jianxiong thought that it would be good for his daughter to earn $10,000 or $20,000 a month in the future. It wouldn't work either. See for yourself. Next, it was up to Zhao Bingling to seize the opportunity and get pregnant early. How to say it? Cohabitation and whatnot. It's too shameful. After Zhao Jianxiong took a breath, he didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly picked up his cell phone and called his daughter. His relationship with Zhao Bingling was still quite good, and seeing Zhao Bingling running away from home, Qin Fan definitely couldn't just sit back and do nothing. However, it was a big night and she didn't know where to go. Zhao Jianxiong was anxious, and worried that his daughter was lost, and worried that she could not catch up with Qin Fan. The money tree. At this moment, after hearing so much, Zhao Jianxiong finally woke up a bit. This young man, Qin Fan, is simply a money printing machine. Zhu Yonghu gritted his teeth in anger, and even took his cell phone out to light up the local news of Nanshan City and slapped Zhao Jianxiong's face. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar phone number, Qin Fan was immediately puzzled. Who are you? Where did you get my phone number from? Being pregnant, only then can you really take down Qin Fan as a money tree. In my opinion, it would be better for the two of them to simply live together and cultivate their feelings. In case they get pregnant, it would be great. A few phone calls went by, and instead of answering the phone, Zhao Bingling simply pulled the plug on all of Zhao Jianxiong's friends. Zhu Yonghu took the phone and asked politely. Even if she was aggrieved, she didn't want to cohabit with Qin Fan. However, what Qin Fan did not expect was this. Zhao Bingling walked on the road for a long time before she made up her mind. Qin Fan didn't think much about it and agreed in one breath. Zhao Bingling thought about it for a long time, and finally, she set her eyes on the name of a foreigner. Princess Asami. SSS. Princess Asami. Just by looking at this name, one could tell that this girl was a neon girl. Moreover, she was an extremely beautiful, sexy neon girl who liked to wear short JK skirts. Zhao Bingling had known Asami Faye for a few years now, since she was just a freshman in high school and had just started working as an uploader on B Station. 3 years ago, when Zhao Bingling was in her first year of high school, she was still a small upvoter with only a few dozen fans. Every time she posted a video, Asami Faye would be the first to appear in the comments section, commenting on her and giving her gifts. Asami Faye fantasized just a little, and her mouth couldn't close with a smile. It's okay. Qin Fan being handsome was one thing. Zhao Bingling thought seriously for a moment and finally made a decision. Okay, I'll go over there later. At first, it was an online chat. So, Qin Fan's voice seemed happy, saying, I heard that you ran away from home. Come to my place to sleep at night. My home just happened to pack out 2 secondary bedrooms. You just pick. Just sleep. No matter if it was online or offline. Princess Asami was especially caring and loving towards Zhao Bingling. Every morning as soon as she woke up from her sleep, she would be able to see Zhao Bingling, an eye-pleasing beauty. As soon as Princess Asami heard this, her entire body jumped up in joy. She had spent so much effort and sent so many gifts to Zhao Bingling. Wasn't it just for today? The other reason was that the security of Qin Fan's side of the neighborhood was really good. This time, when Zhao Bingling ran away from home, she naturally thought of Asami Faye, her good girlfriend. Every time it came to the weekend, Asami Faye would come up with all kinds of ways to ask Zhao Bingling out. Go shopping together, watch movies together, pull her little hand, and walk around every corner of the city. If he could get Zhao Bingling to live over, Qin Fan would be much happier in the future. Subsequently, after hanging up the phone, Zhao Bingling quickly started calling Princess Asami. Then, the two of them chatted for 3 whole years. These days, it was comfortable to think about. The small dimples, the small tiger teeth, and Zhao Bingling's eyebrows that curved like a crescent moon when she smiled were all enjoyable to the extreme. The first time Zhao Bingling went live, Asami Princess charged her $20,000 for governor. After chatting online for 2 or 3 years, Asami concubine ran from Neon to the country and came over here to go to college, and intentionally chose a university in the same city as Zhao Bingling. However, Zhao Bingling didn't think that much about it. On the contrary, on Asami Faye's side, although the house was a multi-million-dollar house, the neighborhood security conditions were much worse compared to Qin Fan's side. Beauty. Good. Qin Fan looked happy. 38. 6. 166. 211. No what's wrong, good sister? After Zhao Bingling heard this, her heart warmed and she softly said, Thank you. Qin Fan said smilingly, I'll arrange a room for you, bedding, and toiletries. You don't need to bring anything later. Just take a taxi over directly. Sorry, Faye's sister. I'm going to go to Qin Fan's side to live. His side security is better. My dad can't break in. So, sorry so late to let you bother. It was even a bit beyond friendship between girls, becoming a bit ambiguous. Mainly because Zhao Bingling is too cute. Good girl ceiling, a few words really is not blown out. Is really cute to the extreme. And I have good security here in the neighborhood. Definitely don't need to worry about your father suddenly breaking over and taking you away or anything. Princess Asami would be lying inside the quilt, watching anime. However, after receiving Qin Fan's call, she began to hesitate again. Thankfully, just as Zhao Bingling had taken a cab and was on her way to Asami Faye's house, Qin Fan's call came through. Ran away from home, coming to sleep at my place? That would be so great. Suddenly receiving a phone call from a beautiful girl, Asami concubine Whoosh instantly perked up, and the whole person sat up from the bed. It could be said that she was a small rich woman on the list. At the same time, the anime inside her cell phone also played to the most wonderful part. At this moment, Zhao Bingling had planned to go to Asami Princess, her good girlfriend, as a big sister. Asami concubine quickly asked for Zhao Bingling's contact information. On the other side of the phone, Asami Faye, a 1.7 m tall girl with long legs, had already prepared all the lubricants. Qin Fan's arrangement was still very good. However, a call from Zhao Bingling immediately made her heart go cold. Zhao Bingling pondered for a moment and finally dialed Princess Asami's phone. Good sister, are you asleep? So the better security conditions on Qin Fan's side made Zhao Bingling's heart flutter instantly. She just thought of consort Asami as a good girlfriend. Zhao Bingling genuinely didn't want to see her dad these days. Nor did she want to be brought home by her dad. Qin Fan waved his hand and acted generously. Zhao Bingling was very good, but also very guilty, feeling a little sorry for Asami Faye. Let her worry. Asami concubine this time. People are stupid. SSS. She held a brand new bottle of lubricant inside her hand and asked incredulously, How can you go to Qin Fan? He is a boy. If you go over to his side to sleep, what if he spoils you? Princess Asami was really angry. She had spent so much time and effort to become Zhao Bingling's good best friend with great difficulty. It looked like she would be able to go even further soon. As a result, a Qin Fan suddenly appeared and abducted Zhao Bingling. A good girl. As for whether Qin Fan would have some strange things happen with these two beautiful girls, Lu Shiyu wasn't interested. Princess Asami said it was for Zhao Bingling's sake. But, Qin Fan raised his hand and slapped her on the head. Yes. Even she wanted to curse out dirty words like baka. Lu Shiyu put down the futon, wiped her sweat, and went to the door to open it. After Princess Asami saw Chin-fan, she made a stern face and intentionally came up with a hometown phrase, Watashi. Why do you like boys? I don't understand. If it's a virgin, add another 10 points. Lu Shiyu definitely didn't know that she and Asami Faye, a neon girl, had only just met and had been judged harshly by the other party. Zhao Bingling spoke prettily. Zhao Bingling was happy as hell. Her little face was full of uncontrollable joy. Besides, the security of the neighborhood over here is really good. My dad definitely won't be able to find me. On the other hand, it was because Chin-fan was really handsome. Lu Shiyu said as she took a few steps back to let the two of them in. There was no way around it. Zhao Bingling was just too good and cute. Ha! After saying that, Lu Shiyu quickly went to spread the sheets. Princess Asami was getting angry. Otherwise, I'm worried that it's not safe for you to go over there alone. If she had known, she probably would have flung blank stares at Princess Asami. The little girl's eyes reddened with emotion. Why should you like boys? Zhao Jianxiong held his wineglass and drank it all in one go, saying, if I had known that boy Chin-fan was so rich and promising, where would I have badmouthed him? I'd be eager to hug his thighs and beg him to marry my daughter. Asami Faye is now thinking this way, with 4 big words written on her face. I don't understand. While Zhao Jianxiong and Zhu Yonghu were drinking wine and dreaming, Zhao Bingling and Asami Faye were already riding the elevator and arrived at Chin-fan's doorstep. I'm really sorry. On the other side of the phone, Princess Asami said gently, good. In reality, she was doing it for herself. She had now completely entered the state of a little follower. On the other side of the phone, Zhao Bingling had been apologizing the whole time. I'm sorry, good sister. I'm worried that my dad will come over to look for me, and I'm worried that I'll drag you down. So, come in first. Zhao Bingling seriously thought about it. Although she was cute, well-behaved, and beautiful. Knock knock. Asami concubine endured for half a day before she suppressed her fire, then said very forcefully, since you're going to find Chin-fan, then, I'm going too. It made Princess Asami a little bit mesmerized by the shot. If she is spoiled by a boy as handsome as Chin-fan, it seems like, it's not a big loss. After the two of them came in, Lu Shiyu quickly locked the door. Zhao Bingling thought that Princess Asami was genuinely concerned about her. 38. 6. 166. 211. Zhu Yonghu unwrapped a bottle of more than $5,000 of thatched wine, raised his glass and drank, old Zhao. Whether our lineage can be rich, it all depends on your daughter. Zhao Bingling blushed and whispered, Faye's sister, I feel that even if I am spoiled by Chin-fan, it seems that I have not suffered any losses. Face value, 70 points. Body, 80 points. Zhao Bingling was a bit helpless by her pestering and said, we are almost inside Chin-fan's neighborhood. How can we revert back? Even if Princess Asami had even more fire, she couldn't send it out after hearing such a sweet apology. Being able to live with a handsome man, Zhao Bingling felt happy even talking. I still prefer to go to Chin-fan's side. The security in his neighborhood is really good and strict. Chin-fan's handsome face, which could be described as a rare encounter in thousands of years, was exquisite to the point of being flawless. Then, a comment was made. Zhao Bingling kept apologizing in a well-behaved tone, causing Princess Asami to be unable to let out any fire she had. Obviously girls were the cutest creatures in the world. Don't, good sister. Immediately after that, Zhao Bingling bounced all the way and happily entered the living room, after which she soon saw Chin-fan. Subsequently, after hanging up the phone, Asami Faye immediately carried her bottoms, raised her legs, and put her bottoms back on with a whoosh. When Asami Faye saw Lu Shiyu, she looked at her from top to bottom. When the door of the room opened, Zhao Bingling took a look and saw that Lu Shiyu was actually inside Chin-fan's room, instantly revealing a puzzled expression. Of course, Zhao Bingling couldn't think of so much. She had to suppress her fire and said seriously, Bingling, have you ever seriously thought about it? In case Chin-fan turns into a beast in the middle of the night and spoils you, won't you lose a lot of money? And her voice was still sweet. I'll lay the sheets for you first. Chin-fan is playing a game in the living room. You guys go find him first. Good sister. Since you want to come together, let's do it. Chin-fan said there are 2 secondary bedrooms over there. We can both have one each. So that's great. Zhao Bingling clenched her fists and huffed. Why your ass? A knock sounded on the door. Chin-fan was playing a game in the living room and casually said, Shiyu, go open the door. In the end, Princess Asami held back. However, what she didn't know was that inside the home, her dad, Zhao Jianxiong, and her uncle, Zhu Yonghu, were dying of joy. I'm going to make him die of anxiety and regret. On the one hand, It was because she finally got rid of that rigid dad inside the house. Inside the house, Lu Shiyu, the little follower, was painstakingly holding the futon and laying out sheets for the second bedroom in preparation for Zhao Bingling. On the contrary, Princess Asami was not so happy. The two of them got out of the car, hand in hand, and after going through the security guards of the neighborhood, they quickly entered the inside of the neighborhood. On the way, Asami concubine was still continuing to do the ideological work. Go to my house, go to my house. My house has a lot of fun things. Asami Faye, this kind of lesbian, Lily, is never able to understand why someone would like boys. 10 minutes later, Zhao Bingling and Asami Faye met at the entrance of Qin Fan's neighborhood. 3 years of lying in wait cannot be ruined today. In order to be able to break Zhao Bingling, Qin Fan, good evening. If this really works out, I want $88,888,000 for the dowry. But, endured and endured. Speak human language, don't pull that tone of the little kid. Qin Fan was very upset and ferocious to her. SSS. Asami Faye had grown up so much. Where had she ever been ferociously treated by anyone? She was the daughter of a rich neon family. She had been pampered in her arms since she was a child. Where had she ever been bullied? This slap from Qin Fan instantly made her belly full of aggression. Seeing that Princess Asami was about to cry out, Zhao Bingling hurried over to comfort her. Then, Zhao Bingling also turned toward Qin Fan and explained, Qin Fan, don't be mean to her. Sister Asami Faye, she is a foreigner. Foreigner? Qin Fan was slightly surprised. Her Chinese was good. After saying that, Qin Fan directly raised his hand, ready to punch her again. Princess Asami was instantly dumbfounded. Qin Fan then rushed at Asami concubine and asked, do you dare to say it again? That is, all the men in your family are not good. Consort Asami grunted. Whoever said that knows it in their heart. Either that, or I'll give you another punch to properly cure you of this crap. Truth be told, Princess Asami was the first foreigner Qin Fan had ever come into contact with in real life, and she was also a neon girl. Qin Fan had felt quite guilty, feeling a bit sorry for this neon girl, and shouldn't have casually patted her on the head. When Qin Fan saw that she was so unaware of the good and bad, he planned to clean her up a bit. Alright, just because Qin Fan had calmed down, it didn't mean that Princess Asami had also calmed down. Qin Fan nodded and said, since you said that no man is good, let me ask you, is your father a man? His face was blackened into black charcoal. To deal with bad guys, surely you have to torture them severely. Okay. Moreover, in Princess Asami's opinion, Qin Fan was her love rival, a bad guy who robbed the beautiful girl from her. Qin Fan, as an unprecedentedly handsome man with an exquisitely handsome face, took the initiative to apologize to the girl, a situation that was still rare. Since they are all scum, since they are all not good anymore, it is naturally understandable that they do things that hurt the world. Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhao Bingling finally came over to persuade the fight. Zhao Bingling pulled Asami Faye's hand, telling her not to get angry, while talking about ordering takeout for her and changing the subject. Why don't you dare? However, because Zhao Bingling, a little cutie, was present, Qin Fan tried as much as possible not to use his hands but only his mouth. Then, after taking a deep breath, she blurted out, I say, there's not a single good thing about men. Alright, don't argue. But, Princess Asami's head shrank in fear and she backed up. It shook Qin Fan's fire to eliminate a large part of it, but even if he heard it, there was nothing he could do. Asami concubine liked Zhao Bingling so much that she couldn't wait to go to bed with Zhao Bingling. Seeing Zhao Bingling hugging Qin Fan's arm all the time, even sticking Qin Fan's arm on her small chest. Okay, shake. Consort Asami was coaxed by the lovely Zhao Bingling for a while before her face became a little better. Zhao Bingling saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly came up to persuade. Don't. Qin Fan, don't be angry. Puerto Rico, Lola, Karai and so on. This. Asami Faye's parents can be doing foreign trade, often speak Chinese, but also often bring her to this side of the travel. And her university is also in this side of the university. Either that, or go to the hospital and register for a brain check. Although Qin Fan didn't have much good feelings for neon men, but for these selfless sisters in neon, Qin Fan truly felt that they were too great. 38. 6. 166. 211. Your father isn't even a good thing anymore. So naturally your grandfather isn't a good bird either. As Zhao Bingling spoke, she even hugged Qin Fan's arm and kept shaking it. But now, after hearing these words from Princess Asami, Qin Fan was genuinely a bit tense. Thus, Qin Fan's attitude was now indifferent, saying, are you neon people sick? I've apologized to you and I'm still not satisfied? Still want to bow to you, and have to give you a Smithy Marseille? Her father was definitely a man, but the question was, Could she say that her father was no good? Definitely not. She couldn't say it back. And Chin Fan's main focus this time was to go along with Princess Asami's words and implicate her dad, her grandfather, and even her ancestors, all of them. Chin Fan looked at the lovely Zhao Bingling's face, only to eliminate the fire. Did not continue to clean up this neon girl. Chin Fan had already been coaxed by Zhao Bingling not to get angry, but when he heard Princess Asami scolding him, Chin Fan immediately became angry again. Greetings one and all. Asami concubine could only hold in a bellyful of anger, unable to send it out. After saying that, Chin Fan also smiled and summarized. No wonder you neon discharges wastewater and still don't fucking know shame. The reason has finally been found. Because you neon men are all scum and the women are all daughters of scum. So Princess Asami tensed her face, deliberately looking for things, said, no, you apologize too insincere. You must follow our neon tradition. Bend over and bow, but also shout as Smith Marseille, holding the idea of loving the house. Chin Fan's attitude towards Princess Asami became a lot more polite, and took the lead in apologizing to her. I'm really sorry, I just patted you, I hope you don't mind. Let him learn those brats. Bow and apologize? He also had to come up with a Smithy Marseille? Princess Asami's lips were almost bleeding from her anger, and she complained, I knew it, men are no good. Zhao Bingling was watching from the side and thought that Chin Fan's attitude was already very good. She thought to herself, Princess Asami should accept the apology, right? Therefore, Chin Fan's attitude changed. There's also your uncle, grandpa, cousin and so on. Even if Chin Fan had apologized to her, she was not satisfied. Unexpectedly, she actually met a foreigner today. Princess Asami took a big deep breath and her chest started to bulge like two big white rabbits. But, that said, the last time Chin Fan saw a neon girl, he still saw it inside an adult video. As the saying goes, near Zhu is red, near ink is black. Since all the men in your family are scum, then, I guess you're not a good thing either, right? Sister Faye, she's a foreigner, so just forgive her. Isn't this pure bullshit? Any Chinese man would not accept such an insulting request. So, Chin Fan then continued, since you said that all men are not good, then, your father must not be good either. After Chin Fan finished his words, Princess Asami's face was that ugly. Who are you cursing? It began to feel that Princess Asami had gone a little too far. I think that you must have a bit of a head problem. It was because the words that Chin Fan scolded her with, she could understand all of them. What no one expected was that Asami concubine was still puffing out her face and huffing. Sister concubine, don't be angry. Are you hungry? Have you eaten yet? Either that, I'll order you a takeout. These women in neon have benefited countless otaku around the world. It's so touching. I've eaten. Don't order takeout. Let's pack up the bedding and get ready for bed. Speaking of going to bed, Princess Asami's mood instantly began to improve. SSS. Good. Zhao Bingling answered obediently. Then, she turned her gaze to Chin Fan's side and asked, Chin Fan, which room will I sleep in with sister concubine? The second bedroom on the right. Chin Fan stretched out his hand and pointed her in the right direction, then continued to lie on the sofa and play with his cell phone. Princess Asami grunted twice, obviously still harboring hostility towards Chin Fan. However, she didn't dare to continue to lose her temper when she was under the roof, and she also knew that she couldn't quarrel with Chin Fan. So she pulled Zhao Bingling's small hand and went to the second bedroom. The organization was very clean. In the past, she was tight-fisted and didn't have any money, so how could she not afford to buy new clothes? Zhao Bingling was a good girl. Where could she stand up to others coaxing her all the time? Lu Shiyu hesitated, and whispered a reminder. Remember to lock the door at night. After all, there's a boy inside the house. Until 10 o'clock in the evening. After hearing this, Zhao Bingling narrowed her eyes and laughed. It's okay, Chin Fan is not that kind of person. Moreover, even if he attacks at night, he may not be able to beat us. Concubine's sister has practiced karate. As for Princess Asami's own JK uniform, on the other hand, after Lu Shiyu returned to her room, she saw that Chin Fan had really transferred another $100,000 to her, and her feelings were still quite complicated. Lu Shiyu would have already laid out all the bedding and sheets by now, and had laid out 2 sets of bedding so that they could both have 1 set each. After Lu Shiyu came out from the second bedroom, she walked inside the living room and greeted Chin Fan. Their rooms have been packed up. I'm going back to sleep. Right. Over the wall was the washroom. They were going to see how the environment of the second bedroom was. That's why she didn't hold out for long before giving up. After Lu Shiyu finished, she stretched out her hand and remotely made a handshake gesture. Chin Fan waved his hand at her and said, Got it. Go back. I'll transfer the money to you here. Princess Asami stepped forward and said slightly proudly, My karate is awesome. If Chin Fan dares to come over for a night attack, I'll be able to press him to the ground in one go and pack him up hard. Lu Shiyu had picked out half a day's worth of clothes, but couldn't find any that she particularly liked. It had long since been stripped clean by her. If you don't agree, that's fine. I'll just change someone else tomorrow. What she preferred was to get her hands dirty and move her feet. Zhao Bingling went into the bathroom with Princess Asami to take a shower. Taking a bath together would be humiliating. Still Lolita? Dress? Almost immediately after entering the bathroom, Princess Asami couldn't hold back her excitement and started to take the initiative to help Zhao Bingling undress. Which set looks good? Xin Fan was a rather excessive person. He didn't like the woman beside him to have a boyfriend. And even more so, he didn't want Lu Shiyu to bring other men back inside his house. But with things like feelings, who could say? Afterwards, the three girls casually chatted for a few moments, and Lu Shiyu planned to go back. I hope that during the time you follow me to work, you don't fall in love or bring boys home. Her room was 303. She wouldn't live inside the same house as Xin Fan. Definitely not, right? What should she do if it really came to that? At 10 o'clock at night, Lu Shiyu was holding her cell phone and picking out her favorite clothes. But everything was just a matter of fear. Not even if Princess Asami was a pretty neon lady. This night, she thought a lot. After hearing this, the corners of Lu Shiyu's mouth rose and she smiled. In case Xin Fan transformed into an animal at night, wouldn't the two beautiful young girls, Zhao Bingling and Asami concubine, suffer? It made Lu Shiyu blush. Of course, I will give you a raise. Another $100,000 a month. Actually, even if you don't give me a price, I won't find a boyfriend. Inside the second bedroom was a large bed, as well as a closet, desk lamp, air conditioner, and so on. In case she met a boy she liked, would she give up her job of $200,000 to $300,000 a month for that man? After all, I've long seen that you're possessive. 38. 6. 166. 211. Then, just as she was lying down and picking out her clothes, next door, Zhao Bingling's voice with Asami concubine came over. The two of them had only just gotten naked, and Asami concubine immediately began to go up and down. But it was useless for Zhao Bingling to object, as Asami concubine kept insisting and had to bathe with her. But, although Lu Shiyu felt that Xin Fan would not necessarily attack the two of them at night, Lu Shiyu looked at the transfer message on her cell phone and didn't take the money for a long time. Don't worry, as long as I still work with you, I will definitely not get entangled with other men. Anyone who looked at it would exclaim, so beautiful, so pretty. Alright. Xin Fan nodded and waved his hand, indicating that he knew. Originally, Zhao Bingling wanted to take turns bathing. After all, she had never bathed with anyone before. Zhao Bingling smiled sweetly, then even ran over and gave Lu Shiyu a hug. Or is it a horse-faced dress? Although she had just spoken well, saying that she would definitely not look for a boyfriend as long as she followed Xin Fan and continued to work, sort of keeping her word, agreeing to take a bath with Princess Asami. Two 18 or 19-year-old beautiful girls, sticking together. Lu Shiyu looked back with a curious face. Seeing that the two of them were so confident, Lu Shiyu didn't say anything more. Before long, Asami Princess pulled Zhao Bingling's small hand and went into the second bedroom together. It had been lying on the bed, unable to sleep. He was willing to pay. Sister Lu, thank you. It was only when the environment was suitable that one would sleep. But just as she walked to the door, Xin Fan suddenly called out to her. Right, let me tell you something. Aha. The smile was nice. Of course, you can't regret the $100,000 you added to me. I love money. What is it? Don't ya? How can you look like this? Not a moment later, there was a very nice view inside the bathroom. Ta-da-da. Lu Shiyu turned around and prepared to go out. Xin Fan, on the other hand, picked up his cell phone and transferred another $100,000 to Lu Shiyu. An extra $100,000 a month was considered compensation for making Lu Shiyu clean. He also said something about how there were many benefits of two people bathing together, and that they could rub each other's backs and wash cleaner. However, what Zhao Bingling didn't expect was that Asami Faye, this neon young lady, could be far more perverted than Xin Fan. Only after the hug was over did Lu Shiyu smile and say, the bedding is laid out. You two will be staying here for the next few days. Of course, Xin Fan was not a bully. She thought to herself, it's already so late, does Xin Fan have anything else to order? Xin Fan put down his cell phone and said indifferently, it's like this. Although Lu Shiyu didn't have a boyfriend now, but what about in the future? As for Princess Asami, she was not just limited to looking. Therefore, a reminder was still necessary. Without further ado, Ryu Shiyu quickly went back to her own room. Or perhaps, casual wear? Don't touch their law. Zhao Bingling instantly couldn't resist. SSS. Zhao Bingling's shy voice kept ringing out. Lu Shiyu next door heard her blush. However, Lu Shiyu did not know the truth. She thought it was Qin Fan who broke inside the bathroom and started bullying Zhao Bingling. Therefore, Lu Shiyu was ashamed right now. She thought to herself, Qin Fan, this is too perverted, isn't it? This is really too much. Most importantly, Princess Asami was very tall. After thinking about it, Lu Shiyu still sent such a message to Qin Fan. Lu Shiyu suddenly felt that her head was a bit short-circuited and a bit inadequate. Zhao Bingling's voice went from resistance to shyness to calling. These two obviously didn't do anything good. Even if Lu Shiyu withdrew the message, it was too late. It wasn't that Lu Shiyu was nosy. The sound was too loud. Zhao Bingling was of a very normal orientation. Moreover, what's even more excessive is that the sound is still made so loud. It's hard to move your eyes. It didn't matter if Lu Shiyu heard it herself, but if it was heard by others. Thus, Qin Fan quickly walked to the side of the bathroom and knocked on the door. Lu Shiyu was shy and angry. However, Qin Fan, I think it's better for you to go to the bathroom door and let the two of them settle down. She was 1.7 meters. Qin Fan, on the other hand, coldly said, don't mess around. I'm a foreigner. If you dare to bully me, you're dead. Almost instantly, Qin Fan stared at Princess Asami for good. It was up to Asami concubine to respond. Afterward, Asami Fei crouched down on the floor and asked annoyed towards the door. What's going on? Qin Fan took off his headphones before he heard that the inside of the bathroom was already in an uproar. Anyway, after Qin Fan took off the headphones, it only took a few seconds before he made his intentions. Princess Asami was already hostile to Qin Fan and had a fight with him. Now, the more Qin Fan told her not to mess around, the more she resisted. After Lu Shiyu sent it, she quickly regretted and withdrew it. After the key was inserted into the lock, only a click could be heard, and the bathroom door quickly opened. If you continue to mess around, then I'll mess around too. Thus, Princess Asami temporarily let Zhao Bingling go. Yikes! Thud! This time, even Qin Fan couldn't help but look at her for a long time, staring all the time, imprinting her perfect body inside her head. She was untouched, so how could she hear this kind of watery sound? With her education, but she could no longer find a good job with a monthly salary of $200,000 to $300,000. Could it be that? That was why. For the sake of the duo's reputation, Lu Shiyu was thinking of letting Qin Fan go over and talk about the two of them. So many shameful voices. This was obviously not normal. Qin Fan was too lazy to care about so many idle matters. Can you two lower your voices? 38. 6. 166. 211. Because she remembered that she was now Qin Fan's little follower, and was not qualified to lose her temper towards Qin Fan. If it was Qin Fan and Zhao Bingling bathing inside the bathroom, it would be understandable to make strange noises. This is not nonsense from you. Lu Shiyu had no choice but to send a message to Qin Fan. Qin Fan received the message and frowned. It would be strange if he didn't even have a key to his own bathroom. However, the problem was that Qin Fan knew very clearly that Zhao Bingling liked him. Afterward, Qin Fan quickly brought over a key from inside his home. It was also at this time that Qin Fan finally took off the Bluetooth headphones from his ears. It made everyone else unable to sleep. Lu Shiyu had planned to hold back for a while. Qin Fan was lying down inside the living room playing with his cell phone, because Qin Fan was not inside the bathroom at all. Good guy. After the door opened, everyone was dumbfounded. What's left of it? But after she had endured for several minutes, Zhao Bingling's shameful, resistant voice still kept coming from inside the bathroom. Qin Fan frowned and said, went in to bathe together. What's wrong? Did it disturb you? Regardless of whether what Qin Fan said was true or not. Anyway, the harsh words had already been put out. As for Princess Asami, she stood, confused. Where did you get the key? If it were any other girl, it wouldn't matter if they were inside the bathroom, not to mention posting, even if they were snapping. Lu Shiyu was instantly dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, then who is inside the bathroom? Qin Fan was outside the door, looking at Zhao Bingling, who had already been bullied inside the bathroom and was hiding in the corner shivering. He was dying of heartache. After Asami Fei heard such a shameless threat from Qin Fan, she was so angry that her lips were about to bite blood, and fiercely said, if you dare to bully me, you will go to jail. Moreover, there's absolutely no way my parents will spare you. It would be difficult for her in case Qin Fan was unhappy and fired her. Accompanied by the sound of a knock on the door, inside the bathroom, it was only then that Zhao Bingling's suppressed wailing finally stopped. Even if she was wearing clothes, her pair of long legs could mesmerize people into moving their eyes. Qin Fan coldly said, this is my home. Please. After all, a man and a woman, rubbing their bodies together was normal and not impossible. Attracted by her beautiful body, she stood up and shouted towards the door. What if I keep messing around? What can you do? Thinking about this, Lu Shiyu's face swished red. But the problem was, not to mention being undressed. Qin Fan had already looked at her with displeasure. And this time, after being irritated by her so much, Qin Fan didn't bother to continue with the nonsense. Qin Fan smiled after hearing this. Asami concubine had a mouthful of foreigners. She really thought of herself as a superior person. He was going over to stop these two. Seen enough? Consort Asami was a little shy and a little annoyed. Hurry up and get out if you've seen enough. Don't delay me from doing my business. SSS. Although Princess Asami was ashamed in her heart, being seen by a man for the first time to see her body. However, she was more annoyed in her heart, disliking that Qin Fan was affecting her from doing her business. Result. Just as she finished speaking, Qin Fan immediately came back to his senses. Now was not the time to look at someone else's body. Got to get the little cutie out. Outside the bedroom, Princess Asami was already holding up her stool, intending to break in. Even just now, inside the bathroom, being crouched down and bullied by Princess Asami for a long time, Zhao Bingling didn't have such a strong feeling as she did now. After she rushed out, she immediately ran to the door of Qin Fan's room and started knocking on the door. When Asami concubine saw him take off his belt, she was like an enemy. I'm warning you, even if you kill me, don't insult my body. Not only was he handsome, but he had a good head on his shoulders as well. He took a towel and wiped Zhao Bingling's body very carefully. But Princess Asami's so-called karate didn't even have time to use it, nor did she put up any effective resistance, and was controlled by Qin Fan in just one look. He has been cursing no way to race, baga and so on outside. He said very seriously, what do you take me for? I am a very law-abiding good citizen. How can I harm people? Right. Your cell phone is still outside. Either I'll go out and get it for you. Qin Fan smiled slightly and said, sorry, can't give it to you. The young girl was not wearing clothes now. So, sorry. That's why I tied her up just in case. Why did she come to the bathroom to take a shower? But now, Qin Fan had actually carried the good girl out. So how else could Princess Asami post it alone? Seeing her nod, Qin Fan immediately raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Hearing Consort Asami's voice outside, Qin Fan lazily replied back, when I'm done with it, I'll return it to you. Afterward, Qin Fan opened the bedroom door and went out. After Qin Fan reacted, she quickly rushed inside the bathroom, a forbidden feeling that uniquely belonged to a good girl. Then she rushed back to the bathroom again, putting the clothes, over her body. I'm just going to go out and tie her up to keep her honest. To sleep? Princess Asami was so angry when she heard this I'll give it back to you when I'm done with it that she was about to curse. Just by looking at Zhao Bingling in this current state, Qin Fan knew. Qin Fan didn't understand and didn't bother to listen. Zhao Bingling was very shy, but also very curious. Using the princess hug position, he carried her out. After that, Qin Fan was going to go out and help her get her cell phone. Although Qin Fan didn't intentionally take advantage of her, however, as long as Qin Fan's handsome face was here for her to look at, she would feel something. Only after seeing Qin Fan open the bedroom door did Princess Asami put the stool down. Then, she picked up the well-behaved, cute, and pitiful Zhao Bingling. After all, as you can see, this woman, Asami concubine, really has a bit of a problem. If I slept with you, she might want to do something. Although she didn't even have time to put on her bottoms, Asami concubine already couldn't care less. Zhao Bingling suddenly became nervous and expectant again. And this feeling, it was marvelous. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I die. Princess Asami knocked on the bedroom door. Qin Fan had spoken clearly and thoughtfully. She waited until Qin Fan dried her off before picking her up once again and placing her on the bed. 38. 6. 166. 211. Qin Fan was a smart man. Inside the bedroom, Qin Fan had already started to take a dry towel and help Zhao Bingling wipe her body. Qin Fan almost fainted. Immediately after that, it was sitting up. Qin Fan slightly swept away his excitement and said, I have to go out first and get rid of that woman at the door who is in the way. Especially, Qin Fan was still someone she liked. Princess Asami subconsciously rushed out of the bathroom, wanting to snatch Zhao Bingling back. Qin Fan said he was sorry while lifting his leg and quickly rushed to Asami concubine's side. Hey, give Sister Bingling back to me. Put. Princess Asami looked at this scene and was instantly dumbfounded. As expected. Thus, Zhao Bingling finally opened her eyes in extreme shyness in order to express her thoughts a little more clearly. Hand over Sister Bingling. However, Qin Fan had just walked out 1 second, and the next, he was quickly pulled by Zhao Bingling's arm. Zhao Bingling gave a soft A and asked with a bit of worry, You're not going to get her killed, are you? The little girl's feeling became even stronger, but after rushing out, she remembered that she had no clothes on. How else could she take advantage? Come back here. After Zhao Bingling heard this, she nodded her head obediently. Qin Fan helped her cover the bedding and asked, Play with your cell phone or something for a while longer? After she sat up from the bed, although her face was terribly red, she still did her best and directed her gaze at Qin-fan, intertwining her eyes with Qin-fan's. Then, Qin-fan also undid his belt and pulled it out. She could be too happy. She was afraid that if she made a slight sound, it would turn into a tantalizing wooing, but immediately afterward, as if she was electrocuted, Zhao Bingling lowered her head again, not daring to meet Qin-fan's eyes. Even a bathrobe was not worn. Also, tonight, have to trouble you to be honest. What she didn't expect was that a handsome man like Qin-fan, immediately afterward, a beautiful chokehold was taken down on the spot with Princess Asami on the ground. Of course, just pulling on the arm was definitely not enough to express the idea in a reserved manner. Moreover, Qin-fan turned around and did look at the good girl inside the comforter with a puzzled expression. Qin-fan was deliberately trying to anger her. Her only thought right now was to tell Qin-fan as reservedly as possible. She had already started to have feelings. Not to mention, Qin-fan had been rubbing her body with a towel. She had just had her body rubbed by Qin-fan for a long time, so she had already felt something. Consort Asami coldly said with a cold face. Zhao Bingling didn't dare to speak and shyly nodded her head gently. Zhao Bingling, on the other hand, her face was red to the extreme, closing her eyes and biting her lips, not even daring to make a sound. I hate men the most, Princess Asami said, all but starting to open her mouth and bite. SSS. Ow wow. A bite. Consort Asami's mouth bit down hard on top of Qin-fan's arm. Hiss. Qin-fan shivered in pain and hurriedly used his right leg to press down on Consort Asami's neck, pinning her to the ground with a dead weight, before he pulled his arm out of her mouth. On the arm, 2 rows of brand new teeth marks with a trace of blood. This guy, down mouth so hard? Qin-fan looked at the teeth marks on his arm and was annoyed. After arriving at the second bedroom, Zhao Bingling instantly began to feel sorry for Asami Faye after seeing her tied up and unable to move on the bed. However, Princess Asami's current situation was a bit more embarrassing. Her hands were tied with a belt, her 2 legs were also tied with a rope, and even her body was tied to the bed in a deadly manner, wearing only a sky blue JK uniform with a small short skirt underneath, not even a pair of bottoms. Like a nightgown, it wrapped up most of Zhao Bingling's body. After the towel was stuffed into her mouth, Princess Asami instantly couldn't speak, and could only let out a whimpering sound. Then why can't she even make a sound? However, at this moment, Zhao Bingling suddenly began to care about concubine Asami, which in turn made Qin-fan a little unsure of how to reply. Qin-fan replied with some embarrassment. Afterward, Qin-fan found another rope and tied both of Consort Asami's legs to death as well, lest she keep flailing, because her voice was getting louder and louder. Qin-fan simply took another towel over and stuffed it directly into Consort Asami's mouth in order to make her lower her voice. During this time, Asami concubine was resisting and twisting her body on the ground, and her mouth kept saying dirty words, such as I'm going to bite you to death, beat you to death, kill you, etc. Qin-fan immediately denied, I'm going to bite you to death, and said, I'll kill you. Qin-fan immediately denied, I'm not that heartless, I just tied her to the bed to make her more honest. He couldn't possibly say, I've already tied that neon girl to the bed, right? Although Qin-fan was tempted to tell her that if she untied Princess Asami, that neon girl would definitely continue to look for things, and would definitely continue to seek death. This is too open. How could it be? Zhao Bingling instantly couldn't sit still after hearing this. When Qin-fan took a look at the situation, he quickly guessed that Zhao Bingling was softening her heart. Qin-fan had originally planned to have a good love affair with Zhao Bingling once he returned to the bedroom. Qin-fan, how is Sister Faye? Why isn't she talking anymore? You shouldn't have knocked her out, right? Qin-fan, you are a beast. I won't let you go even if I die. I'm going to call my parents. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to kill you. Qin-fan's t-shirt was large and looked loose on Zhao Bingling. Qin-fan first locked Asami Faye's arms and flipped her over so that she was lying on the ground with her chest facing down and her back facing the sky. Only 2 large white legs were left, exposed. Zhao Bingling continued to ask, can't persuade but Qin-fan's rope is tied too tight. Zhao Bingling, this little girl, where to untie She couldn't untie the rope, so she had to take out the towel inside Asami Faye's mouth first. Oh, even though her arms were tied up in a knot, she was still rolling all over the floor, even hitting her head against the wall with a thud, thud, thud. How can this be? Faye's sister is very good to me, although she is so excessive today, but you can't treat her like this, right? Moreover, you can't keep tying her up all the time, right? Hey, Zhao Bingling said as she hurriedly ran to the bedside and untied Princess Asami. Qin-fan then took another rope and carried Asami concubine inside the second bedroom and tied her to the bed with a rope to death. Even her mouth was stuffed with a towel, and not a single sound could come out. 38. 6. 166. 211. Fan stared at the bottom of her skirt for a while and sighed. Do all neon girls play so big? Zhao Bingling was too kind-hearted. Zhao Bingling asked with a worried face. The more Zhao Bingling spoke, the more anxious she became. And at the back, she even hurriedly ran out from inside the bedroom. It was a pity that Fan's interest was now focused on the good girl Zhao Bingling. Not only was the wind able to get in, but Fan's gaze was also able to get in. Inside the skirt. It's actually a vacuum? But there was no way. Fan, quickly come over and loosen her up. But the resisting movements on her body became stronger. He couldn't waste his time on a neon girl. Before, there was still a trace of pity in his heart, and he didn't lay a hard hand on her. Inside the bedroom, Zhao Bingling had already put Fan's t-shirt on her body. If it was placed inside a small neon movie, the next episode would definitely be exciting. Having no choice, Fan could only follow her to the second bedroom. At the moment, Zhao Bingling was wearing a t-shirt and standing inside the bedroom, and after seeing Fan return, she hurriedly walked over. When she walked, every time she took a step to open her legs, there would be a little sign of being naked. Now, after being bitten by Asami concubine, Fan no longer had any thoughts of pitying her. She was going to untie Asami concubine. It was also when Asami concubine was rolling all over the ground that Fan realized that this neon was actually vacuumed underneath. Such a pretty neon freshman girl was actually tied up like this, because I stuffed the towel inside her mouth. Wow. Thus, after tying Princess Asami to the bed, Fan closed the door, locked the window, and quickly went back inside his bedroom. Seeing this, Zhao Bingling became even more worried. You won't really harm her, right? After doing this, Fan was relieved and felt that the job was done, because Fan had spent several minutes cleaning up Princess Asami. Now, Zhao Bingling was not so feeling it anymore. Thus, Fan hesitated for a while to answer. Concubine Asami was crying so hard that her eyes were swollen. It wasn't that Fan wasn't interested in her. It was mainly because inside the bedroom, there was an even cuter good girl waiting for him. Did anything happen? Was there a beating? The towel had just been taken out when Princess Asami started crying out with a wow. Hey! It made Fan's eyes instantly stare between her legs, almost unable to take his eyes off of her. Right now, compared to her physical needs, she was more concerned about how Princess Asami's sister was doing. Afterward, Fan took the belt up again and tied up Asami Faye's hands, tightly tying them in a dead knot, lest she cause trouble again. Moreover, after tying up her arms and legs, Fan was still uneasy, worrying about Asami Faye crawling around and worrying about her getting into trouble. She almost thought she was going to die tonight. Moreover, she thought that Zhao Bingling completely didn't want her anymore, thinking that Fan was going to spoil her favorite girl. SSS. 100 grievances converged together, and Princess Asami cried that much. Zhao Bingling's heartbroken hand reached out and kept helping her wipe her tears. Fan, on the other hand, went back inside the living room and took a pair of scissors. After returning to the second bedroom, Fan used the scissors to cut off all the belts and ropes on Princess Asami's body. Fan originally thought that after cutting the rope, this neon girl would calm down a bit and stop crying. The result, who did not expect is, Asami Faye just untied the rope, immediately jumped down from the bed, toward Fan which she pounced over. Fan put on his pants, and his voice became louder. Asami Faye, you look pretty. Why are you a lesbian? Can't you be normal? What's the point of having to bend others? At this instant, her head went down. Zhao Bingling saw that the two of them had pretty much made a mess, and that's when she rushed over to persuade them. Consort Asami stared at Fan fiercely and said, but the problem was that Consort Asami liked Zhao Bingling a lot, both physically and mentally. Fan made the most correct choice in a very short period of time. She didn't even have time to curse or react in any way. Fan would have been able to punch her out, but because Fan was holding scissors inside his hand, it was really inconvenient to do so. And Princess Asami, because the scissors were a little bit closer to Fan, and Fan's reaction speed was a little bit faster, so even though he moved a second late, he still grabbed the scissors first. Only seeing her clenching her teeth tightly, her eyes focused on the floor above the scissors. Thinking so, Princess Asami's hand immediately reached out, wanting to take the scissors. It was also at this time that Fan had the time to raise his pants up. Killing and killing was just like that. Zhao Bingling's face turned red to the roots of her ears. That is, do not send bar tube pants matter, first grab the scissors. In an instant, it became silent. But what she didn't expect was that after her legs had been tightly tied for a while, she was already a little weak. The person she liked didn't like herself. Of course, if you can't sleep at night, I can send you a few websites with tons of videos, and they're all forbidden to be viewed by those under 18. What do you think? Even the H sites that he had treasured for many years, he was planning to share them with the other party. Xin Fan didn't want to be a eunuch, so naturally he couldn't agree to her unreasonable request. Give me the scissors, and also locked the closet. In my opinion, you'd better go home and sleep tonight. And when she fell, she even took Xin Fan's pants as a lifesaver and yanked hard. She couldn't even dream that her face actually came into a close contact. She now had the mind to kill someone. Fine, I don't care. And Xin Fan was now in an awkward situation. He was faced with two choices. Asami concubine couldn't grab the scissors, and her head immediately drooped and became listless. Princess Asami was ashamed and angry, and wanted to curse. However, and this boy was still the person she hated the most. So even if Xin Fan wanted to fight back, he had to throw the scissors out first. Concubine sister, don't be angry. Asami concubine had a hard time in her heart, and her eyes were red, and there were tears welling up all the time. Asami concubine looked at this scene in front of her. The person was dumbfounded. Then, 38, 6, 166, 211. While Zhao Bingling was talking, she was also pulling consort Asami's arm and kept shaking it and shaking it and shaking it, especially after she realized that Xin Fan actually had feelings for her. She had fallen rather hard and her head was killing her, so she didn't even realize what she had done. So he naturally stood up. Sister Faye, I know that you might like me a little bit, but I also have my own favorite person. Xin Fan helplessly spread his hand and said, I don't care about you. You also don't care about me and Bingling. We two are made for each other as a handsome pair of beautiful girls. You little lesbian. What is it that you are involved in? Zhao Bingling's voice was sweet, sticking to Asami concubine's side, coaxing, good sister, don't be angry, okay? Then, in Asami concubine's heart, a bold idea suddenly came to her. Either forget about the pants and grab the scissors first. I can be with someone I like. You should be happy for me, shouldn't you? I'm in love with Bingling. Is it your turn as a foreigner to object? She truly liked it, and she also truly felt sad. The saddest thing in the world was nothing more than this. Shyly, she hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands. But, after covering her eyes, she couldn't help but want to take a look so badly. Princess Asami reached out her hand and wanted to scratch Xin Fan's face. As a result, by the time she got up from the ground, she naturally came into close contact with Xin Fan's characteristic boyish mark. Either that, or lift up her pants. So before she could jump on Xin Fan's body, she fell to the ground because she couldn't use the strength of her legs. To be honest, if it was anything else, Zhao Bingling would have fallen to the ground. If it was anything else, Zhao Bingling only had to shake her arm like this. Asami concubine would quickly become happy and would soon stop being angry. Even the big pants inside were peeled off by her. She wanted to take revenge. After getting the scissors, Xin Fan threw them into the closet behind him with a whoosh. Sterilize Xin Fan. As long as we cut off that damnable thing, it will be impossible for him to harm our Bingling sister in the future. If he accidentally hurts her, it'll be a big deal. If it wasn't for liking her to the extreme, how could she possibly not be able to hold her temper and be about to forcibly pop Zhao Bingling inside the bathroom? It was a girl who had snatched her favorite girl away, a love rival. The faces were touching, and even if I'm with Xin Fan, I can continue to be your good girlfriend, so you do not be unhappy, okay? And to tell you in front of your face that she likes someone else, and then be ruthlessly cut into a eunuch by Princess Asami. It was the first time Xin Fan had a close encounter with a pretty girl's face in this way, and then it was even more awkward. Consort Asami's red eyes were full of aggression, but she still glared at Xin Fan fiercely and scolded. What do you care? This led to Xin Fan's pants being peeled off by her on the spot. In order to be able to make Princess Asami, who was in the way, hurry back, Xin Fan had gone to great lengths. As a result, Xin Fan wasted a second throwing the scissors, causing him to miss the best time to return the favor. By the time he threw away the scissors, Princess Asami had already pounced on him. So, she spread her fingers open again, covering her eyes in shyness while peeking from inside the slit of her fingers. Princess Asami was unmoved. I must sleep with Ice Spirit sister tonight. SSS. Please, you're acting like a female hooligan. How dare I let you sleep with Bingling? Xin Fan was now becoming more and more dissatisfied with Princess Asami. This neon girl was like a female hooligan, and she was always thinking of craving for Zhao Bingling's body all the time. Where would Xin Fan let her have her way? However, Princess Asami was also very persistent. She directly walked to the window and said, if you don't let me sleep with Sister Bingling, I'll jump from here and die for you. After saying that, she directly opened the window and made a show of jumping off. Princess Asami said fiercely, with a threatening look. Xin Fan slept on the far left, Zhao Bingling slept in the center, and Princess Asami slept on the far right. He's a rascal. I'm not comfortable with him. Can't let him take advantage of you. It would be dangerous if Princess Asami took the scissors and turned him into a eunuch. She had climbed to the window just to scare people. She hadn't really wanted to jump. Asami concubine looked at the bedroom wall, plastered all over with photos of Zhao Bingling's bottoms. She couldn't help but sink her face and cursed pervert. However, even though concubine Asami had a very bad impression of Qin Fan, she still had to admit that Qin Fan was indeed exceptionally handsome. Moreover, this is Qin Fan's home. If she really annoys Qin Fan, maybe Qin Fan will forcefully throw her out. Asami Faye was in pain. She hurriedly took her hand back, and muttered in a small voice, "Not sleeping so late. You're really perverted." After all, Qin Fan had a system on his body, and had the talent of the famous swordsman, so even if he was sneak attacked at night, he wouldn't die. Princess Asami puffed her mouth, still not satisfied. Even if one person has a room, Qin Fan will still run to your room at night to look for you. Qin Fan, however, looked indifferent. At 3 in the morning, Consort Asami thought she was staying up late champion, thinking that Qin Fan and Zhao Bingling were both asleep, so she was bold and tried to take advantage of Zhao Bingling. This night, Zhao Bingling was late to sleep. Zhao Bingling saw that the two of them were still having a disagreement and covered her mouth and suddenly laughed. "Don't be angry. You too. Wash up first. You have to eat breakfast later." Princess Asami sneakily sized up Qin Fan's figure while thinking to herself, Qin Fan would be great if he was a woman. And on the bed, only Qin Fan and Asami Faye, a neon girl, were left. So, afterwards, Qin Fan also got up and stood on the bed, and in front of Asami concubine, he took off his pajamas and directly began to clothes. Asami Faye had a fierce look on her face, glaring at Qin Fan. After going to the restroom, she still had to wash up. "But, Qin Fan, I'm warning you, you better be honest at night." "No way." Finally, it was time to sleep. On one side, there was a big handsome guy with 8-pack abs. Seeing that Princess Asami was about to jump, Qin Fan would have to take a step back this time. "Either this way, I'll come up with an idea." Zhao Bingling's face flushed red, somewhat ashamed. Although she looked at Qin Fan with displeasure, she couldn't deny that this method Qin Fan proposed was indeed the best method at the moment. Princess Asami grunted twice and did not say anything. On the bed, Qin Fan and Consort Asami were wide-eyed. Qin Fan, on the other hand, squinted at her and asked with less interest, "What? Are you upset?" This feeling was too strange. "I'm sorry, I'm a forgetful person. What I did last night, I've forgotten." Princess Asami didn't even sleep. It wasn't until after 6 in the morning, when the sun was out and the sky was bright. A handsome man, a beautiful woman. All of them liked her and craved her body. Qin Fan lazily replied back, saying to each other, "Aren't you still staying up late too?" This method of Qin Fan's could be said to be the best method he could think of at the moment. Qin Fan had a dismissive attitude, not putting Princess Asami in her eyes at all. The only thing that made her feel pity was that Qin Fan was a man. 38. 6. 166. 211. Oof. I don't know how Princess Asami had the good sense to call Qin Fan a rogue, when it was obvious that she herself was even more of a rogue. Tonight, the three of us will sleep together, and no one will try to take advantage of Bingling, okay? At 4 a.m. 5 a.m. Princess Asami tried to raise her hand again to take advantage. Qin Fan suddenly couldn't do anything with her. As a result, she was still thinking about chasing Zhao Bingling to her hand in the future. Then, thinking of this, Qin Fan was still slightly nervous inside his heart. "Otherwise, I will absolutely fight you tomorrow." Qin Fan could only take a step back. The three of them slept together. No one wanted to take advantage. Only Zhao Bingling was better. Although she was sleepy, she had at least slept for a few hours last night. Princess Asami pondered for a long time before reluctantly muttering, "Alright, 3 people sleeping together." In the end, it was Zhao Bingling who helplessly made a suggestion, saying, "Either we each have a room tonight." Although he really wanted to do Zhao Bingling tonight, the problem was that concubine Asami was too much of a nuisance and kept dying, because Qin Fan and Consort Asami both looked at each other unfavorably. There were rules about where to sleep. Famous swordsman could only save his life, not his man's dignity. Her hand had just reached out and had not even entered Zhao Bingling's pajamas when she was hit by Qin Fan's big hand. It seems, tonight cannot sleep too dead ah. Afterwards, a few more minutes passed. Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling, Asami Faye, the three of them finally wearing pajamas, all came to the master bedroom room. As a result, without exception, they were all stopped by Qin Fan. Zhao Bingling's small hand was held by Qin Fan and concubine Asami. After getting up, Zhao Bingling yawned while sleepily going to the restroom. Qin Fan wasn't much better. He also had a pair of panda eyes, and was similarly unable to get energized. Damn it! At this moment, Princess Asami began to hesitate after hearing this suggestion. Princess Asami said fiercely, "Definitely. I was badgered by you last night. Don't you have any idea in your heart?" Shin Fan, on the other hand, looked as normal. His skin as thick as a city wall, long used to being treated like a pervert. Zhao Bingling was embarrassed and ashamed in the middle. It was the first time she had slept like this. More importantly, Princess Asami didn't want to die. Subsequently, after the three of them all laid down on the bed and all covered the bedding, 10 minutes later, Zhao Bingling finished washing her hair, finished her physical hygiene, and returned to the second bedroom from the restroom. After getting up in the morning, Asami concubine had two panda eyes and a depressed look. If she slept too much, she might have to become a eunuch the next day. And Shin Fan and consort Asami didn't sleep either. On the other side, was a man who liked her, a neon young lady who craved her body. As his pajamas faded away, Shin Fan's 8-pack abs quickly lit up, along with his extremely good body, broad chest, and extremely refined and handsome face. The figure, the face, all of them were good to the extreme. Shin Fan had already changed his clothes and got off the bed in a flash, ready to go to the restroom to wash up. As a result, Asami Fei whoosh rushed out of the bedroom, did not even change into pajamas, rushed out in her pajamas, and also yelled, "I do not want to wash up behind you. Wait for me to finish washing up, only then will it be your turn. SSS. Okay, okay." Shin Fan perfunctorily dealt with a few sounds and let her go to the restroom first. However, immediately after Asami concubine snapped the restroom door shut, Shin Fan immediately started to move on Zhao Bingling. He had endured the whole night yesterday, and it was hard work. This morning, it was hard to trick Asami concubine into going out. Shin Fan definitely had to make out with Zhao Bingling. Otherwise, was he still a man? And so, this made Asami concubine a bit uncertain. Plus, she was a good girl and never knew how to reject people. Before Zhao Bingling got up and washed herself, she had already ordered takeout for 3 people, and when she ate, she deliberately ate several extra buns. Princess Asami was filled with doubt and asked, so she was going to verify it now. If it wasn't the first time anymore, then it would definitely hurt when she walked, and she couldn't even lift her legs when she walked. She took a big bite of the bun while holding it with an ow-wow. Okay then. But the more vain she was, the more skeptical Princess Asami became. You two aren't secretly doing something bad while I'm washing my hair, are you? However, what Princess Asami didn't expect was that in just a few minutes' time, Zhao Bingling had been spoiled by Shin Fan? This speed was too fast, right? Consort Asami's skepticism was getting heavier and heavier, so she simply didn't even bother to eat the buns, and directly stood up, saying, "Bingling, you get up first and walk a few steps so that I can take a look." Then using her hands, she helped her. Shin Fan carried the takeout and sat on the dining table. He also took out some intestinal noodles and buns, and asked with a smile, "Are you full yet? If you're not full, I have more here." Shin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's just a meal. It's not worth a few bucks. I'll just order another takeout." It had to be said that this neon girl's heart could be too black. Now that the takeout had arrived, it was natural to have breakfast, but since Shin Fan hadn't brushed his teeth, he waited until Princess Asami came out. Then Shin Fan went into the restroom to brush his teeth and wash up. Shin Fan very quickly took off the clothes he had just put on, and took them off again. Asami concubine's eyes were narrowed, and she couldn't even eat her bun anymore, and kept staring at Zhao Bingling's face. Concubine Asami hurriedly apologized, thinking that she had misunderstood Zhao Bingling and shouldn't have misunderstood her and doubted her. Let's see if it was still Zhao Bingling's first time, and it was bullied with her fingers. Although Zhao Bingling was a good girl, but the truth was that she had also once secretly watched a little bit of H video inside the covers. A few minutes is enough? It's hard not to. Disappointing, right? Princess Asami raised the corners of her mouth, happily took the bun and started eating breakfast. Shin Fan directly pressed Zhao Bingling on the bed. She had thought that she could starve Shin Fan to death and gaslight him to death, in order to be able to eat Shin Fan's share of breakfast as well, making Shin Fan hungry. A few minutes later, by the time Princess Asami finished washing her hair and came out from inside the restroom, Shin Fan and Zhao Bingling were already sitting inside the living room, ready to eat breakfast. Moreover, she washed her hair extremely fast, only using less than 10 minutes, in order to be able to come out earlier, and spy on Shin Fan and Zhao Bingling earlier, so that she wouldn't be able to do anything bad with Shin Fan. "Bingling, why is your face so red? Got a fever?" A big question mark instantly surfaced inside Zhao Bingling's head. "I'm sorry, Sister Bingling, I just misunderstood you. I'm really sorry." There wasn't that kind of appearance of taking a step and being in pain. Princess Asami's heart was ringing with alarm bells, so Zhao Bingling can only lower her head. A small bite of the bun. Do not dare to meet the eyes of Asami consort. Inside the video, normal men started at 10 minutes, and some could even reach half an hour, or even an hour. If this was said, Asami Faye would have to explode on the spot. 38. 6. 166. 211. Chin Fan's kidneys aren't very good? There was no man who could settle a fight in a few minutes. She couldn't tell Princess Asami that she herself had just been bullied by Chin Fan. Could she? After Chin Fan finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, he came out from inside the restroom and re-entered the living room. It's fine. And Chin Fan actually said that a few minutes would be enough? This is also too. It wasn't until Zhao Bingling walked around the living room table and rejoined her seat that Princess Asami was relieved. Zhao Bingling was a little nervous and a little expectant. Chin Fan was immediately dumbfounded. Asami Faye, a pretty-faced neon girl, actually became like a hungry wolf, taking a big bite out of her bun. With her hair wet, Princess Asami walked over to the living room table and sat down. By the time the second takeout was delivered, Princess Asami had already eaten all of the buns, soy milk, and intestinal noodles on the table. Because she was acting more naturally between her legs, Zhao Bingling was a bit vain and flustered, waving her hands and saying, "It's fine. It's fine. I'm not angry. Sister concubine, let's have a good meal. I'm very hungry." The reason why concubine Asami said that was because she suspected that Chin Fan had used only a few minutes to spoil Zhao Bingling. However, if she wasn't spoiled, then she could definitely walk properly. As long as there was an opportunity, she was definitely going to give Chin Fan some trouble. Zhao Bingling was nervous and ashamed, so she hurriedly lowered her head. While doing so, she moved her gaze above Zhao Bingling's face. "Alright, ha!" accompanied by a sound of surprise that belonged uniquely to a young girl. Chin Fan's entire body pressed down on her, intending to do her straight away. Just as Zhao Bingling was nervous, expectant, and a little worried, Chin Fan took off her pajamas. However, more in her heart, she was still worried. For a while, Zhao Bingling was starting to feel a little disappointed in her heart, thinking that Chin Fan was also too fast. Although she was walking slowly, it could be clearly seen that she was definitely still a virgin. After saying that, Chin Fan took out his cell phone and quickly reordered a takeaway. He also kept making a sound like ow, and also very sweetly added, "A few minutes is enough." She had already vaguely guessed what was going on. Thus, Zhao Bingling immediately stood up and slowly walked a few steps inside the living room. But what she didn't expect was that it was only 10 minutes before the new takeout was delivered. No, it's fine. She looked at the doorway and worriedly said, "In the last few minutes, concubine's sister will be back. Let's not do that, right? Otherwise, I'm worried that she'll really go crazy." Zhao Bingling was also weak at this point, so she didn't quite dare to resist Princess Asami's order. But Zhao Bingling kept shaking her head and kept denying it. Zhao Bingling's face was now very red, and there was even a flash of flushing, like she had just experienced something very exciting. But what she didn't expect was that Chin Fan didn't say that he only had a few minutes, but rather, Zhao Bingling only had a few minutes. After saying that, Chin Fan directly pushed the 2 servings of intestinal noodles over to Princess Asami. Asami concubine was dying of exhaustion, and she didn't even manage to make Chin Fan angry, nor did she manage to starve him to death as she wished. SSS. Consort Asami was gritting her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do. Of course, what she knew even less was that Chin Fan had already been in close contact with Zhao Bingling. If she knew how Chin Fan had just bullied Zhao Bingling, I'm afraid she would have fainted on the spot. After finishing breakfast, Chin Fan carried the garbage bag and threw all the garbage into the trash can outside. Then, he had just returned to his room when he received a phone call. It was a call from his secretary, Su Qingyi. At this moment, seeing that the internet was full of self-media throwing dirty water on him, Chin Fan's face had been ugly. Secondly, there is a possibility that I will bring a few girls along to the Comic-Con, and UB Station will still have to give each of them 1.2 million appearance fees like last time. In fact, the second requirement Chin Fan cannot mention at all. After all, even if Si Tong-yen and Zhao Bingling cannot earn the appearance fee, it has nothing to do with him. The so-called Reinhardt Van Astrea is a very famous anime re from Zero in a different world life inside the character. Very handsome, but also very powerful. Can be said to be the anime inside the ceiling of combat power, strong to the extreme, but also handsome to the extreme. In this way, even with the travel expenses, all of the expenses for Chin Fan, as well as Zhao Bingling and Si Tong-yen, would not exceed $10 million when added up. Congratulations to the host. The previous mission Kasalan was successfully completed. A handsome man on the surface, a beast behind his back. In-depth revelation of Chin Fan's bad behavior. After hanging up the phone, Chin Fan quickly pulled out his cell phone. Above the hot search, there was a lot of news about Chin Fan. If he could earn another 9 000 exchange points. There would be too many talents that Chin Fan could exchange. As a result, even if there was a $5 million appearance fee, he was too lazy to go. Shocking, comic show dudes actually fall in love with junior high school girls. Where's the heavenly justice? Opening the hot search, Chin Fan's face instantly became a bit ugly. Zhao Bingling had now taken herself as Chin Fan's girlfriend. So naturally, she wanted to help Chin Fan. It could be said that it was an overnight success. But the third, fourth, and fifth hot searches were actually all negative news about Chin Fan. And on top of the posting bar, small sweet potato, Douyin, block hand, there were also thousands of posts and videos. Crazy slander, crazy rumor. After seeing Chin Fan's negative news, Zhao Bingling's mouth pouted in anger. And she huffed. These people are obviously spreading rumors. You slept with me last night, how can you be a grass fan? Besides, you didn't fall in love with that little girl. How can these self-media be so excessive? After Su Qingyi finished speaking, she hung up the phone. After the matter of the Comic-Con was settled, Su Qingyi quickly began to mention another matter. After Li Kuku fabricated and released the rumors, Zhang Yimiao, the head of the PR department of Perfect Star Creation Company, pushed it forward, purchased water armies, expanded the momentum, and made it known all over the internet. Therefore, she hoped that Chin Fan would only be able to bring a maximum of 3 girls to the Comic-Con. Magic City? It's a bit far off. $10 million? That's the bottom line on the B Station side. Just got famous and collapsed the house? Counting down the top 10 black histories of Comic-Con dudes. And Princess Asami covered her mouth and kept snickering. Ding dong. The 100 exchange points were consumed and soon, Chin Fan received many text messages on his cell phone. Just as Chin Fan was about to reject it, there was a ding-dong sound and the system came with a mission. New mission, travel to Magic City to attend the Firefly Comic-Con and cosplay as Reinhardt Vanastria. It said that Chin Fan was an animal and that he was in love with a junior high school girl. At the same time, Zhao Bingling and Asami Faye both opened their cell phones and started swiping videos and little red potatoes. Talent, super detective. Each time you spend 100 redemption value, you can immediately gather all the evidence and send it to the top of the host's cell phone. Yes, I can go to Magic City tomorrow for the Comic-Con, but Chin Fan just had to make this request. 38. 6. 166. 211. Excited that the last Cos Alan Yeager's mission was completed so perfectly that it actually rewarded 9,000 exchange points. She couldn't wait for Chin Fan to die earlier. Chin Fan, did you look at the hot search today? It even said that he grass powder. But I hope you don't bring too many girls. No more than 3 at most. This handsome sword saint type character was still very much in line with Chin Fan's face value and strength. Chin Fan had done several quests before and didn't even get this many redemption points combined. So seeing Chin Fan being rumored about and having dirty water thrown at him, Zhao Bingling was getting furious. He then quickly consumed 100 redemption points and started using his talent. Quest reward, 9,000 exchange points. Not to mention, the mission reward was also very generous. Chin Fan, do you have time tomorrow? Mr. Chen asked me to ask you. There's a Firefly comic show in Mordor tomorrow. Take a look. Is it convenient for you to come over? Of course, the appearance fee is the same as always. $5 million after tax, and travel expenses are also included. Su Qingyi was the president's secretary of B Station. Naturally, she had to consider for B Station. After hearing this, Su Qingyi pondered for a slight moment before replying. Yes, both of these requirements can be met. This way she could have the good girl Bingling's sister all to herself. Chin Fan quickly agreed after hearing this. Yes, no problem. Good. Su Qingyi asked lazily as she sat on the office chair, holding out her huge breasts and crossing her legs. Chin Fan looked at the negative public opinion and his face became unusually ugly. According to the degree of mission completion, reward the corresponding exchange points, because he was a very protective person. As long as they were on good terms with him, Chin Fan was willing to take them with him to get rich. The text message was densely written with so many words and so many pictures. If we exceed 3, our company's budget will be a bit tight. The first and second hot searches were all pictures and videos of him at the Comic-Con yesterday, with countless people discussing them and countless little fangirls licking the screen furiously. But I have 2 requests. First, I want to cosplay Reinhardt Vanastria. Su Qingyi asked if she had a point. 5 of the top 10 hot searches were related to him. Li Keek's chat records and transfer records with Zhang Yimiao are as follows. But there was no way. The system had sent a task, so Chin Fan definitely wouldn't refuse. Well, you open your phone and take a look at it. All the rumors that the host has suffered were fabricated and released by Li Keek. After the system mission was released, Chin Fan's mood was both excited and difficult. Su Qingyi nodded, and the matter was quickly settled. Chin Fan frowned and said, "No, I just got up and ate. I haven't had time to play with my phone yet. What happened to the hot search? Is it related to me? Shinfan was a die-hard otaku, and didn't really want to go out of town, much less travel thousands of miles to another city to attend a comic convention. Thus, Shinfan stopped thinking and directly inside the phone, agreed to Su Qingyi's request. Zhang Yinyao's chat records and transfer records with various self-publishers are as follows. SSS. Li Kuku's chat records with Zhang Yinyao and various self-media bloggers, transfer records and so on. Everything was there. Even the ID numbers of Li Kiki and Zhang Yinyao, as well as various self-media practitioners who received black money, were sent to Shinfan. To be honest, this 100 exchange points spent is too worth it. If the police were to call the police to solve the case, it might take a long time. And even if the police were to investigate the case, they wouldn't be able to get such complete chat records and transfer information. Now, Shinfan looked at the densely packed chat records and transfer information and finally smiled. Are you sure? You're not wrong? Long was a black and white mobster who could help with a lot of things. Those with no background like Li Kiki were the best to clean up. And with $2 million smashed down, he could send her to the hospital and make her a vegetable. As long as the offer is appropriate. Shinfan does not mind spending money to eliminate disasters, so that Li Kuku and Zhang Yimiao to suffer a good crime. Extra money. The other woman's name is Zhang Yimiao. She's the head of the PR department of Perfect Star Creation. ID card, address, and photo. I'll send them to you together. The first step is to call Aaron. Among them, Li Kiki was the one. The cone-faced woman who had previously worked in the comic show department of Station B. Offended Shinfan. Offended by EE. And was fired. At night, a good night's sleep inside the hotel in Magic City. You make a price. And beside him, there were a full 6 net-faced female anchors lying around. Last time, Shinfan had asked him to help clean up a distant relative, but he had given him $2,200,000 at once. Moreover, Perfect Star Creation has strong PR skills. In case they catch a break, it won't end well. Capture the young? Xiao Bingling saw that he was so sure, so she pursed her lips and said no more. My request is to make these 2 women a vegetable in their next life. Shinfan was confident. Shinfan waved his hand and rejected Xiao Bingling's good intentions. Shinfan followed up with 20 million to make Zhang Yimiao a paralytic. Is that okay? However, when Shinfan raised the price to $20 million, he couldn't resist after all. As long as you can arrange someone to make Zhang Yimiao, this bad woman, paralyzed, I can transfer the money to you right now. Tisk. Shinfan finished his claim, and next, it was up to Along's offer. However, Zhang Yimiao won't be too easy to handle, even if Along is a bit afraid of things, a bit worried about being retaliated against afterward. By the way, tomorrow we have to go to Mordor to attend the Firefly comic show, so you prepare properly, especially in the aspect of cleaning up people. Along was the best at it. On the other side of the phone, Along was lying down inside the Love Hotel. This was a big job. It was rare to see a wealthy man who was as generous as Shinfan. So, Along spoke politely. She's the head of the PR department of Perfect Star Creation. The company has a market value of billions. If she's paralyzed, I'm afraid it'll be easy to make a big deal out of it. Ha ha ha, God of Fortune. Why are you calling again? It's hard to believe that you're not satisfied with what I did for you last time. As long as money was mentioned, Shinfan had always been a thief in pain. Ringing bell. So, Zhang Yimiao arranged for a water army to smear and rumorize Shinfan, saying that Shinfan was a plastic face or something. Long had been on the road for so long, he still knew in his heart which people could be bullied and which ones couldn't be bullied. Long originally wanted to refuse, but as soon as he heard the offer of $20 million, he directly jumped up. After a few minutes of thinking, Shinfan quickly came up with a good solution. Xiao Bingling was beside him, and when she saw Shinfan suddenly smiled. She thought that Shinfan was stupid, and hurriedly stretched out her small hand and touched Shinfan's head and said with concern, Shinfan, are you alright? You're not angry with them, are you? Either that, or you should sleep again and have a good rest? 38. 6. 166. 211. Shinfan then chose the simplest, most brutal solution to the problem. Shinfan said indifferently, Long, right? I'm Shinfan, and I've talked business with you before. Shinfan waved his hand, said indifferently, and hung up the phone. But Zhang Yimiao, a big company with some background, was not so good to start with. $20 million. Even if he gave more money, Long was not too willing to take this job. It was evident that he fought hard last night. One is called Li Kuku. The ID number is. The home address is. The photo. I will send it to you later, because it is easy to be retaliated against and easy to be found out. Ordinary people can't earn so much money in their whole life. Can. Long replied dryly. Afterwards, Zhao Bingling quickly started on top of the cell phone software, buying a high-speed train ticket for the afternoon. No need. I'm fine. Xin Fan, on the other hand, called Si Tongyan and asked her if she wanted to go to Mordor for the Comic-Con together tomorrow. Xin Fan was rather short on time, so he made it short and straight to the point. The last time you did something for me, it was done very well, so I have another thing I want you to help me with this time. Then, Xin Fan stretched out his hand again and rubbed her head, dotingly saying, you don't have to worry about me. I'll be able to solve this matter soon. Si Tongyan was very embarrassed. I'm still in my old home, so I don't think I can go tomorrow. And there's something going on at my home that can't be solved in a short period of time. So, I'm sorry. That is. As for the negative public opinion, believe me, I can solve it in a few hours. This time, he must send Li Kiki, Zhang Yimiao and others to prison, so that they can go inside the prison to reform and rehabilitate. Long smacked his lips and thought for a while before replying. Li Kuku, this woman is easy to clean up. After all, she doesn't have much of a background. Casually arranging for a few brothers who aren't afraid of death, it's easy to send her to the hospital. But even if it was hard, he didn't dare to hang up Xin Fan's phone easily. After all, Xin Fan is his god of wealth. As for Zhang Yimiao, he was the head of the public relations department of Perfect Star Creation. Xin Fan had just become famous and was on the hot search, affecting Perfect Star Creation's new movie release plan. Xin Fan directly said, $2 million, so that Li Kiki can't get out of bed for the rest of her life. Is that okay? Soon, the phone call was made. The result, after Xin Fan listened to it, he quickly heard that Long was a bit of a wimp and didn't quite dare to send someone to clean up Zhang Yimiao. Hiss. The matter is simple. Help me pack up 2 women. It's fine. Subsequently, after Xin Fan hung up the phone, he began to seriously think about how to quell the negative public opinion the fastest in a short period of time, as well as how to use the shortest amount of time to send the 2 bad women, Li Kiki and Zhang Yimiao, to jail. Long was so excited that he couldn't hold his cell phone anymore. Tomorrow, we'll make casseroles and shoot a movie together. Especially, Xin Fan repeated again, $20 million. I'm not kidding. As a result, he was severely punched in the face by Xin Fan, and since then, he has been feuding with Xin Fan. Now, seeing that the 2 enemies actually joined hands, Xin Fan smiled, not to mention how happy she was. She intends to ride the high-speed train with Xin Fan in the afternoon, and go to Magic City. After all, Xin Fan came to money too quickly. With just 100 exchange points, he could exchange 100 million SSS, a mere $20 million. Where did Xin Fan look at it? Besides, the last time he cosplayed Alan, he made a full 9,000 exchange points, which was equivalent to 9 billion in cash. Even if he threw $20 million into the water, he wouldn't be heartbroken. Not to mention that it was used to clean up bad women. This money, Xin Fan spent it willingly. If it's $20 million, I can guarantee that, within a day, it will be done. Long sank her face and finally agreed to the matter. However, soon, she wasn't that happy. One sentence. The passers-by all looked dumbfounded, treating Xiao Jun as a mental patient. The steel pipe smashed non-stop. On the other hand, Zhang Yimiao, the strong woman in the PR department of Perfect Star Making Company, would be driving her car and preparing to go on a business trip abroad. Salty dumplings. Transfer all the assets to the name of the husband. Continue to be dashing. Continue to eat and drink. The quality of this batch of jade is very poor. The cost price is only 2 or 3 million, but after the so-called polishing, appraisal and other packaging means of beautification, the price tag of 22 million. At 7:30 in the morning, cone-faced Li Kiki went downstairs to the breakfast store to eat breakfast, but just after she answered salty dumplings, Xiao Jun's hand inside the steel pipe smashed more cheerfully. As a result, she just came out of the breakfast store, immediately stopped by a sickly-looking young man. How can you hit someone in the street? Zhang Yimiao said with a raised eyebrow. On top of that, Long also gave the gangsters who were in charge of surveillance and tracking a few tens of thousands of dollars each, which was considered their hard-earned money. Li Kiki was on the verge of crying. Where would she have thought that she would actually meet such a pervert in the morning? The money is in cash, way to call over Xiao Jun and Lao Liang get the money, but also immediately after the money to the relatives. Let relatives to hide the money. Keep the cure with. Xiao Jun's mother is seriously ill, hospitalized, in urgent need of a large sum of money for surgery, and the mouth is also very strict, even if the prison, but also impossible to betray Long. After all, his mother is still counting on this money to save his life. Even if Xin Fan can't explain anymore, he can't explain clearly, this time we must let him taste our power. Afterwards, truck driver Lao Liang said he was sorry for driving in the morning when he suddenly committed hypoglycemia, and Xiao Jun smashed while kicking her. Scolding, let you like salty dumplings, bam bam bam. After the passers-by saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. With a loud bang, the black sedan was instantly flattened. Xiao Jun and Lao Liang are both people who have a soft spot and are in a hurry to use money. Letting them both do things, Ah Long is very relieved. As long as you can make money, even if you are a scoundrel, Li Kiki does not care. At 7:50 a.m. Li Kiki finished breakfast, ready to go back to the live broadcast all day, ready to continue to open the live broadcast on the internet, say bad things about Qin Fan, but after seeing Zhang Yinyao's black car, the big truck suddenly stepped on the gas, rushed through the double yellow line, towards Zhang Yinyo rushed head-on. Feeling puzzled, Li Kiki said, "What do I like to eat dumplings have to do with you? Don't bullshit. This Nima, where's the mental patient run out, right?" However, Qin Fan, in addition to lawyers, also looked for people on the road. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Magic City Airport, only, through the purchase of jade, the 22 million funds reasonably transferred to the name of Aaron. And, how can you beat her to death just because someone likes salty dumplings? Those who didn't know, would think that their company was a triad society. Even if she lost the lawsuit, she could still be a scoundrel. And there were only two people who were really responsible for the outbursts and injuries. 38. 6. 166. 211. Xiao Jun, on the other hand, reported to the police and turned himself in. Although Qin Fan did find a lawyer to sue Li Kuku. While eating breakfast, Li Kiki also took her cell phone and continued to post rumors and slanders against Qin Fan on top of Little Sweet Potato. Since she started rumor mongering and smearing Qin Fan on the internet, in less than 2 days, she has already earned more than $500,000. All the onlookers didn't dare to come over to stop her, because many media reports had said that mental illness was a get-out-of-jail-free card, and even if she hit someone hard, she couldn't be sentenced to jail. Zhang Yinyo was holding his cell phone and didn't even have time to react. However, only Xiao Jun himself knew that he was not a mental patient at all. This young man, naturally, was Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun continued to ask, "I'll ask again, do you like sweet or salty dumplings?" He was just taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters. Boom. Mr. Li, just don't worry, that guy Qin Fan is dead. I've already contacted the media. I'll give Li Kuku an interview this afternoon, so that she can continue to throw dirty water on Qin Fan. The extra millions naturally went inside Ah Long's pockets. One was called Xiao Jun and the other was called Lao Liang. Families. Qin Fan has a particularly perverted fetish. He actually likes to go to the women's restroom. Xiao Jun carried a steel pipe and smashed it onto Li Kiki's head with a bang, smashing her half to death on the spot. Lao Liang's situation is also the same. There is a leukemia daughter underneath. Urgently need a large sum of money to cure her daughter. In addition, interested sisters remember to click my shopping cart. Support me. Thank you all. Another 15 million was given to Lao Liang to take care of cleaning up Zhang Yinyo. After that, Ah Long sent Qin Fan a collection account. Let Qin Fan in the name of buying jade, to the account to transfer 22 million cash. It was now 7:50 in the morning and there were a lot of people on the road. Xiao Jun is now clutching a solid steel pipe in his hand. Picking a fight, fat woman. You like to eat sweet dumplings or salty dumplings? Qin Fan really want to buy. Naturally, is not this batch of poor quality jade, but the professional services arranged by Ah Long. On the road, Zhang Yinyo drove while calling the company's president. What she didn't expect was that Qin Fan didn't follow the rules at all. I'll start live broadcasting later after breakfast. Everyone remember to come over and give me a big hand. In no time, Li Kiki was beaten and lay on the ground without moving. Dare to offend us? Dead end. Li Kuku covered her head, almost fainting from the pain. Li Kuku took a bite of a bun and ate it with great joy. Although it was said that it was likely to be sued and taken to court by Qin Fan in the future, Li Kiki was not afraid at all. Originally, that big truck was traveling normally. Subsequently, Aaron gave Xiao Jun first $5 million, so that he was responsible for cleaning up Li Kiki. As for the deceased is emotionally stable. Immediately after the money was in place, Aaron quickly began to arrange his men and do the right thing. He arranged a total of 12 dogs to monitor and follow Li Kiki and Zhang Yinyo. Soon, the plan began. When Qin Fan came down from the plane with Zhao Bingling, Princess Asami, Lu Shiyu, and Bai Yi, his cell phone finally got a signal. Hot search no. 19, Nanshan Street, suddenly appeared a suspected psychiatric patient, hogged and injured. The injured has entered the ICU. The situation is critical. SSS. Comment area. Many netizens are enthusiastic message. I heard that the injured person is Li Kiki. That's the cone-faced woman who has been rumoring about the handsome guy at the comic book show in recent days. This woman. One look at her face and I know that she's no good. rumor mongering every day. She finally got her comeuppance. A second before the incident, she was still rumoring that the handsome guy at the comic show went to the ladies' room. Doctor, may I ask if there's any risk of the injured person being cured? I'm so worried about her healing and leaving the hospital. Because there were more people this time. One cab simply couldn't fit, so they simply called two cabs. After getting out of the car, Shin Fan brought the four sisters, Zhao Bingling, Asami Fei, Bai Yi, and Lu Shiyu, into the hotel with him. Zhang Yimiao, the head of the PR department of the Perfect Star Creation Company, had unfortunately passed away, but Bai Yi was also kindly looking out for him. So Shin Fan smilingly stretched out his hand and rubbed Bai Yi's little head. Asami Fei directly reached out her hand and pulled Zhao Bingling over to her, and kept admonishing, Bingling, Shin Fan is bad. Sooner or later, I'll let you see his true colors. Then, she also saw the news related to Li Kuku and Zhang Yimiao. Even in this cab ride, all three of them were squeezed on top of the back seat. So the less you drive, the more you save money. See the funny segment? Wow. In the comments section, basically 99% of the netizens were watching the fun. And there were even a lot of people who were worried about Li Kuku healing. Anyone could see that she had bad intentions and was purely creating rumors. Shin Fan is worried that Asami Fei is secretly taking advantage of Zhao Bingling, worried that she will break the good girl. Zhao Bingling would be pushing her luggage. And when she saw that Shin Fan had been staring at his cell phone and giggling, Zhao Bingling instantly brought her head over and curiously said, "What are you looking at? You keep laughing all the time." Bai Yi immediately nodded her head continuously like a chicken pecking at rice, saying, "I think Sister Shiyu is right. It's good to open only 2 rooms, to save some money for brother Shin Fan. After all, it's not easy for him to make money. Good luck. Open the champagne." "I know, because it's not hard for him to make money at all." Lu Shiyu took a book with a pen, and while counting, she said in detail, "The room fee here is too expensive. A suite, it costs more than $3,000 a night." Bai Yi obediently answered and stopped asking. An hour later, it finally arrived at the entrance of the hotel in the city center. Shin Fan didn't know whether he should be moved or laugh out loud. Zhao Bingling listened and was silent. Shin Fan reached out his hand and rubbed her head, messing up her hair before he softly said, "Your heart is a little too soft." Seeing the 3 of them crammed in the back row, the driver master also thoughtfully reminded, "The passenger can also sit in the passenger seat. It's a bit crowded for 3 people to sit in the back row together." Afterward, the crowd brought their luggage and went to take a taxi. The main reason was that both Shin Fan and Princess Asami were uneasy about each other. Shin Fan pulled her small hand and said, "Lesser children, don't ask." Lu Shiyu nodded and directly asked the driver to drive them to the hotel in the city center. "No way," Princess Asami coldly said. "You drive your car properly. No one wants to sit in the passenger seat. Shall we go to the hotel first, or go to the B station headquarters first?" Shin Fan was instantly in a good mood after reading this news. However, money was a small problem. Now that Li Kiki was put in the intensive care unit, it was considered that she deserved it. But the question was, how many rooms to open? Shin Fan brought the 4 sisters, all standing at the front desk of the hotel, and discussed among themselves. Zhao Bingling was speechless. He was kind enough to give a reminder, and he was still being mean. This was too embarrassing. "I heard that this woman is also Battle's agent at the same time? That's a better way to die." The comments section was like New Year's Eve, with an excellent atmosphere. Shin Fan was with Zhao Bingling and Princess Asami, and the 3 of them would always sit in the same car. Shin Fan made the call and said, "Let's go to the hotel first. Otherwise there's no place to put our luggage." "Good. Have a good trip. Don't ever come back to life." 38. 6. 166. 211. Princess Asami was on the verge of fainting with laughter after fantasizing just a little. As a result, Shin Fan, along with Lu Shiyu and Zhao Bingling, all objected. "This way, at night, hey. And it was 5 million after tax." For example, she had repeatedly purchased water armies to throw dirty water on other company stars, create yellow rumors, and so on. And there was something to be said about riding in a car. Even Zhao Bingling was a bit jealous when she looked at it. "I think it's fine to have 2 rooms. That would be too much fun." He had $5 million for a random appearance. He didn't need to save money at all. 1 room for Shin Fan, 1 room for Shiyu and Yi, and 1 room for me and Sister Bingling. He also desperately poured dirty water on Shin Fan. In the time that followed, the driver master never said anything again. Even though she had a high salary now, she still maintained the good habit of saving money. When she opened the room, naturally Shin Fan paid for it. To actually rumor that Shin Fan had slept with a little junior high school girl? The bad behavior was more than evenly kiki. Zhao Bingling was still too kind. Even when she encountered bad people, she was easy to be soft and easy to sympathize with bad people. Therefore, as long as Zhao Bingling was around, Qin Fan and Asami Fei would always be one on the left and one on the right. The three of them huddled together. Lu Shiyu was from an ordinary family and was used to living a finicky life. Afterward, Qin Fan flipped to another hot search. Just then, Princess Asami suddenly spoke up against it. At least 3 rooms. On the side, junior high school girl by EE also bounced over, tilting her little head and asking like a curious baby, "Brother Qin Fan, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand." Plus, there were still billions of dollars inside the bank card. Among them, there were quite a few netizens who were popularizing the sins that Zhang Yimou had committed during his lifetime. This. After getting into the car, Lu Shiyu asked. The driver master had a black line on his head. After rubbing her head, he even pulled her to his side. As Zhao Bingling spoke, she put her head on top of her cell phone. After looking at it, Zhao Bingling looked complicated. Qin Fan, it couldn't have been you, right? Although the two of them are indeed abominable. However, the crime is not to death, right? 2 hot searches in a row were good news. Qin Fan was in a great mood. The netizens took a look. Good lord, another bad woman died? 1 room for Qin Fan, 1 room for the 4 of us girls. This is the most cost-effective. Any warriors? Go to ICU and pull out her oxygen tube? I'll pay 50 cents. A look of special pampering for her. Asami Fei, on the other hand, was worried that Qin Fan was secretly doing bad things with Zhao Bingling and didn't want Qin Fan to spoil Bingling's sister. 11,111. Old brother, are you really giving it away? The comments section underneath the news was also lively. It wasn't that the netizens' hearts were too vicious. It was mainly because Li Kiki was too unscrupulous. Deduct 1 to send the little pudding. Universal celebration. Even if there are 3 rooms, it's still 1 room for you to sleep in alone. No one should want to sleep alone with you. SSS. In my opinion, it's better to have 5 rooms, 1 for each person. Qin Fan directly clapped his hands and made the decision. Afterward, he directly swept the code to pay the bill and opened 5 rooms to finalize the matter. As for whether Princess Asami would go inside Zhao Bingling's room for a night attack at night, Qin Fan estimated that the probability was that it would not, because this was a hotel. Every room had a door lock. As long as Zhao Bingling locked the door at night, Zhao Bingling would not have the chance to attack at night. After the rooms were opened, everyone quickly carried their luggage and entered their respective hotel rooms. After the things were all put away, everyone came inside Qin Fan's room and gathered. However, because Princess Asami came with Qin Fan, Su Qingyi subconsciously regarded her as one of Qin Fan's harem. Therefore, he could only be honest. As a woman with normal sexual orientation, Su Qingyi naturally didn't have much good feelings towards Princess Asami. Zhao Bingling was holding Qin Fan's left arm, while Bai Yi, a junior high school girl, was holding Qin Fan's right arm. With her years of experience in reading people, Su Qingyi could tell at a glance that Asami Fei was not a normal girl. Mr. Qin, please follow me. After Qin Fan arrived at the entrance of the company building with the 4 beautiful girls, a dozen executives led by Su Qingyi all hurriedly came out to greet him. Of course, by the way, I also have to sign a contract with B Station to determine the appearance fee and whatnot, Princess Asami said with a smile on her face. With such a jealous cat staring at him, even if Qin Fan wanted to take a peek, he didn't have that chance, especially the employees in the auditing positions. Almost half of them were working overtime at their positions. Secretary Su, is it convenient to give me a contact information? It's possible that I'll have a call with you in the evening. Qin Fan nodded. If Sister Bingling refuses to accompany me at night, how about letting this Secretary Su sleep with me? Afterwards, Su Qingyi and Princess Asami quickly friend each other. That is, especially the upper half of her body. The black navel-gazing dress was about to pop out the 2 big white rabbits on her chest. Because Uncle Chen had gone on a business trip out of town, the matter of signing the contract was handled exclusively by Su Qingyi. Rumble. Even if her skirt was short, Qin Fan didn't even look at her more than once. However, what Su Qingyi cared more about was still Qin Fan's feelings. What she wore today was still a small black silk skirt, and she walked with a twist, which was very tantalizing. Not to mention that it was 6 in the afternoon. Even if it was 4 or 5 in the morning, the employees in the auditing positions had to stay up late to work. Thus, Su Qingyi smiled faintly and said, "Of course," she thought to herself, "the dozens of props inside my suitcase will finally be able to show off their skills." He. Bai Yi stuck to Qin Fan's side like a little milk cat and said sweetly, "Brother Qin Fan, I'm ready, I can leave now." After her best friend was added, Asami Fei smiled faintly. Her heart was very happy. As for Lu Shiyu and Asami concubine, they both said that they were ready as well. And when you walk, you keep getting naked. Bottoms are going to be exposed, and it's going to shame people to death. Zhao Bingling said obediently. I'm also ready. Of course, none of this had much to do with Qin Fan. 38. 6. 166. 211. Even though it was now 6 o'clock in the evening, the company was still brightly lit inside, and many employees were working overtime. Although it is said that the probability is that she is not a virgin, but with such a great body, even if it's not her first time, I can still accept it. Besides, I'm just playing with her. It's not like I'm in love with her. It wasn't because Qin Fan was a gentleman. It was mainly because Qin Fan didn't dare to look around right now. Zhao Bingling was like a jealous little girl, holding Qin Fan's arm all the time, and staring at Qin Fan's eyes all the time, not letting him look around. As soon as Qin Fan's eyes moved near Su Qingyi's short skirt, Zhao Bingling would immediately get jealous and let out a disgruntled sound. Su Qingyi, on the other hand, was also enjoying the feeling of being peeked at. Are you all done? If you're done, we'll leave right now. Seeing Su Qingyi wearing her tantalizing black silk short skirt and attracting the gazes of countless men, Bai Yi had been pondering a question in her heart. She hoped that this seductive outfit she was wearing today would inspire Qin Fan's animalistic nature and would make Qin Fan's heart flutter towards her. It was hard. Qin Fan finished and swept a glance at them. Okay. It was a pity that she had overthought it. Su Qingyi said politely, then led the way in front. On the other hand, Su Qingyi's heart was also happy, and after adding Asami Princess's best friend, Su Qingyi stole a glance towards Qin Fan's body, thinking, little handsome boy, sooner or later, my sister will take you down, sitting you out. Ahem. If I also wear a little short skirt, will brother Qin Fan like me a lot? Will he keep peeking at me? Meanwhile, Princess Asami was speeding up her pace, following closely behind Su Qingyi. No, definitely can't wear that. That would be too shameful. Bai Yi hastily shook her head, shaking out the unclean thoughts inside her head. Thinking of this, concubine Asami immediately sped up her steps and walked over to Su Qingyi's side, in order to be able to get information from Asami concubine here, so that she could better climb into the bed of Kamikon Hati Qin Fan. However, unlike the jealous Zhao Bingling, Bai Yi had been secretly observing Su Qingyi's attire. Su Qingyi slowed down her steps and looked at the neon girl in front of her, who was 5 feet 7 inches tall, with white highlights and a heroic aura. Asami Fei, a neon girl, was staring openly at Su Qingyi's ultra-short skirt and long legs, while stroking her chin and thinking, this secretary is so hot, and she's quite pretty too. Honestly speaking, Station B's headquarters building on the Magic City side was very grand and had a lot of employees, more than a few times more than the employees of the branch on the Nanshan side. So, Qin Fan stopped delaying and immediately took them out of the hotel and went outside to take a taxi. On the way, there were male colleagues peeking at her all the time. The cab drove for a little more than half an hour and finally drove to the B station headquarters located in Magic City. Bai Yi only slightly fantasized about what she would look like in the future wearing a black silk short skirt, and was immediately shamed by herself. What B station side means is that they want us to make a trip over there now to pick out a suitable cos outfit, so as not to delay tomorrow's Comic-Con. As the president's secretary, Su Qingyi's ability to do things naturally did not need to be questioned. A few minutes later, the group of people with their hearts in the right place finally arrived inside the office. Qin Fan had just entered the office with the girls when Su Qingyi had already had the contract sent over in advance. Subsequently, Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling, Bai Yi, and Asami Fei looked at the contract for a while, and after feeling that there was no problem with the contract, they all signed their names on top of the contract. SSS. Only Lu Shiyu didn't need to sign the contract because her status was Qin Fan's exclusive little follower. Even if she wore a costume to the comic show, there was no appearance fee for her. Her main job was not the comic show, but to wholeheartedly be Qin Fan's little follower and do her best to provide the best service to Qin Fan. In other words, the object of Lu Shiyu's service was Qin Fan, not the B station, so the B station naturally didn't need to pay her the appearance fee for the comic show. Soon after signing the contract, the crowd started choosing the characters they needed to cosplay tomorrow. Qin Fan's character had already been finalized a long time ago. The one he was going to cosplay was Reinhardt Van Astrea. Reinhardt is a very handsome swordsman from the popular anime Life in a Different World from the Ground Up, in which he is a very handsome sword saint. A white-based, purple-colored night costume with red hair is enough to charm thousands of girls. Inside the anime, Ram is Reem's older sister, and has a particularly good relationship with Reem, sticking it to her almost all the time. Qin Fan heard, "Ha-to" sound, is to express a little dissatisfaction. After the makeup, Su Qingyi raised a more important question. Qin Fan, your cosplayer this time is a short-haired character. Your hair is too long now. Do you want to cut it off? And after you cut it off, you'll have to dye it red. Of course, as to whether it is a spiritual or physical favor, it is unknown. That favor is that Reinhardt owns the saber and has extremely strong sword skills. As for her later blackening, it's a no-brainer since it has nothing to do with Comic-Con. If Chin-fan's previous cosplay of Alan's face value could only be considered to be moderately high, his cosplay of Reinhardt this time around was definitely considered to be top-notch. If Princess Asami cosplayed Ram, she would be able to brightly stick it to Zhao Bingling all the time. Moreover, this Reinhardt's combat power inside the anime was considered to be the ceiling. Not only was he handsome, but he was also exceptionally strong, and no villain was his match. Lu Shiyu had just settled on the cos character, and Chin-fan immediately couldn't hold back. Since Lu Shiyu particularly liked this cosplay character, Chin-fan went along with her. Su Qingyi subconsciously thought that Chin-fan had kept his hair this long for years. She would even be praised by anime fans for being too affectionate, praising her for being a good older sister who was especially into the scene and pampered her younger sister. Therefore, Lu Shiyu was definitely not going to let go. She had to cosplay this role. As for Bai Yi, after hesitating for a long time, she finally chose her cosplayer. Even if she could only shout a few lines inside the Comic-Con, she was still very happy, very addicted. In other words, the character that Lu Shiyu was going to cosplay was the grandmother of the character that Chin-fan was going to cosplay. Even if she could, there was no need for that. Subsequently, after Bai Yi decided on a cosplay character, Lu Shiyu also chose a character. She arranged a makeup artist and props team for everyone, serving Chin-fan, Zhao Bingling and the others comfortably. Zhao Bingling's role, on the other hand, was chosen after hesitating for a long time. She was going to cosplay as Raimu, also a female character from the anime Life in a Different World from Zero's female character. That was what she said, but in reality, Lu Shiyu was almost happy in her heart. Otherwise it would seem too petty. So even though Chin-fan was a bit annoyed, Lu Shiyu still didn't change her mind and insisted, "I like this character's white flower dress. I must cosplay this character. As for whether or not she is the grandmother of the character you cosplayed, I have never considered this." In short, the character of Reinhardt was very suitable for Chin-fan. Chin-fan didn't even need to lift his hands. He just sat with his eyes closed and waited for someone else to put makeup on him. Blue hair, maid outfit, highlighting a well-behaved, cute and obedient. Meanwhile, Zhao Bingling had just chosen her cos character, and Princess Asami immediately made her decision as well. Anyway, it was just a comic convention. Asami Faye is going to cosplay Ram. 386-166-211. Not to mention, Teresa's cosplay costume was especially beautiful, and if Lu Shiyu dyed her red hair and wore a white flower dress, she would definitely look especially good. She thought to herself, after being Chin-fan's little follower for so many days, she would finally be able to stand on Chin-fan's head one day and call him good grandson. In the anime, Mary has always been a small, obedient girl. In the first few episodes of the anime, has always been particularly shy and introverted. However, inside the anime, Raimu liked the male lead, Nayu Subaru, and did not like Chin-fan's cosplay of the Sword Saint Reinhardt this time. Even if she acted particularly affectionate, she wouldn't be criticized. You did it on purpose, didn't you? After all, from the bottom of his heart, Chin-fan's impression of Lu Shiyu was quite good. What Lu Shiyu was going to cosplay was Teresa Vanastria, in order to make sure that the cosplay at the Comic-Con tomorrow was better looking and more popular. So today's preview was also very necessary. Moreover, Su Qingyi, the secretary, had arranged it thoughtfully. Otherwise, it would make the anime fans feel that it didn't quite fit the character. After all, Chin-fan's hair was exceptionally long, almost as long as those girls with shoulder-length hair. Even though Lu Shiyu was Chin-fan's little fundamental, little lapdog, Chin-fan didn't really treat her as an underling. If Zhao Bingling cosplayed Raimu, she wouldn't have been able to stick it to Chin-fan all the time during the Comic-Con. And Chin-fan happened to have a swordsmanship-related talent. So as long as he cosplayed Reinhardt with a few sword blossoms and a set of swordsmanship, he could definitely mesmerize everyone at the Comic-Con. Particularly handsome. It was a pretty girl with red hair and a white floral dress. According to the anime setting, Teresa Vanastria was Reinhardt Vanastria's grandmother. Of course, in addition to being handsome, the other advantage of the character of Reinhardt was also particularly suitable for Chin-fan. Chin-fan's complexion was all a bit off as he asked, "What kind of character did you pick that wasn't good? But had to pick my grandmother? You must be doing it on purpose, right? Trying to take advantage of me? Or, do you want to take advantage of the situation? Don't want to be my little follower anymore?" This setting of not being able to stick it to Chin-fan caused Zhao Bingling to hesitate for a long time before making a decision. And only then did she bear the pain of cozying up to the blue-haired Raimu. Subsequently, after everyone chose the appropriate cosplayer, they quickly began to put on makeup and change clothes. The character she was going to cosplay was Mei Li. a blue-haired naturally dull female supporting character. Xin Fan, Zhao Bingling, and Princess Asami all chose their cos roles. What did Xin Fan care what character the others cosplayed? It was a pretty young lady with red hair and a maid outfit. Even if Lu Shiyu had this thought in her heart, she couldn't admit it. However, Xin Fan's role was set. He was going to cosplay as Reinhardt. When Su Qingyi spoke, she was a bit out of breath and didn't quite dare to meet Xin Fan's eyes. However, Xin Fan didn't particularly force Lu Shiyu to change her cosplay role. If she cut it out, it would definitely annoy Xin Fan greatly. However, what Su Qingyi did not expect was that Xin Fan did not have any attachment to the long hair at all. SSS. Just cut it, Xin Fan said casually. Since the cosplayer's character has short hair, then cut it short. I don't care. So touching. Su Qingyi was touched by Xin Fan for the first time. She thought that the reason why Xin Fan was willing to cut his long hair was because Xin Fan was especially dedicated and focused on restoring the cos character. Then while she was moved, she had someone rush to buy the hot search. Comic show handsome guy actually endured the pain of cutting his long hair in order to restore his character. However, Xin Fan, who was the person involved, was not the least bit concerned about these things. Is Xin Fan so handsome even with short hair? And Xin Fan? In no time at all, he had kissed their cell phone screens all wet. Previously, the netizens had seen all the long-haired look-alike Comic-Con dudes, and had never seen Xin Fan when he had short hair. It's more handsome than all the handsome guys inside the anime. She had now dyed her blue hair and was wearing a white and black maid outfit, with a good portion of her chest showing a large piece of snow white. Su Qingyi even wanted to reach out her hand, wanting to touch Xin Fan's face, while Xin Fan cut his hair and peacefully accepted the hair coloring. On the other side, Su Qingyi was shocked to the core as she looked at the second-hand ticket prices that soared all the way up on the internet. This was too rich. What really made Su Qingyi feel shocked was that Xin Fan's female fan spending power was also too strong. Princess Asami's temper was a big one, and when she finished, she opened her mouth and pulled Xin Fan's arm to take a bite. On the second-hand platform, there were even people buying Comic-Con admission tickets at 10 or 20 times the price. This is the only thing that is still available, and you can't even buy it. If it wasn't for the sake of letting Xin Fan take one more look at her, I'm afraid she would have already covered her chest tightly. But now, after the news that Xin Fan was going to attend the Firefly Comic-Con went out, in less than a few minutes, thousands of tickets for the con were all snapped up. Afterwards, Xin Fan cos Reinhardt, dressed as a handsome medieval knight, stood in the very center with his sword in one hand. So handsome? But this isn't strictly short hair, is it? After the cut, there's still a dozen centimeters of hair left in all of them. I didn't realize that this guy looks, some of the time, quite smooth. He's really handsome and handsome. I can lick all night. Xin Fan is going to cosplay anime dudes again. You have to know that a concert ticket for a top stream singer only costs $1,000 or $2,000. Xin Fan just casually raised his hand and slapped Su Qingyi, a woman with big breasts, to the side. Combined with his 5'9" height, he was a proper male god. Su Qingyi couldn't help but start muttering, thinking, there are actually so many rich women willing to spend money on Xin Fan? A few thousand tickets aren't enough for them to grab? This group of female fans, in order to be able to take a look at Xin Fan offline, were actually willing to spend thousands of dollars on tickets? Zhao Bingling and the others all praised them from the bottom of their hearts. On the side, Princess Asami was a bit uncomfortable. In the end, it was Zhao Bingling who hurriedly pulled her away and coaxed her a few times before she was happy. After arriving at the photography room, Xin Fan had just made his appearance, immediately shocking everyone present to the point of not being able to breathe. At the moment, Xin Fan had dyed his hair red and was wearing a medieval Western knight's uniform that was mainly white and supplemented by purple, with a cool sword on his waist. I say, you two pay attention. Ooh, I'm not dead yet. I've been watching you guys. By the way, there were also a few handsome photos of Xin Fan when he was in makeup, as well as photos of Xin Fan's brand new short hair. You look pretty in this outfit. Many girls had saved Xin Fan's short hair photo to their cell phones, and then while looking at Xin Fan's handsome face, they went crazy and kissed the screen. 3/8. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. 166. 211. Tomorrow Firefly Comic-Con. Everyone must come over to see. My god, in just 10 minutes, the original cheapest, $60 a ticket at the venue had been speculated to $600 a ticket. Zhao Bingling, Bai Yi, Lu Shiyu, Su Qingyi, and so on. More than a dozen women were so mesmerized by Xin Fan that they couldn't move their eyes. But because Lu Shiyu was only 1'6", she was blocked by Xin Fan's 1'9" height. In order to earn this 1,000 or 2,000 concert ticket money, the singer still had to laboriously sing for several hours at the concert. Xin Fan saw her a look of jealousy, laughed. I and Bingling love each other. Lang talent, you a little goblin mixed what? Xin Fan will be seriously wearing a cosplay costume. Zhao Bingling and the girls were more direct in their praise of Qin Fan. Su Qingyi was shocked, but unfortunately, she didn't have that chance. Previously, the popularity of the Glow comic show wasn't very high, and after selling for half a month, only 1,000 or so tickets were sold. Hiss, worthy of being the boy I'm looking at, handsome to the core. Asami Fei just came over. She muttered a few words in exasperation, and then even pulled Zhao Bingling's small hand away, not allowing Qin Fan to hold hands with Zhao Bingling. Swish swish swish. Seeing that Qin Fan's eyes were almost drilling down Zhao Bingling's chest, Princess Asami gritted her teeth in anger and hurriedly ran over. After Qin Fan had put on his clothes, put on his makeup, and also dyed his red hair, finally, he came out from inside the dressing room. At the same time, there was also a large group of netizens who opened the ticketing platform and started grabbing tickets. He's also too popular, right? Qin Fan rubbed Zhao Bingling's small hand while praising her from the bottom of his heart. This time, after they saw Qin Fan's handsome face when he had short hair, they all lit up. You called me a little goblin? I'll fight you. As for the VIP tickets, which were originally priced at $260, they were speculated to a staggering $500. Even Princess Asami, the neon girl with dyed pink hair and wearing a black and white maid outfit, was shocked by Qin Fan's exquisitely handsome face. Only when Asami Fei had subsided did she begin to formally take publicity photos. It's fine. It's fine. It's not important. What's important is that I can finally see the new handsome photos of the handsome man from the Comic-Con. He. Princess Asami muttered while she kept peeking at Qin Fan's handsome face. Of course, this amount of money for the ticket was not much for B Station, a publicly traded company, so she had to find a chair and pat it under her feet so that she could stand behind Qin Fan and reveal her body. Lu Shiyu cosplayed as Teresa from Girls' Generation and stood behind Qin Fan, stating that her character was Qin Fan's character's grandmother. After hearing this, Zhao Bingling's face turned red. After blowing away Su Qingyi, Qin Fan walked over to Zhao Bingling and took her small hand and kneaded it for a while. When Qin Fan casually wore a cosplay costume and showed up at the top of the comic show, he could make the ticket price of the entire comic show directly compare to the price of a top singer's concert. As for the blue-haired maid Raimu cosplayed by Zhao Bingling, she stood on Qin Fan's left side, keeping a cute and well-behaved smile on her face. As for the pink-haired Ram cosplayed by Princess Asami, she was wearing a maid outfit, tightly pulling Zhao Bingling's small hand, and even intentionally placing her head on Zhao Bingling's shoulder to stick with her. SSS. As for Bai Yi's cosplayed blue-haired Loli Meili, she stood on Qin Fan's right side with a slightly restrained look. As for her small hand, she had been holding it tightly with Qin Fan, afraid of losing him as if she was dying to let go. Snap. The photographers were very professional and dedicated. All kinds of angles, all kinds of lights, all of them were used one by one. They even let Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling and the others pose in different poses according to the photographer's requirements in order to take the most handsome and beautiful cos photos. At the same time, many young girls had fantasized about the love story of the princess and the knight countless times in their dreams. The crowd was amazed while indulging in Qin Fan's face value. I've already ordered for you a long time ago. Zhao Bingling also smiled with a brittle voice and thanked her. After they saw that Zhao Bingling had dyed blue hair and was wearing a maid outfit, she appeared in a particularly well-behaved and cute appearance that also showed her dimples. Only a young girl like Zhao Bingling, who had just graduated from high school, would anxiously go up to talk them out of a fight, fearing that the two of them would get into a fight. Sister Shiyu, thank you. If it was anyone else who said that, they would definitely be mobbed. So, the best thing to do was definitely to order takeout. Who is this cos? It's really nice and cute. Oh my god. I'm going to die. It's dangerous to go out for a meal at night. It's easy to be slept on by a frenzied woman. I recognize it. This cosplayer is called Zhao Bingling, and she has over 1 million fans. Inside their dreams, they must be a princess. Yes, because Zhao Bingling was just too well-behaved and cute. After she was on the hot search this time, the number of her fans also swished and soared. This time, when the crowd was eating takeout, they all couldn't help but thank them a few times. But the problem was, what if dozens or hundreds of rabid female fans came? So often, when Qin Fan and Princess Asami were arguing, Lu Shiyu was watching with the mindset of a schoolboy's fight. However, Lu Shiyu, Bai Yi, Asami Fei are not netizens. Even if the netizens try their best, they cannot find the account of the three girls, so they can only look at the photos. Dry eyes. As for Asami Fei, this neon girl, she was only a little over 19 years old, and she was only in her second year of college after the summer vacation. This time, ordering takeout was also the same. Within the 5 people of 1 man and 4 women, only Lu Shiyu was more considerate, ordering takeout in advance before arriving home. Qin Fan directly transferred $100,000 to Lu Shiyu. She looks too well-behaved too. I want to bully her so much. Of course, the male compatriots were mainly looking at Zhao Bingling, Bai Yi, Asami Fei, and Lu Shiyu, who were pretty girls. They realized that Qin Fan was the most handsome knight that they had fantasized about countless times. Now, the scene that they had fantasized about countless times inside their dreams had finally come true. Quickly, pay attention. Pay attention. There was no way. Qin Fan's handsome face was too beatable. Qin Fan thought about it and felt that what Princess Asami said to Zhao Bingling was indeed right. Either way, let's go to the street and have a hot pot, Qin Fan proposed. Then, by the time she returned to the living room, her hands were already carrying several bags full of takeout. While placing the takeaways on the table, Lu Shiyu said in a big sister tone, "Luckily, I'm taking care of you guys, otherwise, you'd have to starve for another hour." Her reputation as the good girl ceiling was getting louder and louder. Qin Fan, Bai Yi, Zhao Bingling, Asami Fei, and Lu Shiyu all hadn't eaten, and their stomachs were starting to growl with hunger inside the living room. Almost all of the boys were attracted to Zhao Bingling. 38. 6. 166. 211. The cosplay photos of Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling, Bai Yi, Princess Asami, and Lu Shiyu had just been sent out for a few minutes, and they instantly topped the #1 hot search. Seriously, when I read fairy tale books when I was a kid, my favorite thing was the handsome little knight brother, and Qin Fan is the most perfect and handsome knight. I really love him. Only Qin Fan expressed his gratitude in the most direct way. On the contrary, Qin Fan and Zhao Bingling were both only 18 years old and had just graduated from high school. Also, in the future, you'll be contracted to do all the ordering and stuff. On the contrary, Lu Shiyu was thinking that even if Qin Fan and Princess Asami, even if they quarreled a lot, nothing would happen. Qin Fan is really handsome. Handsome. The most handsome cos I've ever seen. And the gay men on the internet had a great time watching it. She was 24 years old, already the oldest among these people. And no one would question her as she put on a big sister stance. "Sister Lu, you're so nice." Just as Qin Fan opened his cell phone and was about to order takeout, Lu Shiyu got up and opened the door and went out. Being handsome really suffered. Although, Qin Fan was so strong that beating 10 women by himself was not a problem. The girls on the internet were chatting so much that they couldn't wait to marry Qin Fan on the spot, and couldn't wait to give Qin Fan children on the spot. Even if Qin Fan and Asami concubine were arguing even more, Lu Shiyu didn't bother to go up and persuade them. Even Asami Fei, a neon girl, after taking a bite of the delicious sushi, she couldn't help but say towards Lu Shiyu, "Arigato." And Bai Yi, even younger, only 15 years old and in her third year of junior high school, could Qin Fan still fight 1 against 100? If he was really dragged away and slept with by a group of fervent female fans, Qin Fan would have to die a social death. While the internet was making a lot of noise, Qin Fan had already finished taking publicity photos and pulled several beautiful girls along to take a taxi home, and that writer who saved them had to be extra handsome. In Lu Shiyu's opinion, Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling, Asami Fei, Bai Yi, and so on, were all very young and childish. The more they quarreled, the more childish they looked, especially after he changed into his gorgeous cosplay costume. It made his already exquisite handsome face even more attractive. For a while, there were instantly millions more posts about Qin Fan on the internet. Zhao Bingling nodded her head repeatedly and said, "Qin Fan, you're too handsome to be safe to go out at night. It's easy to be snatched away by bad women. So let's just order takeout." The filming was hard and it went on for half an hour before it was over. At the same time, there were many netizens who felt that Lu Shiyu, Bai Yi, and Princess Asami cosplayed beautifully as well. But Lu Shiyu was different. At the same time, it was also the most suitable person to be their husband. After going back, it was already 9:30 p.m. Bai Yi raised her small face and gave thanks. How good it would be if I could marry him. Ooh. Moreover, this time, Qin Fan was appearing in the cos-like appearance of a medieval knight, a type he had never shot before. "Sisters, who has Qin Fan's contact information? I'm willing to pay $100,000 for one of his friend's spots, please." Princess Asami blankly glanced at him and grunted. "With this face value of yours, when you go out, you still want to eat hot pot? You're lucky if you don't get snatched away on the street by fanatical female fans. $100,000 is considered food expenses. Spend it and ask me for it again. SSS. Good." Lu Shiyu nodded and collected the money. Afterwards, the few people ate together inside the room. By the time they finished eating and chatting, it was already 9:30 p.m. It was time to sleep. They still had to attend the Comic-Con tomorrow morning, so they could never stay up late tonight. The other group members also urged Bai Yi to post more handsome pictures of Qin Fan. Lu Shiyu stroked her little head and doted on her. "Of course I can. The bed is huge. Let's both sleep together at night, especially by Yi's group of cousins. One by one, they all started to persuade her bitterly, advising Bai Yi not to be so impulsive. Bai Yi, I'm so happy that I've come to the field with brother Qinfan and sister Shiyu. I'm at the hotel tonight. Send you some pictures. He. Bai Yi face happy. Enjoy this feeling of being surrounded by people. Bai Yi is just a junior high school girl. Where to deal with such complex interpersonal relationships? But it was different now. Then after they were rejected by Lu Shiyu to enter the group, they went to Bai Yi and cried, saying that Lu Shiyu wouldn't let them enter the group. In the past, Bai Yi would have never been able to pull so many classmates and relatives into the same group. Immediately afterward, Bai Yi quickly sent out a bunch of pictures and videos. Su Linger, a female classmate, said enviously, I'm so envious of you. You actually got to go out of town to participate in the Comic-Con. Oh, you're too happy. Why are there two pairs of slippers under your bed? Cousin Bai Shaner even directly called Bai Yi and said seriously, change your room tonight and don't sleep with Qinfan. You're still young. You can't be a seer. Of course, Bai Yi's various cousins and other distant relatives were also looking for her to ask for Qinfan's contact information, frantically trying to make friends with her. There were beautiful photos of her cosplaying the anime character Meili, and there were also handsome photos of her secretly photographing Qinfan. Hiss my god, you and Qinfan have only known each other for a few days. Are you really going to sleep with him? Inside the group, there were immediately a lot of girls who started replying excitedly. Ever since Bai Yi met Qinfan, the handsome guy from the comic show, there were countless girls who wanted to find her to ask for Qinfan's contact information. For those girls who were not so well connected and were more hypocritical, although Bai Yi gave them the opportunity to enter the group, even if they applied to join the group, Lu Shiyu would not agree. In this way, by letting Lu Shiyu be the villain, Bai Yi easily pushed out these girls who were not so well connected. In the end, Bai Yi sent a photo of her hotel room, and then planned to go to sleep. 24 handsome photos were sent out, making the girls inside the group all as happy as the new year, frantically saving pictures. Cousin, what are you thinking? I didn't sleep with Qinfan. I slept with sister Shiyu tonight. Whenever it came to this time, Bai Yi could act innocent and said, I can't do anything about it. Sister Shiyu is the group master. She won't let you guys in. I'm helpless too. In this way, under Qinfan's advance arrangement, Bai Yi handled her classmates' relationship very well, and even if her classmates had grievances, they wouldn't take it out on her. Qinfan first went inside the bathroom to wash up before lying on the bed and playing with his cell phone. As for Bai Yi, it was her first time sleeping inside a hotel, and she was a bit scared to be alone, so she pulled Lu Shiyu's hand and begged, Sister Shiyu, can I sleep in a room with you at night? I can't sleep alone. Good girlfriend Li Zihan happily urged. Send a few more handsome photos of Qinfan. I want to take them as my phone's wallpaper. 38. 6. 166. 211. Bai Yi was so happy that she jumped into Lu Shiyu's arms, her little head rubbing against Lu Shiyu's chest, rubbing around all the time, and after she returned to her room this evening and washed up, she also quickly started sending photos and videos inside the group. Lu Shiyu was nominally Qinfan's manager, and she was also a 24-year-old big sister. After Lu Shiyu pulled Bai Yi's small hand and went out, soon, Qinfan was left alone inside his room. So, she quickly posted a lot of Qinfan's handsome photos inside the group, among which there were photos of Qinfan before he put on makeup as well as after. You're not going to sleep with Qinfan tonight, are you? Other than Qinfan and Lu Shiyu, the other 40 girls were basically Bai Yi's girlfriends, relatives, and classmates. Okay then, although the comic show handsome boy is really good looking, but, you're only in your third year. How can you look like this? Thus, Zhao Bingling, Asami Fei and the two of them quickly went back inside their respective rooms. Bai Yi was a junior high school girl, very timid and didn't dare to sleep alone. Bai Shaner, Bai Yi's cousin, excitedly sent out a voice, how did you become so beautiful? My god, the cos is so good looking. My good sister. Sister loves you. This made Bai Yi's chatting in the group very comfortable and natural, without the feeling of social panic. It was also at this time that Bai Yi realized that Qinfan's decision to make Lu Shiyu the group leader was too far-sighted. The girls inside the group were all scared silly. They thought that Bai Yi was going to sleep with Qinfan. Nowadays, inside the 42-person chat group, everyone was Bai Yi's good friend and best friend. Qinfan couldn't help but feel a little envious just by looking at the side. She had really underestimated her before, so she turned her gaze for help to Lu Shiyu and begged for a few words. Thank you sister, you're the best. The chat group that Qinfan had asked Bai Yi to pull before now had 42 people in it. Among them, Not only were there her classmates and classmates from the same school, but even some of the little girls from outside the school had begun to look for her to ask for Chin Fan's contact information, and had begun to take the initiative to chat with her and set up friendships. Bai Yi was dumbfounded. Where could she have thought that this group of good girlfriends and sisters inside the group could be so wrong? All in all, more and more girls are looking for Bai Yi to make friends with, and more girls are asking Bai Yi to help and pull them into the group. Even if this group of little junior high school girls were unconvinced in their hearts, they didn't dare to find trouble with Lu Shiyu. So for most of the girls who suddenly came over to get close to her, Bai Yi wanted to reject them, but she didn't have the heart to say so, thinking to herself, Lu Shiyu is really deep, her chest is actually so material, so soft. But what she didn't expect was that after this hotel room photo of hers was sent out, the girls inside the group were like detectives and started to be Sherlock Holmes. Sorry, it's me who misunderstood you. Bai Shan'er was embarrassed and hurriedly apologized. SSS. However, after apologizing, Bai Shan'er was still a bit uneasy and said, recently a lot of people on the internet posted that you slept with Chin Fan? You tell your sister. Is this matter true or false? It's definitely fake. Bai Yi was ashamed and anxious as she explained. Brother Chin Fan is very good to me. He's not a bad person. And he won't sleep with me. Sister, don't think nonsense. It's impossible for me and brother Chin Fan to do that kind of thing. That's good. Bai Shan'er was then relieved. When the two of them hung up the phone, Bai Yi hurriedly went inside the group and explained a whole lot, and even sent a picture of her and Lu Shiyu together, which made the girls inside the group believe what she said. After Chin Fan's dynamic was sent out, in less than 10 minutes, it rushed to the #1 hot search. Even Yi's good girlfriends and sisters almost believed the rumors, so this shows that it really can't be delayed anymore, and that Zhang Yimiao, his end was even worse. Okay, as soon as possible, or else the number of people spreading rumors is increasing. Chin Fan, I found that recently there are still many people who suspect that you and Yi have an impure relationship, or even suspect that you two have slept together. The netizens were admiring. However, the netizens in line with the idea of come all the way here, or friendly greetings Zhang Yimiao's account book. Not to mention, let's just say that this pile of chat records and transfer records instantly let countless netizens eat melon eat clearly. The following is the evidence. Likiki is that cone-faced woman who previously worked at the B station, and after being fired for offending Chin Fan, she madly smeared and rumored about Chin Fan on Little Sweet Potato. All of them were the chat and transfer records of Li Kuku discussing with Zhang Yimiao on how to smear and attack Chin Fan, as well as Zhang Yimiao's chat and transfer records of slandering Chin Fan by spending money to buy water armies and buying self-media. Chin Fan, I'm at your door. Open the door quickly. I want to go in. Even his circle of friends sent an identical dynamic, because the court judgment will have to wait for several months. In order to calm public opinion, I purposely publicize part of the evidence to give everyone the truth, but also to return my innocence. Even if she died, she couldn't escape this stinking scolding. B Station, Weibo, Douyin, Blockhand and so on. Although Chin Fan was curious in his mind, he still got out of bed and opened the door. Or did Chin Fan find a very powerful hacker and hack Li Keeks and Zhang Yimiao's cell phones? Although you have already stated before that you want to prosecute the rumor monger, the prosecution process is very long and too delayed. This tactic can be too admirable. After listening, Chin Fan also felt that what she said made sense. At the same time, Lu Shiyu also explained a few words inside the group, letting the little girls inside the group settle down a bit and not think nonsense. She was also the initiator of this rumor. Overall, Chin Fan's public relations action this time was a textbook whitewash. The reason was also very simple, because the evidence Chin Fan gave out was too real and powerful. I believe, in a few months, they will have to eat lawsuit, at least have to compensate Chin Fan hundreds of thousands of reputation loss fee. Through these chat records, transfer records, the crowd can clearly see that all the negative public opinion Chin Fan suffered before, all as Li Kuku and Zhang Yimiao teamed up to concoct, but there wasn't any star that could handle it like Chin Fan did. Simple, sharp, and exceptionally powerful. In short, it was a great relief. Zhao Bingling squatted outside the door, sneaking around like a cat ready to steal dried small fish. It turned out that all of Chin Fan's negative public opinion was carefully framed by Li Kiki and Zhang Yimiao, in order to pour dirty water on Chin Fan, in order to rub the traffic, increase the powder and bring goods to earn black money. Now, the netizens see the truth, all on the side of Chin Fan, no longer need to see those bad things on the internet. However, after settling the emotions of the little girls inside the group, Lu Shiyu quickly gave Chin Fan a call. Even though Li Kiki was still in the hospital, she was still being attacked by countless angry netizens who attacked the comments section and cursed her under her account. So, Chin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll send another dynamic to explain it clearly, with the fans and the media. 38. 6. 166. 211. It was believed that she had not slept with Chin Fan. This means, it's too strong. The dynamic content was simple. This was too ruthless. Zhao Bingling quickly drilled inside the room. Of course, Li Kiki was now in the hospital intensive care unit after being beaten up by the punks Chin Fan had found, and was considered to have suffered retribution. Textbook cleansing of wrongdoing. At first, there were many netizens who went with the flow and believed the smears of that group of self-media, mistakenly thinking that Chin Fan was a scumbag, mistakenly thinking that Chin Fan had put Bai Yi to sleep. How did Chin Fan get Li Kiki's chat records with Zhang Yimiao? In serious cases, one could even go to jail. Let all the netizens who were watching see and understand what was going on. After hanging up the phone, Chin Fan quickly opened his social account. Could it be that he has arranged informants around Li Kiki and Zhang Yimiao? They had seen this many times before. Things where the star goddesses had negative public opinion, and then emergency public relations. Tomorrow, they could go all out to prepare for the Comic-Con cause. And Chin Fan, tonight, also slept very soundly. After they saw these screenshots and evidence that Chin Fan sent out, they all instantly came to a realization. Lu Shiyu had a worried face. As of now, those self-media bloggers who hadn't been retaliated against, as well as those net celebrities who had received black money and specialized in smearing Chin Fan, had also received a lawyer's letter. As for Zhang Yimiao had already gone out and hit the big luck truck. Either that, or you'd better go online and make another post to explain. Only, what Chin Fan did not expect was that at 11 o'clock at night, after everyone had fallen asleep, Zhao Bingling suddenly gave him a call. Recently, I've suffered a lot of rumors and smears, and I've already handed it over to my lawyer and filed a lawsuit. Chin Fan even got the chat records of Zhang Yimiao's purchase of a water army. The transfer records were also gotten and sent out. Why did you come over in the middle of the night? As Chin Fan's little follower, Lu Shiyu was still worried about Chin Fan's reputation, worried that Chin Fan would be splashed with negative public opinion. Inside the comments section, netizens angrily denounced Li Kuku and Zhang Yimiao for not being human, while admiring Chin Fan's tactics. After the end of the text content, followed by as many as dozens of chat records, transfer screenshots. By the time Chin Fan closed the door to his hotel room, Zhao Bingling had already burrowed under his blanket. Whoosh! Though it was said that the death of a person was a big deal, in just 10 minutes or so, he had pulled all the netizens to his side, leaving Li Kiki and Zhang Yimiao without a single chance to roll over, directly out of the door to hit the big luck, the physical sense of the sky. After drilling inside the quilt, Zhao Bingling's face was flushed and ready. Tonight, she wanted to be happy. SSS. In fact, last night, Zhao Bingling was eager to give her first time to Chin Fan, and at the same time, she also wanted to take Chin Fan's first time. But unfortunately, last night, Princess Asami was too annoying and kept obstructing and spoiling her good deed. It was only this morning, while Princess Asami was washing up, that Zhao Bingling found the opportunity. Although the time was short, however, it brought about an experience that she would never forget. It was completely different from entertaining herself all by herself. That was why she snuck over at night. While red-eyed and wiping her tears, she hurriedly ran to the door of Chin Fan's room and started knocking on the door. It's over. Princess Asami was so angry that she wanted to curse. Guess what? Although she said that she only regarded Princess Asami as a good best friend, she also knew very well that Princess Asami was treating her as a future lover. Is she still awake? Did you stay up late last night playing on your cell phone? Or did she sneak off to find Chin Fan last night? Princess Asami's eyebrows furrowed. If Princess Asami knew, she would definitely go crazy. The cell phone rang for half a day, but no one answered the call. So, while she continued to call Zhao Bingling, she opened her long legs and walked to the entrance of Zhao Bingling's hotel room. Moreover, Chin Fan heard not only knocking on the door outside, but also Asami face shouting. Instead, Chin Fan touched her head and comforted her. Don't be afraid. What's there to be afraid of? The two of us are in love. What does it have to do with that neon girl? After opening her cell phone, she looked at the 34 missed calls on it, and all of them were calls from Princess Asami. Zhao Bingling's face was flushed, and she spoke very quietly and shyly. Chin Fan, what happened? Is it an earthquake? Chin Fan was actually heartbroken. After all, Zhao Bingling was so cute and well-behaved. Chin Fan shook Zhao Bingling's body to wake her up a little. Otherwise, it was impossible to be out of contact. You scum, beast, rascal, you deserve to die. At 7:30 in the morning, Princess Asami had just washed her face and immediately took her cell phone and started calling Zhao Bingling. It's early in the morning. Do you have something to do? Chin Fan was asleep in his room with his good girl when he suddenly heard a thud outside like an earthquake. Zhao Bingling was so anxious that she was about to cry out. Sister Fei called me a lot. She must have come over to look for me. You just sleep at ease. I'll go out and clean her up. Xin Fan was in an excited mood and immediately agreed. Good. Xin Fan put on a cold demeanor and asked. Jingling bells. Bad. Guess. Princess Asami knocked outside the door for a long time and called many times, but she was never able to reach Zhao Bingling. Zhao Bingling answered sleepily, and then used a lot of strength before she lifted her white jade-like arms up and brought over the cell phone at the bedside. After all, the experience in the morning was just too novel. She was a bit dazed for the whole day, and as long as she saw Xin Fan, she couldn't help it. At the moment, Zhao Bingling was wearing loose pajamas, and most of her body was all hidden inside the comforter. Xin Fan, as a man, was definitely in a much better physical condition than Zhao Bingling. 386-166-211. The more Princess Asami thought about it, the more wrong it became. Xin Fan hurriedly shook her head. She wasn't sleepy anymore. She was getting nervous. Knock knock knock. Opening the door, he soon saw Consort Asami with red eyes, standing outside. Xin Fan instantly understood. Asami concubine, on the other hand, was red-eyed, biting her lips, and with a look of hatred. She said in annoyance, Is the ice spirit inside your room? She hid inside the quilt and shivered, not even daring to breathe. Being scolded by such a neon beauty, Xin Fan not only wasn't angry in the slightest, there was even a little bit, a dark feeling? No way. Not only did Xin Fan wake up, Zhao Bingling also sleepily opened her eyes. Sleepy, she was extremely shy and had to whisper, We're still like in the morning. And then, Xin Fan laughed and directly returned a you guess. It doesn't matter, we don't use that. After saying that, Xin Fan directly put on his pants and t-shirt and went out. Even, there may be a human life. Moreover, she is very beautiful, very good looking, a well-deserved neon beauty girl. This early in the morning, Princess Asami came over to catch the adultery. The knocking on the door continued. Asami Fei used all the strength in her body and all the Chinese words she had learned to use for cursing to keep attacking Xin Fan. For a while, Zhao Bingling was so scared that she didn't know what to do. But, I have to attend the Comic-Con tomorrow. Zhao Bingling's face reddened to the extreme, like a ripe apple that was about to drip. Good. Bingling, turn on your cell phone and see if someone called you. Bad. Princess Asami had already vaguely guessed in her heart that Zhao Bingling was most likely spoiled by Xin Fan last night. Since Princess Asami didn't have Xin Fan's phone number, she could only keep knocking on the door outside, and knocking very hard. It was just a pity that her attack power was too low. Zhao Bingling just slightly brainstormed what Asami concubine would look like when she got angry, and was immediately too scared to move. If she finds out, she'll definitely beat us to death. Knock knock knock. Zhao Bingling was instantly dumbfounded. She felt like she was a bit too unreserved, but she really couldn't help it a bit. At the thought of her favorite good girl, Zhao Bingling, being cheated by a scum like Xin Fan, Princess Asami's tears were about to fall and her eyes were red. Zhao Bingling had just woken up from her nap, and her entire body felt shriveled up. She was too tired last night, having been happy many times, and now she couldn't get up any energy at all and just wanted to sleep. This couldn't be done. It was too perverted. SSS. Princess Asami, I know you're in a hurry, but hold on. Xin Fan reached out his hand and tugged on Asami concubine's arm, yanking her inside the room in one go. Subsequently, after dragging her in, Xin Fan casually closed the door. What do you want to do? Wouldn't you even want to spoil me? Princess Asami had just been dragged inside the room and immediately began to get nervous. Although she was close to 5 feet 7 inches tall, she was a deservedly tall girl. Obviously it wasn't her fault, but she still used a begging tone to plead with Princess Asami not to continue to oppose her being with Xin Fan. However, I have a request that I hope you can grant me. She knew that she had already lost. Besides, girls and girls can't have babies. However, what she didn't expect was that Princess Asami would not scold her at this point, but instead show a very sad look. I know you like me, but I just treat you as a bosom friend. Never thought of being your lover. The person who was wrong was actually Princess Asami. She had liked Zhao Bingling for a long time, since Zhao Bingling only had dozens of followers. The first time she posted a video, and the first time she became an uploader, she was now nervous as hell, worried that Xin Fan would have an animalistic outburst and trash her. This truth was clear even to Princess Asami herself. If Xin Fan wanted to come hard, Asami concubine did not have any resistance at all. It wasn't until Asami concubine's face turned red and she explained somewhat shyly that Zhao Bingling understood what she meant. Even if Xin Fan had that idea, the physical quality couldn't keep up with it. When Zhao Bingling spoke, she hadn't dared to lock eyes with concubine Asami because she was very vain, afraid that concubine Asami would scold her and say that she was bad. But the problem was, Shinfan was 1 meter 9 tall. I mean, she would feel like life was all dark and there was not a single hope of living. Moreover, Shinfan likes me a lot. I can feel that he truly likes me. He likes my face, he likes my personality, and he likes my body, so that you won't be able to see the two of us for the rest of your life. The original reason for everything was because Shinfan appeared too suddenly and was too handsome. Princess Asami was not only sad in her heart, but more than anything else, she was still unwilling. Towards the end, Zhao Bingling's tone became pitiful, a very simple request. At the same time, she also wanted to have a good chat with her and get rid of this time bomb. Princess Asami was so sad that she was on the verge of crying. If it wasn't for the fact that Shinfan had suddenly taken Zhao Bingling down, Asami concubine wouldn't have been so sexually impatient and in such a hurry to want to spoil Zhao Bingling. Moreover, boys were much stronger than girls. Consort Asami, somewhat helpless, somewhat frustrated, and somewhat unwilling, made a request. Shinfan's short few words were extremely lethal, but when she raised her head and saw Princess Asami's look of wanting to eat someone, she immediately lowered her head back down. She was a bit of a wimp, but it turned out that she had overthought it. Zhao Bingling had also gotten dressed by this time, and walked inside the suite's living room, timidly greeting Princess Asami. Ha! Princess Asami gritted her teeth, wanting to scold Zhao Bingling awake. Sister concubine, I'm sorry, I put my cell phone on mute, and I haven't been able to receive your call. Sorry. Moreover, Shinfan had played with Zhao Bingling for more than 2 hours last night, and had long been exhausted. Where would he still have the spirit to trash Princess Asami? This made Asami concubine very hurt. As long as she heard Bingling's sister's well-behaved and cute voice, Asami Faye could never get angry. 38. 6. 166. 211. Even if she was angry again, as long as she saw Zhao Bingling's pitiful appearance, Princess Asami immediately lost her temper. Even so, Zhao Bingling also secretly thought in her heart, it is because Shinfan is a boy. I will like him. I don't like girls. Previously, when Asami concubine quarreled and fought with Shinfan, she had already realized that she was not Shinfan's opponent. Even if she had practiced karate, she was not Shinfan's opponent. Losing to this scum of Shinfan, concubine's sister, Asami concubine, an outsider, where was she qualified to meddle in other people's feelings? Asami concubine took a deep breath, then looked very seriously into Zhao Bingling's eyes and said, I want it too. Consort Asami answered with a bit of helplessness, her mental state all looking very shriveled. But unfortunately, Shinfan, the boy with the most handsome face value, appeared too suddenly. Nowadays, it looked like the two of them were already sleeping together. Just as soon as he appeared, he took Zhao Bingling down. Zhao Bingling had so many things she wanted to say and retort. It disrupted all of Princess Asami's deployments, but even if she lost, she didn't want to give up on Zhao Bingling as a good girl, didn't want to leave her sister Bingling, even if she subsequently changed her plan many times. She could not stop Shinfan from sleeping with Zhao Bingling, so seeing Zhao Bingling pathetically begging her and apologizing to her, Princess Asami instantly softened her heart. Fortunately, Shinfan stepped forward at this time. Concubine Asami, watch what you say. I'm in love with Bingling. It's best if you don't interfere in both of our love lives. At the same time, so, Shinfan dragged Asami concubine in, not to trash her, but because he felt that her cursing outside was too unqualified and humiliating. Zhao Bingling was really too kind and well-behaved, and up until this point, it hadn't even occurred to her that it wasn't actually her fault at all. Over the past few years, Princess Asami had again rewarded her, given her gifts, taken her to movies, haunted houses, etc., and had done so many things for her. I want to be with him. I hope you won't continue to oppose us, okay? Zhao Bingling timidly opened her mouth and said, I genuinely like Shinfan, so just let me go. Bingling, I promise you that I won't block your relationship with Shinfan in the future. Okay. So, even just a threat could silence her instantly, making her speechless. Bingling, how can you be like this? I've liked you for a long time. How can you like him? He is a boy, and a scummy boy at that. You've been cheated by him. Don't you even know? Even so many of Zhao Bingling's cosplay videos were taken and posted online with the help of Princess Asami. If it wasn't for Shinfan's sudden appearance, there was a high probability that Consort Asami would have chased the good girl Zhao Bingling into her hands. For the sake of our relationship for so many years, I hope you can satisfy me. Wanting her to come in was all. Zhao Bingling didn't react for a moment and didn't understand what Princess Asami meant by I wanted to. Zhao Bingling curiously said, what request? Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you out. Bingling, you. But unfortunately, Zhao Bingling knew that she was wrong, especially that implied threat. so that you won't be able to see us for the rest of your life," instantly silenced Asami concubine. Asami face flushed red, but she said with great courage, "I also want to try out what it's like to sleep with a boy. So, let me join you guys. SSS. As long as Qin Fan doesn't make me angry in the future, I'm sure that the three of us will be very happy." Princess Asami gathered her courage and finally said her thoughts. After saying that, her face was so red and burnt that she almost didn't dare to look at anyone. Zhao Bingling, on the other hand, was so dumbfounded that her head was almost not enough. Where had she seen this kind of scene since she was a child? Two beautiful girls, one handsome guy, three people together, and it would definitely be happy? So, Qin Fan was on the phone with Si Tongyan, stalling for time, while giving Zhao Bingling a wink and asking her what to do. But, in the end, Qin Fan only delayed for a few minutes before Si Tongyan became a bit impatient and kept urging him to open the door. When he was talking, Si Tongyan also started knocking on the door of the hotel. Qin Fan's mouth said great, but in his heart, he was a little panicked, although Zhao Bingling was a little reluctant. But, in the end, still agreed to Asami Fei's request, especially a buff-stacked neon beauty like Asami concubine. That was too rare. It would be nice to have a shot with her. The cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Besides, it was true that Qin Fan had never slept with a neon girl in his life. Asami Princess then took out her cell phone and typed out a line on top of the screen. To have a face value, to have money, and even to spoil Zhao Bingling in her arms at all times. What does Zhao Bingling think? If Zhao Bingling didn't agree, Qin Fan definitely didn't agree either. This wouldn't exhaust him to death, would it? Aren't you in your old home? Stroking her long hair, he comforted her. However, Qin Fan held his cell phone in a black screen state and looked inside the screen at his exquisite and unrivaled handsome face. It was this early in the morning, but the problem was, there was someone inside the room. Instantly figured it out. After you finish using it, remember to return it to me. Qin Fan lit up the screen, and immediately saw the name Si Tongyan appear on the top of the cell phone screen. Even deliberately pulled Qin Fan's head, rubbing Qin Fan's head toward her chest. Si Tongyan smiled and said, "Yes, a few hours ago. I was still at home, but my father heard that I could earn $2 million by participating in the Comic-Con, so he drove all night and sent me here." Awesome, right? Awesome, awesome. Zhao Bingling was dumbfounded. "And, you can only borrow him if I promise you. If I'm not happy one day and don't promise you, you can't grab it." If it was any other boy, why did they suddenly come over in the morning? It's hard to believe that she sat on the train all night. Or, did they let someone drive a few hundred kilometers and send her over at 4 o'clock in the morning? After all, Qin Fan was a boy, and wouldn't be pregnant, so it didn't matter much if she slept for a while. Jingling bell. "I'm outside your room. If you open the door, you'll see me." Because Princess Asami was nice and kind to her, the best girl to her besides her parents, even better than her aunt and sister-in-law. Qin Fan is how did not expect. Asami Fei, this neon beauty girl, actually instantly changed her sexual orientation. Intends to have a round with the boys as well? Zhao Bingling lifted her head from Asami Fei's chest and curiously said, "Qin Fan, who called you?" Si Tongyan just came in and immediately gave Qin Fan a hug with a smile. As for Zhao Bingling, she was just like a little milk cat, lying on Asami Fei's chest, enjoying the soft, fragrant scent. What surprise! Definitely. Moreover, Asami Fei had known her for several years, and Zhao Bingling knew very well that Asami Fei was a good girl, a good sister. If he was alone inside the room, he was naturally not afraid. Only a face like Qin Fan's, who was handsome to the extreme and killed both men and women, could make Asami Fei easily let go of the preconceptions in her heart. Alright, Qin Fan was a bit surprised, but still answered the phone. "Yen Bao, why are you calling me? It's early in the morning. Did you miss me?" Moreover, Si Tongyan said yesterday that she was busy in her old home and couldn't come. 38. 6. 166. 211. Zhao Bingling said a lot, afraid that after Consort Asami took Qin Fan away and used it up, she wouldn't return it to her. Being borrowed? This was too strange. In the end, it was still because his face was too handsome. Concubine Asami grunted. It's probably one of his love sisters. Regardless of her looks, figure, personality, and family history, Princess Asami was perfect. Qin Fan thought to himself that Satoyan had said yesterday that she was in her hometown and was too busy to come to the Comic-Con. But the question was, therefore, Zhao Bingling thought, and in the end, she still loosened up. Qin Fan had no choice but to gray out and go to the door and open it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been messing with Si Tongyan all the time, and wouldn't have been snatching Qin Fan from Si Tongyan. Would Zhao Bingling refuse? At first, Zhao Bingling was tempted to refuse because she didn't want to share her boyfriend with other girls, It was only then that she was able to muster up the courage to say the words. She also wants to try sleeping with a boy. Just don't worry. I'm just experiencing it. When you're ready someday, I'll lend you Chin Fan for a day. You're going to die. Chin Fan was instantly dumbfounded. It was one of those things that Chin Fan couldn't think of even if he thought about it. But now the problem is, this big morning, he had two beautiful girls inside the house. Si Ton Yen come in shall not explode ah? Thinking about it all felt quite exciting. At the same time, Chin Fan was also surprised. Of course, Chin Fan definitely didn't mind trying to sleep with her for a while. Surprise, right? Wernama. As for Chin Fan, this would be very puzzling. Si Ton Yen smiled and said, Chin Fan, I want to give you a surprise. In the face of Princess Asami's request, Zhao Bingling was a bit soft again. Zhao Bingling spread his hands and put on a look that said, I don't care. Si Tong Yen actually called him. It was really unexpected. After the experience, maybe I won't like it. But first, just as Chin Fan was grasping at straws, should he ask the two of them when they would start? The two were hundreds of kilometers away. What kind of surprise could they give him this early in the morning? Result: if there was no one in the house, Chin Fan would have definitely enjoyed this scene. However, given that Zhao Bingling had agreed, Chin Fan naturally would not object. Chin Fan was shocked and asked in doubt. He was a handsome man for good reason. How did he suddenly become a love interest? Princess Asami was on the verge of laughing after hearing this. Silly sister, what are you thinking? How could I possibly go against you ah? Chin Fan picked up his cell phone and prepared to answer the call. You don't say. It's true. But now, not to mention having a shot, even to look at them, Asami concubine didn't have that kind of interest. After Asami concubine finished speaking, she took Zhao Bingling in her arms. With one sentence, Si Tong Yen directly fucked Chin Fan out of his mind. And there was more than one. Si Tong Yen held her chest out and hadn't even started enjoying herself when she suddenly heard someone coughing all the way inside the room. SSS. Cough. Zhao Bingling coughed a few times and said with some irritation, Si Tong Yen, you need to have some face. Wow. It was only then that Si Tong Yen realized that Zhao Bingling was sitting inside the room. Although she was puzzled as to how Zhao Bingling stayed in the same hotel room with Chin Fan this early in the morning. But when she saw that there was another girl inside the room, she instantly stopped worrying. Zhao Bingling said with her eyebrows arched, and even pulled Chin Fan's arm and kept shaking it on her chest. It couldn't be helped. The two of them had quarreled too many times. Si Tong Yen was about to faint from anger after hearing this. She wanted to give Chin Fan something different. However, she also knew that she wasn't the main character right now. Consort Asami also ran over and said cheekily, I also want to eat the same as Sister Bingling. Chin Fan glanced at her and said without any humor. Meanwhile, Consort Asami's expression was wonderful, but as the words came out of her mouth, she saw that Satoyan had been sizing her up curiously, and then remembering Satoyan's previous ambiguous relationship with Zhao Bingling and Chin Fan, Asami concubine suddenly had a bold idea. As soon as Chin Fan mentioned the Comic-Con, Si Tong Yen and Zhao Bingling instantly made a temporary truce. After all, the comic show appearance fee was too high. $2 million at a time. Even if the two of them had a great hatred, they had to calm down and finish their work at the comic show before quarreling. Good. Placed inside the anime, Zhao Bingling was now like one of those heavenly beautiful girls who suddenly snatched the heroine's boyfriend away from her. Although Asami Faye was very uncomfortable, letting Chin Fan's arm rub against her chest. Princess Asami actually said that Chin Fan was good to her, but Chin Fan had never given her a good face-off. Originally, the atmosphere inside the room was already scorching, and was on the verge of smoldering. Before, when she first came in, she had always been smiling and happy. But after hearing that Zhao Bingling had slept with Chin Fan for a night and had developed so many positions, Si Tong Yen couldn't smile at all. Chin Fan won't like the aquamarine steel plate on your chest. However, she still liked Zhao Bingling in her heart. Princess Asami was all laughed at by Chin Fan. Yes, but you have to pay out. She thought so. I didn't leave here for the whole night. Can you understand what I mean? But right now, Zhao Bingling wasn't angry at all. Even, she arched her eyebrows and said happily, Yen Bao, you don't seem to understand the situation ah. Si Tong Yen frowned tightly and began to feel that the situation was not right. She didn't want to scold Chin Fan. There was no need to worry about Zhao Bingling putting Chin Fan to sleep. This was because immediately afterward, Consort Asami directly pushed Si Tong Yen aside and snatched Chin Fan's arm. Didn't Si Tong Yen and Zhao Bingling both like Chin Fan? Moreover, Si Tong Yen and Zhao Bingling were still jealous and fighting with each other because of Chin Fan. It's just too damnable. Si Tong Yen was also not willing to show weakness, pulling Chin Fan's other arm, rubbing her chest, saying, I want to eat the same as her. At this moment, hearing Zhao Bingling bragging about bed positions and whatnot in person, It would be strange for Princess Asami not to be angry. If it was put in the past, Zhao Bingling would definitely be pissed off at her. Hada. It wasn't that she couldn't afford to pay this small amount of money, she was just simply upset, feeling that Qin Fan was purposely making things difficult for her. Besides, this early in the morning, there was no strength to argue on a hungry stomach. After we eat later, we still have to go to the Comic-Con. Zhao Bingling took a victorious stance and smiled with her dimples showing. However, what people didn't expect was that Qin Fan suddenly snapped. Don't be in a hurry to quarrel first, let's order the food first. 38. 6. 166. 211. I didn't just come over this morning. If Zhao Bingling lost the argument later and cried, Princess Asami would be able to take advantage of her. Thus, she quickly suppressed her fire, then took a deep breath and revealed a nice smile. But then, I suggest you buy a favorite model online and fix it yourself. It was cute and good looking. Qin Fan faintly said. Sorry, I really don't have a gentleman's demeanor. In addition, I really don't want to invite you to dinner. The relationship between the two of us, don't you know it by heart? Therefore, Si Tongyan was still in a good mood. Qin Fan was overwhelmed by her sudden smile and said, What are you laughing at? Laughing in anger? No. She was about to die of anger. But soon, he realized why Princess Asami was praising him. Princess Asami questioned irritably. She had thought of 10,000 curse words and wanted to greet Qin Fan's account book to get rid of her anger. Qin Fan nodded his head while ordering takeout. Although concubine Asami had already made it clear that she wanted to try sleeping with Qin Fan once, Asami concubine would do this to get back at Qin Fan, so she planned to set a fire inside the scorching air. First, she would let Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan quarrel and fight, and then she would sit back and reap the benefits. Only the corners of her mouth twitched as she looked like she wanted to get angry but couldn't. However, Qin Fan still didn't have any good feelings towards her. Mocking Zhao Bingling's breasts was too small, just like a steel plate, because there were 3 people inside the room. Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling, and concubine Asami. Even if Qin Fan was dry-humping Zhao Bingling, there was no way he could just snap in front of concubine Asami, right? Zhao Bingling smiled and flaunted. I slept with Qin Fan all night last night, and played with many positions, a night. I'm exhausted. After she entered the room, she sat on top of the sofa in the suite's parlor, crossing her slender legs in a hostess-like manner, and said, Little Bingling, how did you come over to find Qin Fan in the morning? It couldn't be loneliness, right? But she still subconsciously asked, What does it mean? I don't understand. Qin Fan, why don't you have any gentlemanly manners at all? For $12 of breakfast, you're not even willing to treat me? How did she compliment me with a clear conscience? Qin Fan was a bit puzzled. Not only did she show off, but she also looked dejected. Asami Fei's acting skills soared, saying as gently as possible, Qin Fan, you are so handsome and treat me so well. How could I be angry with you? The so-called aquamarine steel plate was actually a terrain used by Si Tongyan to mock Zhao Bingling. As a result, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan quickly ran next to Qin Fan and started ordering takeout. A new grudge and an old grudge could not be solved by sleeping once. Besides, weren't the two of them still up? Then, Asami Fei and Zhao Bingling, one on the left and one on the right, hugged Qin Fan's arm and placed it in front of their chests, shaking it, shaking it, shaking it, shaking it, shaking it, shaking it, shaking it. She had to hold back. Qin Fan instantly froze. You're not too young. It's normal to have physiological needs. Even if he could sleep with her tonight, Qin Fan didn't think she was cute. I want to eat intestinal noodles and red bean congee with wolfberry. Although Princess Asami had just made it clear that she wanted to try sleeping with a boy once. It's easy. However, in order to give Qin Fan a big one, and also to make Citoyen even more annoyed, she held back the strange feeling in her chest. When it was almost time, Asami Fei put her head on Qin Fan's shoulder and said, Little brother, you were too good last night. Help me buy some delicious food to replenish my body. Okay, SSS. Crap. Qin Fan instantly felt that something big was not good. He only slept with Zhao Bingling last night, and didn't touch Asami concubine at all. As a result, Asami concubine suddenly threw dirty water on him, saying that she had already slept with Qin Fan, and also put on a shy face, saying that Qin Fan bullied her last night. Wasn't this clearly defiling someone's innocence? Even worse, Si Tongyan had been staring viciously from the side the entire time. Seeing Princess Asami say that Qin Fan had gotten the best of her last night, Zhao Bingling squeezed between the two of them and said in a brittle voice, Don't talk about this, pack up and get ready to go to the Comic-Con. It's getting late. Si Tongyan stared viciously at Asami Fei, wanting to eat her up. Fortunately, Su Qingyi was more considerate this time, arranging for many doctors and nurse volunteers to keep an eye on the side. Hate this unsuspecting neon girl. However, The photographers had just left in front of them, followed by Zhao Bingling's cosplay of the blue-haired maid Reem, as well as Princess Asami's cosplay of the pink-haired maid Ram, as well as Lu Shiyu's cosplay of the red-haired beauty maid Teresa, and by Yi's cosplay of the blue-haired maid Meili. Subsequently, Qinfan spent almost 10 minutes to make things clear. As soon as she saw someone fainting, a professional medical team immediately went up to save them. After she understood the cause and effect, and also learned that she had been used as a gun by Princess Asami, she instantly began to hate Princess Asami. Afterwards, Su Qingyi brought many makeup artists and props artists to take Qinfan, Zhao Bingling and the others to different dressing rooms. There were so many people that one car definitely couldn't fit. Thus, Qinfan went to the Comic-Con Center together with Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, and Asami Fei in one car, and by Yi and Lu Shiyu in one car. How can you be so bad? Su Qingyi couldn't do anything with Qinfan and could only agree. Alright. At first, Sidon Yen was still a bit skeptical, suspecting that Qinfan, the scumbag, was making up falsehoods to deceive her. Qinfan wanted to explain to her, but there was no way. Sidon Yen was in a rage and didn't listen at all. Until Sidon Yan's hands hurt from the beating, she stopped and sat on the sofa to sulk. Qinfan led a group of beautiful girls, left the hotel and went out to take a taxi. When Sidon Yen heard this, she immediately blew up. Moreover, because the package was too tight and upright, it attracted more attention instead. Who let Qinfan be the god of fortune of their company? Of course, the constant snapping flashbulbs didn't stop, and they were always taking pictures of Qinfan's handsome face. Alright, after arriving at the Comic-Con venue, Su Qingyi, a woman with big breasts, came over to greet them again. Alright. One must know that this time, the Firefly Comic-Con was a hard-to-find ticket, and the most common entrance tickets were speculated to $2,000 apiece. For a while, countless girls inside the comic show hall were so mesmerized that they couldn't take their eyes off of each other, itching to imprint Qinfan's handsome face inside their heads. I asked her to come. After more than half an hour of making up, as well as dressing up, finally, left the dressing room. If they pissed off Qinfan, their company's traffic would instantly drop by a large portion. Princess Asami, on the other hand, averted her gaze and twisted her head to look at the sky outside the window, deliberately playing dumb. It was impossible to fight, right? Yen Bao, you misunderstood. I really didn't touch her last night. And when Qinfan pulled the sword flower, there were even several young girls who were so mesmerized by him that they fainted on the spot. Besides, Su Qingyi was the president's secretary, and her status was much higher than Si Tongyan, a netizen with 3 million followers in Douyin. Si Tongyan didn't even have an entry ticket and still wanted to attend the Comic-Con with a straight face? Too presumptuous. Especially when he was carrying a long sword, pulling a sword flower from time to time. The flickering sword light could simply blind people's eyes. Today, Su Qingyi's cosplay was still a big-breasted anime female character Agidana. 386-166-211. My god. Hey. Wow. Qinfan said indifferently. Sign a contract for her as well and give her an appearance fee. But wait until Zhao Bingling also came over to testify to Qinfan, saying that Qinfan really did not touch Asami Fei, and really did not have a man and 2 women 3 people happy together. Oh, Qinfan, please beg you, shake hands with me. I love you. Aha. It wasn't until half an hour later that the flashing lights gradually became less. As a result, Si Tongyan was not polite at all when talking to her, which made people very uncomfortable. Qinfan had only just stood on the stage and immediately became the center of attention. After Su Qingyi came over with a dozen staff members, she saw that Si Tongyan was also following Qinfan's side, so she was inevitably a bit confused and said, "Ms. C, didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't be attending the Comic-Con? And this face value, it's too capable. One look can mesmerize me to death." Si Tongyan pulled Qinfan's arm, nodded her head and said, "Although I refused yesterday, I regret it again today and want to participate again. Can't I? So damn handsome." Half an hour later, finally, everyone was washed and cleaned up. There was a feeling of, well, princess sickness. This body, it's so erect. Handsome swoon me. Qinfan saw that she had stopped, which gave him the chance to explain to her. With just a few words, Su Qingyi was a bit displeased with Si Tongyan. It was only then that Si Tongyan finally heard what was going on. Even if she was uncomfortable in her heart, she could only endure it. Countless cosplayers all held up their cameras and cell phones and took a lot of shots towards Qinfan. Inside the dressing room, the cosplay costumes were also prepared for them a long time ago. The photographers and cosplayers took a lot of handsome pictures of Qinfan before they were satisfied and went to take pictures of others. Comic show. Inside, Qinfan's cosplay of the red-haired sword Saint Reinhardt could be said to have amazed everyone. After all, Princess Asami had studied karate for several years. and although she couldn't beat Qin Fan, she was still more than capable of beating up Si Tongyan. Although Si Tongyan was still holding his anger in his heart, he couldn't do anything about it. Besides, even if she really did it, she might not be able to beat Princess Asami. Unable to do anything about it, Qin Fan could only hold his head and let her swing her fists for several minutes. So even if Qin Fan had unreasonable demands, Su Qingyi had no way to refuse and could only agree. Even if she wanted to take revenge on Princess Asami, she didn't have too good a chance. All the anime fans attending the Comic-Con all ran over. Su Qingyi was a bit stunned. She felt that this girl, Si Toyan, was a bit impolite. She practically punched and kicked, clenched her fists, raised her legs, and greeted Qin Fan with her fists all over his body. However, before Su Qingyi had time to get angry, she was stifled by Qin Fan's words. All of them appeared on the stage. The four beautiful girls wearing different costumes were simply a feast for the eyes as they stood by Qin Fan's side. SSS, the extremely handsome Qin Fan, as well as the four beautiful maidens with different characteristics, instantly made the eyes of the entire audience focus over once again. Hiss hiss hiss. This, these few beauty maidens are also too good looking. My god, are they all Qin Fan's friends? Why are their eyes all fixed on Qin Fan? Nope, that pink ram isn't staring at the Comic-Con dudes. The pink maid's eyes are on her sister. Ooh, the cosplayers this time are too pretty and handsome too. Qin Fan justified. Even if I'm a scumbag, I don't want to die in public socially. So, let's wait until the end of the comic show and then talk about this. And Qin Fan this time also turned his gaze to Si Tongyan, looking at the gorgeous and exquisite elf costume on her body, as well as the kind of unhappy little emotion on her face. Qin Fan took in the bottom of his eyes. In particular, Si Tongyan had a slightly angry expression on her face due to her unhappiness, making her cosplay even more restored and like the elf girl Amelia. Qin Fan smiled slightly and said, "It does look very good. This cosplay costume suits you very well, and the aura on you is perfectly restored to the elf maiden." This time, Si Tongyan's cosplay of Amelia could be described as the best looking. Even Zhao Bingling, dumbfounded, froze on the stage. Originally, there were countless cacophonies, murmurs, noises, and sounds of amazement inside the comic show. At this point in time, Princess Asami was still thinking of taking down this beautiful girl, Si Toyan. All the people present, no matter male or female, young or old, were all convinced by Si Tongyan's beauty. However, just when they thought that this was already the peak of this Comic-Con, a scene that they didn't expect happened. Front, side, back and so on. They couldn't wait to photograph Qin Fan and his group for a day and a night. Si Tongyan could actually say such shameless words in front of so many people? This was too shocking. However, at this moment, any noises were gone. Qin Fan didn't want to be taken as a pervert on top of the comic show. This cosplayer's restoration is too extreme, too good looking. So many people were watching. There were even so many self-published media and netizens' cameras filming and recording the image. She didn't think about the fact that in a few days, she herself would be taken down by Qin Fan. So Qin Fan hurriedly reached out his hand and pulled her to his side before reminding in a low voice. "So many people are watching. Keep your voice down, or both of us will have to die a social death." And it's the kind of social death that is on the hot search. After Si Tongyan finished saying this, everyone at the Comic-Con was shocked. Countless flashbulbs under the stage focused on her, already perfectly verifying that this was true. For a while, the hot searches were filled up by Qin Fan again. Si Tongyan raised her head and stared straight into Qin Fan's eyes, not caring at all about the countless people's flashes under the stage. Their cell phones and cameras were also taken out once again, snapping at Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling, Asami concubine and the others on the stage. "I think that you are the prettiest girl at the Comic-Con today." As for Asami Faye, she kept nodding her head and said, "Not bad, very brave, da." Although she said that she was already impatient to take Qin Fan down after Zhao Bingling forced her to sleep with him, but she couldn't be ruthless enough to let Qin Fan lose face and die socially in public. So she had to promise Qin Fan that she would wait until the end of the comic show before discussing the matter of sleeping at night. Si Tongyan wore Amelia's costume and walked onto the stage. She now had dyed silver hair and was wearing pointed half-elf ears. A proper elf girl look. Nope. Although Qin Fan would be very touched. But, with so many people watching at the Comic-Con, even if he was thick-skinned, he couldn't agree to this kind of request from her at this time. Si Tongyan was still very obedient. Snap. For a moment, Qin Fan even felt that Si Tongyan was 10,000 times better looking than the top-ranking female stars in the entertainment industry. 38. 6. 166. 211. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the crowd reacted with a crash. Seeing that Qin Fan was such a wimp, Si Tongyan was a bit dissatisfied and said, "You've become such a scum. Are you still afraid of other people's social deaths? However, Si Tong Yen didn't care what others thought, nor did she care if they liked her or not. To be precise, it was she herself who wanted to throw herself at Qin Fan, taking the initiative to find him and experience what it was like to roll in bed with a boy. When Si Tong Yen heard Qin Fan praising her, she finally felt a little better, and took back that unhappy little expression on her face. For a while, everyone on stage looked dumbfounded. So beautiful. Although it was true that he was quite perverted, but that was all private for him, and never put it on the stage to be surrounded by people. Good. It was even close to catching up with Qin Fan. Love it. I can't take my eyes off it. Qin Fan, do I look good today? Qin Fan couldn't help but compliment. That's for sure. This sentence, Qin Fan said it from his heart. There was no half-heartedness. And it wasn't just Qin Fan who thought so. Even Zhao Bingling, Princess Asami, Lu Shiyu, Bai Yi and even Su Qingyi, all had to admit that Si Tong Yen did look good today. The exclamations were endless, and all the little brothers and sisters attending the Comic-Con were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Yen Bao, the white plus purple elf cosplay costume she was wearing even added another level to her charm. She can be too suitable to cosplay as an elf girl. If she confesses to me like that, I'll definitely take her down tonight. Subsequently, after Qin Fan pacified Si Tong Yen, the comic show finally went on normally. Then, she moved a few steps towards Qin Fan's side, and forcefully drove Zhao Bingling into Princess Asami's arms before finally sticking to Qin Fan's side. This was a comic exhibition. The flashbulbs couldn't stop shooting. She only cared about Qin Fan's opinion. Everyone was shocked by Si Tong Yen. Most handsome sword saint. Another new cos by a handsome guy from the comic show. Her cos of Amelia is simply like the heroine inside the anime walked out. It's too perfect. You can do whatever you want to me. However, what Qin Fan didn't know was that what Si Tong Yen had just said in public that she wanted to sleep with him had already been filmed by countless self-publishing media outlets and netizen anchors and posted online. For a moment, they even forgot to take pictures. It was a most perfect elf girl. After hearing Qin Fan's praise and approval with her own ears, Si Tong Yen Fong raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a very nice smile and said, "Tonight, I'll wear this cos outfit and sleep with you, okay?" In such a short while, they took 70 to 80 pictures. Especially that disdainful, displeased little expression on Si Tong Yen's face. It mesmerized countless otaku. The prettiest cosplayer, to make that kind of request in public without any shame. Sad report, Douyin Netflix beauty girl, Si Tong Yen, actually offered her body to pursue the scum. SSS. So tired. From 9:30 in the morning to 12:30 in the afternoon. For 3 whole hours, Si Tong Yen and Qin Fan all stood all the time, like two models, letting the countless photographers under the stage shoot for a long time. After standing continuously for 3 hours, even a cow should feel tired. Not to mention Si Tong Yen, an 18-year-old beauty queen, who had long been exhausted. She was now leaning sideways in Qin Fan's arms. Her legs were soft and she was almost out of energy. Moreover, she wanted to go to the toilet very badly, having held it for a long time. But the flashbulbs from the photographers, the audience, and the organizers and partners of the comic show below were always shooting. And Si Tong Yen didn't even have the time to rest for a while. Even if she was surrounded by a group of nymphomaniac girls, she couldn't stand it. In other words, as long as Qin Fan opened his mouth to answer questions, he would definitely be misunderstood, misinterpreted, and rumored. Thankfully, Qin Fan was guarding the outside, not allowing other girls to go in and spectate. He was also carrying his sword inside his hand in a valiant manner. Although she liked Qin Fan a lot, she was still embarrassed to say such things and felt ashamed. Although Si Tong Yen blushed and was shy, she still couldn't suppress her physical difficulties, and carried her skirt and hurriedly went into the girls' restroom to solve her physical problems. Qin Fan, on the other hand, had been standing outside, stopping all the nymphomaniac girls. Even if Qin Fan didn't let them take pictures or spectate, they wouldn't lose out. Thinking about it makes me faint with happiness. Fear of offending the B station. It's amazing. I'm going to cry, even just saying it out loud. It felt as if Qin Fan had seen her going to the restroom. The crowd of onlookers were instantly a bit upset, feeling that Qin Fan was irresponsible. On the other hand, it was mainly because the Comic-Con appearance fee was too high. A full 1.2 million appearance fee it was. Not to mention, the contract I signed with B Station only requires me to attend the comic show. It doesn't require me to stand here all the time and let you guys take pictures. Crap. Only after running to the entrance of the girls' restroom did Qin Fan put Si Tong Yen down. Qin Fan, don't go away. While Si Tong Yen's face was red to the extreme, she never thought that she would actually be surrounded by so many girls when she went to the restroom. The nymphomaniac girls were all dumbfounded. Handsome brothers embrace must smell good, right? Handsome guy, is Si Tong Yen your girlfriend? Why are you so nice to her? I kind of want to go to the restroom. On the contrary, Zhao Bingling and Asami Fei, the two of them had long ago held hands and hid far away. After all, the Comic-Con admission tickets they bought were cheap. A ticket was only $80. Ooh, envious to death. It's the first time I've seen that even going to the restroom requires someone to princess hug me. In the end, it was Qin Fan who realized that Sidong Yan's situation was not right. In the face of these flamboyant girls' questions, Qin Fan had always kept a smile on his face and didn't say a word. This was also too rare. If you leave, who are we going to see? However, what they didn't expect was that Qin Fan was much tougher than they thought. On the one hand, it was because Sidong Yan had a thin skin and was too embarrassed to tell others that she wanted to go to the restroom. Using a princess hug, he carried her, an elf girl, off the stage. With such a high appearance fee, even if Sidong Yan was not feeling well, she was too embarrassed to bring it up. I also want to be held in Qin Fan's arms. This was really the only time in her life that she had a strange experience. 38. 6. 166. 211. Because Qin Fan was now considered to be the most famous internet celebrity on the entire internet. Any random words he said now would be posted on the internet and interpreted by countless people. Or even rumored by countless people. Alright, go to the restroom. I'll stand guard for you outside and won't let anyone go in to disturb you. It was said that it was for the purpose of interacting cordially with the fans on stage. But as a result, the two of them immediately disappeared after they left the stage. Too shy. Fortunately, Qin Fan was here. When Sidong Yan said this, her face was about to turn red. It wasn't until they chased them to the entrance of the girls' restroom that they realized that Qin Fan had gone to the restroom with Sidong Yan in his arms. There was no telling where the two of them had run off to. He went to the restroom with her in his arms. On the other hand, the crowd of onlookers were all dumbfounded. They had spent a lot of money to buy a ticket to the Comic-Con. And now, before they could take enough pictures, Qin Fan was about to leave the show early, and they instantly felt that their money had been wasted. A large group of nymphomaniac girls had stars in their eyes and were crazy with envy. None of them thought that Qin Fan was actually so nice to Sidong Yan that he actually carried her to the door of the girls' restroom. Only Qin Fan and Sidong Yan stood on the stage, surrounded by countless people, unable to leave. Lu Shiyu and Bai Yi also left the center of the stage a long time ago, and went to the Comic-Con hall to take pictures with people and collect stamps. The group of nymphomaniac girls outside were basically all Qin Fan's fans, and they were also die-hard fans. Otherwise they wouldn't have gone through so much effort, chasing after him for several minutes from the stage side to the girls' restroom. We came over for the Comic-Con this time, but we came over just to see you. What does it have to do with me if you guys pay high prices to sell scalp tickets? Are Comic-Con dudes so irresponsible? There were even so many people with envious faces. Qin Fan stood outside like a knight. It wasn't that Qin Fan didn't want to answer their questions, but mainly, Qin Fan had no way to answer. Besides, we spent more than $1,000 to get scalp tickets with great difficulty. You can't just walk away. Yen Bao, are you not feeling well? Not to mention that the audience couldn't find them. Even the organizers and the Comic-Con partners couldn't find them. After all, Sidong Yan had been leaning limply against Qin Fan's embrace, and Qin Fan could clearly feel that her body was becoming limp. So you guys do what you like. Just don't come and interfere with me. The ordinary cosplayers who didn't buy scalp tickets were not angry at all. It's not like I forced you guys to buy scalp tickets. However, Qin Fan didn't think about that much. They were still chasing after them while they were being nymphomaniacs, wanting to see where Qin Fan was going while holding Sidong Yan. Could it be that the rumors between you two are true? After saying that, Qin Fan hugged Sidong Yan and ran away without a trace. The people who bought the scalp tickets were all furious. Their teeth were almost clenched, feeling that they had wasted more than $1,000 for nothing. Seeing that Sidong Yan wanted to go to the restroom, Qin Fan, without saying a word, reached out with his big hand and directly picked her up. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought a ticket. It's a big loss. Shit. If she was surrounded by people inside, she would die of embarrassment. Otherwise, Sidong Yan would not be able to curl out even if she went into the girls' restroom. Therefore, Qin Fan chose to shut up, not saying a single word. SSS. What's more, falling in love was a matter for two people. Sidong Yan herself didn't even say that she was Qin Fan's girlfriend. So how could Qin Fan say that he was Sidong Yan's boyfriend in front of so many people? Therefore, Qin Fan refused to answer the question. The group of nymphomaniac girls asked a lot of questions, but Qin Fan didn't answer any of them, which made them feel very low, and they didn't look too good anymore. When Sidong Yan came out of the girls' restroom and saw all the girls outside gawking at her, Sidong Yan was instantly a bit scared. Qin Fan, why do they keep staring at me? And it seems like they want to eat people. She's probably going to have to come looking for me tonight. However, Qin Fan had to prepare in advance. Qin Fan had no choice but to call Su Qingyi. Secretary Su, can you come to this side of the girls' restroom in Exhibition Hall 7? Bring more security over. Si Tongyan was a bit flustered, so scared that she hid in Qin Fan's arms. At least she had to wait for a clear answer from Princess Asami before deciding who she would sleep with tonight. Only then did Qin Fan understand that this niece had not come to apologize to herself, but was craving for his body. Ugh. But now, Qin Fan was blocked by a large group of nymphomaniac girls at the entrance of the girls' restroom. How could he have the leisure to do so? However, after this incident, Qin Fan also had an additional idea in his heart. He was going to recruit some bodyguards. So, it was still necessary to recruit some bodyguards. Qin Fan sighed and said no more. This morning, Princess Asami, but she had long proposed that she wanted to experience one with Qin Fan. Su Qingyi started to talk immodestly. It was awkward. But, although Sidon Yen was indeed very good looking, and her cosplay of the Amelia Elf girl today could be described as overwhelming, it's so hard. As a result, Qin Fan was even shortchanged by the other girls? This was simply harder than killing them. It's my bad. However, the only thing she couldn't accept was why she lost to Princess Asami. As a result, all the girls were blocking the restroom aisle. If you don't come over, I'm going to turn my face away. Qin Fan was a bit surprised. Why are you apologizing? It's not like it's your problem. Si Tongyan was very reluctant. Why? Si Tongyan immediately grumbled. And those nymphomaniac girls. Seeing Si Tongyan, this demon girl, actually hiding in Qin Fan's arms, taking advantage of Qin Fan? Qin Fan's tone of voice slightly toughened up, telling Su Qingyi to be more serious. Not to mention people, even a mouse, do not want to pass through them. Qin Fan didn't agree to this in a single breath. Even if Qin Fan pushed them hard, they refused to give way. Being surrounded and escorted was the only way to go out safely. Si Tongyan's mouth said compensation, and her face was about to blossom with smiles. You also have today? Qin Fan was the man of their dreams. It hurt too much. Is that neon woman better looking than even me? More attractive than me? It was so hard to come out. Qin Fan was lamenting a bit. This could all be relied on her? It was a bit magical. Qin Fan had a series of black lines on his head. Ha ha ha. Qin Fan sighed and said helplessly. I might not have time tonight. Qin Fan wrapped one arm around Sidon Yen and extended one hand out, trying to push the group of girls out of the way and push out a path. If there was no one around, Qin Fan would definitely have to take advantage of her and have a few good roguish words with her. At night, it depends on the situation. 38. 6. 166. 211. After Su Qingyi heard this, she also knew that Qin Fan was a bit annoyed, so she didn't dare to joke anymore and immediately brought a dozen or so security guards and hurriedly rushed over. Although it was not him who went to the restroom, it was Si Tongyan who wanted to go to the restroom, but being surrounded by people was still very embarrassing. Su Qingyi looked like she was watching a joke and cheerfully said, without a security guard to escort you, you actually dare to casually run around? Your heart is also too big. The blockage was tight and airtight. Qin Fan, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. I'm going to die laughing. A handsome guy from a comic show is actually blocked in the girls' restroom? Qin Fan, you're a big boy. What are you doing in the girls' restroom? Even if you want to peep, there is no need. You look so handsome. If you want to see, I cannot give you a look. But soon, Qin Fan knew why she wanted to apologize to herself. In this way, Qin Fan and Sidon Yen were blocked at the entrance of the girls' restroom. Enchanting and seductive like a chimera, Si Tongyan's complexion would be wonderful. Su Qingyi had a puzzled look on her face. She would be having dinner with the Comic-Con sponsors this time. What's going on? However, Qin Fan realized that he was a bit helpless. A dozen or so big-bodied security guards striking out together was still a lot of force. He just wanted to get out of here early now. Although Princess Asami didn't explicitly say if it was tonight. I'm convinced. They slept with Qin Fan's picture in their arms every night and licked at it for I don't know how many times. After fantasizing about it at least slightly, she was about to die of happiness. Do you remember that neon girl Asami Faye? Otherwise, going out was just too much of a hassle. The girls immediately became even more annoyed. The group of girls were all as jealous as if they had eaten vinegar. And each of them was horribly jealous. She couldn't wait to sleep with Qin Fan earlier and experience Qin Fan's handsome body. This was too lowly. He was truly surprised that being handsome was actually so troublesome. Aggrieved, annoyed, and unwilling, there was even a hint of complaining. He really couldn't figure out what Si Tongyan's little head was thinking. Just such a sentence instantly made Su Qingyi and laugh out loud. Qin Fan was telling the truth. Si Tongyan pulled her finger and apologized. If it wasn't because you hugged me to go to the restroom, you wouldn't have been surrounded by so many girls. So, it's my fault. I'm sorry. In no time, all of the 100 or so nymphomaniac girls were pushed aside. Secretary Su, don't look at the jokes. Hurry up and bring someone over. In case he was surrounded by dozens or hundreds of girls, even if he was a good fighter, he wouldn't dare to injure so many women. It turns out, it was even if she lost to Zhao Bingling. After all, Zhao Bingling was so well behaved and cute, even if she lost. Sidon Yen was also convinced. Hey! However, Qin Fan still didn't promise her to stay awake. Going to the restroom, one had to be surrounded by people. Make way. Make way. Perhaps, this was the price of having too much face value. What people didn't expect was that after shaking off the group of flamboyant women, Sidon Yen actually apologized to Qin Fan with a guilty face. Qin Fan said. Qin Fan was blocked in the girls' restroom. Please. Then, a dozen security guards escorted together, surrounded Qin Fan and Sidon Yen in the center, before slowly escorting them both out. As compensation, I'll sleep with you at night. What's so good about that neon bad woman, Princess Asami? Regardless of her figure, face value, and personality, Sidon Yen thought to herself that she was better than Asami Fei. Therefore, she was very upset right now. SSS. Mainly because I promised her this morning. Qin Fan was a bit embarrassed and said, either way, I'll give her a call and you two discuss it? Anyway, I'm free to do as I please, and sleep with whomever I want at night. After all, I'm a man. It's not like I'm at a disadvantage. Qin Fan's words were the truth. The real truth. Sidon Yen, Asami Fei, Zhao Bingling, these three sisters were all stunning on earth. All were beauty queen level good looking. Even if they were bosom friends, there was no two of them so close. At first, Zhao Bingling could still accept it. After all, this was a Comic-Con. She took the appearance fee. Naturally she had to cooperate with the work a little bit, and let more people take pictures. It was thought that she had changed for the better. However, anime to anime, reality to reality, every time a photo was taken, Princess Asami held onto Zhao Bingling's small hand tightly, and even deliberately leaned her face against Zhao Bingling's small face, sticking it all the way. However, Zhao Bingling had never allowed Qin Fan to hang up the phone, and she even turned on the video to supervise Qin Fan, not allowing Citoyen to stick fit with Qin Fan. However, there was nothing she could do. She could only whimper and could not continue to find things. According to the anime setting, the two were close sisters. However, it was a pity. Zhao Bingling had just entered the restaurant and immediately sat next to Qin Fan. However, Zhao Bingling was still infuriated. For the majority of cosplayers, they had enjoyed themselves today. I'm eating at the restaurant outside. Although she was still a bit upset in her heart, she believed that she would be able to convince Asami Fei to be honest tonight and not disturb her two-person time with Qin Fan. Qin Fan would have already dragged Sidon Yen out for dinner by now, intending to wait until he had enough to eat and drink before returning to the Comic-Con. Anyway, I really like Qin Fan. Moreover, Princess Asami had always had that obsessive girl look, and couldn't wait to rub Zhao Bingling into her arms fiercely. I'll announce a thing. Then a yeah. Sidon Yen belonged to the category of those who immediately had to be angry at Zhao Bingling whenever they had the chance, purposely making her angry. Zhao Bingling was angry and anxious, just like catching an adulterer. Sidon Yen nodded her head, indicating that it was okay. Oof, this relationship was too abnormal. Zhao Bingling was tired and ashamed, and it took a lot of effort to get out of Princess Asami's arms. Being able to see the two beautiful maidens with their own distinctive features sticking to each other all the time, and letting them take pictures to their heart's content. Zhao Bingling was obviously a bit reluctant. Sidon Yen sat opposite Qin Fan, and her face turned green when she saw Zhao Bingling sticking together with Qin Fan. Asami concubine also had a bad look on her face and wanted to get angry and say a few words, but when she saw that Sidon Yen was also angry, she immediately held back her anger. Princess Asami didn't get a chance this time. Compare a heart. When the time came, it might be possible to take advantage of Zhao Bingling while she was crying her eyes out. So, Princess Asami didn't have much to offer right now. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a Comic-Con, I'm afraid that someone would have already suspected that Princess Asami had bad intentions. Zhao Bingling was a good girl ceiling, cute to the extreme, and she was also the first beauty queen to have skin-to-skin contact with Qin Fan. Sidon Yen laughed evilly and came over, showing off. Little Bingling, are you jealous? Let me tell you, not only did I eat with Qin Fan, the two of us even fed mouth to mouth. Envious? I'm so mad at you. Zhao Bingling's voice complained a little. Where did you go? How can I not find you? And the night play will also be very happy, because she knew that Sidon Yen was definitely more angry than her. Qin Fan could like her. 38. 6. 166. 211. She planned to wait for Sidon Yen to get angry and make Zhao Bingling cry before she went over to be the good guy. It had to be said that the neon girl's heart was too deep, even if the anime was set up to be intimate inside. In the real world, they couldn't keep sticking it to each other all the time. So, Qin Fan left the decision to the girls to discuss amongst themselves. However, although Princess Asami was now cosplaying as the pink maid Ram, and Zhao Bingling was cosplaying as the blue maid Reem, all eyes on me. Where are you guys? I'm coming over to you. Although she made it clear in the morning that she wanted to sleep with Qin Fan and experience it once, Qin Fan hurriedly sent the address over before she felt better. Seeing that Zhao Bingling had gone to find Qin Fan for another date, Princess Asami could only follow behind in a grayish manner. Wahahaha. Qin Fan hurriedly chucked a piece of beef and stuffed it inside Sid Ongyan's mouth. Qin Fan's face was full of smiles, so he could be happy. After all, he could feel that Zhao Bingling was a bit jealous. By the time Zhao Bingling and Princess Asami arrived at the restaurant outside the Comic-Con 7 or 8 minutes later, Qin Fan and Sid Ongyan had already eaten almost everything. Ding bell. At the same time, Asami concubine was gnashing her teeth in anger. Her lips were about to bleed from biting them. Zhao Bingling was immediately annoyed. You're not with Sitoyan, are you? Like an emotionally defeated dog inside an anime. She could only accept the truth helplessly. While Qin Fan and Si Tongyan were discussing who they were going to sleep with at night, the neon girl Asami Faye was pulling Zhao Bingling's hand and taking pictures with people at the Comic-Con. Seeing that Asami Faye still looked like she didn't like men, Zhao Bingling felt helpless. Consort Asami grunted, a little dissatisfied. It's fine for the two of us to go eat. Why must we call out that scummy guy Qin Fan? Sister concubine, I'm hungry. Let's go find Qin Fan. Good. This opportunity is too rare. Smile. Where are the two girls who are so close? If you don't want to eat with him, then you can go eat by yourself. The cell phone rang. Qin Fan's face was far better looking than hers, and Qin Fan was still a man. So in every way, Qin Fan was more attractive than her. Hello, I'm going to look for Qin Fan. After saying that, Zhao Bingling directly let go of her hand and ran out alone. No matter who he slept with, Qin Fan would not feel disadvantaged. Qin Fan took a look at the phone call from Zhao Bingling and immediately picked it up. However, when it came to it, because Princess Asami was too affectionate, Zhao Bingling couldn't stand it a bit and couldn't stand it anymore. Qin Fan do not know how to answer. But now, even Consort Asami could not wait to hold Zhao Bingling in her arms and stick together fiercely. Just when Si Tongyan and Zhao Bingling were about to have a big fight, Qin Fan directly stood up. The gazes of Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, and Asami concubine immediately focused on him, filled with curiosity and disbelief. SSS. Quarreling is prohibited during meals. Qin Fan finished speaking and sat down again. The corner of Asami concubine's mouth twitched and she muttered in a low voice in the neon language. No road race. It meant, annoying. She was still waiting to take advantage of Bingling's sister, but as a result, Qin Fan suddenly came out with such a sentence, and Zhao Bingling and Sid Ongyan instantly stopped arguing. However, no matter whether it was Zhao Bingling or Sid Ongyan, they both liked Qin Fan and gave him face. Xingyi Ai's eyes were sparkling with stars inside, and she looked like a nymphomaniac, looking at Qin Fan's handsome face obsessively and said, I came over this time, mainly because I want to confess my love to you. Is this a coincidence, or did she change her name to Hoshino AI on purpose? Just shaking hands with Qin Fan and you're this excited? He. Even more admirable. Is it okay if you're slightly more enthusiastic about her? This girl actually has the same name as Hoshino AI from the anime, and dressed exactly the same? By the time they finished eating, the two of them had long forgotten about the fight they had just had. She just walked over and immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room. After all, Hoshino AI's background was quite big, so if she offended her, Su Qingyi would have a hard time in the future, and there would be a lot fewer sponsors. Qin Fan only gave a His attitude was slightly indifferent, and he didn't even shake hands with her. As a result, Qin Fan did not have a good feeling about all the neon women. The surrounding cosplayers who were watching the comic show were all a bit speechless. Hoshino AI's grip was too tight. This time, Su Qingyi had also brought over a neon woman in her 20s with a beautiful body and overly good looks. Su Qingyi's tone of voice was a bit pleading. It was only when Su Qingyi brought her staff and security over at around 3 in the afternoon that she pushed the fans aside. Snap. After saying that, Qin Fan even used a little bit of force to try to rip his palm out from inside Hoshino AI's palm. He froze for a few seconds before a shocking sound of clatter sounded. Vanama. After Hoshino AI shook Qin Fan's hand, the look of embarrassment on her face was immediately swept away and she became particularly happy. At this moment, Qin Fan was persuaded by Su Qingyi for a few moments before he reluctantly stretched out his hand and shook the other party's hand. Being able to shake hands with an extremely handsome man like Qin Fan, Hoshino AI was so happy that she almost fainted. For a while, everyone was dumbfounded. On the other side, there were many fans who were looking for Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan's autographs. The crowd was puzzled. As long as you're willing to marry me, I can give you anything. The body is fine too. Even if Hoshino AI was particularly beautiful and charming, Chin-fan had little interest in her. At this moment, Hoshino AI was treated indifferently by Chin-fan, causing her face to instantly become a little embarrassed. Now, where was she that she still had a little bit of the neon lady's appearance? She had completely become like an ordinary girl who had a nymphomania, and her eyes were all filled with Chin-fan. Hoshino AI stretched out her hand and made a handshake appearance, pursing her lips and saying happily, "You are Chin-fan, right? I've been worshipping you for a long time. You're really so handsome. So handsome. Such a beautiful and good-looking rich girl with a particularly top figure. Actually just met and was taken down by a handsome guy from the comic show?" Meanwhile, Chin-fan just nodded and didn't say much. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the crowd filled their stomachs and went back inside the Comic-Con to continue participating in the activities. This neon missy is a nymphomaniac, isn't she? Chin-fan, you don't even know how much I like you. Hiss, because there were just too many fans. Even if Chin-fan was exhausted, he wouldn't be able to finish signing for so many people. 38. 6. 166. 211. Chin-fan's handsome face was too capable. "Hello, this girl is so good looking." Su Qingyi stepped forward and smiled. "Chin-fan, let me introduce you. Her name is Hoshino AI. She is the daughter of the president of Neon Hoshino Media. But, I'm a bit envious of her. If I could shake hands with Chin-fan, I would also faint with happiness." In front of the thousands of people inside the Comic-Con hall, Hoshino AI actually began an extremely bold display of love and pursuit. This is also right. It was mainly because Chin-fan didn't have a good impression of neon women, especially that Asami princess. The Starfield Media founded by her father has a very high market capitalization and can be called a big shot in the entire neon entertainment industry. At first, the crowd had somewhat looked down on Hoshino AI, thinking that she looked like a nymphomaniac. This was something that no one had expected. It was as if she couldn't wait to take Chin-fan's palm home. Chin-fan's hand was a bit numb after being shaken by her for half a day and said, "Ms. Hoshino, can you be a bit more reserved? What kind of handshake holds a hand for so long?" This neon woman was 1.7 m in height, had an extremely beautiful face, and had dyed purple hair, wore a pink dress, and was dressed like an idol. So he simply took out the old method, fingerprinting. She's cosplaying as if she's AI Hoshino? Her outstretched hand didn't even know what to do with it. Hanging in mid-air, a series of handprints were pressed down, which could be considered extremely fast. So many people inside the Comic-Con began to gather around and speculate. Not only was he able to mesmerize countless women in the country, but he was also able to mesmerize all the neon women to the point where they couldn't take their eyes off him. Just like that, the autograph signing activity continued for 2 hours. Even though the two of them did not see eye to eye with each other, they still obediently listened to Chin-fan's words and honestly started eating. The reason why they became happy so quickly was mainly because Chin-fan's face value was too capable and handsome. It was too annoying to him. It was like a fish that only had a 5-second memory. After Hoshino AI shook Chin-fan's hand, her small hand had been clenching Chin-fan's palm to death, with no intention of letting go at all. Immediately afterward, this neon beauty Hoshino AI, who had long dyed purple hair, soon walked to Chin-fan in front of him with a smile on her face. Secretary Su personally accompanied her. Her family background must be very impressive, right? But the crowd just glanced at Chin-fan's handsome face and immediately relieved themselves. But it was a pity. In the end, it was Su Qingyi who came over and acted as a peacemaker, saying, "Chin-fan, Ms. Hoshino AI's father is very powerful on the neon side." Chin-fan would also narrow his eyes at this time, looking at the overly beautiful neon woman in front of him. As the words landed, so many people at the Comic-Con had their mouths open in astonishment. At that time, all the bank cards, houses and so on under my name, all of them will be given to you, exhausting them all. Crap. The inside of the comic show could be described as a sea of people, and almost most of the people were rushing towards Chin-fan. As long as Chin-fan stood there were countless people lining up to get his autograph. Even her eyes, which were plastered with colored pupils, looked like there were stars inside her eyes when she blinked. This is too fast, isn't it? Whoa, rich woman, look at me, I want to marry you too. SSS, please, let Chin-fan go. Let me do it. I'm willing to bear the pain for him, and I'm willing to marry you. Even if I'm asked to be a dog for you, I'm willing. Countless geeks began to cry bitterly. It brought tears of envy to their eyes. Honestly, a rich girl like Hoshino AI who had an excellent face value, a particularly top-notch body, and was also particularly rich was something that an ordinary person would not be able to meet in their entire life. What's more, Hoshino AI is also chasing after a girl chasing after a boy. Those otaku were envious. It could be said that if it was them who encountered this kind of thing, as long as they would have already taken off their clothes, they would have already raised their guns and mounted their horses. She only had one thought right now. As for Chin Fan, this was how he felt right now, feeling that Hoshino AI was like a female hooligan. What's more, Chin Fan also had a system, as well as many talents to redeem, so he was even more unafraid of this neon wild girl. I didn't expect that little handsome boy's temper is quite big. Say, how much do you want? She was at least a rich girl. How could she be Chin Fan's lover? In other words, snapping was possible. Really? So great? Chin Fan was originally too lazy to talk nonsense with her, but seeing that the other party was misunderstanding that he was sexually frigid, if he didn't say something, he would be finished, and he would be rumored. Su Qingyi was really helpless this time. Her eyes kept shining with stars inside, like a nymphomaniac and a demented girl. Her eyes were so charming that they were almost drawn. Although she was craving Chin Fan's body, what she wanted more was to take Chin Fan down. Chin Fan let Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, and so on. So many excellent, good-looking and well-behaved beautiful girls not want to go for a neon woman? Isn't that bullshit? Besides, Chin Fan and Hoshino AI only met for the first time. There was no emotional foundation at all, so how could he marry her? Chin Fan was a bit speechless. Chin Fan was a bit puzzled. You shouldn't be sexually frigid, right? She was moved. If Chin Fan was sexually frigid, then why would she still marry Chin Fan? If it was just a lover, Hoshino AI would definitely not accept it. After saying that, while holding her long purple hair with her hand, Hoshino AI rushed at Su Qingyi and ordered, Secretary Su, please clear out the unrelated people. It wasn't that Chin Fan didn't want to snap this neon beauty, Hoshino AI. It was absolutely not possible. Why? It's time to show you guys the ability to pay money. However, Chin Fan was different. But, only after everyone had been driven away did Hoshino AI reveal a smile, smilingly reaching out her hand to touch Chin Fan's handsome face. Hoshino AI didn't get angry when she was hit. Instead, she liked Chin Fan even more. First of all, I'm not frigid. What do you mean by that? Treating me like a cowboy? Not to mention, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan would be staring very hard at this. Otherwise, our company won't participate in your company's activities in the future, and we won't provide you with huge sponsorships for the Comic-Con. It didn't take long for the two of them to put Chin Fan's arm down, and then the two of them went to the restroom to rest while mumbling in a low voice. Although he was handsome, he really wasn't a cowboy. What she wanted was Chin Fan's body. Ms. Hoshino is the biggest sponsor of our company's Comic-Con event, and even the Comic-Con appearance fee for the two of you was paid by her. There was a snap sound. Several other staff members were then shooed aside, lest they interfere with Hoshino AI's pursuit of Chin Fan. Hoshino AI's eyes immediately lit up. However, Chin Fan raised his hand and smacked her small hand aside. No kidding. 38. 6. 166. 211. So she said seriously, I wish to get a license with you first, then a room. Thus, Hoshino AI was speaking very directly now. Chin Fan was indeed not joking, so she could only ask Sitoyan and Zhao Bingling to go rest on the side for a while for the sake of the contract and appearance fee, and not to make things happen here. As far as I can remember, neon women are supposed to be very open-minded. Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan finally took a step back for the sake of the 1.2 million Comic-Con appearance fee. Then, Zhao Bingling rushed at Hoshino AI and whispered fiercely, bad woman. As soon as she heard that Hoshino AI was going to marry Chin Fan, Zhao Bingling and Situ Yen immediately ran over. It was too shameless. Even if you rob your men, what can you do? Si Tongyan, on the other hand, stared coldly at Xingyi AI and said, have you drunk too much fake wine? Actually robbing my husband? Dreaming about you? He had been single for 18 years and was holding back his strength. I promise, I last longer than any man. Besides, this is the country, not Neon. Hoshino AI's background is even bigger. Can she still eat him up? Mainly, Chin Fan didn't want to marry her. Chin Fan said in a contemptuous tone. Su Qingyi didn't dare to offend her, so she jogged over and whispered at Si Tongyan and Zhao Bingling. Ms. Zhao, you two do me a favor and go to the side to take a break, right? Marriage. Xingyi AI's face was smiling, but the words she said were clearly threatening. Hoshino AI and Chin Fan. These two people either have a great background or a handsome face. The flow is great. Su Qingyi can't afford to offend one of them. After all, Chin Fan, a big man, will not suffer. There is something to say. Chin Fan had money and face value. What did he have to be afraid of? But getting married? I'm so perfect. Are you still not willing to marry me? So marriage was definitely out of the question. Hoshino AI took out a paper ticket and said, how much you want? Just write it down. As long as it's not too much, I'll be able to satisfy you. He didn't have the idea of selling his body. If a boy stared at a girl with eyes like hers, he would definitely be called a rascal. Other people were afraid of this Hoshino AI, but Chin Fan wasn't afraid of her. Okay. Speaking of frigidity, Hoshino AI's complexion immediately became less happy. So, Hoshino AI's complexion immediately became a bit uncomfortable. Of course, Hoshino AI herself was definitely indifferent. She was a neon woman, more open, and did not care if others said she was a female hooligan or not. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, all grabbed Chin Fan's arm, pinning it to their chests. So, for the sake of the appearance fee, please, instead of being annoyed, Hoshino AI even revealed a smile, raising the corners of her mouth and chuckling, even though the two of you are quite good looking. However, you don't have as much money as I do. Widowhood? Really, if he were to let himself completely loose, he could play this neon woman for a month and not be able to walk. So, Chin Fan told her seriously, if you don't believe me, when it's nighttime, you can try. Hey, that is, get the Comic-Con hottie and get him in bed and pop him. It's all about living together first, then getting married. Where do you get married first, then pop? SSS. Because you're so handsome and good looking. I want to get pregnant with your child and raise the baby with you. If we don't get married, having a baby will be a lot of trouble and bad for my reputation. So let's get married. Stars began to shine inside Hoshino AI's eyes again. She had already thought about how many little babies she would have after marrying Chin Fan. Moreover, she felt from the bottom of her heart that just based on Chin Fan's face value with her, the baby she gave birth to would be extraordinarily good looking. As soon as they were born, they would immediately become the best looking cubs in the world. Hoshino AI's current situation was just like this. After hearing Chin Fan's such a crummy speech, in her heart, Chin Fan's lofty image immediately shattered with a bang. Hoshino AI really wanted to experience this kind of feeling of being in the limelight. That's why she wanted to marry Chin Fan and give him children. Of course, she also wanted to live with Chin Fan every day inside the nest to do some shameful things. It made her very hurt. Okay, I didn't expect you to be such a scum. Only after Chin Fan walked away did Hoshino AI's aggression release itself. The words were said so, but anyone present could see that she was being mouthy. Hoshino AI had pretty much cried by now, and although her eyes were still a little red, her emotions had been released a lot. Hoshino AI rubbed her eyes, wiped her tears, and spoke fiercely. Then, in order to regain her face, she had to force out a smile again and said, actually, I don't like you that much, don't want to marry me, just forget it, I'm not that upset. Nowadays, Su Qingyi had already let her meet with Chin Fan according to the contract requirements, and also let her chat with Chin Fan for a long time. Chin Fan naturally also saw it, but Chin Fan did not reveal her. Hoshino AI was like many star-crossed fans who loved their idols to death and fantasized about marrying them every day. What was even more unexpected to her was that Chin Fan was acting like such a scum. Her eyes reddened and she suddenly burst into tears, crying so hard that she couldn't stop crying with her pearly blossoms. Chin Fan asked before leaving. The two were only meeting for the first time. Where was the turn to talk about marriage? Because our feelings are too shallow. It can even be said that there is no emotional foundation at all. In the final analysis, it was mainly because Chin Fan was too handsome and charming. Definitely not. Send me Chin Fan's contact information. I still have a lot to say to him. It was at this time that she remembered that she had forgotten to ask for Chin Fan's contact information, so she looked for Su Qingyi to ask for one. Su Qingyi then sighed in relief. Just pay. The corners of her mouth twitched several times. Unable to speak, Hoshino AI reddened her eyes and glared fiercely at Su Qingyi. According to the requirements of the contract, Su Qingyi's side had perfectly fulfilled her contractual duties, and it was time for Hoshino AI to pay. For a while, Chin Fan was a bit at a loss as to how to answer her, obviously not wanting to marry her, but still willing to let her get pregnant? What kind of attitude was this? However, you don't have to feel bad. If you simply want to get pregnant, then I can still be obligated to help you out. Too scummy, right? After all, Hoshino AI was a girl, and a good-looking and pretty girl at that. Even Chin Fan would sympathize with her a little more. Hoshino AI would be mesmerized and unable to walk just by glancing at Chin Fan's handsome face. She really didn't expect that Chin Fan would actually reject her. Chin Fan would have already seen what Hoshino AI was trying to do by now, realizing that not only did she crave her body, but she even wanted her to get her pregnant? Worthy of being a neon girl. She was really open-minded enough. I won't pester you anymore in the future. Hoshino lover was dumbfounded when Chin Fan finished those words. 38. 6. 166. 211. But unfortunately, Hoshino AI had to marry Chin Fan. She thought to herself, what kind of time is this? And you're still coming to me for sponsorship money? Of course, the staff and security guards of the Comic-Con followed, lest Chin Fan be surrounded by a group of flamboyant fans. After that, Hoshino AI suddenly felt a bit disheveled and like a female dog licker. Besides, Chin Fan and Hoshino AI have no feelings for each other. When the time comes, it will be more famous and popular than any foreign royal family. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Chin Fan waved his hand and walked away. I'll see you in the future. Marry her? That would be embarrassing. After saying that, Chin Fan directly walked away. Hoshino AI bit her lip, still very unwilling to be rejected by Chin Fan. It went to find Zhao Bingling and the girls to play. It seems like there is nothing else going on. Wow. However, Su Qingyi had just left with her front foot and hadn't even walked out a dozen meters before she was shouted back by Hoshino AI. When the baby grows up, she can still be a child star and a top stream star, so that the eyes of the world will be focused on her and the baby and Chin Fan. Is Chin Fan's contact information? Hoshino AI was in a low mood and whispered, since you don't want to marry me, forget it. I'll notify the finance later. I'll call the money over tomorrow at the latest. Don't bother me. I'm not happy. Well, is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Chin Fan put on a very serious attitude and said, even if I want to get married, I won't marry you. If it's just a simple matter of snapping with her a few times and getting her pregnant, Chin Fan definitely wouldn't mind helping her out. After all, Hoshino AI is so good looking. Su Qingyi was all flustered at the sight, and hurriedly walked over, wiping her tears with a tissue while nervously saying, Ms. Hoshino, the matter of the Comic-Con sponsorship fee, are you still willing to give it to us? I have no plans to get married for now. Can't you see that I'm crying hard? Since she was willing to give the money, then Su Qingyi had nothing to worry about. She left a few security guards behind to take care of the safety of Hoshino AI and her party. Then she planned to go and take care of other things. Chin Fan hadn't had enough fun yet, and didn't want to give up the whole forest just because of one big tree. But sad as she was, the sponsorship fee definitely couldn't be withheld. After all, she had signed the contract, but she really didn't have any other way to retain it. So she bit her lip for a long time and couldn't say anything. It was broken all over the place. She didn't have any feelings with Chin Fan at all, and there weren't many people in the whole world who could make such a bold decision just by salivating over Chin Fan's beauty. So, I'm very sorry, I can't marry you. But only after they saw their idols with their own eyes and got into some entanglements with them would they be able to see the nature of their idols clearly. Su Qingyi subconsciously hesitated. After all, she knew that Chin Fan hated people exposing his contact information and also hated people he didn't know adding his friends. Su Qingyi was worried that if she told Hoshino AI about Chin Fan's contact information and Chin Fan got angry about it, how should she handle it? SSS. Don't want to give it to me? Hoshino AI could see that she was hesitating, so she threatened fiercely. If you don't give it to me, I won't pay your sponsorship fee, and even if you go to court to sue, I'll delay it for years to make things difficult for you. Su Qingyi had black lines on her head. She suddenly felt that Hoshino AI, this neon young lady, was also too childish. How could anyone threaten someone like that? Hoshino AI's voice rang out, softened with a hint of the flicking tongue sound that was unique to neon girls. Although Chin Fan was not short of money, but if he could go to neon to fish for money, and roll away the money of the neon girls and use it to buy things for the girls in China. Hello you, I'm Hoshino AI. Come through. I'm looking for you for something important. Chin Fan was slightly curious. How unexpected. There were a lot of girls on the neon side who were obsessed with Chin Fan's face, and there was even a large group of neon girls who had bought airfare and ran here specifically to attend the Comic-Con. Missy, do you have any orders? After all, the share is the net profit, even if it's only 20%. For one show, Hoshino AI can net a few million it. Then stared at Hoshino AI's swimsuit photo and savored it for a long time. Hoshino AI was very upset. I am thinking about you, afraid that you will starve to death in the future. So I went to great lengths to find you a chance to make money. A cynical look, without a trace of a young lady's dignity. Not a moment later, Chin Fan received a friend request. Inside the video call, Hoshino AI was sitting inside the sponsors lounge, wearing a skirt and crossing her legs, with her bottom exposed. Chin Fan knew very well that his handsome face was the king of rolling in money. There was no telling how many buffs were stacked on Chin Fan. Her real purpose was to trick Chin Fan into neon. Not to mention, there were so many rich women who had been frantically rewarding Chin Fan when he casually started a live broadcast. However, her swimsuit photo was a shy, reserved, and innocent look that surprised Chin Fan. Hoshino AI gritted her teeth and reluctantly agreed to this split program. Therefore, this plan of raking in money from performances that Hoshino AI brought up was not attractive to Chin Fan at all. To put it bluntly, even if Chin Fan went to the streets to beg for food, he could earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Ding bell. And so, it was simply like picking up money. Even if it was a performance, Chin Fan had to take more than 80% off. When Chin Fan saw such an application, he naturally didn't doubt it and immediately passed the friend application. In order to be able to take a look at Chin Fan's handsome face, although it is not clear why she sent over so many sexy photos, but, in line with the attitude of do not see white not see, Chin Fan very seriously clicked on each swimsuit photo, zoomed in. Hoshino AI even scolded, but also do not forget to add the word handsome. Of course, she didn't know that Chin Fan had a system. If it wasn't for the fact that Chin Fan was trying to take the money from the neon girls and use it to buy sanitary napkins for the penniless little girls in China, he wouldn't have bothered to go to Neon to participate in the show. The corners of Hoshino AI's mouth twitched for a long time before a sentence popped out. 70% of it is mine. You only get 30%. So there was nothing she could do about it, even if she was angry. You know, with my face value, I can make tens of millions of dollars from just any endorsement. How could I look down on that small amount of money from Neon? And even if I don't go to Neon, it's impossible for me to starve to death. Even if you don't thank me, how dare you Leoneize me and ask for so many favors? Zhao Bingling was pulled out by Princess Asami to post the sticker, and this would not be back yet. Alright, listen to you. Net profit 28 split, 80% for you, 20% for me. At the same time, Hoshino AI's real purpose was not to earn this amount of money. 38. 6. 166. 211. You white-eyed handsome. Hoshino AI's friend request was written in a very serious manner, and those who didn't know thought that she was going to talk to Chin Fan about something very important. At this moment, Chin Fan was sitting in the lounge drinking tea. Ha-da. Not professional at all. Leaving his handsome face, this performance that Hoshino AI came up with wouldn't even play. Through previous exchanges, Chin Fan had thought that Hoshino AI was the kind of neon woman who didn't know shame and was very open. It was enough to prove that she was very attached to Chin Fan until now, and loved Chin Fan's handsome face. Could it be that one misses him so soon? Or was it that she wanted to have a child with him? Chin Fan could not catch the other party's thoughts for a while. Hey! After the friend request went through, Hoshino AI quickly sent over a series of swimsuit photos. There was no way around it. Chin Fan's face value was too capable. Just as Chin Fan was diving into Hoshino AI's swimsuit photos, Hoshino AI began to make video calls to him. However, given that Hoshino AI was a neon plutocrat's big miss and had many collaborations with B-Station, Su Qingyi didn't dare to offend her and ended up sending Chin Fan's contact information to her. Bai Yi and Si Tongyan had also followed Lu Shiyu to collect stamps at the various stations of the Comic-Con, so Chin Fan was the only one in the lounge. It had to be said that Hoshino AI's suggestion made Chin Fan very interested. He and Hoshino AI had only just separated for 10 minutes, so why was this girl calling him again? Therefore, Chin Fan had to take the lion's share no matter what, at least 80% of the net profit. Hoshino AI held a straw and took a big gulp of milk tea before she gulped and said, I'm going to talk business with you. Are you interested in coming to our neon show? Counting the handshake tickets, you can make at least tens of millions of dollars a show. How about it? Interested? Chin Fan spread his two hands and said, I want 80% anyway, so don't pull so much crap. It still made sense to think about it. Belonging was unique in the world. Even Hoshino AI couldn't refute it. You have too much appetite. There were swimsuits with a lot of fabric, as well as swimsuits with less fabric, and even a three-point style. All in all, Hoshino AI had no restraints on Chin Fan at all. If Chin Fan went to perform in neon, he could definitely rake in a lot of money. However, the only thing Chin Fan felt dissatisfied with was, how come it's only 70%? This big lady, she actually looked quite shy when taking swimsuit photos. After all, the consumption level was higher on the neon side, and there were also ridiculously expensive handshake tickets, which could earn tens of thousands of dollars for a handshake. At that time, locking Chin Fan inside a small room, wouldn't she still be at her mercy to bully her at will? Hoshino AI's little plan was very good. Chin Fan's words were indeed the truth. When she arrived in Neon, Hoshino AI would be able to use her means to control Chin Fan's personal freedom. At that time, we'll split the money earned 70 to 30. When Chin Fan heard this, he was instantly displeased. Give me at least 80% of the profit, or else you can play with yourself. I'll die if it's lower than 80%. After all, the audience came here for his handsome face. So why should Hoshino AI, a collaborator, get 1/3? But in reality, even if her share was a little less, she didn't lose out. Quite a bit more. When that day came, it wouldn't be her bullying Chin Fan. Rather, it would be Chin Fan bullying her ruthlessly. SSS. Soon, the matter between Chin Fan and Hoshino AI was finalized. A week later, Chin Fan was going to travel to Neon and participate in the Neon Comic-Con. The venue, the staff, and the pre-publicity work and other things were all taken care of by Hoshino AI. Afterwards, all revenues would be divided into 280%. As for the hotel, airfare, and other expenses, Hoshino AI's Hoshino company was also responsible for reimbursement. All in all, the treatment given by Hoshino AI was still very good. After the two of them finalized the details, they finally hung up the phone. Just like an enlarged gas tank, ordinary people really couldn't get rid of her. Not a single person felt that Chin Fan had been wronged. This kind of female fatty, you can even go down on her? This female fatso didn't know where she got the courage to bite down on the fact that Chin Fan had secretly photographed her, especially since the number of female cosplayers was much higher than the number of male cosplayers. Wasn't this a proper insult to his intelligence? Quickly hand over your cell phone. Delete all the pictures you took of me secretly, otherwise you don't want to leave today. Since it was summer and the temperature was relatively high, the fabrics on the female cosplayers were all mainly light and breathable. So, Chin Fan hadn't rested inside the lounge for long before he wanted to go out. Chin Fan was so angry that he wanted to kick her to death. There was no need to continue walking to the front of the stage to be mobbed. The age of this group of female cosplayers was generally only in their early to mid-20s, and their minds were not too mature, so it was easy for them to be brought up to speed. Thinking that Chin Fan was a hooligan who liked to steal photos, if he didn't change his clothes, Chin Fan was just too handsome and was easily mobbed off. Among them, the number of girls accounted for more than 70%, and the number of boys on the contrary seemed pitifully small. The next time, it was a bit boring. Now that he was watching so many people defame him, Chin Fan was annoyed. Because of being slandered, Chin Fan would be very grumpy this time. However, that female fatty was unforgiving, tugging at Chin Fan's clothes and refusing to let him go. Fatty, can you not slander people with your empty mouth? On the contrary, Chin Fan's interest was very low when he looked at those roasted chickens who were dressed in revealing clothes and hated to display all their breasts completely. However, just as Chin Fan snapped and kept snapping at the beautiful maiden, something unexpected happened. The female fatty's 150-pound physique was truly considered a heavyweight. How dare you sneak a shot of the bottom of your skirt? Then you don't want to go out today. In about 20 minutes, Chin Fan took off his original cosplay costume and replaced it with a casual outfit. There was so much white silk, black silk, and even bare feet. However, what Chin Fan focused on photographing were those innocent girls in short JK skirts, full of youthfulness. Because Chin Fan had already finished taking all the photos and videos, there was nothing left to do for the next 2 to 3 hours. Then, the group of female cosplayers, with the idea of girls helping girls, all started to accuse Chin Fan. Chin Fan was very upset, so he spoke rather harshly. For a tiger tank of your physique and looks, even if I were blind, I wouldn't take a picture of you. His aesthetics is very high. Only girls with extremely high and beautiful face value can enter his line of sight, and will be photographed and recorded by him. Like this square tiger tank with a height of 1.5 meters and a weight of 150. Chin Fan was not likely to be interested at all. Secretary Sue. After changing his clothes and putting on his mask and sunglasses, Chin Fan was satisfied and left the lounge. Scum! Stinking hooligan! A square female fatty with a height of 1.5 meters and a starting weight of 150 pounds, wearing a round costume, blared at Chin Fan with an angry face. Inside the hall of the comic show, there were young men and women everywhere. Chin Fan called Su Chingy. Send someone to get me a set of civilian clothes. I want to change my clothes and walk around. Of course, Chin Fan would be holding his cell phone at this time, constantly taking pictures of the cute and good-looking girls. Seeing that Chin Fan was wearing sunglasses and a mask, covering his face tightly, the crowd subconsciously took Chin Fan as a pervert. 386-6166-211. This dude has really heavy tastes. I suspect you're secretly filming me. However, Chin Fan had been lying inside the lounge and was bored. It's so awesome. You can insult my character, but you can't insult my vision. The female fatty was unforgiving and tugged Chin Fan to death. Call the police to arrest him. Brother, you are really hungry. One by one, the cameras were almost pressed, all the time snapping away. Chin Fan not only took pictures of many beautiful female cosplayers, but also wore a mask to take pictures with them and collect stamps, which was a kind of experience of the ordinary secondary yuan enthusiast's experience of the Comic-Con. He couldn't wait to take pictures of all the girls inside the camera. Chin Fan's mouth would twitch at this point, and he wanted to curse. Because he was wearing a mask and sunglasses, no one inside the comic show recognized Chin Fan, so it was convenient for him to shoot and no one bothered him. The onlookers could be said to be watching the fun, and one by one, they all laughed. Snap. At the same time, there were so many people around who came over to watch. How is it possible to secretly film her? His face was still wearing sunglasses with a mask, covering his handsome face tightly, so he planned to change his clothes, wear another sunglasses and mask to cover his face, and then stroll inside the Comic-Con for a while. Even Shin Fan would have a hard time breaking free this time. Looking around, one's eyes were filled with charming long legs. Give me your cell phone and let me check it, otherwise you are not allowed to leave. Shin Fan's vision was so high, how could he take a sneak peek at this kind of tiger tank? They still thought that Shin Fan was a pervert with a mask and a heavy hobby. So one by one, all of them were here to see the joke. Even this kind of tiger tank is secretly photographed? And he felt that this fat female was really a bit too much. You secretly filmed me? Even Shin Fan, seeing so many smooth and charming white and black silk ladies, it was hard for him to avert his eyes. As for those otaku who attended the comic show, they were even more mesmerized. At the same time, there were also many female cosplayers who came over to spectate strongly. For this small request of Shin Fan, Su Qingyi naturally wouldn't refuse. She quickly agreed and arranged for a few staff members to send clothes to Shin Fan. Quickly hand over your cell phone. Thanks to you being so tall, your taste is actually so heavy. What a pervert. Shin Fan would really want to vomit this time. And on top of the dress code, girl cosplayers tended to be prettier, better looking, and more tantalizing. Hand over your cell phone. Don't say it's a sneak peek, even if it's bright. I'm too lazy to take a picture of you. Moreover, with so many people surrounding him, even if Shin Fan wanted to leave, he couldn't, so he could only call Su Qingyi now. SSS, come to the Yuan Shen booth. I'm surrounded by people. Right, bring more security. There's a 150-pound female fatso slandering me. Hurry up and arrest her. It's too torturous. Shin Fan's mood at this time was really irritated. He had never met something so breathless in his life. To actually be slandered as a hooligan who stole photos? Isn't this pure bullshit? With his face value and looks, did he need to be secretly photographed? Even if Shin Fan was blind, it was impossible for him to steal a picture. Not to mention, there was a large group of girls who had been comforting her. Princess Asami, on the other hand, looked like she was watching the fun, covering her mouth and snickering. I didn't expect Shin Fan to have such heavy tastes, actually stealing photos of privacy on top of the Comic-Con. It's so detestable, but there was no way. Even if he knew that Shin Fan was being slandered, it was still hard to turn the tables. Inside the post, a photo of Shin Fan's sunglasses and mask was also posted. We must give Miss an explanation today. The boys who were on the sidelines were looking at Shin Fan with a sympathetic face. Now, the female fatties were glaring and tugging at Shin Fan's clothes with a look of vowing not to give up. They didn't care what the truth of the matter was. As long as it was a post attacking the perverted man, they all brainlessly supported the girls, because the title of her post was rather conspicuous. She quickly received countless replies from the little sweet potato girls. Zhao Bingling and Princess Asami were all curious and wanted to know what was going on. As long as he wanted to, there were more than enough girls crying and begging for him to take pictures of them, and they were the kind that were at his mercy, not even wearing clothes. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's hurry over. Shin Fan is probably all pissed off this time. No one would have thought that this man who stole the camera in front of him actually dared to hit someone? This is abominable. Call the police. Call the police. How could we meet a pervert? Call the police. At the same time, Zhao Bingling and Princess Asami also gathered around and watched the fun from the side. Severely punish the man who stole the camera. The fat female instantly froze. Where's the security guard? Hurry up and come over. While holding up her cell phone, she took a video, ready to send it online. Su Qingyi looked like she was stifling her laughter and said, "You guys don't know?" When the words landed, Zhao Bingling and Princess Asami were shocked on the spot. A group of girls chirped and kept comforting the female fatty. Although you're a little fat, as long as you slim down, you'll definitely look good in the future. At this moment, because Shin Fan lifted his leg and kicked the female fatty, the girls on the sidelines were angry. The security guards will be here soon. He's dead. Making her apologize? You're finished. Go sister. I'll always support you. Shin Fan coldly said, if I hadn't secretly filmed you, would you kowtow to me and apologize? This group of girls above the small sweet potato is really hard to say. In fact, many of the male compatriots on the sidelines felt that it was impossible for Shin Fan to secretly photograph this kind of tiger tank. Tiger tanks are too fierce and have too much combat power. This group of little girls also had pretty powerful mouths, cursing ferociously while snapping photos and sending Shin Fan's photos with mask and sunglasses to Weibo, Little Sweet Potato and other platforms. He's wearing sunglasses with a mask. He's being stalked, and he's being slandered as a sneak peek man. There's no way they'd be interested in a square tiger tank like that, even if it strangled them. And this tiger tank-like female fatty, who also took a picture of Shin Fan, posted on top of Little Sweet Potato. I heard that there's a boy in there taking pictures of other people? I've seen shameless ones, but I truly haven't seen such shameless ones. What's more, it's still this kind of tiger tank-like female fatty. Dude, you are also too impulsive. Fan really couldn't bear it anymore, so he directly raised his leg and kicked it with a bang. 38. 6. 166. 211. Seeing Su Qingyi bring over a large group of security guards, Zhao Bingling and Asami Fei immediately revealed a very curious look and went forward to ask, "Sister Su, what's going on?" There were even some netizens and anchors that had come over with their live broadcasting equipment. "There's still this thing? Also, take off your mask and let us see who you really are. We must expose you to the internet today, ruthlessly netting you. After all, men know men best." With a kick, that female fatty was instantly kicked several meters away. "That's right, I've taken a video as well. Sanction him ruthlessly." But unfortunately, she really couldn't pop up with her 150 pounds. That so-called surreptitious man is Fan. Meanwhile, the girls, who had gathered in a circle next to her, had been chattering away. "This sneak peek guy is about to get his comeuppance. Dude, you." The group of girls were furious, all staring viciously at Fan. Su Qingyi waved her hand and said no more, bringing Zhao Bingling, Asami Fei, and a large group of security guards to quickly run over. "I've already posted the video on the internet. This matter has a high level of heat. Don't you Comic-Con organizers presume to suppress this matter? Otherwise, you're dead today. Take off his mask and let him die socially." Where did he need to secretly photograph other girls? So many men felt that Fan must have been slandered. She was a fairy. Even if she had done something wrong, it was impossible for her to kowtow and apologize to someone. Fan really wanted to kick her to death. He is not bragging. The fact is so. Besides, she is only 150 tall. Even if she jumps up, she can't touch Fan's face. At the same time, the fat woman also wanted to take off Fan's mask and let Fan die socially. Fan's face darkened after hearing this. The girls on the sidelines were all dumbfounded. Therefore, she could only keep putting out harsh words and threatening. "You quickly take off your mask and hand over your cell phone for me to inspect. Families, there's fun to be had. Make him take off his mask and let him die socially. For example, Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, Hashino AI, and so on." These girls who were so good that they could be called beautiful girls, were all vying to let him bully them. Earth's gravity was too unfriendly to her, too arrogant. So the fat female glared and said, "Even if I did something wrong, you're still responsible. Who let you peek at me? Even if you didn't peek at me, you've still caused me harm." Zhao Bingling furrowed her eyebrows and said, "It can't be. Fan is so handsome and good-looking. How could he be peeping on someone else?" Afterward, the security guards were responsible for maintaining order, and at the same time, they also brought Fan and the fat lady all under control. "You quickly hand over your cell phone and delete the photos, and it had to be a kowtow and apologize? How could that be possible?" The female fatty was still threatening. "With this kick, we have to compensate her at least tens of thousands of dollars, right?" The girls yelled while waving the flag for the fat female. "Sisters, who understands? Today I met a perverted man while strolling around the Comic-Con. He actually secretly photographed me. It's so detestable. Is there any king's law left?" It was at this time that Su Qingyi finally came over with a dozen staff members, as well as a series of security guards. A surreptitious cameraman was actually caught above the Comic-Con. "I'll adjust the live streaming camera to let my family members see what this sneak peek man actually looks like. SSS. TSK. There's actually a real sneak peek guy up there at Comic-Con? Luckily I couldn't afford a ticket and didn't attend Comic-Con. Ha ha ha. Poverty made me dodge a bullet. He. Anchor. Take off his mask. Let him die socially." Inside the live broadcast rooms of the major netizens, countless viewers pounded out pop-ups, unable to wait to see the appearance of the man who stole the photo. Meanwhile, Fan, who was the person in question, was in no hurry at all. Okay, the crowd all felt that these girls were too temperamental and unreasonable, and Fan would have to fall into their hands sooner or later. Fan, even if you're handsome, it doesn't prove that you're not a sneaky guy. It was reasonable to say that as long as Fan handed over his cell phone now and let them look through it at will, he could naturally prove that he wasn't secretly filming. Okay, the little girls on the sidelines were furious, thinking that Fan was in league with Su Qingyi, the security guards, and so on, bullying the fat lady based on the fact that there were more people. Fan smiled faintly and quickly took off his mask. Su Qingyi naturally wouldn't refuse his order, and quickly beckoned for two big-waisted security guards to run over and pull the fat female over to the camera. "Don't bully others with your power. This boxing style, it's too hard to top. There's no pattern to it. If you won't let us check your cell phone album, then you must be weak-minded." These girls suspected that Fan was a surreptitious man and wanted to check Fan's cell phone. "Therefore, I'm now asking you to take off your bottoms and let me inspect them. Confirm that there is no pistol hidden inside your bottoms in order to prove that you are innocent." Hiss. Then I now suspect that you guys have hidden pistols inside your bottoms and want to harm me. Shin Fan is definitely not a sneak peek man. Since you guys have no evidence, you're slandering me as a sneak peek guy and making me hand over my cell phone? It was at this time that the crowd reacted. That's right, Shin Fan is so handsome. And there are more than hundreds of thousands of girls pursuing him. So how could he possibly need to take a sneak peek? How can this be? These few female angry ones were all anxious. What? Even if there was no evidence, they still had to force their words and force their mouths. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you know the Comic-Con officials. Unless you hand over your cell phone and let all of us check your cell phone album. Then, Shin Fan asked them face to face. On what basis do you all decide that I'm the sneak peek guy? On what basis do you check my cell phone? Do you guys have any evidence? Stinking hooligan. He must have been slandered by that dead fatso. The fat woman was not the least bit remorseful and still said stiffly, on what grounds should I admit my fault? It was clearly you who secretly filmed me. I didn't ask you to ask for moral damages is good. You still dare to let me recognize your mistakes? Dream on. These girls were instantly silent for a moment. Hisses. However, these few girls had played too much with small sweet potatoes, and only their mouths were hard all over their bodies. Isn't this the Comic-Con handsome boy? The crowd of onlookers were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open and they couldn't close them all the time. Evidence? Can't you be suspected without evidence? What's more, the group of girls on the sidelines were all eager to see him die on the spot. It was too extreme. These few words were outrageous to the extreme. Then, Shin Fan turned the tables on them, suspecting that they had hidden pistols inside their bottoms and wanted to check their bottoms. The crowd came to their senses and hated it so much that they couldn't wait to eat that fat lady alive right now. These tough-talking girls are really stinky. 38. 6. 166. 211. How could they possibly hide a pistol inside their bottoms? My god, how could it be you? At the same time, the corner of Shin Fan's mouth rose as he sneered. Oh, at this point, you guys know to talk about evidence? Shin Fan had been slandered. So naturally, he could not let the other party off easily. Especially those girls who had made the post and had always identified Shin Fan as the man who stole the photo. This would be even more groundless. So ashamed that they couldn't even lift their heads up. At this moment, everyone somewhat sympathized with Shin Fan, sympathizing with the fact that he had met such an unreasonable woman. To be fair, they really had no evidence that could prove that Shin Fan was the sneak-peeking man. Do you have evidence? Without evidence, you suspect us of trying to harm you? Are you still being reasonable? Those girls' faces turned red on the spot. Isn't this bullshit? Besides, their bottoms wouldn't fit in it. Since others wanted him dead, he naturally wouldn't be polite to others. I'll give you one last chance. Admit your mistake or not? This move was also too ruthless. Shin Fan directly dried everyone out with these words. Ha! Shin Fan asked with a hint of mockery as his eyebrows rose. But there were still a few particularly tough-talking ones who shouted with their necks sticking out. At the same time, the cries of the nearby crowd of onlookers were getting higher and higher. You guys slandered me? You were so arrogant at the time. But now that you've been slandered by me, do you know how to be reasonable? Even. He used a commanding tone to give orders to Tsuchingi. Pull that fat lady over and give her a close-up. I'm going to let her die socially. Wernama. Take off the mask. I've never seen such unreasonable people. That's why Shin Fan was being tough right now, asking the security guards to go over and pull those tough-talking girls over. Shin Fan is going to be planted. Shin Fan had grown so handsome, but it was useless, and he was still being chased and bitten by the girls, and they would not give up until Shin Fan handed over his cell phone for them to inspect. Not only did Shin Fan freeze, everyone on the sidelines were dumbfounded. However, even though most of the people came to their senses, they thought that it was impossible for Shin Fan to be so handsome to secretly photograph others. Even if Shin Fan himself was innocent, he would have to hand over his cell phone and let them check it out in order to prove that he was not a surreptitious cameraman. Lying to my feelings, it was better to let her society die. Moreover, Shin Fan with this face value really didn't need and couldn't secretly film a tiger tank. Damn tiger tank, do you guys still need a face? By the way, took off his sunglasses as well. That's not a good punch to take. But on what grounds? These girls licked their faces and crossed their arms, so they could just throw dirty water on Shin Fan? Who gave them the courage? On what grounds did Shin Fan have to do whatever they said? It's not like Shin Fan is a licking dog. If you're capable, show your face and see how we'll spray you to death. When Shin Fan saw that she was unrepentant until now, then Shin Fan completely put down his burden. Even if there's no evidence, you still have to prove that you're not a sneak peek man. They could never have imagined that this pervert who was treated as a peeping Tom was actually a handsome guy from the Comic-Con, the only super handsome guy in thousands of years. For a while, there were endless cries of astonishment. You know it's wrong to slander others? Anyone had never seen this kind of retaliation. Qin Fan's divine maneuvers directly silenced all these girls. The group of onlookers, on the other hand, had saved up their strength and applauded wildly. SSS. Bull. Too handsome. Learned. In the future, if I'm slandered for taking a sneak peek, I'll also slandered for hiding a pistol in her bottoms. Fight fire with fire. For a while, the field was filled with shouts of approval. Everyone was bowled over by Qin Fan's ingenious idea. Even Princess Asami, a neon girl who had always treated Qin Fan very poorly, would have to admit that Qin Fan's mind was indeed quick. There were too many crooked ideas. On the other hand, those few girls who had slandered people were unable to say a single word. Lowering their heads, they did not say anything. Afterwards, Qin Fan gave Su Qingyi a wink, and Su Qingyi quickly arranged for the security guards to invite the girls out, and recorded all their identity information. In the future, as long as it was a comic show run by B Station, they would not be able to participate in it once. At the same time, what made it even harder for them was that there were many netizens, anchors, and cosplayers broadcasting the whole show. The whole process of them slandering Qin Fan, rumoring about Qin Fan, and then being countered by Qin Fan was all filmed in its entirety. After sending it online, the heat was so high. In less than 10 minutes, it was topped to the first hot search. Comic Con handsome boy was miserably slandered. Comic show handsome man bravely fights tiger tank. What should I do if I'm slandered? In 3 words, teach you to fight back. At the same time, inside the crowded subway car on line 7 of the Mordor subway, a skinny male high school student also swiped this hot search. Watching the video inside, Qin Fan's heroic appearance as he bravely fought several tiger tanks, the male high school student admired him to the core. At the same time, he also imprinted Qin Fan's battle strategy deep inside his head, learning how to deal with girls slandering him. However, at the same time when he had just learned this trick, beside him, a heavily made up, over 40-year-old fairy aggressively tugged on his arm and cursed. You secretly filmed me? 40-year-old woman with a big waist, tiger back and waist, 180 pounds of rounded physique is very capable of fighting. Inside the subway car, all the onlookers took several steps back. No one dared to come up to help him speak. There is no way. The big mom is too fierce, too able to fight. If in the past, this high school student will certainly be difficult to escape death, will certainly be the big mother of a smear, beat his secretly photographed man, will also put his picture on the internet, so that he will die in the community. But this time, the high school boy learned to be smart. He directly followed Qin Fan's example, and scolded the past with a straight face. What do you have the right to slander me to secretly film you? The older woman froze for a moment, not expecting him to dare to talk back. The older woman immediately became angry. You've been playing with your cell phone, and you dare to say that you didn't secretly film me? Do you have evidence? The high school boy asked calmly. The big mom said disdainfully, can't you be suspected without evidence? Ha! The high school boy immediately laughed and said, suspecting people without evidence, right? Okay, then I also suspect you of hiding grenades inside your bottoms. Either that, or let's check each other out, or, be honest and shut up. The big mom was dumbfounded by this operation, until the police came over. The mom didn't even think of how to retort, and this high school boy, after experiencing such a thrilling and exciting thing, immediately posted his personal experience online. For a while, Qin Fan's fame inside the boys group instantly resounded. Unconsciously, Qin Fan made countless male compatriots learn the best way to resist, and on top of little sweet potato, countless girls began to wail. This Nima. In the past, if you casually touched porcelain for a few sentences, you could blackmail several $1,000s. It'll be harder to touch porcelain in the future. It's not possible that every time you slander someone for secretly filming yourself, you have to take off your bottoms yourself in order to check the other person's cell phone, right? Damn it! The cost of a bad woman's crime instantly goes up a whole lot. In the evening, back at the hotel, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan were still talking about this matter. Although the two of them didn't see eye to eye with each other, they still shared a common language when it came to situations concerning Qin Fan's personal interests. Speaking of Qin Fan being slandered today and then easily killing him back, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan were both very impressed. Qin Fan is too powerful. Si Tongyan said seriously, if it was me who encountered this kind of thing, it would really be hard to react like this in the first place. Worthy of being the man I'm looking at. This last sentence, Si Tongyan could have not said it, but she preferred to say it, in order to be angry with Zhao Bingling. As expected, Zhao Bingling instantly tensed her small face and huffed. What do you mean by the man you fancy? It's clearly my husband. Let me tell you, Qin Fan has already slept with me. My feelings with him are much deeper than yours. Really? Si Tongyan hummed twice, pointing at Zhao Bingling's barren breasts, mocking, with this figure, can you make him happy? I don't believe it. Right, to tell you a piece of bad news. On Yen raised the corners of her mouth, revealing an imp's bad smile, and said, "Tonight, I'm going to sleep with Qin Fan too. Don't worry, he and I will definitely have a great time tonight. I have a much better body than you." After Tong Yen finished speaking, she didn't even give Zhao Bingling a chance to talk back, and with a whoosh, she slipped away to her hotel room, and also locked the room door to death. Pissed me off. Zhao Bingling was furious. Even if she wanted to curse, she couldn't catch this bad woman. Tong Yen. She held in her anger and couldn't send it out. In the end, she chose to call Qin Fan. "Qin Fan, are you back yet? I'm very angry. Going back later." On the other side of the phone, Qin Fan's voice was calm. "I'm at the airport. I'll go back later." What was Qin Fan doing at the airport? He was seeing off the airplane. Bai Yi's grandma suddenly had a heart attack and was admitted to the ICU. So Qin Fan and Lu Shiyu sent her to the airport so that she would not be able to see her grandma for the last time when she went back. Woo woo. At the airport, Bai Yi's eyes were red from crying. She had originally planned to spend today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, all the time on this side of Magic City shopping and going to the amusement park with Qin Fan, having fun with him for a few days. However, she had never expected that her grandma had suddenly become seriously ill. At this moment, she was depressed and sad. Her head was buried inside Qin Fan's chest, and she couldn't stop crying. Alas, Qin Fan couldn't do much good at this moment, although he had the gift of massage and could heal people, but the system told him that it was useless. Massage could not bring back the dead. In other words, Bai Yi's grandma will have stopped her heart, although she is still in the ICU. But, the system told him that the massage could not bring back the dead. Now, looking at Bai Yi crying with pear blossoms, Qin Fan's heart is very bad taste. "Shiyu, how long before the plane takes off?" Qin Fan looked at Lu Shiyu and asked. Lu Shiyu looked at the flight and sighed. "There's still more than an hour left. SSS. This big night." Qin Fan originally thought of sending Bai Yi to the airport and letting her go back on her own, but seeing that the little girl was crying so hard that she could hardly breathe, Qin Fan really did not feel comfortable letting her go home alone. If something happened to her on the road, Qin Fan would regret it for the rest of his life. What's more, it's now 10 o'clock at night, and when Bai Yi arrives there on the airplane, it's already 3 or 4 in the morning. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, a junior high school girl walking on the road. Qin Fan did not dare to think how dangerous, so Qin Fan pondered over it and finally changed his decision. He was going to accompany Bai Yi back. "Buy another ticket. I'll send her home." Qin Fan gave Lu Shiyu a word and asked her to help buy another ticket. When Lu Shiyu heard this, she froze for a moment and said, "But what about Tong Yen's side? Didn't you agree with her to accompany her tonight? She will understand me." Qin Fan frowned and said, "Let's buy the tickets first. I'll give her a call later. I think she will definitely understand me. After all, Bai Yi is too pitiful right now." Qin Fan finished and stopped talking, gently stroking Bai Yi's head and coaxing her to sleep. Lu Shiyu couldn't say anything else, and quickly helped Qin Fan buy a ticket for the same flight. Only after Bai Yi fell asleep, Qin Fan quietly got up and gently placed Bai Yi on Lu Shiyu, allowing Lu Shiyu to coax her and accompany her. Afterward, Qin Fan walked a little farther away and called Tong Yen. "Yen Bao, I have to send Yi home later. Her grandma is not in good health. She's crying so much right now that she's passed out from crying. Some other day, I'll accompany you, okay?" Qin Fan spoke carefully, afraid that Tong Yen would be unhappy. After all, he had promised Tong Yen before that he would either accompany Princess Asami or her tonight. Now that he suddenly changed his plans, Qin Fan was worried that she would be angry. Okay. On the other side of the phone, Tong Yen was indeed a bit less than happy, but because it was about Bai Yi, her little sister, even if Tong Yen was unhappy, she couldn't get angry. Besides, Tong Yen had been with Bai Yi for a few days now, and their relationship was quite good. Although they weren't sisters or girlfriends, they were at least friends. This time, seeing Bai Yi's grandma's health is not good. Tong Yen is more worried about Bai Yi's little sister, worrying that she is too sad. Qin Fan, remember to coax her more on the way. Yi is still young. If she gets angry, you just go along with her. She's already sad. I hope you'll be nicer to her. Tong Yen was still very gentle. Even if she couldn't sleep with Qin Fan tonight, she didn't complain about others. Instead, she kept asking Qin Fan to care more about Bai Yi. Aha! Qin Fan nodded and agreed to all of it. Afterward, after making the call, Qin Fan went back. Lu Shiyu gently placed Bai Yi's body on Qin Fan's lap, allowing little Yi to sleep on Qin Fan's lap. "Shiyu, you go back to the hotel first." Qin Fan looked at the time and said, "It won't be safe to go back later." "Good." Lu Shiyu didn't refuse and directly answered. But before she left, Qin Fan added, "Right, after you go back, accompany Yen Bao to talk more. I'm still afraid that she's unhappy. After all, I've all agreed with her that I'll be accompanying her tonight. After you go back, coax her more." Nah, I will." Lu Shiyu also had a good relationship with Si Tongyan, so she definitely wouldn't refuse Qin Fan's request. Moreover, she was still Qin Fan's little follower now, so it was even more unlikely that she would refuse Qin Fan's request. Only when Lu Shiyu took a taxi back to the hotel and sent a message to Qin Fan to report her safety, did Qin Fan feel relieved. The more women around me, the more things I have to worry about every day. Inside Qin Fan's heart, he had already vaguely begun to feel that his energy was a bit less than sufficient. Just one Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan had him about to be too busy. Then there was Princess Asami, Hoshino Ai, Lu Shiyu, Bai Yi, and so on. A lot of girls were very close to him. When there were more and more girls around in the future, Qin Fan was really afraid that one day, he would die on a woman. However, that was all a matter for the future. As for now, Qin Fan was sitting on the airplane, looking at Bai Yi, who was pitifully shrinking in his arms. In his heart, he was still sighing that he also have people need, be relied on by people time. The airplane took off. The roar of the people cannot sleep. Bai Yi is wearing a very thin JK skirt today. The temperature inside the cabin is relatively low, and she is freezing. The whole person has shrunk into a kitten. Qin Fan looked at her freezing like that and was a bit unable to bear it, so he took off his jacket and draped it over her. "Thanks." Bai Yi was in a low mood and raised her head to look at Qin Fan. Red eyes, wanting to cry again. "Hey." Qin Fan wouldn't know how to comfort her at this point. He could only gently touch her head and give her a little bit of comfort. Only after the plane stabilized did Bai Yi fall asleep. When she woke up, it was several hours later. At more than 3 in the morning, Qin Fan pulled Bai Yi's small hand and got off the airplane. Because the two of them didn't have any luggage, it was quite easy to walk along the way. When they arrived outside, they called a cab and went straight back. Because Bai Yi's home was far from the airport, so even if they took a taxi, they would have to drive for 2 or 3 hours. On the way, Bai Yi was sleepy, and because of her depressed spirit, she quickly fell asleep again. But even when she fell asleep, her small hand kept clutching Qin Fan's palm, not willing to let go. Even her head was leaning on Qin Fan's bosom after she fell asleep. As the driver master drove the car, he secretly swept a glance to the back, because Qin Fan and Bai Yi's relationship looked too close, not like brother and sister. Moreover, Bai Yi looked too young and kept shedding tears, and Qin Fan had been wearing a mask and sunglasses, as if he was afraid of being recognized. So the driver master subconsciously took Qin Fan as a bad guy. It was the middle of the night. A junior high school girl with red eyes and tear-stained face, being taken out by a grown man with sunglasses and mask covering his face tightly? Definitely disturbing good intentions. So the driver master was also very forceful. He did not follow the route given by Bai Yi, but directly sent Qin Fan and Bai Yi to the police station. The moment the cab stopped in front of the police station, Qin Fan thought something was wrong, until the driver master whoosh rushed out of the car, and then locked the door. Qin Fan and Bai Yi locked inside the car. Qin Fan only see clearly what the situation is. Shit, is this treating me as a human trafficker? Qin Fan almost couldn't hold his breath. Afterward, the police uncle quickly came over to check. Qin Fan shook Bai Yi awake, and then it took a lot of effort to explain clearly. After the explanation was clear, the one who was embarrassed was the driver's master, SSS. However, Qin Fan was in a hurry at the moment, so he didn't bother him. Only after the misunderstanding was cleared up did he continue to take the car and drive to Bai Yi's doorstep. Finally back. By the time he reached home, it was already 5 in the morning. Although Bai Yi had slept for a few hours on the way, she had been crying and sad and hadn't slept well. With 2 dark circles on her eyes, her mental state was very poor, and Qin Fan was slightly better. Although Qin Fan slept less and had heavier dark circles under his eyes, he was a man after all, and his mental state was still much stronger than that of a little girl. After arriving at Bai Yi's door, Qin Fan quickly took her hand and led her home. Knock knock. Only after going upstairs did he realize that the door to Bai Yi's house was open, and there were already a lot of relatives coming over to offer their condolences. It was cold at 5 in the morning, and the relatives were all wearing thicker clothes. Only Bai Yi was wearing a thin dress, but when she arrived home, she didn't even have the mood to change clothes, and started whimpering as she hugged her grandmother's remains. Qin Fan stood at the doorway, smoking a cigarette with a group of relatives from the Bai family. The atmosphere was dull. According to the custom of the Bai family, the funeral would last for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, there had been relatives coming to offer condolences. Bai Yi's mental state had been very low. Even though Qin Fan had been guarding the side, she was depressed. Mother Bai Inxio's mental state is also very poor, crying for 3 whole days. Bai Xinghua, the son-in-law, is better, has been outside to greet relatives, but also busy with all kinds of things at the funeral. These 3 days, Qin Fan has been wearing a mask, only when smoking, will take off the mask, so no one recognized who he is. As for Bai Yi, she didn't tell her relatives that Qin Fan was the recently famous Comic Con handsome boy. As for her parents, they all chose to hide it as well. After all, this was grandma's funeral, and no one wanted to hold a funeral with a large group of brainwashed fans ruining the ceremony. However, even though the 3 members of the Bai family had been hiding Qin Fan's identity, they still expressed their gratitude to him. After all, Qin Fan, as an extremely famous internet celebrity, being able to come to Bai Yi's grandma's funeral was already considered very much giving face to their family. What's more, Qin Fan stayed over here for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Even at night, Qin Fan stayed with Bai Yi at the wake. This attitude was simply more responsible than even a close grandson. At the same time, because the Bai family had 3 generations of single descendants, the male population was scarce. So at the funeral, many of the rituals that should have been borne by the grandchildren were borne by Qin Fan. Moreover, Qin Fan was able to endure all kinds of hardships and work hard. After the 3-day funeral ceremony, Bai Inxiu and Bai Xinghua's attitude towards Qin Fan has greatly changed. Before, they only took Qin Fan as an outsider, a rich man who could bring a lot of money to their family. But now, they had completely treated Qin Fan as one of their own. After the 3-day-long funeral was over, in the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, after everything was done, Bai Xinghua sat inside the house and personally poured tea for Qin Fan. At this moment, all the relatives of the Bai family had already left. Inside the house, there were only Bai Inxiu, Bai Xinghua, and Bai Yi, the only daughter of the Bai family. There was also Qin Fan, the only outsider who could be left behind. Bai Xinghua poured hot tea for Qin Fan and said solemnly, "Qin Fan, these days have been really hard on you, making you suffer. It's fine, it's fine." Qin Fan waved his hand repeatedly, saying that it was fine. After all, he was on good terms with Bai Yi, and also sincerely treated Bai Yi as his own sister. So naturally, he would not feel that it was hard. But Bai Xinghua didn't know this. He thought that Qin Fan was interested in their family's only daughter. Otherwise, how could he be so interested in their family? In the past few days of the funeral ceremony, Qin Fan had behaved more responsibly, diligently, and hard than all those relatives of the Bai family. If it were not for the fact that Qin Fan had other plans for Bai Yi, how could he have behaved so positively? How could he have behaved so seriously like a real grandson? So, Bai Xinghua really misunderstood this time. He thought that Qin Fan had his eyes on Bai Yi. So as early as an hour ago, Bai Xinghua had already secretly discussed with Bai Inxiu. After discussing it, Bai Inxiu also felt that Qin Fan is quite a good boy, serious and responsible and handsome, and more importantly, especially rich. Although Qin Fan is 18 years old this year, 3 years older than Bai Yi, but 3 years older is not a problem. Face value and money ability is here, enough to erase the gap of 3 years. Therefore, Bai Xinghua will be very serious. Not only poured tea for Qin Fan, but also handed him a cigarette. Qin Fan, Bai Xinghua took out his lighter and barfed to help Qin Fan light the cigarette before he started to sidestep. Actually, our family is very enlightened. Qin Fan took a drag on his cigarette and didn't react, not understanding what Bai Xinghua meant by this sentence. So Qin Fan took another puff of his cigarette before nodding his head. Yes, Uncle Bai, Auntie Bai, you guys come to be quite enlightened indeed. Qin Fan was simply echoing a sentence, nothing else. And in Bai Xinghua's opinion, Qin Fan was planning to show his cards to them. So Bai Xinghua became very excited, holding Qin Fan's hand, and said in a serious tone, "You and I, Auntie Bai, are definitely not against you and Yi being together, since you like her and she likes you. Either, you two should get engaged in a marriage." Qin Fan was instantly dumbfounded. His eyes went wide. How could he have thought that Bai Xinghua would directly come up and give him a big move? Actually letting him get engaged to Bai Yi? Crap. This is also too beastly, right? Although Qin Fan is very scum, but he is not a beast. So Qin Fan hurriedly put out his cigarette and hurriedly said, "Uncle Bai, Yi is still young. How can she get engaged so early? What's more, Yi doesn't agree with it either." After Qin Fan finished speaking, he hurriedly turned his gaze for help to Bai Yi, signaling her to stand up and say a few words. Result, a scene that one would not expect happened. Bai Yi's face turned red, and with a swish, she buried her head in her chest. With her head lowered and red face, she didn't say a word. Crap. Qin Fan instantly understood when he took a look at this situation. Bai Yi, this was a long time ago that she had fallen in love with him. Bai Inxiu, who was a mother, this time also came over and said, "Shin Fan I've been observing with your Uncle Bai for a few days now. This young man of yours is really good, handsome, rich, and so good to our Ee. Handing Ee over to you. The two of us are very relieved." After Bai Yingxiu finished speaking, Bai Xinghua nodded his head repeatedly with a look of she's right. Shin Fan Man was numb. Although he was 18 years old, only 3 years older than Bai Yi, he just felt that something was wrong. Although there are quite a lot of high school students falling in love with middle school students, Shin Fan still couldn't get past this hurdle in his heart. He was just a scum, not an animal. Therefore, directly agreeing to it was definitely not possible. However, if he refused, he would make it difficult for the 3 members of the Bai family, and would even make Bai Yi so sad that she couldn't think straight. So, Shin Fan thought for half a day before coming up with a solution. SSS, Uncle, Auntie, I think Yi is still young now. It's too early to talk about marriage. Either this way, wait until she graduates from high school before we talk about this. Is that okay? You guys can rest assured that before she graduates from high school, I'll be with her all the time, and will always treat her as my own sister. Shin Fan said sincerely. He neither objected to the marriage nor agreed to it, but only asked Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu not to be in such a hurry. Let them wait a few more years. It wouldn't be too late to talk about this matter after Bai Yi graduated from high school. Moreover, Shin Fan also promised that he would always be with Bai Yi, always treat her as a sister. After Bai Xinghua and Bai Yingxiu heard this, the two of them muttered in whispers, "Hubby, why do I feel that this young man Shin Fan doesn't see our girl, just treating her as his sister, not as his girlfriend?" Bai Yingxiu frowned with a puzzled expression. Before, she truly thought that Shin Fan liked her daughter. That's why she asked her husband to set this up. And that's why she brought up the engagement and all that. But now, listening to Shin Fan's tone, it was clear that he didn't have the idea of Bai Yi as his girlfriend. Bai Xinghua this will also be quite puzzled. He as a man, subconsciously thought that he understands men very well. Very understand Shin Fan. He thought that Shin Fan was simply salivating over his daughter's face. And that's why he was so nice to Bai Yi. He is also giving money and companionship, showing more interest than his boyfriend. And because Shin Fan is handsome and rich. Multiple reasons added together, Bai Xinghua will only today take the initiative to propose to let his daughter and Shin Fan engaged. But what he didn't expect was that Shin Fan actually politely refused. This meant that Bai Xinghua's plan to let his daughter hold on to Shin Fan's thigh had gone out the window. At this moment, Bai Xinghua's expression was a bit awkward as he said, "Since you want to wait for my daughter to graduate from high school, then I'll listen to you and talk about this matter later. But even if you don't see my daughter in the future, please keep taking care of her as a younger sister. After all, Yi really likes you." After Bai Xinghua finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Bai Yi's body. Bai Yi kept her head buried between her legs, not daring to raise her head. Earlier, when she heard her parents say that they wanted her to get engaged to Shin Fan, she was ashamed and excited. She also thought that she could bend the curve and take Shin Fan down early, leaving Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan and the others far behind. However, when she heard that Shin Fan was unwilling and treated her as his own sister, Bai Yi's mood immediately became a bit difficult. What she wanted wasn't a brother-sister relationship. What she wanted was something further, a relationship between lovers. Whether it was because she was craving for Shin Fan's handsome face or because Shin Fan was too good to her, all in all, she truly wanted to be with Shin Fan, to be together as lovers. It was just a pity that everything had become a bubble now. Bai Yi was in a low mood. There's nothing else going on at home. Why don't you accompany Shin Fan out for a while? Go out and relax. Right. I'll go to the countryside with your mom and won't be back for the next few days. If you two come back to sleep at night, remember to lock the door. If you don't come back to sleep at night, just open a room outside. Your mom and I are fine with it. Bai Xinghua's words were already almost like an explicit statement, explicitly indicating that Shin Fan and Bai Yi could stay together tonight. After Bai Yi heard this, her face swished red. Shin Fan, on the other hand, had a calm face as he said, "Uncle and Auntie, don't worry. I will definitely send Yi back at night." Bai Xinghua laughed and stopped talking. Bai Yingxiu, on the other hand, sighed and thought to herself, "Shin Fan, this young man, why can't he understand human language? Isn't it obvious enough that we, the old couple, hinted at it? Forget it, don't care about him." Afterwards, Bai Yingxiu and Bai Xinghua quickly began to pack their bags and went back to their hometown. They planned to go back to their hometown for a few days to take care of things in their hometown. In the meantime, they would also make space for Shin Fan and Bai Yi to enjoy their world and cultivate their relationship. It had to be said that Mr. and Mrs. Bai Xinghua had gone to great lengths to get their daughter to embrace Shin Fan as a money tree. After they finished packing their bags and went to the station, only Bai Yi and Shin Fan were left at home. The two of them sat on the sofa in the living room, silent. Bai Yi was wearing only socks, half squatting on the sofa, her head buried between her legs, not daring to raise her head for fear that Qin Fan would see her red cheeks. Qin Fan sat in the living room and drank a cup of tea, thinking that sitting like this was not a solution. Moreover, Bai Yi hadn't said anything, so Qin Fan thought that she was in a bad mood. So Qin Fan moved a little closer to her and while gently caressing her head with his hand, he inquired, why aren't you talking? In a bad mood? No, not in a bad mood. Bai Yi hurriedly shook her head. Then, she also gently patted her face with her small hand, patting away much of the redness on her face before she dared to raise her head up. Brother Qin Fan, I'm fine. I'm not unhappy. After Bai Yi finished, she even forced out a smile to prove that she was fine. It's good that you're fine. Qin Fan nodded and said, don't take what your parents said just now seriously. Engaged or something. This is also too early. You are still small. Wait until you graduate from high school later. Then say this matter. Qin Fan looked like a big brother, coaxing and enlightening, trying to make Bai Yi happier. As a result, what he didn't expect was that Bai Yi was very unhappy after hearing this. I'm not small at all. I grew up a long time ago. Bai Yi hated it the most when people said she was small, and after saying that, she also deliberately straightened her chest to prove that she had grown up. But, the more she showed off the pair of small potatoes on her chest, the more pitiful she looked. Even Zhao Bingling's figure couldn't compare. When Qin Fan saw her childish appearance of deliberately pretending to be mature, he could not help but feel amused. Afterward, Qin Fan used a little bit of force and slapped her head to make her wake up. Qin Fan said with an amused face, wait until you graduate from high school, then puff out your chest. It's too pathetic now. I'm not a little bitty. Bai Yi was very upset and said, you're so rude. Ha ha. Qin Fan saw that she was angry, but instead, he became happier. Sometimes, it was fun to tease a little girl, so Qin Fan just kept patting her head, making her face puff up with anger. It had been teasing like this for 10 minutes. At 2:30 p.m., Bai Yi's cell phone rang. It was her good girlfriend Su Xiaoxiao who called. Want to go to the movies together? I'm so bored. Come over and keep me company. Su Xiaoxiao was a double ponytail cute little girl, 15 years old this year, just graduated from middle school. During this period of summer vacation, she was indeed quite bored, and in the middle of summer, she was suffocating at home all by herself. Watching a movie? Bai Yi was in a tangle. As a young girl who was about to enter high school, she did like watching movies. However, if she went to the movies, she was worried that Su Xiaoxiao would like Qin Fan. After all, Qin Fan was so handsome and Su Xiaoxiao was so cute. If Qin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao saw eye to eye, that would be bad. Bai Yi would be cuckolded at a young age, so she was very reluctant. She didn't want her girlfriend to see Qin Fan, and she didn't want to go to the movies with Qin Fan and her girlfriend. However, just when Bai Yi had a reluctant face, Qin Fan on the side suddenly snapped, let's go to the movie. Being idle at home is still idle. Why don't we go out for a spin? And after the movie, you can still eat and drink inside the mall for a while. So, promise her. Qin Fan's starting point was to make Bai Yi happier, in order to let her go out for a walk and take a break. Didn't think too much about it, and didn't expect that Bai Yi would actually worry about him being taken down by Su Xiaoxiao. Seeing that Qin Fan had opened his mouth, Bai Yi naturally couldn't continue to shrug it off, so she had no choice but to agree. Alright, Xiao, come out. We'll meet at the mall entrance later, Bai Yi said helplessly. On the other side of the phone, Su Xiaoxiao was happy. Okay then, I'll leave right now. Su Xiaoxiao hung up the phone and immediately put on her beloved little blue short skirt, with a white JK shirt on top, and with her cute double ponytail, she looked good. On the other side, Bai Yi also started to change her clothes. She changed into a white dress, looking pure and youthful, especially after she put on the dress. She intentionally walked to Qin Fan's side, pulled her chest down and said in a youthful tone, Brother Qin Fan, do I look good? Qin Fan looked at her in this youthful tone. Even if she deliberately pulled her chest down, Qin Fan wouldn't have any special reaction. Even if he saw a pair of small potatoes, he would just feel funny. Pull your chest up a bit, . Qin Fan finished and rubbed her head, messing up her hair. I've said it all. I'm not a little . Bai Yi was very dissatisfied, but she couldn't do anything about it. She wasn't even 6 feet tall, so she was no match for Qin Fan. Even if Qin Fan rubbed her hair, she could only huff and puff and rearrange her hair. Even if she wanted to hit Qin Fan, she couldn't do so. Even if she wanted to hit Qin Fan, she couldn't. Qin Fan's arms were much longer than hers. Moreover, Qin Fan's height was 1.9 meters. Even if Bai Yi jumped up, she couldn't hit Qin Fan's nose. so she could only strain her little face and show a fierce look to prove that she was angry. Just because she was relatively young. Even if she was angry, it looked cute to others. Therefore, Chin Fan's hand was almost rubbing her head every few seconds, messing up her hair and making her mutter a few words fiercely. Along the way, it was always like this. It wasn't until the two of them got into a cab that Chin Fan settled down a lot and didn't continue to rub her hair. In the cab, Bai Yi was holding a small comb and combing her hair in a small mirror, while constantly admonishing, Chin Fan, my best friend's name is Su Xiao Xiao. Even though she's only in her first year of high school after summer vacation, she's already been in love several times. A bad woman. So, you remember to put on your mask, sunglasses, all of it, lest she see it, lest she fall for you. Bai Yi's little mouth chattered on, constantly bad-mouthing her good best friend. Chin Fan couldn't help but slap her head once again and said, at a young age, don't always talk bad about people behind their backs. Besides, she is at least your BFF. How can you talk about people like that? Keep your mouth tight in the future. Don't let people hear you, or you'll also be badmouthed behind others' backs in the future. Chin Fan started to educate her as a big brother. Poof. Bai Yi grunted twice in displeasure to show her disagreement. However, even if she grunted, she didn't dare to talk back. After all, she could like Chin Fan. Of course, Chin Fan also obeyed her wishes and put on the mask and sunglasses. Firstly, in order to make Bai Yi happier, appearing to be a big brother who was very responsible and took care of her feelings. Secondly, it was for unnecessary trouble, not wanting to be recognized by fans and not wanting to be pestered by fans. Chin Fan is now a big netizen with tens of millions of fans. If he goes out without wearing a mask or glasses, it is really easy to get into trouble. With Chin Fan's face value, as long as he stood there, in less than half an hour, he would immediately be surrounded by countless people, as if he was a giant panda. Therefore, a mask and sunglasses were necessary. After they arrived at the mall and got out of the car, they soon saw a cute little girl with a height of 1.56 m, tied with a double ponytail, wearing a white shirt and a short blue skirt at the entrance of the mall. And that cute little girl was naturally Su Xiao Xiao, a good girlfriend who went to the same school as Bai Yi from elementary school to junior high school, and then to her first year of high school. Hey, ooh, I miss you so much. When Su Xiao Xiao saw them, she immediately jumped over with a wow, accompanied by the sound of oh. She quickly jumped onto Bai Yi's small chest. Moreover, her head was still rubbing against Bai Yi's chest. It wasn't until Bai Yi's face turned red from her rubbing against it that Su Xiao Xiao raised her head and said with a smile, I haven't seen you in a few days. You're still so small. Damn it. Bai Yi was furious. If Chin Fan wasn't here, she would definitely have to reach out her hand and pinch her good best friend half to death, or reach out her small claws and attack her good bestie's chest viciously. But because Chin Fan was watching from the side, Bai Yi couldn't act like such a female hooligan and had to be a bit more reserved, so she had to hold back. Right, who is this person next to you? It can't be a weird uncle, right? Why does he keep following you? Su Xiao Xiao whispered while secretly pointing her finger at Chin Fan next to her. Chin Fan's head was filled with black lines after hearing this. Come on, little sister. I'm only 18 years old, and only 3 years older than the two of you. How did I become a weird uncle? Chin Fan spat out with great displeasure. Su Xiao Xiao tilted her head and spat out her tongue, trying to dissolve the embarrassment by being cute. Bai Yi, on the other hand, gently pinched her arm and said, speak politely. He's not weird uncle. He's my boyfriend. Not only Su Xiao Xiao's eyes widened, even Chin Fan was dumbfounded. He's your boyfriend? Do you have a fever? Why are you all starting to babble? He's 3 years older than you. Su Xiao Xiao was shocked. In her impression, her good girlfriend Bai Yi was well behaved to the extreme and had never been in love. SSS. How come she just got out of summer vacation and immediately has a boyfriend? Moreover, Su Xiao Xiao clearly remembered that Bai Yi's favorite person should be the hot comic book show handsome guy on the internet. How did he suddenly turn into a sunglasses and masked little brother? Su Xiao Xiao was confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Chin Fan was equally puzzled. How come I didn't know that I'm your boyfriend? Chin Fan said as he reached out his hand and picked up Bai Yi. Bai Yi was very light and small, and after being picked up by Chin Fan, her 2 small feet couldn't even touch the ground and kept kicking around in the air. I was wrong. Good brother, put me down. Bai Yi fluttered for a while, but could not break free, so she had to beg for forgiveness and apologize. Chin Fan heard her apologize, and only then did he put her on the ground. You're Yi's good best friend, Su Xiao Xiao, right? Hello? First time meeting. I am Chin Fan, Yi's brother. Chin Fan's gaze shifted to Su Xiao Xiao, and he began to introduce himself to this double ponytail JK girl. You are Yi's brother, Chin Fan? Su Xiaoxiao's eyebrows furrowed after hearing this. From her impression, she remembered that Bai Yi didn't have a brother especially this kind of 1 meter 9 tall brother. It was unheard of. As for Qin Fan's name, the more Su Xiaoxiao heard it, the more familiar it sounded, always feeling like she had heard it many times somewhere. It wasn't until several seconds later that she slapped her thigh and said, I remember, you have the same name as that handsome guy from Comic-Con on the internet? What a coincidence. Su Xiaoxiao had a look of sudden realization, the white stockings on her legs bouncing a bit from her slap. Bai Yi spat on the side, thinking, good girlfriends are also too naturally dull. What do you mean by the same name and surname? Obviously is the same person, okay? Of course, Bai Yi certainly will not come out to explain, because she thinks the good girlfriend looks too cute. If she knows that the masked sunglasses boy in front of her is the Comic-Con handsome guy, it is estimated that she is going to move the heart of spring on the spot, regardless of whether she could get Qin Fan or not. Bai Yi couldn't give her a chance, lest she had another little love rival. As for Qin Fan, naturally, he would not take the initiative to reveal his identity. Let's go into the mall first. Qin Fan pulled Bai Yi's small hand, and with an appearance of a big brother, he led her into the mall. Su Xiaoxiao was alone at the back, and her little face immediately became taut. In the past, she had always held her best friend's small hand. As a result, after Qin Fan, the big brother, appeared, he directly snatched away her good girlfriend? How could this be? So, Su Xiaoxiao trotted to the front and pulled Bai Yi's other small hand in her palm, which made her heart feel more comfortable. Let's go to the movie first, or let's go shopping first? Qin Fan asked as he stood in front of the elevator on the first floor of the mall. Bai Yi looked like a little birdie, her head pressed against Qin Fan's shoulder and said, I'll listen to you, will go and do whatever you say to do. Ha? Su Xiaoxiao looked puzzled and said curiously, when did you become such a softie? I remember you were crazy before. Why have you suddenly become strange today? Su Xiaoxiao was filled with confusion, unable to figure out why Bai Yi had become so reserved and so much like a lady. To know, when she used to play with Bai Yi could run fast and talk a lot, blah blah blah, belonging to a particularly outgoing girl. As a result, today, she suddenly became a lady, which is too strange. Bai Yi secretly glared at her, thinking, how can a good girlfriend be so annoying? Can't even be a wingman? Also want to tear me down. Too hateful. At the same time, Qin Fan saw the two of them keep making eyes at each other and quickly guessed what was going on. This little ninny, like me so much? Qin Fan could tell at a glance that Bai Yi liked him a lot. However, Qin Fan didn't point it out or reveal it, and he didn't laugh at Bai Yi for pretending to be a lady in front of him, but habitually rubbed Bai Yi's head and said, if you don't have a favorite, let your best friend make the choice. Su Xiaoxiao, what do you want to play? Watching a movie or drinking milk tea? Take your pick. It's my treat today. In terms of money, Qin Fan had always been generous. Besides, the two little girls who hadn't even started their first year of high school, even if they were desperate to spend money, how much could they spend? Qin Fan's wallet would definitely be able to top it. Really? Your treat? Su Xiaoxiao was so happy that she squinted her eyes and smiled. I'm going to play video games, catch dolls. I'm going to buy lots and lots of coins. Su Xiaoxiao was a little girl who loved playing video games and going to the arcade. But because her parents give her pocket money is not too much, in the past has not been playing addictive, has only dared to buy 30 video game coins. Nowadays, seeing that there was Qin Fan as the wrongdoer to pay for the bill, Su Xiaoxiao immediately wanted to go to the arcade and spend ruthlessly. Okay. Qin Fan nodded and quickly agreed. Of course, before leaving, Qin Fan had to ask Bai Yi's attitude. Do you want to go to the arcade? Want to? Bai Yi's eyes lit up. She also loved playing video games. Good. Now that the two little girls had unanimously decided to go to the arcade, Qin Fan naturally wouldn't have second thoughts. So before long, they took the elevator and went straight to the 7th floor arcade. Ding dong. The elevator door opened and the three of them quickly entered the arcade. An entire floor on the 7th floor was filled with all sorts of arcade games, and there were more than 30 crane machines alone. There were also coin pusher machines, simulated racing cars, simulated gunfights, fish fighting, and so on. All kinds of video games are countless. Let a person see dazzling. However, if you want to play video games, you have to buy video game coins first. 1 coin for $1. In the past, when Bai Yi and Su Xiaoxiao came here to play, the two little girls together could only come up with more than $30 to buy more than 30 coins. But just catching a doll once would require 5 coins. With all the money they had combined, they could only play for more than half an hour. But now, it was different. Qin Fan, a young and big money standing here, just raised his hand and directly swiped 600 coins. Then, took 3 bags and put 200 coins in each bag. After buying the coins, Xin Fan, Bai Yi, and Su Xiaoxiao had one bag each and were ready to show off their skills in the arcade. Su Xiaoxiao got the heavy bag and saw that there were 200 coins inside. She could not help but reveal a look of admiration. Xin Fan, you are so rich. Ha ha. Xin Fan laughed and said, that's just where it is. Feel free to play. If it's not enough, just tell me again. I'll buy it for you again. Oh, you're too good. Su Xiaoxiao was touched to death. She even said, Xin Fan, do you mind having another sister? I also want to recognize you as my brother-in-law. This was true. Even though Xin Fan was wearing a mask and sunglasses, he still couldn't hide his tycoon demeanor. SSS. If you can have a boy as rich as Xin Fan as your brother, Su Xiaoxiao will be so happy in the future. How much money you want, how much money you can have, what you want to buy, what you want to buy. As a result, Bai Yi was not happy. No, Xin Fan can only have one sister for me. Ha? Su Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Didn't you say before that Xin Fan is your boyfriend? How come now Xin Fan has become your brother again? You wouldn't be a brother control, right? It's not a brother control. Bai Yi's face swished red. Although she liked Xin Fan very much, however, she was not a brother control. Xin Fan was also not her brother. If she was misunderstood as a brother control, it would be too shameful. So Bai Yi just kept shaking her head and kept explaining. Anxious. Hada. Su Xiaoxiao revealed a look of amusement. Even if she was stupid, she would have seen that Bai Yi was not right this time. She even saw that Bai Yi liked Xin Fan. However, because of this, Su Xiaoxiao felt that Xin Fan was becoming more and more mysterious, always wearing a mask and sunglasses. Why on earth shouldn't he really be the legendary Comic-Con handsome guy, right? Thinking of this, Su Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes and stared at Xin Fan for a long time, wanting to see if Xin Fan was the Comic-Con handsome guy or not. But because Xin Fan was too tightly covered, even though Su Xiaoxiao stared and looked for half a day, she couldn't see Xin Fan's face, so she had to hide her suspicions in her heart for the time being. Forget it, let's play the crane machine first. After all, Su Xiaoxiao was a little girl. As long as she saw the crane machine, she instantly put all other things behind her, only to see her whoosh rush to the side of the crane machine, holding the coins and vigorously put in the coins. Hey! Bai Yi pulled Xin Fan's palm, and while walking, she said with a smile, Brother Xin Fan, you see, right? As long as she sees the video game machine, she runs fast. Unlike me, I only have you in my heart. He. After Bai Yi finished, she also smiled and stretched out her hand, comparing it to a yeah in front of her face. Cute as hell. Xin Fan couldn't help but rub her head fiercely and said, don't be cute, you go play for a while too. It's not easy to come out. Play more and have fun. You don't have to guard me all the time. Okay then. Bai Yi immediately agreed. In fact, she also wanted to play with the crane machine, and the only reason why she had been holding back was because she liked Xin Fan more compared to the crane machine. Now, seeing that Xin Fan had personally given the word to let her go play with the crane machine, Bai Yi was definitely happy. So, she also bounced around, the hem of her dress fluttering around, and went to grab a doll next to Su Xiaoxiao. Subsequently, these two kept grabbing the dolls, and also kept comparing who grabbed more. Seeing the two of them playing so devotedly, Xin Fan didn't disturb them, but went to the restroom to solve their physical needs. It only took 3 to 5 minutes. When Xin Fan finished washing his hands from the restroom and returned to the crane machine, he found that there was a yellow-haired boy beside Bai Yi and Su Xiaoxiao. Xin Fan's face instantly became unsettled. He hated yellow hair the most. At the same time, Bai Yi and Su Xiaoxiao were also impatient. The two of them were having a good time playing with the crane machine when suddenly a yellow-haired kid who was 1.7 meters tall, wearing beanies and tight pants, ran over and rushed at the two of them. Little pretty girl, how are you guys? I'm Huang Zihao. My brother is a gangster. Let's play together. This little yellow hair has a thick skin. Bai Yi and Su Xiaoxiao clearly do not want to take care of him. He also deliberately leaned this way, but also came to a self-introduction. Bai Yi's face tightened. Very uncomfortable. I don't want to know you. You hurry away. You who? Not too big in the chest, but not too small in the temper. Huang Zihao was instantly energized. A spirited guy like him likes to bully good girls the most, especially a simple-looking little girl like Bai Yi, which is Huang Mao's favorite type of bully. Therefore, the more Bai Yi disliked him, the more energized he became. Especially, Bai Yi had a double ponytail cute girl Su Xiaoxiao by her side. With the two beautiful girls standing hand in hand, Huang Zihao could barely take his eyes off of them just by looking at them. He even had the bold thought that if he could get these two beautiful maidens into bed together, it would be. You're so disgusting. Su Xiaoxiao just glanced at him and vaguely guessed what nasty things this little yellow hair was thinking in his heart. So, Su Xiaoxiao cursed disgusting fiercely. However, Huang Zihao was not ashamed, but thought he was honored, and said colorfully, "Continue, the harder you curse, the better I feel." So perverted. Su Xiaoxiao was on the verge of vomiting. Bai Yi was also disgusted. For the first time in her life, she encountered such a disgusting yellow hair. Hurry up and scold me, I can't wait. Huang Zihao urged with a cheap smile while moving his hand, trying to pull Su Xiaoxiao's arm. Just as Su Xiaoxiao and Bai Yi kept dodging and were on the verge of shouting for help, Qin Fan rushed over with an arrow step. Boom sound. Qin Fan just came over and clutched Huang Zihao's arm with a swish, putting this little yellow hair under dead control. You fucking. Huang Zihao was enjoying the happy life of teasing a beautiful girl, but as a result, he suddenly leapt over to a tall man who was also wearing a sunglasses mask. Do you know who my big brother is? My big brother is Huang Haotian, the road to mix. Huang Zihao stared viciously at Qin Fan and cursed. Hurry up and loosen my arm, otherwise, you won't be able to eat it. Had to a. Qin Fan directly spat on his face. Huang Zihao's face turned green with anger. Subsequently, before he could open his mouth to curse, Qin Fan struck first. Whoosh aimed at his face, rewarded him with a big mouth. Splat. With a crunching sound, Huang Zihao's face was swollen. Qin Fan's slap was too hard, crunchy, loud and painful. In no time, the right half of Huang Zihao's face was swollen like a pig's head, bloated and horrible. The hell with you, dare you hit me? Huang Zihao covered his face, all shocked. His brother Huang Haotian was a gangster on the road, and he was in this video game town field right now. As a result, this ungrateful man in front of him actually dared to hit his face? Huang Zihao was enraged on the spot. Of course, it was useless for him to be angry. He couldn't beat Qin Fan, so in a fit of rage, he called his brother. Brother, I've been beaten up. This side of the crane machine. Come quick, don't let this grandson get away. Huang Zihao made the most shameless move, shaking people. Qin Fan, on the other hand, also made the same move. Isn't it just shaking people? Who wouldn't be able to do it? The person Huang Zihao shook was his brother, Huang Haotian, who was the arcade town's field, and the person Qin Fan shook was more powerful. He's a big shot on the road that no one dares to mess with in the whole of Nanshan City. That is, the one who had received money from Qin Fan several times and helped Qin Fan to settle his enemies several times alone. Along, coming to work. Qin Fan made the call with a calm face. $5 million. Come to the Quanshan Shopping Center. 7th floor arcade. Help me smooth out a few scumbags. The faster the better. If you come late, there will be nothing left for you. SSS. His $5 million? I'll bring someone over right now. Long would be enjoying a beautiful massage at the bath store. A female college student in her early 20s with a pretty face was lying in her arms, caressing his chest, and was planning to remove his clothes and have some excitement. The result. Quick, gather quickly, here comes big business. Not a moment later, more than a dozen black suit stout men drilled into the business car inside, rumbling toward the arcade drove over. In the arcade, because Huang Zihao had a cheap mouth and kept swearing, Qin Fan casually rewarded him with a few more slaps, knocking his mouth askew and bleeding all the time. It was at this time that a 30-year-old man carrying a steel pipe and draped in a black jacket came over aggressively, and behind him, there were also 7 or 8 mongrels with dyed miscellaneous hair. Brother, I'm about to be beaten to death. You have to help me take revenge. Get this guy. Huang Zihao covered his mouth and ran straight towards that 30-year-old man. And that 30-year-old man was naturally Huang Zihao's older brother, Huang Haotian. At the same time, it was also the punching bag that the arcade owner had paid to find to watch the scene. Zihao, you put on some medicine. Leave the revenge to me. Huang Haotian slightly pacified his younger brother and had his little brother bring Huang Zihao some bandages and ointment to stop the bleeding. Only then did Huang Haotian shift his gaze to Qin Fan, seeing that Qin Fan was wearing a mask and sunglasses, and didn't even dare to reveal his face. Huang Haotian immediately had a cold smile on his face. Say it, how do you want to die? Huang Haotian lit a cigarette and took a hard drag, spitting smoke rings at Qin Fan, threatening, do you want to be crippled by me? Or do you want to break the bank? If it's to break the bank, I don't ask for much. Just give us $700,000 or $800,000. Huang Haotian's appetite is not small. Just because his brother received a few big mouths, he dares to ask for $700,000 or $800,000? This is not bullshit. Even if Qin Fan had money, he wouldn't give it to him. Besides, Qin Fan had a reason for hitting his brother. Who let his brother molest the little girl? Qin Fan frowned and said, aren't you even going to ask why I hit your brother? Ha ha ha. Ask about it? Sorry, there's no need for that. Huang Haotian laughed as if he had heard a joke, and his stomach hurt. He kept laughing for a while before he stood up and sneered. Do you think that I need to reason with you? Even if I am the one who is in the right, what can I do? I just want to beat you up today. Will I still reason with you? Funny. Just say it, pay or not. As the words landed, Huang Haotian waved his hand, and the 7 or 8 gangsters behind him swarmed up, quickly surrounding Qin Fan, Bai Yi, and Su Xiaoxiao, lest they escape. With so many gangsters rushing over with steel pipes in their hands, Bai Yi and Su Xiaoxiao were all a bit scared and their bodies started to shiver. Qin Fan stepped forward and protected them behind his back, rubbing Bai Yi's head, signaling her not to worry. Afterwards, when Qin Fan had calmed Bai Yi until her emotions stabilized, he turned his head and looked over at Huang Haotian. Seeing that he was far away, Qin Fan waved his hand towards him and said with a smile, "Come over here for a moment. I'll tell you something." Okay. Huang Haotian was relying on the large number of people, thinking that Qin Fan with 2 little girls would definitely not dare to fight back, so that's why he carried the steel pipe and walked over step by step. However, he just walked to the side of Qin Fan. Qin Fan raised his hand, rushed to his face, snap a big mouth. The sound was so crisp, the force was also great. In just a moment, Huang Haotian's entire body was sent flying out several meters. He fell to the ground with a bang. You fucking! Huang Haotian covered his face and exploded with anger. How could he have thought that Qin Fan would actually not talk about martial virtues and come to cheat and sneak attack? This was too unreasonable. Huang Haotian had thought that Qin Fan was planning to concede to him, planning to pay him back. As a result, now, after receiving a big mouth, Huang Haotian only figured it out. Qin Fan was a tough opponent. Since he was a tough opponent, there was no need for nonsense. Go straight on. Get him dead. Beat him to death. Huang Haotian gritted his teeth and cursed. Behind him, 7 or 8 punks also swarmed up and rushed over with a clatter, carrying steel pipes in a ferocious manner. However, they have not rushed to Qin Fan in front of it. The elevator door opened. Along with several strong men whoosh rushed over. At the same time, the stairway also rushed up a lot of black suits, either with a steel pipe, or with an electric baton. So many black suits rushed up. Huang Haotian and his men were all dumbfounded. What made them even more scared was that Aaron pulled out a revolver. The black muzzle aimed at Huang Haotian's head, scaring him into a cold sweat. His back was soaked. Brother, buddy, have a good conversation. Never shoot. Huang Haotian's scared legs began to shiver. Although he mixed in the road for many years, but he is really not seen to fight a group fight also with a gun. This is also too ruthless. What's more, the group of men that Ah Long brought over is more than one stout, muscle exposed, full of killing spirit, too much stronger than this group of skinny ghost fire teenagers under Huang Haotian's hand. Completely not a grade. Therefore, in a flash of effort, Huang Haotian began to concede. A mouth a buddy, want to ease the relationship. As a result, Ah Long didn't even have the interest to look at him. Holding his gun, Ah Long had the burly men under his command tie up Huang Haotian and the others, tying up their arms and legs so that they couldn't move. Before he put his gun away, Boss Qin, are you alright? Ah Long asked respectfully towards Qin Fan. He had a big waist, a scar on his face, and a pistol hidden inside his pants pocket, just like the image of a boss on the road. However, such a big boss was actually so respectful to Qin Fan? Everyone present was stunned. Bai Yi and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were wide open. They both didn't expect that Qin Fan actually knew this kind of big boss in the road. As for Huang Haotian and Huang Zihao, their faces were green with regret. If they knew that Qin Fan had such a big background, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to provoke Qin Fan. As for Huang Haotian's men, they were even more regretful. Not only did they regret, they were also annoyed. They were annoyed that their boss, Huang Haotian, had actually brought them into the pit. Boss Qin, what about these people? Ah Long raised his hand and pointed at Huang Haotian and the others, asking Qin Fan's opinion. After all, Qin Fan was the gold master, and had contributed tens of millions of dollars to his performance in just half a month, so it was not possible for Ah Long not to give Qin Fan face. He was planning to make a good relationship with Qin Fan and do long-term business. SSS. Well, Qin Fan looked at Huang Haotian and the others on the ground who had been tied up into dumplings, stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, these punks aren't any good. Find a place to bury them. Hiss. Even Ah Long was taken aback. No one would have expected that Qin Fan would actually strike so hard at such a young age. To actually bury Huang Haotian and the others? This was also too frightening. Huang Haotian, Huang Zihao, and the others were so scared that their legs went soft and they had the heart to cry. Don't! Tears were falling from Huang Haotian's eyes as he wailed. Buddy, I can still be saved. Don't bury me. I can definitely change in the future. I'll never be a gangster again. Several other punks were also crying in pain, shouting with tears in their eyes and snot in their noses. We'll definitely change in the future. Leave a way out. Big brother, I can really change. You can let me step on a sewing machine right now. Give me a chance. Big brother. Although Chin Fan was younger than them, they couldn't care less when it was a matter of life and death. They begged Chin Fan to give them a way out. In fact, Chin Fan was just scaring them. How could he directly bury so many of them? Besides, Chin Fan was not that ruthless. Not to mention that there will be Bai Yi, Su Xiao Xiao, two little girls watching it. Really, if they buried them, Bai Yi and Su Xiao Xiao afraid that will leave a shadow. Cannot sleep. Of course, the people present certainly can't guess Chin Fan's mind, so they are quite anxious. Long advised, Boss Chin, it's not appropriate to bury so many people. The impact is too great. Either way, let's change the way we handle it. A different way? Okay, you tell me first. Chin Fan was interested in letting him continue on. Long said seriously, there's definitely no way to bury them domestically. Either that or we get them abroad, such as Burma or something like that. It's more appropriate to do it after getting them there. When Long spoke, Huang Haotian and the others thought that Long was going to put in a good word for them, to save their lives. But when he finished speaking, Huang Haotian and the others realized that this guy, Long, was even more ruthless and darker. Thoughtfulness was also more thoughtful. Actually said something about getting them abroad and then burying them. Huang Haotian and the others were about to cry. Chin Fan will also be a little surprised, thinking, this alone, really worthy of the road, more ruthless than me. However, since he came up with a better solution, Chin Fan definitely wouldn't reject it, so he nodded his head and said okay. When Huang Haotian and the others saw Chin Fan nodding, they cried even louder. Wow! Don't! Big brother! Woo woo woo! Give a way to live! Please, let me be a cow for you! Please! Huang Haotian and the others were truly afraid. Their heads kept kowtowing. Thud! 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 Their heads were cracked. It was called a misery. There was no other way. In order to live, they could only kowtow and beg for mercy. Otherwise, they were truly worried about being buried by Chin Fan. It was at this time that Bai Yi and Su Xiao Xiao were both a little bit unable to bear it. Brother Chin Fan, just let them off the hook. Bai Yi was a little girl. Her heart was too soft, and she whispered, they are a bit pitiful, so please spare them. Su Xiao Xiao also had a soft heart and said, Chin Fan, let them go. They look quite pitiful. Okay. Chin Fan agreed in one bite. However, the reason he agreed was just to make Bai Yi and Su Xiao Xiao feel better in their hearts. There was no real intention to release them. This was because Chin Fan knew very well that scum like Huang Zihao and Huang Haotian would never learn from their mistakes, much less return from their prodigal ways in an instant. If they were released, what if they had bad intentions in the future and retaliated or sneak attacked? Chin Fan wasn't afraid of sneak attacks, but the problem was that Chin Fan was worried about Bai Yi and Su Xiao Xiao being retaliated against. If something happened to them, Chin Fan would regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, Chin Fan's idea was to eliminate the roots. Xiao Xiao, you guys go and play with the electricity for a while. I'll scold them a few more times and release them. Chin Fan rubbed Bai Yi's head and coaxed a few words. Good. Bai Yi didn't think too much about it, and soon pulled her good girlfriend's small hand and went to play with the video game next to her. Only when the two of them walked away, did Chin Fan give orders to Long, saying, throw these few scums far away, preferably to a foreign country, so that they can't come back for the rest of their lives. Abroad? Long was slightly surprised, not realizing that Chin Fan hadn't had a killing heart until now, but was planning to throw this group of people out of the country. Throw them where? Long narrowed his eyes and said, North America, or Africa? Definitely Feizhou. Chin Fan was a bit tense and said, throwing them to North America? Isn't that letting them enjoy their happiness? I'm not that saintly. Throw them to Feizhou. It's best to find a black coal mine over there and let them dig coal for decades. If they sneak back, throw them back again and keep a close eye on them. Chin Fan's intention was like this. After pondering for a while, Long rubbed his hands together, made a motion of counting money, and said with a smile, Boss Chin, I can do all of these requests you made. Only, this hard work fee. You see, is it necessary to add some more money? Long was a person who saw money. As long as the money was in place, there was nothing he couldn't do. The reason why he was so polite to Chin Fan was naturally to get money from him. Chin Fan said indifferently, money is no problem. You name a number. I'll call you right now. Okay, I like to do business with a pain in the ass like you. It's so refreshing. Long laughed, stretched out two fingers, said, one person 200, 000, here a total of 9, adding up to 1, 8 million, to ensure that you do it properly, let you never see them again in your life. Moreover, I will notify the brothers over there to keep a close eye on them, and definitely won't let them come back. Long was a sharp guy. As long as the money was there, he would do something absolutely beautiful. Xin Fan smiled slightly and said, "Don't let's stop at 1.8 million. I'll make it up to 2 million for you. Speed up on your side and throw them on the boat tonight, so that we don't have to dream too much at night." Ha ha ha. Of course, Ah Long was overjoyed. In a few words, he made $2 million. Could he not be happy? Moreover, he had an additional 5 million in appearance fees this time. One way or the other, he made a fortune. It could be said that he had been on the road for so long, but Xin Fan was the most generous gold master he had ever seen. From now on, as long as it's Xin Fan's business, he will be especially attentive. However, what he didn't know was that Xin Fan's money came especially easily. Just by doing a random task, he could exchange $1 billion. A few million in the district was truly not something to look at. Soon, Xin Fan and Ah Long reached a deal. As for Huang Zihao, Huang Haotian and the others, their downfall was already doomed. The next few decades could only be spent inside the Feizhou black coal mine. It could be called the evil of evil. SSS. When Xin Fan finished cleaning up that group of scum, his mood naturally improved. In the following hours, he accompanied by Yi and Su Xiaoxiao, the two little cuties, and had a great time in the arcade. All kinds of electric all played a hole. Even the doll machine. All caught out more than 20 ragdoll dolls, because the dolls that were caught were too many. Xin Fan, Bai Yi, and Su Xiaoxiao couldn't take them away at all. What to do? Su Xiaoxiao's head turned big as she looked at so many dolls. It was the first time she had caught so many dolls. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't take them with her. She threw them away, but it was a little heartbreaking. Bai Yi looked embarrassed and said, "If I take so many dolls home, my parents will definitely scold me. Since you can't take them back, then find someone random and give them away." Xin Fan came up with an idea. "Yeah." Bai Yi immediately raised her hand in agreement. Su Xiaoxiao of course also agreed. After all, she couldn't put so many dolls in her house either. So, the next thing the three of them did was spend some time at the entrance of the arcade. And when they saw a girl, they gave out a doll. It made those girls so happy. Of course, Bai Yi and Su Xiaoxiao were also happy. They enjoyed the scene of being thanked, as if they had become princesses and were liked by many people. It was very fulfilling. Afterwards, after handing out the dolls, the two of them were hungry, and their little tummies began to grumble. Bai Yi's face turned red, and she said with a bit of embarrassment, "Brother Xin Fan, I'm sorry, I seem to be a bit hungry, and I didn't control. It's fine." Xin Fan was indifferent, waved his hand and directly led the two of them to dinner. After arriving at the restaurant, king crab, sea cucumber and so on, mountain and seafood was ordered. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes froze as she watched, although she knew that Xin Fan was very rich, but what she didn't expect was that Xin Fan was too rich. He spent money like running water, not hurting for money at all. Su Xiaoxiao even quietly said to Bai Yi, "After spending so much money, if we can't finish it, will Xin Fan get angry?" "Definitely not." Bai Yi didn't even think about it and said, "Xin Fan treats me the best." "That's good." Su Xiaoxiao was then relieved that she didn't have to worry that she would be pulled away and sold by Xin Fan because she couldn't finish her food. At the same time, it was during the time of eating that Xin Fan finally took off his mask and sunglasses altogether. The handsome face was just revealed, immediately making Su Xiaoxiao look dumbfounded. Hiss! Su Xiaoxiao felt like she was about to lose her breath. Although she had suspected many times that Xin Fan was the Comic-Con handsome boy, but when she really waited to see Xin Fan's handsome face, she was still so stunned that she almost fainted. If it wasn't for Bai Yi reaching out her hand and shaking it in front of her eyes for a long time, she wouldn't necessarily have been able to slow down. "Handsome boy. Woo woo, Xin Fan. I'm your fan. I've liked you for a long time." Su Xiaoxiao was so excited like a nymphomaniac that she couldn't even care about her best friend Bai Yi and jumped into Xin Fan's arms with a whoosh. "Ah this." Xin Fan looked at the double ponytail beauty girl in his arms, watching her keep rubbing her head in his arms, a little dumbfounded. Bai Yi beamed. "Jealous? Brother Xin Fan, Xiaoxiao is my good girlfriend. You must not like her, that's for sure." Xin Fan didn't even think about it and replied, "She's only graduated from junior high school. She's a little bit like you. Where would I be interested in her?" After Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she raised her head, her double ponytails bouncing around, her face written with a ghostly grudge. She said defiantly, "I'm about to go to high school. I'm not a little bitty girl. Moreover, I'm bigger than Yi." After saying that, she also straightened her chest. Xin Fan glanced at her, and although he didn't say anything, he already agreed with her in his heart. She was indeed bigger than Bai Yi's small potatoes. This time, it was Bai Yi's turn to be unhappy. "Xiao, you're dying," Bai Yi yelled in exasperation while pouncing over. Her small hands kept attacking Su Xiaoxiao's chest, causing her face to turn red. Chin Fan, on the other hand, turned his head and tried his best not to look at the scene when the two of them were fighting. After all, it was too inappropriate. These two little girls didn't have a light hand, and they kept attacking each other's vitals, getting naked every now and then. If Chin Fan kept staring at them, he would be taken as a pervert. Until several minutes later, the two tired, only stopped, began to eat. However, during the meal, these two beautiful girls all clustered around Chin Fan, one on the left and one on the right, as if they were competing for favor. Brother Chin Fan, is it good? Let me feed you. Bai Yi took a peeled lobster and handed it to Chin Fan's mouth. Su Xiaoxiao was not willing to lag behind, and quickly took a large mouthful of the great tonic soup, holding it in her mouth, bulging her little face and muttering as she came over. Her meaning was obvious. This was to feed Chin Fan with her mouth to eat. Where could Chin Fan stand this kind of blessing? So he quickly raised his hand and rubbed all the hair of these two little girls into a messy look before letting them both stop. After dinner, it was already past 8 in the evening. Although Su Xiaoxiao really wanted to continue playing with Chin Fan for a while longer, but at night, her parents were pushing her harder, so she didn't dare not to go home. Therefore, Su Xiaoxiao could only ask for Chin Fan's contact information, added Chin Fan's friend, and went home with a face of reluctance. After Su Xiaoxiao left, only Chin Fan and Bai Yi were left. The two of them held hands, intending to walk home. On the way, Bai Yi always had a happy and enjoyable little expression. Her eyebrows were all bent in a smile and her sweet dimples were showing. Being able to hold hands with Chin Fan and walk on the road together, she was already very happy and blissful. Especially the body temperature coming from Chin Fan's palm made Bai Yi feel an unprecedented sense of security. If only every day and every night in the future, she could be together with brother Chin Fan. Bai Yi thought so. Then, she also kept cheering herself up in her heart. Confession. Confess. Hurry up and confess. Bai Yi pumped for a long time before she finally stopped, reddened her face, and raised her head to look at Chin Fan in fascination. What's wrong with you? Chin Fan was slightly curious when he saw her stopping her steps. Bai Yi gathered her courage and said with a small red face, Chin Fan, I like you a lot. Ah. Chin Fan gave an ah and stated, I know, I like you a lot too. No, 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 I'm not talking about that kind of liking. Bai Yi kept shaking her head and said, I know that you've always treated me as a younger sister, but what I want isn't the kind of liking between brother and sister. My liking for you is the kind of liking between lovers. Bai Yi lifted Chin Fan's palm and placed it on her chest. My liking for you is not just a psychological liking, but also a physical liking. Bai Yi said seriously, I love you with my whole body. SSS. Little dot. Chin Fan looked at the little girl in front of him who confessed her love deeply, and was a bit happy and felt a bit funny. Then, Chin Fan habitually rubbed her head and said, where did you learn so many useless things? You're still young. Wait until you grow up later. Then we'll talk about the likes between lovers. I don't want it. Bai Yi shook her head so hard that she shook Chin Fan's palm down. I just like you. I'm not a little bit. Bai Yi was very sticky and drilled into Chin Fan's arms, yelling all the time, I want to fall in love with you. I don't want to be a younger sister. Be good and obedient. Don't make a fuss. Chin Fan used a little bit of strength to drag her out of his arms. It wasn't that Chin Fan wanted to be a decent person, but mainly because Bai Yi was still young. Even if she wanted to give her body in marriage, she would have to wait until she finished high school. There is no such thing as looking for someone to marry when you are 15 or 16 years old. It's too hasty. Of course, it was true that Chin Fan liked her. Otherwise, Chin Fan wouldn't have been very patient in coaxing her and accompanying her to fool around. It was only after half an hour, when Bai Yi had no more strength left from tossing and turning, that Chin Fan hugged her and put her inside the bedroom, letting her go to sleep at ease. As for Chin Fan, he would be bunking down in the living room tonight. Only, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, when Chin Fan was having a beautiful dream, there was suddenly a slippery little girl inside the comforter. Bai Yi very carefully drilled inside his comforter and hugged him as he slept. When it was more than 6 o'clock in the morning, after Chin Fan woke up from his sleep, he realized that there was an extra little girl inside the comforter. This girl. Chin Fan looked at Bai Yi's sweet and adorable sleeping face. He couldn't help but let out a light laugh and rubbed her little head, doting on her. At 7 in the morning, after Chin Fan got up, he specifically went downstairs to buy 2 breakfasts and brought them back. After Bai Yi woke up from her sleep, she opened her eyes and realized that Chin Fan had even prepared breakfast for her, and was touched on the spot. Ooh, brother Chin Fan, you're so good to me. Bai Yi was touched badly. Her big eyes flickered. It was so cute. Chin Fan rubbed her head and said, get up and eat. After eating, then sleep. Okay then. Bai Yi nodded her head in a cute and adorable manner and hurriedly climbed up to wash up. But when she climbed up, Chin Fan realized that this girl actually only wore underwear, thighs, belly squeeze, arms, collarbones and so on, all exposed in the air, white and intoxicating. It took Chin Fan a lot of effort to avert his gaze and not keep staring at her. When Bai Yi finished washing up, she soon came to the living room to eat. Bai Yi sat obediently and opened her mouth wide, meaning to let Chin Fan feed her kanji by hand. Seeing her being so cute and acting like a little kid, Chin Fan couldn't help but smile a little before rubbing her little head and started feeding her. Ow! Bai Yi ate happily. Although the two were not lovers until now, the level of intimacy was already higher than many couples who had been talking for months. Especially this experience of feeding each other food was something that many couples had never done, and Chin Fan and Bai Yi, who had just met not long ago, had unlocked this kind of intimacy. Of course, Chin Fan's handsome face accounted for a large part of the reason. If Chin Fan wasn't a handsome man, even if he was nice to Bai Yi, it was impossible for him to gain the young beauty's favor, much less feed each other with her. Facts proved that being handsome, one could indeed do whatever they wanted. When it was 8 in the morning, after the two of them finished eating and tidied up their room, they lay on top of the living room sofa and started watching TV and playing with their cell phones. Chin Fan was lying on the sofa, while Bai Yi was lying on Chin Fan's body, looking like she was enjoying herself. From time to time, Bai Yi also peeled a grape and fed it to Chin Fan's mouth. This level of intimacy was really a bit high, not at all like a brother and sister relationship. Just as the two of them were sweetly feeding each other fruits, Chin Fan's cell phone rang. Si Tong-yen called him. Chin Fan, Bing Ling and I have returned. Where are you? Do you want to come to the airport to pick me up? Don't. Chin Fan refused on the spot. Bai Yi's home was several hours away from the airport. Letting Chin Fan take a taxi to pick them up? It would take 4 to 5 hours to get there and back, and he would die of exhaustion. Chin Fan would not go. Besides, he is now holding the little beauty in the living room playing cell phone, watching TV, comfortable. How can go out to suffer all? What's more, even if Chin Fan took a taxi there, it wouldn't help much. It would be better to let Si Tong-yen and Zhao Bingling take a taxi over directly, which is simple and less troublesome. When Si Tong-yen heard that Chin Fan was not willing to pick her up, she immediately started to play a little temper. Chin Fan, why are you so irresponsible? I'm going to give you my body, and you're not even willing to pick me up? Zhao Bingling also brought her head over and said fiercely, Chin Fan, if you don't come over to pick us up, you won't be allowed to sleep with me at night. Really? That's very much appreciated. Where would Chin Fan be afraid of their threats? Besides, with Chin Fan's face value, there were more than enough women begging to sleep with him, so where was the need to worry about having no one to accompany him at night? Damn it! Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan were all furious, gritting their teeth and wanting to curse. Consort Asami took this opportunity and started to badmouth Chin Fan. Bingling, I think Chin Fan must be sleeping with some woman right now. That's why he's not willing to come over to pick you up. You ask him to open the video and see if he's sleeping with another woman right now. Princess Asami had a lot of bad thoughts. As long as there was an opportunity, she would immediately say bad things about Chin Fan, lowering Chin Fan's favorability in Zhao Bingling's heart. Makes sense. Zhao Bingling felt that it made sense just after hearing it. So, she also took her cell phone out and directly made a video call to Chin Fan, asking him to open the video. Si Tongyen would have already hung up the phone by now, as she was also curious if Chin Fan had another new love now. Ding ring, the cell phone rang once again, and Chin Fan inevitably felt amused when he saw that it was Zhao Bingling who made the video call to him. Chin Fan thought to himself, isn't Si Tongyen with her? Just after making a voice call, she immediately made another video call over? How uneasy is this about me? Chin Fan thought about it and still picked up the video call. Chin Fan, where are you? This doesn't seem to be your home. Zhao Bingling had just made the video call and immediately realized that Chin Fan was not in his own home right now, but inside someone else's home, and the living room construction was all completely different. Chin Fan, on the other hand, admitted on the spot, that's right, I'm inside Bai Yi's house right now. Ah, Zhao Bingling was immediately dumbfounded. To know, Bai Yi was only 15 years old. Ah, could it be that Chin Fan last night turned into a beast? Zhao Bingling immediately became nervous and asked, where is Bai Yi? You didn't put her to sleep last night, did you? SSS. Hiss. After Si Tongyen heard this, she was also immediately startled and hurriedly put her head next to the camera, staring at Chin Fan with a nervous face. Chin Fan, if you dare to bully Yi, I will definitely beat you to death. Si Tongyen threatened viciously, letting out vicious words. Please, I'm not that beastly. Chin Fan looked helpless and said, what are you guys thinking? Although I'm a bit of a scum, I'm not horny to that extent, right? Besides, I'm not short of women, so where's the need to lay hands on Yi? Right. 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 IEE this time also lifted her head up. Her little face was exposed inside the video, and she helped to explain it very seriously. Sister Bing Ling, Sister C, you've misunderstood Brother Chinfan. He didn't bully me. Last night, it was me who took the initiative to drill inside his nest. It's not his fault. By EE, this little head didn't know what to think. She was obviously helping to explain, but the more she explained, the bigger the misunderstanding became, especially after she said the sentence. Last night, I got under his covers. Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan instantly exploded. Good fellow. You all slept together last night? Xin Fan. You're dead. I'll go over there and beat you to death. Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan were both furious, thinking that Xin Fan had already bullied by EE last night. Both of them were furious and quickly spent a large amount of money to call a car, and also added money. Let the driver master drive as fast as possible. On the way, Zhao Bingling also kept making video calls, not letting Xin Fan hang up, because she was now very uneasy with Xin Fan and had to keep monitoring him, lest he lay his hands on Bai Yi again. Brother Xin Fan, I seem to have gotten into trouble. Bai Yi would have realized that something was wrong and looked up at Xin Fan pitifully. Alas, Xin Fan sighed, touched her little head, comforted. It's okay, wait for them to come back and then explain. Now they are both angry in their heads. Explaining is useless. They can't listen to it. Poof. On the other side of the phone, Zhao Bingling grunted and said, Xin Fan, don't try to conspire with Yi's sister. I've been listening all along. Just wait. When Yen Bao and I go over there, we will definitely tie you up and bully you hard. You're also too much of a beast. You don't even let Yi off the hook. How detestable. Zhao Bingling would have already treated Xin Fan as a beast by now. No matter how Xin Fan explained, she wouldn't believe it. She must head inside by Yi's home and personally check it out. Si Tongyan was also very upset and said, Xin Fan, you're dead. Now hurry up and think about how to write your last words. When Bing Ling and I go over there, we'll definitely pack you up hard, make you dishonest. Hada. Xin Fan had a look of contempt, thinking, these two women are too suspicious. They obviously didn't do anything themselves, but they still want to suspect me? This is also too much. So, Xin Fan said in a very irritated manner, I can say responsibly that you guys have misunderstood me. Later, you guys must give me an explanation. Otherwise, you won't want to see me in the future. What Xin Fan hated the most was when people slandered him. Even if it was Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan, they couldn't just defame him casually. Xin Fan would be very annoyed. After Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan saw how serious Xin Fan was and how annoyed he looked, they both felt a little weak. They began to wonder if they had made a mistake, if they had misunderstood Xin Fan. However, women's mouths were often very hard, and even if they knew they were wrong, they wouldn't necessarily admit it. Not to mention, they had yet to confirm whether Xin Fan had bullied by EE or not. Therefore, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan all started to play dumb, deliberately choosing to play dumb. It wasn't until more than an hour later that Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, and Asami Fei arrived at Bai Yi's house in a car together. The first thing the three of them did was pull Bai Yi up from Xin Fan's body. Yi, I'm here with Yen Bao, concubine's sister, and will definitely help you make a decision. Zhao Bingling looked at Bai Yi very seriously, hoping that she would be honest and tell them honestly what happened last night. Yi, tell us with a clear conscience. Did Xin Fan bully you last night? Sidon Yan also asked with great concern. The only exception was Asami Concubine. Asami Concubine only glanced towards Bai Yi's body and she immediately saw that Bai Yi was still a virgin. As for why, one could only say, a woman's intuition. Asami Fei is a female hooligan. This experience is still there. As for Bai Yi, this would be very aggrieved. Sister Bing Ling, Sister C, Sister Concubine, Brother Xin Fan really didn't bully me last night. It was me who took the initiative to drill into his quilt, and I begged him many times. He didn't even touch me. He's very good. You guys don't talk about him. Bai Yi's eyes were red as she spoke. She was young and was most afraid of being targeted, and was also worried that she had gotten into trouble and caused Xin Fan to be misunderstood. However, even if she said so herself, it was useless. Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan still remained skeptical, because the two of them felt that Xin Fan, this scum, surely couldn't keep his body for one night and couldn't be that honest. So, the two of them came up with a solution. Get down from the sofa and walk a few steps. Let us take a look. Yes, take a few steps and take a look. If Xin Fan really didn't bully Bai Yi last night, then she could definitely walk quite normally now. If Xin Fan had bullied her last night, then she would definitely be in so much pain that she couldn't walk. One must know that Xin Fan's size was huge. This was something that Zhao Bingling knew well. Alright, Bai Yi also knew that it was useless to say anything now, so she honestly listened to the two young ladies. climbed down from the top of the sofa, put on her slippers, and walked inside the living room. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Bai Yi walked several laps inside the living room in her slippers, and there was no problem at all. Her legs didn't hurt, her feet didn't shake, and her body didn't sway. There wasn't even a hint of the aftermath of being bullied. Even after Bai Yi had walked several laps, she took the initiative to inquire. Sister Bingling, if you don't believe me, I can still go out and run a few dozen meters to show you. Brother Qin Fan, he really didn't bully me last night. As things stood now, things were already obvious. There was nothing wrong with Bai Yi at all, nor did she look like she had been bullied in the slightest. In other words, Qin Fan had indeed been a decent gentleman last night. Now, it was Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan's turn to be embarrassed. Both of them had never thought that they had actually misunderstood Qin Fan. Seeing that the misunderstanding had gotten bigger and had annoyed Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan immediately became timid, pitiful, and helpless. They began to act pitiful. Qin Fan, I'm sorry. Zhao Bingling gently pulled Qin Fan's arm and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you. I'll apologize to you, okay? SSS. It's not safe here. In case Bai Yi's parents suddenly came back and saw them organizing a strange party, wouldn't they eat them up? Besides, tonight, Qin Fan, Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, and Princess Asami were sleeping together under a big blanket, but only Bai Yi was not there. Bai Yi would definitely have to be jealous and would definitely not let them enjoy themselves. Therefore, tonight's party would definitely have to be inside Qin Fan's home. That way it would be convenient and safe. I'm leaving. Qin Fan waved his hand, intending to go back. Bai Yi pulled his arm, not letting him go. Brother Qin Fan, please, 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 let me participate too, okay, please. Bai Yi was about to cry. She was very fond of Qin Fan. Even if she liked it together with Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan, she could accept it. However, the only thing she couldn't accept was that she wasn't allowed to attend such an important occasion. This was too detestable. She would hold a grudge for the rest of her life. But there was no way. She was still young. Qin Fan touched her head and said, wait until you graduate from high school. I'm already 18 with Bingling and Yan Bao. You're still small. Think about these things later. No, I want it now. Bai Yi pulled Qin Fan's arm, and refused to let him go. Alas, Qin Fan sighed, not knowing how to comfort her. Seeing that Qin Fan kept refusing to agree with her, Bai Yi started to zoom out. If you don't agree with me, I'll jump from upstairs. After saying that, she ran directly to the window and made a show of jumping off. But there was a security window. Even if she wanted to jump, she didn't have that chance. With her thin arms, she couldn't remove the security window at all, let alone jump off the building. There is no chance. Qin Fan knew very well that this little girl was in a tiff, and it was impossible for her to really jump. But just in case, and also to make her happy, Qin Fan made her a promise. I promise you, when you graduate from high school in the future, I'll be sure to accompany you, okay? Bai Yi was still a bit unhappy. After all, when she graduated from high school, it would be years later. The hell knows if Qin Fan still likes her at that time. However, Bai Yi was also very clear that Qin Fan was definitely not willing to sleep with her now. After all, the two of them were 3 years apart. She was still relatively young. So, Bai Yi finally took a step back and said, Brother Qin Fan, why don't you make a note then? Otherwise, I'll be afraid that you're lying to me and that you won't be willing to accompany me in the future. Good. Qin Fan didn't think much and directly agreed. Making a note was simple anyway, just writing a few random words. As long as it would make Bai Yi happy, making a note would be fine. So, Qin Fan quickly let her prepare paper and pen, and then seriously made a note on the paper. He said that when Bai Yi turned 18, he would definitely accompany her and promise to stay with her. If you don't keep the promise, you'll go out and meet a big lucky truck and so on. In addition to the promise, but also wrote some gambling curse things, is to show the determination. After writing the note, Bai Yi was finally relieved. She pressed her handprint on it very seriously, and made Qin Fan press his handprint as well. Alright, Bai Yi very carefully put the note away and said, Brother Qin Fan, you go back. When I grow up, you must remember to fall in love with me. Aha. Qin Fan nodded his head repeatedly, saying that there was no problem. As for later, what happens later? Let's wait until later. Right. Bai Yi suddenly followed up with another question. Brother Qin Fan, can I continue to look for you to play in the future? Even if you're not lovers now, can you still accompany me? Of course. Qin Fan rubbed her little head, dotingly, as long as you don't fall in love and don't go to bed, I'll listen to you on everything else. That's good. Bai Yi was finally happy, revealing her cute dimples. I knew it, you're the best. At night, Zhao Bingling prepared brand new sheets and newly bought towels, because she heard that the first time she needed to change the sheets, she would also make a mess on the bed. Si Tongyan, on the other hand, prepared a pack of very thin and expensive condoms, as she had heard that this was a must-have. Of course, it was only when it really came to the actual battle session that Si Tongyan realized that this thing couldn't be used at all. No one likes to use this stuff. As for Princess Asami, she carried over an entire suitcase of props, ties, candles, gag balls, and so on. There was everything. Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan were dumbfounded after just one look. Xin Fan, on the other hand, was more direct and picked up Princess Asami with one hand. The box and you. Only one of them can stay. Take your pick. Xin Fan could see Princess Asami's small mind at a glance, and knew that she had bad intentions, so there was definitely no way he would let her bring in these strange props. Otherwise, tonight's host would not be Xin Fan, but Consort Asami, the female rascal. How can you bully people? Princess Asami was annoyed and kept resisting fiercely, but the resistance was ineffective. Even if she resisted fiercely, she was only a girl. Where would she be Xin Fan's opponent? I made it very clear. Xin Fan repeated, the box and you. You can only choose one. Either the box is thrown out, or you are thrown out. And you know very well that if I let you bring the box in, it won't be me bullying you, but you bullying the three of us. I'll only give you 5 seconds. Take your pick. After saying that, Xin Fan directly started counting down. 5 4 3 2 1. As the countdown ended, Princess Asami reluctantly chose to throw the box out. After all, she couldn't beat Xin Fan and had no choice. If she left the box behind, she herself would have to be thrown out. At that time, if Xin Fan took the things inside the box and bullied Zhao Bingling, Princess Asami would have to cry to death. In the end, after locking the box to Lu Shiyu's room and asking Lu Shiyu to take good care of the box, Princess Asami was able to enter the room before she was able to participate in the event. A sleepless night. By the time the next morning rolled around, Princess Asami was depressed to death. All of her plans had gone down the drain. Not only did she not get to stick it to Zhao Bingling, but instead, she was bullied by Xin Fan for a night. Previously, she had always thought that Xin Fan would enter the sage state after half an hour, and the rest of the night would be her stage. But unfortunately, she thought too much. Xin Fan was full of energy and had not been idle all night. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Bingling, or Si Tongyan, or Asami concubine herself, all of them were cleaned up honestly by Xin Fan. This night was considered a perfect curtain call, taking down 3 beautiful girls at once. It could be called the peak of Xin Fan's life, and his future life was wonderful. With this handsome face, as well as all sorts of talents, and countless cash inside his bank card, there was no need to go to work for the rest of his life. Every day, he led Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, Asami Fei, Bai Yi, and so on, leading a group of beautiful girls out to play. During the day, they played with them, and at night, they played with them. The most perfect life would be just like this. SSS. It's not safe here. In case Bai Yi's parents suddenly came back and saw them hosting a strange party, wouldn't they eat them up? Besides, tonight, Xin Fan, Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, and Princess Asami were sleeping together under a big blanket, only without Bai Yi. Bai Yi would definitely have to be jealous and would definitely not let them enjoy themselves. Therefore, tonight's party would definitely have to be inside Xin Fan's home. That way it would be convenient and safe. I'm leaving. Xin Fan waved his hand, intending to go back. Bai Yi pulled his arm, not letting him go. Brother Xin Fan, please, 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 let me participate too, okay? Please. Bai Yi was about to cry. She was very fond of Xin Fan. Even if she liked it together with Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan, she could accept it. However, the only thing she couldn't accept was that she wasn't allowed to attend such an important occasion. This was too detestable. She would hold a grudge for the rest of her life. But there was no way. She was still young. Xin Fan touched her head and said, wait until you graduate from high school. I'm already 18 with Bingling and Yen Bao. You're still small. Think about these things later. No, I want it now. Bai Yi pulled Xin Fan's arm, and refused to let him go. Alas, Xin Fan sighed, not knowing how to comfort her. Seeing that Xin Fan kept refusing to agree with her, Bai Yi started to zoom out. If you don't agree with me, I'll jump from upstairs. After saying that, she ran directly to the window and made a show of jumping off. But there was a security window. Even if she wanted to jump, she didn't have that chance. With her thin arms, she couldn't remove the security window at all, let alone jump off the building. There is no chance. Xin Fan knew very well that this little girl was in a tiff, and it was impossible for her to really jump. But just in case, and also to make her happy, Xin Fan made her a promise. I promise you, when you graduate from high school in the future, I'll be sure to accompany you, okay? Bai Yi was still a bit unhappy. After all, when she graduated from high school, it would be years later. The hell knows if Qin Fan still likes her at that time. However, Bai Yi was also very clear that Qin Fan was definitely not willing to sleep with her now. After all, the two of them were 3 years apart. She was still relatively young. So, Bai Yi finally took a step back and said, "Brother Qin Fan, why don't you make a note then? Otherwise, I'll be afraid that you're lying to me and that you won't be willing to accompany me in the future." Good. Qin Fan didn't think much and directly agreed. Making a note was simple anyway, just writing a few random words. As long as it would make Bai Yi happy, making a note would be fine. So, Qin Fan quickly let her prepare paper and pen, and then seriously made a note on the paper. He said that when Bai Yi turned 18, he would definitely accompany her and promise to stay with her. If you don't keep the promise, you'll go out and meet a big lucky truck and so on. In addition to the promise, but also wrote some gambling curse things, is to show the determination. After writing the note, Bai Yi was finally relieved. She pressed her handprint on it very seriously, and made Qin Fan press his handprint as well. Alright, Bai Yi very carefully put the note away and said, "Brother Qin Fan, you go back. When I grow up, you must remember to fall in love with me." Aha! Qin Fan nodded his head repeatedly, saying that there was no problem. As for later, what happens later? Let's wait until later. Right. Bai Yi suddenly followed up with another question. "Brother Qin Fan, can I continue to look for you to play with in the future? Even if you're not lovers now, can you still accompany me?" Of course. Qin Fan rubbed her little head, dotingly, "As long as you don't fall in love and don't go to bed, I'll listen to you on everything else." That's good. Bai Yi was finally happy, revealing her cute dimples. "I knew it, you're the best." In the evening, Zhao Bingling prepared brand new sheets, and newly bought towels, as she had heard that she needed to change the sheets for the first time, and would also make a mess on the bed. Si Tongyan, on the other hand, prepared a pack of very thin and expensive condoms, as she had heard that this was a must-have. Of course, it was only when it really came to the actual battle session that Si Tongyan realized that this thing couldn't be used at all. No one likes to use this stuff. As for Princess Asami, she carried over an entire suitcase of props, ties, candles, gag balls, and so on. There was everything. Zhao Bingling and Si Tongyan were dumbfounded after just one look. Qin Fan, on the other hand, was more direct and picked up Princess Asami with one hand. "The box and you. Only one of them can stay. Take your pick." Qin Fan could see Princess Asami's small mind at a glance, and knew that she had bad intentions, so there was definitely no way he would let her bring in these strange props. Otherwise, tonight's host would not be Qin Fan, but Consort Asami, the female rascal. "How can you bully people?" Princess Asami was annoyed and kept resisting fiercely, but the resistance was ineffective. Even if she resisted fiercely, she was only a girl. Where would she be Qin Fan's opponent? "I made it very clear." Qin Fan repeated, "The box and you. You can only choose one. Either the box is thrown out, or you are thrown out. And you know very well that if I let you bring the box in, it won't be me bullying you, but you bullying the three of us. I'll only give you 5 seconds. Take your pick." After saying that, Qin Fan directly started counting down. 5 4 3 2 1. As the countdown ended, Princess Asami reluctantly chose to throw the box out. After all, she couldn't beat Qin Fan and had no choice. If she left the box behind, she herself would have to be thrown out. At that time, if Qin Fan took the things inside the box and bullied Zhao Bingling, Princess Asami would have to cry to death. In the end, after locking the box to Lu Shiyu's room and asking Lu Shiyu to take good care of the box, Princess Asami was able to enter the room before she was able to participate in the event. A sleepless night. By the time the next morning rolled around, Princess Asami was depressed to death. All of her plans had gone down the drain. Not only did she not get to stick it to Zhao Bingling, but instead, she was bullied by Qin Fan for a night. Previously, she had always thought that Qin Fan would enter the sage state after half an hour, and the rest of the night would be her stage. But unfortunately, she thought too much. Qin Fan was full of energy and had not been idle all night. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Bingling, or Si Tongyan, or Asami concubine herself, all of them were cleaned up honestly by Qin Fan. This night was considered a perfect curtain call, taking down 3 beautiful girls at once. It could be called the peak of Qin Fan's life, and his future life was wonderful. With this handsome face, as well as all sorts of talents, and countless cash inside his bank card, there was no need to go to work for the rest of his life. Every day, he led Zhao Bingling, Si Tongyan, Asami Fei, Bai Yi, and so on, leading a group of beautiful girls out to play. During the day, they played with them, and at night, they played with them. The most perfect life would be just like this. SSS.